Imagine a world where gaming mechanics have seamlessly fused with reality. Professions have evolved, allowing people to switch roles and unlock stronger abilities. Ruins, dungeons, and mysterious realms await exploration. But there's a catch. This world is teeming with deadly monsters that won't hesitate to take you down before you can even think about running. But don't lose hope. Slaying these creatures grants experience, valuable materials, and powerful gear to grow stronger. Yet, even the most fearsome monsters pale in comparison to the legendary dragons. Rare, enigmatic beings wielding godlike power. Now, let's focus on the third school of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside a classroom, a teacher passionately slaps the board, announcing the upcoming profession Awakening Orientation for Junior Year Section 25. He reminds the students that this event isn't just about their university entrance exams. It will determine their future success. Some students zone out, while others listen intently. The teacher explains that theoretically, the awakening process is random. However, he urges everyone to believe in themselves. Strong willpower might just land them a powerful combative profession. Among the students sits a young man, his long hair partially covering his eyes. He glances at the test paper in front of him, the Profession Awakening Aptitude Test. A faint smile appears on his lips. His time has finally come. This is Lu Fan, a transmigrator from a place called Blue Planet. 3 years have passed since he arrived in this world, and in that time, he's grasped its rules and systems. Professions are divided into 3 main categories. 1. Combative professions: warriors, mages, archers, and more. These battle-hardened individuals explore uncharted realms, hunt for rare loot, and rake in substantial rewards. Naturally, they're the most sought-after professions. 2. Reinforcing professions: enchanters, alchemists, and similar roles. They craft powerful enhancements and magical items. However, developing these skills requires expensive materials. Without a wealthy background, progress is difficult. 3. Subsistence professions: chefs, herbalists, miners, and the like. They form the backbone of society, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Lu Fan's aunt, Han Ku, is one of these essential workers. She runs a humble steamed bun shop, working tirelessly every day to support his education. Despite being only 8 years older than him, she has taken on the responsibility of raising him without hesitation. To thrive in this world, and to give his aunt a better life, Lu Fan has set his sights on awakening as a combative professional. His journey is about to begin. Suddenly, the teacher's phone rings. He quickly silences it before turning to the class with an excited expression. The awakening platform is ready. The ceremony is about to begin. Cheers erupt across the room as students leap from their seats, rushing towards the platform in a frenzy. But in the far corner, Lu Fan remains seated. The teacher notices and approaches, puzzled. As the top student in the class, Lu Fan should be the most confident. But just as the teacher is about to ask, something unexpected happens. Lu Fan awakens a system out of nowhere. The Super Treasure Map system. Confused, he barely has time to process it before BM. The teacher slams the desk, snapping him back to reality. Seeing the concern on his face, Lu Fan quickly reassures him that everything's fine before dashing after his classmates. As he runs, he can't help but smirk. What transmigrator doesn't get a system? But right now, there's no time to figure it out. The awakening ceremony takes priority. When the students arrive at the awakening platform, they're greeted by the sight of a massive crystal standing at its center, shimmering with mystical energy. Excitement and anxiety ripple through the crowd. The teacher urges them to stay calm, but the anticipation is palpable. As Lu Fan blends in with the students, he overhears a guy confidently declaring that he'll awaken a hidden combative profession and become a legend. His friend quickly shoots him down, reminding him just how rare that is. Most students just hope to avoid ending up with a subsistence profession. Then, silence falls over the crowd. A powerful figure steps onto the podium, the Grandmaster. With a commanding presence, he announces the official start of the ceremony before gesturing to a priest who will be overseeing this year's awakening. The moment the priest steps forward, the students are in awe. His sheer aura radiates dominance, making them dream of one day reaching that level of power. Lu Fan shares their amazement, but just then ding, his system activates again. A new skill has been unlocked. Eye of Appraisal. Curious, he immediately tests it on the priest. A panel appears before him. Level 29. Profession, professional awakener. Skill, professional awakening. Net worth, 5 million dragon coins. Lu Fan is stunned. 5 million. No matter how hard his aunt worked, even if she sold buns for a lifetime, she'd never come close to that kind of wealth. Before he can dwell on it further, the headmaster's voice booms across the platform. Silence. The awakening ceremony begins now. The excitement reaches its peak as he calls the first name, Zhang Tao, the top student of their section. All eyes turn to Zhang Tao. Whispers spread through the crowd, everyone wondering if he'll awaken as a powerful combative professional. With his high attributes, the chances are definitely in his favor. Even though the process is supposed to be random, everyone knows stronger stats mean better odds. The moment Zhang Tao stepped onto the stage, the girls went wild, showering him with confessions and admiration. As the priest began chanting, the awakening crystal pulsed with energy, glowing brighter and brighter until whoosh. A fireball erupted from it. Zhang Tao had awakened as a pyromancer. Gasps filled the air. A pyromancer wasn't just rare, it was one of the most powerful combat professions out there. The students looked on with envy, realizing that Zhang Tao's future had just skyrocketed. Standing tall, he smirked and casually conjured a fireball in his hand. That was all it took for the girls to lose their minds, screaming and practically begging him to go on dates. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Fan clenched his fists. If he could awaken a combative profession, he could finally leave behind his struggles. No more scraping by. His life would change forever. Annoyed by all the noise, the headmaster shouted for order before calling up the next student. The ceremony continued, and one by one, students awakened their professions. But as Lu Fan observed, most didn't get anything impressive. Herbalists, tailors, miners. Reality hit hard. Combative professions were rare. While those who awakened them had limitless potential, those stuck with subsistence professions were destined for an ordinary life. The student in front of Lu Fan muttered that even getting a subsistence profession wasn't the worst outcome. He pointed out Li Ping from Section 3. Her family was struggling financially, but she awakened as a reinforcing professional. While it sounded prestigious, it required a fortune in materials to develop. In her case, a stable subsistence profession might have been better. That hit a little too close to home. Lu Fan's family wasn't wealthy either. If he awakened as a reinforcing professional, he'd be stuck in an impossible situation. Then, his name was called. The crowd turned as the headmaster urged him forward. As Lu Fan walked towards the awakening crystal, whispers filled the air. For the first time, the girls actually noticed him. His sharp features, his calm demeanor. They suddenly found themselves wondering just what kind of profession he'd awaken. Stepping up to the pedestal, Lu Fan took a deep breath. There was no turning back now. He placed his hands on the crystal as the priest began to chant. Then, something strange happened. A vision flashed before Lu Fan's eyes, a massive red dragon with piercing yellow eyes staring straight at him. At the same time, the ground began to tremble. Panic spread through the crowd. What was going on? Golden light burst from the awakening crystal, completely engulfing Lu Fan. The energy surged wildly, sending shockwaves across the platform. Then, a dragon materialized out of the light. Gasps and shouts of disbelief filled the air. The teachers and students were frozen in shock. This only happened when someone awakened a hidden profession. A female teacher turned to Teacher Lee, her voice filled with awe. Congratulations. Your section has produced the first hidden professional in the entire school. Teacher Lee could barely contain his excitement. If Lu Fan had awakened as a dragon blood warrior or dragon language mage, he'd be on the path to becoming a legendary powerhouse. The Dragon Kingdom hadn't seen a dragon blood warrior in a decade. This could be a historic moment. The dragon hovering above Lu Fan let out an earth-shaking roar. The force of it sent shock waves through the area, forcing students to cover their ears. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the dragon took off, vanishing into the sky. The headmaster rushed forward, barely able to contain his excitement. Quick, what did you awaken as? A dragon blood warrior? A dragon language mage? But instead of celebrating, Lu Fan let out a sigh. Dragon Tamer. Silence. The entire area went still. Students and teachers alike froze, unable to process what they had just heard. Then, chaos erupted. The most worthless profession in history. The headmaster's booming voice echoed across the awakening platform. He wasn't the only one. Some students outright laughed, while others shook their heads in disbelief. A dragon tamer? The weakest hidden profession? What a joke. Later that day, the awakening ceremony was over, and Lu Fan wandered through the old town of Jianghai City. His system interface hovered beside him, displaying his status. Level 10. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Skill, tame dragons and dragon-like creatures. Net worth, 239 dragon coins. He sighed, not exactly rich. The reactions from earlier still replayed in his mind. No one had expected him to awaken a hidden profession, but instead of awe, he was met with ridicule. To them, a dragon tamer was useless. After all, dragons were the apex creatures of the world. Who could possibly tame one? Even with a rare awakening, his future seemed bleak. As he walked, he overheard a group of students still talking about his profession. I don't get it. If dragon tamer is one of the 3 major hidden professions, why is it considered so weak? Another student scoffed. It's simple. No one has ever successfully tamed a dragon. People go their entire lives without even seeing one. And even if they do, what can they do? Dragons aren't pets. They're absolute monsters. Back at the school, the headmaster had tried to console him. Even if it's not ideal, a hidden profession is still a hidden profession. With enough effort, maybe you can tame some subdragon species and grow stronger. But Lu Fan knew better. Without a real dragon, the dragon tamer profession was nothing. Subdragon species? They were just mutated beasts, nothing close to the real thing. And in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons had certainly appeared, but not a single dragon tamer had ever successfully tamed one. It was the harsh truth. No matter how strong a human became, compared to a dragon, they were nothing but ants. Taming one? An impossible dream. Lu Fan glanced at his system window. Every single skill was locked, all because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. A bitter chuckle escaped him. What kind of dragon tamer can't even tame a dragon? His thoughts drifted to his aunt. She had sacrificed so much to support his education, working tirelessly every day. He had hoped that, after awakening, he could finally make life easier for her. But now, he wasn't even sure if he could provide for himself, let alone change her life for the better. Lost in thought, he barely noticed his surroundings until he suddenly found himself standing in front of his house. He let out a deep breath, shaking off his gloom. No point in showing up looking miserable. Plastering on a forced smile, he pushed open the door. I'm home. Before he could even take another step, a blur of motion flew toward him. His aunt, Han Ku, practically tackled him in a tight hug. You're back, she beamed, squeezing him excitedly. Come on, tell me. How'd it go? What profession did you awaken? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. After all, today was supposed to be a huge turning point for him. Lu Fan hesitated. That familiar pang of disappointment hit him again. But before he could say a word, Han Ku gently patted his shoulder. Listen, she said, her voice soft. Even if you didn't awaken a combat profession, that's okay. Honestly, I'd be relieved. The thought of you running around fighting dangerous monsters every day scares me. But Lu Fan cut her off, raising his voice slightly. No, Aunt Ku, I did awaken a combat profession. She blinked in surprise. I'm a dragon tamer. The moment the words left his mouth, he braced himself for disappointment, maybe even pity. But instead, Han Ku's entire face lit up with joy. That's amazing, she cheered. A hidden profession. It doesn't matter if you haven't tamed a dragon yet. It just means you're already strong. Before he could even react, she hugged him again, squeezing him tightly. If you decide to go to college, I'll keep supporting you, she said. And if you don't wanna, you can always help me run the steam bun shop. Lu Fan felt a lump in his throat. The warmth in her voice, the unwavering faith she had in him. It was too much. She suddenly pulled away, hands on her hips. All right, enough sulking. Dinner's getting cold. Finally looking over at the table, Lu Fan was stunned. She had cooked a feast. There was no way he could eat all of this by himself. After dinner, Lu Fan collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts kept drifting back to Han Ku. She was only 26 years old, yet she had been working herself to the bone for years. He thought of the cuts and bruises on her hands, the exhaustion in her eyes that she never let him see. She deserved better. He needed to give her a better life. But how? Frustrated, he clenched his fists and slammed them against the bed. If only I had a dragon. His heart pounded. With a dragon tamer would actually mean something. But where was he even supposed to find one? Just when things are looking grim, Lu Fan receives a system notification, congratulating him on unlocking his first daily treasure map. He checks it out and can hardly believe his eyes. It's a divine level treasure map on day 1. Talk about insane luck. That's when it hits him. His system is called the Super Treasure Map System, yet he's only used the appraisal function during the awakening ceremony. He hasn't even explored the treasure map feature. Curious, he taps the icon, and a prompt appears, explaining the 4 treasure map tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. And here's the kicker. The system can merge 3 identical lower-level maps into a higher tier one. Another notification pops up, revealing that Lu Fan will receive a randomly graded and randomly located treasure map every day. Even better, as long as he reaches the designated location, the treasure will be directly tied to his profession. Wait, profession-based treasures? That means if he's lucky, he might actually find a dragon and become a true dragon tamer. This could be his ticket from the weakest to the strongest. If he plays his cards right, this system might be his one shot at changing his fate. And this divine level treasure map, it could be his golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Lu Fan clicks on the divine treasure map. A large regional map unfolds before him, pinpointing the treasure's location, Mount Sure Basin. It's not too far from Jianghai City, and if he catches the last suburban bus tonight, he'll arrive early in the morning. The next morning, Lu Fan's aunt wakes up, stretching as she shuffles into the kitchen. She flicks on the light and notices a note on the dining table. Curious, she peeks into Lu Fan's room. Empty. Meanwhile, a bus winds through the mountains. She picks up the letter, reading his words. He's heading to Mount Sure Basin for something that might be his only chance to change his destiny as a dragon tamer. He reassures her not to worry and promises to return soon. Back at Mount Sure Basin, Lu Fan steps off the bus, completely unaware that a few shady figures have been trailing him. He isn't focused on them. His mind is set on one goal. He's going to turn his life around. Not just for himself, but for his aunt. Surveying the outskirts, he sees nothing but barren terrain. Before he could take another step, someone bumps into his backpack. He spins around. A muscular man and a petite girl stand there, eyeing him closely. Lu Fan immediately tenses, gripping his weapon, ready for anything. Before he can react further, a weathered hand clamps onto his shoulder. He turns to see an old man with an eye patch staring at him. "Kid," the old man says with a smirk. "How about joining us?" Lu Fan quickly shrugs off the man's hand, making it clear he's not looking for companions. He's already wary. These people reek of dungeon robbers. The girl smirks, pulling out a knife. "You might want to rethink that," she suggests. The eye patch man chuckles, warning, the wilderness at night is no place to be alone. Lu Fan studies them carefully. Seasoned looters. They've probably been robbing and scavenging materials for a while now. To them, taking down someone as weak as him would be effortless. Not wanting trouble, he plays it smart. "I'm a summoner," he lies. "I don't need companions. I can summon elemental creatures if things get rough." That catches them off guard. The eye patch man nods, deciding it's best to leave him be. "A summoner? Huh? Then I guess you'll be fine on your own." The girl gives him a sly grin. "Hope we meet again, handsome." She winks and blows him a kiss before sauntering off. Lu Fan feels a bit flustered, but mostly relieved. Dungeon robbers? No thanks. The wilderness may be dangerous, but at least nature doesn't stab you in the back. That encounter only reinforces one thing. Without strength, survival is a gamble. He checks his system map and picks up the pace. Deeper into the wilderness, he spots a herd of power horn horses, level 8 creatures known for their raw strength. They graze peacefully, uninterested in their surroundings. Lu Fan knows better than to provoke them, so he carefully takes a detour. But even with the safer route, he still feels uneasy. His instincts were right. A short while later, he encounters a group of giant horned antelopes. He moves cautiously, keeping his distance, until his foot lands on something soft. A frog. It croaks loudly in pain. Oh. The antelopes snap their heads in his direction, clearly irritated. A moment later, they're charging straight at him. Heart pounding, Lu Fan bolts. He spots a flat patch of land to the side and dives for it. The impact sends him rolling across the dirt, but he dodges the stampede. Lying there, gasping for breath, he realizes something terrifying. He couldn't even handle a single antelope. If he stays weak, he might end up like that poor frog. Just then, a notification flashes before his eyes. You have arrived at the designated treasure location. He pushes himself up and looks ahead. Nestled between 2 massive rocks, a faint red glow flickers from behind them, just like on the map. Lu Fan steps forward, entering the cave-like opening. And then, he sees it. A massive pitch-black egg. Its shell is already beginning to crack. Could it be? A dragon egg. This could change everything. Lu Fan's system pops up with a notification. Black dragon egg detected. Level, unknown. The cracking sounds grow louder. The egg is about to hatch. But then, rustling in the tall grass behind him, Lu Fan's instincts scream at him. He grips his cleaver tightly. Things have been going too smoothly. Of course, a wild beast would show up. Without hesitation, he spins around and slashes at the approaching figure. A bloodthirsty gray fox. The fox catches his cleaver between its fangs, its blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger. With a vicious snarl, it lets out a chilling howl and lunges at him with full force. Lu Fan barely manages to deflect the attack, throwing the beast to the ground. He stumbles back, gasping for breath. He quickly activates his appraisal skill. Bloodthirsty Gray Fox. Abilities, Triple Claw Strike, Bloodthirst Recovery. Danger level, high. Lu Fan's eyes widen. This thing can strike 3 times in a row, cause bleeding, and heal itself by absorbing his blood. Glancing back, the dragon egg is about to hatch. He doesn't have time for this fight. If he can just hold out a little longer, maybe he can use his dragon taming ability once the dragon emerges. But the fox isn't waiting. It leaps at him. Instinct kicks in. Lu Fan raises his arm in defense. Too slow. Sharp claws rip through his sleeve, cutting into his skin. He can't let it activate Bloodthirst Recovery. The fox goes in for Triple Claw Strike. 1 down. 2 more to go. Lu Fan blocks the second strike with his cleaver. The third? He barely dodges, rolling to the side at the last second. Now's his chance. Gritting his teeth, he swings his cleaver with everything he has. The blade smashes into the fox's skull. Blood sprays across the cave floor. The creature twitches, then collapses. Panting heavily, Lu Fan yanks his cleaver free. He won. You have defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox. Gained 120 EXP. Yes, he did it. Relief washes over him. He's exhausted but victorious. He leans against a rock, catching his breath. Then laughter. His stomach drops. 3 shadows loom over him. He turns his head. It's them. The sketchy robbers from before. They clap, grinning. Not bad, kid. The eye patch man chuckles. Didn't think you had it in you. Lu Fan grips his cleaver tighter. He's not falling for this fake friendliness. Taking a defensive stance, he glares at them. Back off. I'm not interested in joining your little crew. The girl in the group chuckles, teasing him not to be so tense. She hints that they've already figured out his little lie about being a summoner. The guy with the eye patch chimes in, reminding Lu Fan that despite claiming to be a summoner, he never used any summoning abilities and still got hurt by a weak monster. Oh, busted. Realizing he's been exposed, Lu Fan tries to play it cool. He kicks the fox's body toward them and says, if it's the fox fur you want, take it and leave me alone. Eye patch guy laughs, picking it up. This? Barely worth 80 dragon coins, he scoffs. We're here for something much bigger. Wait, they're after the divine treasure too? Lu Fan's heart pounds. He glances back, and sure enough, the muscular guy and the girl have locked onto the dragon egg. Before he can react, the muscular guy rushes in, throwing a devastating punch. The impact sends Lu Fan flying, his cleaver slipping from his grasp as he crashes hard onto the ground, dazed. When his vision clears, the girl is already on top of him, blade pressed against his throat. Stay still, she warns, or you'll regret it. Eye patch guy smirks. You underestimated how good dungeon robbers are at sniffing out treasure. Meanwhile, the muscular guy calls out, hey, check this out. He stands over the dragon egg, grinning. Lu Fan watches in horror as his worst fear unfolds before his eyes. Eye patch guy's excitement spikes. Finish him off, he orders. The girl tilts her head, flashing Lu Fan a sly smile. Too bad. You're kind of good looking, she muses. But this is the end of the line. Not so fast. Just then, the dragon egg trembles, cracks spiderweb across its surface. Something inside stirs. A sudden explosion of energy. The egg shatters, sending debris flying. A massive shadow rises into the sky, looming over them. Everyone freezes, staring in disbelief. A dragon. Eye patch guy panics, hurling some kind of potion at it, but the dragon dodges with ease. The muscular guy, foolishly, tries to punch it. Bad move. The dragon's jaws snap open, and in a single fiery blast, he's reduced to ashes. The eye patch guy watches in horror as his partner is obliterated. His breath catches as the dragon turns its piercing gaze on him. He stumbles back, screaming for help, but the girl is just as terrified. Her grip on the knife weakens. Lu Fan seizes the moment, shoving her aside. You guys messed with the wrong person, he shouts. Without hesitation, he sprints toward the dragon. It eyes him, confused but not attacking. Lu Fan takes a deep breath and yells, "Dragon taming technique." A golden light flares from Lu Fan's hands, illuminating the dark scales of the dragon. Even the beast looks momentarily startled. As his fingers make contact, the girl stumbles back, her voice shaky. Who are you? Lu Fan turns to her with a smirk. Oh, now you're interested? He lets the moment linger before adding, I'm not just a summoner, I'm a dragon tamer. A system notification flashes before his eyes. Black Dragon Covenant has been tamed by Lu Fan. The dragon's newly unlocked skills appear. Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, Dragon's Inspiration. It immediately lunges toward the girl. Her confidence shatters in an instant. She throws up her hands, stammering, I didn't know it was a dragon egg. I swear. Please. Lu Fan remains unmoved. You had no problem preying on the weak, he says, his voice cold. Now, you can join your friends. With a single command, the dragon finishes the job. Once the dust settles, Lu Fan perches on a cliffside, tending to his wounds. His new companion rummages through his bag, sniffing curiously at the contents. Lu Fan picks up the dragon, marveling at the sheer luck of his situation. Holding it up, he chuckles. You're way too lively. Even fresh out of the egg, the dragon is already powerful. The thought sends excitement coursing through him. If you're this strong now, imagine how terrifying you'll be when you level up. He pulls the dragon into a hug, grinning. The title of Dragon Tamer won't be the weakest class for much longer. Then he pauses, tapping his chin. Now, what should I call you? He cycles through names, discarding them one by one. Little Coal Ball? No. Black Diamond? Too cringe. Just as he's lost in thought, the dragon suddenly licks his wounds. A crimson aura swirls around its body. Before he can react, its wings spread wide, glowing with energy. In an instant, its form shifts. The light fades, revealing a stunning girl with draconic wings and a long, elegant tail. Wait, what? Plot twist. Lu Fan stares, completely dumbfounded, as his newly hatched dragon transforms into a human. Yep, his dragon can shapeshift. The girl doesn't seem to understand human speech yet. She just tilts her head and nods along to whatever he says, like a clueless but adorable child. She flutters around excitedly while Lu Fan pulls up his status screen. The new skills he just unlocked? Absolutely insane. Dragon Taming. Allows him to tame dragon-type creatures. Obviously a game changer. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a dragon's claw, with strength based on his bonded dragon. Dragon Fang Strike. A devastating energy attack infused with draconic power. Dragon Inspiration temporarily boosts both his and his dragon's stats by 30%. Lu Fan can hardly believe it. His class just went from the weakest to potentially the strongest. And with a dragon girl by his side, things are about to get very interesting. Lu Fan soon discovers that the black dragon he just tamed isn't just any dragon. It's a legendary creature. As the realization sinks in, another shock follows. With the successful taming, all of his skills have been fully unlocked. His eyes widen as he scrolls through his status. His power has skyrocketed. Compared to others at his level, he could completely dominate them without breaking a sweat. Curious, he taps on the black dragon's profile, and a screen appears, displaying her stats. And let's just say, they're ridiculous. Strength, 342. Agility, 267. Spirit, 359. Endurance, 373. Absolutely overpowered. And her abilities? Even crazier. Mighty Jaw Assault. A brutal charge attack that rips into enemies, inflicting continuous bleeding damage. Lava Flame. A devastating flame breath that not only burns enemies over time, but also heals her simultaneously. Black Dragon Heritage. A game-breaking passive skill. It reduces all incoming damage by 50%, grants complete immunity to all debuffs, and increases her self-recovery by a whopping 500%. Bloodline Connection. An exclusive skill that gives Lu Fan a 10% boost to all attributes just by being bonded to her. Lu Fan is floored. This dragon hatchling is already insanely strong, and she's just at level 1. Even a human warrior 20 levels above him wouldn't stand a chance. Then he notices something even more shocking. Bloodline Connection directly doubles all of his own attributes. No wonder he suddenly feels invincible. It's not just the dragon that's powerful. His entire strength has skyrocketed because of their bond. His mind races. This is exactly what one of the 3 strongest hidden professions should feel like. No matter how impressive other secret classes might be, they can't compare to the sheer might of the dragon race. For years, people mocked dragon tamers as the weakest class, but they couldn't have been more wrong. As he's still processing everything, a soft crunch catches his attention. He turns to see the dragon girl happily munching on the eggshells she hatched from. Despite her human form, she still behaves just like a newborn dragon. That reminds him, he still hasn't given her a name. He thinks for a moment, then it hits him. Since she's a little black dragonborn, just before dawn, Xiao Yi. When he says it aloud, the dragon girl's eyes light up. A bright, joyful smile spreads across her face, and she nods enthusiastically. Lu Fan grins. So you like it, huh? Seeing how happy she is, he knows the risk was completely worth it. He ruffles her hair and asks, "Hungry?" Xiao Yi looks up at him, flashing that same adorable smile, before finishing off the last of the eggshells. Yep, this adventure is just getting started. Lu Fan pats Xiao Yi on the head and grins. All right, time to hunt. We can't head back on empty stomachs, can we? He stretches, feeling the excitement bubbling inside him. The entrance trial for the university is getting closer, and he knows countless students are out there sharpening their skills, hunting for opportunities. But with his recent power boost, the prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award, and a spot in the most elite institution in the Dragon Kingdom, are finally within reach. Still, he can't afford to be careless. Leveling up and mastering his abilities is his top priority for both him and Xiao Yi. With renewed determination, he takes off running, Xiao Yi following close behind, her eyes gleaming with excitement. We're heading deeper into Mount Shur Basin, Lu Fan tells her. I hear the monsters there taste way better than eggshells. As they push forward, a sudden noise stops them in their tracks. A pack of creatures is charging toward them at insane speeds. Lu Fan quickly pulls up his system interface. Plains hyenas. His eyes narrow as he scans their abilities. Rending Bite, a vicious attack that causes continuous bleeding damage. Putrefaction, a disease-inflicting debuff that weakens the target over time. And the good news? Each hyena drops canine teeth worth 95 dragon coins. Lu Fan clenches his fists. These beasts are way more dangerous than the bloodthirsty gray fox he fought earlier. And that fight? It left him bruised and battered. A direct confrontation could be risky. But before he can decide what to do, Xiao Yi launches herself into the air. A wild, almost mischievous grin spreads across her face. She's thrilled at the thought of a fight. Lu Fan chuckles, shaking his head. So, you want to take the lead this time? His hesitation fades, replaced by excitement. This is Mount Shur Basin. But for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon, there's nothing to fear. Both of them are grinning now as they charge toward the hyenas. Xiao Yi soars higher, her wings beating with raw power. The hyenas snarl and lunge, only for her to take a deep breath. A fiery glow spreads through her stomach. Boom! She unleashes lava flame. The scorching fire engulfs the hyenas, their howls of rage turning into shrieks of pain. Flames rage across the battlefield as Xiao Yi continues her relentless assault. Lu Fan watches as the system notifications flood in. Experience points keep rolling in. Lu Fan reaches level 11. Xiao Yi reaches level 3. Grinning, Lu Fan turns to his partner. All right, no need to waste time on these small fries. Let's move on. Xiao Yi nods, licking her lips. They set their sights on a shadowy den nestled within a mountain. Lu Fan's smile widens. A big guy's been waiting for us. As they step closer, the air turns heavy. Then, 3 sets of glowing eyes pierce through the darkness. A hulking beast steps forward, its massive form looming over them. 3 heads, each one radiating pure, killing intent. It's none other than the 3-headed blood lion, a level 25 elite beast. Lu Fan quickly scans its abilities. Roar temporarily boosts its attack and defense. Trample, a devastating area attack that crushes everything in range. Triple Flame, a deadly fire attack that deals 3 bursts of burning damage. Taking this beast down will reward them with 23,790 experience points and rare loot like Bloodlion's Tooth and Bloodlion Skin. Under normal circumstances, a level 25 elite boss would require an entire team of skilled monster hunters. But Lu Fan? He's a dragon tamer now. That changes everything. Xiao Yi, let's do this, he commands. The three-headed blood lion lets out a thunderous roar, boosting its stats before charging up triple flame. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. This skill takes time to charge. Xiao Yi, we're cutting that attack short. Flames swirl around Xiao Yi's body as she readies herself. Lu Fan grips his cleaver tighter. In perfect sync, they leap into action. Xiao Yi shifts back into her true dragon form, her claws igniting with power. Mighty Jaw Assault. She surges forward at blinding speed, biting down on one of the lion's heads while pinning the other two under her razor-sharp claws. System notification. Triple flame attack has been interrupted. Lu Fan grins. Perfect. Seizing the moment, he charges in. Dragon Fang Strike. Dragon aura surges through his weapon as he swings with full force, delivering a crushing blow. The three-headed blood lion collapses. As the dust settles, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi land back on the ground. She shifts back into her human form, stretching her arms with a satisfied look. Lu Fan checks his status. He's jumped to level 14, and Xiao Yi is already level 9. Then, a new system notification appears. Treasure map system activated. A daily treasure map has been added to his inventory. A sly grin spreads across Lu Fan's face. What kind of exclusive dragon tamer treasure is waiting for them? He turns to Xiao Yi. How about some treasure hunting? She nods excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Meanwhile, deep within Mount Shur Basin, another group is having a very different conversation. A blue-haired girl looks at her uncle, her brows furrowed. Uncle Sun Gu, are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? Sun Gu, a seasoned warrior, crosses his arms and sighs. We don't have a choice, he says. He explains that the fortuitous realm requires a 5-person team to activate. And unfortunately, they're 2 people short. Sun Gu sighs and suggests sending Miss Kai back to Jianghai City to bring reinforcements. But before he can finish, Miss Kai, a rogue, shakes her head. Even with my speed, a round trip would take a full day, she points out. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl, Qin Xiu, chimes in. Though her profession remains unknown for now, she explains, fortuitous realms appear randomly and offer far greater rewards than standard dungeons. But they only last for 24 hours, which means Sun Ji's plan is useless. Sun Gu tries to lighten the mood. Hey, if you get into one of the top 10 universities, you'll have plenty of chances to explore secret realms. But Qin Xiu isn't having it. They're so close to an incredible opportunity. There has to be another way. Just then, a rustling sound catches their attention. Sun Gu and Miss Kai instantly snap into battle mode, weapons at the ready. But instead of a monster, it's just some random young guy casually walking by. Lu Fan. Sun Gu eyes him, surprised to see someone so young wandering this deep into the mountains. Kid, this isn't a place for sightseeing. You should turn back before you get into trouble. But before he can say more, Qin Xiu steps forward. She introduces herself, explaining that they're from the Qin family in Jianghai City. Then, out of nowhere, she makes an offer. Would you be willing to join us temporarily? She asks. We'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins, just for entering the secret realm of chance with us. You won't have to lift a finger. Lu Fan stops mid-step. 100,000 dragon coins? His mind races. If the Qin family, the richest family in Jianghai City, is after this realm, then the rewards inside must be something truly special. Qin Xiu continues, clarifying that they just need him to meet the party size requirement. He won't have to do anything. Just step inside with them and collect his pay. The scene shifts slightly. Turns out, the group had already recruited a paladin, but was still 1 person short. Sun Gu, now walking toward the massive purplish portal leading to the secret realm of chance, turns back to Lu Fan. You coming or not? He asks. Opportunities like this don't come every day. Lu Fan smiles. Not interested in money, he replies casually. But I'll join on one condition. The group pauses, curious. I want a fair split, Lu Fan continues. Rewards should be distributed based on contribution. Sun Gu and the 2 women exchange surprised glances. Miss Kai quickly catches on. Wait, you're saying we split the rewards according to strength? Lu Fan nods. Exactly. Qin Xiu is a bit skeptical. Our team averages around level 20, and this guy looks even weaker than us. Is he just overly confident or completely reckless? She wonders. But since they desperately need a 5th member, she decides to go with it. She smiles, extends her hand, and says, all right, since you're interested in teaming up, let's make it official. And don't worry, the 100,000 dragon coins we promised are still yours as a token of good faith. Lu Fan shakes her hand, sealing the deal. With that settled, Qin Xiu is eager to move out, but Lu Fan has his own plans. He decides to keep his legendary dragon, Xiao Yi, hidden for now. Revealing her in front of strangers could cause unnecessary trouble. He feels bad for keeping her cooped up, but it's the safest choice. They step through the portal and arrive in the secret realm of chance. The moment they enter, Lu Fan notices the eerie atmosphere, withered trees, thick purple fog, and an unsettling silence. Noticing he has no visible equipment, he advises him to be careful. But Lu Fan has a surprise. With a confident smile, he raises his hand. Suddenly, flames surge around him, and a massive black machete with dragon-scale patterns materializes in his grip. A system notification flashes. It's an epic quality weapon with no level restriction, exclusive to Dragon Tamers and Dragon Blood Warriors. It boasts a skill called Dragon Blood Armor, which enhances dragon transformations, along with a plus 65 strength and plus 30 stamina boost. Lu Fan silently thanks the advanced treasure map he unlocked after slaying the three-headed blood lion. It allowed him to upgrade his basic machete into this legendary weapon. Lu Fan's display of power left the team stunned. Sun Ge couldn't hold back his curiosity and blurted out, "Are you sure you're just a material hunter? That weapon looks like something only top-tier players would have." But before he could press further, Miss Kai snapped at him. "Why do you care so much about a stranger?" she huffed. In her mind, if Lu Fan had any ulterior motives, she could deal with him easily. Just as tension was rising, an eerie movement interrupted them. Out of nowhere, a hand burst through the ground, grabbing at Sun Ge. A swarm of corrupt zombies emerged. Level 15 monsters with decent loot, 620 experience points, a corruption poison sac, and 256 dragon coins per kill. But these creatures were no pushovers. Their abilities were particularly nasty. Hug and bite. They latch onto their target, scratching and biting relentlessly. Corpse poison. Each attack inflicts poison damage over time. And the worst part? Anyone who dies from the poison transforms into a corrupt zombie themselves. Qin Xiu quickly warned Sun Ge to stay sharp as the undead horde crawled up from the ground, eager to attack. Jia Ge, the team's knight, wasted no time. With a shield raised, he stepped forward, expertly deflecting incoming strikes. A quick status check revealed their lineup. Jia Ge, level 20 knight, specializing in defense. Sun Ge, level 28 warrior, on the verge of his second profession change. Miss Kai, level 23 rogue, a swift and deadly fighter. Sun Ge and Miss Kai swiftly took their positions, striking down zombies with precise, coordinated attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly observed the battlefield, his system interface displaying everyone's stats and abilities. He noted that their formation was solid. Having a warrior, rogue, and knight hold the front lines was a smart move, especially with Sun Ji close to a profession upgrade. Then, Qin Xiu sprang into action. Raising her staff high, she began chanting. A golden aura surrounded her, lifting her slightly into the air. She was charging a powerful spell. With a final incantation, she unleashed Holy Light Star Rain. Star-like energy cascaded from the sky, engulfing the zombies in radiant destruction while simultaneously healing her teammates. The battlefield lit up with dazzling brilliance. Sun Ge and Miss Kai had to dodge to avoid getting caught in the holy barrage. The zombies? They had no such luck. The meteoric lights rained down, wiping them out completely, leaving nothing behind but an empty, silent battlefield. Qin Xiu turned to Lu Fan with a confident smile. "That's my profession," she said proudly. Turns out, Qin Xiu has a hidden class, Holy Light Mage, a rare hybrid profession that blends offensive magic with healing abilities. While her attacks aren't as strong as a pure mage, and her healing isn't as potent as a priest, her ability to do both at the same time makes her incredibly valuable in battle. Lu Fan was impressed. A system notification confirmed it. Qin Xiu was indeed a hidden professional. He thought to himself, another hidden profession? That's not something you see every day. He complimented her, pointing out how effective her holy magic was against the undead. But before they could enjoy their victory, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Lu Fan instantly knew what was coming: elite monsters. From the sheer weight of the approaching footsteps, this was going to be a real challenge. Then, a blood-red hand burst through the ground. A system alert appeared. Blood zombies, level 20 monsters. Defeat rewards. 8,140 experience points, a blood corpse poison sac, and 90 dragon coins. Abilities. Oh, blood-sucking bite. Deals damage while simultaneously healing the zombie. Oh, corpse poison. Inflicts continuous damage, just like before. Oh, blood fury. Temporarily increases strength and agility by 40%, making them even deadlier. The blood zombies emerged in full force, their twisted bodies radiating malice. Their goal was clear: total annihilation. Sun Ge didn't waste time. Miss Kai, keep Qin Xiu and Lu Fan safe. Jia Ge, you're with me. We can't let these rotting freaks break our formation. Jia Ge nodded, gripping his weapon tightly. Both charged forward, unleashing powerful attacks. Sun Ge activated Full Moon Slash, his blade slicing clean through a zombie's arm. Meanwhile, Jia Ge drove his sword deep into a zombie's chest, aiming for what should have been a critical strike. But then, something was off. The zombies didn't flinch. Instead, they let out eerie, raspy chuckles. Their wounds barely seemed to matter. Jia Ge tried to yank his sword free, but the zombie's body absorbed it like it was sinking into quicksand. Both warriors froze in shock as the creature's grins widened. Then, with a horrifying gurgle, the zombies began to grow, their bodies swelling as they activated corpse poison. A sickly aura spread through the air. The poison seeped into their skin, rapidly draining their health, while the zombies healed from their suffering. Jia Ji's eyes widened. What the hell? This isn't normal. Qin Xiu's expression turned grim. Corpse poison can only be dispelled by a priest's clarity. I can't remove it. The situation had taken a deadly turn. The zombies weren't just tanking their attacks. They were getting stronger. Jia Ji's arm was now trapped inside the zombie's expanding mass. The poison damage intensified, his health bar plummeting. Panic surged through him. Help me. I can't break free, he shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Jia Ge, drop your weapon. Now, Sun Ge barked. Jia Ge hesitated for only a second before releasing his grip. Sun Ge wasted no time. He grabbed him and yanked him away from the zombie's grasp. Miss Kai, cover us, he called. But Miss Kai had her hands full, dodging and slashing at zombies trying to close in on her. Just when things were looking grim, a calm voice cut through the chaos. Relax, Sun Ge. Don't trouble Miss Kai with this. Everyone turned. Lu Fan stepped forward, eyes glowing with a deep crimson hue. His epic machete rested effortlessly in his grip, radiating sheer confidence. He looked like he belonged on a battlefield, not just standing in the background. Sun Ge panicked. Lu Fan, get back. These things are dangerous. But Lu Fan didn't budge. His gaze was locked onto the enemy. Without a second thought, he surged forward, his legendary ink dragon machete bursting with golden flames. With one swift motion, he slashed straight through a zombie's throat. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Sun Ji's jaw nearly hit the ground. This so-called newbie had just one shot of blood zombie, like it was nothing. Still in shock, Sun Ge barely reacted when Lu Fan casually handed him back his weapon. Don't lose your momentum. Keep going, he said with an easy smile. Sun Ge snapped out of it. Wait, what level are you? This guy was way too strong to be some regular material hunter. But they had no time to argue. Jia Ge was still badly injured, his health bar dropping fast. Qin Xiu rushed over, pouring healing energy into him. Stay with me, Jia Ge, she urged. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, his dragon aura faintly glowing, finally answered Sun Ji's question. I'm just a normal level 14 student, he said casually. Sun Ge wasn't buying it. Yeah, right. A level 14 dealing more damage than a level 28? That was insane. Qin Xiu overheard and froze for a moment. Wait, he's my age? She couldn't believe a student could be this strong. But before she could process the revelation, danger struck again. A blood zombie crept up behind her, its twisted grin widening as it prepared to attack. Miss Kai spotted it first. Qin Xiu, behind you, she yelled, already moving to intercept. But Lu Fan was faster. In a blink, he dashed past Miss Kai, slamming the zombie into a wall before obliterating it with a single slash of his machete. Lu Fan yanked his machete free from the fallen zombie and turned to the group. These things are only going to get tougher. Let me take the front line. Are you all good with that? Sun Ge hesitated, letting a supposed level 14 student handle the front line. That was risky, but Qin Xiu had a different reaction. She had heard whispers in Jianghai City about a hidden class dragon Tamer, an unknown figure with overwhelming power. Could Lu Fan be him? She smiled and nodded. All right, we'll count on you. With Lu Fan and Sun Gu leading the charge, she focused on healing Jia Gu while Miss Kai held the rear. As they continued, Lu Fan finally introduced himself. The moment his name left his lips, realization dawned on the group. He was the rumored Dragon Tamer. But one question still nagged at Qin Xiao. How could a Dragon Tamer, supposedly one of the weakest classes, be this powerful? The battle raged on as they pushed toward the center of the village, cutting down wave after wave of blood zombies. Lu Fan, deep in thought, analyzed their situation. Qin Xiao's magic couldn't dispel corpse poison, and the teleportation gate wouldn't activate until they defeated the secret realm guardian. Time was running out. If they delayed any longer, Jia Ge would die and turn into one of them. Miss Kai voiced what they were all thinking. Why haven't we seen the guardian yet? Just then, Jia Ge, barely clinging to consciousness, spotted movement behind Sun Ge. With his last bit of strength, he forced out a warning. Behind you! Sun Ge barely turned in time. And then, Jia Ge collapsed. Qin Xiao rushed to his side, desperately channeling healing energy. Stay with me, Jia Ge. Before anyone could react further, a blinding red beam shot up from a pile of debris. The air turned heavy. A monstrous figure emerged, a grotesque iron-skinned zombie with multiple heads and a single, pulsating red eye. And it was charging at them at terrifying speed. Miss Kai gasped. That's the secret realm guardian. A system notification popped up. Iron Skin Zombie, level 20 boss. Defeat rewards. 13,720 experience points, 40 dragon coins. Abilities. O Corpse Poison. Inflicts continuous damage. O Assimilation Absorption. Absorbs poison targets to restore its HP. O Steel Skin. Increases defense and endurance by 40%. Lu Fan immediately pieced it together. Jia Ji's worsening corpse poison had lured the guardian straight to them. His expression hardened. We have to take it down before it absorbs Jia Ge. Sun Ge didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, unleashing Moonlight Slash. But when his sword struck the monster, the blade barely left a scratch. Lu Fan was already moving. His dragon aura ignited, surging around him as he plunged his ink dragon machete into the zombie's glowing red eye. Nothing. The monster barely flinched. Its steel skin was making it nearly invincible. Lu Fan knew he needed more power, fast. His eyes flicked to his status window, locking onto dragon blood armor, a skill that would partially transform him into a dragon. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie was closing in on Jia Ge, preparing to use assimilation absorption. If it succeeded, Jia Ge was as good as gone. At that moment, Lu Fan made his move. Qin Xiao, coordinate your holy spells with me, he shouted. He activated dragon blood armor, his body surging with power as his right hand morphed into a massive dragon claw. Sun Ge, Miss Kai, protect Jia Ge at all costs. Qin Xiao nodded, lifting her staff as divine energy gathered around her. With Lu Fan fully transformed and Qin Xiao ready to unleash Holy Starlight Rain, they charged together at the iron-skinned zombie. The monstrous guardian lunged forward at terrifying speed, screeching about its hunger for fresh blood and flesh. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air, ready to strike down this seemingly unstoppable creature. Then, something unexpected happened. The iron-skinned zombie's flesh began peeling away, bit by bit, its massive body disintegrating before their eyes. What the hell? Sun Ge muttered. Miss Kai's eyes widened in realization. It's shedding its skin to move even faster. Sun Ji's mind raced. Wait, that means this thing doesn't actually need its iron skin to survive. It's just a shell. Lu Fan immediately caught on. If that iron body isn't the real iron skin zombie, then the true body is hiding inside. Sun Ge was blown away by how fast Lu Fan put the pieces together. In all his years serving the Qin family, he had never seen anyone think and react this quickly. This guy, he muttered, watching in awe. His talent is unreal. Then, the real head of the zombie was revealed. Lu Fan, Qin Xiao called out. That was all he needed. He launched forward, faster than lightning, his dragon claw blazing with power. With a mighty leap, he punched straight through the zombie's crimson red eye, his dragon energy erupting in fiery destruction. The iron-skinned zombie let out a final, blood-curdling scream as flames consumed its true form, burning it to ashes. And just like that, it was over. Lu Fan landed gracefully, his transformation fading as he retrieved his legendary black machete. the battlefield fell silent. Everyone was in shock. They had just witnessed a freshman, a supposed level 14 dragon tamer, single-handedly defeat the guardian of the secret realm of chance. Even Qinxiu was shaken. She had never seen a skill powerful enough to take down a level 20 boss so effortlessly. Who exactly is Lu Fan? She wondered. As the smoke settled, something caught their eye, a silver treasure chest, the loot from the iron-skinned zombie. Qinxiu sighed, turning to Lu Fan. We'll honor our agreement and divide the rewards fairly, she assured him. Then, with a small bow of her head, she added, and I apologize. We underestimated you. We didn't realize just how strong you were. Sun Ge grinned. Honestly, Lu Fan, I feel like you didn't even need us. You could have cleared this secret realm solo. Lu Fan chuckled, shaking his head. I appreciate it, but we fought together. Qinxiu, you should distribute the rewards. With that, Qinxiu opened the silver chest. What they found inside, not what they expected. The chest contained strength potions, normal quality, increases strength by 2 points when consumed. Antidote potions, rare quality, completely removes corpse poison. Morning bracelet, excellent quality, requires level 10 to equip, adds plus 16 strength and plus 17 endurance. Miss Kai frowned. That's it? This is way too underwhelming for a secret realm boss. Even Sun Ge was puzzled. Something's off. We just took down the guardian of the secret realm, and this is all we get. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. Yeah, something doesn't add up. Despite the strange feeling, Qinxiu handed an antidote potion to Sun Ge. Give this to Jia Ge. He needs to get rid of the poison. After dividing the loot, she turned to Lu Fan, smiling. You should take the morning bracelet. You earned it. And take some potions too. Lu Fan accepted the rewards with a nod, impressed by the fairness and discipline of the Qin family. Sun Ge quickly helped Jia Ge drink the antidote potion, hoping it would cure him before it was too late. But something still felt wrong. Qinxiu scanned the area, frowning. We defeated the boss, but the portal to exit the secret realm still hasn't appeared. Weird, right? Meanwhile, Lu Fan was fastening his morning bracelet when a sudden chill ran down his spine. He turned, sensing something ominous approaching. Miss Kai spoke up. Maybe we should start searching for the portal. But before she could finish, Lu Fan's voice cut through the air like a blade. Everyone stay put. Lu Fan checks his system and realizes something's off. The blood zombies and the iron-skinned zombie are down, but the real boss hasn't shown up yet. There's still something lurking. Sun Ge frowns. How do you even know that? Before Lu Fan can answer, Qinxiu steps in. As a holy light mage, she can feel a deep, eerie darkness nearby. That can't be good. They make their way toward the lakeside of Morning Village, and the place is downright unsettling. The air is thick with decay, the water reeks, and the whole area feels cursed. If Qinxiu says something's here, they better check it out. Maybe they missed a spot earlier. As they approach the murky water, something stirs beneath the surface. Then they see it, a massive creature covered in writhing tentacles, each lined with glaring crimson eyes. It's furious, probably because they've been taking out its minions. Lu Fan's instincts scream danger. Before anyone can react, the ground erupts with tentacles, forcing the team to dodge in a panic. Even the system can't identify what this thing is, let alone its level. Sun Ge exhales sharply. Yeah, this is definitely the real final boss. They try to evade the monstrous limbs. Sun Ge swings his crimson sword, aiming to cut through, but the creature retaliates with crushing force, sending him flying. Their strongest fighter is already down. Bad news. Then, the tentacles lunge at Qinxiu. She barely has time to react before they close in, too fast to escape. At the last second, Lu Fan rushes in, grabbing her just in time. She flushes from the unexpected save, but there's no time to dwell on it. Another strike sends them both crashing to the ground. The rest of the team rushes over. Miss Kai checks on Qinxiu, while Lu Fan shakes off the impact like it's nothing. Suddenly, a sinister purple aura rises from the water. Miss Kai goes rigid, fear gripping her. They all turn to see the full horror emerging from the lake. A towering monstrosity of tangled tentacles looms over them. But at its center is something even more disturbing, a woman with long, flowing hair and chained hands. Her eyes burn with pure hatred as she glares at them. The real fight is just beginning. Meet the Grieving Spectre, a level 25 boss and the true ruler of the secret realm. Her stats are insane. Strength at 27, agility at 183, spirit at 50, and stamina at a whopping 266. Yeah, this is bad news. To make things worse, she's surrounded by a corpse aura that constantly drains the attributes of everything in the realm by 20%. A non-stop debuff? That's brutal. And her abilities? Absolutely terrifying. Chain Whip delivers devastating damage on impact. Resentment Explosion releases built-up hatred, knocking back enemies and infecting them with corpse poison. Now, standing tall above the team, the grieving specter looms over them, her bound hands weighed down by heavy chains while her massive tentacles hold her up. Her piercing gaze locks on Sun Gu and the others. Miss Kai is frozen in shock. This is the real boss of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jaga finally regains consciousness and immediately wants to jump back into battle. But Sun Gu stops him. I'll handle this. You need to rest until you're fully recovered. Jaga protests, but Sun Gu shuts him down. Don't push yourself. You just got your energy back. But in that moment, Sun Gu doesn't realize a tentacle is about to crash down on him. At the last second, he looks up and barely manages to block it with his sword. Close call. Lu Fan instantly reacts. He grips his legendary black machete and charges straight at the boss. He knows Sun Gu and Jia Gu are running on fumes. It's up to him to end this fight. Then, Lu Fan spots it. The true source of the Grieving Specter's power. Her original body is still intact, controlling the tentacles. If she's still a zombie, there's only one way to take her down. Without hesitation, he leaps toward her, but the boss isn't going down easy. Her face contorts into something unnatural, her mouth twists in an eerie way, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream. Suddenly, corpse chi envelopment activates, blanketing the battlefield in a sinister aura. All creatures in the realm suffer a 20% stat reduction. Not good. Lu Fan feels the debuff, but he refuses to slow down. He dodges incoming tentacle strikes, sprints up one of the heavy chains shackling the boss, and races toward her true form. Even the Grieving Specter seems stunned by his bold move. Qin Xiu yells, Lu Fan, watch out for the iron shackles. Before he can react, the boss swings her chains from the depths of the sunken lake, launching her chain lash attack. The massive chains tear through the battlefield, dealing devastating damage. Lu Fan loses his footing on the chain, his balance slipping, but he tightens his grip on his machete. The boss, now completely enraged, lets out a furious shriek. Her chains whip through the air in a relentless assault, determined to wipe out the entire group. Sun Gu leaps in, blocking one of the deadly chains and shouting, Qin Xiu, watch out. Miss Kai and Jia Gu scramble to defend themselves, but Jia Ji's shield shatters with just one hit. The situation is getting worse by the second. Despite the chaos, Lu Fan refuses to back down. His focus is locked on reaching the boss's main body. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he spots a massive tentacle slicing through the air, heading straight for Sun Gu and the others. The boss sneers, her voice dripping with malice. Keep resisting, and your entire team will perish. Lu Fan's frustration boils over. Everyone move now, he roars. Summoning every ounce of strength, he channels his dragon energy, preparing to unleash his dragon strike once more. The devastating attack lands, wounding the Grieving Specter, but she's far from defeated. Now, she's lashing out wildly, her chains becoming a whirlwind of destruction. The team is barely hanging on. Lu Fan knows he needs more power. Without hesitation, he activates Dragon Blood Transformation, his arm morphing into a dragon's claw, pulsing with raw energy. With this surge of strength, he tears through the chains, freeing himself and breaking the boss's grip on the others. He lands on the ground, panting but victorious over her latest assault. Sun Gu watches in awe before shaking his head. This boss is too much for us right now. We need to fall back and regroup. Even Qin Xiu looks shaken. Lu Fan, we're all in bad shape. If we don't leave now, we might not make it out of here. The Grieving Specter is still glaring daggers at them, preparing another devastating strike. But Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He turns to the group. Head back to the village. We've already cleared out the zombies there. Sun Gu, Miss Kai, make sure everyone gets out safely. Qin Xiu's eyes widen with concern. You're staying here? Alone? Lu Fan simply smirks. I'll handle the boss. Don't worry about me. Miss Kai gives a firm nod, realizing they don't have much choice. We have to go. She places a reassuring hand on Qin Xiu's shoulder, urging her to come along. Qin Xiu hesitates, her worry evident. But deep down, she knows Lu Fan won't change his mind. With one last reluctant glance at him, she turns and follows the others to safety. Now things are about to get wild. Lu Fan raises his hand, and in an instant, flames ignite across the battlefield. A swirling portal rips open before him. He knows the team wouldn't stand a chance against the boss, even without the 20% debuff. Instead of risking their lives, he decides to call in some serious backup. The grieving specter boss glares at him, her rage boiling over. But even she has no idea what's coming next. Lu Fan smirks. Xiao Yi, let's have some fun. Boom! From the portal, a massive figure emerges. His legendary black dragon, Xiao Yi. Without wasting a second, she lunges forward, sinking her powerful jaws into the boss's writhing tentacles. The entire team is stunned into silence. Did Lu Fan just summon a dragon? And not just any dragon. Xiao Yi is even bigger than when they last saw her. With razor-sharp claws and enormous wings, she effortlessly parries every tentacle strike thrown her way. Lu Fan hadn't planned on revealing Xiao Yi to the group just yet, but against an enemy like this, he had no choice. And Xiao Yi, ever the loyal companion, follows his lead without hesitation. She launches into giant assault, surging forward at breakneck speed, her fangs tearing into the boss's flesh. The damage is brutal, deep wounds open, and thick black blood spills into the air. The grieving specter boss lets out a blood-curdling shriek, her attacks turning frantic and desperate. But Xiao isn't done. With one final, devastating move, she rips apart the chains binding the boss, sending her plummeting back into the abyss. And just like that, the hidden ruler of the realm of chance is defeated. Sun Gu stands frozen, his brain struggling to process what just happened. Lu Fan just took down that monster in 2 hits. The sheer power he just witnessed is both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Jiagu, still reeling, whispers, I never thought I'd see a real dragon, let alone watch one in battle. The whole team is stuck somewhere between shock, fear, and admiration. Dragons were always considered harbingers of doom, yet here they are, still standing. That's when it all clicks for Qin Xiao. The whispers about a mysterious dragon tamer in Jianghai City, the one everyone dismissed as a failure, it's all been about Lu Fan. And after what she just saw, there's nothing worthless about him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan simply pats Xiao Yi's scales with a smile. Nice work. Then, the scene shifts 3 centuries into the past. The tragic origins of the grieving specter boss unfold before us. She once lived in a peaceful city, protected by the church and untouched by outside threats. Life was simple, blissful, until the plague came, and everything fell apart. Her grandfather was the first to fall ill, and soon, bodies began piling up by the lake, outpacing the town's ability to bury them. Desperate to save her people, she turned to forbidden magic, hoping to find a cure. But instead of being hailed as a savior, she was branded a dark witch. Her newfound abilities allowed the grieving to speak with their lost loved ones, offering them one final goodbye. But no matter what she tried, she couldn't stop the dying. Then, one fateful day, the church father arrived, flanked by 2 knights with iron chains. They accused her of causing the plague and ordered her arrest. She stood there, bewildered. Why were they punishing her? All she had done was help people find peace. But the knights didn't care. They shackled her wrists and dragged her to the lake's edge. With cold, unwavering resolve, they cast her into the water. The heavy chains pulled her deeper and deeper. As the icy darkness swallowed her whole, her last thoughts weren't of anger or vengeance, just confusion. Why was she condemned for trying to save them? Back in the present, Lu Fan approaches Xiao Yi, resting a hand on her scales. His expression is calm, but his thoughts are racing. Sun Gu and the others remain stunned, still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer power of the black dragon standing before them. Sun Gu finally exhales. With Xiao Yi on our side, we can leave this place now. But Lu Fan doesn't move. His gaze lingers on the lake, where bubbles are beginning to rise. The portal hasn't appeared. Something's wrong. The fight isn't over, he murmurs. The bubbling intensifies, a disturbance stirring from the lake's depths. Then, without warning, the boss's silhouette emerges. Moments later, she bursts from the water, launching herself into the sky. Lu Fan and Xiao instinctively crane their necks, eyes widening. This was unexpected. The boss is now suspended midair, swirling torrents of water spiraling around her. Her arms extend outward, and a suffocating pressure fills the battlefield. Sun Gu reacts immediately, unsheathing his sword. The rest of the team follows suit, bracing themselves for whatever comes next. Xiao Yi, sensing the shift in power, spreads her wings, shielding the group from potential attacks. Then, the water surges upward, taking shape. A colossal woman, formed entirely from the lake itself, looms over them, her gaze burning with pure hatred. A status window flashes before them. Grieving Spectre Boss, second stage. Her level is still 25, but her difficulty has skyrocketed from challenging to hard nightmarish. Her stats have undergone a terrifying transformation. Strength, 271, 286. Agility, 183, 249. Spirit, 150, 435. Endurance, 266, 399. The boss has unleashed a terrifying new arsenal of abilities. 1. Lamentation Impact. A curse of pure resentment that has a chance to instantly kill its target. Even if it doesn't, it deals devastating damage and inflicts brutal effects like poison, bleeding, and stun. 2. Deep Aquatic Pressure. She manipulates water from the lake, forming inescapable prisons for her enemies. 3. Body of Resentments. All physical damage is completely nullified. Swords, arrows, even direct attacks, useless. 4. Will of Resentment. She detonates an explosion of resentment, reviving all the corpses within the secret realm. Sun Ji's grip tightens on his sword, his expression grim. Jiagu and Qin Qiu exchange anxious glances, their fear palpable. Miss Kai pulls out her dagger, her hands trembling. She's moving in her next phase, she warns. The boss erupts in rage, her hands stretching toward the sky. In an instant, she unleashes deep aquatic pressure, summoning a towering water entity that hurls enormous orbs of water straight at them. Just before impact, Xiao Yi spreads her wings and activates Restriction, a powerful immunity skill. The system window flashes before Lu Fan's eyes. Black Dragon Lineage skill activated. Reduces all incoming damage by 50%. Grants complete immunity to all harmful effects. Increases self-healing by 500%. Overpowered, doesn't even begin to describe it. One of the boss's water orbs slams into the ground near Miss Kai. She reacts instantly, leaping away from the blast, but the water surges toward her, wrapping around her like a living cage. Qin Qiu watches in horror as Miss Kai is trapped inside a watery prison. She immediately tries to cut through the water with her dagger, but no matter how hard she and Sun Gu strike, their attacks pass right through. The boss has activated Body of Resentments. Physical attacks are now completely useless. Minutes pass. Their attempts remain futile. Miss Kai exhales sharply, finally giving up. She closes her eyes and murmurs an apology to Qin Qiu, convinced that her fate is sealed. Qin Qiu's expression tightens. She steps closer, locking eyes with Miss Kai. If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. Her voice trembles as she sinks to her knees, clutching her magic staff. I was the one who pushed for this. I insisted we come here, and now we're trapped. There's no way out. Lu Fan, standing a few feet away, crosses his arms and sighs. Are you really going to give up after making it this far? Before Qin Qiu can respond, another water sphere crashes down near Sun Gu, and in seconds he's trapped too. Qin Qiu meets Lu Fan's gaze, despair clear in her eyes. I'm the only magic user in our group, and my spells aren't strong enough to take her down. Sun Gu grips his sword tightly, scanning the battlefield before turning to the group. Guys, the boss is immune to physical attacks. Well, they're basically sitting ducks here. He glances at Lu Fan. Can you hit her with magic? Before Lu Fan can respond, the boss launches Lamentation Impact. The massive water entity stretches out an arm, aiming straight for him. Xiao Yi reacts instantly, throwing up a wing to shield Lu Fan. Her sharp gaze practically screams, "Stay alert." Lu Fan shakes his head. Sorry, I can't use magic against her. As the deadly attack hurtles toward them, Xiao Yi exhales sharply, redirecting the force. A system notification appears. Black Dragon's immunity activated. Negated instant death, corpse poison, bleeding, and stun effects. Pretty convenient. With a calm expression, Lu Fan slips his hands into his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Another system message pops up, confirming that his Black Dragon lineage has not only reduced all incoming damage, but also boosted self-healing by 500%. Sun Gu sighs. So if you can't use magic, what do we do? Lu Fan chuckles. Well, I can't, but my dragon can. Silence. The entire team stares in disbelief. Miss Kai stammers. You're a dragon tamer? Suddenly, the gap between Lu Fan and the boss doesn't seem so overwhelming. Before they can process it further, the boss lunges at Lu Fan again, trying to catch him off guard. But he's ready. He clenches his fist, and flames flicker to life in his palm. His gaze meets the boss's, burning with confidence. Don't worry, he reassures Miss Kai. A dragon's attributes are in a whole different league. The boss raises her watery arm again, unleashing lamentation impact once more. The attack slams into Xiao Yi, but another system window appears, confirming full immunity. Then, a fiery aura erupts around Lu Fan. Dragon inspiration activated. Both he and Xiao Yi are empowered, their stats skyrocketing. Strength, 968, 1,258. Agility, 767, 997. Spirit, 959, 1,246. Endurance, 976, 1,268. Lu Fan raises a hand, pointing straight at the boss. Xiao Yi, let's end this. Use lava blaze. With a deafening roar, Xiao Yi unleashes a raging inferno. Flames engulf the boss, her watery form hissing and evaporating as the fire consumes her. The lava blaze attack doesn't just deal continuous damage, it also heals Xiao Yi with every second. A perfect counter. The sky burns red with swirling flames as the boss's form starts breaking apart. At the lake's edge, Qin Xiu stands frozen, speechless. Jiage joins her, both of them watching in awe as the legendary black dragon burns the nightmare away. As Xiao Yi's flames intensify, the scorching heat causes the watery prisons trapping Miss Kai and Sun Gu to evaporate. Miss Kai stumbles forward, stunned into silence. Sun Gu, still catching his breath, looks up at the raging inferno and mutters, "This power, it's absolute devastation." Moments later, the boss's form begins to rupture from within. The overwhelming heat builds to a breaking point until she detonates, sending a wave of flames surging outward. In one final, desperate act, the boss activates Will of Resentment, attempting to revive all the corpses in the secret realm. But it's too late. Her colossal form collapses into a swirling purple haze, her energy dissolving completely. In her place, a portal shimmers into existence, and a treasure chest materializes on the ground. Xiao Yi, now in her human form, floats effortlessly above the battlefield, a satisfied smirk on her face. A system notification flashes. Black Dragon Realm level up. Details remain locked. Lu Fan clasps his hands together, grinning up at her. Nice work, Xiao Yi. A second system message appears. Lu Fan's level increased by 5. Not bad. Thick smoke lingers in the aftermath of the explosion. Qin Xiu rushes over to check on Miss Kai, while Sun Gu gestures toward the portal. It's over, he announces. Jiage, coughing from the haze, asks, "Is everyone all right?" Then, a sound breaks through the silence. The group turns to see zombies reanimating. One last curse from the boss before her demise. They lurch forward, advancing toward them. Sun Gu looks up, about to react, but then his breath catches. Xiao Yi moves instantly. She ascends high above the battlefield, activating lava blaze once more. Flames rain down in torrents, engulfing the resurrected corpses. The zombies don't even stand a chance. They disintegrate the moment the fire touches them. Sun Gu stares in awe. That's the dragon? Qin Xiu nods, just as amazed. She's wiping them out effortlessly, those same zombies that gave us so much trouble before. Lu Fan approaches with a smirk. Yep, that's Xiao Yi, the black dragon. He claps a hand on Sun Ji's shoulder. No need to be tense. Xiao Yi's got it handled. Then, turning toward the chest, he adds, "Let's wrap things up. Once we divide the loot, we'll head out." He steps toward the treasure, a grin playing on his lips. "According to the rules, I get first pick. Any objections?" Qin Xiu shakes her head, smiling. "None at all." With that, Lu Fan reaches for the chest and lifts the lid. A golden glow spills out, illuminating his face. His smile widens as he takes in the treasure within. Qin Xiu, gripping her staff, watches eagerly. The rest of the team leans in, anticipation building, waiting to see what Lu Fan has just uncovered. Inside the chest lies an array of impressive items. 1. Holy Light Staff, a top-tier weapon requiring level 10, boasting 32 spirit and 19 stamina points. Its special ability, Holy Light Seal, allows the wielder to bind a target with light, with the duration depending on their spirit attributes. 2. Twilight Robe, another high-quality item with 35 spirit and 15 stamina points, also for level 10 users. Its skill, Light Flow, generates a protective light barrier, its strength scaling with the user's spirit. 3. Ring of Morning, a rare ring requiring level 15, granting 57 spirit, 21 stamina, and 12 strength points. It possesses Morning Aura, which marks a target with an energy that accumulates resentment from attacks, leading to negative effects like poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness once it builds up. 4. Job Transfer Scroll, a rare consumable that provides a chance for a regular profession to transition into a hidden one of the same type. Without hesitation, Lu Fan reaches for the Job Transfer Scroll. As he lifts it, a surge of blue energy radiates from his body, and a system notification confirms his successful acquisition. Qin Xiu steps forward, assuring him that he doesn't have to share. The loot rightfully belongs to him. But Lu Fan smiles and reassures her that he's not trying to be overly generous. Since the gear primarily boosts spirit attributes, it's better suited for her. The scroll is all he truly needs. Her expression softens as she glances at the remaining items. If not for Lu Fan, they might not have made it out alive. After a brief hesitation, she picks up the Ring of Morning and offers it to him, urging him to accept it. Lu Fan takes the ring without a second thought, closing his eyes momentarily as he holds it. Qin Xiu, still gripping her staff, suddenly finds herself blushing as she looks into his eyes. He's full of surprises, and she can't help but wonder what else he's hiding. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi playfully teases Jia Ge, while Uncle Sun Ge silently observes Lu Fan, intrigued by his character. Miss Kai soon approaches, smiling at Qin Xiu as she reminds her that it's time to prepare for their return. Later that night, Lu Fan makes his way back to his Aunt Han Ku's bun shop. The moment she sees him, she rushes over and pulls him into a tight embrace, her relief evident. She tells him how worried she's been, especially with all the dangers he's been facing lately. Lu Fan is caught off guard but touched by her concern. Gently, he asks what's wrong and suggests she let go since his clothes are still dirty from his journey. But Han Ku just holds on tighter, saying she doesn't care. What matters is that he's back safe. She confesses that when he left without telling her, she was terrified he might never return. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Fan apologizes for leaving without a word and promises not to make her worry like that again. He wipes away her tears and reassures her that everything is fine now. Han Ku finally smiles, then notices Xiao Yi sitting nearby. She reaches over and strokes the girl's head, and Xiao Yi closes her eyes, happily leaning into the touch. Han Ku laughs, mentioning how shocked she was when she first met Xiao Yi. Who would have thought such an adorable girl was actually a powerful dragon? Lu Fan chuckles at that. Han Ku then looks at Xiao Yi and asks if she's hungry, noting that she might not have eaten enough recently. Xiao Yi eagerly nods. She could definitely use a meal. As they chat, Lu Fan takes out the job transfer scroll and hands it to Han Ku. He explains that he specifically chose this for her from the dungeon, telling her that if she uses it to switch to a hidden profession, she won't have to run the bun shop anymore. Han Ku is stunned. She shakes her head, saying she can't accept such a valuable item. Instead, she suggests he sell it and use the money to upgrade his equipment for his upcoming exam. Before she can continue, Lu Fan pulls out his phone and shows her his bank balance. With a confident grin, he assures her that he no longer lacks money or gear. Han Ku's eyes widen in shock. Lu Fan explains that he sold a large number of materials from his adventure, and on top of that, Qin Xiu has promised him a 100,000 dragon coin reward. He tells her there's no need to worry about money anymore. Hearing his words, Han Ku's face lights up with joy, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Overwhelmed, she wipes away a happy tear as Lu Fan urges her to use the scroll right away. With a grateful smile, she finally agrees, accepting the scroll from him. As Han Ku unfurled the scroll, it emitted a dazzling light. A surge of blue energy surrounded her, making her hair and dress float as if gravity no longer applied. She gasped, caught between surprise and excitement as the scroll's power took hold. Slowly, the parchment dissolved into shimmering particles, and she gently lifted off the ground, absorbing its energy. Lu Fan squinted against the brightness, shielding his eyes as he looked up at her. Did it work? He called out. Encased in the glowing blue aura, Han Ku turned to him with a smile. Yes, I did it. I become an enchantment chef. Lu Fan's eyes widened in amazement. Enchantment chef? What kind of profession is that? Still floating slightly, Han Ku explained, I've gained a skill called enchantment cooking. I can now prepare food that grants buffs. Lu Fan grinned. Your cooking was already amazing. Now with added effects? That's going to be insane. She chuckled, waving off his compliment. You're just saying that to make me happy. Before Lu Fan could respond, he suddenly realized something. Wait, where's Xiao Yi? They both turned toward the kitchen, only to find absolute chaos. Xiao Yi had snuck inside while they were talking and devoured everything in sight. Stacks of buns? Gone. Soup? Finished. Even the side dishes were nowhere to be found. And there she was, curled up on the floor, fast asleep with a satisfied expression. Lu Fan sighed, shaking his head. Classic Xiao. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, late into the night, Qin Xiu sat in her father's study, facing Qin Shanhai, the head of the Qin family. He sat comfortably in his office chair, slowly swirling a glass of champagne. So it's true, he mused. A dragon tamer named Lu Fan summoned a powerful black dragon to save your team. Qin Xiu lowered her gaze. Yes, she admitted. I was too stubborn and nearly got us all killed. She clenched her fists, recalling the battle. I always thought I was strong, but compared to him, the gap between us is like a firefly trying to compete with the moon. Qin Shanhai leaned back, his sharp eyes fixed on the night sky beyond the window. Have you told anyone else about this dragon? She shook her head firmly. No, I promised Lu Fan that our family wouldn't reveal anything. Her father finally turned his gaze back to her, a small smirk forming. Good. You're smart enough to understand what would happen if word got out. Dragons are the most coveted creatures in the world. If people knew, Lu Fan's life would become far more dangerous. Qin Xiu tensed slightly. Father, you wouldn't tell anyone, right? Qin Shanhai let out a hearty laugh. Relax. I'm not that kind of man. He took another sip of his drink, then looked at her with interest. But that does bring up a question. How do you plan to repay Lu Fan for what he's done? Qin Xiu let out a small breath of relief before explaining that she had already promised Lu Fan a 100,000 yuan reward when she invited him to join their team. Qin Shanhai sighed, leaning back in his chair. That's fine, but it's hardly enough for what he did. Take a purple tongue card and personally deliver it to him tomorrow. Proper gratitude requires a personal touch. She nodded, but then tilted her head. If you're so curious about Lu Fan, why not come along? With a wink, Qin Shanhai chuckled. Oh, believe me, I'd love to meet the Dragon Master in person, but I have more pressing matters to handle. Classic dad move. Early the next morning, a new character arrives in Jianghai City. Princess Jin Zhu of the Taizi Kingdom. She's a petite girl wielding a magic staff, accompanied by her assistant, a tall man with black hair, clad in black armor, and carrying a suitcase. Officially, they're here to study. But let's be real, there's definitely more to this visit. Their first stop? Hanku's bakery. Inside, Hanku is busy preparing pastries when she notices customers at the door. Wiping her hands, she calls out, "Give me a moment." She peeks out with a warm smile, but quickly adds, "No steamed buns today." Jin Zhu frowns, unimpressed. She turns to her assistant. "Chui Hong Tai, is this really the place? Are you sure you didn't drag me to some garbage dump?" Oof, that's harsh. Chui Hong Tai, visibly nervous, reassures her, "This is the correct location, according to our investigation." Hanku, a bit puzzled by their exchange, asks who they are. Before she gets an answer, Chui Hong Tai suddenly shoves the door open, catching Hanku's arm in the process. Hanku winces, clutching her arm. Ignoring her, the princess and her assistant stride into the shop. Jin Zhu scans the small bakery with clear disinterest before turning to Hanku. "We're looking for someone," she declares. "A dragon tamer named Lu Fan." Upstairs, Lu Fan hears the commotion. When he sees Hanku holding her arm in pain, he immediately rushes to her side. "And Han, what happened? Are you okay?" Before she can respond, Jin Zhu wrinkles her nose and whispers loud enough for everyone to hear, "Ugh, this place smells awful." "Wow, rude." Lu Fan's expression darkens. "What's going on here?" Hanku quickly tries to brush it off, saying she's fine, but Lu Fan's gaze sharpens as he turns toward the newcomers. Jin Zhu finally acknowledges him. "You must be Lu Fan," she says, her tone filled with authority. "I, Princess Jin Zhu, have made a special trip just to see you." Lu Fan crosses his arms. And you are? Chui Hong Tai steps forward, formally introducing her. This is Princess Jinju of the Tai Zi Kingdom. I am Chui Hong Tai, her assistant. Jinju smirks confidently. I'm here to offer you a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. She continues, being a dragon tamer must be tough. But don't worry. She gestures to Chui Hong Tai, signaling him to proceed with whatever they have planned next. Chui Hong Tai snaps open the suitcase, revealing a dragon egg inside. Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before he can react, Princess Jinju confidently declares, "This egg is yours, if you accept my request." She raises a finger, pointing straight at him. "I want you to be my servant and obey my every command, without question." Seriously? This spoiled princess thinks she can just buy him off? Chui Hong Tai holds the dragon egg carefully with both hands, proudly displaying it as if it were the rarest treasure in existence. Meanwhile, Jinju starts boasting that she personally acquired it from the armored dragon lair, and that it's the only dragon egg in the world. Hanka watches this ridiculous exchange in utter disbelief. Her nephew? A servant? She's visibly upset, questioning how this so-called contract could be so absurdly one-sided. Curious, Lu Fan opens his status window to examine the dragon egg. Turns out, it's an armored dragon egg. This dragon species is naturally tanky, boasting a tough shell that reduces incoming damage by 30%. Sound good, right? But here's the catch. Its only attack is swinging its giant tail in a fan-shaped area. No fire, no flight, nothing special. It's weaker than a wyvern. While Lu Fan is analyzing these mediocre stats, Princess Jinju mistakes his silence for awe. She crosses her arms smugly and declares, "That's right. You should be honored. This is a powerful dragon." Lu Fan raises an eyebrow before cutting her off. "Powerful?" He smirks. "The stats are decent, sure. But the only thing this dragon is good at is taking hits. Can this even be called a dragon?" Jinju freezes in place, completely stunned. Did he just insult the egg? She narrows her eyes, questioning whether Lu Fan even understands what a dragon egg means to a dragon tamer. As she fumbles for a response, Han Ke watches, completely bewildered. How could a child be so bold as to demand someone become her slave? Before she can step in, Lu Fan calmly reassures his aunt. "Don't worry, Aunt Han. I got this." Meanwhile, Jinju throws a fit. "A dragon tamer without a dragon is nothing," she exclaims. "If you swear loyalty to me, you could become the strongest dragon tamer in history." She leans in slightly, her tone dripping with arrogance. "Fame, power, doesn't that sound exciting?" Lu Fan remains perfectly calm. Then, with a polite but firm voice, he simply says, "I refuse. That's our guy. No hesitation, no second thoughts. He's not about to be ordered around by some bratty princess." Princess Jinju stares in disbelief, as if Lu Fan's refusal just shattered her entire worldview. "You need to rethink this," she demands. "Do you understand what you're turning down? This is your chance to make history as a dragon tamer." At this point, Lu Fan is done. His patience is running thin. "If that's all you came for," he says flatly, "then leave. I'm not interested in your dragon egg, and I sure as hell won't be anyone's servant." His direct rejection sends Jinju into a rage. Chui Hong Tai immediately steps forward, placing himself between them. His eyes narrow as he glares at Lu Fan. "Do you have any idea who you're speaking to?" he growls. "The princess is personally offering you a chance to rise to prominence, and you dare to disrespect her? What an ignorant fool." Lu Fan scoffs. "Chance? Respect? Don't be ridiculous. I won't be anyone's servant." Jinju, absolutely livid now, points directly at Lu Fan. "Chui Hong Tai, teach him a lesson." Without hesitation, Chui Hong Tai clenches his fists. "As you command." Danger spikes in the air. Hanka instantly steps in front of Lu Fan, holding up her hands. "Please wait. Don't be rash." She pleads with them to drop the matter, explaining that Lu Fan has made his decision. But Chui Hong Tai doesn't care. In a flash, he closes the distance and shoves her aside. "Out of the way," he barks. Han Ku stumbles, gasping as she cries out in pain. Lu Fan's heart stops. Everything blurs. By the time he registers what just happened, his aunt is on the ground, holding her cheek. A swollen, red mark burns across her skin. Chui Hong Tai glares down at them. "The princess has given her command. You should know your place." Lu Fan rushes to Han Ku's side. His voice is tight, controlled, but barely. "Aunt Han, are you hurt?" She shakes her head weakly, still holding her cheek. "I'm fine, don't worry." Chui Hong-tai steps forward again, sneering. "Even commoners dare to defy the princess of Taizi? Fine, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Han Ku's voice trembles. "Lu Fan, be careful." Too late. Lu Fan moves. In a blink, he draws his massive black machete and slashes. A sharp gust cuts through the air. Chui Hong-tai barely reacts in time, but not fast enough. A thin line of red appears across his cheek. Blood drips. He stumbles back, stunned. Han Ku grasps Lu Fan's arm, trying to hold him back. "Don't be reckless," she begs. Jin Zhu, still oblivious, frowns. "Chui Hong-tai, what's going on?" Chui Hong-tai wipes the blood from his face, his mind racing. Lu Fan is not ordinary. But Lu Fan isn't done. His eyes lock onto the bratty princess. He steps forward, then, without warning, delivers a swift backhand slap across her cheek. A loud smack echoes through the bakery. Jin Zhu stumbles back, clutching her face. Her entire world stops. Lu Fan doesn't care who she is or where she's from. His voice is sharp, cold. "Shut your noisy mouth, take your trash, and get the hell out of my house." Chui Hong-tai's face twists with rage. "You dare hit the princess?" he roars. He lunges at Lu Fan, weapon raised. Clang! Lu Fan deflects the attack with ease, his black machete knocking Chui Hong-tai's spear wand out his hand. It clatters to the ground. Silence. Chui Hong-tai stares wide-eyed. Jin Zhu, still holding her cheek, is too stunned to speak. Lu Fan simply stands there, unmoved. Looks like the spoiled princess just learned a lesson. Chui Hong-tai turned his gaze back to the princess, who sat on the ground, clutching her cheek in fury. Seething, she retaliated with a slap of her own, calling him worthless and demanding to know if she looked fine to him. Without hesitation, she ordered him to kill Lu Fan, insisting that even if they couldn't find another dragon tamer, Lu Fan had to die. Chui Hong-tai responded firmly, "Understood." Meanwhile, at Lu Fan's place, his phone buzzed nonstop, irritating Xiao Yi. The persistent caller was Qin Xiao, puzzled by the lack of response. She was sure she had the correct number, the one he gave her when they returned to the city. As she wandered the streets, she tried to recall the way to his house. Out of nowhere, an explosion shattered a nearby wall, jolting her. Chui Hong-tai came crashing through, clearly battered from fight. Bystanders started murmuring, some accusing the foreigner of causing trouble. Annoyed by the attention, Princess Jin Zhu snapped at the crowd, telling them to mind their own business. Then, Lu Fan stepped forward at a steady pace, his large black machete resting in his left hand. Chui Hong-tai knelt, admitting his defeat. He couldn't match Lu Fan. His stats were simply too high. The princess smirked and offered to help. With that, she began chanting, and an ominous, dark aura swirled around her. Lu Fan immediately recognized the spell. It was the polar opposite of Qin Xiao's holy magic. That meant Jin Zhu was also from a hidden class. He braced himself, sensing trouble. Before he could react further, Qin Xiao suddenly appeared, rushing toward him. Surprised, he wondered why she was there. The princess completed her incantation, and all the sinister energy funneled into Chui Hong-tai. He let out an agonized scream as the power surged through him, forcing both Lu Fan and Qin Xiao to shield their eyes from the intense glow. A status window popped up, revealing Chui Hong-tai's class, Guardian Knight, a combat type. Meanwhile, Princess Jin Zhu was listed as an advanced spiritual witch, another combat type. As the light faded, Chui Hong-tai had transformed into something monstrous. "I'm here to help you," Qin Xiao declared, stepping in front of Lu Fan defensively. Without warning, Chui Hong-tai lunged at them. Lu Fan swiftly shoved Qin Xiao aside, instructing her to check on his aunt, Han Ku, inside the shop. In the next instant, Chui Hong-tai's attack came crashing down. Lu Fan dodged, just in time, the ground where he had stood seconds ago, now completely obliterated. Lu Fan slid back, quickly realizing that Chui Hong-tai's strength had skyrocketed. He wasn't just an opponent anymore. He had truly become a monster. If he wanted to stand a chance, he'd have to use both Dragon Inspiration and Dragon Claw together. Standing beside Chui Hong-tai, Princess Jin Zhu shouted impatiently, demanding that he kill Lu Fan to satisfy her anger. Hearing her orders, Chui Hong-tai yanked his staff from the ground, ready to strike again. But before he could make a move, Xiao Yi suddenly leaped from the window, shifting into her true dragon form midair. The sight of her sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Both Jin Zhu and Cui Hongtai were frozen in disbelief, barely able to stammer. A real dragon? The princess, gripping her staff tightly, cursed Cui Hongtai for being useless and urged him to hold out a little longer as she began chanting another spell. But before she could finish, Xiao Yi unleashed a deafening roar, the sheer force of it sending Jin Zhu flying backward and completely interrupting her spell. Xiao Yi then activated her dragon bloodline, a terrifying skill that slashed all incoming damage by 50%, made her immune to debuffs, and boosted her healing by an insane 500%. If that wasn't broken enough, she immediately went on the offensive, slamming Cui Hongtai straight into the ground. Helpless, he screamed, begging her to let go. Being the gracious dragon waifu she was, Xiao Yi obliged, but not without hurling him directly toward Jin Zhu. His body crashed into the street, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Honestly, at this point, he owed Han Ku and Lu Fan a serious apology for all the destruction. Watching her so-called powerful attendant reduced to a pathetic mess, the reality of the situation finally dawned on Jin Zhu. She had spent her life believing in the strength of the Jin family's so-called defensive lizards, but now she was staring at the overwhelming might of a real dragon. Before she could fully process her defeat, Lu Fan called out to her. He strode forward, exuding absolute confidence, his black machete now gripped in his right hand. His voice was calm, but his presence was suffocating. "Weren't you planning to kill me to make yourself feel better?" he asked. Jin Zhu instinctively took a step back, then another, before losing her footing and tumbling to the ground. In a panic, she shrieked, "Stay away from me. You attacked my attendant, humiliated me, and now you're threatening me." Her voice quivered as she tried to regain control, warning Lu Fan that by doing this, he had made an enemy of the Taizi kingdom. But Lu Fan wasn't interested in her excuses. He casually flexed his machete, unimpressed by her threats. "Are you trying to scare me?" he asked, his tone almost mocking. As he reached her, his eyes darkened with fury. "You sent your people after my family." His grip on the machete tightened. "I don't care if you're a princess or a god. I'll make sure you pay for it." With interest, the princess was petrified, trembling as Lu Fan raised his machete, ready to strike. At the same time, Xiao Yi was charging up a massive fireball, preparing to incinerate anything in her path. Just as Lu Fan's blade was about to descend, a voice suddenly called out from the distance. It was Qin Shanhai, Qin Xiu's father, soaring toward them on a griffin. "Dad, stay back. It's dangerous," Qin Xiu shouted, trying to warn him. Xiao Yi immediately locked onto the new threat, shifting her fire attack toward Qin Shanhai. But before she could unleash it, Lu Fan raised a hand, ordering her to stand down. At that exact moment, he swung his machete, slicing clean through the princess's staff. The sheer force of it sent a shockwave through the air. Xiao Yi halted her attack just in time, and Qin Shanhai landed safely. Taking a quick survey of the battlefield, he urged Lu Fan to recall his dragon, pointing out the number of civilians in the area who could get caught in the chaos. As he got a closer look at Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but be impressed. True dragons were on an entirely different level compared to the subtypes. The pressure radiating from her was suffocating. Even his griffin was shaking in fear. Qin Xiu stepped forward, pleading with Lu Fan. "Please listen to us. We're not your enemies." Lu Fan, being the reasonable guy he was, especially when it came to his friends, gave Xiao Yi the signal to stand down. Without hesitation, she reverted to her human form. Wasting no time, Qin Xiu grabbed Lu Fan's arm. "Come with me," she urged. Meanwhile, her father approached the still-shaking princess. He asked if she was all right, explaining that he had originally gone to the airport to pick them up and hadn't expected to find her here. He also mentioned that a Qin family driver would be arriving soon to take them to the hospital. Back at Han Ku's bun shop, inside the cozy shop, Han Ku sat across from Lu Fan, explaining that Qin Shanhai was well acquainted with the princess, the same one who had caused all this trouble. Given his connections, he might be able to smooth things over. That was actually why Qin Xiu had called her father and filled him in on the situation. Lu Fan leaned back, unconvinced. "I doubt she'll let this go that easily," he muttered. Right on cue, Qin Shanhai stepped inside, shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, we haven't even properly met yet, and you're already causing this much trouble," he joked. Lu Fan shrugged. "Can't really blame me for this one. The princess started it. Han could cut to the point. How was this going to be handled? She asked. Qin Shanhai sighed. We sent the princess and Shui Hong Tai to the hospital. But there's still the issue of explaining everything to the Jin family. He paused before adding, they're not just business moguls. They have serious pull in the upper ranks of the Taizi kingdom. Hearing this, Han Ke grew worried. If the Jin family was as powerful as Qin Shanhai said, wouldn't Lu Fan face consequences for attacking them? But Lu Fan, ever confident, simply shrugged. Even if she's got influence, I'm not about to compromise my dignity over a dragon egg. Qin Shanhai raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by Lu Fan's resolve. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, he exhaled and nodded. I like your integrity, kid. You don't have to worry too much. I'll make sure you're safe. But then, with a smirk, he casually added, of course, I can't do it alone. There's a condition. Lu Fan's curiosity was piqued. What condition? Pointing his cigarette at him, Qin Shanhai stated, when the title of South Province champion in the grand exam. Lu Fan blinked. That was unexpected. Qin Shanhai continued, explaining that he'd keep the princess at bay until the exam was over. But only if you rise above the competition and take the top spot. That's the only way I can fully back you. Qin Xiu immediately chimed in. That won't be easy. The South Province is full of top-tier students. Qin Shanhai nodded. Exactly. But if you can surpass them all, I can make sure no one touches you. A spark ignited in Lu Fan's eyes. His usual relaxed demeanor shifted as determination took over. Got it. I accept. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Princess Jin Zhu was livid. Pacing back and forth, she furiously yelled into her phone. Qin Shanhai is obviously protecting that bastard. Why hasn't Lu Fan been arrested yet? The person on the other end tried to calm her down, assuring her that they'd reach out to high-ranking officials to handle the matter. But that wasn't enough for her. No, I want pressure on them now. That's an order, she snapped. Slamming her phone shut, she clenched her fists. Lu Fan, I'll make you pay for this. Looks like she still hadn't learned her lesson. But honestly, with Lu Fan and Xiao Yi around, even an entire kingdom wouldn't be enough to stop them. The next day, 3rd middle school. The school grounds were packed. Students gathered in clusters, checking each other's levels and forming groups. Excitement buzzed through the crowd. The South Province Grand Exam was about to begin. Then, the murmurs started. Wait, isn't that Lu Fan? Heads turned as Lu Fan strolled onto campus, hands in his pockets, as calm as ever. What's he doing here? Some whispered. Didn't he go back home to sell steamed buns? He used to be a genius, but now no school wants him. Is he seriously trying to take the exam? Lu Fan heard them all, but he barely paid them any mind. A tinge of nostalgia hit him, but honestly, their words meant nothing now. Then, the headmaster's voice boomed over the commotion. Attention, students. The South Province Grand Exam is about to begin. Standing amidst a crowd of students, Lu Fan found himself lost in thought. Since reaching level 15, he had been receiving daily treasure maps, but he had yet to use any of them. They were all intermediate level, and an idea struck him. What if he combined 3 of them into a high-level treasure map? It could be just what he needed to boost his strength before the big exam. Before he could dwell on it further, a voice snapped him back to reality. Lu Fan, turning around, he spotted Teacher Li approaching. The teacher eyed him curiously. Are you taking the grand exam? Lu Fan nodded. Yeah, I've been working hard to get stronger. Teacher Li smiled, clearly impressed. That's good to hear. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a teleportation stone and handed it to Lu Fan. Take this. I believe in your fighting spirit. You might just rival the professionals out there. Lu Fan accepted the stone, inspecting its properties. It was of rare quality and came with some interesting features. When used in the Trial Secret Realm, it teleports the user to the 1st floor of the Heavenly Tower. When used in the Heavenly Tower, it returns the user to the Trial Secret Realm platform. After examining it, he looked up as Teacher Li continued, his tone turning serious. Remember, professions are everything in this world. Even though it's just an exam, one wrong move could cost you badly. He advised Lu Fan to find a teammate for the trial and reminded him that if things got too dangerous, the teleportation stone would be his best escape option. Lu Fan gave a confident nod. Got it. I'll be careful. As Teacher Li walked away, murmurs broke out among the students nearby. Is Lu Fan really competing? He used to be talented, but there's no way he can keep up now. He should have just quit while he had the chance. But Lu Fan wasn't the least bit fazed. Let them talk. He had bigger things to focus on. In team trials, scores were split between members, but he didn't just want to pass. He needed to dominate. He had promised Qin Shanhai he would take the top spot, and that was exactly what he intended to do. Just then, another voice called out, "Lu Fan." He turned to see Qin Xiu approaching, accompanied by another girl. Raising an eyebrow, he greeted them. "Who's this?" "Your teammate." Qin Xiu smiled. "This is my best friend, Tao Xiaoman. She's a level 1 combat swordsman." Tao Xiaoman greeted him politely, but before she could say much else, Qin Xiu cut to the chase. "Lu Fan, want to team up with us for the trial?" Tao Xiaoman blinked in surprise at the sudden invitation, but before she could even process it, Lu Fan shook his head. "I appreciate it, but I'll be going solo." Both girls looked at him, surprised. He gave a small smile. "This is a challenge I've set for myself. I need to see it through alone." With that, he waved and turned to leave. "I'll see you at the exam site." Qin Xiu sighed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes as she watched Lu Fan walk away. She had been hoping to team up with him, but deep down, she knew the truth. With his strength, any teammate would probably just slow him down. Still, she wished him luck, knowing he didn't need it. Beside her, Tao Xiaoman frowned in confusion. "I don't get it. Why would you invite someone from the weakest profession to team up with us?" Qin Xiu just smiled. "Lu Fan is stronger than he looks. In fact, I think he'll be the top scorer in the entire South Province." Tao Xiaoman's eyes widened. "No way. That's a bold claim." Then, with a teasing smirk, she nudged Qin Xiu. "Wait, don't tell me you've fallen for the Dragon Tamer." "W what?" "No way." Qin Xiu protested, her face instantly turning red. But Tao Xiaoman just laughed. "MHM, I'm sure, but your face says otherwise." Scene shift, the grand exam, trial's secret realm. Lu Fan stepped through the portal like a total boss. He took a deep breath, glancing at the vast new world ahead. This is where it all begins. Above the gathered students, a massive screen flickered on, showing Principal Bai Hongtu standing on a podium. His voice boomed through the arena, explaining the trial structure. "Listen up. The portals in the sky are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portals activate, chosen candidates may enter the Heavenly Tower using the teleportation stone given by your teachers." A diagram appeared, outlining the difficulty levels. Normal level, a safe, projection-based realm where no real injuries occur. Score multiplier, 0.9x. Hard level, the real deal. From here on, all monsters are real, and using the teleportation stone will allow safe exit with scores intact. Score multiplier, 1.0x. This is the most common choice. Fear level, extremely dangerous. Monsters here are fierce, and solo challengers are strongly advised against entering. Principal Bai stressed the importance of safety over points. Score multiplier, 3.0x. As Bai Hongtu was still speaking, a loud laugh suddenly interrupted him. "Principal Bai, just watch. I'm going to set the highest score in this exam." The voice belonged to Hong Wu, a level 14 Qi Gong master with a hidden profession. His sheer confidence made heads turn. Tao Xiaoman's jaw practically dropped. "That's Hong Wu. He's the top student at number 1 middle school. He's ranked in the top 5 in the entire province." Qin Xiu nodded, arms crossed. "He's strong. As a Qigong master, he's both an attacker and a defender, extremely versatile." She then added, "He's planning to challenge the hard realm solo." At his bold proclamation, many students began to feel the weight of reality sinking in. How are we supposed to compete with someone like him? I should have picked an easier level. There's no way we're making it to the top now. Some are already regretting their choices, realizing that against Hong Wu, their chances of ranking high were slim to none. The scene shifts to Principal Bai Hongtu's office, where multiple screens display the student's progress in real time. Sitting beside him, the principal of number 1 middle school chuckles, full of confidence. He boasts that Hong Wu is their strongest student and is practically guaranteed to take the top spot. He even acknowledges Qin Xiu's skills, predicting that she'll secure a place in the top 3. Meanwhile, Principal Bai Hongtu appears deep in thought. He can't help but wonder if Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden profession. Could he have claimed first place instead? His musings are interrupted by Qin Shanhai, who confidently mentions that he has a strong contender in mind for the top rank. Curious, the principal of number 1 middle school asks who he's referring to. Qin Shanhai reveals that it's Lu Fan, the dragon tamer from number 3 school. The revelation catches Principal Bai Hongtu off guard. The number 1 school principal quickly dismisses the idea, pointing out that all the students have already entered the tower, except for Lu Fan. With a laugh, he questions whether the boy is simply forfeiting the exam. Scoffing, he downplays the potential of a dragon tamer, directing attention to the scoreboard, where Hong Wu is already on the 4th floor, leading the rankings. But then, Principal Bai Hong Tu suddenly notices something alarming. His expression shifts as he realizes that Lu Fan isn't giving up, he's waiting. And not just for any challenge. He's aiming for the Nightmare Trial. The room falls into stunned silence. The Nightmare Trial is a one-way path, a challenge so extreme that even discussing it sends shivers down most spines. The portal finally appears in the sky, displaying an astronomical score multiplier of 9.9x. As Lu Fan steps forward, prepared to take on the trial, the principal of number 1 school panics, urging Bai Hong Tu to intervene. He insists that entering is a death sentence. But Lu Fan doesn't waver. With a confident smile, he steps into the trial realm. Principal Bai Hong Tu, watching with a mix of concern and admiration, recalls that no one who has entered the Nightmare Trial has ever walked away unscathed. The last challenger, 8 years ago, met a gruesome fate, devoured by a terrifying beast. The principal of number 1 school shakes his head in disbelief, questioning if Lu Fan even understands the rules. He bluntly declares that the Dragon Tamer is doomed and goes as far as to challenge Qin Shanhai's judgment, scoffing at the idea that Lu Fan could ever measure up to Hong Wu. Qin Shanhai just winks, casually dismissing their doubts. He suggests they focus on watching their prized Qi Gong master instead. It's too early to jump to conclusions. Better to observe a little longer before making any rash judgments. Principal Bai Hong Tu, still intrigued, turns to Qin Shanhai. Why do you have so much faith in Lu Fan? He asks. Meanwhile, as the discussion continues, Lu Fan steps onto the 1st floor of the Nightmare Trial. Almost instantly, a massive paw emerges from the dense fog, slamming onto the ground near him. Red eyes glow menacingly from all directions. He's completely surrounded. Without hesitation, Lu Fan grips his large black machete and shifts into a defensive stance. Based on his understanding of the trial, at least 10 monsters should be lurking around him. The fog parts slightly, revealing a pack of black wolves. They're level 10, and their bite attack inflicts continuous bleeding damage. Worse yet, they possess a skill called Night Howl, which boosts all their allies' attributes and resets skill cooldowns. The wolves let out a deafening roar before lunging at him. But Lu Fan remains calm. In one swift motion, he unleashes Dragon Fang Strike. His blade tears through the air, slicing through every wolf in a single, devastating blow. A notification chimes. The 1st floor of the Nightmare Trial Sky Tower is cleared. Lu Fan instantly gains 990 points. Back in the control room, the principal of number 1 middle school is left speechless. A one-hit kill? Just what kind of monster is this kid? He exclaims. He can't believe how absurdly powerful Lu Fan is. His stats must be far beyond his peers. Principal Bai Hong Tu is equally shaken. Could it be? Has Lu Fan truly found the legendary dragon? With 990 points, Lu Fan skyrockets to 2nd place on the leaderboard in an instant. In the surveillance room, the staff and officials from number 1 middle school are glued to the screens, completely fixated on Lu Fan's performance. None of them can believe he wiped out the Black Wolves in a single strike. Just then, the atmosphere shifts. The door opens, and a new figure steps inside. The newcomer is clad in a detective-style suit, one hand in his pocket and a briefcase in the other. His cap and glasses obscure most of his face, adding to his mysterious presence. The sudden arrival draws everyone's attention. Qin Shanhai, upon seeing him, immediately tenses up. The man calmly steps forward and introduces himself. Qin Xiong, special representative from Longdu. His voice is firm, leaving no room for nonsense. I'm here to investigate someone and take them back to Longdu. Removing his cap, he locks eyes with Qin Shanhai and asks one question. Where is the Dragon Master, Lu Fan? A stats window pops up, revealing Qin Xiong's information. Level 57, specializing in combat. His presence alone radiates authority, making it clear that he isn't someone to take lightly. Meanwhile, inside the Nightmare Trial, Lu Fan moves steadily through the 1st floor. His big black machete swings effortlessly as he cuts away thick vines, all while keeping an eye on the system map in his other hand. A grin tugs at the corner of his lips. He's finally found what he's been searching for. A system notification pops up, confirming that he has reached the correct location marked on his treasure map. Almost immediately, another window appears, announcing the creation of a high-level treasure map. Excitement sparks in Lu Fan's eyes. The high-level treasure map he prepared before entering the trial realm actually led him to a spot on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower. Pushing forward, he hacks through a cluster of thorny plants, blocking his path. As the last vine falls away, something catches his eye, a book lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he reaches out and picks it up. A notification appears. Skill book acquired, accelerated growth. The book radiates a brilliant glow, its cover embedded with several shimmering gemstones. Checking its details, Lu Fan's breath hitches. It's an exceptional skill book. The accelerated growth passive skill doubles the experience gained by pets. Without wasting a second, Lu Fan opens the book. The moment he does, a surge of powerful energy erupts from it, swirling around him before sinking into his body. He immediately thinks of Xiao Yi, his dragon companion. Ever since they left Morning Village, her growth had slowed significantly. But with this skill, she would level up at double the speed. Lu Fan smirks. This was exactly what he needed. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hongtu, Qin Shanhai, and Qin Xiong are all fixated on the screen, watching Lu Fan's progress. Breaking the silence, Qin Xiong turns to Principal Bai with a sharp gaze. Since Lu Fan is a student at your school, you need to stop his trial immediately and have him return with me. Principal Bai's expression hardens. He meets Qin Xiong's stare and responds calmly. It's best to wait until the exams are over. I'll take full responsibility for Lu Fan's actions as the head of the Third Institute. But Qin Xiong doesn't budge. You might be able to take responsibility for him, but you can't take his punishment in his place. Principal Bai frowns. Punishment? He's clearly puzzled. What exactly has Lu Fan done? Before Qin Xiong can reply, Qin Shanhai steps in, grabbing his arm. Qin Xiong, take a step back. We go way back, don't we? His voice is calm but firm, urging him to reconsider. At that moment, a staff member from No. 1 Middle School speaks up. Wait, what did Lu Fan do? Qin Xiong forcefully pulls his arm away, leaving Qin Shanhai momentarily stunned. His expression darkens with irritation. Don't interfere with my job, he warns coldly. And don't try that again. His voice sharpens as he adds. If you get involved, the Jin family and the higher-ups won't take it lightly. Despite not understanding why Qin Shanhai is so determined to protect Lu Fan, Qin Xiong remains firm. Qin Shanhai, however, simply meets his gaze with a serious expression, remaining silent. With a shove, Qin Xiong pushes him back slightly. Do you understand me? He presses. Without waiting for an answer, he turns back to Principal Bai. Enough of this. Bring Lu Fan here immediately. I don't have time for games. Hearing this, Qin Shanhai lets out a small chuckle. Old friend, he mutters. The words catch Qin Xiong's attention. He pauses, turning his head slightly. Qin Shanhai pulls out a cigarette, lighting it with a flick before taking a slow drag. Though his tone is casual, the weight behind his words is unmistakable. Their conversation hints at something deeper, a web of connections between long-due officials, the Jin family, and the power struggles between the Dragon Kingdom and the Taizi Kingdom. The situation is far more complicated than it appears. Then, Qin Shanhai exhales a cloud of smoke and speaks with absolute certainty. None of that will matter once Lu Fan's secret is revealed. His gaze sharpens as he stares straight at Qin Xiong. No one is taking him away today. Straight at Qin Xiong. No one is taking him away today. Qin Xiong's expression twists with anger. Enough of your nonsense. You act like Lu Fan is hiding some world-changing secret. His patience is wearing thin. You're going too far, Qin Shanhai. Are you really planning to defy an envoy's orders? As Qin Xiong turns to leave, Qin Shanhai grabs his arm once again. If that's what you think, then fine, he says calmly. I'll take responsibility. The tension in the room thickens. A system notification appears. Qin Shanhai, level 57 knight. Qin Xiong, level 57 swordsman. Qin Xiong clenches his jaw. You'll regret this, he growls. I'll report your actions to the higher-ups in long due. Before things spiral further, Principal Bai Hongtu steps in. Enough, he says firmly. The major exam is still ongoing. Let's not cause a scene. But Qin Shanhai isn't done. He looks Qin Xiong dead in the eye. Aren't you curious? He asks. Lu Fan's secret, the one that could shake the very foundations of Longdu and the Jin family. For the first time, Hesitation flickers across Qian Xiong's face. His gaze shifts back to the screen, displaying Lu Fan's progress. Nightmare difficulty. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. Lu Fan is actually attempting the nightmare level of the trial. His shock is evident. How is that even possible? He mutters. Why would he attempt something that reckless? What makes him so confident? Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan stands before a massive gate, deep in thought. He's ready to push himself to the absolute limit. No backup, no shortcuts, just pure skill. Now that he has the growth acceleration skill, an idea strikes him. Why not summon Xiao Yi early? With his passive ability, she'll earn double the experience. Checking his status window, he grins. Growth acceleration, active. A 100% experience boost for his pet? Not too shabby. Back in the surveillance room, the principal of First Middle School glances at Qian Xiong. Didn't you see him earlier? He was taking out multiple opponents in a single move. Both men are still trying to process what they just witnessed. Lu Fan's overwhelming strength is simply beyond their expectations. Just then, Lu Fan's voice echoes from the screen. Come out, Xiao. A deafening roar shakes the trial grounds as a massive black dragon appears. The moment Xiao Yi materializes, Qian Xiong and the principal freeze in place, their eyes locked onto the screen in utter disbelief. Qian Xiong stares, struggling to form a sentence. This is a dragon. His voice barely rises above a whisper. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi raises one of her powerful claws and smashes into the massive gate before them. The sheer force behind her attack is terrifying. Even Qin Shanhai, despite having seen Xiao Yi before, feels a bead of sweat roll down his temple. Her strength is just as monstrous as before. With a single devastating blow, the entire gate crumbles into dust, scattering debris everywhere. The battlefield is left in ruins. Qin Shanhai finally turns to the others, his expression unreadable. Now you know Lu Fan's secret. Silence grips the surveillance room. The air feels heavy as every official in the room watches in stunned awe, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Pointing to the screen, Qin Shanhai makes a declaration that leaves everyone shaken. Lu Fan is the only dragon tamer in history to have a real dragon. Principal by Hong Tu, still processing what just happened, mutters, he actually tamed a giant dragon. The weight of his own words lingers in the room. As their gazes remain locked on the screen, the Nightmare Trial's second floor begins. Xiao Yi unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing everything in her path. The entire battlefield turns into a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Lu Fan moves swiftly, his black machete slicing through massive plant monsters with ease. He doesn't even break a sweat. In just moments, a system notification pops up. Second floor cleared. Watching this, the principal of First Middle School clenches his fists, deep in thought. This is the power of a true dragon. No profession without the third transformation could possibly stand against him. Qian Xiong exhales sharply. It's terrifying. His mind races with the implications. If that dragon levels up even further, it could destroy an entire country on its own. Then, another shocking update appears on the leaderboard. First place, Lu Fan, 50,000 points. Second place, Hong Wu, 27,550 points. Third place, Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaoman, 12,570 points. The entire room is speechless. Lu Fan continues his unstoppable ascent, dominating every floor with Xiao Yi's devastating attacks. The scene shifts. Nightmare Trial, 13th floor. Xiao Yi is tearing through monsters like they're nothing. Every swipe of her claws sends creatures flying, and every blast of her fire reduces enemies to ashes. At the same time, Lu Fan swings his black machete with precision, executing massive slashes that cut down entire groups of beasts in an instant. A new notification flashes across the screen. 13th floor cleared. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hong Tu narrows his eyes, watching Lu Fan's movements carefully. It's not just the dragon. Lu Fan himself has grown too strong. He starts making calculations in his mind. If his guess is right, all of Lu Fan's attributes must have surpassed 100 by now. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Even without summoning the dragon, Lu Fan could easily take first place in all of Jianghai City. Back in the surveillance room, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong with a smirk. After seeing the power of a real dragon firsthand, do you still want to drag Lu Fan in front of the higher-ups? Qian Xiong exhales slowly, his expression more serious than before. Now I understand, he admits. I see why you're willing to go against the Jin family. Today, I've truly witnessed what a dragon is capable of. Hearing this, Qin Shanhai leans back slightly. Good. Then there's no need for a special envoy to trouble either Lu Fan or the Jin family anymore. I'll send a segment of his exam footage to the teacher. His tone is final. You should head back. Qian Xiong narrows his eyes. By teacher, you mean North Marquis Tu Jing? Qin Shanhai doesn't answer directly. He just smiles. Meanwhile, inside the nightmare trial, Lu Fan has already reached the 20th floor. He finds himself standing in a long, dark corridor, at the end of which a strange purple glow flickers ominously. As he steps forward, the glow moves. It's not just light. It's a spell. The system immediately identifies the enemy. Dark Sacrifice, level 15. A status window appears, listing its terrifying abilities. Black Curse reduces all enemy attributes by 50%, while increasing all allies' attributes by 25%. Merge into Darkness allows the caster and all nearby allies to blend into the shadows, becoming completely immune for 15 seconds. Dark Control grants full command over the Dark Knights lurking behind it. Lu Fan surveys the enemies before him, mind already working through a strategy. With the accelerated growth skill still active, he figures that Xiao Yi must be close to leveling up. A perfect opportunity. Xiao Yi used Lava Blaze. The black dragon coils back, preparing to unleash its attack. A low rumble builds in her chest, growing into a deafening roar. Then, in a single explosive moment, Xiao Yi breathes out a storm of molten fire. A status notification pops up. Lava Blaze, activated, continuous forward fire breath. Deals damage while restoring the dragon's health. Incredible. Xiao Yi is not only destroying enemies, she's healing at the same time. The entire floor erupts into flames, engulfing the Dark Knights and their summoner. Their eerie purple magic is swallowed by the inferno, and in mere seconds, they're reduced to nothing but ashes. A new notification chimes. 20th floor cleared. Then more updates. Xiao Yi has leveled up to level 11. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 16. With the 20th floor completed, Lu Fan's score soars even higher, leaving the competition completely in the dust. Smirking, he pats Xiao Yi's side. Let's conquer the heavenly tower together. The scene shifts, this time to the 50th floor of the Fear Trial. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield. The cause? Hongwu. A system notification blares across the screen. 50th floor cleared. Standing amidst the wreckage, Hongwu crosses his arms, feeling pretty pleased with himself. He exhales sharply and thinks, this year's grand examination is brutal. These monsters feel like they belong on the 70th floor instead. Despite the challenge, Hongwu is fully convinced that he's going to take first place. In his mind, the only real competitor is Qin Xiao, but since she's working in a team, her points will be halved. With full confidence, he laughs and boldly declares, the title of top scholar in the Southern Province examination is mine. Feeling triumphant, he even turns to Principal Bai Hongtu, saying, you should start reaching out to the top universities now. They'll be fighting to recruit me soon enough. Talk about cocky, right? Little does he know, no one in the surveillance room is even watching him. Every single principal and official in the office has their eyes glued to Lu Fan's progress instead. Principal Bai Hongtu, without even glancing at Hongwu, murmurs, the 50th floor of the Heaven Tower has always been a major hurdle. Professionals from a southern province rarely make it past this stage. The principal of First Middle School nods in agreement. It's a turning point. Even if Lu Fan clears this floor, the difficulty from here on will skyrocket. His pace will slow down eventually. Now, let's switch back to our main man, Lu Fan. He's currently standing on the 50th floor of the Nightmare Trial. The entire battlefield is blanketed in thick snow, the freezing wind cutting through the silence. Lu Fan, however, isn't fazed. He's too busy checking out Xiao Yi's status window. And guess what? She's just unlocked a brand new skill, Shape Transformation. This ability lets her shift between 4 different forms, each with unique effects. 1. Young Dragon Form boosts all attributes and cuts energy consumption by 50%. 2. Dragon Maiden Form. This form is linked to Lu Fan through the Blood Pact. Honestly, absolute waifu material. She should stay in this form forever. 3. Destruction Dragon Open Form. Strength decreases by 50%, but spirit increases by 100%. Unlocks new abilities like daylight incineration and lava eruption. 4. World-ending form. Spirit decreases by 50%, but strength increases by 100%. Grants access to powerful skills like Earthbend and Fearful Roar. While Lu Fan is admiring these insane new abilities, a sudden rumbling shakes the battlefield. The snow-covered ground starts to shift. Slowly, massive stone figures begin to emerge from beneath the frost. Their glowing red eyes lock onto Lu Fan, their towering bodies looming ominously in the frozen wasteland. 3 monstrous figures stand before him. A status window pops up. Enemies identified. Amethyst Mountain Giants, level 20. Their abilities include Mountain Arm, a devastating frontal attack using their enormous rock limbs. Landslide, a catastrophic attack that you do not want to be caught in. Amethyst Rock, reduces magic damage by 50% and grants complete immunity to armor-piercing effects. Back in the surveillance room, Principal by Hong Tu watches the screen with a serious expression. 3 nightmare-level bosses at once. He can't help but wonder, how will Lu Fan handle this? The principal of First Middle School nods in agreement. I figured the 50th floor would finally slow him down. Even if he stops here, his score is already high enough to secure first place in Jianghai City. Then, with a sigh, he adds, why couldn't such a promising student have come from our first middle school? Gotta love that friendly rivalry. Now, back to the real action. Lu Fan stands on the 50th floor, facing off against 3 massive Amethyst Mountain Giants. The status window flashes, alerting him. The monsters are preparing to unleash Mountain Arm, a powerful frontal attack. But does Lu Fan flinch? Not even a little. As he watches the incoming attack, his thoughts are surprisingly calm. Now that he's halfway up the tower of the ladder, the difficulty has clearly taken a leap. Since the challenges are ramping up, he figures it's time to step up his own game. Just before the colossal strike lands, he steps forward, her massive left hand absorbing the full impact. Boom! The ground trembles under the sheer force of the attack, but Lu Fan stands completely unfazed in the middle of the chaos. Enough playing around. It's time to go all out. He raises a hand and gives the command. Xiao Yi, activate World Ender Form. A deep roar rips through the battlefield in response. In an instant, Xiao Yi's entire body erupts into crimson flames. Back in the monitoring room, Principal by Hong Tu narrows his eyes. Lu Fan is up to something. As the flames around Xiao Yi intensify, everyone watching falls silent. The transformation begins. Her scales turn pitch black, her glowing red eyes radiate pure menace, and the sheer pressure from her presence fills the entire battlefield. The system flashes a notification. World Ender Form activated. Strength, 456, 2,912. Spirit, 1,424, 712. New skills unlocked. Earth Shatterer and World Ending. The entire monitoring room is left stunned. Principal by Hong Tu stares at the screen in disbelief. How can this dragon switch combat forms like that? Qin Shanhai exhales sharply, his voice a little shaky. That transformation, it's terrifying. Back on the battlefield, one of the giants suddenly lunges from behind, attempting a sneak attack on Lu Fan. But before it can even get close, Lu Fan senses it immediately. With a swift jump, he dodges the strike effortlessly, soaring into the air. Mid-air, he activates Dragon Inspiration. A notification flashes. Dragon Inspiration activated. All attributes and attack power increased by 10% for both Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Lu Fan wastes no time. Xiao Yi, Mighty Jaw Assault, he commands. In an instant, the black dragon lunges forward, her massive jaws clamping down on one of the towering monsters. With a sickening crunch, she shatters the creature's head into fragments. Watching this unfold, the principal of First Middle School is utterly dumbfounded. That was a level 20 boss, and she crushed it like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Principal by Hong Tu is analyzing the scene with sharp eyes. To break through the defenses of an Amethyst Mountain Giant, the dragon's attack power must have exceeded 2,000 points. As the first giant collapses, the second one strikes, reaching out in an attempt to grab Lu Fan. But he's too fast. With fluid precision, he dodges again, twisting his body effortlessly out of reach. Without missing a beat, he retaliates. Dragon Claw. The moment his attack lands, a massive explosion engulfs the battlefield. Back in the monitoring room, Qin Shanhai turns to Qian Xiong, his voice filled with amusement. After seeing this, you must be glad you didn't take Lu Fan away earlier. Qian Xiong says nothing. His gaze is locked on the battle, completely speechless. Back to the action. The final mountain giant lets out a thunderous roar, swinging wildly at Lu Fan, but he continues dodging every attack effortlessly. Then, Xiao Yi unleashes world-ending roar. A chilling shockwave spreads across the battlefield, applying a vulnerability debuff to the monster. Lu Fan prepares to finish the fight, but, boom! Before he can land the final blow, Xiao Yi strikes first, activating Earth Shatterer. The entire battlefield shakes violently as a massive black pit opens beneath the monster's feet. Unable to react in time, the final amethyst mountain giant plummets into the abyss. The system notification chimes in. Black Dragon Xiao Yi has leveled up to level 12. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 16. Lu Fan grins. This nightmare level was definitely the right call. The increasing difficulty isn't a problem, it's an opportunity. With each level he clears, he's only getting stronger. Another notification appears. 50th floor successfully conquered. Without hesitation, Lu Fan turns toward the portal leading to the next floor, Xiao Yi following close behind. Back in a monitoring room, Qin Shanhai chuckles. So much for the legendary 50th floor barrier. It's nothing to Lu Fan. The principal of First Middle School shakes his head in disbelief. That dragon's strength, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. At that moment, Principal Bai Hongtu shifts his focus to Qian Xiong, his expression serious. You've been in Dragon City for a long time. Based on your experience, what do you estimate the dragon's strength attribute to be after transforming? Qian Xiong takes a deep breath before responding. I've seen plenty of high-level powerhouses in Dragon City, but if I had to compare, after transforming, that dragon's strength must be at least 2,500 points. The principal of First Middle School nearly falls out of his chair. 2,500 points? Our levels and attributes aren't even worth mentioning compared to that. Principal Bai Hongtu nods. Just as he predicted, Xiao Yi's stats will only continue to grow from here. The principal of First Middle School crosses his arms and sighs. Now that Lu Fan has passed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode is going to take effect. Qin Shanhai raises an eyebrow. X+1? What do you mean by that? Principal Bai Hongtu steps in to explain. The X+1 mode was established by the scholar who originally designed this trial. Once examinees clear the 50th floor, the structure of the trial changes. From this point on, every regular monster floor, X, is immediately followed by a boss floor, +1. He pauses for a moment, then adds, this system was implemented to make the trial more like a real secret realm, constantly forcing examinees into life-threatening battles. Qin Shanhai nods in understanding. So after every wave of normal enemies, there's a boss fight. That's brutal. Principal Bai Hongtu's expression darkens slightly as he delivers the real shocker. However, in the nightmare-level tower of the ladder, it's even worse. The room falls silent as he continues. Whether it's an X floor or a +1 floor, every single one has been replaced with a nightmare-level boss. A heavy tension fills the room. From this point forward, every step Lu Fan takes will put him face-to-face with a nightmare-tier boss battle. Bai Hongtu spilled some wild info about Nightmare Mode X+1. Turns out, instead of facing a single boss, challengers get swarmed by an entire squad, and to make things worse, each boss gets a serious power boost. Qin Shanhai listened and agreed it sounded brutal, but why overthink strategy when Lu Fan was out here bulldozing everything in sight? As they talked, the scene shifted to Lu Fan, who was in full destruction mode. His massive black machete, Black Dragon, carved through yet another boss effortlessly. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, the world-ending dragon, casually snacked on the head of a fallen enemy. A system notification popped up. Level 70 cleared. Xiao Yi leveled up to 13, and Lu Fan hit level 18. Qin Shanhai pointed out that from the 50th floor onward, the Tower of Heaven became a relentless nightmare, with difficulties spiking at every turn. But with Xiao Yi at his side, Lu Fan didn't need complex battle plans, just raw power. Wiping blood from his mouth, he commanded Xiao Yi to follow, and she did so without hesitation, casually splitting a monster's skull in half on the way. Principal Bai Hongtu watched in awe. Lu Fan had already blitzed through 78 floors in record time. The First Middle School principal, who had previously doubted anyone could reach the 80s this year, was now forced to reconsider. Lu Fan was proving him dead wrong. Then chaos erupted. Xiao Yi went berserk, spewing fire across the battlefield, sending even the strongest monster bosses running for their lives. The system declared the 76th floor cleared. Lu Fan barely broke a sweat as he faced off against a massive worm-like boss. One attack, powered by his dragon blood armor transformation, and it was over in an instant. Xiao Yi clutched the boss's head like a trophy, leveling up to 14, while Lu Fan advanced to level 19. Back in the principal's office, Bai Hong too reflected on how countless prodigies had pushed themselves to the limit trying to conquer the tower, only to fall short in the end. Qin Shanhai added that once challengers reached the 70s and 80s, they were too close to quit, yet victory was still a distant dream. But Bai Hong too had no doubts. Lu Fan was on another level. He might be the first in a decade to clear all 100 floors. Then the tension spiked. The system displayed Lu Fan stepping onto the 99th floor, a ruined structure with broken staircases spiraling toward a shadowy throne. Around it stood 4 monstrous figures, world-enders. Headless knights, armed and ready, with eerie blue flames flickering where their heads should have been. Each knight was an absolute nightmare to deal with. Penetration attacks stacked with insane damage multipliers, automatic counterstrikes, lightning-fast slashes, and the most terrifying move of all, an instant decapitation skill that triggered if the target's health dropped below 57%. Oh, and as if that wasn't bad enough, they all shared boosted health and defense. Talk about unfair. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. He recognized this battlefield. It was modeled after the downfall of the Shattered Kingdom, a place overrun by an undead legion centuries ago. Interesting lore, but there was no time for history lessons. The axe-wielding knight lunged first, its blade primed for an instant kill. With no control-type skills to rely on, Lu Fan had only one option: go all in, fast and hard. He launched into the air, parrying their counters with his machete, but his first strike barely left a scratch. Worse, the knight instantly regenerated and retaliated with a brutal counterattack. Lu Fan barely managed to block in time. Realizing they needed more firepower, he called out to Xiao Yi. The dragon answered with an earth-shaking firestorm, engulfing the entire castle in flames. The structure cracked and crumbled under the heat, and Lu Fan grinned at the sheer destruction. Before he could catch his breath, the dual-sword knight roared, "For my king!" and charged forward, swords crackling with lightning. Sparks flew as Lu Fan blocked, his arms shaking from the impact. The other knights weren't far behind. This wasn't a fight they could drag out. It was time to end this. Lu Fan commanded Xiao Yi to prepare a full-power attack. The dragon's energy surged, and in an instant, she unleashed a hellish wave of lava, swallowing the knight's whole. The inferno raged, melting through armor and flesh alike. One by one, the undead warriors fell, reduced to smoldering ash. Then ding, the system alert rang out. Level 99 cleared. Xiao Yi leveled up to 15, and with it came a brand new skill. Lu Fan checked the system and was floored. Black Dragon Xiao Yi just kept getting stronger. Meanwhile, he himself had officially reached level 20. Back in the surveillance room, the atmosphere was electric. The first middle school principal watched in stunned silence as the massive doors to the 100th floor slowly creaked open. Even Qin Shanhai, usually unfazed, admitted they were witnessing history. Bai Hong too, normally composed, was visibly shaken. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Yet, here was Lu Fan, breaking every rule, defying every expectation. Lu Fan steps onto the 100th floor, eyes locked on the massive throne ahead. Without hesitation, he grips the sword embedded in it and yanks it free. A surge of raw power explodes around him, energy crackling in the air. Xiao Yi stands at his side, her presence just as overwhelming. The scene before them is nothing short of a nightmare. Ruins of a fallen kingdom, skeletal remains scattered across the ground, and at the center of it all, the World Annihilation Emperor, a monstrous level 60 boss. Flanking him, a legion of 500 demon soldiers, waiting to strike. But Lu Fan isn't the least bit intimidated. Instead, he checks out Xiaoya's newly unlocked skill, Cataclysm, and it's an absolute game-changer. A 3-stage attack capable of raining destruction, setting everything ablaze, and detonating the battlefield. This is exactly the kind of chaos he's been waiting for. Grinning, he nods at Xiao Yi, giving her the signal. In an instant, she shifts into her destruction dragon form. Flames coil around her body, and the system flashes an update. Her stats have skyrocketed, and 2 new skills, All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst, are now active. Back in the surveillance room, the principals are stunned into silence. Bai Hong too watches with wide eyes, wondering if Xiaoya's transformation is something beyond anything they've ever seen. Qin Shanhai can't believe it. Lu Fan had this kind of firepower up his sleeve the entire time? The battlefield erupts into chaos as the demon commander roars, rallying the undead army to defend their emperor. But Lu Fan isn't about to give them a chance. Without hesitation, He grabs one of the skeleton soldiers and hurls it forward, shouting for Xiao Yi to unleash Cataclysm. Xiao Yi lets out a deafening roar, taking to the skies before raining down absolute destruction. Fire engulfs the battlefield. The system's casualty counter spikes as enemies are incinerated by the second. The flames spread uncontrollably, reducing the once mighty army to less than 200 in an instant. But Xiao Yi doesn't stop there. She intensifies the assault, the sheer force of her attacks, leaving only a handful of soldiers standing. With one final detonation, the remaining enemies are swallowed by an inferno. The surveillance room falls dead silent. Every principal watches in disbelief. How is a mere student wielding this level of power? Qin Shanhai stares at the numbers in shock. The system count drops. 42 soldiers left. Then 37. The battlefield is all but empty when the demon commander steps forward, voice booming as he demands Lu Fan kneel before their king. Lu Fan only tightens his grip on the dragon's sword, eyes sharp and unwavering. Xiao Yi keeps up the onslaught, and one by one, the last of the undead soldiers fall to ash. As the flames die down, only ruin remains. Bai Hong Tu watches intently, deep in thought. Even the legendary Four Horsemen wouldn't stand a chance against Lu Fan's raw strength. The first high school principal's jaw drops as the system flashes Lu Fan's score, 989,500 points. A number untouched for 30 years. Bai Hong Tu can't help but wonder, will Lu Fan actually claim the exam's ultimate reward? He mutters to himself, knowing that this year's tower trial is the hardest in history. The prize should match the challenge. At least 3 rare tier items. Back inside the tower, Lu Fan surveys the battlefield, sword still in hand. The fight may be over, but there's one final obstacle left. Stepping forward, he declares with confidence, all the trash has been dealt with. Now, let's see what the final boss has got. The World Annihilation Emperor looms ahead. The true battle is about to begin. As the smoke finally settles, the final boss makes its entrance, exuding a suffocating, oppressive aura. Every step it takes shakes the ground, and when it grips its sword, the message is clear. Lu Fan is as good as dead. A system notification flashes. Only one undead soldier remains. The boss doesn't hesitate. With terrifying speed, it launches itself straight at Lu Fan, blade aimed for a lethal strike. But Lu Fan? He's more than ready. Activating dragon armor, his arm morphs into a fearsome dragon claw, its power directly linked to Black Dragon Xiao Yi. A surge of energy crackles around him as his hands transform into razor-sharp talons. Stretching his dragon claws forward, he smirks and signals Xiao Yi to prepare for an all-out assault. Xiao Yi meets the boss's glare, claws poised, wings spread wide. The boss swings with full force, aiming to cut Lu Fan down in one blow. But Lu Fan meets the attack head-on, claw against blade, stopping it effortlessly. The moment he sees an opening, he shouts the command, Xiao Yi, attack. Xiao Yi doesn't disappoint. Activating all things incinerate, she unleashes a storm of fire tornadoes, hurling them straight at the boss. The sheer impact sends the enemy skidding backward, struggling to stay upright. It stabs its sword into the ground, trying to stop its slide, but something is wrong. Its power is fading. The reason? Lu Fan's Lament Ring. The rare artifact saps the life force of enemies, and the boss is feeling the full effect. Lu Fan lifts his hand, tapping the ring with a smug grin. Yeah, that drain? It's not stopping anytime soon. The system confirms, Lament Aura active. The ring, requiring at least level 15 to wield, boosts Lu Fan's spirit, stamina, and strength, making him even more unstoppable. The boss, desperate and enraged, accuses Lu Fan of cheating, but Lu Fan couldn't care less. Calmly, he gives Xiao Yi the next command. Activate the second stage of All Things Incinerate. Xiao Yi roars, flapping her massive wings harder, intensifying the flames. The fire tornadoes detonate on impact, blasting the boss backward into the throne. It barely manages to get up, bracing for counterattack. But Lu Fan doesn't give it the chance. In one swift motion, he unsheathes his dagger, channels his energy, and bursts through the flames, closing the distance in an instant. The boss tries to block, too late. Lu Fan drives the dagger straight into its chest, pinning it to the stone throne. The boss gasps, its strength vanishing as the system announces, victory. No undead soldiers remain. Black Dragon Xiao Yi levels up to 17. Lu Fan reaches level 22. Triumphant, Lu Fan steps onto the throne. One foot rests on the armrest, one hand gripping the boss's shoulder. With a flourish, he yanks the dagger free and glances at Xiao Yi. It's over. Back in the surveillance room, absolute silence. Every principal, every teacher, every spectator is frozen in shock. Principal Bai Hong Tu, his expression one of pure disbelief, finally speaks. No one has hit 1,000,000 points in the last 30 years. The first middle school principal remains speechless, unable to process what he just witnessed. Qin Shanhai, arms crossed, lets a small smile tug at his lips. Looks like our school's reputation is about to skyrocket. Lu Fan strolls away from the battlefield like it was just another casual day, his dagger resting on his shoulder, one hand tucked into his pocket. Turning to Xiao Yi, he stretches lazily and says, "Time to head home." Then, with a smirk, he teases, "Don't tell me you've been craving Aunt Hank's cooking." Xiao Yi doesn't even hesitate. She lets out an excited roar, eyes gleaming as she flies over. Of course, she's missed the food. Just then, the system chimes in. Level 100 cleared. In a flash, a treasure chest materializes before Lu Fan. Hands still in his pockets, he watches as it opens, revealing 3 top-tier rewards. First up, the Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare blue skill book that grants Dragon Masters a devastating ice attack, capable of freezing enemies and slowing them down. Lu Fan's thrilled. He thought he'd have to wait until level 30 for control-type skills, but now he's way ahead of schedule. The second item, Spirit Wind Ring, a rare accessory that enhances agility, stamina, and spirit, with an ability that boosts movement speed by 35%. Xiao Yi can't use it, but for Lu Fan, perfect. And the final reward, Flames and Frost Cloak, a legendary red cloak with massive stat boosts, offering resistance to both fire and ice while amplifying damage against enemies of those elements. Without hesitation, Lu Fan throws it over his shoulders, slides the ring onto his finger, and grabs the skill book. He's more than ready for whatever comes next. With that, he pulls out his teleportation stone, activating the portal back to school. In an instant, he materializes in the surveillance room, where a crowd of stunned teachers and principals stare in silence. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan casually greets them and asks Principal Bai Hong Tu, "So, can I head home now and wait for my results?" The room stays dead, quiet for a moment before Bai Hong Tu steps forward, pride clear in his expression. "Lu Fan, you're the pride of our school." He then makes a bold declaration. Lu Fan's photo will be placed on the Wall of Fame. That's when the first middle school principal chuckles, shaking his head. The Wall of Fame? That's for heroes who died fighting monsters. Are you cursing the kid? Bai Hong Tu fires back instantly. Mind your own business. Lu Fan didn't just break records, he shattered them. His future is limitless. The first middle school principal just laughs, admitting, "Well, one thing's for sure. This exam just made Lu Fan famous." Then, Qin Shanhai steps forward, his usual carefree attitude replaced with something more serious. Even though he had prepared himself for something extraordinary, he still can't quite believe the level of power Lu Fan displayed. Lu Fan, not one for sentiment, locks eyes with Qin Shanhai and cuts straight to the point. "So, I met all the conditions, right?" His voice drops slightly, edged with amusement. "Does that mean the princess of Taizi Kingdom is done throwing tantrums?" Qin Shanhai closes his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. He assures Lu Fan that he'll uphold his end of the deal. No need to worry. The teacher should have already received it. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, confused. "What teacher?" Qin Shanhai simply pats his shoulder. "Don't sweat it. Focus on choosing which academic institution you'll attend next." Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Qian Xiong, a special envoy from Longdu, quietly adjusts his cap and slips away unnoticed. Back in the surveillance room, the principals surround Lu Fan, buzzing with excitement. They tell him straight up, the top 10 academic institutions are going to go all out trying to recruit him. And that's not all. Wealthy merchants from the southern province will be lining up too, eager to form connections. But Lu Fan should be careful. Not everyone's motives are pure. Amidst the chatter, the first middle school principal eagerly asks if Lu Fan can summon Black Dragon Xiao Yi so they can see her up close. Before Lu Fan can even answer, Bai Hong Tu steps in, shaking his head. "Bad idea. If she shows up here, we can kiss this school goodbye." The room falls silent as all eyes shift to the ranking board. At the very top, Lu Fan's name shines with an insane 1.3 million points. Bai Hong Tu can't hold back his admiration. No one has come close to breaking this record in the past 50 years. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy northern frontier, inside a heavily fortified base, Marcus Tu Jing, the northern frontier marquis, sits with a weathered expression, gray hair framing his face. He sips his wine slowly, watching recordings of Lu Fan and Black Dragon Xiaoya's battles. For the first time in a long while, he feels something close to amusement. This kid, he's something else. But before he can savor the moment, there's a knock at his office door. A man in a thick jacket steps in, carrying a stack of reports. Bowing slightly, he apologizes for the interruption and places the files on Tu Jing's desk. Tu Jing's expression hardens instantly. "Is there any new evidence?" The man nods. Everything Qin Shanhai suspected was right on the mark. As Tu Jing flips through the documents, his grip tightens. The reports expose a deep conspiracy involving Princess Taizi Jinju and her inner circle. But what's even more damning, Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking official in Dragon City, is entangled in the plot, secretly backing the Jin family. A dangerous silence fills the room. The wine bottle in Tu Jing's hand cracks under his tightening grip. His jaw clenches. Ruan Changfeng, he mutters, voice low and furious. That scheming traitor. His white-haired subordinate steps forward, expression grim. Ruan and the Jin family have been putting on a front, pretending to maintain friendly relations between nations. But behind the scenes, he's been granting them unrestricted privileges, pulling strings in their favor. Tu Jing doesn't wait to hear more. With a sharp movement, he slams the bottle down, shattering it into pieces. He stands up, eyes burning with cold fury. It all makes sense now. Ruan Changfeng hasn't just been supporting Princess Jinju. He's been shielding her, letting her run unchecked. And that is unforgivable. Fury blazing in his gaze, Tu Jing commands his subordinate to strip Ruan Changfeng of all titles and authority, declaring that Dragon City has no room for someone like him. If Ruan has any objections, he's welcome to confront Tu Jing himself. And should the Jin family dare to interfere again, the Griffin squad will be sent to welcome them personally. The subordinate, stunned but understanding, quickly nods and steps back. But Tu Jing isn't finished. Gesturing toward the door, he orders the man to keep an eye on Lu Fan's choice of school and ensure the institution spares no resources in supporting him. As he watches the crimson moon hanging over the snowy expanse, Tu Jing contemplates how this young dragon Tamer has reignited hope. He longs to meet him, but with the northern territories in turmoil, who knows when that day will come. Meanwhile, in an opulent hotel room, Princess Jinju lounges on her bed when her phone suddenly rings. The news strikes her like a thunderbolt. Ruan Changfeng has been dismissed, and the one behind it is none other than Marquis Tu Jing. Shock flashes across her face, but before she can spiral into panic, the caller urges her to stay calm. There's another development. Irritated yet intrigued, she demands to know what it is, her mind racing with concerns about losing their grip on the Dragon Tamer. The caller reveals that with the major exam results about to be released, they've identified another Dragon Tamer in Qingzhou City, aside from Lu Fan. Jinju's fury quickly shifts to interest, a cunning smile forming on her lips. This unexpected discovery could change everything. Perhaps this new Dragon Tamer will be easier to control. Back at the 3rd Middle School's trial grounds, Lu Fan bids his farewells and quietly disappears. Moments later, a portal materializes and Hongwu steps through. The system's voice echoes across the arena. Hongwu has successfully cleared the South Province exam, securing 89,500 points and reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Bursting with excitement, he's already envisioning a future where top universities scramble to recruit him, prestigious awards fill his hands, and the path to greatness stretches before him. In his mind, he sees the 1st Middle School principal showering him with praise, declaring him the unrivaled champion. He's convinced that all the excitement around him must be because of his incredible score. But reality has other plans. As he eagerly approaches the principal, expecting admiration, he's met with a solemn gaze. The principal places a hand on his shoulder and asks if his training is complete. Hongwu proudly announces his score, waiting for the applause he believes he deserves. Instead, the principal simply offers a reassuring nod, telling him he's done exceptionally well and is guaranteed a spot at a top university. Hongwu is taken aback. Where's the celebration? Why isn't the principal more impressed? Seeing his confusion, the principal calmly explains that while grades are important, knowing one's limits and taking care of one's body matters just as much. The words hit Hongwu like a splash of cold water. He stands there, trying to process the unexpected response. But after a moment of reflection, the message becomes clear: stay humble. With a newfound sense of respect, he nods and sincerely thanks the principal, realizing that a little humility can go a long way. 7 days later, the long-awaited announcement of the nightmare exam results finally arrives. The moment Lu Fan and his Aunt Hank open the door, they're met with a storm of flashing cameras and excited voices. A crowd of reporters and eager fans flood the entrance, cutting off any chance of escape. Hank's eyes widen in alarm as journalists shove microphones toward them, bombarding Lu Fan with questions. Fans scramble to offer gifts, one even presenting a luxurious box while inviting him to visit their estate. The chaos is overwhelming, with questions about his university plans flying in from every direction. Then, as if the scene wasn't already hectic enough, Mr. Qin Shanhai steps forward, instantly amplifying the excitement. He announces that the official university entrance exam results are about to be released, declaring Lu Fan the top student in the entire South Province. Sensing the need for order, he suggests they move the conversation indoors. Hank, seeing a chance to escape the madness, quickly ushers Lu Fan inside. Once they settle in, Mr. Qin Shanhai unveils 6 prize boxes, each containing a staggering 50 million yuan, a reward for Lu Fan's incredible achievement as the province's top student. He urges Lu Fan to accept the gift, emphasizing the significance of his success. Lu Fan checks his phone and sees the notification. He's officially secured first place. However, his total score remains classified. Right behind him in second place is Chun Tianzi, an elite contender with 215,628 points. Mr. Qin Shanhai then reveals even more surprises. On top of the prize money, Principal by Hong Tu has personally selected additional rewards. Lu Fan's eyes flicker with curiosity as the first gift is revealed, a skill book titled Roar of the Blue Dragon King. The spell summons a devastating lightning attack that not only paralyzes opponents, but also builds up power for a colossal finishing strike. Immediately, Lu Fan envisions how this technique could combine with Xiaoya's magic, seamlessly shifting from ice to thunder for an even more lethal effect. Next, Mr. Qin Shanhai presents a legendary thunder potion, capable of amplifying lightning abilities and permanently boosting Lu Fan's power attribute by 20. Lu Fan knows this will make his thunder magic even more formidable. The third reward is the Green Wind Armor, a rare and powerful piece of equipment that enhances stamina and strength while deflecting impact damage. Mr. Qin Shanhai explains that each item has been carefully chosen by Principal by Hong Tu, ensuring that Lu Fan is equipped with everything he needs to reach even greater heights. But the surprises don't stop there. The final reward is unveiled, Flash Wing Boots, designed for lightning-fast movement with a 30-second recharge. These boots also come with Flash Wing Leap, allowing the wearer to dash across a 50-meter radius at incredible speed, also with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Fan grips the briefcase containing these game-changing treasures, astonished that such elite abilities are usually reserved for top-tier magicians. Determined not to let this opportunity go to waste, he silently vows to master each item, knowing they'll be crucial for both him and Xiaoyi. As he takes it all in, the system officially confirms his newfound treasures: Dragon King's War Skill, Lightning Flash Wing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and a legendary Thunder Potion. Before he can fully process it, Qinxiu bursts onto the scene, practically glowing with excitement at the sight of him. She comes bearing shocking news. 10 university presidents have arrived in Jianghai City and are waiting at her house, eager to meet Lu Fan personally. Hank watches in stunned silence, still trying to comprehend why Qinxiu is even here. Lu Fan, equally caught off guard, questions the urgency, considering the results were just released. Mr. Qin Shanhai steps in with a knowing smile, explaining that after witnessing Lu Fan's extraordinary performance, the university leaders dropped everything to rush over. He then leans in slightly, lowering his voice as he hints that some footage, seen only by high-ranking officials in the Dragon Capital, must remain classified. Before Lu Fan can ask more, he adds another revelation. The issue with Princess Jinju has been taken care of, and a certain teacher is eager to meet him. Resting a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin Shanhai assures him there's no need to rush. Everything is under control. Just then, Qinxiu steps forward, hesitating slightly before holding out a sleek purple card. She admits that she had intended to thank him before, but Jinju's interference got in the way. Lu Fan's eyes widen as he realizes what she's handing him. Their original deal was for 100,000 dragon coins, but this card is worth a jaw-dropping 10 million. Mr. Qin Shanhai chuckles, pointing out that the card represents the Qin family's immense gratitude. Then, with a teasing glint in his eye, Mr. Qin Shanhai announces that an escort will arrive in the evening to take Lu Fan to Jiangshan Park, where a luxurious villa, awarded to him as the top scorer, awaits. Hank steps closer to Lu Fan, processing this new development, while Qinxiu, flustered by her father's playful tone, quickly tells him to stop joking around. Turning back to Lu Fan, she grabs his hand and reminds him that they have a scheduled meeting with the academy officials. Now, shifting to the Dragon Kingdom, just outside Qingzhou City, a jeep rolls to a stop in a dense forest, and stepping out with her usual air of superiority is Princess Jinju. Her sharp gaze sweeps the surroundings before she demands an update from her subordinate, Cui Hongtai. Without hesitation, he reports on the dragon tamer they've been tracking, Chun Tianji. He's now level 19, and his armored dragon has already reached level 14. Jinju arches an eyebrow, mildly impressed. Dragon tamers always seem to defy expectations, rising through the ranks at an astonishing pace, toppling foes far above their level. The scene shifts to Chun Tianji himself, locked in a fierce battle against a powerful wild beast. The monster lunges with deadly force, but Chun Tianji reacts with lightning reflexes, leaping into the air to evade. The fight is brutal, but with a single devastating strike, he takes the beast down, instantly leveling up to 20. Watching from afar, Jinju crosses her arms, begrudgingly acknowledging his strength. At least he hasn't squandered the dragon egg she entrusted to him. Chun Tianji, ever respectful, thanks her for the opportunity and vows never to bring shame to the royal family's name. But Jinju isn't here to hand out praise. Her tone sharpens as she warns him not to disappoint her like the last failure did. Then, with an air of finality, she declares that from this moment on, Chun Tianji will wield the dragon lance. She scans the group, daring anyone to object. Cui Hongtai instantly responds, "As you wish, Your Excellency." Chun Tianji bows low, his voice filled with gratitude as he accepts the formidable weapon alongside his armored dragon. With this newfound power, he's more determined than ever, his sights set on defeating none other than Lu Fan. Yet, Jinju's mind lingers on Lu Fan. His final score remains classified, but whispers suggest it might surpass 300,000 points. The thought sparks a mix of frustration and intrigue. She clenches her fists, her hatred for him burning stronger. Fixing Chun Tianji with a steely glare, she orders him to burn Lu Fan's name into his mind. He is never to rest until he has crushed him and claimed Black Dragon Xiaoyi. If he succeeds, she promises him a future like no other, elevating him to the highest rank among dragon tamers, second only to her. Chun Tianji, unwavering in his loyalty, bows once more, vowing to meet her expectations. As Jinju turns to leave, she can't resist one last jab. With a smirk, she calls Chun Tianji wiser than Lu Fan, still bitter that Lu Fan foolishly rejected the opportunity she once extended. But there's still unfinished business. Before stepping into the jeep, she issues one final command. Cui Hongtai is to travel to Jianghai City and uncover which university Lu Fan intends to attend. Cui Hongtai nods, ready to obey, but Jinju's voice turns ice cold. "Fail this mission," she warns, "and you're finished." A flicker of tension crosses his face, but he bows and promises swift results. The jeep roars to life, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving behind a heavy silence. And there she is, Jinju, standing motionless, eyes locked on the distant horizon. Her fists tighten as she silently vows that Lu Fan will pay for defying her. Meanwhile, at the Qin family villa, just outside the grand reception hall, Qinxiu fidgets slightly, cheeks tinged pink as she hesitantly asks Lu Fan if he's decided on which academy he'll apply to. But before he can answer, she quickly blurts out that it's really her dad who's curious. Apparently, her father thinks it would be a brilliant idea if the two of them enrolled in the same academy. To look out for each other, of course. Lu Fan, ever composed, nods and remarks that teamwork is essential for academic success. With a small smirk, he even jokes that since they've already fought side by side before, they'd make a great team, especially if they ever ventured into the wilderness. However, he admits he hasn't made a final decision yet, but promises to let her know soon. Qinxiu, looking slightly flustered, tries to hide her worry. She has no idea what Lu Fan's final score is, but deep down, she fears the gap between them will only widen. Determined, she silently vows to catch up, no matter what, and apply to the same academy. Lu Fan, noticing her resolve, gives her a warm smile. "Sounds like a solid plan," he says, as he steps through a grand doorway into a spacious meeting hall. His presence immediately catches the attention of a plump man in priest robes. The man leaps up with excitement, his face lighting up as he recognizes Lu Fan. With enthusiasm, he showers Lu Fan with praise for his astonishing performance in the entrance exam video. Seated next to him is a woman wearing a mask, her sharp gaze fixed on Lu Fan. Her voice is calm, yet firm, as she acknowledges him as the first dragon tamer in history to have an actual dragon companion. Then, she cuts straight to the point. As the top scorer in the southern province, has he given any thought to which academy he'll join? But before Lu Fan can reply, the robe man from Jiangnan Academy jumps in, practically shouting that Lu Fan doesn't need to think twice. Jiangnan Academy, he boasts, offers an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, unlimited resources, including top-tier potions, and exclusive access to secret realms. The masked woman scoffs, unimpressed. She calls him out for trying to entice the top scorer with petty perks, reminding the room that they're all representatives of the Dragon Kingdom's most elite academies. The robe man turns red with frustration, but refuses to back down. He fires back with an even better offer. Northern Academy will provide 20 million dragon coins per year, along with unrestricted access to a top-secret realm in the Snow Kingdom, reserved solely for Lu Fan. And just like that, the room erupts into chaos. Academy heads start shouting over each other, each one scrambling to one-up the last. One insists that Northern Academy has top-tier resources, but they aren't the only ones. Another guarantees unlimited access to hidden secret realms, promising Lu Fan opportunities beyond imagination. It's an all-out bidding war, and the desperation is real. One after another, they throw in sweeter deals, eager to claim Lu Fan as their own. As the chaos unfolds before him, Lu Fan watches in silent disbelief. He had expected a formal interview, not an all-out bidding war for his enrollment. With each academy throwing out more extravagant offers, he's completely at a loss over which to choose. Then, just as the room is about to descend into another shouting match, Gahan, the head of Dragon Capital Academy, steps forward and drops an absolute bombshell. Calm and composed, he announces that Dragon Capital Academy holds this year's national trial quota, and he's willing to give it to Lu Fan. The entire room freezes. The robe man from Jiangnan Academy spins around, eyes wide with shock. Wait, what? Is that even possible? He blurts out. Lu Fan is just a newcomer. How could he already be in the running for the national trial? It doesn't make sense. The masked woman quickly jumps in, her voice sharp with disbelief. This is ridiculous. Previous candidates went through rigorous selection processes. The trial is already set in motion, and other nations have been preparing for years. Handing the quota to a first year, it's nothing short of madness. Lu Fan, still processing everything, finally speaks up. Wait, what exactly is the national trial? Gahan doesn't hesitate. His tone is firm as he lays it all out. The national trial is a top-secret realm jointly created by 23 countries. Every 3 years, each nation selects one young participant, under the age of 25, to represent them. Because it's meant for rising talents, seasoned national-level experts aren't allowed. It's a high-stakes event watched by the entire world, and those who enter have the chance to claim some of the rarest treasures in existence. The envoy from Northern Academy, now visibly desperate, turns to Lu Fan. This is your chance. If you commit to joining the trial, you'll have 6 months to prepare. You can't pass this up. The Jiangnan Academy representative scowls, accusing Dragon Capital Academy of playing dirty. This is way too much. You're basically bribing him with the entire national trial just to recruit him. But Gahan remains unfazed. With unwavering confidence, he delivers his final pitch. Passing the national trial doesn't just make you a top contender in the Southern Province. It gives you the opportunity to become a national-level expert, from being a rising talent to standing at the very peak of the Dragon Kingdom. This is what we're offering you, Lu Fan. Just as the room reaches a boiling point, a sudden ding echoes in Lu Fan's mind. A system notification pops up. A new treasure map has arrived. Lu Fan stiffens, his mind racing. It's been ages since he received the first divine treasure map, the one that led him to Black Dragon Xiaoya's egg. And now, another one has appeared? His heart pounds as he checks the map's location, and then it hits him. The treasure lies within Dragon Capital Academy. In that moment, his decision becomes crystal clear. Gahan narrows his eyes slightly, reading Lu Fan's expression. Satisfied, he asks. Lu Fan looks up, his usual cool demeanor returning. With a confident nod, he announces his decision. I've made up my mind. I'm going to Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan has one last request for Gahan. Surprised but intrigued, Gahan agrees, as long as it's nothing too troublesome. 4 days later, Lu Fan pulls down the shutters of Hank's steamed bun shop for the final time. Hank lets out a nostalgic sigh, admitting she never thought she'd leave this place after all these years. Dusting off his hands, Lu Fan reminds her there's no reason to dwell on the past. They have a villa now, along with plenty of savings. Hank smiles, reminiscing about the days when Lu Fan was just a small child moving in with her. Time truly flies. Just then, a car pulls up. Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaomon jump out, waving eagerly. They're here to take Hank and Lu Fan to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon grins and excitedly announces that they'll all be students there now, and Qin Xiu's family has even arranged a private plane for the trip. Hank waves back with a bright smile, while Lu Fan is taken aback to see Tao Xiaomon joining them. She smirks, explaining that she scored the same as Qin Xiu and decided to follow. Of course, all because of Lu Fan. Qin Xiu turns red, quickly trying to shut her up. Feeling emotional, Hank apologizes for all the trouble, admitting she never imagined Lu Fan would go so far for her. She recalls how he asked Gahan for help securing her a spot at Dragon Capital Academy due to her rare hidden profession as an enchantment chef. Gahan agreed, but warned that the final decision would be up to the academy once they arrived. Tears well up in Hank's eyes as she hugs Lu Fan, confessing that she once dreamed of attending a prestigious academy, but never thought it would become reality. Lu Fan gently tells her not to cry, while Qin Xiu urges her to hurry. There's a plane to catch. As they drive off, Lu Fan reflects on how much Hank has sacrificed for him. He silently promises to make her proud. This is only the beginning of a brighter future for them both. Before long, they arrive at the bustling Dragon Capital. Hank is in awe, taking in a vibrant city so different from their old neighborhood. Chinchio excitedly points out rare recipes being sold in the marketplace, while Lufan's gaze lands on the towering Dragon Capital Academy in the distance. But before they can soak it all in, a sleek luxury car pulls up. The door swings open, and out steps the arrogant Princess Jinju, with Cui Hongtai holding the door and Chun Tianji standing sharply at attention. Jinju locks eyes with Lu Fan, her annoyance obvious. Lu Fan, just as irritated, wonders why she keeps showing up everywhere and why she can't just leave him alone. As Cui Hongtai recognizes him, Chun Tianji immediately steps forward, ready to confront Lu Fan. But before he can act, Jinju stops him. She reminds Chun that without Ruan Chongfeng's backing, they can't afford to cause trouble and risk being sent back home. Chun Tianji hesitates before reluctantly backing down. Chinchio, curious, recalls her father mentioning that Jinju came to study in the Dragon Kingdom. She wonders aloud if he was referring to Dragon Capital Academy. Tao Xiaomon, sensing the tension, asks what's going on between Lu Fan and Jinju's group, while Hank gently tries to calm Lu Fan down. Just then, Gahan arrives, surprised to find both groups together. She raises an eyebrow and asks if they truly don't know each other, then casually drops a bombshell. Lu Fan and Chun Tianji are both dragon tamers, known as the twin stars of the southern province. Lu Fan's eyes widen. He never imagined that Chun Tianji shared the same rare talent as him. Before he can even process the revelation, Chun Tianji steps forward, his tone laced with contempt. He says he's heard Lu Fan's name plenty of times. Lu Fan, however, is too drained from the long journey to care. Instead, he turns to Gahan and asks if they can finally get some rest. Hank eagerly agrees, urging him to move on before anything else delays them. Gohan steps in, offering to personally show them their accommodations. If anything isn't up to their standards, she assures them she'll arrange adjustments. She also mentions that freshman orientation will be explained in detail tomorrow. Jinju, of course, scoffs and declares that she'll handle everything herself before walking off. Arriving at the dormitory area, Gahan introduces them to the Villa Zone, an exclusive area for top-ranked first-year students. There are 30 villas in total, with rankings based on entrance exam performance determining who gets to stay here. Since Lu Fan placed first, he's assigned Villa number 1. Meanwhile, despite being second in the southern province, Chun Tianji ranks 18th overall, placing him in Villa number 18. As Gohan explains the rankings, Lu Fan silently scoffs at the idea of being considered twin stars with Chun Tianji. In his eyes, it's obvious that Chun chose to submit to Jinju, throwing away his own dignity. Chinchio looks a little dejected as she admits that she and Tao Xiaomon didn't make it into the top 30, meaning they'll be staying in the student dorms instead. Gahan confirms that she'll take them there later, though she notes that the conditions in the villa area are far superior. Hank, always the playful one, latches on a Lu Fan's arm and sweetly asks Gahan if they can all move in with him. Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon immediately flush at the unexpected suggestion. Gahan thinks it over, saying there's no rule against it and that as long as the villa's owner has no objections, it shouldn't be a problem. Without missing a beat, Hank turns to Lu Fan, pouting as she reminds him about her special cookies, asking if he's really willing to give them up. Lu Fan doesn't even hesitate. Of course not. Beaming, Hank pulls Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon close, excitedly declaring how great it'll be for them to live together. She's already picturing how it'll strengthen their teamwork and make exploring secret realms much easier. And just like that, folks, the moment you've all been waiting for. The harem is officially moving in. Our Giga Chad Lu Fan is making all the right moves, setting the stage for whatever chaos is bound to come next. With a small smile, Lu Fan tells Chinchio and Tao Xiaomon that living together will be much more convenient since the dorms are way too far. If they stayed there, he'd have to trek across half the campus just to see them. Chinchio nods, blushing, while Tao Xiaomon hesitates before saying she'll go along with whatever Chinchio decides. She has to admit, the villas are a serious upgrade from the dorms. Meanwhile, Hank excitedly swings Chinchio around, already imagining all the dishes she's going to cook for everyone. Trying to keep her composure, Tao Xiaomon points a finger at Lu Fan, warning him that living together is fine, but he better not try anything with Chinchio. She'll be keeping a close eye on him. Before Lu Fan can respond, a screen pops up in front of him, showing that the treasure map's location is right next door in Villa number 2. Curious, he asks Gahan who lives there. She explains that she only oversees students from the southern province and isn't too familiar with freshmen from other regions. But as far as she knows, only one girl stays there. Lu Fan tells the girls to head to Villa number 1 while he checks out their neighbor. Hank, ever the mischief maker, teases him to bring back a gift. The girls, however, go quiet. Lu Fan quickly reassures them that he's just curious about the second-ranked student and they're overthinking it. As he walks off, Hank giggles, noting how fast he moved the moment a girl was mentioned. She playfully wonders if he's finally starting to grow up. Tao Xiaomon, on the other hand, is a little irritated, realizing she might have underestimated Lu Fan. 3 girls are already moving in with him, yet he's still interested in their neighbor. Meanwhile, Lu Fan sighs to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed. Why does it suddenly feel like everyone's getting the wrong idea? Lu Fan stands at his mysterious neighbor's door, cake in hand, hoping she's a fan of sweets. More importantly, he's hoping to get inside. He needs to grab the treasure before she catches on. As the door creaks open, he puts on his best smile and introduces himself as Lu Fan from Jianghai City in the southern province. The girl in front of him is dressed entirely in black, staring at him in silence with an unreadable expression. Hoping to break the awkward tension, Lu Fan cheerfully offers her the cake, explaining that it's a welcome gift to celebrate becoming neighbors. He even suggests they get to know each other better. Just then, a system notification appears, revealing that the cake grants a permanent 3-point agility boost on its first use. Still, the girl remains quiet, simply watching him. Finally, she takes the cake, turns around, and in a soft voice, introduces herself as Jianying from Yunbei province. Well, another potential addition to Lu Fan's ever-growing circle of admirers. Lu Fan is caught off guard by how cute her voice is, but he's sweating bullets trying to keep the conversation going. In a panic, he blurts out that he's thirsty and asks if he can come in for a glass of water. Internally, he cringes. Could he have picked a more obvious excuse? But to his surprise, Jianying steps aside, silently letting him in. Grateful, Lu Fan thanks her and slips inside. The moment she turns to close the door, he vanishes. With the treasure map in hand, he races through the house, determined to find the hidden item before she notices anything. He checks her bedroom. Nothing but clothes scattered across the bed. The bathroom? Empty. Then he opens another door and finally spots it. A stunning jade dragon egg resting in an unused room. A system notification confirms that this is the treasure's location. Excited, Lu Fan wastes no time snatching up the egg. Just as Jianying returns with a glass of water, he rushes back to the entrance. Awkwardly, he tells her he's suddenly not thirsty anymore and needs to leave. He quickly thanks her, wishes her a good night, and casually mentions he'll see her at the freshman ceremony tomorrow before bolting out the door. Left alone, Jianying glances around and notices her bedroom door slightly open, her bed still covered in messy clothes. She frowns, confused. Did she just invite a total pervert into her house? Late that night in Villa Number 1, Lu Fan examines the jade dragon egg alongside Xiaoyi. As he runs his fingers over its smooth surface, he recalls the moment he first found Xiaoyi's egg. Activating his dragon taming skills, he watches as the egg begins to crack. Moments later, a tiny dragon emerges. A system window immediately pops up, listing its abilities. Life Spring continuously restores the health of all friendly targets. Jade Light removes debuffs and boosts all attributes by 30%, with 3 layers of blessings that block incoming damage. Natural Assimilation allows the dragon to absorb equipment traits. Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles the effects of dragon skills and increases self-healing by 500%. Blood Contract grants Lu Fan a 10% attribute boost. Lu Fan quickly realizes that this isn't a combat dragon. It's a powerful support type. With over 600 spirit points and the bloodline effects doubling everything for both him and Xiaoyi, the buffs are absolutely insane. He does the math and estimates that in battle, Xiaoyi's spirit attribute could skyrocket to nearly 12,000. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi is already happily playing with the newborn dragon. Lu Fan is amazed at the potential. If this little jade dragon absorbs enough equipment traits, it could become ridiculously powerful. But before all that, there's something important to take care of, naming it. Just as he's deep in thought, the tiny dragon suddenly chomps down on Xiaoyi's thigh. Startled, Lu Fan jumps up, trying to separate them before a full-on dragon brawl erupts. Deciding to settle things quickly, he declares the new dragon's name, Xiaofei, officially making it Xiaoyi's little sister. Xiaoyi, clearly unimpressed, tries to intimidate Xiaofei, but Lu Fan steps in, scolding them both before they wake up the entire house. The next morning, Lu Fan, Qin Xiao, and Tao Xiaomon make their way through the lively campus of Dragon Capital Academy, heading toward the freshman enrollment ceremony. Lu Fan notes that life profession students and combat profession students have separate events. Qin Xiao nods, mentioning that their beloved sister Hank has to attend a different ceremony for her profession. As they walk, Tao Xiaomon suddenly turns to Lu Fan with a smirk. So, what was all that noise coming from your room last night? She teases. Lu Fan starts to explain, but before he can get a word out, 2 passing students suddenly freeze in place, eyes widening as they recognize Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaomon. The boys stare in disbelief, whispering among themselves. No way. These girls are total campus belle level. One of them, clearly smitten, starts daydreaming out loud. If I had a girlfriend like that, I'd risk my life in a secret realm for her without hesitation. His friend immediately brings him back to reality. Yeah, right. First of all, there are two of them. Second, they're already walking with some guy. Inside the auditorium, Qin Xiu turns to Tao Xiaomon, reminding her that teacher Gahan said hidden professions have assigned seats up front. Since she can't sit with Qin Xiu, Tao Xiaomon sighs and decides to take a seat in the back. Meanwhile, Lu Fan scans the room and immediately spots a familiar face. Hong Wu, the loudmouthed martial artist from the entrance exam back in Jianghai City. Lu Fan greets him with a calm smile, but that only makes Hong Wu's blood boil. Ever since his principal ridiculed him, telling him to check the rankings and see how massive the gap was between him and Lu Fan, he's been burning with frustration. And now, standing in the same room as his rival, all those emotions come rushing back. At the back, Tao Xiaomon fidgets in her seat, glancing toward the front. She's uneasy about how all the hidden professions are grouped together, but what really worries her is the thought of Lu Fan spending every single day with Qin Xiu. Just then, Lu Fan notices Jian Ying sitting quietly in front of him. Feeling a bit awkward, he greets her. Qin Xiu, caught off guard, asks if he knows her. Lu Fan explains that Jian Ying is their neighbor from Villa Number 2. Surprised, Qin Xiu admits that Jian Ying is not only beautiful, but also incredibly strong, considering she's ranked second overall. Meanwhile, a few students in the back are watching Lu Fan with clear jealousy. Man, Dragon Capital Academy really is something else, one of them mutters. The campus is crawling with absolute beauties. Another chuckles. Doesn't matter. It's not like any of them have anything to do with us. One guy, feeling bold, considers going up to ask for contact info, but before he can make a move, the atmosphere shifts as a tall, well-dressed man steps onto the stage. The man adjusts his glasses and introduces himself. Zhao Shunming, Level 78 Thunder Mage, Vice Principal of Dragon Capital Academy, and a professor in the Combat Academy's Magic Department. He keeps things brief, welcoming the new students before getting straight to the point. Their teachers will be handing out ID cards soon, and he isn't interested in dragging things out with a long speech. As Gohan distributes the cards, Lu Fan receives his and glances at the number displayed. 13,539 points. Zhao Xinming explains that these ID cards serve more than just identification. They also store personal points, which act as the Academy's currency. Students will need points to purchase weapons, potions, and even access secret realms. Their initial balance is determined by their entrance exam performance. Just then, a student abruptly stands up, complaining that the entrance exam difficulty wasn't the same across all provinces. He argues that some students had a much easier time scoring high, making the whole system unfair. Zhao Shunming remains unfazed, calmly addressing the concern. He explains that the Academy adjusts for difficulty using a coefficient system. Since the Southern Province had the hardest trial this year, its scores were divided by the lowest coefficient, 96. Lu Fan furrows his brows, quickly calculating in his head. So this is all I have to work with? Zhao Shunming continues, dropping another bombshell. The points they've received now are only temporary. In just 1 month, the freshman assessment will reevaluate everyone. The top 30 scores will earn a coveted spot in Blue Class, an elite group with access to incredible perks, exclusive secret realms, rare skills, and, most importantly, the right to live in the villa area. A wave of excitement spreads through the students. Some hadn't even heard of Blue Class before enrolling, but now they're fired up. This means they still have a chance to secure a villa for themselves. Lu Fan quickly puts the pieces together. As the current top scorer, he already qualifies for Blue Class, meaning Villa Number 1 is his for now. But if he ever loses that rank, he'll be forced to move out. Just as the weight of that sinks in, Zhao Shunming smirks and reveals the real catch. Being in Blue Class doesn't mean you're safe. Any student in the Academy can challenge a Blue Class member, and if the challenger wins, they take their spot. The worst part? Refusing isn't an option. A massive screen lights up, listing the 30 current Blue Class members. Right at the top, Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan, Southern Province, rank 1. As Lu Fan rises from his seat, the entire room breaks into hushed murmurs. Students whisper among themselves, eyeing him with doubt. Him? No way. He looks like a total simp. But he's ranked first. Does he really have a dragon? Even an Earth Dragon would be crazy strong. Maybe that's how he got such a high score. One student pulls out their device to check the Academy's official forums, only to find nothing on Lu Fan. No videos, no battle records, no breakdown of his performance. With no information available, some students start speculating. Could be a rich kid. Maybe his family pulled some strings. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Chun Tianji turns to Jinju, his expression cold. So, when do you want me to deal with him? Jinju, ever cautious, narrows her eyes. Not yet. We need to see what he's really capable of first. At the front, Qinxiu leans closer to Lu Fan, lowering her voice. So, is the vice principal basically setting you up to get challenged? Lu Fan sighs, sinking back into his seat. He didn't see this coming. Jinying, sitting quietly nearby, says nothing, but she doesn't take her eyes off the screen. With the ceremony over, Lu Fan shifts his focus back to what really matters, upgrading Xiao Yi and unlocking her new form. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he suggests to Qinxiu and Tao Xiaomon that they visit the secret realm hall to see what opportunities the academy has to offer. But before they can take a step, an angry voice cuts through the crowd. Lu Fan, a finger points straight at him. It's Hongwu, the martial artist from Jianghai City. Hongwu storms forward, demanding a fight. He reminds Lu Fan that blue class members aren't allowed to refuse challenges. Lu Fan, slightly confused but unfazed, simply confirms the challenge. Meanwhile, Hongwu is convinced he has this in the bag. With no battle records or exam footage available, he assumes Lu Fan must have relied on summoning multiple subdragon species to pass the entrance exam. If he takes Lu Fan down directly, there's no way he can lose. Keeping his cool, Lu Fan turns to Qinxiu. Step back. Qinxiu nods and moves away, while Hongwu smirks, secretly impressed by Lu Fan's confidence. All right, since you've got guts, Hongwu says, crossing his arms. Let's make it interesting. 200 dragon coins. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, barely holding back a chuckle. That's it. Still, he figures 200 points must be a big deal to Hongwu, so he shrugs and agrees. Around them, the crowd stirs with excitement. So Lu Fan's really a summoning mage? Someone whispers. Finally, we get to see the so-called top scorer in action. Watching from a distance, Jinju smirks. Turning to Chan Tianji, she gives a simple order. Watch closely. This is the perfect chance to analyze his strength. Hongwu clenches his fists, golden energy crackling around them. He starts counting down. 3. Tao Xiaomon, biting her lip, leans toward Qinxiu. Be honest, does Lu Fan actually stand a chance? Qinxiu, leaning lazily on her magical staff, grins. Oh, you'll see. Nearby, Vice Principal Zhao Shanming and Professor Gahan quietly observe from the sidelines. Hongwu roars, 3, and surges forward, his fist glowing as he launches his attack. Lu Fan doesn't move. Hands still in his pockets, he watches calmly, waiting. Hongwu charges in, his chi strike technique fully activated. This move doubles damage to weak points and massively boosts his chi level on impact. He's putting everything into this one strike. His fists glow brighter as he closes the gap. His teeth clench. Victory is within reach. And then, Lu Fan vanishes. Hongwu skids to a stop, completely baffled. His eyes dart around. What? Where did he go? The crowd gasps. A teleportation skill? But that's something only second-tier mages should be able to do. Hongwu whips around in confusion. How in the world is Lu Fan pulling this off? Before Hongwu can react, Lu Fan appears behind him in an instant. With a calm demeanor, he remarks that Qigong masters are said to excel in both close-quarters combat and range defense. Hongwu spins around, startled and tense, only to see Lu Fan surrounded by a pulsating blue aura. Flashing a confident smirk, Lu Fan raises a hand mockingly, challenging him to prove he's stronger than this. The watching students are left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at Lu Fan's overwhelming presence. Fueled by anger, Hongwu lets out a roar and unleashes a relentless flurry of punches with his chi rising wave technique. Each blow sends out rippling shockwaves, growing more destructive with every strike. But Lu Fan moves like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the attacks, closing the gap between them with ease. Desperation kicks in. Hongwu realizes that if he can prevent Lu Fan from summoning his dragon, he might still stand a chance. But Lu Fan doesn't need a dragon for this fight. Planting his feet firmly, he clenches his fists, ready to counter. Hongwu, refusing to back down, spreads his arms wide and activates his strongest defense, solid as a rock. A golden aura engulfs him, his chi reinforcing his body, making him feel invincible. But Hongwu has no idea what he's up against. With a single burst of speed, Lu Fan drives a devastating kick straight into his chest. The impact shatters his so-called unbreakable defense, sending him hurtling backward. He crashes onto the ground, blood trickling from his lips. Stunned, his mind reels. Did he just lose in one move? The entire arena is dead silent. No one can believe what just happened. Lu Fan had taken down one of the Academy's strongest fighters with a single strike. No dragon, no elaborate techniques, just raw power. A brown-haired student wipes his forehead, turning to his blue-haired friend in disbelief. That's it. It's already over. They had expected an intense battle, not a one-kick finish. Another student, pale and shaken, stares at Hongwu's motionless body, wondering if he's seriously injured. Lying on the ground, Hongwoo's body trembles, his eyes shut tight. Lu Fan walks over, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out his ID card. Without hesitation, he places it atop Hongwoo's, casually reminding him that a bet is a bet, and the loser has to accept defeat. Since Hongwoo was the one who issued the challenge, Lu Fan decides to claim the 200 dragon coins. A system window appears, confirming his updated total, 13,739 points. Hongwoo props himself up with one hand, clutching his chest with the other, his eyes locked onto Lu Fan in sheer disbelief. But when his gaze falls on Lu Fan's total points, his shock deepens. A cold sweat breaks out across his face as the realization sinks in. Lu Fan's entrance exam, in comparison, Chun Tianji's 210,000 looks insignificant. Overwhelmed, Hongwoo collapses back onto the ground, his once unshakable confidence crumbling to dust. He was a fool to challenge someone so far beyond his reach. As they enter the Grand Hall of Dragon Capital Academy's Secret Realm Center, Qinxiu lingers near the doorway, gripping her magical staff with an excited glint in her eyes. She nods at Lu Fan, informing him that Hank has already arrived. Behind them, Tao Xiaomon trails along, hands clasped behind her back, a growing smile tugging at her lips. The moment Hank steps into the hall, concern flashes across her face. Without hesitation, she rushes to Lu Fan. "Are you hurt? Who challenged you?" she asks anxiously. Lu Fan, still holding his tablet, meets her gaze with a calm smile. "It's nothing," he reassures her. Before Hank can press further, Tao Xiaomon chimes in, cheeks slightly flushed, her fists clenched with excitement. She eagerly recounts how Lu Fan effortlessly sent Hongwoo flying. Qinxiu, amused, teases her, reminding her of the time she had boasted about Lu Fan's strength. She even playfully compares him to Uncle Sun Gu, someone she once thought was unbeatable. Tao Xiaomon's curiosity sparks at the mention. Then how strong is Lu Fan's dragon? She wondered aloud. Qinxiu smirks knowingly. "Xiao Yi is stronger than you can imagine," she replies. As they chat, Lu Fan steps forward, lifting his tablet to grab their attention. The group gathers around as he pulls up the Academy's secret realm interface. "I found a perfect realm for leveling up," he announces. The screen displays the details. With 13,739 points at his disposal, Lu Fan browses the Academy's 49 available secret realms. The one he selects, Poisonous Spiderwood Forest, a level 45 realm notorious for its brutal difficulty. The entry requirements? A minimum of 5 members, and opening the portal would cost 45 points. Lu Fan closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about how he could have been leveling up Black Dragon Xiao Yi already, if not for Hongwoo's unnecessary challenge. Hank stepped forward, concern etched on her face. She reminded him that while she was eager to join them, this realm wasn't just a training ground. It was deadly. Lu Fan met her worried gaze with a confident smile. "Don't worry," he assured her. "I'll make sure everyone stays safe." Tao Xiaomon, still puzzled, pointed out a problem. "We're short one member. We need at least 5 to enter." Lu Fan turned to Qinxiu, his expression serious. "Any ideas?" Qinxiu glanced around, scanning the hall. Her eyes landed on Jianying, sitting nearby, completely focused on her tablet. Without hesitation, she nudged Lu Fan, and the two of them made their way over to her, hoping to recruit her for the team. When they approached, Lu Fan greeted Jianying with a bright smile, but was immediately met with an icy glare. It was clear she hadn't forgotten their awkward first encounter during his dragon egg search. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as the tension thickened. Jianying's expression remained cold as she shot him a sharp look. "Pervert." The air grew even heavier. Hank, utterly baffled, looked between them, trying to make sense of what she'd just heard. Qinxiu took a cautious step back, her face full of confusion. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaomon planted her hands on her hips and demanded an explanation. "All right, what did you do?" Sensing danger, Lu Fan quickly waved his tablet in protest. "It's a misunderstanding," he insisted, forcing a nervous smile. "I swear I'm not a bad guy. Our first meeting was just really awkward." But he didn't stop there. Keeping his voice steady, he reminded Jianying that she was still looking for a team, and this was the perfect opportunity. "Poisonous Spiderwood Forest is no joke," he reasoned. "We could use someone like you, and you don't have a team yet." Jianying narrowed her eyes, weighing her options. After a long pause, she finally nodded. Lu Fan exhaled in relief. Behind him, Hank clapped her hands together, smiling at how smoothly things had worked out. Lu Fan placed a hand on his hip, flashing a triumphant grin. "So does this count as successful team building?" Qinxiu chuckled and turned to Tao Xiaomon. "Well, against all odds, he actually pulled it off," she admitted. "He convinced Yunbei Province's most talented student to join us." Tao Xiaomon, clearly impressed, nodded. "Gotta say, he's got a way with words." Jianying stood up and strode toward the portal activation area, pulling out her Academy ID card. As she activated the device, a glow surrounded it, and the portal flickered to life. Lu Fan stepped forward, offering to handle it for her. But before he could say anything, Jianying shot him a look and effortlessly managed it herself. Her ID card displayed her name and remaining points, 8,744. Lu Fan's gaze lingered on the numbers. Her main exam score had surpassed 800,000, even under the Academy's highest difficulty coefficient. There was no doubt about it. Jianying was a powerhouse. Moments later, the group stepped through the portal. Hank instinctively covered her mouth, noting that the air felt strangely sharp. Chinchou tightened her grip on her magical staff, scanning the dense mist that shrouded their surroundings. Lu Fan took a steady breath, taking in the eerie atmosphere before gesturing ahead. "We've arrived," he announced. Poisonous Spiderwood Forest. The group moved cautiously through the fog-covered terrain, an unsettling silence pressing down on them. Strange creatures lurked in the shadows, their faint movements adding to the tension in the air. Jianying took the lead, her usual composure unshaken, while Lu Fan followed behind, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Walking beside them, Tao Xiaomon cast a sidelong glance at Lu Fan. "Why this place?" she asked, her voice calm but curious. "A level 45 fear-ranked realm isn't exactly beginner-friendly." Chinchou remained quiet, gripping her staff with both hands, eyes darting across their surroundings. Hank, on the other hand, clutched her belongings tightly, her nerves clearly getting the better of her. Lu Fan turned to Tao Xiaomon with an easygoing smile. "Spent ages searching the secret realm hall," he explained. "This was the best one for leveling up." Tao Xiaomon blinked, then quickly shook her head. "Wasn't criticizing," she clarified. Sensing the tension, Hank rummaged through her bag with a bright grin. "Hold on a sec," she said, pulling out a pouch. "I brought something for the trip, high-quality travel biscuits." These weren't just any snacks. One bite granted a 20% experience boost for 3 hours, an absolute game-changer. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Now that's useful," he said, grabbing one eagerly. Chinchou and Tao Xiaomon each took a biscuit, taking a bite and savoring the unexpectedly delicious flavor. Hank beamed. "The recipe came from my live professor," she explained. "I was lucky. My success rate as an enchantment chef is pretty high. My classmates, not so much." As the group enjoyed the biscuits, Hank turned her attention to Jianying, holding one out with a friendly smile. Jianying looked up, momentarily caught off guard. "Why are you giving this to me?" she asked, eyes narrowing slightly. Her gaze shifted to the biscuits before something clicked. "Wait, the cake Lu Fan gave me before, was it yours too?" Hank nodded enthusiastically. "Yup, if you liked it, I can make more." Chinchou and Tao Xiaomon chimed in, backing her up. "Hank's cooking is amazing," Chinchou said. "You should stop by sometime." Tao Xiaomon nodded. "Yeah, you're welcome anytime." Jianying, who usually kept her distance from others, hesitated. But for the first time, her cold expression softened just slightly. A small, almost imperceptible smile formed as she accepted the biscuit. Just as the atmosphere starts to lighten, Lu Fan's head suddenly snaps to the side. His sharp eyes lock onto the rustling bushes nearby. Without hesitation, he warns the group to stay alert. Instantly, everyone tenses, weapons at the ready. A massive black-scaled python slithers out from the shadows, its eerie green eyes glowing in the dim light. This isn't just any beast. It's a level 40 monster with terrifying abilities and a hefty 91,200 experience points to its name. Before anyone can react, Tao Xiaomon's instincts take over. She charges forward, sword in hand, ready to strike. Hank, still holding her bag of biscuits, quickly shoves them away, realizing this just became a life-or-death situation. "Wait," Chinchou calls out, trying to stop Tao Xiaomon. "These monsters are all level 40 or higher. We can't take them lightly." Hank's face goes pale. "If I had the right ingredients, I could cook something to boost our resistances," she stammers. But before she can finish, Lu Fan shakes his head with a calm smile. "No need," he says. Extending his hand, he gathers a glowing sphere of magical energy. His teammates watch, puzzled, wondering what he's about to do. Jianying, observing closely, quickly realizes Lu Fan is summoning his dragon. A moment later, a small yet regal-looking dragon materializes in front of them. Tao Xiaomon blinks. "Wait, this is a dragon?" she asks doubtful. The tiny creature climbs on a Lu Fan's head, making itself comfortable. Lu Fan sighs. "Xiaofei, get down." Chinchou, still stunned, immediately notices something. "That's not Black Dragon Xiaoyi," she murmurs. "It's a different dragon." Hank, equally shocked, leans forward. "Where did this one come from?" she asks. "I've never seen it before." Jianying stays silent, her sharp gaze locked onto Xiaofei. Meanwhile, the python coils its massive body, preparing to strike. Seeing the impending danger, Tao Xiaomon readies herself for impact. But before the python's tail can land its devastating blow, Lu Fan gives the command. Xiao Fei, activate Emerald Light. The dragon's gemstone flares with a brilliant green glow. Just as the python's tail whips toward Tao Xiaomon, a shimmering shield manifests before her. The force of the impact sends her flying backward, but the barrier absorbs the damage completely. Qinxiu rushes to her side, staff glowing as she prepares to heal. She notices 3 delicate leaves hovering above Tao Xiaomon, but one fades away upon impact. A system notification confirms it. Jade Dragon Xiao Fei's Emerald Light has activated. 3 layers of Emerald Blessing granted. Shields damage, removes debuffs, and boosts attributes by 30%. Sitting up, Tao Xiaomon processes what just happened. That attack should have crushed her, but thanks to Xiao Fei, she's unharmed. Lu Fan flashes her a reassuring smile. As long as Xiao Fei is here, you don't have to worry about debuffs or injuries. Qinxiu, finishing the healing spell, is in awe. This isn't just a support dragon, she murmurs. It's even stronger than a second-level priest. Tao Xiaomon, still seated, glances up at Xiao Fei, realization dawning. Even a small dragon like this is capable of shielding against lethal attacks and enhancing their abilities. The sheer power of dragons is undeniable, but there's no time to dwell on it. The black-scaled python inches closer, jaws unhinging, venom dripping from its fangs. Hank gasps, voice trembling as she shouts a desperate warning. It's coming. Lu Fan swiftly unsheathed his dagger, eyes locked onto the serpent, ready to strike. But before he could make his move, a streak of red light tore through the thick fog, an energy arrow flying straight for the snake. He froze in surprise as the shot landed perfectly, piercing through the creature's open mouth and taking it down in an instant. Jianying lowered her weapon, stepping forward with her usual calm demeanor. The group remained silent, still processing what had just happened. Without missing a beat, she introduced her combat class, Swordmaster, and revealed her weapon, Bloodbreaker, an epic quality sword exclusive to her class. It boasted impressive stats, 39 strength and 126 agility. Even more impressive were its abilities, Armor Breaker, which ignored 30% of an enemy's defense, and Agility Boost, enhancing her speed by 40%. Lu Fan was impressed, but there was no time to dwell on it. Jianying suddenly turned, her sword flashing as she prepared for another strike. Sensing danger, Lu Fan called out to Hank, telling her to move. She hesitated, confused, but too late. Something massive loomed behind her. A monstrous spider lunged, one of its bladed legs slicing through the air toward her. Jianying reacted instantly, her sword intercepting the attack just in time. Without thinking, Lu Fan lunged forward, grabbing Hank and pulling her to ground. The two rolled to safety, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. As they scrambled back up, the creature pulled away, revealing itself fully, an enormous silver-armored spider. This wasn't just any enemy. It was a level 40 beast worth 15,750 experience points, known for dropping a rare material called Silver Armor Shell. Worse still, it had deadly abilities, poisonous fangs, mandible piercing, and an incredibly tough defensive skill called Silver Armor, which made it immune to armor-breaking attacks. Lu Fan steadied Hank, making sure she was all right, while Jianying wasted no time. She advanced, sword at the ready, eyes locked on the spider. The beast lashed out with mandible piercing, but she was too fast, dodging effortlessly. It struck again, another miss. Spotting an opening, Lu Fan surged forward, dagger gripped tight. He caught Jianying's gaze and signaled caution. Jianying met his eyes briefly before refocusing, adjusting her stance. Lu Fan moved in, striking with precision, his dagger finding the weak spot beneath the spider's jaw. The creature convulsed before collapsing, defeated. But Jianying wasn't done yet. Without missing a beat, she leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight as she called out a warning to Lu Fan. The fight wasn't over. It wasn't over. From the shadows, more silver-armored spiders crept forward, their armored legs rustling against the underbrush. Jianying landed smoothly, assessing the situation. Without hesitation, she summoned 2 additional weapons. Breaking Army Greatsword, a level 21 epic quality blade with Mountain Shaker, a devastating attack dealing 210% damage and hitting nearby enemies, and Water Cold Sword, a level 14 weapon that inflicted ice damage and slowed its targets. She turned to Lu Fan and the others, her expression unreadable. Beyond the advancing spiders, a massive web glistened ominously in the darkness. At its center, a monstrous figure stirred, the Black Web Hunter. At level 46, it was leagues above the rest, boasting 39,110 experience points and deadly abilities. Poison Fang drained its victim's health with venomous strikes, while Webbind trapped its prey, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The silver-armored spiders attacked first, but Lu Fan and Jianying didn't hesitate. Jianying's 3 swords floated around her in a deadly dance, while Lu Fan adjusted his grip on Xiao Fei. The little jade dragon perched securely on his back. They moved as one, dodging an incoming strike just in time. Lu Fan barely had a moment to admire Jianying's impressive weaponry before another spider lunged, forcing them both to leap away. Midair, Jianying met Lu Fan's gaze and spoke. Sword masters could forge and level up their own weapons. She explained how she had started with a basic sword and refined it over time, her arsenal growing in strength. With a twist of her wrist, she conjured a blade of freezing water, shaping it into an arrow before launching it at the swarm. The icy magic spread instantly, frost encasing the spiders and slowing their movements. She landed with practiced ease, eyes still locked on the enemy. No time for questions, she reminded Lu Fan sharply. He smirked slightly, thinking her adaptability rivaled that of a dragon tamer. Before he could respond, danger loomed behind her. Another spider lunged, fangs bared and ready to strike. Jianying sensed it, but had no time to react. Lu Fan sprang into action, intercepting the attack with his dagger, steel clashing against the creature's armored body. Without missing a beat, he called out to Xiao Fei. Emerald light. The tiny dragon soared into the air, extending its claws as a vibrant green glow spread outward. 3 shimmering leaves formed around Jianying, acting as protective barriers. She blinked, momentarily caught off guard, then turned to Lu Fan, looking both impressed and speechless. Jianying chose to stay aggressive, tightening her grip as she activated Mountain Shaker. Her breaking army greatsword surged forward, tearing through the spider's armored chest and crushing it in a single decisive strike. Without missing a beat, she turned to Lu Fan, a grin forming as she thanked him for the 30% buff from Xiao Fei's spell. With her strength boosted, she made quick work of another spider, cutting it down effortlessly. Lu Fan watched with admiration. Jianying's breaking army greatsword delivered devastating piercing attacks, while her water-cold sword provided both defensive advantages and enhanced damage. The combination made her a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei happily flitted beside him, having just leveled up to level 2. Before they could catch their breath, a desperate cry rang out. Lu Fan and Jianying spun around to see Hank, Qin Xiao, and Tao Xiaomon surrounded by spiders. Hank had collapsed in fear, frozen in place, but Qin Xiao and Tao Xiaomon immediately jumped in to protect her. Qin Xiao gripped her magic staff, quickly instructing Tao Xiaomon to hold the front line. Without hesitation, Tao Xiaomon planted herself in front of Hank, sword raised, ready to block the incoming attacks. Lu Fan's pulse quickened. Without thinking, he sprinted toward them, Xiao Fei flying close behind. As he ran, he called out to Jianying, telling her to locate the real threat, the black web hunter lurking nearby. Catching her breath, Jianying smirked, already preparing for the battle ahead. The spiders lunged, but Tao Xiaomon didn't waver. She held her ground, shielding Hank, while Qin Xiao's staff began to glow, magic swirling around her as she readied her spells. Above them, Xiao Fei soared into position, extending its tiny claws and casting emerald light. A soft green glow surrounded Hank, 3 protective leaves forming around her. Lu Fan wasted no time, slashing through the spiders with rapid dagger strikes. He shouted a warning to Jianying. Getting caught in the webs meant near certain death. She barely had a second to register his concern before multiple sticky strands shot toward her. Reacting instantly, she slashed through 4 of them, but one managed to graze her arm, slicing through her skin with a sharp sting. She hissed in pain, gripping her wounded arm. Realizing she couldn't stay exposed like this, she quickly retreated toward the forest. Her expression was a mix of determination and frustration as she fought to stay in control. Lu Fan's heart clenched at the sight. He immediately called for Xiao Fei to heal her, but before he could follow, Qin Xiao shouted his name. She was still fending off the spiders, urgency in her voice as she urged him to go after Jianying. Tao Xiaomon parried another strike, her sword flashing as she called out to Lu Fan. "We'll be fine. Xiao Fei's protection is enough, go." Lu Fan hesitated only for a second before making his choice. Without looking back, he took off after Jianying, his determination unwavering. Xiao Fei flapped its tiny wings, keeping pace beside him as they plunged into the dark forest. The deeper he ventured, the more tangled the landscape became, thick webs stretching between the trees like a massive, suffocating trap. Then, he saw it, the black web hunter's lair. A sprawling nest of silk and shadows loomed before him, its sheer size enough to send a chill down his spine. Amidst the chaos, Jianying stood her ground. One of her swords was trapped in the sticky threads, while she held another tightly, her body marked with fresh cuts. Despite her injuries, Her stance remained unshaken, her eyes burning with sheer willpower. Lu Fan's pulse quickened. Without hesitation, he called out to Xiao Fei. "Emerald light now." The little dragon responded instantly, summoning 3 glowing leaves that hovered protectively above Jianyang. She glanced at him, her expression tense with frustration. Though she appreciated the support, she wasn't about to admit she needed help. "I can handle this," she muttered. But before she could react, the black web hunter struck. A thick, silken thread shot toward her, web bind, its most dangerous ability. Jianyang's breath caught. If she got caught in that, escape would be nearly impossible. Lu Fan didn't think he moved. In a flash, he was at her side. "Stay sharp," he urged, stepping in front of her as his arm began to change. His dragon claw ability activated, his hand morphing into a massive, scaled weapon. Jianyang's eyes widened in shock, taken aback by the raw power radiating from him. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. Raising his transformed arm, he braced himself before swinging down with a crushing force. The impact was devastating. Several of the spider's legs were severed in one clean strike. At the same time, Jianyang's sword broke free from the webbing, clattering to the ground. For a moment, she could only stare. This wasn't the same guy she had assumed was just a simple dragon tamer. His power, it was nearly on par with her mountain shaker ability. Shaking off her surprise, Jianyang reached for her weapon, a soft glow emanating from its blade as she activated mountain shaker once more. Lu Fan met her gaze and nodded. This was their chance. Dagger in hand, he activated Whisper of Wind, boosting his agility. With a silent signal, they moved as one. Lu Fan dashed forward, speed and precision guiding his strikes, while Jianyang followed, right behind him, her full strength unleashed. Lu Fan unleashed Dragon Fang Strike, channeling the power of dragon breath through his weapon. His attack landed with crushing force, just as Jianyang's mountain shaker sent shockwaves through the battlefield, spreading damage to everything nearby. Their combined assault was unstoppable. Within moments, the black web hunter was cleaved clean in half. Jianyang's blood breaker pulsed with energy, enhancing her strength and agility even further. Catching her breath, she glanced at Lu Fan, a faint warmth creeping into her cheeks. Despite the intensity of the battle, she felt strangely at ease. A system notification appeared before them. Jade Dragon Xiaofei had reached level 3. The tiny creature, buzzing with energy, tugged excitedly at Lu Fan's arm. He chuckled, glancing at his eager companion. Things are going well. With each fight, Xiaofei was getting stronger. At this rate, it might even reach level 5 before they cleared the secret realm. Jianyang approached him, her expression thoughtful. She admitted that, for the first time in a long while, she had felt vulnerable in battle. Yet, she was grateful for the support. Lu Fan turned toward her, ready to respond, but before he could, the rest of their team arrived. Qin Xiu, holding her staff high, proudly declared their victory over the silver-armored spiders. Flushing slightly, she added that they had successfully protected everyone. Hank, now beaming, excitedly announced that she had leveled up. Lu Fan looked back at Jianyang and praised her strength. She blinked in surprise, unsure how to respond. Before she could say anything, Lu Fan added, "No matter how strong you are, a team should always have each other's backs." His words lingered for a moment, and Jianyang found herself looking at him with newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Xiaofei perched on Lu Fan's head, surveying the group. Hank stepped forward, tilting her head. "Why didn't you use emerald light on yourself?" she asked. Lu Fan smirked, placing a hand on his waist. "Didn't need it," he replied casually. Tao Xiaomon scoffed, crossing her arms. "You should use it on everyone, not just your favorites," she teased. Amused, Lu Fan gave Xiaofei the command. The little dragon's gemstone pulsed, and a radiant wave of healing energy washed over the team. Qin Xiu stretched, feeling instantly refreshed. Tao Xiaomon placed a hand on her stomach, sighing dramatically. "I'll look at you, Lu Fan. Your whole head is glowing green now." Lu Fan laughed. "All right, next time, Xiaofei skips you." The group burst into laughter, and even Jianyang, who rarely smiled, found herself chuckling. For the first time in a while, she felt what it meant to fight alongside true teammates. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they reached the edge of a cliff. Lu Fan stood at the precipice, hands on his hips, Xiaofei perched atop his head. Tao Xiaomon squinted at her tablet, frowning. "That's weird," she muttered. "The map just stops here?" She turned to Lu Fan, confused, but before he could answer, Qin Xiu stepped forward and looked down. Her face paled. At the base of the cliff, an endless swarm of spiders writhed below, and in the center of them all, waiting in the darkness, was the final boss of the secret realm. As Lu Fan and Qin Xiu stood at the cliff's edge, the lingering poisonous mist gradually cleared, revealing the nightmarish sight below. A vast web stretched across the chasm, teeming with countless spiders skittering in restless waves. And at the very center of that web sat the true terror of this secret realm, the screeching spider mother. Lu Fan's gaze locked onto the status window, hovering above the monstrous queen. This wasn't just a high-level opponent. It was a commander, with abilities like regenerative feeding, which allowed it to heal by consuming its minions, and collective fury, which empowered its swarm when enraged. This battle wouldn't be won through brute force alone. Jian Ying stepped up beside him, studying the battlefield below with an assessing look. Before we take on the boss, she said evenly, we'll need to deal with the smaller ones first. Meanwhile, Hank hesitated before forcing herself to step forward. Her hands trembled slightly, but she clenched her fists, determination flickering in her eyes. Qin Xiu immediately warned her. You don't have to look if it's too much. But Hank shook her head. If I want to improve, I have to face it, she insisted, voice strained but resolute. Tao Xiaomon arched a brow at her. Even battle-hardened pros wouldn't want to stare at that, she muttered, eyeing the grotesque, writhing mass of spiders below. Despite the warnings, Hank took a peek over the edge. The moment she did, her stomach lurched. Turning away, she staggered toward a nearby tree and retched. Qin Xiu rushed to her side, gently rubbing her back. Lu Fan sighed, closing his eyes for a brief moment before offering a small, understanding smile. His aunt was trying, and that was what mattered. Jian Ying watched the scene unfold before nodding. She's right, though. We need to clear the small ones first. Tao Xiaomon activated her tablet, scrolling through battle strategies left by other teams. Her expression darkened as she read aloud. Typical clearing time? For days. Long-range fighters should kite the enemies to control the battlefield. Hank went pale. Clutching the tree for support, she stammered. For days? My rations won't even last one. Nervously, she forced a laugh. You think roasted spider legs would be edible? Qin Xiu's face twisted in horror. Please don't say that. But Lu Fan wasn't listening. Instead, he lifted his hand toward the sky, a confident grin tugging at his lips. Jian Ying narrowed her eyes. You have something else in mind? Tao Xiaomon tilted her head, tablet still in hand. Wait, what are you thinking? Qin Xiu turned to him fully, realization dawning in her eyes. You go to summon Black Dragon Xiaoyi, aren't you? Lu Fan didn't leave them waiting. He extended his arms skyward, and in an instant the atmosphere changed. Heat rippled through the air as flames burst forth around them. A thunderous roar echoed across the cliffside, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Then, with a mighty sweep of her wings, Xiaoyi emerged in her destruction dragon form. Her massive, flame-wreathed body loomed over them, horns curling like darkened obsidian, eyes burning with untamed power. The sheer force of her presence sent waves of heat rolling through the team. Tao Xiaomon inhaled sharply, stunned. That's insane. The colossal dragon flapped her fiery wings, illuminating the night with an ominous glow. Below them, the screeching spider mother twitched, as if sensing the shift in power. Lu Fan's smile deepened. They weren't going to play this battle by the book. The screeching spider mother wasted no time. With a piercing shriek, it commanded its swarm into action. The smaller spider's eyes flashed ominously as they launched a barrage of sticky webs toward Xiaoyi. But Lu Fan wasn't worried. His grin remained steady as he gave his dragon a simple order. Burn them all. With a powerful beat of her wings, Xiaoyi dove into the fray. The scorching wind from her descent incinerated the incoming webs before they could even reach her. Fire erupted across the battlefield, consuming the tangled forest below and turning the web-laden terrain into an inferno. She soared across the sky, her massive wings spreading destruction with every pass. The very ground beneath her smoldered, leaving only ash and embers in her wake. Hank clung to Lu Fan's arm, her breath caught in her throat. That's unreal, she whispered, barely able to process the raw power on display. Beside her, Tao Xiaomon shook her head in disbelief. This isn't just any dragon. Xiaoyi is practically a legendary beast. Even Jian Ying, always composed, found herself momentarily speechless. But Lu Fan wasn't done yet. He turned to Xiao Fei, eyes gleaming. It was time to push Xiaoyi even further. Emerald Dragon Heritage. At his command, Xiao Fei soared higher, its gem pulsating with radiant green energy. The moment the ability activated, a surge of power coursed through Xiaoyi. All effects for dragons and those with dragon ancestry doubled. And Lu Fan wasn't stopping there. Dragon's inspiration. A brilliant glow surrounded Xiaoyi as all her attributes and attack power surged by 30%. Then, she roared. The entire forest trembled under the force of her cry. Flames erupted around her, engulfing anything in her vicinity. The smaller spiders never stood a chance. Within moments, they were nothing but smoldering husks. Xiaoyi had reached level 17. Her stats had skyrocketed. Strength, 2,937. Agility, 4,117. Spirit, 9,902. Endurance, 5,728. She was a force of destruction, but the screeching spider mother refused to go down without a fight. Its glowing red eyes narrowed as it let out another bone-chilling screech. In response, an army of spiders began scaling the cliffside, closing in fast. Lu Fan placed a steady hand on Hank's shoulder before turning to Qinxiu. Can you keep her safe? Qinxiu tightened her grip on her staff and nodded firmly. We've got this. With that, Lu Fan turned to Jianying, flashing a confident smile. It was time. Jianying smirked, stretching her arms as 3 glowing swords materialized around her, crackling with energy. The horde was coming. With perfect coordination, Lu Fan and Jianying leapt from a cliff, diving straight into the chaos below. Lu Fan's dagger flashed in the firelight as he carved through the oncoming spiders, weaving between attacks with effortless speed. Beside him, Jianying's swords danced through the swarm, each strike clean and precise. They were cutting a path straight to the Spider Queen. They landed at the base of the cliff, surrounded by the falling husks of slain spiders. But the fight wasn't over. More were closing in fast from every direction. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he called out to Black Dragon Xiao Yi. She swooped down, wings slicing through the air, and activated the second phase of her great cataclysm skill. The moment she roared, an eruption of flames engulfed the battlefield, incinerating countless enemies in an instant. The chaos was overwhelming, but they kept pressing forward, Jade Dragon Xiaofei hovering close behind. Then, 2 system notifications flashed before them. Xiaofei had reached level 4, and Xiao Yi was primed to unleash the final phase of Great Cataclysm. Flames raged around them as Jianying watched in stunned silence. Xiao Yi's sheer power was undeniable, her firestorm leaving nothing but scorched remains. Meanwhile, on the cliff above, Tao Xiaomon cut down the climbing spiders with swift sword strikes, while Qinxiu's staff pulsed with energy as she cast protective spells. We got this. Qinxiu called down to Lu Fan, confidence unwavering. Trusting her, he pressed forward, turning to Jianying. Let's end this. We take down the Spider Queen now. The Spider Queen had no intention of waiting any longer. It lunged, spewing venom in all directions. Lu Fan and Jianying barely dodged in time, the poison splattering dangerously close. Realizing the fight had just escalated, Lu Fan extended his hand toward Jianying, commanding Xiaofei to activate Emerald Light. 3 glowing green leaves appeared above her, their energy wrapping around her like a shield. She blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by his concern, but there was no time to dwell on it. The Spider Queen struck again, launching a web straight at Lu Fan. He reacted instantly, slicing through it mid-air, but the edge still grazed his cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. He barely flinched, his expression darkening as he locked eyes with his foe. Xiao Yi now. Black Dragon Xiao Yi let out a fierce roar and triggered burning of all things. 4 raging fire tornadoes tore through the battlefield, reducing everything in their path to ash. Jianying could only watch in awe. Xiao Yi's strength was beyond anything she had imagined. This wasn't just destruction, it was devastation on a scale that could wipe out entire cities. With most of the smaller spiders obliterated, Xiao Yi remained in the sky, raining fire upon anything that still moved. Jianying was struck by how effortlessly she dominated the battle. Then, more system notifications appeared. Xiaofei had reached level 5 and unlocked a new skill, Emerald Blessing. This ability allowed her to amplify the next 3 attacks of any ally she chose. The battle was shifting in their favor. It was time to strike the final blow. Lu Fan's eyes darted to Jade Dragon Xiaofei, his confusion deepening as the gem on her body pulsed with a blinding light. Something was happening, something big. The glow intensified until Xiaofei suddenly began to rise into the air. Before their very eyes, her form started to shift. Wings unfurled, her tail extended, and her small frame transformed into that of a green-haired girl. Lu Fan instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, wondering if this was a metamorphosis like Black Dragon Xiaoyi's. When the light finally faded, he lowered his hand, and what he saw left him speechless. Xiaofei had evolved, her presence radiating newfound strength. His team had just powered up in the best possible way. Not 1, but 2 legendary dragons now stood at his side. As the battle raged on, the situation was growing more intense by the second. Hovering above them, Xiaofei brought her hands together, a deep green energy surging between her palms. Lu Fan watched her closely, torn between curiosity and anticipation, while Jianying was equally bewildered. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them trembled violently. From the shadows, a massive claw shot forward, aiming straight for Jianying. But their reflexes were razor-sharp. In a split second, they dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Jian Ying landed gracefully, 3 glowing emeralds now swirling above her. She stared at them, trying to make sense of their sudden appearance. This was it, Jade Dragon Xiaofei's new ability, Jade Blessing. The skill imbued its target with 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura, amplifying the power of their next 3 strikes. Jian Ying wasted no time. With a determined glint in her eyes, she activated the buff and launched her attack. Her 3 swords shot forward, their edges gleaming with enhanced energy. The moment they struck, the results were undeniable. The Blood Breaker sword, which had barely left a scratch on the Spider Queen's silver armor before, now tore through it like paper. Lu Fan took in the scene, a proud smirk forming as he watched Xiaofei in action. Not only had she reached level 5, but she had evolved into a powerful new form with abilities that could turn the tide of battle. He reached out, giving her a gentle pat on the head. Xiaofei closed her eyes briefly, savoring the moment. But their fight was far from over. The Spider Queen screeched in fury, its entire body tensing before spewing out a deadly venom spray. The toxic pool spread fast, a single touch capable of draining their health down to critical levels in seconds. Lu Fan's instincts kicked in. He reacted instantly, leaping out harm's way just as the venom hit the ground. Xiaofei darted back in perfect sync, dodging the attack with ease. But one thing was clear. If they didn't end this fight soon, the Spider Queen wouldn't give them another chance. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He turned to Xiaofei and gave a quick command. Buff Xiaoyi. Without missing a beat, Xiaofei perched herself on Black Dragon Xiaoya's head and activated her skill. 3 radiant emeralds shimmered above Xiaoyi, their energy crackling in the air. The temperature surged as Xiaoya's flames roared even higher, her wings stretching wide in preparation for the next devastating strike. Then, with an earth-shaking roar, she unleashed Everything Burns. Towering fire tornadoes spiraled toward the Spider Queen, their sheer intensity scorching everything in their path. The heat was unbearable. Jian Ying instinctively shielded her face, feeling the wave of power wash over her. Thanks to Xiaofei's boost, Xiaoya's attack dealt a crushing 10,000 points of damage. The screeching spider mother reeled back, screeching in agony, its massive body convulsing as blood sprayed from its wounds. Lu Fan saw the opening. A confident grin flashed across his face as he called out to Jian Ying and Xiaofei before sprinting forward. Jian Ying, still awestruck by the sheer destruction Xiaoyi had just unleashed, snapped back into focus and summoned her swords, determination burning in her eyes. The Spider Queen struggled to rise, but it was too late. Its fate was already sealed. With a single powerful leap, Lu Fan closed the distance, his dagger crackling with Dragon Fang's strike, further amplified by the Blood Pack's power. He didn't hesitate. With a precise strike, he plunged the blade deep into the Spider Queen's head. The ground trembled on impact, the force of the attack reverberating through the battlefield. The beast let out one final, ear-splitting shriek before its massive body collapsed in defeat. But Jian Ying wasn't taking any chances. With Emerald Blessing still active, she sent her 3 swords flying straight into its gaping mouth, slicing through its core and putting an end to the battle once and for all. As silence settled over the battlefield, Lu Fan landed smoothly, his stance relaxed, victorious. Xiaoyi shifted back into her human form, a satisfied smile on her lips, while Xiaofei fluttered down beside them. A cascade of system notifications flooded Lu Fan's vision. Xiaoyi had reached level 18. Xiaofei was now level 7, and Lu Fan himself had hit level 23. Victory had never been sweeter. Jian Ying, still processing everything, turned to Lu Fan with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Okay, seriously, how many points did you get on the major exam? Lu Fan's grin widened. About 1.3 million. Jian Ying's jaw nearly dropped. 1.3 million. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. With his strength, she wouldn't be surprised if he could break past even that. Lu Fan chuckled, as if it were no big deal. Maxed out the score cap on nightmare difficulty, he added casually. Then, with a carefree smile, he turned away, because for him, this was only the beginning. With the battle finally behind them, Lu Fan and his team wrapped up their adventure in the forest of venomous spiders. As they made their way back toward the cliffside, Lu Fan signaled for Qinxiu and Tao Xiaoman to bring Hank over. Just as everyone regrouped, Jade Dragon Xiaofei floated up to Lu Fan, closed her eyes, and wrapped him in an affectionate embrace. But Black Dragon Xiaoyi wasn't about to let that slide. Her expression darkened as she clenched her fists, then stormed over and yanked Xiaofei away, glaring daggers at her. Lu Fan just stood there, completely dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, Jian Ying silently observed the interaction, once again reminded of the sheer skill gap between her and Lu Fan. But let's not forget the real prize here, rewards. Thanks to Aunt Hank's incredible food buff, Not only had everyone leveled up quickly, but they had also managed to secure some rare materials and valuable loot. As the fallen Spider Queen vanished, a shimmering treasure chest appeared in its place. Without missing a beat, Tao Xiaoman dashed forward to unlock it, her excitement evident as if she had just hit the ultimate jackpot. Qin Xiu, watching from the sidelines, felt a slight pang of jealousy as she noticed Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei clinging to Lu Fan. Even Jian Yang, who usually kept her distance, was slowly becoming part of the group dynamic. With their adventure complete, they finally made their way back to the academy. As they walked, Qin Xiu glanced at Jian Yang, smiling warmly. "Hey, do you mind sharing your contact info?" she asked. But Jian Yang, ever the enigma, simply replied, "I don't use a phone." Tao Xiaoman, grinning, jumped in. "No worries. If we need you for another secret realm raid, we'll just drop by." And what better way to celebrate their successful mission than with a feast? Back at Lu Fan's mansion, Aunt Hank prepared a legendary dinner, with 2 extra stamina-boosting dishes for good measure. The team gathered around the table, ready to dig in. At one point, Jian Yang, eating nothing but plain rice, glanced up and casually asked, "So, do you girls really live with a pervert?" Lu Fan nearly choked. "That was a complete misunderstanding," he protested, waving his hands. Qin Xiu and Tao Xiaoman just giggled, clearly enjoying his flustered reaction. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi lay sprawled on the floor, completely stuffed, while Xiao Fei snoozed contentedly nearby. Tonight, Aunt Hank had truly outdone herself. In the days that followed, Lu Fan quickly settled into life at Dragon Academy. He frequently returned to the poisonous spider forest to grind for experience, steadily growing stronger. By then, Jade Dragon Xiao Fei had reached level 13, and Lu Fan himself had climbed to level 24. Between studying combat theory and intense training, his team was preparing for whatever came next. Because this was just the beginning. 2 weeks flew by, and now, with just a couple of days left before the big freshman assessment, Lu Fan and his team were back in the secret realm for another intense battle. This time, he and Black Dragon Xiao Yi launched a perfectly synchronized attack, their combined power erupting in a massive explosion that obliterated the spider boss on the spot. Above them, Xiao Fei hovered gracefully as Lu Fan signaled Tao Xiaoman to unlock the treasure chest. A flurry of system notifications followed. Xiao Fei had reached level 14, Xiao Yi hit level 19, and Lu Fan himself climbed to level 25. Their progress was undeniable. Nearby, Hank swayed slightly, feeling a bit lightheaded, and leaned on Qin Xiu for support. Tao Xiaoman, practically vibrating with excitement, rushed over to open the chest. As the notifications kept rolling in, it was clear the whole team had leveled up. Tao Xiaoman had reached 22, Qin Xiu was now at 22 as well, and even Hank had hit level 18. Lu Fan, hands on his hips, mentally set his next goal, pushing Xiao Yi to level 20 and Xiao Fei to 15 before the assessment. Then, Tao Xiaoman let out a gasp. Inside the chest was a complete set of venomous spider armor, the final piece of the rare set she had been hunting for a month. Without hesitation, she equipped it, her face lighting up as she admired the sleek, dark plating. This set had an incredible effect. Any enemy caught in her attacks had a chance to be immobilized in a web and poisoned, steadily draining their health. Qin Xiu, watching from the side, smiled knowingly. With this armor, Tao Xiaoman was going to be a serious threat in the upcoming assessment. As the excitement settled, Hank clapped her hands and announced it was time to head back. "Dinner's on me," she declared with a grin, already thinking up another delicious meal. Lu Fan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, glanced at the group. "Don't forget, the freshman assessment is tomorrow," he reminded them with a lazy smile. Tao Xiaoman pumped her fist into the air. "Let's do this," she cheered, brimming with energy. Just as they returned to the academy, Professor Gahan was waiting for them, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She waved Lu Fan over. "Deputy Director Zhao has something urgent to discuss with you," she said, her tone hinting at something significant. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, but nodded, curiosity piqued. What could be so important right before the assessment? As they walked through the academy halls, students' voices echoed around them. 2 nearby were deep in conversation. "Did you see the new evaluation from the Azure class expert?" One student whispered. "Yeah, it's all about number 73, Hongwu," the other replied, nodding eagerly. Gohan glanced over her shoulder at Lu Fan, studying his reaction. "That doesn't bother you, does it?" she asked, her expression unreadable. Lu Fan forced a small smile. "Can't say I know much about it," he admitted. "I haven't exactly been keeping up with classroom gossip." But even as he spoke, his mind was already turning. What was this new evaluation about? And more importantly, what did Vice Principal Zhao Shunming want with him right before the biggest test of the year? As Gohan led Lu Fan up the stairs, she casually dropped a surprising revelation. The recent betting frenzy among new students? All his doing. After his fight with Hongwu, students quickly realized they could rack up points by wagering on battles. The trend exploded, turning into the academy's hottest craze. Lu Fan was caught completely off guard. He had no idea things had spiraled like this. Curious, he asked for more details about Hongwu's situation. Gohan simply laughed and pointed ahead. And there, in the hallway, mopping the floor with tears streaming down his face, was Hongwu. The once proud fighter, who had strutted around the academy with confidence, had lost so many points that he now had to work as a janitor just to afford food. Gohan smirked, explaining that Lu Fan's strength was now the academy's new standard, measured in Hongs. At this point, students said Lu Fan was worth 100 Hongs, while Hongwu himself was stuck at just 1 Hong. Lu Fan blinked, staring at the pitiful sight before him, genuinely wondering how Hongwu had managed to fall this far. They finally reached Vice Principal Zhao's office. Gohan turned to him, her usual smirk softening into something almost reassuring. "Go on in," she said. Lu Fan took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. He grasped the doorknob, cracked the door open, and asked, "Vice Principal, you wanted to see me?" Zhao Shenming immediately waved him in, looking both relieved and tense at the same time. As soon as Lu Fan stepped inside, Zhao leaned forward, hands firmly planted on his desk, and delivered the bombshell. The national test is being moved up. Originally scheduled for 5 months from now, it had been pushed forward by 2 months. The reason? The host country, Taichi Nation, had timed the test to align perfectly with Jin Chungan's third transformation. The eldest son of the Jin family was on the verge of hitting level 60, and once he did, he'd become an overwhelming force, one that would be nearly impossible to defeat. Lu Fan's expression darkened. The gap between a second and third transformation wasn't just about levels. It was a completely different league of power. Zhao Shenming's fist clenched as frustration laced his voice. This isn't a coincidence. The Dragon Kingdom is being backed into a corner. He admitted the situation was unfair, but history had proven one thing. No matter how dire the circumstances, the Dragon Kingdom always found a way to fight back. Now, they had even less time to prepare. Stepping forward, Zhao placed a firm hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, his eyes burning with urgency. "You need to hit level 30 and complete your second profession transfer in 2 months. If you don't, we're walking into certain defeat." The pressure was immense. The opponents would be level 50 elites, powerhouses who had been preparing for this their entire lives. For a long moment, Lu Fan was silent, his gaze fixed on the floor as his mind raced. Zhao, watching him closely, waited for a response. Then, Lu Fan finally looked up. A confident smile spread across his face. "This is my chance," he said, his voice steady. "Not just to compete, but to win." Zhao's eyes widened slightly before a slow grin formed. In that moment, he saw something in Lu Fan that gave him hope. With one last pat on the shoulder, Zhao reminded him to focus on the upcoming new student evaluation. Lu Fan nodded and stepped out of the office, more determined than ever. The day of the new student evaluation conference had finally arrived, and the atmosphere inside the massive hall was electric. Every new student was gathered, their eyes locked on Vice Principal Zhao Shenming as he took center stage. With both hands gripping the dais, Zhao's voice boomed across the hall, emphasizing the importance of following the rules. Then, with a dramatic flick of his remote, a giant system window illuminated behind him. And there it was, the criteria for this year's assessment. A bold, glowing bracket flashed across the screen. 2 versus 2 arena. The rewards? The top-ranking team would walk away with a massive 5,000 points each. Second place would snag 3,000 per person, and third place would claim 2,000 each. As soon as the announcement was made, a wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Some students buzzed with excitement, eager for the challenge, while others looked far less thrilled. One student frantically whispered to his friend about teaming up, only to be met with a dry response. "We're both healers. That's not going to work." Chinchio strolled up to Lu Fan with her usual bright smile. "Looks like our team setup is perfect," she mused, nodding confidently. Lu Fan grinned, hands casually tucked into his pockets. "Yeah, with Aunt Hank focusing on non-combat professions, we're in the ideal spot for a 2 versus 2 lineup." The room was still alive with chatter when Zhao Shenming's commanding voice cut through the noise. His gaze swept over the crowd as he addressed them once more. "Some of you still don't understand the importance of teamwork," he noted. "But don't worry, there's still time to learn." Then, with a knowing smirk, he dropped another bombshell. "The first round of matches starts this afternoon." The hall erupted with energy as students scrambled to process the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, Professor Gahan was already stationed at the front, managing the sign-ups. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Fan and Chinchio stepped outside, spotting Jian Yang standing calmly near the entrance, as composed as ever. Chinchio greeted her warmly, her magic staff resting lightly in her hands. Lu Fan, flashing his usual confident smile, was about to speak when, wait, a dramatic voice interrupted them, and a purple-haired student swept into view, striking an unnecessarily theatrical pose. I'm the 7th-ranked dual swordsman, he declared, his expression serious. Then, with a hopeful gleam in his eyes, he turned to Jian Yang. Would you join my team? With our combined skills, we'd be unstoppable. Jian Yang didn't even blink. No, the student's face crumbled, as if his entire world had just shattered. Before anyone could comment, Tao Xiaoman arrived, her energy as bright as ever. Come on, let's find Professor Gahan and get signed up, she suggested cheerfully. As they walked, Tao Xiaoman glanced at another nearby student, looking equally devastated. What's his deal? She asked. Qinxiu grinned. Tried to recruit Jian Yang. Got rejected. Lu Fan chuckled before making his decision. I'll team up with Qinxiu, and Jian Yang can partner with Tao Xiaoman. But Qinxiu had other ideas. She gave him a pointed look and smirked. No way. You should partner with Jian Yang. We need our strongest players at the top of the rankings. Lu Fan paused, then glanced at Jian Yang. She met his gaze, completely unbothered. Well, looks like the matchups were set. And with the first battles just hours away, it was time to prove who truly deserved the top spot. The arena was alive with energy as the next day's battles kicked off. In one corner, Chun Tianji, a fellow dragon tamer, was making waves with his subdragon. With a powerful sweep of its tail, his opponent was sent flying. Seizing the moment, Chun Tianji darted forward, his dagger gleaming as he unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, securing his 28th consecutive win. Nearby, Princess Jinju stood with her hands on her hips, exuding confidence as she smirked. She congratulated him, but reminded him that there was no room for error, especially with her brother, Jin Shingan, set to make his grand entrance. Chun Tianji gave a respectful bow, assuring her he wouldn't falter. Then, in a dramatic turn, the announcer revealed the next match. The crowd erupted in excitement as two unexpected names were called, Lu Fan and Jian Yang. Gasps rippled through the stands. Chun Tianji froze, and Jinju's expression darkened with disbelief. How were these two fighting on the same team? Lu Fan simply stretched his fingers, flashing Jian Yang a confident grin. She, ever composed, shifted into a defensive stance, eyes sharp with determination. Among the spectators, Qinxiu waved enthusiastically, cheering for Lu Fan, while Tao Xiaoman watched with a quiet, knowing smile. Lu Fan turned to Jian Yang, a playful gleam in his eye. Think we'll have any trouble taking first place? He asked casually. Jian Yang met his gaze, unwavering. None at all, she replied. Now, let's rewind a few hours before this high-stakes battle. Inside the break room, Lu Fan was deep in concentration, his eyes locked onto his system interface. With a decisive tap, he opened a chest icon. Ping! A notification popped up. He had successfully synthesized an advanced treasure map. He smirked to himself, thinking about all the low-quality maps he had collected. Combining them had been a smart move. But then, another alert flashed. This time, it was something far more valuable. He had created a divine-level treasure map. Behind him, Jian Yang tilted her head, puzzled by his actions. Watching him seemingly poke at the air, she couldn't help but ask, Lu Fan, are you all right? Before he could answer, the system revealed the map's details. The next dragon egg was hidden in the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a perilous location with a difficulty level between 45 and 60. Lu Fan's curiosity spiked. He had never heard of this place before, but that was a mystery for later. Back to the present, the arena speakers crackled to life. Team 18, Princess Jinju and Chun Tianji. Team 1, Lu Fan and Jian Yang. Report to the battlefield. Jian Yang turned, deep in thought. Lu Fan, ever the optimist, placed a hand on his hip and grinned. Looks like it's our turn, he said, his tone light but firm. This was it, the moment that would determine everything. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Seeing Lu Fan, the academy's top-ranked student, teamed up with the renowned Jian Yang was nothing short of shocking. Some were convinced they would dominate, while others weren't so sure. After all, Chun Tianji had already crushed 28 opponents in a row. The stakes had never been higher. Jian Yang glanced at Chun Tianji, her voice calm but direct. Are you sure we can win this, Lu Fan? Lu Fan simply rested a hand on his hip, flashing a playful grin. How about a little bet, he teased. If I win, you spill every secret about the Swordmaster class. Jian Yang raised an eyebrow, still unsure why he seemed so relaxed, especially since he claimed he didn't even need to summon his dragon. The referee's signal cut through the tension, marking the start of the battle. Chun Tianji tightened his grip on his spear, his dragon snarling at his side. In contrast, Princess Jinju remained composed, staff in hand, watching with a knowing gaze. Chun Tianji's frustration was evident as he glared at Lu Fan. I won't let you overshadow me again, he growled. There's only room for one dragon tamer. With that, he charged, spear flashing as he lunged straight for Lu Fan. But the moment his weapon struck, it hit nothing but air. Lu Fan had vanished. Chun Tianji's breath hitched, his eyes scanning wildly. Before he could react, Lu Fan reappeared right beside him, standing casually with an easygoing smirk. From the sidelines, Jian Ying watched, arms crossed, intrigued by the unfolding fight. Just then, Chun Tianji's subdragon launched itself at Lu Fan, its powerful jaws snapping forward. But Lu Fan? He didn't even blink. Instead, he threw a glance at Jian Ying, his tone light and teasing. Too late to back out of the bet now. With that, his arms shimmered with energy, transforming into a powerful draconic claw. In one explosive motion, he soared into the air and delivered a devastating strike to the dragon's jaw. The sheer force sent cracks through its tough scales before it crashed to the ground, letting out a pained roar. The arena fell silent for a moment. Jian Ying's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected that kind of raw power. Chun Tianji, now visibly shaken, clenched his jaw. His frustration only grew when he realized Jian Ying hadn't lifted a finger to help. Why isn't she doing anything? He thought, thrown completely off balance. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed effortlessly, his draconic claw still pulsing with energy. Chun Tianji's grip on his spear tightened. Where's your dragon? He demanded. Lu Fan just chuckled. Didn't need it. This is all just for a fun little bet. Before he could say more, a familiar, playful laugh rang out. Well, Princess Jinju stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Looks like today's finally the day I get to fight you, Lu Fan. Lu Fan turned, surprised but already preparing himself. Whatever she had planned, he knew things were about to get very interesting. Chun Tianji tightened his grip on his spear, locking eyes with Lu Fan. The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a blade. Meanwhile, Princess Jinju's glare burned with irritation. Lu Fan's laid-back attitude and unwavering confidence were nothing short of infuriating. To her, it was disrespectful. She vowed right then and there she'd make him regret it. Chun Tianji, however, was still reeling. His dragon, its armor shattered, had just taken a brutal beating. But it wasn't done yet. Letting out a deafening roar, the beast pushed itself up, rage fueling its every move as it charged at Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan? He barely reacted. Instead, he casually rolled up his sleeve, smirking as he pointed out the dragon's broken fawn. Looks a little uneven now, he quipped. The dragon, now absolutely livid, swiped at him with its massive claw. But Lu Fan was too fast. With a swift, effortless leap, he dodged the strike and, midair, decided to help correct the dragon's posture. The audacity! His dagger pulsed with power as he activated Dragon Fang Strike, channeling raw draconic energy into his blade. With pinpoint precision, he struck. The force of the attack sent Chun Tianji's dragon crashing down, fragments of armor flying in all directions. Silence fell over the arena. The crowd was stunned. Lu Fan had just single-handedly taken down a dragon. Even though it was a subdragon, the sheer gap between humans and dragons was well known. And yet, Lu Fan had just rewritten the rules. Princess Jinju's expression darkened as she watched their dragon collapse. Her patience snapped. Turning sharply to Chun Tianji, she ordered him to do something, to take Lu Fan down. Feeling the weight of her command, Chun Tianji clenched his jaw and steadied his spear. There was no room for hesitation now. At Jinju's signal, the earth dragon stirred, preparing to strike. This time, Chun Tianji planned a coordinated assault, hoping to finally overwhelm Lu Fan. The dragon's tail lashed out in a massive, sweeping attack, while Chun Tianji surged forward, his spear glowing with brilliant blue energy. Activating Dragon Lancer, he unleashed a devastating, dragon-infused strike. The sheer force of their attack sent tremors through the ground, shattering the arena floor. A thick cloud of dust and debris swallowed Lu Fan whole. Chun Tianji landed, gripping his spear tightly. He exhaled, convinced they had finally done it. But then, a voice sliced through the silence. Did you really think that would work? As the dust settled, Lu Fan emerged, completely unharmed. Perched casually atop the earth dragon's severed tail, dagger in hand, a smug grin stretched across his face. Chun Tianji's grip on his spear tightened as sweat beaded on his forehead. This fight was spiraling out of control, and he knew it. Meanwhile, Jian Ying watched, her eyes locked on Lu Fan. She had expected him to be strong, but this? He was making a mockery of both Chun Tianji and his earth dragon like it was nothing. And just when it seemed like things couldn't get any crazier, Princess Jinju stepped forward. Frustration burned in her eyes as she shot Chun Tianji a scathing look. Useless, she spat. Without another word, she ordered him to stand down. The air around her darkened as she gripped her staff, her aura turning menacing. Humiliated by Chun Tianji's failure, especially in front of a full arena, she decided to handle things personally. Raising her staff, she poured dark energy into the battered earth dragon. A sinister transformation began. The dragon's form twisted, its body expanding as its cracked armor reforged itself with an eerie, obsidian sheen. A deep crimson glow filled its eyes, and a guttural, bone-rattling roar shook the arena. The once-wounded beast had become something entirely different, something terrifying. Lu Fan watched, unfazed. He remembered all too well what happened the last time Jinju used this power. Things were about to get wild. The arena buzzed with uneasy excitement. Spectators whispered among themselves, their eyes flicking between Lu Fan and the newly transformed Earth Dragon. Many were holding their breath, secretly hoping to witness the ultimate clash. Lu Fan's black dragon against this demonic behemoth. Sensing the shift in danger, Jianying sprang into action. She summoned her heaven-crushing sword and blood-breaker sword, the twin blades orbiting around her like silent sentinels, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But before she could step in, Lu Fan casually held up a hand, stopping her. His smirk remained as he glanced at her. "Relax," he said, reminding her of their little bet. Jianying hesitated, frustration flickering in her eyes, but she exhaled and held back. She trusted him. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon let out another deafening roar, its body writhing with unstable energy. Lu Fan, completely at ease, observed its grotesque transformation. "I recognize this ability," he remarked to Jianying. "Painful as hell, but in exchange, it boosts power to insane levels." Jinju, standing behind Chun Tianji, clenched her staff so tightly her knuckles turned white. She had no intention of letting Lu Fan walk away unscathed. "End him," she commanded, her voice sharp with fury. And then, with an arrogant sneer, she added, "And after that, I'll take his black dragon for myself." The Earth Dragon raised its massive claw and brought it down with a thunderous crash, shattering the arena floor. Dust and debris flew as the monstrous beast loomed over Lu Fan. But he didn't move. Not an inch. That signature smirk still played on his lips. Jinju scoffed, her eyes narrowing. "What's wrong? Afraid?" she taunted. "Go on, summon your dragon. Unless you know you can't handle this." Despite her bravado, a single bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. She might have been putting on a strong front, but deep down, she knew. Lu Fan wasn't afraid. He was waiting. Then, Lu Fan made his move. Extending his hand, a chilling aura spread through the arena. The temperature plummeted as his eyes took on an eerie glow. In that instant, the wrath of the Ice Dragon King was unleashed. Behind him, a massive spectral ice dragon materialized, its presence radiating sheer dominance. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the fury of the Ice Dragon King. Ice erupted from the ground, racing toward the Earth Dragon like a merciless tidal wave. In mere moments, the beast was engulfed in an unforgiving blizzard. Frost crept over its body, freezing its limbs mid-motion as it let out a guttural howl of agony. The once mighty dragon was now immobilized, encased in solid ice. A shiver ran through the crowd, their breath visible in the air as the entire arena turned deathly cold. Jinju clutched her staff, her knuckles white with disbelief. Chun Tianji stood frozen, not just from the cold, but from sheer terror. Lu Fan casually rolled up his sleeve, drawing his dagger. His piercing gaze locked onto Jinju as he spoke, his tone sharp as ice. "Your little boost helped," he admitted, "but it wasn't nearly enough." And then, he moved. With a burst of speed, Lu Fan blurred forward, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Gasps rippled through the arena as he stopped just inches from Jinju. His gaze locked onto hers with chilling intensity. "You're not worthy of my black dragon," he stated, voice low and commanding. Jinju's breath hitched. For the first time, she felt genuine fear. Her fingers trembled around her staff as she shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But before Lu Fan could strike, Chun Tianji intervened. Spear clashing against dagger, he barely managed to block the attack. "Princess, stay alert," he snapped, sweat dripping down his brow. Wasting no time, he barked a command to his Earth Dragon. The beast, its eyes now glowing an ominous purple, let out a guttural growl. Its jaws opened wide as it began forming a colossal fireball, flames crackling with raw power. Just when it seemed like the tables had turned, Lu Fan vanished. In an instant, he activated his teleportation skill, disappearing from sight. Chun Tianji and Jinju barely had time to process what had happened before realizing their mistake. They were now standing directly in the Earth Dragon's attack range. Too late. A sudden shift in the air signaled Lu Fan's return, this time behind the dragon. His grin widened as he activated Blue Dragon King's roar. A brilliant blue energy sphere crackled to life in his palm. Behind him, a majestic azure dragon spiraled into existence, its form pulsing with electrifying power. With a decisive thrust, Lu Fan unleashed the attack. The energy sphere collided with the earth dragon in a dazzling explosion. Bolts of lightning surged through the beast, each strike sending waves of pain through its body. It convulsed violently, letting out tortured roars as paralysis took hold. The crowd sat in stunned silence. Everyone knew Chun Tianji's winning streak was over. With one final, agonized cry, the earth dragon collapsed, its massive frame crashing into the arena floor. Smoke billowed up from the impact, thick and impenetrable, swallowing everything in a veil of uncertainty. Chun Tianji's spear quivered in his trembling hands as he stared at his fallen partner. Disbelief etched across his face. As the smoke curled into the sky, the audience held their breath. No one knew what was about to happen next. As the battle raged on, Chun Tianji stood frozen, drenched in sweat, his thoughts racing. Both he and Lu Fan were dragon tamers, yet the gap between them was staggering. It was like trying to compare the earth to the heavens. Meanwhile, Lu Fan landed smoothly, eyes locked onto his opponent. A question burned in his mind, and he couldn't help but voice it. Why do you only use Dragonlance Strike? Chun Tianji flinched at the direct call-out, but before he could respond, Princess Jinju's sharp voice cut through the tension. Stop hesitating, she snapped, her grip tightening around her staff. Panic laced her tone as she barked at him to stop holding back and make his dragon fight properly. Chun Tianji gritted his teeth, snapping back to reality. He quickly positioned himself in front of the princess, his stance tense. But deep inside, he was still trying to process what Lu Fan was really getting at. Lu Fan's gaze darkened as he explained, voice calm yet firm. Dragonlance Strike is powerful, but it's incomplete without techniques like Dragon Claw or Dragon Inspiration. The words hit Chun Tianji like a thunderbolt. His breath hitched, and a cold chill ran down his spine. He hadn't even considered that. Beads of sweat dripped down his face as he realized the truth. Lu Fan wasn't just stronger. He understood dragons on a level Chun Tianji had never reached. Princess Jinju, however, had no patience for his hesitation. Worthless, she spat, eyes blazing with frustration. You can't even avenge my honor? Lu Fan, watching the exchange, slowly tightened his grip on his black machete as lightning crackled across its blade. He could see it now. Chun Tianji hadn't been choosing not to use stronger techniques. He simply couldn't. The Earth Dragon's full power remained locked away. With a casual shrug, Lu Fan offered an alternative. Surrender, he suggested, his tone neutral. There's no shame in knowing your limits. The words cut deeper than any blade. Chun Tianji's face twisted with rage. Not only had Lu Fan surpassed him, now he was pitying him. The humiliation was unbearable. His pride roared in defiance as he turned to Jinju, desperation flickering in his eyes. Give me one last power boost, he demanded. Jinju's surprise was brief, but then her lips curled into a knowing smirk. Without hesitation, she raised her staff, and a dark, pulsating aura seeped into Chun Tianji's body. Agony ripped through him as his muscles swelled unnaturally. Veins bulged across his face, 2 extra arms grotesquely sprouted from his torso, and his grip on his spear tightened with newfound strength. His body was barely holding itself together, but he didn't care. Lu Fan watched in silent disbelief. Why was Chun Tianji willingly letting the princess manipulate him like this? But then, Chun Tianji let out a guttural roar, eyes wild with desperation. His voice thundered across the battlefield. I must become the best. I will prove myself worthy in the eyes of the princess. And with that, he charged, ready to lay everything on the line. With his newfound monstrous strength, Chun Tianji launched himself into the air, descending upon Lu Fan with the raw ferocity of a dragon. His spear blazed with power as he executed the dragon spear technique, aiming to crush his opponent in one decisive strike. For a fleeting moment, Lu Fan didn't move. His gaze softened, not with fear, but with something closer to sorrow. There was no hatred in his eyes, only quiet pity for Chun Tianji, a man who had thrown away everything, his pride, his body, his dignity, all for a desperate grasp at greatness. But pity didn't mean hesitation. With a sharp inhale, Lu Fan invoked Wind Spirit Whisper, his agility surging by 35%. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Chun Tianji's heart pounded. His eyes darted wildly, struggling to track Lu Fan's movements, only to feel a sharp, searing pain. Lu Fan had already struck. Dragon Fang Strike. Chun Tianji's grip failed as his spear was ripped from his hands, agony surging through his limbs. But Lu Fan wasn't finished. Without missing a beat, he activated Blue Dragon King's roar. Bolts of lightning crashed down, striking Chun Tianji's body with merciless precision. His skin sizzled, the overwhelming force scorching him beyond recognition. The once proud warrior crumbled to his knees. His spear clattered to the ground. Smoke curled from his lips as he forced out a single, broken whisper, an apology. A final plea for forgiveness from the princess before his body gave out, collapsing in utter defeat. And then, silence. Princess Jinju, watching everything unravel before her, felt her world shatter. Her champion, her strongest warrior, was gone. Tears welled in her eyes, her breath hitching in disbelief. She had been so certain of victory, so sure of her power. But now, all that remained was the bitter sting of loss. After taking down Chun Tianji, Lu Fan doesn't even pause. He charges straight at Princess Jinju, hand raised, ready to strike. Panic sets in instantly. Desperate, Jinju throws up her hand, trying to stop him, her voice rising in frantic protest. She warns him, her brother, a major figure in the Tai Chi Empire, won't let this slide if he dares touch her. But does Lu Fan care? Not in the slightest. Without hesitation, he slaps her hard, sending her crashing to the ground. Her magic wand slips from her grasp, skidding across the floor as she stares in stunned disbelief. And Lu Fan, completely unfazed, he looks down at her and, in the most nonchalant tone, says that if her brother comes after him, he'd actually be doing him a favor. Cold as ice. The audience? They go wild. Some are in complete shock, others call him out for going too far. But there are whispers, too, reminders that Jinju wasn't as innocent as she seemed. Just earlier, she had no problem manipulating Chun Tianji to her advantage. Looks like karma just cashed in. Amid the uproar, the vice principal finally steps in, demanding silence. Without any delay, he makes it official. Jinju and Chun Tianji's team is out, while Lu Fan and Jian Ying take the win. Then, without missing a beat, he orders Gahan to send Lu Fan to his office immediately. And just like that, the next match is announced. No time for drama. This academy keeps things moving. Cut to Lu Fan in the vice principal's office. The atmosphere is heavy. The vice principal stands with his back turned, deep in thought. Then, without even facing Lu Fan, he speaks. At first, he assumed this whole thing with Jinju was just some family dispute. Turns out it was way more personal, and Mr. Qin Shanhai spilled all the details. He warns Lu Fan that using the arena for personal grudges is dangerous. It could lead to serious accusations of misconduct. Lu Fan, as cool as ever, acknowledges the warning and calmly explains himself. He couldn't just stand by and watch Chun Tianji get manipulated. Jinju needed to be put in her place. The vice principal listens, then hands Lu Fan a tablet, signaling that the conversation is over. But before Lu Fan can wonder what's next, the vice principal drops the real news. Turns out, both he and the principal have been watching Lu Fan closely. For a second, Lu Fan wonders if he's about to get reprimanded. But no, it's the opposite. They were seriously impressed, especially when he pulled off those dragon language techniques. So impressed, in fact, that they've got something big lined up for him. Access to a secret realm. Lu Fan scrolls through the tablet, scanning the options like he's picking out his next battlefield. The vice principal gives him the rundown on these secret realms, how they're discovered, auctioned off by secret realm hunters, and sold for a steep price. High risk, high reward. But Dragon Capital Academy? They're all in, willing to cover the cost no matter what. As Lu Fan continues browsing, something grabs his attention. A realm called Flying Dragon Cemetery. Level 55 rating. Nightmare difficulty. Minimum 2 participants. He points it out, and the vice principal immediately picks up on his determination. No hesitation. This is the challenge Lu Fan is taking on next. Fast forward to the next day, and the arena is buzzing with excitement. It's time for the freshman assessment rematch. Gohan steps up and announces the first semifinal. Lu Fan and Jian Ying versus Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. But just as the crowd gears up for the fight, the vice principal steps in and drops a shocker. Lu Fan has officially withdrawn from the competition. Silence. Then chaos. The audience is stunned, whispers spreading like wildfire. Some are straight up disappointed. They came to see Lu Fan in action. Others start speculating like crazy. Did he get in trouble? Is he being sent on some secret mission? With no answers, the rumors only grow. Tao Xiaoman? She waves it off as nonsense. Qin Xiu, ever the logical one, tells her to ignore the gossip. The truth is obvious. Lu Fan and Jian Ying are already off exploring the secret realm. And sure enough, deep in the ancient, eerie expanse of Flying Dragon Cemetery, Lu Fan and Jian Ying step into the unknown. The air is thick with tension, the massive forest around them shrouded in mystery. As they push forward, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and apologizes for pulling her away from the competition. But Jianying? She's got no complaints. The Academy let them keep their Azure class spots and even gave them 10,000 points each. Sounds like a win to her. She even thanks Lu Fan for the opportunity. Getting to explore such a rare secret realm is a reward in itself. And then, without hesitation, she offers him all the treasures they find. For her, the experience alone is enough. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, chuckles and teases her. She's not the type to leave a favor unpaid. The forest is eerily silent as they press on, too silent. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the stillness. High up in a tree, a red-haired guy lounges on a branch, watching them with curiosity. And instead of sneaking around or sizing them up from the shadows, he just calls out, breaking the tension like it's no big deal. Lu Fan stops in his tracks, sizing up the unexpected newcomer. Before he can even process who this guy is, the stranger launches himself off the tree branch like he's starring in an action flick. He lands effortlessly, throws them a wide grin, and flashes a thumbs up. Name's Black Rat, he announces, all confidence. Secret Hunter Guild. Yep, you heard that right, Black Rat. Pretty bold name for a guy who just came falling out of a tree. Lu Fan stays cautious, introducing himself and Jianying while keeping an eye on him. He asks if Black Rat is supposed to guide them to the Flying Dragon Cemetery's entrance. Black Rat spots the Academy badge on Lu Fan's shoulder, gives a knowing nod, and waves for them to follow. His job, he explains, is simple. Escort them to the teleportation gate, and then he's out. As they walk, Black Rat starts chatting, casually throwing out how ridiculously rich Dragon Capital Academy must be to get access to such a high-level secret realm. With a smirk, he asks about their levels, probably expecting some crazy numbers. But Lu Fan? He just shrugs, points at himself, and says, level 25. Then he gestures to Jianying. She's 24. Black Rat's entire world shatters for a second. He stops dead in his tracks, staring at them like they just said they planned to fistfight a dragon for fun. A level 55 secret realm? Nightmare difficulty? And these two haven't even reached their second transformation yet? No way. This has to be a mistake. Panic kicks in as he pulls up his system, muttering about how he needs to double-check with the Academy. He's convinced they're walking straight into a death trap. But before he could do anything, Lu Fan cuts him off, cool and firm. Don't waste your time. And it's a good thing, too, because, crack, a massive tree nearby starts to fall. The sharp snap of splitting wood echoes through the forest, sending birds scattering in a frenzy. Lu Fan and Jianying instantly snap to attention. For a brief second, their eyes meet, no words needed. Run. Lu Fan grabs Jianying's wrist, and they bolt. Branches whip past, the ground trembles, and then, whoosh, something huge slices through the air above them. They glance up, and there it is, a colossal dragon eagle, diving straight for them, talons extended, eyes locked on its next meal. That's when Lu Fan shifts gears. His expression sharpens, his aura ignites, and power flares to life around him. Energy crackles at his fingertips, heat radiating from his hands. With pinpoint focus, he channels that power into a devastating strike and launches it at the beast. The dragon eagle screeches, flapping its massive wings in shock as it tries to veer off course. But Lu Fan? Oh, he's just getting started. With a swift motion, Lu Fan unleashes the power of Blue Dragon Roar. A bolt of lightning rips through the sky, crackling with raw energy as it slams into the dragon eagle. The impact is immediate. The beast freezes mid-air, its body twitching uncontrollably as the electricity courses through it. And if that wasn't bad enough, the lingering effect ensures that any follow-up attack will hit even harder. Talk about overkill. Black Rat? He's standing there like his brain just short-circuited. A level 25 doing this? No way. It doesn't make sense. He watches in stunned silence as the once mighty dragon eagle, a level 50 predator, crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. It gives one final, weak gasp before going completely still. Mouth slightly open, Black Rat mumbles in disbelief. That thing shouldn't have gone down so easily. But their Lu Fan stands, completely unfazed, still radiating raw power. He turns to Black Rat, his tone casual, and tells him not to stress about their levels. Then, with a slight smirk, he suggests they keep moving. After all, this was just the warm-up. The real challenge is still ahead. Black Rat? Still mentally processing. His brain is doing all sorts of calculations, and none of them add up. But eventually, he shakes it off, takes a deep breath, and agrees to lead the way. Though now, he's definitely watching Lu Fan with a whole new level of respect. The group makes their way through the dense forest, winding between ancient trees that stretch impossibly high. Then, after a bit of trekking, they reach it. A colossal tree, so massive it looks like it's trying to pierce the heavens. Black Rat steps forward, shoving aside a cluster of thick bushes to reveal its massive trunk. Then, with a dramatic gesture, he presents it. This, he says, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. The air around the tree feels different, charged with something ancient, something powerful. Soft light filters through the canopy, illuminating a shimmering portal embedded in the bark. Just looking at it, you know things are about to get serious. Black Rat points at the glowing portal. That's your way in. With his job done, he starts edging away, clearly ready to make his exit. But before he can slip off, Lu Fan casually extends a hand, flashing a friendly smile. He suggests they stay in touch. After all, Black Rat seems like the kind of guy who knows his way around these hidden places. And who knows, Lu Fan might need a little geographical intel in the future. Sounds like a win-win deal. Black Rat hesitates, clearly caught off guard by the idea of befriending someone who just annihilated a dragon eagle like it was nothing. Sensing the hesitation, Lu Fan casually sweetens the deal. He's willing to pay for the intel. That gets Black Rat's attention. Money? Now that's a language he speaks. But still a little skeptical, he blurts out, "Wait, you're really willing to drop cash on basic location details? Not even secret realm stuff, just regular info?" Lu Fan nods, completely unfazed. As long as they keep it to general locations, it won't break any secret realm hunter guild rules. He keeps it light, even throwing in a grin, making it nearly impossible for Black Rat to say no. After a moment of consideration, Black Rat names his price, 100,000 dragon coins per location. And, of course, he makes sure to emphasize that this is his exclusive friends and family rate. If Lu Fan's not interested, he's happy to walk away. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. He shakes on the deal with that easygoing confidence, leaving Black Rat internally kicking himself for not charging way more. Seriously, are all Dragon Capital Academy students this rich? Or is Lu Fan just built different? Before the conversation drags on, Jianying steps forward, already halfway into the portal. She glances back at Lu Fan, her expression a mix of impatience and exasperation. "You talk too much," she mutters. "Let's go." Classic Jianying, always about the mission. The moment they step inside, a cold, mechanical voice echoes through the air. Rotten Corpse Dragon Graveyard, level 55. Nightmare difficulty. 2 participants maximum. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. This must be the Flying Dragon's sacred tree, and somewhere at the top lies the divine treasure platform. The thought alone gets his adrenaline pumping, but before he can dwell on it, Jianying suddenly freezes. Something's off. She murmurs that it feels like the ground is moving. Lu Fan focuses, sharpening his senses, and then, bam, he sees it. A stampede of dragons, tearing across the landscape, heading straight for them. His eyes widen. "Jianying, look," he shouts, pointing at the approaching horde. Then, as if mocking them, the system chimes in again, delivering more bad news. Rotten Corpse Dragons detected. Level 50. Skills. Pack Bite. Summons nearby dragons for reinforcement. Corrupting Breath. Reduces enemy attack power by 50%. Yeah, this just got serious. One of the dragons lets out a deafening roar and lunges straight for Jianying, jaws wide open, ready to crush her in one bite. But Lu Fan? He doesn't even blink. Moving with lightning-fast precision, he steps in and blocks the attack with ease. Keeping his cool, he calls out to Jianying, "Get ready." She doesn't need to be told twice. Tightening her grip on her sword, her eyes flash with determination. In one swift, powerful motion, she unleashes Mountain Shaker, a devastating technique that carves straight through the charging beast. The massive dragon splits clean in two, its body crashing to the ground in a brutal, lifeless heap. But there's no time to celebrate. Another Rotten Corpse dragon charges at Lu Fan, and this one isn't holding back. Just as it closes in, Lu Fan smirks. Xiao Yi. In an instant, his dragon companion, Black Dragon Xiao Yi, materializes on his shoulder, radiating intense heat like a living flame. Flames swirl around her, forming a protective ring of fire around Lu Fan. Then, with a single flick of her gaze, she unleashes Burning Flame. Fire erupts across the battlefield, engulfing everything in its path. Several dragons don't even get the chance to react before they're reduced to nothing but charred remains. And the best part? The more enemies Xiao Yi takes down, the stronger her flames burn, powering her up in real time. Meanwhile, Jianying is on a rampage, slicing through the remaining dragons with deadly precision. She activates Armor Break, slashing through 32% of their defenses with every strike. Her movements are sharp, calculated, each attack landing with ruthless efficiency. Then, mid-air, she reaches for her next strike, only to realize something's wrong. Her broadsword is gone. Panic spikes as she quickly scans the battlefield, searching for it. But before she can come up with a plan, another dragon barrels toward her from below, jaws wide, ready to devour her whole. She's out of time, out of options, and still mid-air. Then, just when it seems like the end, Lu Fan steps in. Charging forward with his dragon sword, He activates Dragon Fang Strike, channeling pure dragon energy through his blade. His sword arcs through the air, slashing through the massive beast in one clean, unstoppable motion. The dragon doesn't even get the chance to react before its body splits apart, green blood splattering across the battlefield as it collapses with a sickening thud. But the chaos isn't over yet. Jianying, still mid-air after her last attack, is seconds away from a brutal crash landing. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He rushes forward, reaching out just in time. Their hands meet, and for a brief second, it seems like disaster has been avoided. Then gravity kicks in. Now both of them are falling. Thinking fast, Lu Fan grips his dragon sword and slams it into the massive tree trunk, using it as an anchor to break their descent. With one hand locked onto the sword and the other clutching Jianying, he glances over at her. His expression says it all: relief, concern, and maybe just a hint of, "Can we please stop almost dying today?" Jianying meets his gaze, her exhaustion and unspoken gratitude clear. She steadies herself, and they finally settle onto a thick branch, taking a moment to catch their breath. But that moment doesn't last long. Lu Fan, always analyzing, points something out. They've been heading in the wrong direction. Their goal isn't down below. It's right here, hidden somewhere in this massive tree. And of course, that's when things get worse. Out of nowhere, a dark, shadowy figure appears in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts flare, his body tensing as he immediately calls for Xiaoyi. In an instant, she's perched on his shoulder, glowing like a fiery sentinel. Then, piece by horrifying piece, the figure steps closer. First, skeletal hands emerge from the darkness. Long, bony fingers ending in razor-sharp claws. Then, its head becomes visible, a dragon's skull, hollow eyes, and a gaping, bone-filled maw. Its entire form is a nightmare brought to life, radiating an unsettling, otherworldly menace. It's as if someone thought, let's bring back a dragon, but make it terrifying. The skeletal dragon locks eyes with Xiaoyi and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the entire tree. For the first time, Xiaoyi, normally composed and unwavering, is visibly shaken. This isn't just another high-level monster. This thing radiates final boss energy. Its hollow eyes glow with an eerie light, and as it lifts its head, the tension in the air thickens. Lu Fan doesn't wait for it to make the first move. He scoops up Jianying and jumps. They hit the ground hard. Jianying winces at the impact. Nothing serious, but enough to remind them how far out of their comfort zone they are. And standing before them, the bone dragon doesn't just exude power, it feeds off their unease. Then, like an uninvited guest at a horror movie, the system chimes in. Wild Berserk Bone Dragon, level 55. Nightmare difficulty. It doesn't stop there. Abilities. Bone Armor, sky-high defense. Bone Knife, blood-infused devastation. Bone Storm, grows deadlier the weaker it gets. Yeah, this thing is the definition of bad news. Lu Fan, completely unfazed by the monstrous opponent in front of him, turns to Jianying with quiet confidence. Don't worry, he says. This'll be over soon. Jianying, eyes wide with alarm, isn't having it. She warns him, this thing is way too dangerous. But let's be real. When has Lu Fan ever backed down from a fight? Before she can stop him, he's already rushing in, leaving her scrambling after him, her voice full of worry. With perfect timing, Lu Fan calls for Black Dragon Xiaoyi to activate her destroyer form. And oh, does she deliver. Her body glows with an intense light as she expands, her flames burning hotter, fiercer. When the transformation is complete, she looks like a walking natural disaster. Then, to make things even more unfair for the Bone Dragon, Jade Dragon Xiaofei joins in, adding another layer of raw power to Lu Fan's arsenal. Lu Fan moves in with pinpoint precision. He calls for Xiaofei to activate Jade Blessing, surrounding himself with an empowering aura that amplifies his next attack. His dragon's sword hums with energy, glowing like it's alive. Then, in perfect synchronization, Lu Fan and Xiaoyi go in for the finishing blow. Xiaoyi lets out another thunderous roar, the sheer force of it shaking the ground beneath them. The bone dragon's brittle frame begins to shatter under the pressure. Then, boom! With one final, devastating strike, its skull separate from its body and crashes to the ground. But Lu Fan isn't taking any chances. As the creature collapses, he channels everything into Dragon Fang Strike. His glowing blade slices clean through the bone dragon's spine, then drives straight into its chest with a sickening crunch. For a brief moment, silence falls over the battlefield. It looks like it's finally over. But just as relief starts to settle in, the bone dragon's eyes flicker back to life. A deep, ominous purple glow radiates from its hollow sockets, spreading across its shattered frame. And then, the scattered bones across the battlefield begin to levitate. The system chimes in again, like the worst kind of horror narrator, confirming what they all dread. Bone Storm activated. The swirling mass of bones expands, growing larger, more chaotic, feeding off the dragon's decayed energy. This thing isn't just coming back. It's coming back stronger. Before the storm can fully unleash, a sudden force rips through the battlefield, shattering the swirling bones and sending them flying in every direction. Lu Fan whips around, eyes wide, only to see Jian Yang stepping forward. Her expression is calm, steady, resolute. She reminds him of the promise he made after defeating Chun Tianji, that he'd one day see the true skill of a sword master. Well, that day is today. As the bone dragon starts pulling itself back together, now even more menacing, Jian Yang unveils her trump card. She explains that sword masters unlock a new weapon every 5 levels. Then, with a surge of fiery energy, she summons the Scythe of Calamity, a level 20 epic quality weapon radiating raw power. Its abilities? Pure nightmare fuel. It can switch between fire and dark attack modes, and for every life it takes, its attack power permanently increases by 9%. Yeah, this thing doesn't just kill, it remembers. Wasting no time, Jian Yang charges scythe in hand. The first strike lands with an explosive impact, shaking the battlefield as a massive blast engulfs the bone dragon. The monster writhes, struggling to hold itself together against her relentless assault. Watching her in action, Lu Fan smirks, finally understanding the true potential of a sword master. It's not just about flashy skills, it's about weapons that evolve into absolute destruction. But there's no time to admire for long. Jade Dragon Xiaofei suddenly appears beside him, eyes gleaming with eagerness. Lu Fan nods. Time to wrap this up. Without hesitation, he commands Xiaofei to cast Jade Blessing on Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Xiaofei, always one to deliver, unleashes the ability, amplifying Xiaoye's next 3 attacks to devastating levels. With everything set up, Lu Fan gives the final order. Xiaoyi, earth-shattering. And oh boy, does she deliver. The ground trembles, the air crackles, and then boom, a massive explosion rips through the battlefield. The earth splits open, forming a giant fissure that swallows the bone dragon whole. Its skeletal frame crumbles, collapsing into the abyss. And just like that, the nightmare is over. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with some well-earned rewards. Jade Dragon Xiaofei has leveled up to 15 and unlocked a new skill, Transformation. Lu Fan takes it all in, satisfied with how much they've grown from this battle. His own level ticks up to 26, but he's more focused on their collective progress. Meanwhile, Jian Yang stands there, silent. The battle is over, but doubt creeps in her mind. Sure, her Scythe of Calamity was powerful, but in the end, it was Xiaoye's earth-shattering that finished the fight. For a split second, she wonders, did her efforts really matter? Just when things finally seem to settle, Xiaofei happily clings to Lu Fan, soaking up the victory celebration. Jian Yang catches this, and oh boy, jealousy slams into her like a runaway carriage. But she's quick to shake it off, composing herself like the pro she is. Turning to Lu Fan, she admits that, with his powerhouse team of dragons, she probably didn't even need to step in. She even apologizes, feeling like she didn't contribute much to the battle. Lu Fan, ever the supportive leader, meets her with a reassuring smile. He thanks her for saving him earlier during Bone Storm, reminding her that every effort counted. Besides, they've all made huge gains today. Jian Yang got to showcase her Swordmaster skills, and Xiaofei hit a whole new level. Wins all around. Curious about Xiaofei's level up, Jian Yang asks if there's more to it. As if waiting for the cue, the system chimes in with the details. At level 15, Xiaofei's stats have skyrocketed. Strength, spirit, stamina, the whole package. But the real kicker? She's unlocked 2 epic transformations. Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life grants Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian, abilities focused on healing and protection. Soul Light allows her to shed her physical form entirely, unlocking Soul Refuge and Soul Influence, skills tied to spiritual manipulation. Talk about a glow-up. Lu Fan, clearly impressed, notes how Xiaofei's new abilities make her as versatile as Xiaoyi. Jian Yang chuckles, pointing out that while Xiaoyi has been steadily leveling up, Xiaofei's sudden quadruple transformation upgrade feels like a cheat code. Either way, both dragons are shaping up to be absolute monsters on the battlefield. Feeling proud, Lu Fan reaches out to pat Xiaofei's head, only to be met with the sharpest glare from Xiaoyi. The jealousy is real, and her mix of annoyance and playful anger is impossible to miss. To break the tension, Lu Fan suggests testing out Xiaofei's new form, eager to see what she's capable of. Jian Yang agrees, her mood lightening as she suggests heading back to the Flying Dragon Sacred Tree to continue their search. But before they can even take a step, Xiaoyi and Xiaofei start bickering over who gets to stand closer to Lu Fan. It's almost comical, a much-needed break after all the chaos. That is, until the sky erupts in fire. Flaming projectiles rain down, shattering the moment like glass. Explosions rip through the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the air as dust and debris swirl in every direction. Jianying's sharp voice cuts through the chaos. Magic attack. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. Scatter. Take cover. The group sprints for the nearest shelter, a massive tree, where they huddle together to regroup. Jianying crouches, scanning the area for any sign of their attackers, while Lu Fan carefully peeks out from behind the trunk. It doesn't take long to put the pieces together. Their battle with the bone dragon must have drawn unwanted attention. And sure enough, when he looks up, he sees them. A swarm of dragons, their massive wings blotting out the sun. Lu Fan ducks into cover, heart pounding as he scans the battlefield. No time to hesitate. Dragons are everywhere, and the pressure is on. Quickly pulling up the system interface, he lays out the plan. Jade Dragon Xiaofei's soul light form isn't just for show. It allows her to shed her physical body and become pure energy, granting a game-changing soul shield to whoever she links with. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan orders Xiaofei to merge with Xiaoyi. In an instant, Xiaofei shifts into her ethereal form, fusing with Black Dragon Xiaoyi. The transformation creates an aura so powerful it practically radiates invincibility. As the newly supercharged Xiaoyi soars above, Lu Fan turns to Jianying, his voice all business. Head toward the divine dragon tree. It's like a high-stakes treasure hunt, except this one comes with a real risk of getting torched by an angry dragon horde. Just then, fireballs rain from the sky like a meteor shower. Lu Fan's stomach drops as he looks up. A swarm of dragons, their massive wings blotting out the light, is descending upon them. It's an ambush. They're surrounded. But Lu Fan doesn't panic. Keeping his cool, he orders Xiaoyi not to attack. Yet, instead, he commands Xiaofei to absorb the incoming damage. A glowing green orb forms above Xiaofei, pulsating as it gathers energy. Each hit adds another layer, fueling the buildup of Qi shield. And when that shield maxes out, the real counterattack begins. The moment of truth arrives. Lu Fan commands Xiaofei to activate Qi Shock. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupts, releasing every ounce of absorbed damage in a single explosive counterattack. And since dragons take extra damage, the impact is doubled. Xiaofei's green aura flares, lighting up the sky as dragons cry out in agony, the sheer force of the blast shaking the battlefield. Jianying watches in stunned awe, realizing this isn't just a defensive move, it's total annihilation. Lu Fan smirks, explaining that Xiaofei's soul protection isn't just a shield. It's a force that strikes back even harder every time it's hit. But before they can celebrate, the atmosphere shifts. A chilling wind sweeps through, sending a wave of unease through the group. Lu Fan's instincts scream danger. This can only mean one thing. The boss has arrived. Sure enough, a colossal dragon descends, its metallic scales gleaming ominously. The system identifies it. Steel Dragon, level 60, nightmare difficulty. And its abilities? Absolutely brutal. First, Rapid Storm, a wing beat that summons a whirlwind, slowing and chipping away at anything caught in its path. Then there's Steel Thrust, a high-speed charge that erases anything with less than one endurance point. As if that's not bad enough, Steel Reinforcement cuts incoming damage in half, while cranking its defense sky-high. The Steel Dragon unleashes a deafening roar, sending shivers down spines. Even Lu Fan feels the weight of its presence. Then, with terrifying speed, it locks onto Xiaoyi and dives in for a steel thrust. Jianying's face goes pale, realizing the sheer danger they're in. But Lu Fan stays steady, giving Xiaofei the command. Her soul impact is already building up power. As the energy surges, the air crackles with intensity, amplifying every dragon-related ability. After a jaw-dropping fight, the Steel Dragon finally falls. Jianying practically radiates excitement as she announces she's reached level 25, her pride obvious. But Lu Fan, always focused on the bigger picture, is already looking ahead. He asks if the boss drop was worth the effort. Jianying doesn't disappoint. With a triumphant grin, she lifts a sword that gleams so brightly it might as well be declaring its legendary status. The weapon, Myriad Blossoms, holds immense potential but starts at level 1. The system chimes in with the details. Myriad Blossoms boast the thousands of sword feathers ability, allowing it to break apart into multiple smaller blades. Each fragment deals 10% of the original attack power before merging back for a devastating area-wide strike. Lu Fan's grin widens. Once this weapon reaches 25 stars, it'll be an absolute game-changer. Meanwhile, in the background, Black Dragon Xiaoyi and Jade Dragon Xiaofei are having the time of their lives, playfully messing around like a pair of overpowered siblings. But Jianying? Not so much. As she watches them, a nagging doubt creeps in. Even with myriad blossoms in her hands, she can't shake the feeling that she's still miles away from matching Xiaoye's devastating attacks or Lu Fan's sheer dominance. Just then, something shifts. A shadow flickers nearby, making her unease grow. She whispers to herself, trying to convince herself that she's strong enough, but the doubt lingers. Lu Fan, always sharp when it comes to reading the mood, walks over with his usual unshakable confidence. He reminds her that as her sword levels up, she'll face plenty of worthy challengers at Dragon Academy, each one pushing her to grow stronger. His words feel like a steady breeze, clearing away the storm clouds in her mind. Jianying exhales, nodding. She's not giving up. And with that, they push forward. Though, unsurprisingly, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei are already way ahead. As they catch up, Lu Fan spots something unsettling, a man lying motionless on the ground. The group gathers around as he kneels, examining the body. From the looks of it, the man's been here for a while, a warrior who likely endured countless battles. But before they can dwell on it, Lu Fan's instincts kick in hard. Something's off. His keen eyes scan the area, and then a dragon claw, a glowing eye in the distance. Danger is closer than they thought. Without hesitation, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, his voice steady as he warns Jianying. They've wandered straight into monster territory. Her pulse quickens. If they're not careful, this could be bad. And before she can even process the warning, the threat reveals itself. A dragon erupts from the bushes, its bronze scales gleaming under the light. The system instantly identifies it. Bronze Dragon, star level 60. Its key ability? Bronze Armor, a skill that cranks its defense up to absurd levels. Lu Fan braces for the fight, until another presence looms into view. This one is on an entirely different level. The three-headed Elemental Dragon. Level 65. Boss difficulty, Nightmare. The system wastes no time detailing its terrifying abilities. Triple magic, fire, ice, and thunder unleashed all at once. Regeneration. Any lost head grows back if even one survives. And sheer, overwhelming power, more than enough to annihilate the unprepared. Lu Fan and Jianying freeze for just a second, taking in the brutal reality, two bosses at once. This isn't just a fight. This is a full-blown disaster. Jianying quickly suggests taking out the Bronze Dragon first, but Lu Fan just flashes his signature grin. He's already got a plan. With a swift command, he calls for Xiao Fei to shift into her Jade Dragon form. In an instant, a brilliant green glow surrounds her, raw energy radiating from her very core as she charges up soul light. At the same time, Lu Fan signals Xiao Yi. It's time for her to activate Destruction form. The battlefield is set. Now it's all or nothing. The three-headed elemental dragon doesn't hold back. It soars into the sky, unleashing a relentless storm of fire and ice. Lu Fan moves with precision, dodging the blast as his dragon sword radiates raw energy. Without missing a beat, he commands Xiao Fei to activate Soul Impact. The response is immediate. An explosive surge of energy ripples across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the surrounding dragons. Xiao Yi, now fully transformed, steps up next. She unleashes her newly awakened skill, Intimidation. Her roar echoes like thunder, a force so powerful it paralyzes enemies on the spot. Even Jianying feels the crushing weight of Xiaoye's aura, realizing just how terrifyingly effective this control skill is. With the Bronze Dragon staggered under Xiaoye's overwhelming presence, Lu Fan seizes the opportunity. His dragon sword flashes as he executes a deadly combination, Soul Effect fused with Dragon Fang Strike. The impact shatters the bronze armor skill, breaking its defense completely. Xiao Yi doesn't hesitate. With a brutal twist, she snaps the dragon's neck. The massive beast crashes to the ground, its metallic blood pooling beneath it. The system chimes in with the results. Xiao Yi levels up to 22, Xiao Fei reaches 17, and Lu Fan himself climbs to 28. Jianying levels up as well, reaching 27, and Myriad Blossoms upgrades to level 6. But despite her progress, a sense of disappointment lingers. She didn't contribute as much as she wanted. Lu Fan, always attuned to the mood, places a steady hand on her shoulder. He reassures her that eliminating all three heads of the elemental dragon is the key. Without that, it would just keep regenerating. For now, he suggests letting Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei take the lead while they regroup at the nearby camp. Later that night, under the soft glow of the moon, Jianying carries a meal to Lu Fan, mentioning it was prepared by Sister Hank. She steps outside, expecting to find him by the fire, but he's nowhere in sight. The flames flicker, casting long shadows, yet his absence leaves an unexpected emptiness in her chest. She stares into the night, lost in thought. Does Lu Fan ever feel the same doubt she does? No matter how hard she pushes herself, she can't shake the feeling that she's been more of a bystander than a true fighter. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is already deep in thought, his mind locked onto their mission. He silently apologizes to Jianying as he moves through the darkness, eyes fixed on something incredible. The system has detected a massive egg. As he approaches, the truth is revealed. They're close. The divine treasure, the very reason they risked entering this deadly forest, is almost within reach. But just as he thinks he has a moment to breathe, a chilling roar tears through the night. The earth trembles. From the shadows, a dragon emerges, massive, menacing, and unlike anything he's faced before. Its eerie green eyes glow with an unnatural light as the system flashes an urgent warning. Soul of the Flying Dragon King. Level 70. This isn't just a strong enemy. It's pure nightmare fuel. Its dragon's breath can unleash fire, ice, thunder, or wind at will, while its Assault Dragon King ability allows it to dive with terrifying speed, piercing through anything in its path. And, as if that weren't bad enough, it takes 50% less damage from everything. Because of course it does. Lu Fan tightens his grip on his sword. This fight is going to be hell. Lu Fan instantly recognizes the threat. This is it. The final boss of the level 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. No turning back now. Gripping his dragon sword, he readies himself for what might be the toughest battle of his life. Beside him, Xiaoyi and Xiaofei step up, their determination clear. Though if they were being honest, there's a definite hint of what did we just sign up for in their expressions. Lu Fan snaps them back to focus. This fight is all or nothing. Meanwhile, back at the resting area, Jianying hears the dragon's earth-shaking roar in the distance. A knot tightens in her stomach. Memories of Lu Fan saving her flash through her mind, and doubts creep in. Is she just holding him back? What if he realizes he's better off without her? The thought stings, but she quickly pushes it away. She clenches her fists, determination surging through her. She's not here to stand on the sidelines. She's fighting alongside Lu Fan, no matter what. Back on the battlefield, the soul of the Flying Dragon King wastes no time. A powerful gust tears through the air, followed by a thunderous blast aimed straight at Lu Fan. He glares at the monstrous beast, realizing just how powerful it is, maybe even stronger than the great Destroyer Emperor he faced before. His grip tightens. This won't be easy. Without hesitation, he orders Xiaoyi to prepare Lava Flame while activating Dragon's Inspiration, boosting everyone's power by 30%. Xiaoyi roars, shifting into destruction form, and unleashes a scorching wave of flames that engulfs the dragon. The beast shrieks in pain, but doesn't stay down. In a flash, it retaliates with Soul Assault, rocketing toward Lu Fan at a speed that's downright terrifying. Too fast. His heart pounds as the dragon shifts behind him, already coiled to strike. Thinking fast, he commands Xiaofei to shift into Eternal Being form. In an instant, her aura transforms, radiating a powerful yet calming energy. Then, Jianying arrives. Her voice rings out with unwavering resolve as she calls to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, she raises her hand, summoning power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers in one sweeping motion. I've got this. Focus on your fight. Her confidence ignites something in Lu Fan. He meets her gaze, nodding. No words needed. He knows he can count on her. And then, the system delivers a game-changing update. Jade Dragon Xiaofei has unlocked new skills, Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. A radiant glow bursts from Xiaofei as she activates Life Pulse, waves of energy rippling outward, restoring stamina and amplifying their strength. At the same time, Xiaoyi doubles down, pushing her lava flame attack to an even greater intensity, the searing heat rising higher and hotter. Lu Fan doesn't waste a second. He sees the opening. Xiaoyi, finish it. With a thunderous roar, Xiaoyi launches forward, ready to deliver the final blow. But the soul of the Flying Dragon King isn't going down that easily. With a furious roar, it takes to the sky, chanting in ancient dragon language to counter Xiaoyi's attacks. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. The stakes just skyrocketed. Xiaofei, shield us, he commands. High above, the dragon begins preparing its ultimate move, Apocalypse Fall. A last-ditch, all-or-nothing attack that sacrifices its own life to unleash an explosion at 2,000% power. The tension is unbearable. The beast dives, its massive form hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. The moment it makes impact, boom, a shockwave tears through the entire realm, shaking the land for miles. The explosion is catastrophic, swallowing everything in dust and debris. For a moment, all is chaos, sight, sound, even breath lost in the devastation. And then, a faint green glow emerges through the haze. Xiaofei's protective barrier. The energy pulses, shielding them from the worst of the blast. They're alive, barely. As the dust settles, Lu Fan turns to Jianying, concern clear in his gaze. You okay? She nods, though her hands are still clenched from the shock. Yeah, thanks to Xiaofei. They take a breath, processing just how close they came to total annihilation. Then the system chimes in. Lu Fan levels up to 29. Xiao Yi reaches 23. Xiaofei hits 17. Lu Fan ruffles Xiaofei's head, praising her for her incredible skill. But Xiao Yi? Not a fan. She glares at Xiaofei, pouting like she just got outshined at her own party. Lu Fan chuckles, shaking his head. Relax. That final attack wouldn't have landed without your insane damage output. That gets a begrudging nod from Xiao Yi. Fine, she'll take the win. Meanwhile, Jianying reflects on everything. This was her first time facing a boss this strong together. She always assumed fights like this were for players way above their level. But here they were, alive, victorious, and somehow still standing. Lu Fan leans back, rubbing the back of his head. Didn't mean to scare you earlier, he admits. I was just checking things out. Didn't expect to, run into a level 70 monster. Jianying interrupts, her voice steady. I never doubted you. She meets his gaze, a small but determined smile forming. You said it yourself. We don't let teammates fight alone. Something about the moment settles deep. Lu Fan feels it too, a quiet pride in how far they've come. And then, bam, a treasure chest pops open right in front of him, like the universe itself decided, congrats, you earned this. Meanwhile, Jianying, completely oblivious. She's staring off in the opposite direction, totally missing the loot drop. Lu Fan steps forward, eager to see what kind of legendary loot he's just scored. The first item practically radiates power as it emerges. Soul Wing of the Flying Dragon King. This thing is stacked, plus 60 agility, plus 356 strength, plus 291 spirit. But the real kicker? It grants full-on flight. Not hovering, not gliding, actual flying. And if that wasn't enough, those with dragon language magic can even cast and receive spells mid-air. The catch? Level 60 required. Lu Fan sighs, staring longingly at the item. Looks like soaring through the skies will have to wait. The second item? A level 30 artifact for dragon riders. This beast of an item allows the user to merge their abilities with their dragons, boosting dragon energy and unleashing devastating long-range attacks. Lu Fan's grin stretches ear to ear, riding Xiao Yi into battle while obliterating enemies from a distance. Yeah, that's going on the future to-do list, just as soon as Xiao Yi hits level 30. And then, the third item emerges, the late Dragon Bone Flute. This enchanted flute can summon twin flying dragon kings, their levels scaling to match the user's. A dream come true. The downside? Limited to 7 uses. Lu Fan turns the flute over in his hands, admiring the craftsmanship. It's powerful, no doubt, but something about the restriction stings. 7 times, and then it's gone. Before he can dwell on it, something strange happens. Xiaofei begins glowing, intensely. Lu Fan and Jianying turn, watching as the little jade dragon moves toward a massive, ancient tree. She presses her energy into it, and suddenly, the entire area stirs to life. Plants rustle. The ground hums with energy. It's like something straight out of legend. And then, as if on cue, the system pops up with a new mission. Restore the sacred tree. The details? The tree is dying, threatened by the abyssal dragon's minions. The only way to save it is to slay the abyssal dragon and soak the tree's seed in its blood. The reward? The favor of the life dragon, one of the most powerful entities in existence. Lu Fan retrieves the sacred tree's seed, letting out a low whistle as he reads the mission details. The abyssal dragon isn't just strong, it's infamous. This beast hails from the lower realms, known for devouring demons and wiping out entire regions. Its rank, so high that calling it nightmare difficulty would be an insult. Xiaofei nudges Lu Fan's hand, and he smiles down at her, thanking her for uncovering this hidden quest. And then, because it's Lu Fan, he gets an idea. He turns to Xiaofei, completely serious. Hey, think you can eat the flute? Jianying and Xiaofei freeze, utterly baffled. Lu Fan raises his hands and mocks surrender, grinning. What? I mean, worst case, nothing happens. Best case, you unlock an insane new ability. Xiaofei blinks. Jianying stares at him like he's lost his mind. Lu Fan just stands there, waiting for Xiaofei to consider it. Because honestly, you never know. Xiaofei steps forward, and before anyone can react, she bites into the flute like it's a tasty treat. Lu Fan, amused, asks if it actually tastes good, while Jianying watches in stunned silence, mumbling that she's chewing it like a piece of fruit. A moment later, the system notification pops up. Xiaofei has absorbed the flute's power, allowing her to summon the twin flying dragon kings without restrictions. To test it out, Xiaofei calls forth the dragon kings. With a thunderous roar, they appear, their strength perfectly aligned with Xiaofei's level 18. Jianying is left speechless, struggling to grasp how a boss-tier dragon has just become her summon. Lu Fan, unfazed, notes that the Dragon King seems smaller now, joking that they've basically been downgraded to her pets. Jianying shakes her head, muttering about how even dragon pets now have their own dragon pets. With the Sacred Tree mission now secured, Jianying suggests they return, reminding them that Sister Hank will be worried if they take too long. Lu Fan waves her off, telling her to go ahead. He has something to take care of first. As he pulls up his map, his mind is already focused on the unfinished task ahead. Later, back at the villa in Dragon Capital Academy, Lu Fan gathers Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei for a meeting. The cozy setting doesn't change the fact that something important is about to happen. Sitting before them is a newly acquired dragon egg. Lu Fan exhales, pretending to be exasperated, and tells Xiao Yi she really needs to stop bullying Xiao Fei. Xiao Yi pouts, but quickly gets distracted by the egg, asking whether they think it'll be a brother or sister. But before they can answer, the system interrupts, bluntly reminding him that at his current level, he can only tame 2 dragons. If he wants to add another, he needs to reach level 30. Sighing, Lu Fan tells the dragon sisters that their next stop is the poison spider forest to grind levels. The following morning, just as he's waking up, a knock at the door jolts him. He groggily opens it to find Qin Xiu and another student standing there, looking flustered. Still half asleep, he blinks in confusion as Qin Xiu shoves a post into his hands, explaining that it's gone viral on the school forum. The latest buzz all over the school forum is about Lu Fan withdrawing from the freshman exam. The post claims that Fengyun Pavilion has already secured a spot in the finals, and with no real competition left, they're practically guaranteed to win. Qin Xiu explains that the group has grown into a dominant force, now boasting nearly 30 members under the leadership of Jiang Fengyun and Su Jing. They're so confident in their victory that they've even announced plans to take over Lu Fan's villa once the tournament ends. Lu Fan listens with mild amusement. The idea of Jiang Fengyun declaring himself the new number 1 makes him chuckle. How cute. Qin Xiu reminds him that reaching the finals grants access to the national trials, which is why Jiang Fengyun is pushing so hard. But Lu Fan already knows the truth. He secured his spot long ago. The rewards Jiang Fengyun is after, they're already in his hands. With a smirk, Lu Fan waves off their concerns. He's not the least bit worried. In fact, he welcomes the challenge. Let's have some fun, he says, taking the forum post. Time to fire back. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Dragon Academy Arena, Su Jing, a composed forbidden sorcerer, casually scrolls through his tablet as if catching up on gossip. Across from him, Jiang Fengyun, the ever-dramatic shadow warrior, is sparring blindfolded against multiple opponents. In the middle of the fight, Su Jing nonchalantly mentions that Lu Fan has responded to their forum post. Jiang Fengyun pauses for half a second before activating his projection skill, instantly summoning clones that overwhelm every opponent in the room. The match is over before they can even react. With a satisfied smirk, Jiang Fengyun removes his blindfold, barely acknowledging the fallen fighters as he orders someone to heal them. Then he turns to Su Jing, eager to hear what Lu Fan said. Su Jing, still scrolling, chuckles. Lu Fan issued a full-on challenge to Fengyun Pavilion. Jiang Fengyun scoffs at what he calls Lu Fan's typical bravado, but the grin on his face only grows wider. Without hesitation, he tells Su Jing to respond, inviting Lu Fan to meet them in the arena after the finals tomorrow. Su Jing raises an eyebrow, half wondering if Jiang Fengyun is actually serious, but he goes along with it. Then, Jiang Fengyun's mood shifts. His voice turns sharp as he commands Su Jing to gather every member of Fengyun Pavilion. It's time, he declares, to prove that the title of number 1 isn't just claimed, it's won in battle. Over in Lu Fan's world, things couldn't be more relaxed. He's hanging out with his friends when Qin Xiu rushes in, excitement all over her face. Fengyun Pavilion has officially accepted the challenge, and Jiang Fengyun is competing in a semi-final match today. Lu Fan, however, is completely unfazed. He barely spares the news a glance before shrugging it off. Sounds like a good time for me to grind levels in the Poison Spider secret realm instead, he says. Priorities. Lu Fan's Anne appears just in time to cut through his nonchalance, reminding him that overconfidence can lead to failure. She suggests he at least watch Jiang Fengyun's match to get a better read on his opponent. One of the ladies chimes in, noting that Lu Fan supporters might even outnumber Fengyun Pavilions at this point. But Qin Xiu, ever the pragmatist, warns that if Lu Fan is spotted in the crowd, rumors will spread like wildfire. His aunt, ever the problem solver, comes up with a simple solution disguise. Moments later, Lu Fan emerges in a dark cloak and mask, looking like he just walked off the set of a spy thriller. Qin Xiu and Xiao Man accompany him, confident that no one will recognize him. Even his aunt gives her stamp of approval, calling his look both functional and surprisingly stylish. Inside the arena, Gohan steps forward to announce the start of the semifinals. The crowd buzzes as the competitors take the stage, but just as the battle begins, Lu Fan suddenly stands up. His aunt raises an eyebrow. Where are you going? She asks. Lu Fan shrugs. Looks boring. I'm going for a walk. Classic Lu Fan, completely unfazed. He tells him to call him when it's over and strolls out, leaving his aunt shaking her head. While the arena erupts with excitement over the match, a pair of sharp eyes in the stands quietly follows Lu Fan's movements. The vice principal watches the disguised figure, his thoughts drifting back to a recent conversation with the principal. In a flashback, he recalls storming into the principal's office, concerned over the form drama. He feared Lu Fan didn't fully grasp his own strength, especially with Chun Tianji still recovering from their fight. But the principal, completely unbothered, had waved off his concerns, saying Gohan could handle things. His real focus? The upcoming arrival of the Dragon Capital Special Envoy in a month, who would assess Lu Fan for the national trial. That had caught the vice principal off guard. The envoy was none other than Ruan Changfeng, a powerhouse with a personal grudge against Lu Fan. While the vice principal had been uneasy about the potential trouble this could bring, the principal had simply laughed, completely confident in his choice of Lu Fan as a national trial candidate. Back in the present, the vice principal smirks as he watches the arena. No doubt, the principal wouldn't miss Lu Fan's battle against Jiang Fengyun for anything. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy's arena, chaos is brewing in the points room. One by one, professionals stagger out, their faces pale with disbelief. Whispers spread among the crowd. There's an opponent inside so powerful that no one can land a victory. The rumor? Someone at level 29 is deliberately holding back, crushing challengers and racking up points. Outside, experienced fighters shake their heads, warning newcomers not to step inside unless they're prepared to lose. Inside the points room, the so-called arena master is none other than Lu Fan himself. Leaning back casually, he muses that sparring here is far more worthwhile than sitting through a dull match. But just as he's settling in, the door creaks open. A new challenger steps inside, a striking woman with long white hair and a sleek black dress. She meets his gaze with a calm smile and asks if he has time for a match. Lu Fan immediately straightens up, greeting her with respect and calling her senior. But she merely chuckles, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. With a teasing smirk, she warns that if he expects mercy, he'll need to show a lot more respect. Lu Fan, unfazed, responds in a steady tone. There's no need to hold back. Her smile widens. Without warning, flames ignite around her, swirling with an intensity that makes the air ripple. As she begins to float, her presence shifts, commanding, untamed. Lu Fan's instincts scream that this woman isn't just strong. She's dangerous. The heat surges, and in an instant, her dress burns away, replaced by a sleek, battle-ready armor radiating raw power. This isn't just a test of skill. She's here for a real fight. Before Lu Fan can react, she vanishes. A flicker of movement behind him. Her voice, now laced with amusement, reminds him that she's nothing like the students waiting outside. Then, a brilliant glow. A massive flaming trident materializes in her hands, casting long shadows across the arena. With a mischievous smirk, she gives him a single warning. Don't hold back. And then she lunges. Lu Fan reacts just in time, summoning his massive black machete to block the strike. The force of the impact is staggering. He sent skidding back several meters. Adjusting his stance, he grips his weapon tighter, eyes locked onto his opponent. Just how strong is she? The woman chuckles, clearly amused that he managed to withstand her first attack. She tilts her head, her voice laced with amusement. What's wrong? Afraid to hit a pretty lady? To drive the point home, she slowly licks her finger, a playful yet challenging glint in her eye. Lu Fan remains calm, but there's a shift in his stance, focused, unwavering. He meets her gaze, understanding her intent loud and clear. If she wants a real fight, he'll give her one. Their weapons clash again, sending sparks and embers flying with every strike. The arena trembles under the force of their battle, each blow heavier than the last. Outside, a crowd begins to gather, whispering about the mysterious woman who walked in. Some speculate she's struggling, given her wild, relentless attacks. Others suspect she's merely toying with Lu Fan. Either way, no one can look away. Meanwhile, over in the main arena, the crowd erupts as Jiang Fengyun's semi-final match ends in victory. He stands tall, soaking in the applause, when a friend rushes over with the latest gossip. Rumors are flying that Lu Fan snuck into the audience. Jiang Fengyun scoffs, unimpressed. So what? He didn't even go all out in this match. If Lu Fan is watching, it hardly matters. Then, in true dramatic fashion, Jiang Fengyun suddenly raises a hand and points to the stands. Lu Fan, he calls out boldly, challenging him on the spot. He warns him not to get too cocky and tells him not to run away from tomorrow's battle. The crowd goes wild, cheering at the rising tension. But here's the catch. Lu Fan isn't even there. Qin Xiu and Xiao Man freeze, exchanging panic glances before scrambling to find him. Meanwhile, Hank lets out a long sigh. She knows Lu Fan too well. He must have gotten bored and left ages ago. Back in the points room, Lu Fan's duel is still raging. His opponent's attacks are relentless, forcing him to stay sharp. He's impressed by her raw power, but something doesn't add up. Why is she pushing him so hard? What's her goal? Just then, his phone buzzes. The split-second distraction nearly costs him as she seizes the opening, snatching the hat right off his head. With a teasing smile, she compliments his growth while chiding him for his poor defense. And that's when it clicks. She's not just fighting him. She's training him, deliberately exposing his weak spots to help him improve. But why? Before he can dwell on it, she moves in dangerously close, her armored form practically inches from his. Your endurance needs work, she purrs, amused. If you can't keep up, how will you last in a real fight? Lu Fan, caught off guard, barely manages a response before his phone rings again. With a quick apology, he steps back to take the call. When he turns around, he exhales and thanks her, truly, acknowledging how much he's learned in such a short time. He even asks for her contact information, hoping for more training in the future. The woman, now back in her sleek black dress, laughs. Wow, asking for a pretty senior's number so soon, she teases. Lu Fan immediately backtracks. It's just for training. She waves him off with a smirk. If you want another match, just open a points room in the arena. No promises, though. With that, she turns and walks away, disappearing into the crowd. But as Lu Fan watches her go, he can't shake the feeling that she's more than just a skilled senior. Her strength, her demeanor, everything about her felt different. Was she a teacher? Or something else entirely? As the thought lingers, a notification suddenly pops up. 100 points awarded by your opponent. Lu Fan blinks. She gave me points? He's certain she could have knocked him out if she wanted to. So why go easy on him? Determined to get answers, he bolts out of the arena, scanning the crowd. But no matter where he looks, she's already gone. As Lu Fan dashes through the dorm halls, students call after him, telling him to slow down, but he barely hears them. His mind is spinning. Who is she? Why did she fight like that? And why did she vanish so suddenly? The whole encounter feels surreal, almost like she was some kind of phantom haunting the academy. Just as he's about to lose himself in thought again, Qin Xiu, Xiao Man, and Hank spot him. They call out, waving him over. Qin Xiu, ever the troublemaker, teases him about meeting yet another mysterious woman. Xiao Man joins in with a grin, cracking jokes about Lu Fan hooking up in the arena. But Lu Fan, too preoccupied to care, ignores them and silently follows along. The next day, the freshman assessment finals finally begin and the arena is packed. The entire academy is buzzing with anticipation. Will Lu Fan actually show up to face Jiang Fengyan? Some admire his boldness in challenging Fengyun Pavilion alone, while others think he's just insanely arrogant. Regardless of their opinions, everyone agrees this is the match to watch. Inside the arena, Jiang Fengyun taps his fingers impatiently, irritation creeping in. Lu Fan still isn't here. His patience wears thin as he threatens to storm Villa number 1 himself if Lu Fan keeps wasting time. Su Jing, ever the strategist, simply advises him to wait. And just then, a commotion ripples through the crowd. Someone spots a figure sprinting toward the arena. All eyes turn to the entrance. From the direction of the restroom, a cloaked figure is racing in, moving at ridiculous speeds. His black cloak flutters wildly behind him. It's Lu Fan. Jiang Fengyun smirks, cracking his knuckles as he signals his team to get ready. As Lu Fan nears, he lifts a hand, casually waving to the crowd. Sorry I'm late, he calls out, completely unbothered. Then, with a lazy grin, he adds, let's get this over with. I've got more important things to do. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Fan faces the entire Fengyun Pavilion with an air of calm confidence. His sharp gaze sweeps over them, and with a smirk, he admits, honestly, I don't even know how many of you there are. Then he shrugs. But one thing's for sure, whatever comes together, goes together. To drive the point home, he casually drags a finger across his throat in a cutthroat gesture. The effect is instantaneous. One of Fengyun Pavilion's giants erupts in fury, hurling insults at Lu Fan. You dare talk to Jiang Fengyun like that? You're asking for death. But before the enraged man can step forward, Jiang Fengyun raises a hand, effortlessly silencing him. He doesn't even spare the outburst a glance. Instead, he locks eyes with Lu Fan, his smirk unwavering. There's no need for pointless words, Jiang Fengyun declares smoothly. If he refuses to take us seriously, we'll just make him regret it. Then, without hesitation, he raises the stakes. I'll wager 7,000 points on this match, he announces, his voice ringing through the arena. The crowd explodes. Jiang Fengyun stands firm, utterly confident in his victory. Lu Fan, completely unfazed, starts patting down his pockets like he's misplaced something important. The crowd watches in confusion as he takes his time. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he pulls out his points card. All right, I'll bet 177,000 points. Silence. Then the arena erupts. Jiang Fengyun's team collectively panics. Shouts of disbelief ring out as his comrades scramble, insisting they don't have nearly enough points to match that kind of wager. But Jiang Fengyun, driven by a mix of greed and pride, shuts them down. His eyes burn with determination. There's no way he's backing down from this. Pool everything, he orders. Reluctantly, the pavilion members gather their points. Some mutter under their breath, warning that if they don't get a cut of Lu Fan's points after the match, they're done with the pavilion. But in the end, they manage to scrape together the full amount. The bet is locked in. The tension in the arena is palpable. Lu Fan, as relaxed as ever, casually stretches his arms, looking more excited than nervous. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengyun narrows his eyes, growing suspicious. Why is Lu Fan so confident? Convinced that he plans to summon his dragon pet, Jiang Fengyun issues a quick command to Sujing. Cast the binding spell. Sujing nods, already moving. Everyone, prepare for battle. The fight begins. Sujing immediately casts confinement lock. Crimson-red chains shoot toward Lu Fan, wrapping around him in an instant. The spell locks him in place, completely cutting off his ability to use skills for 5 seconds. Seeing their chance, Jiang Fengyun and his teammates charge in, aiming to take him down before he can counter. But before they can strike, crack! Lu Fan shatters the chains instantly. The momentary silence in the crowd is replaced by deafening cheers as he effortlessly blocks Jiang Fengyun's attack with his massive black machete. Jiang Fengyun freezes, eyes wide, unable to comprehend how Lu Fan broke free so easily. Before he can react, Lu Fan snatches him by the collar, lifts him into the air, and flips him 360 degrees before slamming him into the ground hard. The impact echoes across the arena, shaking the floor. The crowd loses it. Lu Fan, standing over Jiang Fengyun like it's just another sparring match, doesn't even look winded. But the fight isn't over yet. A pavilion mage sneaks up behind Lu Fan and quickly casts Stiffness, a powerful debuff that slashes movement and attack speed by 75%. The moment the spell lands, the ranged attackers launch a coordinated assault, bombarding Lu Fan with a hail of projectiles. Smoke and dust cloud the battlefield. For a moment, the pavilion dares to hope. Then the dust settles. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, completely unharmed, is Lu Fan. He's casually grinning, like he's watching a group of children try to tackle him. "This is how you plan to take down the top freshman?" he asks, voice laced with amusement. Then, just because he can, he slams his foot into Jiang Fengyun's face. Jiang Fengyun, dazed and furious, spits out a curse. Why isn't the spell working? Sujing, equally baffled, scans Lu Fan and quickly realizes the issue. "It is working," he mutters. "Your movement speed was cut by 75%. Jiang Fengyun stares in disbelief. Sujing exhales sharply. "The problem is, even at 25% speed, Lu Fan is still faster than all of us." Lu Fan shrugs, looking down at Jiang Fengyun with a lazy grin. "Don't blame your friends," he says. "It's just that my dragon pet bonuses make your skills kind of useless." Under mounting pressure, Jiang Fengyun unveils his ultimate technique, Afterimage. Countless mirages of himself appear, surrounding Lu Fan in a dazzling display meant to overwhelm him. The pavilion erupts in cheers, certain that their leader is about to turn the tide. But Lu Fan remains unfazed, slicing through the illusions effortlessly, as if swatting at mere insects. Amused, he nods in approval. "Not bad," he remarks, before deciding to put an end to the fight. Raising his hand, he conjures a fireball, one so massive it seems ready to consume the entire arena. The swirling inferno crackles with power, its scorching heat radiating outward. Jiang Fengyun's smug confidence evaporates as the reality of the situation sets in. Lu Fan isn't holding back. With a deafening explosion, the fireball ignites into a sea of flames, and from its core emerges Black Dragon Xiaoyi in her fearsome world destroyer form. Her colossal figure rises from the blaze, her fiery aura instantly disintegrating the lingering mirages. The once bright sky dims as her presence alone eclipses the sun. Chaos erupts. The pavilion members scatter, their cheers turning to terrified screams. One of Lu Fan's teammates whips out a phone to capture the mayhem, while others stand frozen, their minds struggling to process the sight of a fully unleashed dragon. Jiang Fengyun, his blindfold now cast aside, stares in utter disbelief. He's encountered frauds claiming to be dragon tamers before, but this is something entirely different. His team pleads with him to retreat, but deep down, he knows there's no running from this. He made a grave miscalculation. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Fan remains calm, offering Jiang Fengyun a warning. Don't pass out just yet. I'm not done. Xiao Yi unleashes an earth-shaking roar, and in that instant, Lu Fan releases a pressure wave that ripples through the battlefield, spreading pure terror. The oppressive force immobilizes everyone from the Fengyun pavilion, locking them in place. Jiang Fengyun struggles in vain, but his body refuses to obey. He's completely trapped. With an easygoing smirk, Lu Fan produces his points card and asks, "Do you get it now?" There's only one number one. The system tallies the results, 189,041 points. The sheer disparity leaves the pavilion crushed, and Jiang Fengyun, unable to endure the humiliation, collapses on the spot. As the dust settles, Xiao Yi lands beside Lu Fan, her scorching aura still dominating the battlefield. Lu Fan pats her head, completely unfazed by the destruction they've left in their wake. That's one thing taken care of, he muses before turning away. Even after dismantling the pavilion, he's already thinking ahead. Time to move on. I've got bigger things to handle. Later, inside the Dragon Academy points room, Lu Fan lounges casually. Just then, a figure steps into the room. Dressed in sleek black, the mysterious senior sister approaches with a knowing smile. "Waiting for me?" she asks, her voice laced with intrigue. Lu Fan smirks, shrugging as he replies, "There's no point competing with anyone else. If I'm going to learn, it has to be from someone like you." His voice carries a teasing edge as he adds, "Besides, you're over level 70. You're the only real challenge around." The senior sister pauses, her gaze flickering toward the arena's level restriction sign. A knowing smile plays on her lips. Lu Fan follows her line of sight, his mind racing as he begins to put the pieces together. She's not a student. She's something far beyond what he initially thought. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the vice principal kneels beside Jiang Fengyun's unconscious form, checking his pulse. The aftermath of the battle still lingers, the shattered remains of the Fengyun pavilion standing in stunned silence. As the vice principal takes in the sheer level of destruction, one thing becomes clear. Lu Fan doesn't just fight. He calculates. Every move, every decision was executed with precision. And despite the overwhelming power on display, no lives were ever at risk. With a nod of approval, he acknowledges that Lu Fan understands the weight of his strength. Back in the points room, the senior sister lounges casually, her tone playful as she eyes Lu Fan. "Did you set a trap for me to walk into?" she asks, her smile laced with amusement. Lu Fan raises his hands in mock innocence. "Hey, it's not a scam. The level limit is right there on the door. If you walked in, that means you're over level 70. Definitely not a student." She arches an eyebrow, unimpressed. "So, you're saying I'm not a senior? Then what do you think I am?" Lu Fan hesitates, analyzing. She looks young enough to be a senior, but her strength is leagues beyond any student he's encountered. After a moment of thought, he blurts out, "You must be a teacher." The room fills with laughter. "A teacher," she echoes, clearly amused by the thought. Then, stepping closer, her fiery aura subtly flickers back to life. "Believe what you want," she says, her voice carrying a playful but firm edge. "But I am your senior." Her eyes glimmer with mischief as she leans in slightly. "And this time, you didn't hide your handsome face. Much better to look at." Lu Fan barely has time to react before her tone shifts again, turning sharp. "Don't dig too deep into who I am," she warns. "If you want to see me again, don't set the points room level to 70 or higher. Otherwise, I won't return." Lu Fan quickly nods, though in the back of his mind, he'd been considering setting it to 80 next time. Well, guess that plan's off the table. The air thickens as flames swirl around her, her sleek black dress morphing once again into that striking, battle-ready armor. "I have to admit," she says, watching him intently, "your performance in the arena was impressive. You used my techniques against Jiang Fengyun flawlessly. You pick things up fast." Lu Fan grins at the praise, summoning his massive black machete with a flick of his wrist. There's no doubt about it now. She had been watching the entire fight. She continues, her tone almost proud. "The crowd went wild when you summoned your dragon so effortlessly. And when you dropped Jiang Fengyun in an instant, they didn't even know how to react." Her gaze sharpens. "Your speed? That's proof of the training you honed in the points room." Lu Fan chuckles, rubbing the back of his head as he thanks her for the guidance. "But," he admits, "my melee combat still needs a lot of work." Before he can say another word, she suddenly materializes her fire trident and lunges straight at him. Lu Fan barely reacts in time, blocking just as the force of her strike sends sparks flying. His heart pounds as he registers the seriousness in her expression. "You've improved," she says coolly, "but don't get ahead of yourself. You're still not ready to brag." Lu Fan quickly waves his hands in surrender. "I wasn't bragging. I really do want to keep learning." Then, thinking fast, he shifts his approach, turning on the charm. With a grin, he starts showering her with praise, calling her an incredible teacher. You've been like an older sister to me, he adds, teaching me, guiding me, even giving me 100 points. She lets out a laugh, clearly amused. You're pretty good at building relationships, she notes. But if you want to keep learning from me, bring me something in return. Lu Fan blinks. Like what? She smirks. Enchanted food from your house. I hear your big sister is an amazing cook. He laughs, agreeing without hesitation. Though his big sister is actually his aunt, close enough. No problem, he says, already picturing his aunt's reaction when he makes the request. Her tone shifts as she folds her arms. So what else did you learn from the fight? Lu Fan grins, gripping his machete. A few things. But before he can elaborate, she suddenly strikes again. Their weapons clash, sending a burst of flames into the air. The battle intensifies, their movements blurring as they trade blows. You're getting faster, she acknowledges. Then, with a wicked grin, she ups the stakes. If you can land even one hit on me, I'll reward you with a new weapon. Lu Fan blinks, thrown off by the offer. Before he can process it, she launches herself into the air and, in an unexpected twist, smacks him in the face with her thighs. The impact leaves him completely stunned, as if he just got caught in some bizarre mid-air dance attack. She lands gracefully, smirking at his dumbfounded expression. Your weapons are outdated, she teases. Maybe you should switch to a longer fire trident. Still recovering, Lu Fan shakes off his confusion as her expression shifts again, this time more serious. Tell me, she says, eyes locked onto his, what is it that you really want? Without thinking, Lu Fan blurts out the enchantment scroll. The air in the room turns heavy. Her playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by an intense fury. You what? She snaps, her entire aura igniting in a blaze. Do you even understand how rare and expensive that is? Before he can respond, she lunges at him, fire trident swinging. You want that? Go to hell. Lu Fan barely manages to dodge as she unleashes a relentless barrage of fiery attacks. He tries to explain himself, but she isn't having it. The only thing he can do now is survive. Later that evening, at the villa, Lu Fan slumps onto the couch, wincing as he nurses his sore muscles. His aunt watches in amusement as he groans, stretching his aching limbs. I couldn't land a single hit on her, he mutters. Now my whole body feels like it got run over by a truck. Lu Fan's aunt, still rattled, throws her hands up. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you and Jiang Fengyan were going to fight to the death, she exclaims. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu, lounging with her tablet, barely looks up. By the way, she says casually, your so-called senior sister probably isn't a teacher. According to Nan Jianying, no one at the academy has ever seen her before. Before Lu Fan can respond, Qin Xiu suddenly perks up. Oh, look at that. You're trending on the school forum again. Turns out, someone recorded his battle with the Fengyun Pavilion. Every attack, every counter, and, most importantly, the moment he summoned the legendary Black Dragon Xiaoyi. Jianying, now intrigued, teases him. After beating Jiang Fengyun, you should be their new idol. Lu Fan, too exhausted to entertain the idea, waves it off. I just want to recover. The hype will fade soon enough. The next day, Spider's Secret Realm. Back in action, Lu Fan slashes through a swarm of monstrous spiders, his attacks precise and relentless. Jianying watches from the sidelines, arms crossed. I thought your plan was to learn from your senior, she says, raising an eyebrow. Lu Fan, never pausing in his strikes, replies, if I raise my level, I'll have an edge over her. Besides, I need to keep up. With one final swing, he clears a tough wave of enemies. And then, he feels it. A powerful surge of energy washes over him. Level 30. Grinning, he calls everyone over to celebrate, opening a treasure chest to mark the occasion. Qin Xiu congratulates him, while his aunt, looking pale from all the spider corpses, forces herself to pat him on the back. Jianying and Xiaoman, meanwhile, exchange excited glances because hitting level 30 only means one thing. It's finally time, Jianying says. You can visit the job transfer hall and upgrade your class. Outside the secret realm, instant chaos. Lu Fan steps into the open, excitement still coursing through him. But before he can even take in his surroundings, the air shifts. Students nearby start whispering. Then a few turn, recognizing him. Then, complete mayhem. In an instant, he's mobbed by students eager for selfies, autographs, and even just a handshake. Word had spread fast. This was the guy who took down Chun Tianji and obliterated the entire Fengyun Pavilion. Jianying and Xiaoman watch from a distance, stunned by the scene unfolding. Jianying's expression darkens as girls swarm around Lu Fan, all too eager to get close. Xiaoman just sighs, shaking her head. How did he get this popular so fast? She mutters. Seeing no way to escape the growing crowd, Lu Fan's aunt quickly takes charge. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan steps out in full disguise. Mask, goggles, the whole works. As the students frantically search for him, the disguise does its job, and the mob gradually scatters. Chinchou exhales in relief. Finally, we lost them. Lu Fan, however, looks less than thrilled. Am I really gonna have to go out like this every time? He sighs. Xiaoman, watching the whole scene unfold, pouts. Lucky you. I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys chasing after me. Jianying, still unimpressed, changes the subject. There's no record of a second job transfer for dragon tamers, she points out. No guides, no data. Lu Fan's completely on his own here. Chinchou claps a hand on his back, grinning. That just means you get to be the first. Pretty exciting, right? Lu Fan can't help but feel a sense of pride. This isn't just a challenge. It's a chance to carve a new path. Before long, they arrive at the job transfer hall. The group exchanges nods of encouragement. The ceremony is solo, Jianying reminds him. This is all on you. Lu Fan gives them a reassuring nod. I'll figure it out. With that, he taps his student card against the scanner and steps inside. The chamber is circular, bathed in a cool blue glow. As the system announces the initiation of his second stage transfer, Lu Fan quickly realizes something. There's no pre-existing data for a dragon tamer's advancement. Every other job has been documented for generations, but his path is completely blank. 3 glowing options appear before him. 1. Dragon Priest, focused on healing, buffs, and enchantments to strengthen dragon companions, but at the cost of his own combat abilities. 2. Dragon Spellcaster, a magic-based class that allows him to absorb and cast dragon spells himself. 3. Flame Dragon Warrior, a powerful melee fighter with high endurance, capable of transforming into a massive dragon. Each path offers distinct strengths, but comes with major drawbacks. None of them align with Lu Fan's balanced approach to combat. Frustrated, he hesitates, unsure of which to choose. Then, as if responding to his dilemma, a 4th option suddenly appears, Dragon Rider. A suit of formidable armor materializes before him, its cape flowing with energy. The system explains, this class enhances skills by synchronizing them with dragon companions, allowing for seamless teamwork and adaptability in battle. It's the perfect blend of offense, defense, and strategy, exactly what Lu Fan has been searching for. His hesitation vanishes. With a confident motion, he selects Dragon Rider. Outside the hall, the group is growing restless. What's taking so long? Xiaoman mutters, pacing back and forth. Hank, trying to keep his cool, but failing miserably, waves a hand dismissively. Relax. He's just weighing his options. Jianying, ever composed, crosses her arms. He's making history. This isn't a decision he can take lightly. His choice might redefine how dragon tamers are seen from now on. Chinchou smiles knowingly. This marks the end of an 800-year decline for dragon-related professions. Trust him. Lu Fan knows exactly what he's doing. Just as the tension peaks, the doors swing open. Lu Fan steps out, and the group collectively exhales in relief. Before he can even blink, they bombard him with questions, eager to hear his decision. As they walk, he finally reveals his new class, Dragon Rider. Oh, and my contract slots increased from 2 to 3, he adds with a satisfied grin. Xiaoman's eyes light up. Wait, does this mean you actually have to learn how to ride a dragon now? Laughing, Lu Fan nods. I already found a dragon riding saddle in the cemetery's secret realm. Once my dragons hit level 30, I can ride them. His aunt raises an eyebrow. The idea of you riding 2 dragons at once seems interesting. Lu Fan smirks. Don't imagine anything weird. I can only ride them in full dragon form, not human form. As they near the villa, Lu Fan suddenly notices a familiar figure. Striding toward them is none other than his mysterious senior sister. Her presence is just as striking as ever. You sure took your time, she teases. I should have just given you my contact info earlier. The group stares, caught off guard, especially Xiaoman, who instantly recognizes her as the one responsible for Lu Fan's brutal training sessions. She can't help but admire her beauty. The senior sister smirks. I assume Lu Fan's told you all about me? Then, turning to his aunt, she adds, and you must be the famous enchanted cook. His aunt chuckles. That's me. Without missing a beat, the senior sister casually announces, I'm borrowing Lu Fan for a bit. Everyone freezes. Before anyone can react, she clarifies, we have errands to run in Dragon City. Don't get any strange ideas. His aunt waves her off with a laugh. After everything you've done for him, you don't need to ask. Just bring him back in one piece and join us for dinner later. Lu Fan barely has time to protest before she grabs his hand, pulling him along. As she does, she brushes against him, leaving him flustered. He shoots a helpless glance back at his friends, silently demanding why no one even thought to ask his opinion. Lu Fan sits stiffly in the passenger seat as the senior sister's sleek car tears down the road, engine roaring. She's definitely breaking every speed limit, but she doesn't seem the least bit concerned. Meanwhile, His phone buzzes with a message. Be careful around her. She's not even a teacher. His unease deepens. Noticing his silence, the senior sister smirks. Something wrong? Lu Fan hesitates before finally asking, where exactly are we going? Her smile widens. To get that rare, consumable you wanted. You'll love it. It takes a second for the meaning to click, but when it does, Lu Fan's worry fades, replaced by excitement. So that's what this is about. Maybe this ride won't be so bad after all. After what feels like an eternity of reckless speeding, they finally arrive at the Dragon Auction House, just as the event is kicking off. The Grand Hall is buzzing with energy, and it doesn't take Lu Fan long to figure out why they're here. The enchantment scroll he's been dreaming of is up for auction. His excitement, however, quickly sours as reality sets in. Something this rare won't come cheap. His gut already tells him the price will be astronomical. Sensing his hesitation, the senior sister shoots him a confident look. You should go for it. Lu Fan shakes his head, recalling the absurd bids from the last auction he attended. Forget it. That thing's gonna cost a fortune. She chuckles, clearly amused. Relax. I'm richer than you think. Her casual tone does nothing to put him at ease. If anything, it makes him more uneasy. He doesn't like the idea of owing her, especially when he still has no clue who she really is. Still, before he can think of an alternative, the auction begins. The first item up? The very enchantment scroll he's after, the one that removes level restrictions on equipment. A system announcement booms through the hall, declaring the starting price. 95 million dragon coins. Lu Fan's stomach drops. That's already insane, but within seconds, bids skyrocket past 200 million. Then, without hesitation, the senior sister casually raises her paddle. 230 million. Lu Fan stares at her, stunned. She leans over with a smirk. Pay attention. You might learn a thing or two about bidding. Before he can even react, a voice from the back cuts through the room, announcing a new bid, 3 billion dragon coins. The entire hall falls silent. Lu Fan whips around to see the smug face of the bratty princess of the Tai Chi Kingdom. His mind reels. Why would she want to scroll? The senior sister, completely unfazed, leans back in her chair. Her family's filthy rich, she says casually. And trust me, bidding against her? That's just asking for trouble. Curious, Lu Fan leans in. How do you know so much about the princess? The senior sister shrugs, a sly smile playing on her lips. I'm a well-informed woman. Then, lowering her voice slightly, she adds, I also know all about you and Tion before she raises her paddle again. For billion. A wave of gasps ripples through the crowd. Up in the VIP section, the princess struggles to keep her composure. She turns to her minion, voice sharp. Check our funds. A moment later, the minion leans in and whispers, we have 5 billion dragon coins left. Hearing that, the senior sister doesn't hesitate. 5 billion. The entire auction house goes silent. Even the announcer seems stunned before finally slamming his gavel. So, Lu Fan can only watch in shock as the enchantment scroll is officially claimed. Meanwhile, the princess is fuming. She glares around the room, furious that someone actually outbid her. Then, spotting Lu Fan, her minion sneers, muttering something about low-class trash. The princess narrows her eyes. She scoffs, completely unaware that Lu Fan could humble her in an instant. Her minion tries to calm her. We can find a similar scroll elsewhere. But, true to form, the princess crosses her arms and pouts. Forget that. I'll get my brother involved. Let's see who dares oppose me then. Lu Fan rolls his eyes. Typical. Meanwhile, Lu Fan follows the senior sister to a VIP lounge, where they're soon joined by a striking woman in a red dress. The moment she walks in, the senior sister stands and greets her with a warm hug. It's clear they know each other well. The woman chuckles, shaking her head. You didn't even say hello when you arrived. Every time you show up, you spend a fortune on the most random things. It's my job to spoil you, you know. Then, her gaze shifts to Lu Fan, sharp and assessing. And who's this? The senior sister gestures toward him. My junior. That scroll was for him. The woman's lips curl into a smile. Interesting. She turns to Lu Fan. I'm Du Yakyu, the boss of the Dragon Auction House. If you ever need something rare, you're always welcome here. Lu Fan blinks, still processing everything. Then, Du Yakyu casually drops a bombshell. Oh, and by the way, I'm her sister-in-law. Lu Fan nearly chokes. Suddenly, the senior sister's endless wealth makes way too much sense. Lu Fan insists he'll repay the 5 billion dragon coins someday, but the senior sister just waves him off with a teasing grin. Oh, don't worry about that. Just think about how you're going to pay me back. It'll be fun. She gestures toward the scroll, inviting him to take a closer look. Grinning like a kid on Christmas morning, Lu Fan eagerly unfurls it. Now that he can bypass the level 60 restriction, he can finally equip the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King. Flight? Yes, please. As he admires his new treasure, Diakyu and the senior sister casually chat about rare item donations and a treasure book collection. The senior sister shoots Lu Fan a playful look. Don't forget, you're 5 billion in debt now. Better start brainstorming how to repay me. Curious, Lu Fan asks about the treasure book. The senior sister hands him a tablet, explaining, collectors submit rare items, and the auction house pays them 3% of the item's estimated value. They keep the item, but we get to display it in the collection. It's a win-win. Intrigued, Lu Fan pulls out the soul wing of the Flying Dragon King and hands it to Diakyu for appraisal. The moment she sees it, her eyes widen. A legendary level 60 flying wing, she exclaims. This is worth at least 2 billion dragon coins. Without hesitation, Lu Fan submits it to the treasure book, instantly earning a cool 60 million dragon coins. Easy money, he thinks, though he knows it barely scratches his debt. But he's not done yet. I have something even rarer, he says, pulling out the blue dragon egg. The room falls silent. As the legendary star dragon egg glows in his hands, both Diakyu and the senior sister stare in disbelief. Diakyu finally puts the pieces together. Eyes widening, she whispers, "You're the dragon tamer from the southern province." The senior sister just smiles, clearly proud of her junior. Later, after dropping the senior sister near her house, Lu Fan politely offers to walk her to the door. But, true to form, she waves him off with her usual confident smirk. "I've got it," she says. As Lu Fan takes off into the night, she watches him disappear into the sky, a quiet sense of admiration settling in. Most guys would have insisted on walking her to the door, either out of forced politeness or curiosity about her private life. But not Lu Fan. Not bad, she muses. Then, suddenly a thought hits her. Lu Fan left her bike floating midair during their adventure earlier. By now, it's probably scrap metal. She sighs, shaking her head. Poor bike. Back at the villa, Lu Fan flops down between the black dragon Xiao Yi and the jade dragon Xiao Fei, utterly exhausted but feeling victorious. After all that flying, he's definitely getting the hang of those soul wings. But there's no time to rest. Tonight, he's finally hatching the star dragon egg, and nothing's going to get in his way. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei exchange glances. Xiao Yi looks a bit surprised, while Xiao Fei, still half asleep from her nap, lazily eyes the egg. Lu Fan, ever the peacemaker, reminds them, no fighting when the new dragon hatches. We all need to get along. He's not sure they'll actually listen, but hey, it's worth a shot. With that, he focuses, channeling his dragon tamer skill and pouring his aura into the egg. A brilliant blue light fills the room as cracks spread across the shell. Xiao Fei, ever the troublemaker, immediately starts munching on the broken pieces. Lu Fan sighs but can't help chuckling. Of course, she'd turn this into a snack break. Then, the light intensifies. For a moment, it's like the whole room is filled with falling stars. And when the glow fades, there it is. A baby star dragon stands before them. Sleek black scales, shimmering blue wings, and a starry aura that makes it look like it was born from the cosmos itself. Even at level 1, its stats are already insane. Strength, 795. Agility, 276. Spirit, 109. And its skill set, even crazier. Broken Star summons a star that crashes into enemies, dealing massive area damage. Starlight Scale Armor absorbs damage for 60 seconds, then reflects it back. Star Surge increases endurance the longer the battle lasts. Star Dragon Bloodline reduces all attribute damage by 50% and boosts self-recovery by 500%. Lu Fan lifts the tiny dragon, completely in awe. It's already stronger than Xiao Yi was at level 1, and by the time it reaches level 20, it'll be an absolute monster. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon notices Xiao Fei still munching on its eggshells and immediately rushes over to smack her. Xiao Fei lets out a dramatic whimper, but Lu Fan just laughs. He's still thinking about how devastating Broken Star will be in a dungeon. Then, in a move that surprises no one, the Star Dragon starts eating its own eggshells. Because apparently, that's just a thing dragons do. Lu Fan finally confirms it's a girl. That means it's time to pick a name. After some brainstorming, he settles on Xingchun, a name that symbolizes the stars. Xiao Fei is not impressed. She even starts fake crying, dramatically complaining about the lack of creativity. Lu Fan groans. It's just a name. But before another argument can break out, Xingchun curls up and falls asleep. Lu Fan sighs in relief. At least she's low maintenance. With Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei constantly bickering, having a dragon that just wants a nap? That's a blessing. Wanli Sand Area, Tai Chi Kingdom. Deep within the Wanli Sand Area, a level 60 to 70 danger zone, an eerie scene unfolds. Skeletons hang from crosses, their hollow eyes staring into the abyss. A campfire flickers in the darkness, casting long shadows across the bloodstained sand. Standing near the fire is a man draped in a long cape, his gaze locked on his phone. Jin Chunghan, a top-ranked professional, and more importantly, Jinju's older brother. A voice cuts through the silence. Something wrong? Without looking up, Jin Chunghan answers, voice cold. My spoiled little sister keeps pestering me about some trashy boy who had the nerve to hit her. Twice. His tone carries neither anger nor concern, just mild irritation. Nearby, the lake stirs. From its depths, a monstrous centipede-like creature emerges, its grotesque form towering over the shoreline. Jin Chunghan doesn't even blink. With a flick of his hand, a red energy blade slices through the air. In an instant, the creature is cleaved in half. Blood rains down, hissing as it touches the scorched ground. Jin Chunghan finally glances up from his phone, a dangerous smirk curling on his lips. I'm a loving brother, he muses, and I'll make sure to rid my sister of all her troubles, personally. Back at the villa, 1 week later. It's been a week since Lu Fan hatched the Star Dragon, and life has settled into a new rhythm. Every day, he trains with the senior sister, who finds endless ways to tease him. Her favorite? A standing promise. If you ever land a single hit on me, I'll take you back to the Dragon Auction House. Spoiler alert, he still hasn't landed a hit. During the weekdays, Lu Fan and his team grind relentlessly in Poison Spider Forest, pushing their limits and racking up levels fast. Current progress. Dragons. Jade Dragon Xiaofei, level 22. Star Dragon Extinction, Xingchun, level 11. Black Dragon Xiao Yi, level 29. Humans. Lu Fan, level 32. Jianying, level 31. Xiaoman, level 32. Qinxiu, level 30. With everyone at their second-class transfer milestone, excitement is at an all-time high. Xiaoman, especially, won't stop talking about the advanced dungeons they'll be taking on next. Watching his team grow stronger by the day, Lu Fan can't help but smile. Their synergy is unmatched, and soon, they'll be unstoppable. The crew is gathered, buzzing with excitement over their new abilities. Jianying, never one to miss a chance to brag, steps forward first. With a grin, she announces that she's chosen the Sword Dancer class. Why? Simple. It comes with the Sword Master skill. And really, who wouldn't want to slice through enemies with style? She glances over at Qinxiu and smirks. Wow, didn't peg you as the damage type. Qinxiu just shrugs with a laugh. I thought about going support, but since Xiaofei's already handling the healing, I figured why not go big? Picked up the hidden class. Holy Light Judge. My light magic's no joke now. Lu Fan crosses his arms, nodding like the proud captain he is. He points out how stacked their squad has become. Physical power, high-level magic, reliable support. They're basically the full package now. Right as he's finishing his little speech, Xiaoman charges in, practically vibrating with excitement. She's so hyped, it's contagious. Everyone's immediately curious. Qinxiu speaks up first, asking what's got her all fired up. Xiaoman just grins wide and says guess. Before anyone else can open their mouth, Jianying snaps her fingers. Hold on. Don't tell me you scored a hidden class of the second level change? Xiaoman nods so fast it's a wonder she stays upright. Yep, Water Ripple Swordsman. I can control water magic now. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow. Wait, hidden classes at the second change? Aren't those basically impossible to get? Jianying jumps in. Yeah, the chances are ridiculously low. Way worse than getting one at the first change. Xiaoman's grin softens for a second. She admits that she's always felt like the weakest on the team, but somehow, being with him has helped her keep up. It's a rare, heartfelt moment. Right up until Lu Fan decides to ruin it. With a chuckle, he adds, kinda wild how our team's former slacker ends up scoring a rare hidden class. That does it. Xiaoman goes beet red. For a second, it looks like she might actually deck him right there. Hands balled into fists, glaring daggers at Lu Fan like she's counting down to launch. But before anything explodes, Lu Fan's phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. Vice Principal Zhao. Instantly, his playful vibe fades. He picks up, listens for a moment, and then hangs up with a sharp nod. The envoy's on the way. Without missing a beat, he tells the team he's heading out. Xiaoman's still mid-glare, but whatever comeback she had loaded is cut short, left hanging in the air as Lu Fan disappears, the whole mood shifting in an instant. At the Combat Class Hall of Dragon Capital Academy, the place is packed, and every student's gaze is locked on the stage. Off to the side, Teacher Gahan leans toward Lu Fan and casually shares the scoop. The envoy? That's Ruan Chongfeng. Not exactly someone you brush off. A level 76 Holy Shield Knight, third-tier powerhouse. Oh, and by the way, Vice Principal Zhao mentioned this envoy's got some thoughts about Lu Fan. In other words, things are about to get real awkward. Lu Fan can't help but recall his sister's warning. Apparently, this guy might have him in his sights. Before he can dwell on it, something else on stage catches his eye. Among the three figures standing there, one of them is draped in white robes, casually holding the Brahma staff. Yeah, That Brahma staff, the one that once topped the treasure book rankings. And this person's just standing there like it's no big deal. Curious, Lu Fan leans in and asks Teacher Gu who that is. Gahan smirks. That's the principal. Lu Fan blinks. The principal? The one nobody ever sees? Gahan nods. Total mystery. No one knows if they're male or female, voice completely disguised, never shows up at public events. Basically, the Academy's ultimate hidden card. It doesn't take long for Lu Fan to put two and two together. If even the principal decided to show up today, this envoy must really be something. Right on cue, the atmosphere shifts. Ruan Changfeng enters, and the entire room feels like it just straightened its posture. The guy walks in with that unshakable, heavy presence. Like one glare from him, and you're double-checking if your uniform's crooked. No greetings. No small talk. Vice Principal Zhao steps forward to welcome him, but Ruan brushes him aside with a flick of the hand, like he's swatting away a stray leaf. He's not here to play nice. He's here to get things done. As far as he's concerned, the only person worth acknowledging is the principal. Everyone else, just extras in the background. Then comes the question that locks the room in silence. Ruan asks if the candidates for the national trials are ready. The principal gives the slightest nod, and Vice Principal Zhao answers smoothly, announcing that the Academy is recommending just one person, Lu Fan. And just like that, Ruan's expression hardens. Teacher Gu leans in again, whispering that this is exactly why the vibe's so tense. Turns out Ruan wanted to handpick the candidates himself, but the Academy shut that down by throwing all their weight behind Lu Fan. Bold move, to say the least. With the whole hall watching, Ruan fixes his gaze on Lu Fan. His voice is flat, unimpressed. Looks like the decision's already been made. But Vice Principal Zhao doesn't blink. Calm as ever, he replies that the Academy stands firmly behind Lu Fan. And to top it off, he casually mentions that the principal is confident Lu Fan will exceed expectations, basically promising Ruan he's about to regret doubting him. Ruan Changfeng, clearly still unimpressed, flips through Lu Fan's file like he's reading a grocery list. And this file? It's loaded. Lu Fan's not just some random student. He's a level 32 Dragon Tamer, reigning champion of the Southern Province, top-ranked among new students, and his exploit from Jianghai City have made him a household name. Even the Qin family and the Northern Duke have taken notice. Basically, Lu Fan's resume reads like a legend in the making. But does any of that move Ruan? Not chance. To him, Lu Fan's just another kid riding the high of a hidden class. He's convinced Lu Fan's had it way too easy, spared from the grind and hardship that real candidates have faced. With a smug little smirk, Ruan throws out the question everyone's thinking. How's this level 32 rookie supposed to stand against third-tier elites from other nations, the ones already cruising at level 50 or higher? The tension spikes instantly. Lu Fan picks up on it right away. This guy's already decided he's not worthy. The condescending grin, the narrowed eyes, yeah, it's obvious. Ruan's not here to test him. He's here to break him. And just like that, without warning, the envoy makes his move. 1 second he's standing there, and the next his sword is slicing through the air, aimed straight at Lu Fan. No formalities, no announcement, just pure aggression. But Lu Fan reacts on instinct, raising his black machete just in time to block the hit. Metal clashes, and the force alone shakes the room. Chaos erupts. The crowd immediately loses it. Outraged shouts echo through the hall. A level 76 powerhouse attacking a level 32 student? Everyone knows that's ridiculous. It's not a challenge. It's a one-sided beatdown. But Ruan doesn't even blink. He just shrugs like it's no big deal. If Lu Fan doesn't like it, he can quit. That's the envoy solution. According to him, levels don't mean a thing. Sure, right? Now Lu Fan's cornered. Ruan's smirking like the fight's already over, daring him to show what he's really got. But the odds are brutal. Close combat against someone like Ruan is a straight-up death trap. And with the auditorium packed, there's no way Lu Fan can unleash his dragons without causing serious damage. Ruan's locked him in, and he knows it. Sensing the hesitation, Ruan cranks up the pressure. His voice drips with mockery, practically daring Lu Fan to prove he's not just some overhyped name on a file. Then, just when it seems like things can't get any worse, Ruan lands a crushing blow. Lu Fan's machete goes flying across the stage. And in that split second of vulnerability, Ruan closes in. The next strike is already coming, and it's too fast to dodge. But just as that final strike is about to land, the principal steps forward, effortlessly raising the Brahma staff like they've done this 1,000 times. Their voice, still masked by magic, echoes calmly through the hall. Perhaps we should take this little test somewhere more suitable. Wouldn't want the auditorium reduced to rubble. After all, before anyone can blink, a massive crimson-red magic circle lights up beneath their feet. And just like that, Lu Fan, Ruan Changfeng, the principal, and Vice Principal Zhao vanish in a flash, leaving the rest of the students gaping at empty air. One second it's chaos, the next it's silence. All that's left are wide eyes and dropped jaws as the reality sets in. Whatever's about to happen, it's going to be big. The scene shifts to a vast outdoor arena, open and spacious, exactly the kind of battleground Lu Fan needed. No walls, no spectators in harm's way, just endless sky above and plenty of room to unleash everything he's got. Ruan Changfeng barely reacts to the change of scenery. He adjusts his grip on his sword and shrugs. Whether indoors or out, he's here for one thing, pushing Lu Fan to his limit. But for Lu Fan, the pieces finally click. This isn't just about sizing him up. This envoy, he's the same guy who let Princess Jinju run wild without consequences. No wonder the guy's been radiating hostility since the moment they met. It's personal. It was always personal. And now, with no more obstacles in his way, Lu Fan stops holding back. He activates Flash Leap, vanishing from the ground and reappearing atop his legendary black dragon, Xiaoyi. In an instant, she shifts into her full-world destroyer form, scales glinting like nightfall and wings casting a shadow that stretches across the arena. The sight leaves everyone stunned. Even Ruan Changfeng freezes, his gaze locked on the massive form of Xiaoyi. He recognizes her immediately. This is the dragon, the one from the viral video that had everyone talking. The same beast that sent shockwaves through the kingdom. And now she's glaring right at him. Still, Ruan isn't ready to back down. He calls forth his golden shield, the thing that's carried him through countless battles. In his mind, this is just another fight, another opponent who doesn't stand a chance. After all, what's a level 32 dragon tamer going to do against a third-tier knight? But Lu Fan's already decided how this ends. He's done with the games, and this assessment is about to turn into something else entirely. Xiaoyi roars, and the sound crashes through the air like a thunderstorm, shaking the ground beneath them. It's not just noise, it's a warning, a promise. Mess with her rider, and you answer to her. And for the first time, Ruan Changfeng feels it. That weight, that pressure. His body stiffens under the sheer force of Xiaoyi's presence. The arrogant grin slips for just a moment, and in its place, something dangerously close to doubt flashes across his face. He tries to play it cool, tries to keep up the act, but everyone watching can see the truth clear as day. The envoy's confidence? Yeah, it's hanging by a thread. From the sidelines, Vice Principal Zhao and the robed principal stay quiet, observing the chaos unfold. Zhao can't help but replay the last time he witnessed Xiaoya's power firsthand, back when she wiped out Fengyan Pavilion like it was nothing. Meanwhile, the principal barely reacts, giving the faintest shake of their head, almost as if to say, "Oh, this is just the warm-up." Still clinging to his arrogance, Ruan Changfeng glares at Xiaoyi from across the field, convinced her show of force is nothing more than theatrics. In his mind, it's just smoke and mirrors, something flashy to impress the crowd. But reality's about to hit hard. And if there's one thing worse than facing a dragon, it's underestimating one. Before Ruan can piece together what's happening, a sudden strike barrels toward him. Pure instinct kicks in. He raises his shield, its emblem flaring to life as he braces for impact. But as the force crashes against him, something unexpected creeps in: fear. Real, soul-deep fear. The kind that twists your gut and leaves your mind scrambling. For someone who's spent his life standing unshaken, the sensation is almost enough to break him. Symbols pulse around him, amplifying the pressure, and in seconds, he's dropped to his knees, rattled by waves of overwhelming energy. And standing there, Lu Fan, cool as ever, calm and collected beside Xiaoyi, wearing a smile that says exactly what everyone's thinking. Didn't see that coming, huh? But Ruan Changfeng isn't the type to quit. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to breathe through the panic. His aura flares up in defiance as he activates his special stance, burning away the fear that's been clawing at him. He tightens his grip on his sword, rage fueling his charge as he barrels toward Lu Fan, determined to crush this so-called prodigy. But Lu Fan doesn't budge. If anything, the air around him only grows heavier. The battlefield, twisting and pulsing with power like the world itself, is backing him up. And then it happens. Two portals rip open in the sky. Mid-charge, Ruan freezes. His face shifts from fury to disbelief in an instant, sweat beading on his forehead as he tries to make sense of what's coming next. Another dragon? No way. There's no way. Wrong. Two more dragons step through the portals, arriving with the kind of presence that makes the ground tremble. They land beside Xiaoyi like they've been waiting for their cue, staring down Ruan as if daring him to keep going. Three dragons. Three. Ruan stands there, sword still raised, mind barely functioning as he tries to wrap his head around what he's just seen. The arrogance? Gone. Replaced by sheer disbelief. Off to the side, Vice Principal Zhao is barely holding it together himself. He watches the scene unfold like someone just flipped the table during a high-stakes game and walked off with the jackpot. Lu Fan's not just fighting back. He's rewriting the entire match, controlling 3 dragons like it's no big deal. And just when it feels like the shock has peaked, Lu Fan's only getting started. With a single word from Lu Fan, his Jade Dragon, Xiaofei, steps up and calls out her own 2 dragon companions. Just like that, the number jumps to 5. 5 dragons. It's not a battle anymore. It's an army. Vice Principal Zhao can't even find the words. The robed principal, usually impossible to rattle, actually shows a flicker of surprise. Meanwhile, the rest of the onlookers are stuck wondering if there's some rulebook out there that says, sorry, no summoning an entire dragon legion during evaluations. In the middle of it all, Lu Fan stands calm and collected, like this is exactly how he planned it. The envoy? Yeah, not so much. Whatever smug confidence he was holding on to is slipping fast. His eyes dart from dragon to dragon, each one glowing with elemental power, fire crackling, ice swirling, thunder sparking, wind howling. It's like standing in the middle of a natural disaster with no exit. You can almost see the regret flash across his face, like he's reliving every single decision that led him here. Off to the side, Zhao leans toward the principal and whispers, "Did you know he could pull this off?" The principal, still watching in disbelief, shakes their head slowly. No words, just quiet shock as Lu Fan commands this impossible force like it's routine. But even backed into a corner, Yuan Changfeng refuses to fold. He tightens his grip on his shield, activates Holy Light Protection, and charges in like he's got something to prove. Full credit to the guy. He's not running. He's throwing himself straight into a fight he has no business winning. Honestly, it's like he signed up for a friendly duel and ended up facing the final boss on nightmare difficulty. As the dragons unleash waves of flame and shadow across the battlefield, the envoy raises his shield, bracing for impact. Vice Principal Zhao watches from the sidelines, already mentally calculating the damage bill for the academy, because let's face it, this is going to cost a fortune. And then, out of nowhere, the envoy starts laughing. Loud, wild, unhinged laughter echoing across the arena. Everyone freezes for half a second, unsure if he's lost it or if this is part of some last-ditch plan. Either way, he's not backing down. Perched on his mount, shield glowing like a miniature sun, he barrels forward, still sneering. He shouts that without his dragons, Lu Fan's nothing more than a name, like he's trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. But time's running out. His Holy Light Protection is nearly spent. With one final push, he gathers all the power he has left, unleashing Holy Light Judgment in a blinding burst. The sky erupts as the attack surges toward Lu Fan, lighting up the battlefield in a blaze of radiant energy, like the sun itself decided to crash the party. But Lu Fan, he doesn't even flinch. The moment Holy Light Judgment slams toward him, his Jade Light Shield, powered effortlessly by Xiaofei, activates, stacking layers of defense like it's child's play. The blast hits, but it might as well have been a breeze. Lu Fan doesn't budge, doesn't even bother looking impressed. Just stands there, cool as ever, like he's waiting for Yuan Changfeng to wrap up his little tantrum so they can move on. And the envoy? Oh, he feels it. The second his ultimate move fades into nothing, the cracks start showing. The confidence? Slipping fast. His Holy Light Protection is seconds from burning out, and now he's face-to-face with 5 dragons and a Lu Fan who hasn't even broken a sweat. Yeah, this is spiraling fast. Lu Fan decides it's time to end the warm-up. He taps into the Blue Dragon King's roar, and suddenly the air splits open as a massive spectral dragon surges to life around him, crackling with raw, untamed power. The ground shakes. The sky hums. And for the first time, the great envoy looks genuinely rattled. Like, maybe this wasn't such a good idea rattled. He starts to backpedal, but Lu Fan's voice cuts through the arena. Calm, sharp, and ice-cold. A warning. The kind that lets Yuan know exactly how close he is to being completely humiliated. Before the envoy can react, the star dragon flashes behind him. Fast, silent, unavoidable. Yuan spins around, expecting, well, anything but this. The smug grin he's been holding onto evaporates instantly, replaced by a wide-eyed, slack-jawed look of pure regret. And honestly, who can blame him? Lu Fan moves in, gaze locked, ready to shut this down for good. Overhead, the Blue Dragon King roars again, and the sky cracks open as purple lightning rains down like divine punishment. Bolts slam into the envoy with brutal precision, ripping him off his mount and slamming him into the dirt like yesterday's news. The mighty Holy Shield Knight, flat on his back, his armor scorched, his pride shattered, confidence obliterated. Lu Fan strolls forward, unhurried, that same faint smirk tugging at his lips. He doesn't need words. His whole presence says it loud enough. So, how's that ego holding up? Yuan, scrambling, coughs and stammers from the ground. barking weak protests, telling Lu Fan to stop. But let's be honest, this fight's only ending when Lu Fan says it does. The arena is a mess. Smoke and debris hanging thick in the air. The tension is unbearable. Off to the side, Vice Principal Zhao and the principal exchange glances, both clearly debating whether they should step in or just let Ruan finish learning his lesson the hard way. Finally, as the dust starts to settle, the scene becomes clear. The great envoy of the kingdom, lying in the dirt, trembling, gasping for air. His once proud mount crumpled beside him, out cold. Yeah, worst day ever. But hold on, it gets even better. Somehow, despite being wrecked and barely able to breathe, Wan Changfeng still refuses to quit. Shaking like a leaf caught in a storm, he actually tries to push himself back to his feet. And Lu Fan? He gives him an apology, but the kind that drips with sarcasm. He casually says sorry for taking out the envoy's mount, then reminds him with a grin that, hey, eliminating mounts is totally fair in the national trials. Just in case Wan needed that extra sting. Off to the side, Vice Principal Zhao is watching this unfold like, seriously? How is this guy still going? Impressed? Maybe a little. But mostly, he's probably wishing Ruan would just throw in the towel already. But no, Ruan's hanging on to what little authority he has left. When Zhao even thinks about stepping in, Ruan snaps at him, barking that the evaluation isn't over until he says it is. The man's half buried in dirt, and he's still trying to play boss. Finally, the principal speaks up, calm and smooth as ever. They suggest, in the politest way possible, that maybe it's time to call it. Because really at this point, the only thing keeping Ruan upright is his pride, and that's hanging on by a thread. But nope, Ruan's not ready to let go. The frustration's boiling over. Between clenched teeth, he mutters about how Lu Fan, immune to burst damage, fluent in dragon tongue magic, commanding 5 dragons, is basically the perfect national trials candidate. He knows it. Saying it out loud, though? Yeah, that's not happening. So instead, he lets the rage take over. Fueled by pure spite, Ruan staggers to his feet and launches himself at Lu Fan, hurling every insult he can string together. He blames Lu Fan for everything. His downfall, getting ditched by the Jiang family, losing his status, the death of his mount, and just to top it off, he throws in a cheap shot about Lu Fan being some smelly poor fool from a dumpling shop. Real classy. Lu Fan doesn't even blink. One hand resting on his dragon, he sidesteps every clumsy swing like he's dodging raindrops. It's not even a fight anymore. It's just sad. He lets Ruan burn himself out, almost like he's giving the guy a chance to vent before closing the chapter. And just when Ruan thinks he's got one last epic move left, he yells that today's the day Lu Fan dies. Big words. Terrible execution. With zero effort, Lu Fan shuts him down with a single, brutal kick. Ruan goes flying, again, landing in a heap completely spent. Lu Fan strolls over, slow and steady, the picture of control. He stands over what's left of the once proud envoy and drops a bit of advice like he's wrapping up a lesson. Keeping your cool in battle? Kind of important. Maybe something to think about next time. Then, with that same cool smirk, Lu Fan tells him not to worry. He won't bother attacking someone already down. But hey, if Ruan still thinks this fight isn't over, he's welcome to stand back up and keep going. Though by the looks of it, yeah, good luck with that. And then Lu Fan decides to address the real issue. If Ruan genuinely believes his downfall with the Jin family is somehow Lu Fan's fault, he's welcome to settle the score. Anytime, anywhere. But Lu Fan doesn't sugarcoat it. Next time, there won't be any holding back. No mercy. Today's humiliation? That's just the preview. That's when Ruan finally starts to lose the fire in his eyes. Or maybe he's just completely out of energy. Either way, it's over. All 5 of Lu Fan's dragons close in, surrounding him like silent, towering shadows. There's no need for words. Just the weight of their presence alone is enough to crush whatever scraps of pride he had left. Ruan crumples even further, unable to stand, barely able to breathe. Seeing how bad it's gotten, Vice Principal Zhao rushes over, immediately calling for a priest. Even he can't help feeling a bit sorry for the guy. But really, what did Ruan expect? Challenge a dragon tamer running a full squad and expect to walk away in one piece? That's on him. Once the dust finally settles, the principal steps forward, still keeping that mysterious aura intact. But for the first time, there's clear respect in the way they look at Lu Fan. After all, 5 dragons? That's not exactly something you see every day. With genuine curiosity, the principal asks how much strength Lu Fan actually used in the fight. Lu Fan doesn't make a big show of it, just shrugs and says, not even 1%. Yeah, 1%. He explains that the dragons barely even tried. No real skills. No full power. Just a little warm-up, and it was more than enough to end things before they even got started. The principal actually pauses at that, like they're trying to imagine what 100% would even look like, and realizing that whatever it is, it probably involves craters where cities used to be. Then the Brahma staff in the principal's hand begins to glow, casting a soft light over the arena. The air changes. Their presence sharpens. And with a voice full of quiet authority, the principal declares that choosing Lu Fan as the Academy's representative was absolutely the right call. It's the kind of moment that feels like it needs fireworks or an orchestra swelling in the background. But Lu Fan just give a small nod. No big reaction. Just turns and walks away. Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei calmly following at his side like this whole showdown was just another part of his day. Only, something stops him. As he glances back at the principal, a strange sense of familiarity hits him. It's not just déjà vu. It's deeper than that. Like there's something about the principal that's tugging at a memory buried, just out of reach. Something he can't quite place. And for the first time, Lu Fan starts to wonder if the biggest mystery of today isn't the envoy lying in the dirt, but the person quietly watching from the shadows. Meanwhile, way up north in Dragon Country, the scene shifts to Duke Junbei, who's currently flipping through Lu Fan's file like it's the most entertaining thing he's read all week. He can't help but laugh, clearly enjoying himself. And now that Lu Fan's officially representing Dragon Country, that's just the icing on the cake. Junbei even cracks a joke to himself, picturing Ruan Changfeng stamping the approval with clenched teeth, probably on the verge of tears. You can almost imagine Ruan glaring at the document like it just ruined his whole day. While Junbei's still having his moment, there's a knock at the door. A soldier steps inside, all serious, asking if there are any orders. Junbei, as cool as ever, casually swings his coat over his shoulder like he's about to hit the stage and tells the soldier to get the griffin ready. After all, why settle for a regular horse when you can roll out on a mythical beast? The soldier hesitates, clearly uneasy. With the recent attacks causing problems, leaving the northern border camp isn't exactly the best idea. But Junbei waves off the concern like it's nothing. He promises he'll only be gone for a couple of days and tells the soldier to keep things running as usual. His main focus now? Heading straight to Dragon Academy to meet Lu Fan in person. Seems like meeting the man of the hour takes priority over guarding the border. The soldier doesn't argue. When Junbei gives an order, you follow it. Over at Dragon Academy, Lu Fan is in his room, staring at his system screen, stuck between curiosity and doubt. He's weighing his next move, and the destination is over 3,000 kilometers away. Even someone like him isn't exactly thrilled about covering that much ground. As he scrolls through the updates, one detail jumps out. Ruan Changfeng has officially cleared his national trial qualification. You'd think that would ease his mind, but something still feels off. For a moment, Lu Fan thinks about going treasure hunting to take his mind off things. But then that 3,000 kilometers journey flashes through his head, and he second-guesses it. This isn't the kind of trip you take on a whim. You need to prep like you're heading into the unknown. Before he can get too deep into it, his phone rings. A quick chat later, he turns down a wizard offering teleportation. Way too pricey. Looks like shortcuts come with luxury fees, even in this world. Just as the call's about to end, his system lights up with an unexpected alert. A divine-level treasure map just dropped into his hands. It's like he hit the jackpot out of nowhere. But before he can fully process the win, the person on the other end asks if he's still there. Lu Fan quickly snaps out of it and answers, but now his thoughts are spinning. Where did this map come from? And what's waiting for him next? Then, boom, out of nowhere, a massive fireball rockets straight toward Lu Fan's villa. Yeah, you heard that right. 1 second, he's all hyped about his new treasure map, and the next, his entire place is under attack. The fireball smashes into Villa Number 1, setting off an explosion so intense it shakes the whole Dragon Academy. So much for a quiet evening. Up in the sky, a cloaked figure hovers, watching the chaos below like he just pulled off the ultimate power move. He's gripping some strange stone, looking pretty pleased with himself. At least until the flames get ripped apart by the claws of Lu Fan's legendary black dragon. That's right, Lu Fan isn't just fine. He strolls out of the wreckage without a scratch, along with everyone else from the villa. We've got a dragon on standby. Surprise attacks hit a little different. Lu Fan looks up, locks eyes with the cloaked intruder, and calls out, telling him to freeze and forget about teleporting. But before any reply can come, his dragon surges forward, slamming into the figure and knocking back his hood. And who is it? None other than that teacher who was standing next to the principal during the envoy assessment. Yeah, didn't see that one coming. Even with the villa still smoldering, Lu Fan keeps his focus. He calls down to have someone contact the fire department while the rest of the crew checks to make sure everyone's all right. Priorities, right? Save the day, handle the paperwork. Chinchou doesn't waste time pointing out the obvious. This was no random attack. The guy came in hot, aiming to wipe them out in one hit. No warnings, no introductions, just straight to the kill switch. And now, with his cover blown, the teacher fully leans into his villain moment. He glares at Lu Fan and declares that since the plan's out in the open, the only option left is to bind him. Because, of course, when you get caught mid-crime, magical fire chains are apparently the answer. With a quick cast, the flames swirl around Lu Fan, locking him in place. It's like getting tossed into a burning cage. And to make things worse, if Lu Fan manages to break free, his speed and casting are going to tank by 90% for 4 seconds. Yeah, not ideal. Meanwhile, the teacher isn't done. His body starts bulking up like he's gearing up for the final boss battle. He activates Ultimate Blaze, a suicide move that burns through his own life force to supercharge a flame core, cranking out a ridiculous 1,250% of his mental strength as raw firepower. This guy's not even trying to win anymore. He's just trying to take everyone down with him. Even Lu Fan knows this one's serious. Ultimate Blaze isn't some flashy trick. It's the kind of move you pull when you're ready to turn the entire battlefield into ashes, including yourself. Qinxiu and Jianying don't waste a second. Weapons out, they charge forward, shouting that they've got Lu Fan covered. But just as they move, the system drops the worst kind of news. Flame core charging, already at 59%. Yep, it's officially a countdown now. Above them, the teacher turned fireball grins, throwing out some classic villain talk, bragging that there's no way out and Lu Fan's finished. Gotta love the confidence, even when you're seconds from self-destruction. At 72%, Lu Fan doesn't flinch. Staying cool as ever, he orders his Jade Dragon to activate Eternal Guardian. Instantly, the Jade Dragon launches into action, raising a massive shield that wraps around Qinxiu, Jianying, and a legendary Black Dragon. Protect the team first, that's the rule. But there's just one problem. Lu Fan's still locked up, stuck in those crimson chains without a way to move. Now the flame core's at 96%, and it's clear the old man's about to turn the place into a crater. Still bound, Lu Fan summons his big black machete, glaring at the guy and calling him insane. Honestly, that might be putting it lightly. And then, just as the explosion is about to hit, everything changes. Out of nowhere, a golden flash pierces right through the old man's stomach. The Brahma's staff. Just like that, Ultimate Blaze gets cut short, and the battlefield falls silent. Even Lu Fan blinks in surprise, realizing the principal just stepped in and saved them all with one perfectly timed move. Who knew school faculty came with that kind of firepower? The old man, clearly not ready to give up, tries to spark the plan back to life. But the principal doesn't give him the chance. One more strike from the Brahma staff, and it's over. The old man drops, his final gamble crashing and burning along with him. Game over. As the dust settles, Lu Fan lands smoothly, right as teacher Gu and his aunt, Hank, rush over. Hank's got tears streaming down her face, completely shaken, clinging to Lu Fan like she thought she'd lost him. Explosions, dragons, fire mages, none of it matters when family's involved. But Lu Fan calms her down with a quiet smile, telling her it's all okay now. Qinxiu runs over, worry written all over her face. She cuts straight to the point. Who was that guy? Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. It was the fire mage from the envoy assessment. Looks like this story just got a whole lot deeper. Nearby, Vice Principal Zhao stands over what's left of the old man, looking completely blindsided. He admits he never saw this coming. An honorary professor turning full-blown assassin, right in the middle of the academy. Even Lu Fan's at a loss, trying to wrap his head around how someone with that much status went off the rails like this. But Hank isn't here for shock and confusion. Furious, she demands Zhao launch a full investigation immediately, reminding him loud and clear that her nephew nearly lost his life. Qinxiu backs her up, pointing out just how far the professor was willing to go, blowing himself up instead of facing the fallout. That's dedication to losing, if nothing else. Zhao, still clearly shaken, does his best to reassure them. He promises they'll get to the bottom of it. By the next morning, we're in the principal's office, and for once, the man who usually has all the answers looks completely worn down. He sits in silence, replaying the attack in his head. Even though he stepped in just in time, he knows this isn't the end. It's got all the makings of something bigger. More enemies, more danger, and definitely more chaos. The fact that the traitor had been hiding inside the academy for years without raising suspicion, that thought sticks with him. If he'd been even a second slower, well, they wouldn't just be patching up the villa. His thoughts are cut short when Duke Junbei strolls in like he owns the place. First thing out his mouth? Complaints about the tea. Yep, mid-crisis, and Junbei's roasting the office brew. Says the place deserves better drinks. The principal shoots him a glare, clearly not in the mood, and Junbei just laughs it off, assuring him he's been paying attention. Typical. Finally, Junbei gets to the real reason he's here. After hearing about the attack, he figured the principal might want an update on the northern front. And of course, it's the perfect excuse to meet Lu Fan face to face. The principal snaps out of his thoughts, realizing he's been ranting about Lu Fan more than he meant to. He quickly apologizes, then asks if Junbei's mission up north is wrapped up. But Junbei just waves it off. Still ongoing. Turns out even a duke doesn't get to clock out early. That said, with the academy leadership busy dealing with this mess, Junbei's more than happy to lend a hand. Because when trouble shows up, the Duke shows up with a griffin and a whole lot of attitude. The principal sits quietly, eyeing the Duke, trying to figure out where this conversation is headed. Junbei, never one to beat around the bush, lays it out plain and simple. He's taking Lu Fan to the far north. Not because Lu Fan doesn't know how to dodge assassins. He's clearly mastered that. But because chaos sticks to him like glue. According to Junbei, bringing Lu Fan along won't just keep him alive until the national trials. It'll keep everyone else safe from the mess that seems to follow him around wherever he goes. The principal raises an eyebrow, clearly not sold. Why would someone like the Duke, one of the North's top figures, care this much about a student? Even one who collects dragons like they're rare cards. Feels a bit like sending a general to babysit a rookie. But Junbei, unbothered, he casually grabs a bottle of wine, pours himself a glass, and starts explaining that he's been watching Lu Fan for a while. For what he's seen, Lu Fan's growth has been unreal, like the guy's been grinding nonstop for some high-level tournament of magic and monsters. The principal listens, slowly warming up to the idea, but he's not letting Junbei off the hook that easily. Before signing off on this plan, he makes one thing clear. If Lu Fan's going with him, the Duke has to guarantee his safety. Tall order, considering Lu Fan's talent for landing in the middle of disaster after disaster. Junbei, unimpressed, takes a sip, grimaces at the awful taste, and waves it off. Protecting Lu Fan? Easier than finding decent wine around here. Meanwhile, over at Dragon Academy's front gate, a sleek car rolls up and outsteps none other than Princess Jinju. Shockingly, she's actually in a good mood for once, all because her big brother, Jin Chunghan, is paying a visit. For a second, she even seems pleasant. But let's not get carried away. This is Jinju we're talking about. The second she starts chatting with her brother, she's already scheming, asking if he's going to help her get revenge on Lu Fan. Jin Chunghan, playing the part of the supportive big brother, smiles and says he'll handle it. But let's be real, handling it probably means fists, not words. Back over at Villa Number 2, Lu Fan's informant, Black Rat, checks in to see if the treasure map made it through. Lu Fan confirms it did and assures him the payment's already on its way. Even with assassins dropping out of the sky, business is business. Black Rat, though, has questions. He asks why Lu Fan seemed to drop off the map last night, gone without a trace. Relieved to hear Lu Fan's still breathing, he admits no one else would have dared to buy a map this dangerous. But Lu Fan? Risky treasure hunts are just another day in the office. After a quick chat, Lu Fan ends the call, brushing off Black Rat's worries like it's just another day. But before he can head out, Jian Ying approaches. She quietly asks if he's really planning to leave, her voice carrying just enough concern to make him pause. Lu Fan admits he's still on the fence. After what happened last night, walking away feels risky. The investigation isn't even finished yet. Who leaves in the middle of a full-blown murder attempt? Jian Ying nods, clearly still rattled. She tells him the whole group barely slept. Everyone stayed upstairs, too anxious to relax, waiting for who knows what to happen next. Before heading off, she asks Lu Fan to keep them updated if he decides to leave and takes a moment to say her goodbyes. Lu Fan thanks her for holding things together when everything was falling apart. Then, right on cue, the doorbell rings, breaking the moment. Figuring it's probably Vice Principal Zhao with some updates, Lu Fan heads over to open the door. Instead, he's greeted by a stranger, someone he's never seen before, standing there trying way too hard to look harmless. The man quickly blurts out that he's not here to cause trouble. Because, of course, that's exactly what someone about to cause trouble would say. The man goes on to explain that, yeah, he had to take down the villa's bodyguards, but only because they attacked him first. Apparently, Lu Fan's security team works on a strict attack now. Explain later policy. Now Lu Fan's standing there, machete in hand, eyeing the guy and weighing his options. Fight? Negotiate? Machete's leaning toward the first option. Before things can get messy, Qinxiu strolls down the stairs and casually calls the man Uncle Tuesday. And just like that, Lu Fan's confusion hits maximum. Uncle Tu? This random guy who just flattened his bodyguards? Something's not adding up. Qinxiu quickly fills in the blanks. She's been calling the Duke Uncle Tu since she was a kid, which somehow makes the whole scene both clearer and way more awkward. Meanwhile, the Duke has already made himself comfortable on the sofa like he owns the place, letting out a relieved sigh. If Qinxiu hadn't shown up, this could have gone downhill real fast. Lu Fan finally lowers the machete and thanks the Duke for stepping in during the whole princess with a grudge situation. But the Duke just waves it off like it was no big deal. He casually mentions that even after Ruan was dismissed, the old man hadn't stopped plotting against Lu Fan. But hey, that's all handled now, thanks to a healthy dose of dragons and fistfights. Just as the mood starts to settle, Qinxiu can't help but throw some playful shade. She jokes that she never thought the legendary hero who once soared into battle on a griffin to stop the beast tide would stroll into Dragon Academy and get mistaken for an intruder. Turns out, saving the world doesn't come with an ID badge. And when Lufan hears who this man actually is, he practically jumps out of his seat. I mean, wouldn't you? One minute you're facing down some random stranger, and the next, you realize the guy chilling on your sofa is the same hero you grew up reading about in textbooks. Lufan instantly remembers those academy walls lined with stories of fearless warriors who gave everything battling vicious beasts. And leading them all, Duke Shinbei himself. The Duke just waves off the praise with an easy smile, saying every era has its legends, and right now, Lufan's one of them. Hard to argue when the guy has a dragon collection and keeps surviving assassination attempts like it's a hobby. But Junbei didn't drop by just for introductions. He explains that he's here to personally take Lufan to the extreme north for some serious training. Because, really, what's life without throwing a deadly training arc on top of everything else? The Duke mentions he's already cleared it with the principal, and this trip isn't just about leveling up for the national trials. It's also a solid way to keep Lufan away from the constant threat of people trying to take him out. Practical and productive. The moment the ladies hear this plan, they're not exactly thrilled. Chinchio is the first to point out that the extreme north isn't some casual retreat. It's wild, dangerous, and barely mapped. Definitely not vacation material. Jianying backs her up, reminding them all that Lufan represents Dragon Country now, and they kind of need him alive. The last thing they want is for him to get frozen, mauled, or worse before the big event. But the Duke stays calm, reassuring them that the danger is exactly the point. Pushing Lufan into the harshest conditions is what's going to make him stronger. Plus, taking him far from the academy means fewer innocent bystanders getting caught up in whatever disaster decides to follow him next. Think of it as a tactical getaway, just with blizzards and monsters instead of beaches and drinks. Now Lufan's left debating his next move. On one hand, the treasure he's been tracking is hidden somewhere in the extreme north, so this could actually work out perfectly. On the other, he's got a house full of powerful, beautiful women who've already been through one attack, and the thought of leaving them behind with danger still lurking isn't exactly easy. Turns out, locking up a dragon-proof villa and walking away is harder than it sounds. Before Lufan can get too lost in his own thoughts, Jianying steps in and makes the decision for him. She tells him there's no question, he has to go. With all the women in the villa having advanced to the second level, she assures him they're more than capable of handling whatever comes their way. Chinchio jumps in too, promising to personally keep his aunt safe. And just like that, Lufan feels the weight lift. If they're confident, so is he. With a grin, he shrugs and mutters to himself. Guess no fan service for a while, finally committing to the trip. The Duke, clearly satisfied, suggests they kick things off with some wine and a feast. But before the celebration can get started, Chinchio reminds him that strong liquor is banned on academy grounds. Rules are rules, even for war heroes. And if that wasn't enough of a buzzkill, Jianying admits her villa's cupboards are completely empty. No wine, no food, so much for dinner plans. Lufan, always ready to take charge, volunteers to make a grocery run. Because what's a little shopping trip squeezed between assassination attempts and extreme survival training? He also figures it's a good time to swing by the academy to say goodbye to his senior. But first, there's the small problem of the unconscious bodyguards still lying around, thanks to the Duke. When the Duke asks if Chinchio can heal them, Lufan suggests something even better. He leaves his J-Dragon behind to handle the job. After all, why call a medic when you got a dragon on standby? Later, at the academy's training hall, Lufan finds himself still replaying everything in his head. The Duke of the Beast Tide, sitting in his living room? Unreal. Meeting a hero from the history books and realizing the guy's somehow even cooler in person? Definitely not something you expect to check off your daily to-do list. While he's standing there, his senior shows up, waving and asking why he's hanging around so late. She mentions how slammed she's been with work, but says she can spare some time for close combat practice if he's up for it. Before she can finish, Lufan cuts her off, explaining that he's actually here to say goodbye. She tries to play it cool, pretending she doesn't know about his trip to the extreme north, but Lufan fills her in. He tells her he'll be gone for an entire month. She smirks, teasing him as she grabs his cheeks, saying fighting dragons in the freezing wild will probably teach him more than sparring with someone as pretty as her. Lufan blushes so hard he might as well be on fire. But underneath the jokes, there's real concern. She warns him how dangerous the extreme north really is and urges him to be careful. Lufan nods, cheeks still burning, and starts to head out. But just as he's turning away, she surprises him by pulling him into a hug from behind. Before he can even process what's happening, she presses a protective band into his hand. With a playful grin, she slips the protective band into Lufan's hand, telling him to use it to stay safe, and throws in, bring back some unmelting ice as a souvenir. Before Lu Fan can even think of a reply, she vanishes, leaving behind nothing but magic, mystery, and that usual hint of mischief she's known for. Classic senior lady move. On his way back to the villa, bags of groceries in hand, Lu Fan can't shake the feeling that something's off. Sure enough, someone's tailing him. Without slowing down, he casually calls out, telling the shadow to quit sneaking around and show themselves. And stepping into the open, none other than Jin Chung-han, the bratty princess's big brother himself. Judging by his expression, he's not thrilled Lu Fan spotted him so easily. Stealth clearly isn't a family skill. Still not sure who this guy is, Lu Fan asks straight up for his name. That's when Jin Chung-han, in full dramatic fashion, adjusts his cape like he's prepping for some big, final boss reveal. He smirks and says that while Lu Fan may not know him, he knows Lu Fan very well. Then he drops the name, Jin Chung-han, brother of Jinju, and he's here to personally deliver a thank you for how well Lu Fan's been taking care of his sister. The sarcasm in his voice makes it pretty clear this isn't exactly a friendly visit. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, reading the situation instantly. He asks if this arrogant newcomer is the famous top recruit from the Tai Chi Kingdom. But Lu Fan knows exactly why the guy's here, and it's not to chat. Without hesitation, Lu Fan summons his big black machete, making it very clear he's ready if things go sideways. He calls out, telling Jinju to stop lurking and come out already. No point hiding. And sure enough, right on cue, Jinju steps forward with her usual smug grin, practically bouncing with excitement. She declares she's ready to watch her big brother teach the dragon Tamer a lesson, like she's front row at her own private grudge match. Jin Chung-han, just as smug, throws out a so-called peaceful offer. This whole thing could end right now if Lu Fan just lets Jinju slap him around a bit. Totally reasonable, right? Lu Fan isn't having it. He shoots back, asking if the whole Jin family suffers from memory loss, reminding Jinju exactly how her last stunt turned out. Spoiler, it ended with her getting slapped back even harder. The reminder hits its mark. Jinju flinches, her smug act slipping for just a second before she snaps back in a full brat mode. Glaring at her brother, she hisses that negotiating with Lu Fan is pointless and urges him to attack already. Following his sister's orders, Jin Chung-han boldly steps forward, swagger on full display. He warns Lu Fan to start respecting the Jin family, or else. And by else, he means fists, spells, and a whole lot of trouble. With a smirk, Jin Chung-han raises his hands and starts chanting. Right away, Lu Fan recognizes the dark summoning spell. Thick, purple poison gas seeps from Jin's palms, filling the air with a choking stench. Grinning like he's already won, Jin Chung-han declares this will be Lu Fan's final moment. From within the swirling gas, a grotesque, slimy creature takes form, hurling toxic sludge in every direction. Lu Fan dodges fast, his groceries scattering everywhere. So much for dinner. Watching the acid eat through everything it touches, Lu Fan knows one thing. Getting hit is not an option. But things only get worse. The creature shifts and twists until its face becomes a perfect copy of Jin Chung-han's. Because, clearly, one arrogant Jin wasn't enough. Now there's two. Side by side, Jin Chung-han and his twisted creation advance, both wearing identical smug looks. Lu Fan doesn't need long to figure it out. This thing is an abyssal crawler, the kind of nightmare creature people whisper about in fear. Just as the situation is spiraling out of control, a sharp, piercing cry cuts through the air. Lu Fan glances up just in time to see a colossal mount descending from the sky. The legendary extreme, Cold Griffin King. And if there was ever a moment for a perfect rescue, this is it. The Griffin King wastes no time, swooping down and tearing into the abyssal crawler with ruthless, icy power. Even Jin Chung-han is left speechless, watching his prize summon get ripped apart like it's nothing. Before anyone can react, a figure leaps from the Griffin King and lands with effortless grace. It's Duke Yunbei, stepping in like the unstoppable force everyone knows him to be. He doesn't waste a second on greetings. His voice is cool and sharp as he demands to know why Jin Chung-han is trespassing outside his territory. Jin Chung-han instantly recognizes him, and the flash of fear in his eyes says it all. This isn't someone you challenge. This is someone you escape from. But escaping? Yeah, that's not happening. The Duke lifts his staff and extends it in a single, smooth motion. Panic hits Jin Chung-han all at once. He shouts at Jinju to move, and for once, even she knows better than to argue. Frozen in fear, she stays put. Too late. The Duke's staff drives straight through Jin Chung-han's chest with deadly accuracy. Dark blood spills from his mouth, and even with the scene toned down by magic filters, one thing's crystal clear. Jin Chung-han is finished. The Duke, as composed as ever, withdraws his staff, his gaze icy and indifferent. He calmly informs Jin Shenghan that not even an abyssal crawler can break free from the Griffin King's grasp. After all, when you've got a legendary, ice-breathing beast at your command, there's no room left for negotiations. Off to the side, Jinju crumples into a corner, sobbing loudly. Classic move. Whenever things fall apart, she's always ready with the waterworks. But just as the dust seems to settle, something unexpected happens. Jin Shenghan's body starts dissolving into sludge. The Duke doesn't even blink. He explains the twist. This wasn't Jin's real body. Turns out Jin Shenghan's an abyssal summoner, and thanks to his third-tier skill, Abyssal Symbiosis, he's got a cheat code for survival. As long as his abyssal beast is still breathing, so is he. The Duke doesn't bother playing along. With his usual calm, he warns Jin Shenghan to come out now or watch his precious abyssal crawler get torn to pieces. And when Duke Yunbei gives a warning, it's never empty. Realizing things are unraveling fast, the abyssal crawler contorts and shifts until, boom, Jin Shenghan is back, though he's clearly worse for wear. Hard to act tough when your backup plan is already falling apart. Meanwhile, Jinju stares in horror, realizing that her brother's grand return isn't exactly turning the tide. Seeing brute force has officially failed, Jin Shenghan switches gears. If he can't win with power, maybe threats will do. He reminds Duke Yunbei that he represents the Tai Chi Kingdom, and attacking him before the national trials could trigger retaliation from all 23 nations. When poison gas and summon monsters flop, there's always political blackmail. But Duke Yunbei, not even slightly impressed. His expression stays colder than the northern winds. Lu Fan, standing at the side, is stunned, watching someone cheat death like it's just part of the routine. Unbothered, the Duke calmly points out that defending a national trial representative from an attack is completely within the rules. In other words, Lu Fan was well within his rights to fight back. Jin Shenghan's attempt at playing the victim just fell flat. And that's when reality hits Jin Shenghan like a falling mountain. Lu Fan isn't just some random bystander. He's the Dragon Kingdom's national trial representative. The moment sinks in hard, leaving Jin Shenghan to silently curse his luck and, of course, his sister for not shutting this down sooner. At this point, the Duke is over it. He makes it clear he's not here to skewer people for fun. But with the Tai Chi Kingdom hosting the trials this year, maybe it's time for certain people to quit stirring up trouble. Subtle? Not exactly. Cornered and out of options, Jin Shenghan has no choice but to back down. But the Duke isn't letting him slink off without a parting shot. He makes it perfectly clear that he's never had any patience for the Jin family, a revelation that shocks absolutely no one. Then, with a single, effortless strike, the Duke lands a final blow on the abyssal crawler, sending a message louder than words. Stay away from him, and stay even farther away from Lu Fan. When the Duke gives a warning, it's not advice, it's a guarantee. Defeated and humiliated, Jin Shenghan drags his weeping sister away in retreat. But even while leaving, he can't help himself. He spins around and throws one last threat at Lu Fan, claiming that his safety won't last beyond the national trial. It's almost impressive, getting crushed, resurrected, and still finding time to brag. Lu Fan can't help but find it hilarious. Who talks tough after barely escaping with their life? Before the mood gets too light, the Duke brings everyone back to reality. He reminds Lu Fan it's time to head back to Villa Number 2. After all, the women inside have probably been pacing the floors, imagining worst-case scenarios. But just as they start wrapping things up, the Duke pauses and casually asks about the groceries. That's when it hits Lu Fan. Everything, the food, the drinks, the precious stash of alcohol, was wiped out by the abyssal crawler's acid. The Duke takes the news like a dagger to the heart. Turns out, losing dinner hurts more than taking down monsters or scaring off royals. Later that night, they finally sit down for the long-overdue meal. It's less about the food and more about shaking off the chaos of the day. Jianying quietly nurses her drink while the Duke and Xiaoman trade stories, laughing and filling the room with rare, easygoing energy. Lu Fan's aunt, unable to hold back, dabs at her eyes between reminders for him to stay safe. It's classic aunt behavior, equal parts love and worry. Across the table, Qin Xiu stays silent, tears slipping down her cheeks as she struggles to say goodbye. She doesn't need words. Her quiet sadness says everything. Lu Fan, ever the one to keep spirits high, gives them all a reassuring smile. He promises to return in a month and insists that leaving is the only way to protect them. It's one of those moments that's both heavy and hopeful, where walking away is the only way to keep the people you love out of harm's way. The next morning, Lu Fan soars through the skies beside the Duke, riding high on the back of the extreme cold Griffin King. After everything he's been through, gliding over the endless landscape feels like a reward in itself. Below them stretch the untouched lands of the extreme north, filled with level 60 dangers and treasures beyond imagination. To Lu Fan, it feels less like a trip and more like the start of something huge. Just as Lu Fan is taking in the breathtaking view, something unusual catches his eye. A blood-red moon hanging low and ominous in the sky. It's unsettling, like a warning you can't quite shake off. Curious, Lu Fan asks the Duke about it, but Yunbei just gives one of his trademark cryptic smiles. He hints that the blood moon is part of the reason they're headed north, leaving Lu Fan with more questions than answers. When they finally arrive at the extreme north military camp, it's obvious this trip is anything but casual. The entire camp is alive with movement, and the elite Griffin squad is front and center. These aren't your run-of-the-mill soldiers. They specialize in aerial combat, the fantasy world's version of high-speed dogfights. The Duke explains that the camp has been charting the area for a while now, with 114 exploration routes already mapped out. But the real prize, the Blood Moon, has stayed just out of reach. No matter what they try, it's like chasing a boss that refuses to spawn, and the frustration around the camp is impossible to miss. But with Lu Fan now on the team, the Duke seems hopeful. Having a dragon tamer on board changes the game, and Lu Fan immediately spots the opportunity. He sees how this mission aligns perfectly with his own goals. High-level training and a shot at the divine treasure. Looking over the map, two routes stand out, Route 77 and Route 78. Both paths lead closest to where the treasure is rumored to be. Without wasting any time, Lu Fan points them out and asks to join the next exploration team. For once, the Duke's laid-back attitude disappears. He levels a serious look at Lu Fan, like he's trying to decide whether to talk him out of it or just let him learn the hard way. Route 78, he explains, is no joke. It's crawling with creatures so deadly, even the toughest soldiers hesitate before setting foot there. Basically, it's not the kind of place you visit unless you've got a death wish or a really solid backup plan. The Duke adds that if something happens to Lu Fan out there, the Academy principal won't just be upset. He'll personally make sure Yunbei regrets it. Losing the school's star student to some oversized beast? Yeah, that's not the kind of headline anyone wants. But Lu Fan just grins, full of his usual confidence. He didn't come all this way to play it safe. He's here to push limits, take risks, and come out stronger on the other side. Easy paths are for tourists. He's here for the real challenge. The Duke lets out a sigh, probably thinking back to the reckless stunts he used to pull at that age. With a flick of his wrist, he summons an inventory portal, casually pulling out weapons like it's just another day. Chuckling, he admits Lu Fan reminds him of some of the dumb choices he made back in his own glory days. And honestly, he kind of respects it. From the portal, the Duke pulls out a crimson bow, and Lu Fan's eyes widen immediately. This isn't just some ordinary weapon. It's a level 70 legendary bow. For a second, Lu Fan's brain practically short-circuits. Is this actually happening? The Duke, as casual as ever, hands it over like he's offering spare change. He tells Lu Fan he's going to need every advantage he can get for what's coming. Lu Fan, caught off guard, blushes slightly, humbled by the gift. But the Duke just waves him off. Don't get all shy on me. It's not like I'm handing you socks, he says with a grin. One more reminder follows. Route 78 isn't some warm-up round. Lu Fan nods, fully locked in, promising he's ready for whatever's waiting out there. The Duke chuckles and adds that if his own arms could still pull the bowstring, Lu Fan wouldn't even be getting a peek at it. But hey, getting older has its perks for other people. Right then, a soldier shows up carrying a military uniform, and the Duke insists Lu Fan gear up before they get any closer to the Blood Moon. Because if you're charging into danger, you might as well look the part. Lu Fan suits up, checking out his fresh new gear, and declares he's good to go. The excitement is obvious. This is exactly the kind of chaos he signed up for. Later, while soaring high above the snowfields on the extreme cold Griffin King, the Duke can't resist teasing. What's a dragon tamer doing riding a griffin? He asks, smirking. Lu Fan scratches his head and admits his dragon's still not strong enough to handle this kind of flight. Basically, he's got the high-end ride, but no license to drive it yet. Not ideal. The Duke just laughs, taking a sip from his flask. Maybe we'll sign you up for the Griffin squad until you figure that out, he jokes. But the light mood doesn't last long. Lu Fan's gaze sharpens as he spots something moving in the distance. All demons, gliding in circles, their eerie cries echoing across the sky. These things aren't just creepy, they're deadly. One wrong move, and their shrieks can scramble your mind in seconds. As they draw closer, the Duke doesn't even flinch, still sipping his drink. He acts like it's just another routine patrol. Before Lu Fan can say a word, the Duke's staff materializes in his hands, his movements quick and smooth. He glances over and gives Lu Fan a calm reminder. Better stay sharp. Route 78 doesn't give second chances. That's when it really sinks in for Lu Fan. This isn't school anymore. There's no safety net. From here on out, it's all real. As the Griffin squad gets closer to the Blood Moon, Lu Fan finally gets a clear view. But it turns out it's not a moon at all. It's a massive eye. Yep, an enormous eyeball embedded right into the mountainside, silently staring out into the distance. It's the kind of sight that makes you question every decision that led you here. The Duke, unbothered as usual, explains that somewhere deep inside these mountains, there's a creature unlike anything they've ever seen. The problem? Nobody knows what it is. Not even the legendary Griffin Squad has been able to get close enough to figure it out. Lu Fan studies the terrain and notices something odd. The surrounding mountains seem to form the outline of half a dragon's head. He starts to wonder if the creature could actually be a dragon, but with no proof, it's anyone's guess. Whatever it is, it's so massive and terrifying that even the Duke's own Griffin refuses to fly too close. And if a legendary beast won't go near it? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hoping for answers, Lu Fan pulls up his system window, but comes back blank. No data, no information, nothing. Even his reliable system is stumped, leaving Lu Fan more intrigued and unsettled than ever. Catching on to Lu Fan's curiosity, the Duke breaks the silence. He reminds him that their world is still packed with places no one has dared to explore, filled with creatures humans can barely begin to understand. Most of these mysteries are just waiting for someone crazy enough to poke around. And if that person happens to enjoy flying legendary mounts and sipping whiskey while doing it, well, all the better. The Duke drifts back into memory, recounting the first time he encountered the giant eye. What should have been a routine rescue mission, just pulling out a few teammates from an owl demon ambush, turned into chaos. Mid-battle, an avalanche hit. And right when they thought things couldn't get worse, the mountain cracked open and that massive eye appeared, staring them down like something out of a nightmare. So much for a simple extraction. That was over a year ago, and since then, scholars and experts from every corner of the land have tried to figure out what it is. They've all come to the same chilling conclusion. It's alive. And the Duke knows one thing for sure. If that thing ever fully wakes up, humanity's in for the fight of its life. Because an ancient monster hiding in the mountains isn't the kind of problem you can just ignore. Just as the Duke falls silent, lost in thought, Lu Fan spots movement in the sky. He calls out, thinking they're just fellow Griffin squad members returning from patrol. But the Duke's expression darkens immediately. Gripping his staff tightly, the Duke explains that those aren't living soldiers. They're fallen warriors, former squad mates, now cursed as level 65 undead. Their bodies have been twisted and corrupted, forced to keep fighting even after death. Out here, in the extreme north, not even dying means you're done with the battlefield. Lu Fan finds himself locked in combat with one of the fallen, its twisted body still carrying faint traces of who it used to be. For a brief moment, he wonders if this creature had once served proudly in the Griffin Squad, standing guard near the Blood Moon before becoming whatever this is now. He glances over at the Duke, hoping for some confirmation, but the old man stays quiet. The usual smirk is gone, replaced by a silence that says this is one part of his past he'd rather leave buried. Without a word, the Duke turns his Griffin and unleashes an icy net, freezing the undead mid-flight. When you got a legendary ice-breathing mount, you might as well put it to good use. The frozen corpses crash to the ground in a heap, and as Lu Fan looks closer, he notices something chilling. Draped over the brittle bones are the old, tattered capes of the Griffin Squad. These weren't just random creatures. They were once elite soldiers, warriors who fought under the Duke's banner. Now they're nothing but hollow remnants, stuck in an endless loop of death and combat. By the next morning, Lu Fan is seated across from the Duke in his office, looking more determined than ever. He makes it clear that nothing out here, undead soldiers, mysterious eyeballs, or whatever else the extreme north has hidden, will keep him from pushing forward. After all, backing down now would ruin the whole Dragon Tamer, treasure hunter legacy he's building. The Duke, clearly amused and maybe even a little impressed, calls for the 78th Griffin Squad to assemble. First through the door is Lu Fei, captain of the first squad and a level 60 Divine Punishment Knight. The resemblance to the Duke is almost uncanny. It's like someone copy-pasted him with a few years shaved off. His presence alone says everything. This guy's seen it all, and he's not here to waste time on small talk. Next comes Lu Chongkong, a blonde-haired level 60 Holy Shield Knight, who steps forward with the most practical question of the day. What's the mission? Judging by his tone, he's probably hoping it's not another round of giant eye-watching duty or corpse cleanup. No such luck. Last in is Shun Kai, a sharp-eyed level 60 Soaring Eagle Knight, glasses perched perfectly in place like she's about to lead a strategy session and a fashion show at the same time. With his usual pride, the Duke introduces Lu Fan as the newest member of the squad. And when he throws out the title of #1 student from Dragon Capital Academy, it definitely gets their attention. Lu Chongkong perks up immediately. Turns out he's an alumnus from the prestigious Qingyun class. It's like discovering the new guy not only went to your school, but survived the same brutal training grounds. Except here, it's less about comparing lunch spots and more about swapping war stories. Lu Fan, feeling a bit starstruck, shakes hands with Lu Chongkong and humbly asks him to look out for him. Chongkong flashes a grin and tells him not to worry. It's got that perfect big brother vibe. Equal parts I've got your back, and I might sneak you a snack if things get rough. But just as the atmosphere starts to ease up, Captain Lu Fei steps forward, clearly less impressed. He glances at the Duke, voicing the question on everyone's mind. What's a college student doing on a mission in the extreme north? And honestly, it's a fair point. Tossing an academy kid into this kind of danger is basically the battlefield equivalent of sending an intern to disarm explosives. Lu Fei makes his stance crystal clear. The squad doesn't have the luxury of babysitting, and this mission is way too serious for deadweight. The Duke shuts that down immediately. His usual laid-back attitude vanishes as he locks eyes with Lu Fei. Turns out, they're not just squad mates, they're brothers. And while the Duke might joke about a lot of things, his decisions, not one of them. He reminds Lu Fei that Lu Fan's survival is his own responsibility. No hand-holding, no guarantees. The battlefield doesn't pause for anyone, not even promising students. And with that, the Duke makes it official. Lu Fan is part of the 78th Griffin Squad now. No special privileges. No easy outs. He'll be thrown into the fire, just like the rest of them. Lu Fei, though clearly still skeptical, gives in. He orders Shun Kai to take Lu Fan over to the meeting room for the mission briefing. Shun Kai, not bothering to hide her annoyance, looks like she just got assigned cleanup duty. But orders are orders, so off they go. Inside the 78th Squad's meeting room, Captain Lu Fei lays out the situation. A massive blizzard is rolling in, set to hit in just 4 days. Because, of course, why wouldn't there be a deadly snowstorm on top of everything else? That means they've got exactly 2 days to push through Route 78 and 2 days to make it back. Tight schedule, high stakes. Lu Chongkong, ever the voice of reason, points out the obvious flaw. 2 days isn't exactly generous for a deep exploration run. But Captain Lu Fei just shrugs it off. The mission's goal is simple, clear 100 miles. No shortcuts, no excuses. Shun Kai, still unimpressed, throws a jab Lu Fan's way. With her usual dry sarcasm, she points out that with a student tagging along, even hitting that 100-mile mark might be a stretch. Yeah, it's pretty clear she's still not sold on a new guy. While Shun Kai grumbles under her breath and Lu Chongkong tries to keep things from boiling over, Lu Fan stays silent, his focus locked on the map. While the squad is busy worrying about the mission, he's already piecing together his own plan. After all, if you're trekking through deadly territory, why not squeeze in a side quest to track down that divine-level treasure map? Before anyone can derail his thoughts, Captain Lu Fei cuts off the chatter and gives the order. Gear up and prep the Griffins. Departure in 15. Shun Kai, of course, takes the opportunity to complain, muttering about being treated like machines, pushed into danger with zero concern for the incoming blizzard. But really, what's a little life-threatening weather to this crew? When it's Lu Fan's turn to prep, Captain Lu Fei tells him to leave his mount in the stables. But Lu Fan shrugs and admits his dragon isn't quite ready for the front lines. That gets everyone's attention. Lu Chongkong and Shun Kai both stop and stare. Showing up for an airborne mission without a proper ride? Yeah, that's basically the equivalent of showing up to a sword fight with a spoon. Shun Kai wastes no time making her stance clear. She crosses her arms and flatly announces that carrying him is not part of her job description. I'm a soaring eagle knight, not your chauffeur, she snaps. But Lu Fan just smiles. That kind of calm, confident grin that says, wait for it. 15 minutes later, as the squad takes off, jaws drop. Instead of lagging behind, Lu Fan launches into the sky on his own custom flying wings. No mount, no backup, just straight-up style. Shun Kai, clearly trying to keep her cool, glances over and asks if Lu Fan's family is part of the Dragon Capital elite. Gear like that doesn't exactly come cheap. When someone rolls out with customized flight tech, there's usually serious backing involved. Lu Fan doesn't even get a chance to answer. His attention snaps to something else. He gestures toward Shun Kai's eagle mount, casually asking why there's a squad of baby eagles flying alongside it. Shun Kai barely spares him a glance. Focus up. We're entering the cloud cluster, she warns. Save the questions for later. And just like that, the mood shifts. The squad pushes into the thick thunderclouds, and visibility vanishes almost instantly. Lightning flashes all around them, crackling dangerously close to the Griffin's wings. Captain Lu Fei's voice cuts through the chaos, ordering everyone to stay alert. Between the fog and the storm, seeing more than a few feet ahead is impossible. Lu Chongkong, doing his best to play the big brother role, tells Lu Fan to stick close and avoid getting separated. Naturally, the moment those words leave his mouth, Lu Fan realizes he's already alone. Lost in the mist, completely cut off from the squad, Lu Fan scans his surroundings. That's when he spots them. 2 blood-red eyes cutting through the fog, locked straight onto him. He turns just in time to come face-to-face with a sky predator lion. Corrupted, level 75, with glowing crimson eyes and a grin that leaves no doubt about its intentions. Lu Fan's first thought? Yep, I'm definitely on the menu. The lion lunges, and Lu Fan strikes back, but his attacks barely scratch the surface. It's like swinging a stick at solid steel, completely useless. That's when it clicks. The corruption near the Blood Moon hasn't just warped people. It's twisting every creature it touches. And this sky predator lion? It's corruption at its peak. Before Lu Fan can think of a plan, the lion unleashes its Phantom Strike. Not only does it hit like a wrecking ball, but it also spawns a phantom clone that sticks around for 10 full seconds. Because, clearly, one deadly lion wasn't enough. Now he's got two to deal with. Just as Lu Fan's about to get pinned down, a voice cuts through the chaos. Moo! It's Lu Chongkong, swooping in at the perfect moment to pull Lu Fan out of the lion's path. Before Lu Fan can even catch his breath, Shun Kai's escort hawk dives in from above, throwing out its twin eagle fist attack to draw the lion's attention. Watching a bird try to punch a lion feels insane, but somehow it works, at least long enough to buy them a few seconds. Shun Kai slides into position behind the beast, shouting for Lu Fan to keep the lion from spawning any more phantoms. One ghost lion is bad enough, and she's not about to let this thing start multiplying again. She adds, almost bitterly, that she's already lost one of her escort eagles to this monster. She's not interested in losing another. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong moves in close, telling Lu Fan to stick by him. The clouds are swarming with elite monsters, and getting separated again could be fatal. But even with danger closing in, Lu Fan shakes his head, standing back while the rest of the squad risks everything. Not happening. But before he can argue further, the lion vanishes into the fog, pulling off its cloud mist mirage skill. 1 second it's there, the next it's gone, blending into the mist like a seasoned assassin. Shinkai doesn't sugarcoat it. Now's not the time to play the hero, she snaps. The only goal here is to stay alive. Don't make this harder than it already is. Lu Chongkong keeps the team steady, reminding them they've leaned on Captain Lu Fei long enough. If they want to prove themselves, this is the moment. Taking down a corrupted beast like this is how you earn your place in the 78th Griffin Squad. Trial by nightmare. But before they can even launch their next attack, a low, chilling voice echoes through the mist. It's not coming from the lion. Everyone freezes. The air shifts, heavy and suffocating. Shinkai and Lu Chongkong both shout the same thing at once. Run. They don't bother explaining. They don't need to. The name alone is enough to drain the color from anyone's face. The Heaven Devourer. Not just another monster. This thing is an in-game level catastrophe. A living disaster wrapped in corruption. And now it's here. Lu Fan looks up, and there it is. Floating above the clouds is an enormous, whale-like monstrosity, radiating pure destruction. Think Moby Dick, but meaner, and with the power to end worlds. It dwarfs even the infamous Black Dragon in its peak form, and the sheer sight of it sends an icy chill down Lu Fan's back. Before he can even wrap his head around it, Captain Lu Fei zips over, snapping him out of his daze. Stop gawking and move, unless you feel like becoming whale food. Not exactly the time to stand frozen. Even Lu Chongkong, who's rarely rattled, starts looking grim. But Shun Kai quickly pulls him back to reality, pointing out the obvious. The cloud cluster is already crawling with corrupted corpses. Anything touched by the Blood Moon is done for. Lu Fan, on the other hand, is busy realizing just how bad things really are. The Heaven Devourer isn't even alive in the normal sense. Its presence alone twists reality, turning the battlefield into something straight out of a nightmare. And then things take an even darker turn. The creature's massive jaws open, and Lu Fan feels his health bar drain like a leaking bucket, 1.77% vanishing every second, just from being near it. There's no escaping this thing. Out of options, Lu Fan thinks about summoning his dragon, though he's not sure it could survive in the Blood Moon's grip. But Captain Lu Fei shuts that down fast. Save the hero routine. Stick with us. Even Shun Kai, of all people, backs him up. Stay focused. We're almost clear. Moments later, they break free of the clouds. Shun Kai exhales, calling it, storms over. But Lu Fan can't shake one thought. Why did the Heaven Devourer suddenly give up? Captain Lu Fei fills him in. Once that monster leaves the cloud cluster, it can't hold itself together. Open air is its weakness. Once it's out, gravity does the rest. Right on cue, the Heaven Devourer begins its final act, nose diving straight to the ground. Captain Lu Fei doesn't miss a beat. Here it comes. Whale fall. And fall it does, crashing with enough force to leave a massive skeleton behind, the kind of landmark future adventurers won't be able to ignore. Even in death, the beast makes sure no one forgets it was here. After landing to regroup, Lu Chongkong glances over at Lu Fan with a sly grin. He jokes that Captain Lu Fei was so locked in on the mission he went ahead and dragged a rookie straight into a death trap. Lu Fan starts to apologize, admitting his lack of experience might have slowed them down. But Lu Changkong just waves him off, saying it's all part of joining the Griffin squad. Everyone gets tossed into chaos their first time, survive the blood moon, battle some corrupted beasts, and try not to lose your sanity. Classic initiation. While the team settles in to make camp, Captain Lu Fei quietly sorts through their gear. Meanwhile, Shun Kai handles the Griffins, muttering under her breath the entire time. She's clearly over it. Tight schedules, dangerous missions, and a never-ending stress. At this rate, we're not even finishing on time, she grumbles, sending a pointed glare at Lu Fei. But the captain stays cool as ever. He admits they've slowed down a bit thanks to Lu Fan, but assures her they'll make up for it. Shinkai isn't so quick to let it go. She storms over to Lu Fan, clearly fed up. I don't know who you had to impress to land a spot here, she snaps. To her, it's obvious. There's no way someone this new just strolled into the extreme north without pulling a few strings. She lays it out plain and simple. This isn't the place for beginners. Then comes the real warning. If whatever's buried under the ground wakes up, it won't just threaten the Dragon Kingdom. It'll take down the whole world. Her message is crystal clear. There's no room for mistakes. If Lu Fan's not serious, he's in way over his head. But Lu Fan stands his ground, cool and collected. Without missing a beat, he calmly explains he's been keeping up, learning from the team, and getting a handle on how things work out here. Basically, his way of saying, don't worry, I'm not clueless. Shinkai, though, isn't buying it. Her glare says it all. Before the tension can explode, Lu Changkong steps in to smooth things over. Just as things start to settle, Captain Lu Fei cuts through the noise. He reminds them the Duke himself assigned Lu Fan to this squad. And around here, when the Duke makes a call, you trust there's a reason, and you keep moving. With the tension finally cooling off, Captain Lu Fei tells everyone to rest up before the next stretch of the mission. Shinkai backs down, but not without throwing Lu Fan one last eye that basically says, don't make me regret sparing you. Before she walks off, the captain quietly reminds her to stay sharp and make sure Lu Fan doesn't accidentally turn their trip into some kind of disaster flick. No pressure, but their break barely lasts a minute. The Griffins suddenly go wild, screeching like alarms on overdrive. Shinkai glances up, confused, but the answer hits, literally. Giant ice blocks come flying straight at them, crashing down with brutal speed. Captain Lu Fei doesn't waste time. Scatter, he shouts. So much for resting. Lu Changkong steps up fast, throwing out a holy shield to cover the group. But luck isn't on his side. He slips, injures himself, and ends up separated from Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan is stuck weaving through a deadly storm of falling ice, scanning the area to figure out what's behind the ambush. His first thought has to be another corrupted corpse. Because, honestly, what else could it be? As chaos erupts, Captain Lu Fei keeps calling for Lu Fan to check in, but there's radio silence. Not because Lu Fan's ignoring him. He's just got bigger problems. Surrounding him are elite-level 80 ice-field yetis, towering beasts straight out of a nightmare. Massive, ruthless, and clearly ready to tear him apart. Captain Lu Fei keeps trying to rally the team, demanding any sign of Lu Fan. But Shinkai cuts in, warning him to stop shouting unless he wants to invite even more yetis to the party. Under her breath, she figures Lu Fan's already toast. And honestly, the odds aren't exactly in his favor. Even the captain knows they can't take on this many monsters at once. Right now, survival is the only goal. Thinking fast, Shunkai suggests using her falcon to launch a fire attack, hoping to turn the tide. But before they can even get started, the yetis close in. One of them towers over Captain Lu Fei, its shadow stretching across the snow like a warning. Wasting no time, the captain orders Shunkai to find Lu Changkong while he holds the creature back. Shunkai hesitates, but only for a second. She takes off, dodging through the frozen battlefield, knowing every moment counts. As Shunkai navigates the frozen battlefield, she spots Captain Lu Fei up ahead, barely holding his ground against the brutal swings of the Yeti. The creature's raw power is overwhelming, and the captain's knees are starting to give. Shunkai knows she has to move fast, but charging him blindly is asking for trouble. Instead, she lets out a low whistle, a quiet signal to her griffin, hoping it's subtle enough to stay under the radar. No such luck. Turns out, these Yetis aren't just muscle. They've got ears like hawks, and now they're zeroing in on her. Out of options, Shunkai draws her twin blades, ready to fight if the Yetis get to her before backup does. It's a gamble, but she's counting on Lu Changkong to pick up on her signal and get there in time. Cut to Lu Fan, who's just found Lu Changkong resting against the ice, clearly worn down from the chaos. Lu Fan tells him to conserve his strength and leave the next part to him. Easy enough, just the rookie stepping up to handle 3 elite-level Yetis like it's no big deal. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan summons his massive black machete and plants his feet. The Yetis charge, and Lu Chongkong, watching from the sidelines, can barely believe what he's seeing. Taking on one of these beasts is nearly impossible. 3? That's a death wish. But Lu Fan doesn't flinch. The Yetis unleash their ice howl, blasting shockwaves of freezing energy across the battlefield. One swings a boulder-sized fist, aiming straight for Lu Fan's head. But before it lands, Lu Fan moves like lightning. In one smooth motion, he severs the Yeti's hand clean off. The beast howls in agony as Lu Fan's Dragon Fang strike, powered by sky breathing and surging with dragon energy, carves straight through its defenses. Before the creature can recover, flames from Lu Fan's dragons ignite its body. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan charges in, delivering the final blow. The giant falls hard, crashing into the ice with its severed hand beside it. Lu Chongkong watches the whole thing, absolutely stunned. This so-called rookie just wiped out a monster that should have been way out of his league. And as if that wasn't enough, Lu Fan casually drops the reveal. Yeah, he's the dragon tamer from the southern province. No big deal. Before Lu Chongkong can even wrap his head around that bombshell, the next attack is already coming. One of the remaining Yetis smashes through a wall of ice and launches giant shards at Lu Fan like it's the world's most dangerous dodgeball match. But Lu Fan, calm as ever. He's already powering up his stormy sky skill, his black machete glowing with a fierce blue aura, ready for round 2. This time, Lu Fan switches things up. Instead of channeling his signature black dragon, his Dragon Fang strike pulses with the raw power of the Star Dragon. Because why settle for one overpowered dragon when you've got an entire lineup ready to go? Lu Chongkong, still slumped on the ground, nursing his wounds, can only watch in disbelief. A level 32 Dragon Master taking down elite level 80 Yetis like it's light cardio? At this rate, Chongkong's probably wondering if Lu Fan activated some hidden cheat mode when nobody was looking. Meanwhile, Shun Kai and Captain Lu Fei finally managed to finish off their own Yeti opponent and rush over to check on Chongkong. Shun Kai's first reaction is shock over the state of his injuries, but Captain Lu Fei? He's even more stunned by the sight of Lu Fan, not just alive, but still on his feet and ready for more. Let's be honest, rookies usually don't walk away from fights like this, let alone win them. As they regroup, Lu Chongkong fills them in. He tells them straight, Lu Fan saved his life. And just as the team has a brief moment to breathe, another ice Yeti barrels toward Lu Fan, as if personally offended by his existence. Captain Lu Fei shouts for him to dodge, but it's way too close for that. Without hesitation, the captain launches his sword across the battlefield. And this isn't just any old sword. It's Victory, basically a guided missile disguised as a blade. Once locked on, it tracks its target and delivers brutal damage, 100% physical and an extra 76% holy damage per second, just for good measure. The Yeti doesn't stand a chance. Victory slices through with pinpoint precision, dropping the beast where it stands. Crisis averted. For now, as things quiet down, Captain Lu Fei turns to Lu Fan with a glare and a warning. No more reckless moves. They stick to the plan. This isn't a solo adventure, and these Yetis aren't here to play nice. Shun Kai backs him up, letting everyone know it's time to retreat. The Griffins are completely unresponsive, and while her eagle could carry 2 of them, they're massively outnumbered. Staying here is asking for disaster. But Lu Fan, completely unfazed, throws out the most Lu Fan suggestion possible. Why not just defeat all the snow monsters? Problem solved. Shun Kai snaps back instantly, telling him to cut the nonsense and focus on getting to the nearest outpost. Because seriously, who looks at a raging Yeti horde and thinks, yeah, this is totally doable? But Lu Fan isn't joking. He calmly doubles down, saying if it weren't for the swarm of enemies, he'd even offer to patch everyone up right now. His confidence is almost enough to make someone believe it. Almost. Shun Kai, on the other hand, is probably wondering when Lu Fan decided to audition for the starring role in Monster Slayer, Extreme North Edition. Right then, Lu Fan pulls something out of his inventory. A crimson bow glowing with a faint, ominous light. It's no ordinary weapon. This is the Dark Serpent Bow, a gift straight from the Duke himself. The moment Captain Lu Fei spots it, his expression shifts. He knows exactly what that bow is. This is the same legendary weapon that once forced back entire armies, and now here it is, casually wielded by the guy who just suggested taking on a Yeti army solo. Even Shun Kai, who is seconds away from calling Lu Fan completely out of his mind, pauses. When someone draws a weapon with that kind of history, you start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, they know exactly what they're doing. But there's no time left to debate. The captain gives the order, and they leave Lu Fan to hold the line alone while they get the injured to safety. If Lu Fan wants to go full hero mode against a horde of snow beasts, who's going to stop him? As the trio flies toward the nearest outpost, Shun Kai can't shake the feeling they just made a huge mistake. The image keeps replaying in her head. Lu Fan, standing alone, surrounded by Yetis like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong tries to keep her calm. He tells her straight up, after what he just witnessed, he's convinced Lu Fan isn't going down. At this point, Changkong might as well be the president of the Lu Fan fan club. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan is right where he wants to be. The dark serpent bow hums with power as a deep red aura coils around it like living flame. It's the kind of moment you know is about to become legend. The Yetis don't let up, launching wave after wave of ice throw attacks. Each chunk of ice hits like a wrecking ball, and getting clipped too many times means getting frozen solid for half a minute. And yeah, 30 seconds locked in place while a mob of Yetis rushes you? Not exactly part of the plan. But Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He draws the bowstring back, steady as ever, the energy building with every second. The glow intensifies, lighting up the battlefield in a fiery crimson blaze. Somewhere far off, Shun Kai and Captain Lu Fei glance back, tension thick in the air. Changkong, just sitting there with a grin, convinced Lu Fan's about to pull off something nobody's going to believe. And as Lu Fan releases the shot, one thing is clear. When you're holding a weapon made to rewrite history and staring down an army of ice monsters, there's only one play left. Let rain fire. The arrow streaks across the frozen wasteland like a meteor, lighting up the night as it tears through the battlefield. The Yetis double down, unleashing wave after wave of attacks, but Lu Fan doesn't flinch. In one smooth motion, he whips out his massive black bow like he steps straight out of fantasy action flick. Without missing a beat, he fires off a rapid volley of glowing red arrows, each one slicing through the oncoming ice blocks. The shards explode midair in a blizzard of shattered ice, but the Yetis barely look fazed. If anything, they seem more irritated like, oh, that's cute. You're still trying. But Lu Fan isn't here to play defense. Raising his bow, he activates the Shadow Serpent Arrow, unleashing a dozen sleek, glowing arrows that spiral through the air, hitting their marks with deadly precision. It's an absolute clinic in controlled chaos, and for a second, it feels like the tide might turn. But of course, the Yetis aren't finished. With a roar, they crank things up, activating Berserk State. Suddenly, their attack power spikes by an absurd 350%, and just to make things interesting, their speed doubles. As if that wasn't enough, they stack on Fallen Corpse Tide, giving themselves a 25% defense boost. At this point, it's less of a fight and more like the Yetis are showing off their own cheat codes. Lu Fan, unimpressed, calls on Xingqian, his star dragon, commanding it to prepare the devastating Shattered Star attack. The dragon responds, summoning a glowing, radiant star brimming with destructive force, hovering just above the battlefield, ready to obliterate anything in its path. But Lu Fan pauses. A better idea clicks. Instead of launching the star as is, he pulls Xingqian back and fuses the entire Shattered Star's energy straight into his charged Shadow Serpent Arrow. The power stacks fast, multiplying until the boost hits a staggering 500%. Then he lets it fly. The arrow rips through the air like a blazing meteor, slamming into the heart of the battlefield. For one brief moment, even the Yetis seem to realize they've made a terrible mistake. The explosion that follows is nothing short of catastrophic. The shockwave tears through the ice field, shaking the ground so violently that the Griffins lose control, sending Lu Fan's teammates crash landing into the snow. When the dust finally clears, all that's left is a massive crater, so deep and wide it looks like Lu Fan decided to casually redesign the entire landscape of the extreme north. As the Griffins scramble to pull everyone out of the wreckage, Captain Lu Fei is the last one to climb free. He stares at the crater in stunned silence, finally grasping the full weight of what it means to have a dragon tamer with legendary dragons on the team. It's less of a fight now and more like watching someone tear through reality with cheat codes switched on. And in the middle of it all stands Lu Fan, calm as ever, giving a nod to Xiao Yi and Xingqian like a proud parent after a school play. Only this time, the encore involves leveling half a mountain. Lu Fan gives a simple command to Xiao Yi, his legendary black dragon, telling her to clear out the last of the fallen corpses. But before she can even take flight, a griffin swoops down nearby, carrying Captain Lu Fei and the rest of the squad. They dismount slowly, all of them staring at Lu Fan like they've just walked into the final chapter of some epic legend. Captain Lu Fei, still trying to wrap his head around the crater behind them, finally manages to ask if that explosion was really his doing. But before Lu Fan can answer, the captain's attention shifts. Just behind Lu Fan stands a woman, silent and striking, her presence impossible to ignore. With a frown, Captain Lu Fei asks who she is. Lu Fan glances back, smirking, and casually tells her to reveal herself. Without hesitation, the woman transforms, shifting into her true form, a legendary black dragon. It's the kind of reveal that deserves its own soundtrack. Shaya, in all her glory, takes to the skies. The air goes still as her shadow sweeps over the squad. At Lu Fan's command, she unleashes Cataclysm, wiping out the remaining corpses in one devastating blaze of fire. The Griffins cry out at the sight, and the squad is left speechless. Even Shun Kai, who had been ready to write Lu Fan off as just another clueless rookie, is left standing there, probably rethinking every word she's ever said. Turns out, this guy isn't just another recruit. He's the Dragon Tamer of the Southern Province, and now it's painfully clear why the Duke sent him here. Seeing how familiar everyone suddenly seems with his name, Lu Fan finally speaks up, asking what's going on. Captain Lu Fei shakes off his shock and explains the truth. Lu Fan's not some no-name rookie. They've all heard about him through the Duke's non-stop praise. Apparently, Lu Fan's been getting hyped as the top contender for the national trials, and now the squad knows exactly why. It's like finding out the quiet new guy on your team is secretly the championship MVP. Even Shun Kai, who couldn't have been less impressed when they first met, finally puts it together. The Duke doesn't send just anyone to the 78th squad. Now she sees exactly who Lu Fan is, and it's safe to say she's regretting underestimating him. Lu Chongkong, never one to miss an opportunity, teases Lu Fan, joking about how well he managed to keep all this power under wraps. But Lu Fan just laughs it off, admitting he still feels like he's slowing everyone down. He's still getting used to the extreme north after all. But Captain Lu Fei cuts him off right there. He tells Lu Fan straight that he's trained plenty of rookies before, and none of them have shown this kind of focus and control. It's about as high of praise as you can get. You're the best rookie we've ever had. Even Shin Kai, clearly reluctant, nods in agreement. She may not say it out loud, but there's no denying it anymore. The Duke sent them someone special, and doubting him was her first mistake. At this point, it's obvious to everyone. Lu Fan isn't just another recruit. He's the guy. Lu Chongkong, grinning like he just hit the jackpot, leans over and tells Lu Fan it must have been destiny when they first crossed paths. And now, he's fully planning to stick close and let Lu Fan handle the heavy lifting. Classic Chongkong. Find the strongest player on the field and lock in that friendship. Lu Fan, staying humble as ever, just smiles and thanks the team for having his back. But before things get too sentimental, the entire mood shifts. Right there, in front of everyone, the black dragon begins to change. 1 second, she's hovering calmly. The next, she's ascending into something even more powerful. The squad just stands there, wide-eyed, watching what feels like a live broadcast of the ultimate magical evolution. It's awe-inspiring and also slightly terrifying. Turns out, Xiao Yi just hit level 30, unlocking her second-tier transformation. But that's not even the best part. Her contract with Lu Fan upgrades to Black Dragon 2, and with it, she picks up a brand new ability called Perception. What to do? Oh, just casually reveals any hidden enemies. Stealth? Disguises? Surprise ambushes? Not anymore. With this skill, anyone thinking about sneaking up on Lu Fan might as well rethink their life choices. While the squad is still trying to wrap their heads around a sudden power boost, Lu Chongkong can't help but blur out the question on everyone's mind. What exactly just happened? Lu Fan, cool as ever, explains it like it's no big deal. The dragon leveled up. She's stronger, faster, smarter. Her stats just skyrocketed, and now she's pretty much an apex predator with a radar for hidden threats. Sneak attacks? Cancelled permanently. Then, as if remembering something, Chong Kong snaps his fingers. Wait, didn't Lu Fan say earlier he couldn't ride the dragon because her level was too low? He's about to ask when Lu Fan beats him to it. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan materializes an epic quality dragon saddle, like it's nothing. And just like that, the moment arrives. With zero hesitation, Lu Fan announces that it's officially time to become a dragon rider. If there was ever a mic drop moment, this is it, and the saddle is the mic. But this isn't just some regular riding gear. This thing is top tier. Once mounted, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi don't just look impressive, they become an unstoppable force. The saddle unlocks mounted combat mode, supercharging both of their stats. Every one of Lu Fan's attacks gets a dragon energy boost, turning him into a high-speed, long-range, fire-breathing powerhouse. The squad can only watch in stunned silence as Lu Fan steps into his new role, claiming his place as a true dragon rider. Then it happens. Right in front of the squad, the black dragon ignites, engulfed in roaring flames as she undergoes her second transformation. The sky lights up like a battlefield at sunrise, casting an eerie glow over the ice fields. When the flames die down, she's not just a dragon anymore. She's a full-grown, fully awakened black dragon, radiating sheer, unstoppable power. Even Captain Lu Fei, who's usually impossible to rattle, just stands there speechless. One look, and it's clear, this isn't just impressive. This is game-changing. Realizing how rare this moment is, the captain steps forward and offers Lu Fan a military-grade saddle. It's a prized item, capable of boosting a dragon's stats by 10%. something most riders would kill to get their hands on. Shun Kai, now fully converted into a Lu Fan believer, chimes in to back it up, reminding him just how big of a deal that 10% really is. But Lu Fan? He just smiles and politely declines. He casually explains that he's already equipped with a custom saddle that transfers 100% of his attributes directly to Xiaoyi, designed specifically for legendary dragons. The squad falls silent. Shun Kai, who'd finally stopped doubting him, now looks like she's questioning her entire existence. Captain Lu Fei blinks, processing the fact that Lu Fan's been casually flexing gear most people only hear about in stories. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong just laughs to himself. At this point, he's given up being surprised. Of course he has the best gear, he's probably thinking. It's Lu Fan, and then the Black Dragon lands. What happens next feels like it's straight out of some heartwarming, alternate universe. This towering, world-ending creature leans down and starts licking Lu Fan's face like an overexcited puppy. A dragon, acting like a puppy. It's as ridiculous as it is adorable. Captain Lu Fei watches this bizarre display, quietly realizing Lu Fan is operating on a completely different level than the rest of them. Shun Kai, who started the day thinking Lu Fan was deadweight, now looks like she's mentally drafting fan mail. She even starts daydreaming about having gear that good, only for the captain to snap her back with a sarcastic, "You riding a dragon or a griffin?" Classic. Lu Fan, unfazed by the chaos, gently pats Xiaoyi and thanks her for sticking with him through it all. He promises they'll take on whatever comes next, side by side. It's a surprisingly wholesome moment, quickly broken by Lu Changkong, reminding everyone to stop bickering and appreciate what they're witnessing. The rise of the world's first true dragon rider. With the saddle secured, Lu Fan mounts up, and the shift is immediate. Power floods through him, like flipping the switch on a storm. This isn't just about riding anymore. The saddle connects him directly to the Dragon Clan's strength, supercharging every stat he's got. His basic attacks, now laced with pure dragon energy, turning them into long-range, high-impact strikes that no enemy is walking away from. The captain watches from below, completely stunned. Even Lu Changkong, who spent years honing his strength, can't deny it. He's nowhere near this level. Seeing Lu Fan reach such heights makes him rethink everything he's ever done. It's like watching someone effortlessly eclipse your life's work. But instead of jealousy, there's admiration. He knows he's witnessing something legendary. High above, Lu Fan sits steady atop his black dragon, soaring through the sky like it belongs to him. But this isn't just a scenic flight. The dragon senses trouble, and when she picks up on danger, Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. With a quick command, she activates perception. Her gaze sharpens, scanning the area until, sure enough, hidden threats come into focus. Snow moths. If you've never dealt with them, here's the deal. They're silent, nearly invisible, and drain your health at a brutal rate of 10% per second. Think mosquitoes, but deadlier and lurking beneath the snow. The captain spots them too and wastes no time shouting for the squad to back off. No one wants to mess with these things. But Lu Fan, he's not backing down. This is exactly his kind of fight. Grinning, he lines up with his dragon, moving as one. What follows looks less like a battle and more like a perfectly choreographed performance. The two of them tear through the swarm, wiping out the moths like they're barely worth the effort. Down below, Lu Changkong is practically in shock. Snow moths have been a nightmare for Griffin Squad for as long as he can remember. And now, Lu Fan's handling them like they're a minor inconvenience. Meanwhile, Shun Kai starts to relax, convinced Lu Fan's got it handled. But you know how that goes. Drop your guard and it's game over. Sure enough, a swarm nearly blindsides her. The captain shouts a warning just in time, but before the moths can strike, Lu Fan steps in. Without missing a beat, he and his dragon unleash a wave of fire, reducing the moths to ash before they even get close. Thanks to the dragon's perception skill, not a single enemy escapes detection. For Lu Fan, this fight's nothing but cleanup duty. When it's all over, Lu Fan and his dragon touch down like it's just another day. He casually announces the last of the moths are gone. Lu Changkong, still trying to process the whole thing, starts thanking him yet again. But before he can get too far, Shun Kai cuts him off. How about you stop treating Lu Fan like your personal bodyguard and actually help out next time? She snaps, clearly over the constant rescues. Lu Fan, cool as always, tells the squad not to worry. With his dragon's flight skills and perception, he's confident they can handle whatever the North throws at them, even a full-on blizzard. But the captain isn't buying it. He's been through enough to know better. One glance at the darkening sky, and he warns them the storm might hit sooner than they think. If it rolls in tomorrow, getting back to camp won't even be an option. Shun Kai's concern grows, and the captain hesitates. Pushing forward with an injured teammate isn't exactly ideal. But Lu Fan steps in with that trademark grin. He assures them the snow moths are taken care of and suggests the incoming storm might actually work in their favor. More danger means more military merit. With a hand outstretched, he promises to lead them straight through it. The captain stares at him for a moment, probably wondering how his life ended up like this, then finally shakes his hand. And just like that, the squad's mood shifts. With Lu Fan and his dragon taking point, what once felt like a death march now feels like a chance to make history. If anyone's turning a blizzard into an opportunity, it's the guy who just cooked a swarm of snow moths without breaking a sweat. As they press on, Lu Fan spots something rare hidden beneath the snow. Unmelting ice. Not just any random find, either. This is the legendary material his senior sister has been searching for. Think of it like stumbling across a rare collectible. He scoops it up, grinning like he just hit the jackpot, and waves the squad over to check it out. Shun Kai, always the practical one, compares the snow moths to earthworms after a downpour. Endless, annoying, and everywhere when a blizzard hits. Even the captain has to admit Lu Fan must have wiped out thousands of them. But Lu Fan just shrugs, joking that his hands gone numb from all the work. Typical Lu Fan, saving the day like it's just part of the routine. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong, clearly feeling inspired, starts bragging that if he were a level 32 dragon rider, he'd clear out the whole blizzard and earn himself a gold medal while he's at it. He barely finishes the thought before Shun Kai smacks him on the head, reminding him that talking big isn't the same as doing the work. The squad cracks up, and even though Lu Chongkong's rubbing his head, you can tell he's already dreaming of the next chance to prove her wrong, or at least dodge the next hit. With the mission wrapped up and the squad having pushed 100 miles into uncharted territory, the captain calls it time to head back. Supplies are running low, and after taking on wave after wave of brutal snow moths, the whole team is running on fumes. Even Shun Kai and Lu Chongkong, usually the first to play it cool, look like they're one step away from passing out. The second someone utters the word rest, Lu Fan's legendary black dragon doesn't waste a moment. In an instant, she shifts into her dazzling human form and lets out the softest little cry, a sound that pretty much translates to, "Feed me now." And Lu Fan? Yeah, he knows exactly what that means. His dragon lady isn't just worn out. She's freezing and starving. Because hey, even a dragon's gotta eat. Not about to leave her hanging, Lu Fan turns to the squad and makes it clear, time to wrap this up and get her some food. After all, no one wants to deal with a hungry dragon. The captain gives a nod and tells Shun Kai to mark their spot so they can find their way back later. Meanwhile, Lu Chongkong can't help but notice how spoiled Lu Fan's dragon is. Watching her get treated like royalty, while Shun Kai's giant eagle stands there looking like it's about to file a complaint, priceless. The poor bird's practically slouching, probably wondering where it all went wrong. But Shun Kai couldn't care less. She waves him off, telling him to worry about himself. Clearly, eagle maintenance isn't on her priority list today. Without missing a beat, Shun Kai pulls a massive red rod from her inventory, because of course she's the type to travel with something that looks like a glowing weapon of mass destruction. She slams it into the ground, and immediately, red light pulses out in every direction. Two swirling beams rise into the sky, sending out a clear message. This is our spot. Don't touch. She explains it's the landmark signal, a high-powered beacon that sends their exact location back to base. Once the storm clears, a construction team will follow the signal and set up a temporary outpost. Basically, it's like setting up camp, just without the campfire or the Esmores. As soon as the marker fires up, the mounts don't waste any time. One by one, the griffins and even Lu Fan's dragon lady take off like they've got somewhere better to be. Before the squad can blink, the creatures are already flying full speed toward the barracks, leaving the humans to trail behind. But out there, just beyond the snow's edge, someone else is watching. Cloaked in shadows, eyes glowing red, quietly observing their every move. And if there's one universal rule out here, it's this: glowing red eyes never mean anything good. The next day, back at the extreme North Region barracks, the captain gives the order for everyone to rest. After the chaos they just survived, they've more than earned it. While the squad finally gets a breather, the captain heads off to report to the Duke, because no matter how wild the adventure, someone's still stuck handling the paperwork. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's already got his next goal in mind. Spotting Shun Kai, he jogs over and asks if there's anyone around who knows how to work with unmelting ice, the rare treasure he scored on their trip. Shun Kai smirks, pointing him toward the blacksmith at the supply office. But of course, she can't let him off that easy. With a teasing grin, she asks if the ice is meant for his girlfriend. Lu Fan turns bright red, stumbling over his words as he rushes to explain it's for his senior sister. Just a friend, nothing more. Shun Kai laughs, clearly enjoying every second of his awkward denial, and waves him off as Lu Fan dashes away, his dragon lady trailing behind. He calls back something about finding the blacksmith and feeding his dragon for all her hard work, disappearing before Shun Kai can throw in another jab. But once he's gone, her playful smirk fades. She quietly pulls out a small pendant from her chest pocket crafted from unmelting ice. Holding it gently, she presses a kiss to its surface, a rare glimpse at the side of Shunkai that hardly anyone gets to see. Even in a place as brutal as the extreme north, some things still matter. Over at the blacksmith shop, Lu Fan meets a man built like a fortress, arms as thick as tree trunks. After hearing what Lu Fan's after, the blacksmith grins and promises that in just 2 days, he'll have something so perfect it could make anyone's heart skip a beat. Lu Fan thanks him, feeling pretty good about the whole thing, until someone taps him on the shoulder. Turning around, he finds the Duke himself, looking slightly out of breath like he'd been searching all over the barracks. Without wasting time, the Duke tells Lu Fan he got the full report from the captain, and honestly, he's shocked. He admits he didn't expect much from Lu Fan out there, figuring he'd end up frozen solid in the snow. Instead, Lu Fan led the team, crushed the mission, and pulled off what can only be described as a total spectacle. And the rewards? Oh yeah, the captain was so impressed he handed Lu Fan a bronze badge, the very same rank that Captain Lu Fei holds. Let that sink in. Yesterday, Lu Fan was just another soldier swinging his sword at snow moths. Today, he's wearing a captain's badge like it was always meant to be his. But the Duke's news isn't all good. He reveals that the missing Griffin squad mounts were found by other teams. Problem is, they weren't exactly alive. The Blood Moon's corruption had twisted them into zombies, forcing the teams to put them down. Yeah, zombie griffins. Just another reminder that out here, nothing stays safe for long. Luckily for Lu Fan, his legendary black dragon, Xiao Yi, turned out to be completely immune to the Blood Moon's mind control. Even the Duke can't help but give her some credit, joking that her non-stop appetite should have been the first clue she was built differently. While other mounts were losing it, Xiao Yi was too busy demolishing her next meal to notice. But just as the Duke is laughing about her bottomless stomach, his mood shifts fast. The grin disappears, replaced by the kind of serious look that tells you things are about to get heavy. He hands Lu Fan a stack of top-secret files and tells him to take a look. No jokes this time. Lu Fan flips through the pages, and within seconds, his expression changes. What he's seeing is beyond anything he expected. The documents show images of something colossal. An ancient skeleton so massive it's hard to even process. Wings, or maybe hands, it's tough to tell from the angle, but whatever it was, it had to be enormous. The Duke explains that this thing was discovered near the Star-Spangled Nation's border, buried in the ruins of an ancient mountain. Their national trial rep, Charles Morgan, was sent to investigate. And thanks to some behind-the-scenes conversations with the Morgan family, they managed to get their hands on these photos. Lu Fan stares at the images, instantly recognizing the eerie similarity to the creature tied to the Blood Moon. It's like a punch of déjà vu, only way worse. The Duke nods, confirming Lu Fan's suspicion. The skeleton was so huge, the entire excavation team looked like ants crawling around its remains. And just when Lu Fan thinks it can't get any worse, the Duke drops the next bombshell, a video. Yep, actual footage from inside the ruins. Somehow, the Duke's intelligence network got eyes on the scene and recorded what was happening in the heart of that nightmare. The video starts with 2 figures, an elderly man who looks like a butler and a woman, standing near the gigantic humanoid skeleton. Off in the distance, a massive temple looms, casting a strange golden glow. Both of them look like they're realizing, way too late, that this mission was a terrible idea. As if that's not unsettling enough, the entire team sent to check out the temple has vanished. And whatever's happening inside, yeah, it's turning the local wildlife into full-blown mutant beasts. Nature's going through some horrifying upgrade, and nobody signed up for it. Then, out of nowhere, footsteps echo through the ruins. Everyone freezes. A man steps into view. It's one of the missing team members. But this isn't a happy reunion. The guy looks like a nightmare brought to life, his wings soaked in blood. The butler takes one look and knows immediately. This isn't their teammate anymore. What's standing in front of them now is something else entirely. A holy mountain thrall, something no one ever wants to meet, let alone fight. Before anyone has a chance to react, the thrall lunges straight at them. The butler shouts for the woman to run, yelling that the man they knew is gone. And just like that, the video cuts to black. The Duke, now looking like he could really use another drink, explains that his informant barely made it out alive with that footage. If they hadn't escaped, no one would have believed any of this actually happened. Still trying to wrap his head around what exactly a holy mountain thrall is, Lu Fan asks the Duke for the details. And the Duke, as casually as if he's giving a morning briefing, explains that thralls are creatures warped by the monstrous power leaking from the giant skeleton in the temple. Think of them as the upgraded, nightmare-fueled version of the holy mountain puppets. And trust him, that's not an upgrade anyone wants. And now, the bigger picture clicks for Lu Fan. He starts piecing together the connection between these thralls and the strange corpses he's been fighting near the Blood Moon. It's the same pattern. ancient forces twisting anything in their path into something monstrous. The Duke takes a slow sip from his flask, like the weight of all this madness is just routine now, and says the scholars at the Academy have started calling these creatures the ancient gods. Yeah, gods. Turns out the skeletons in temples are so old nobody can trace where they came from and whatever power they're hiding. It's on a scale that's way beyond human understanding. Lu Fan's thoughts are spinning. Where do these things come from? Why now? And what kind of disaster are they sitting on? But before he can spiral too far, the Duke just shrugs and drops the simplest answer possible. Nothing about the ancient gods is known. That's it. That's all anyone's got. And the Duke says it like he's long accepted the fact that some mysteries are never getting solved. Then he breaks it down. The creatures twisted by these ancient powers fall into two groups, puppets and thralls. Puppets are the grunt-level undead, slow, mindless, the kind you hack through without thinking twice. But the thralls? They're on another level. Faster, smarter, deadlier. Lu Fan, connecting the dots, cuts in. So those fallen corpses we've been dealing with, they're not all the same? There are puppet fallen corpses and thrall fallen corpses too. The Duke nods, giving him a look like, finally, someone who's paying attention. Then he warns both Lu Fan and the captain that up until now, they've only really faced the basic, low-level zombies. But the real problem, the corpse thralls, they're still out there, and they're just getting started. Lu Fan pushes for answers, wanting to know what happened after the thrall attacked the Morgan family. And that's when things get downright bizarre. The Duke reveals that the thrall wiped out every single member of the Morgan expedition, except one. Charles Morgan himself. That's right, the guy in charge somehow walked away untouched. Why? No one knows. Maybe even ancient undead monsters follow some unspoken chain of command. But here's where it gets really wild. Instead of finishing the job, the thrall and Charles didn't fight. They talked. Yeah, you heard that right. A full-blown conversation right there in front of the ancient temple. What they discussed. Total mystery. And just when you think it couldn't get stranger, the Duke drops the real bombshell. The thrall didn't just spare Charles. It handed him something. Not a warning. Not a threat. No, it gave him the essence of the Holy Mountain. Now Lu Fan's hooked. What kind of ridiculous power-up is this? The Duke explains that Charles, already a powerhouse as a combat priest, used the essence to unlock a completely unheard-of profession. Holy Priest. A class so rare it doesn't even show up in any records. Basically, Charles stumbled into an exclusive upgrade that no one else even knew existed. Hidden boss-level stuff. Naturally, the Duke's spies tried to dig deeper, but the Morgan family locked things down tight. Their estate turned into a fortress overnight, and getting any more intel was impossible. So now, the Duke warns Lu Fan to keep his guard up during the trials of nations. With the ancient gods backing him, Charles is shaping up to be the kind of opponent no one wants to cross. But Lu Fan, not the least bit concerned. He brushes it off like Charles is just another speed bump on the way to his next win. Titles, power-ups, secret professions, none of it matters. If someone's standing between Lu Fan and victory, they're getting knocked aside like everyone else. 2 days later, back at the blacksmith shop, Lu Fan finally picks up his commission. The blacksmith hands over the freshly crafted necklace, grinning like he just delivered his finest work. Lu Fan beams, calling it flawless, easily top tier. But he doesn't just leave it at a compliment. Nope. Lu Fan pulls out a bottle of the Duke's favorite strong drink and gifts it to the blacksmith as thanks. The man's face lights up like he just hit the jackpot, clearly not expecting such a rare and thoughtful gesture. Before he can celebrate too long, though, Lu Changkong and Shun Kai show up, crashing the moment like a couple of troublemakers. They drop the news that a new exploration mission's already on the table, and it's time to suit up. Lu Fan bids farewell to the blacksmith, who's already mentally putting Lu Fan at the top of his VIP list. And just like that, it's back to business. As Lu Fan steps outside, Lu Changkong nearly chokes when he spots the bronze badge gleaming on Lu Fan's uniform. After grinding for a year, just to level up, he's now watching Lu Fan climb the ranks like he's speedrunning the entire system. Even Shun Kai, usually cool as ice, can't help but wonder if Lu Fan's secretly got some divine sponsorship deal going on behind the scenes. By the next morning, the squad assembles near the outpost. Captain Lu Fei announces they're fully stocked with supplies to last 15 days, and for once, everything seems under control. That is, until Lu Fan, flying overhead on his dragon, catches sight of something that throws the whole plan off. The landmark signal rod from their last mission? Gone. Shinkai spots it a few blocks away, but it's not just misplaced, it's shattered. Completely trashed. And no way a random snowstorm did that. Lu Fan feels in his gut. The air's too still. The kind of silence that means trouble is seconds away. Right on cue, Lu Changkong, full of confidence, strides ahead without a second thought. But Lu Fan's instincts are already flaring. He shouts for everyone to pull back, his voice slicing through the cold. Too late. Lu Changkong steps right into the danger zone. The snow crunches beneath his boots, the air thickens, and then, boom, out of nowhere, a swarm of monsters erupts around them. It's like someone flipped a switch and summoned an entire army straight to their doorstep. Lu Chongkong freezes as the squad realizes they're boxed in on all sides. The numbers are insane. This place was clear the last time Lu Fan checked. Now it's crawling with puppets. But here's the weird part. None of them move. They just stand there, staring, watching, like they're waiting for something. Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. He tells the captain these puppets aren't acting alone. There's a thrall nearby, pulling the strings. The captain's face darkens. He remembers exactly what the Duke warned him about. And that's when it happens. A deep, mocking voice cuts through the wind, low and sharp as a blade. Being a thrall is no shame. For the fallen thralls are the glorious thralls of God. The squad spins around, searching for the source, and from the shadows, a pale figure steps forward. Same uniform as theirs. Same squad markings. Lu Chongkong, never one to stay quiet, demand to know who this guy is. But Captain Lu Fei and Shin Kai, the second they get a good look, the color drains from their faces. They know exactly who it is. Li Luo, a former squad mate, a hidden class spear knight. And now, something far worse. The entire squad stands frozen, unable to process what they're seeing. But for Shun Kai, the shock cuts the deepest. Her eyes fill with tears as she realizes the man standing in front of them isn't just some random fallen thrall. It's Li Luo, the man she thought she'd lost forever. This wasn't just a teammate. Li Luo was the one who brought Shun Kai into the regiment. He trained her, believed in her, and before long, they were engaged. But then, just like that, he vanished on a mission tied to the Blood Moon, gone without a trace. And now here he is, back from the dead, literally. Just not exactly how she pictured their reunion. Lu Chongkong, as blunt as ever, has zero patience for the moment. Yeah, can we not turn this into a therapy session right now? He snaps, already over the emotional breakdown playing out in the middle of what is very much still a battlefield. Meanwhile, Shun Kai falls to her knees, sobbing as everything crashes down on her. The man she loved, the one she waited for, is standing right there, but as an undead puppet. Off to the side, Lu Fan's just standing there, awkward as can be, thinking, so, are we just letting this happen? Shin Kai cries out Li Luo's name, begging for answers. Why didn't he come back? Why did he leave her behind? Her voice echoes through the frozen air, and then something strange happens. She looks up, and there he is, Li Luo, looking like his old self again. For a split second, it's as if none of this nightmare ever happened. Before anyone can stop her, Shin Kai throws herself into his arms, crying like the world's finally been put back together. Lu Fan watches from the sidelines, completely unsure whether to cheer or cringe. Do we just let them have this moment? Shin Kai clings to Li Luo, rambling through her tears about how no one's going to believe he's alive, how the squad will be so relieved, how everything will finally be okay. But then the air shifts. It hums with dark energy, thick and suffocating. Li Luo's voice changes, turning cold and empty. Whatever hope Shin Kai had vanishes in an instant as he calmly declares he's not coming back. And then, with zero warning, he drops the real bombshell. He wants her to join him. Shin Kai stares up at him, completely stunned. She barely has time to react as Li Luo pulls her close and starts in on his grand offer. Serving some ancient god, gaining unimaginable power, waking up whatever nightmare is still sleeping beneath the ice. Romantic, right? Just your typical, leave your squad and help me awaken an ancient deity kind of proposal. Shin Kai's brain completely short-circuits. 1 minute, she's reuniting with her fiancé. The next, he's pitching her front row seat in some creepy cult. Before anyone can stop it, her body gives out. Shin Kai faints right there on the spot. Lu Fan barely manages to catch her, shouting her name and trying to wake her up, shaking her gently like he's scolding a kid who fell asleep at the wrong time. And Li Luo? He just stands there calmly, as if offering Shun Kai god-tier power in exchange for her soul is the most casual thing in the world. Because apparently, this is how reunions go now. Lu Fan's not letting this slide. He shouts louder, his voice cutting through the tension, urging Shun Kai to wake up and block out Li Luo's twisted nonsense. It's your classic snap-out-of-it moment, except with way more undead drama hanging over their heads. Shin Kai, still half out of it, barely manages to whisper, begging Li Luo not to go through with this. But Li Luo? Oh no, he doubles down, cold as ever. He warns her straight up, refuse him, and she'll end up just another fallen corpse. Real charmer, that one. But Lu Fan's voice keeps pushing through, steady and clear. Shin Kai blinks, the fog lifting as reality comes crashing back. She looks around, finally seeing the chaos they've landed in. Panic flashes across her face, but Lu Fan is right there, grounding her with the truth. You've been tricked, he tells her. Don't listen to him. Meanwhile, Li Luo climbs onto his horse like he's starring in some dark fairy tale. ready to ride off into the night. He fixes his gaze on Shun Kai, his words sharp as ice. So, are you coming with me, or not? Yeah, nothing like getting pressured into joining a creepy god cult by your undead ex. Captain Lu Fei's had enough. He turns to Lu Fan, his voice urgent. Can you save her? It's the kind of question that leaves no room for doubt. This is Lu Fan's moment to step up. But Lu Fan doesn't rush it. He stands there, thinking it through, as the tension stretches tight. Lu Chongkong, ever the one to state the obvious, reminds everyone they're surrounded by monsters. Chasing after Li Luo? Total suicide. And without fixing the signal rod, they'll never find their way back. Captain Lu Fei shakes his head. Forget the post. We survive first. He's ready to pull the squad out before things spiral any worse. But then Lu Fan smiles. That calm, dangerous smile. And everyone knows what that means. If Lu Fan's grinning in the middle of this nightmare, something big is coming. He turns to the squad, cool as ever. I don't think running's our best move. All eyes lock on him, the tiniest flicker of hope lighting up. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raises his hand, and just like that, boom, power flares to life, swirling like a storm ready to be unleashed. Lu Chongkong nearly loses it. You're not about to cause another massacre, are you? And Lu Fan? Oh, he just grins wider. Exactly. Watch this. Out comes the divine bow, radiating enough energy to make the air hum. It's glowing like it's ready to steal the spotlight in the biggest battle scene of the year. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. If they've got weapons, if they've got strength, there's no point holding back now. Because if this is going down, Lu Fan's making sure it ends his way. Meanwhile, Li Luo, looking every bit like the villain who just couldn't keep his mouth shut, narrows his eyes and makes his move. With a cold glare, he declares that rejecting God comes with only one outcome, death. And just like that, he gives a command, unleashing his army of monsters with a single order to kill them all and turn the squad into mindless puppets. The creatures surge forward, eyes glowing with murderous intent, their shrieks slicing through the air like a nightmare soundtrack. And Lu Fan, cool as ever. Without missing a beat, he charges up his Shadow Serpent arrow and calls out to Lu Chongkong. Shield. Now, Lu Chongkong snaps into action, activating the Sanctuary Shield. A glowing dome of protection bursts to life, soaking up damage equal to double his max HP. Impressive? Absolutely. But it comes with one little problem. It only lasts 10 seconds. No pressure. As the barrier hums with power, Lu Fan glances over at Lu Chongkong, completely unfazed. That's all I need from you. Lu Chongkong, eyes wide, stammers. This thing's gone in 10 seconds. Lu Fan just flashes its signature grin. Perfect. 10 seconds is plenty. And with that, the clock starts ticking. The monsters close in fast, the swarm growing thicker by the second. But Lu Fan is locked in. Bow raised. Shadow energy spiraling. The serpent forming in the air, coiling tighter, darker, stronger. Then he calls on Xiaya. Without hesitation, his legendary black dragon responds, shifting into her dragon of destruction form. Flames ripple across her scales, and the moment her roar cracks through the sky, even the monsters falter. 6 seconds left on the shield. Time to end this. Lu Fan lets the Shadow Serpent arrow fly. The black serpent tears through the air, streaking straight toward Li Luo with razor-sharp accuracy. Xiaya follows up immediately, blasting the ground with Cataclysm. Explosions rip across the battlefield, swallowing monsters whole. And Lu Fan? He's not done yet. He dives in with Cut the Sky, slashing through the chaos with 2 devastating dragon-fused strikes, carving through anything still standing. The result? Total annihilation. Fire and shadows collide. Monsters reduced to ash, the frozen earth beneath them shattered into ruins. It's the kind of scene that makes you wonder if the planet's going to need a formal apology. Amid the wreckage, Li Luo's condition takes a sharp nosedive. His once powerful form collapses as his horse gives out beneath him, crushed by the weight of the fight. Li Luo hits the ground hard, and before he can fall any further, Lu Fan moves fast, catching him just in time. Shun Kai rushes to his side, dropping to her knees and pulling him into her arms. Tears stream down her face as the reality of it all crashes over her. It's heartbreak in its rawest form, and Shun Kai is right at the center of it. Through broken sobs, she whispers his name, asking if it's really him. Her words are barely louder than the wind, filled with all the love and sorrow she's been carrying since the day he disappeared. She clings to the memory of the man who brought her here, the one who trained her, believed in her, loved her before the curse tore it all apart. For a moment, it's like time freezes around them. But then the air shifts. A strange purple aura begins to rise from Li Luo's body, swirling thicker and darker by the second. Lu Fan's instincts spike. This is bad. Really bad. That energy isn't just some lingering magic. It's a warning. Whatever they thought was over isn't. As everyone watches, holding their breath, Liluo's eyes flutter open one last time. His voice is weak, barely holding on, but there's urgency behind it. He begs him to go, tells him worse things are coming, things they aren't ready for. Shinkai shakes her head, gripping him tighter, desperate to believe it's not too late. She pleads with him to stay, promising they'll fix it, that he'll be okay, that somehow this nightmare will end with him still here. But the fight is already over. Liluo's strength slips away. His hand, once wrapped around hers, falls limply to the ground. And just like that, he's gone. Shinkai's scream cuts through the air, raw and jagged. It's the sound of someone breaking from the inside out. She clutches his body like she can hold him here if she just tries hard enough, but nothing changes. He's not coming back. Through the tears, her voice drops to a whisper. She says that, even if it was only for a moment, she got her Liluo back. Just for a few precious seconds. And that's all she's left with. A goodbye that came far too soon. Shinkai was completely wrecked, sobbing over Liluo's body. Lu Fan stayed close, quietly trying to comfort her, but Captain Lu Fei wasn't about to let his guard down. Scanning the area, he shot Lu Fan a serious glance and said, "Look, we appreciate you and Black Dragon Xiaoyi saving us, but Li Luo's situation is way off. We need to get back to camp. Fast." But Lu Fan wasn't in a rush. He knew Shinkai needed a moment to grieve. He told Captain Lu Fei as much, explaining that she was mourning hard over Li Luo. Before they could even think about moving, a strange purple glow started pulsing from Li Luo's body. Yep, just when they thought it was over, Li Luo stirred up more trouble. Captain Lu Fei's eyes widened. "You're telling me he's still alive?" Lu Fan wasted no time. Sword in hand, he zeroed in on the problem. The energy of the fallen corpse was still clinging to Li Luo and was now racing straight toward the blood moon. No way Lu Fan was letting that happen. He dashed forward and, with a single clean strike, split the energy apart. What dropped next? A crystal, dark, eerie, and giving off an odd sense of gratitude. Holding the crystal, Lu Fan couldn't help but wonder, was this the same sacred essence Charles once had? And if so, dimming hidden power or something worse? Becoming a servant of the ancient god? Maybe? Captain Lu Fei wasn't thrilled about the idea either. He shot a glance at the crystal and asked if hauling around something that creepy was even safe. But Lu Fan's mind was already spinning. Was this what happened to Charles? Did he swear loyalty to the ancient god too? And Li Luo's last words kept echoing. "Serve me, and I'll grant you power beyond imagination as a servant of the gods." Shaking off the thought, Lu Fan came to a decision. They'd hand the crystal over to Duke Jinbei. Better in his hands than theirs. Captain Lu Fei agreed. But first, all eyes turned back to Shinkai. She was quietly digging through the snow, carving out a grave for Li Luo. Captain Lu Fei suggested they give her some time, but Lu Fan stepped in. "No," he said. "Let's help her." And together, they worked in silence, digging a resting place. Shinkai gently placed Li Luo inside, setting his necklace and badge with him before covering it up. When it was done, Shinkai stood back, pushed her glasses up, and straightened her posture. "Strong sister Shinkai," she said, as if reminding herself who she was. The mood lifted. Captain Lu Fei gave the signal, and just like that, the team took off on their eagles, soaring back toward Team 78's camp. Things took a wild turn the next afternoon when Lu Fan met up with Duke Jinbei to hand over the crystal. The moment Duke Jinbei laid eyes on it, he froze. He knew exactly what this was. Lu Fan laid out his theory. The ancient god servants weren't just random people. There were rules. The corpse's essence could create mindless slaves out of anything, but actual servants? Only beings with intelligence could fill that role. That meant when Li Luo fell under the corpse's control, he wasn't just some puppet. He had basically become a servant of the ancient god itself, with the god having the final say. Duke Jinbei leaned in, clearly interested. He added his own piece to the puzzle. Lately, there had been whispers about cults spreading through over a dozen countries. Fanatics claiming they had the god's blessings, working from the shadows, all gearing up for some kind of awakening. That hit Lu Fan hard. If the rumors were real, then that meant over a dozen ancient gods might be waking up. Not exactly the kind of news you want over afternoon tea. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan started connecting the dots. First question on his mind, how many members of the Griffin squad were still missing? Duke Jinbei confirmed there were quite a few they hadn't been able to track down. That was all Lu Fan needed to hear. His theory? Those missing soldiers might already be corpse slaves. To prevent total disaster, he suggested putting out a bounty to find them before things spiraled out of control. The reality of it all weighed on Duke Jinbei. These weren't just soldiers. They were his brothers, men who had fought beside him. Now, they might be the enemy. Lu Fan placed a hand on his shoulder and said what needed to be said. There weren't any good answers, only necessary ones. Then came the big question, what were they supposed to do with the crystal? Lu Fan already had a plan. He wanted to run a little experiment. But don't worry, no humans involved. His test subjects? His dragons. Duke Junbei immediately shot him a look. You're planning to use that thing on your dragon? Lu Fan just smiled. Relax, senior. I'm not talking about my 5 dragons. That got Duke Junbei's attention. Hold on. You mean you have more dragons? Cut to a wide, open field where Lu Fan and Duke Junbei set up their little experiment. Of course, Duke Junbei couldn't help poking at Lu Fan, pressing him for details about these other dragons. Lu Fan explained it casually, like it was no big deal. 2 of the 5 dragons aren't exactly mine in the usual sense. They're more like summons that show up when my dragons call on them. That stopped Duke Junbei in his tracks. Wait, so your pets come with backup? Mind blown. Without wasting time, Lu Fan called over Jade Dragon Xiaofei and asked her to summon the twin flying dragon kings. Moments later, the sky shook with a roar as the twin flying dragons descended, majestic as ever. What made them special? They had the ability to summon identical versions of themselves, perfectly matching the summoner's level. Duke Junbei could hardly believe it. Xiaofei didn't just summon them. They were completely loyal to her. The whole thing was next level. Still, Duke Junbei wasn't sold on the plan. Seriously? Why not test this on something a little less dangerous? Lu Fan just laughed. Relax. These flying dragon kings are actually the weakest of the 5 dragons. If something goes sideways, we can handle it and bring them back later. With that, Lu Fan held up the crystal, thinking through his next move. The plan was simple. Have one of the dragons swallow it. He tossed the crystal toward one of the twins, and without hesitation, the dragon snapped it up. Within seconds, things changed fast. The dragon's scales darkened, a sinister purple glow wrapped around its body, and the ground trembled under its roar. Even Xiaofei looked caught off guard. Duke Junbei wasn't about to wait around and see what happened next. He drew his weapon, ready to step in. Lu Fan, we deal with it now, or we're in serious trouble. But Lu Fan raised a hand to stop him. Hold on, not yet. One of the twin dragons let out a thunderous roar, while its counterpart was consumed by the purple aura. Lu Fan quickly picked up on it. The transformation wasn't complete. Ending them now wouldn't solve anything. Then things escalated. Duke Junbei saw the change speeding up and pushed Lu Fan again to act. Instead, Lu Fan turned to Xiaofei. It's your move. See if you can pull them back. Xiaofei wasted no time. She unleashed Emerald Light, a powerful blessing that cleanses, debuffs, and boosts her allies' strength. Radiant light flooded the field, clashing against the dark energy wrapping around the dragons. For a few tense moments, no one moved. The purple aura held strong, but Xiaofei didn't let up. Bit by bit, her divine light pushed back, steady and relentless. Duke Junbei watched closely. You think this is actually going to work? Before Lu Fan could answer, the dragons let out another roar. But this time, they weren't raging. They lowered their heads, bowing to Xiaofei. Just like that, they broke free. The power of the ancient god was still inside them, but they hadn't lost themselves. They weren't mindless slaves. They had absorbed the strength without surrendering their will. The system update rolled in, and with it came some crazy news. The fallen corpse demon dragon had hit level 22, unlocking some seriously overpowered abilities. Elemental Dragon Breath Demon, a magical breath attack that could revive fallen enemies as demon dragon puppets. Soul Charge Demon Dragon, aura armor that blocked 99% of incoming damage and bounced enemy skills right back at them. Dragon Tongue Magic, a devastating spell that replaced the standard dragon breath with something even more destructive. Duke Junbei was floored but also relieved. Turns out, Lu Fan's theory about the ancient god's essence was right on the money. The experiment worked. Thanks to Jade Dragon Xiaofei, the twin dragons were back under control, and the ancient god's influence had been wiped clean. Lu Fan, always looking for his next move, was already itching to test out these new skills in action. But before he could get too far ahead of himself, he checked in with Duke Junbei. So, we still got that mission to handle? Duke Junbei nodded. The job wasn't finished. They still had to investigate the ruins tied to the ancient god's awakening. The following morning, the squad pushed on through the snow. As they left the worst of the blizzard behind, Shunkai pointed ahead, her curiosity piqued by a glow on the horizon. Sure enough, the storm gave way to a breathtaking scene. A massive, crystal-clear lake under open skies, the whole area shining like something out of a dream. As they touched down, Captain Lu Fei noticed something half-buried nearby. A giant chain stretched out under the snow, and no one could tell what it might be connected to. Lu Chongkong suggested they follow it. With any luck, it would lead them straight to the ruins Li Luo had mentioned. Meanwhile, Lu Fan felt a familiar tug from his system. The signal was clear. They just stumbled onto a treasure map location. Digging through the snow, Lu Fan uncovered a blue dragon egg. The 4th egg, still perfectly intact. Safe. But that wasn't all. His sharp eyes caught sight of something else tucked beneath the snow. He brushed it off, popped it open, and there it was, a box holding an epic-level skill book, Dragon Language Resonance Magic. Not your average loot. This was next level. The skill required level 35, but Lu Fan was already scheming. With this, his magic would hit a whole new tier, and once the blue dragon hatched, game over. On top of that, he was already making mental notes to contact Sister Diakyu from Tianhua Auction House. He needed a pet slot expansion scroll, and she was just the person to make it happen. Later, while the rest of the group kept moving, Lu Fan lagged behind, admiring the egg and daydreaming about his future dragon lineup. Shinkai and Lu Changkong noticed him falling back and wandered over. Shinkai raised an eyebrow and smirked. What's got you so distracted? Lu Changkong chimed in with a grin. Enjoying the view all by yourself? Caught red-handed, Lu Fan quickly tucked the egg and book out of sight, flashing a nervous smile. Oh, nothing. Just taking in the scenery. But Lu Fan, being Lu Fan, couldn't leave it at small talk. He shifted the mood, glancing out over the endless glacial lake and wondering aloud if there might be an entirely new region waiting on the other side. Captain Lu Fei jumped in, reminding everyone just how enormous the far north really was. The place stretched for miles inland, with the Blood Moon mountain range running over 1,000 miles long. Lu Fan tucked that detail away, piecing together a theory. What if the Blood Moon wasn't just some natural phenomenon? What if it was under the control of the ancient gods, or worse, a weapon forged by them? Shinkai tried to picture it, joking about some colossal ancient god, chained to the moon like a mountain come to life. Before the mood could turn too grim, Lu Changkong clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder and grinned. Enough guessing. Let's follow this chain and find out what's waiting on the other side. But Captain Lu Fei wasn't about to let them charge in without a second thought. He shot Lu Changkong a look. Careful. Remember what happened last time you acted on impulse. Lu Fan stepped up, offering to scout ahead. Captain Lu Fei hesitated, but eventually nodded. Fine, but don't take any unnecessary risks. With that, Lu Fan summoned Black Dragon Xiaoyi in her full destroyer form, radiating molten lava energy that lit up the snowy landscape. The squad couldn't help but be impressed. This was no ordinary dragon. This was a force of nature. As the team set up camp to rest, Shinkai called out to Lu Fan, telling him to watch himself out there. Lu Fan gave a quick nod. I'll signal once the coast is clear. Then he was off, flying over the vast lake with Xiaoyi. 2 hours passed, but the chain they were following still didn't end. Just as Lu Fan was wondering how much farther it stretched, his system hit him with a warning. You have entered the Fallen Corpse Ruins realm. Yeah, not exactly comforting. Right away, Lu Fan recognized the place from the Star-Spangled Kingdom's research. The clues all lined up. This had to be connected to the sacred temple and the people who had turned into sacred slaves. The puzzle pieces were coming together, and none of it looked good. That's when Black Dragon Xiaoyi stopped cold mid-air, letting out a deafening roar. Lu Fan scanned the ground and spotted it. A massive black coffin buried beneath the snow. His system had nothing to say, except for a single line of text. The mystery of the Fallen Corpse Ruins. Whatever was down there, Xiaoyi could feel it. She thrashed, roaring wildly, clearly disturbed by the shadow creeping around the coffin. Lu Fan knew immediately. This wasn't just some forgotten relic. Whatever was inside that coffin, it was alive, and it had noticed them. No hesitation. Lu Fan ordered Xiaoyi to fall back, activating his spiritual wind ring to crank up their speed. They tore through the skies, the shadow lingering behind them like a threat they couldn't shake. It was a close call, but eventually the lake came back into view, and Lu Fan finally breathed a little easier. They made it out. For now. When Lu Fan finally made it back to the group, it was clear something was off. He looked rattled, and Lu Changkong rushed over, eager to hear what he'd found. But Lu Fan didn't waste time sugarcoating anything. His voice was flat, serious. He told them about the Fallen Corpse Ruins and the terrifying presence buried deep beneath the snow. The whole team went quiet, trying to process what they'd just heard. Lu Fan didn't leave any room for doubt. They needed to get out. Now, Lu Changkong blinked, stunned. What could be so dangerous that even you had to back off? Whatever answer he expected, it wasn't this. After Lu Fan laid it all out, nobody argued. They activated the teleportation system and got out of there as fast as they could. The tension followed them all the way back to camp. Once they landed in the office, all eyes turned to the big screen. Duke Shunbei wasted no time breaking it down. Black coffin, shadows under the ice, chains running through the snow. None of it was good. He reminded the team what had happened to the Morgan family. If they poked the wrong thing out there, not a single one of them would make it out alive. Lu Fan backed him up. He explained how the whole area felt locked down by something ancient, something that shouldn't be disturbed. Even Black Dragon Xiaoyi, who normally never flinched, was barely holding it together. That alone was enough to tell them how bad this really was. Duke Junbei didn't hesitate. He marked the frozen lake as a forbidden zone and shut down every special route in the region. Captain Luffy got his orders to alert Dragon City's scholars immediately. Team 78? Their isolation mission was officially over. Their new job was supporting the scholars who'd be researching the ruins. Then Duke Junbei turned to Lu Fan and dropped the real surprise. In front of everyone, he praised Lu Fan for leading the team to such a major discovery in under a month. As a reward, he presented him with the Griffin Corps Silver Military Merit Medal. No small thing. This was one of the highest honors out there, and only a select few had ever earned it. Lu Fan tried to brush it off, saying he hadn't been in the Griffin Corps long enough to deserve something that big. But Duke Junbei shut that down fast. He told Lu Fan to take the medal. Someday, after graduation, it might just open doors for him if he decided to stick around. Lu Fan finally accepted, and the whole squad couldn't help but cheer him on. Captain Lu Fei laughed, joking that if Lu Fan joined up, he might end up taking orders from him. Lu Chongkong crossed his arms, pretending to sulk. Man, now I'm getting jealous. How do you get promoted this fast? Shun Kai just shook his head with a grin and muttered, "TC, what a shame." The celebration didn't last long. Once the team dispersed, Duke Junbei quietly pulled Lu Fan aside. He handed over a thick book, telling him it was time to start preparing for the national trials. With barely 2 weeks left on the clock, Lu Fan knew it was time to shift gears and get ready to head back to Dragon City Academy. Meanwhile, trouble was already stirring across the border in Taichi Nation. Deep in the forest, Jin Chenghan, brother of the princess, was up to something twisted. By his side slithered an abyss crawler, not even fully grown but already terrifying. And to help it grow, Jin Chenghan casually unleashed it on a nearby family, sacrificing them without a second thought. Chun Tianji, an old family ally, tried to step in, but Jin Chenghan shrugged him off like it was nothing. Just sacrifices, he scoffed, as if the people meant absolutely nothing. Princess Jinju could only watch, horrified and helpless, trailing behind her brother with no power to stop him, disgusted by his cruelty. But the chaos wasn't limited to Taichi Nation. All over the continent, the stage for the national trials was being set. In Hung Nation, Kira met with the other leaders, plotting strategies. Alongside him were Wei Ji of Han Nation and Yasenlai of South Nation. Together, their four-nation alliance felt unbeatable. This year, they were aiming straight for the top. Over in Snow Nation, Andre was finishing up some light training by slaying a demon near an active volcano. When news of the trials reached him, he barely blinked. With a smirk, he welcomed the challenge, ready to show the world what he was made of. And on the ruins of Sacred Mountain Temple, Charles Morgan of Star Stripes Nation stood tall, looking down over the wreckage as if the whole world already belonged to him. Invincible, he declared. That's what I'll be at the trials. Back at camp, 2 days flew by while Lu Fan dove into the materials Duke Junbei had given him. When it was finally time to leave, the team gathered to see him off. Lu Chongkong couldn't resist poking fun. So what's the plan? Going for first place. Shun Kai laughed, promising to cheer him on from afar. Captain Lu Fei gave him a firm nod. Time to move on. The team's in good hands, thanks to you. Before Lu Fan left, Duke Junbei shared one last bit of advice. Make the most of your abilities out there. With Mountain Summoning and the Fallen Corpse Dragon at your side, you've got more than a fighting chance. Lu Fan nodded, promising to give it everything he had. By the next morning, Lu Fan was back at Dragon City Academy. First stop, the Vice Principal's office. He knocked on the door, stepping in with the usual respect. Inside, Vice Principal Zhao welcomed him like an old friend, shaking his hand enthusiastically. With the principal away, Zhao was temporarily running things, and clearly enjoying the spotlight. Standing beside him were two figures who instantly commanded attention. Shadow Guards Yu and Jun, sent by higher authorities to protect the delegates traveling to the T Empire. These weren't just any guards. These two were on a whole different level, far beyond even the Griffin Regiment. Zhao couldn't help but point out how much attention the higher-ups were putting on this year's national trials. Lu Fan, never one to miss an opportunity, casually asked if Zhao would join him on a trip to Taichi Nation. Zhao agreed without much hesitation, but mentioned the principal wouldn't be back for another 10 days. No problem there. He'd already lined up a private plane, and they'd be taking off the next afternoon. While they shared a pot of tea, Zhao leaned in with an offer. Anything Lu Fan needed, the Academy would provide. Simple as that. So naturally, Lu Fan didn't hold back. I want a pet slot expansion scroll. Zhao nearly choked, spilling tea all over the table. He scrambled to clean up the mess, shaking his head. You really know how to pick the impossible. We're fresh out of those. Still, he assured Lu Fan that his schedule was his own. The Shadow Guards wouldn't be hovering, and he was free to do as he pleased until departure. Later on, Lu Fan headed over to meet up with his close friends, and the reunion did not disappoint. The moment he walked through the door, Sister Hank practically launched herself at him, hugging him tight and tearing up as she told him how much she'd missed him. Qinxiu jumped in right after. "We've been waiting since last night for you to show up." Lu Fan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, admitting that Vice Principal Zhao had probably let it slip he was back. "And here I am, empty-handed. Didn't bring anyone a gift." They laughed it off and dragged him over to the dining table, which was packed with food. Sister Hank beamed. "I made all this just for you. Figured you'd had enough of that awful far north food." Lu Fan grinned. "You have no idea. I missed Auntie's cooking the most." As they ate, Qinxiu kept the questions coming, wanting every detail about his time in the far north. Lu Fan didn't hold back, sharing story after story, demon battles, forbidden ruins, everything they'd been dying to hear. At some point, Lu Fan pulled out a bracelet he'd been working on. It was meant as a gift for his senior sister. Xiaoman spotted it immediately. "Oh, who's the lucky girl?" Caught off guard, Lu Fan fumbled to hide it. It's nothing like that." Kim smirked. Sure. We all know it's for your senior sister." The teasing kept going until Aunt Hank stepped in to rescue him. "Enough of that. Lu Fan, make sure you're back early tomorrow night. We're all going out." Later that evening, Lu Fan found himself standing at the old training grounds where his elder sister had once pushed him to his limits. The place felt empty without her, and memories flooded back. How she introduced him to Sister Diakiyu in the Tianhua auction house. How she always had his back. Feeling nostalgic, he pulled out his communicator and called Diakiyu. She picked up with a teasing tone. "Calling me this late? You must be blushing over there." Lu Fan chuckled. "Come on, I just want to know if there's been any news about my senior sister." Diakiyu paused for a moment before answering. "She left for some personal matters. But don't worry, she didn't forget about you. Left something behind at the auction house. Come by when you get the chance." Later that night, Lu Fan made his way to the Tianhua auction house. Sister Diakiyu welcomed him with her usual playful grin, immediately poking fun at him. "Look at you, rolling with shadow guards now. Someone's moving up in the world." Lu Fan just shrugged it off. "They're just doing their job. They don't get in the way." Diakiyu led him to a private room, and without much build-up, revealed the real reason he'd come. A gift left behind by his senior sister. She carefully presented a flowing meteorite sword, and the moment Lu Fan laid eyes on it, he knew it wasn't ordinary. Level 30, 256 strength, 204 agility. And the kicker? Flame enhancement, boosting fire skills by 50% while storing up damage for an extra, devastating attack. Lu Fan picked it up, and the power practically hummed through his hands. One look at the craftsmanship, and he knew this had been made just for him. Diakiyu couldn't help but smile. She really put some thought into this one, but she wasn't finished. Next came a magma burst skill book, another rare find. The skill was brutal, turning targets into molten magma and dishing out massive damage. A perfect match for his arsenal, especially with the national trials coming up. Then came the final piece, a letter. Diakiyu teased, "What's this?" "A love letter." Lu Fan smirked and unfolded it. His senior sister's words were simple but carried weight. She explained she'd left unexpectedly, but hoped these gifts would push him forward in the trials. She reminded him of his promise, to give her something that could melt the ice. Lu Fan carefully folded the letter and thanked Diakiyu for taking care of it all. Before leaving, he tossed out a hopeful question. "Any chance you've got a pet slot expansion scroll lying around?" Diakiyu shook her head. "Those are super rare. Hunters pick them up fast. We barely ever see one come through." Lu Fan wasn't too bothered. "No scrolls for now. Guess it's time to focus on leveling up Xingqian and hold off on hatching the blue dragon egg." Diakiyu promised to keep an eye out for any scrolls or dragon-related spellbooks and would contact him the moment something popped up. With that, Lu Fan headed out into the night, shadow guards trailing quietly behind. But his mind wasn't resting. If he wanted to stay ahead in the national trials, he'd need more than strategy. He needed levels, and Xingqian needed serious training. The far north sharpened my military skills, he thought, but now it's time to push my power even further. As he approached home, he spotted someone waiting under the moonlight. Jianying stood on the path, arms crossed, smirking. "Wow, you look pretty relaxed for someone with a big competition coming up." Lu Fan grinned right back. "What are you doing out here alone?" Jianying didn't waste time. "Simple. Before you head overseas, I want a sparring match. Just you and me." Lu Fan, never one to back down from a challenge, agreed without hesitation. Perfect timing, he thought, eager to put the flowing meteorite sword to the test. They made their way to the training hall at Dragon Capital Academy, where Jianying wasted no time drawing her blade, her eyes sharp and ready. Lu Fan unsheathed his new sword, the fiery glow instantly filling the room. Jianying smirked. "Don't get too comfortable just because you've got some fancy new gear. Let's see what all that far north training really did for you." The match kicked off fast. Jianying launched a series of quick, precise strikes, but Lu Fan's new weapon responded like it was reading his mind. Every movement felt effortless. This sword, it's on a whole different level, he thought. Activating Wicked Surge, Lu Fan surrounded the blade in a layer of burning energy, boosting his attack with every swing. Jian Ying raised an eyebrow, noticing the power stacking with each hit. Big Sister really nailed it, Lu Fan thought, locking into the rhythm of the fight. This sword's a perfect match. Might be time to retire the permanent dragon scale sword for good. Jian Ying pushed back with Army Breaker Great Squad, her heavy strikes forcing the pace, but Lu Fan kept control, deflecting each blow with ease. No matter how hard she pressed, he stayed ahead. Finally, he decided to end it. With one move, Mountain Shaker erupted, a crushing attack that slammed into Jian Ying, draining her health and leaving her on the ground, breathless but grinning. "You're on a whole new level," she admitted, catching her breath. "First place to the national trials? I'm calling it now." The next morning came faster than anyone wanted. Lu Fan's friends and family gathered to see him off. Sister Han hovered nearby, fussing like usual. "Don't forget to eat properly, and stay safe out there." Xiaoman smiled. "We'll be cheering you on from here. You're not alone." Aunt Hank sent him off with a wave and a wish for smooth travels. Lu Fan thanked them all, feeling the weight of their support as he boarded the transport with Vice Principal Zhao. As they made their way to the airport, Zhao reminded him what this really meant. "This is your shot, Lu Fan. The national trials are your stage to prove yourself. Make it count." Lu Fan nodded, already locking in his mindset. "This is my chance. I won't waste it." When they arrived, Zhao casually mentioned that the Dragon Nation Overseer was already waiting for them. That caught Lu Fan's attention. "The Overseer? Who is it?" Zhao explained how every nation assigns an Overseer, not just to enforce the rules, but to make sure everything behind the scenes stays in check. As they entered the terminal, Lu Fan noticed it immediately. The air shifted. Shadow guards knelt without hesitation. Respect, fear, pressure. Something wasn't normal. Zhao leaned in quietly. "Careful. Watch your words. And your attitude." The Overseer stepped forward, commanding the entire room with just his presence. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to rise. His gaze locked on Lu Fan. "Dragon Nation's representative," he said, as if measuring every part of him. For a moment, Lu Fan felt it, a tension he couldn't quite place. This Overseer wasn't just here to watch the trials. There was more to this story. Much more. Vice Principal Zhao's eyes widened in shock when he noticed Overseer Han himself waiting to receive them. Recognizing the rare honor, Zhao quickly stepped forward to express his gratitude. But Elder Han simply smiled, brushing it off as a gesture of respect owed to representatives of the state. With a wave toward Lu Fan, Zhao introduced him as a second-tier professional from the prestigious Dragon Capital Academy, also pointing out Lu Fan's rare dual roles as both a beast rider and tamer. Hearing this, Lu Fan stiffened, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. He'd met Elder Han before. Zhao was clearly surprised, but Elder Han just laughed softly, confirming they had indeed crossed paths. He praised Lu Fan, mentioning the impressive dragon now under his command, and compared him to the legendary figures of old. With a nod of approval, Elder Han said he believed Lu Fan would surely bring honor to the Dragon Empire during the national trials. Lu Fan bowed deeply, genuinely grateful for the recognition, and promised to live up to the Overseer's expectations. Before leaving, Elder Han shared a bit of advice, reminding Lu Fan that he had a good relationship with Tu Jing. If anything ever went wrong, Lu Fan should seek Tu Jing's help first, and if that didn't solve it, Elder Han himself would step in. With that, Elder Han got into his car, his bodyguard holding the door open. Just before the vehicle pulled away, he reminded them to get ready for the evening banquet. As the car disappeared down the road, Lu Fan turned to Vice Principal Zhao. "Is Elder Han really one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Empire?" he asked. Zhao nodded. "That's right. His influence runs deep across the entire empire." The confirmation left Lu Fan stunned. The 3 elders held power greater than even the dukes, making decisions that shaped the fate of the nation. But what puzzled him most was how Elder Han carried himself. There was none of the overwhelming aura or sharp edge of a top-tier fighter. Still curious, Lu Fan voiced his thoughts, wondering aloud if Elder Han might be hiding his true strength. Zhao chuckled and explained that Elder Han's strength wasn't about combat. His true power came from his unmatched wisdom and the vast network of influence he controlled. Though still in his early 40s, Elder Han had enough sway to change the future of the entire Dragon Empire. Zhao continued, explaining that while combat strength earned admiration, it wasn't the only kind of power that mattered. Among the 3 elders, only one was rumored to have a combat profession, and even that was whispered to have reached the rare 5th tier. Another focused entirely on enhancement, offering little in direct battle, yet still stood as one of the Empire's greatest pillars. Elder Han, Zhao said, was living proof that true power often worked quietly, hidden well beyond brute force. And if that wasn't enough, Zhao added, there were the legendary swords. These elite bodyguards, known across the empire for their unmatched swordsmanship, had pledged themselves to Elder Han personally. Their presence alone spoke volumes about the level of respect and influence he commanded. Hearing all this, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The stories about the three elders always felt like distant legends, but now, standing so close to one of them, he realized just how little anyone truly knew. Their power wasn't something you measure by strength alone. It ran deeper, through wealth, strategy, and the quiet control of the Empire's fate. A small smile tugged at the corner of Lu Fan's mouth. Elder Han's calm, unassuming nature suddenly made perfect sense. There were lessons to be learned from people like him, lessons that went far beyond the battlefield. Just as this thought settled in his mind, the car slowed to a stop, pulling his focus to the scene outside. It was impossible to miss. What waited for them wasn't just an arrival. It was a full-blown event. Crowds of reporters and curious onlookers had gathered in force, their excitement filling the air. Cameras flashed non-stop, and the buzz of eager voices rolled like waves across the street, all of them hoping for a glimpse of the Dragon Nation's representative. Stepping out of the car, Lu Fan barely had a moment to adjust before the crowd closed in. Vice Principal Zhao stuck close by his side, helping to shield him from the surge of reporters. The questions came fast and relentless. Microphones were pushed toward him from every angle. Everyone wanted to know how he managed to control a dragon, each reporter trying to get their voice heard over the others. Some pressed him about the rumored conflict with the Jin family. Others demanded to know his thoughts on the championship and whether the Dragon Nation was prepared to hold onto its title this year. As the flood of questions raged on, Lu Fan's thoughts drifted back to Elder Han. Compared to the quiet, hidden power of the elders, this chaotic attention felt almost absurd. Still, it reminded him just how much weight his own actions now carried. Glancing around at the spectacle in front of the hotel, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel at how far he'd come from his early days in Jin City. The whole scene felt more like a traveling circus than a formal welcome. Vice Principal Zhao, calm as ever, raised his voice above the crowd, firmly announcing that interviews would have to wait. His words cut through the chaos, and with the help of the bodyguards clearing the way, the commotion slowly died down. Before long, Lu Fan was safely inside the hotel and finally able to catch his breath in the quiet of his room. By evening, the dining hall was buzzing with conversation as more representatives continued to arrive. As the room filled with chatter, Lu Fan casually mentioned the crowd of reporters outside, joking about how even a short walk felt impossible with all the attention. Zhao, always thinking ahead, advised him to stay inside where it was calm. Stepping out into that mess, he said, wouldn't do anyone any good. As Lu Fan glanced around the hall, another thought crossed his mind. He turned to Zhao and asked about Charles, the representative from the Star-Spangled Empire. Why hadn't he shown up yet? Zhao just smirked, explaining that those from the Star-Spangled Nation were known for cutting it close, often arriving right before the competition kicked off. Before Lu Fan could think much more about it, his gaze shifted toward the front of the room, where Jin Shenghan sat quietly observing. Not far from him, the overseer of the Taichi Nation, Jin Zion, rose from his seat and began walking over. Lu Fan's mind immediately wondered, was he heading straight for Elder Han? Sure enough, Jin Zion introduced himself to Elder Han with a respectful handshake, addressing him formally as the overseer of this year's national trials. Elder Han returned the gesture with a calm smile and a steady handshake, his quiet authority filling the space without effort. Almost instantly, whispers rippled through the hall. Everyone had noticed. Murmurs spread as people speculated about Elder Han's identity. Some questioned if he was truly one of the famed three elders of the Dragon Empire, while others pointed out the figure standing nearby, guessing that it had to be one of the legendary four swords guarding him. The excitement only grew as someone in the crowd mentioned spotting Elder Han at a global summit in the Roman nation. It was clear to everyone, the Dragon Empire wasn't holding back this year. They had come prepared, and the weight of that realization hung in the air, setting the tone for the competition ahead. Elder Han returned to his seat with the same composed grace he always carried. Lu Fan noticed and gestured toward an empty spot, inviting him to sit. The subtle exchange didn't go unnoticed. Guests traded glances, quietly speculating about Lu Fan's connection to such an influential figure within the empire. But the curiosity soon gave way to excitement as the evening's main event began, the grand banquet that marked the official start of the national trials. This banquet was more than just a meal. It was a display of prestige, meant to highlight the host nation's unity and generosity. Laughter and conversation filled the hall as guests admired the setting, confident the food would match the grandeur expected from a state-level event. But amid the lively atmosphere, Vice Principal Zhao leaned toward Lu Fan, lowering his voice as he offered a quiet heads-up. He suggested Lu Fan temper his expectations, hinting that the Tai Chi nation's cuisine might not quite compare to the refined standards of the Dragon Nation. Lu Fan nodded in understanding, though the warning left him both curious and slightly skeptical. When the first dishes arrived, it took everything Lu Fan had to keep his reaction in check. The food was plain and unremarkable, far from the lavish spread he'd envisioned. He couldn't help but wonder how something this modest was meant to represent a grand banquet. Though he said nothing, his thoughts didn't go unnoticed. Elder Han, as composed as ever, spoke up to offer some context. The Tai Chi nation, he explained, lacked the agricultural resources of its neighbors and depended heavily on its mineral exports. It made sense, but Lu Fan couldn't help thinking of his aunt's home-cooked meals. Simple, sure, but packed with flavor. This wasn't that. Before he could dwell on it much longer, a loud bang cut through the chatter. Andre, a competitor from Snow Nation seated nearby, slammed his fist on the table, making no effort to hide his frustration. His voice rang out as he complained about the small portions and uninspired dishes, his irritation spilling over into the once festive atmosphere. Standing behind him, a bald man tried to defuse the situation, quietly urging Andre to keep his cool. But Andre wasn't having it. As a level 60 hidden fighter, he wasn't used to holding his tongue. Adding fuel to the fire, Jin Shenghan glanced over and shook his head with a mocking smirk. Barbarians must have no taste, he quipped, his words sharp and deliberate. Andre shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly across the floor. He marched straight toward Jin Shenghan, demanding he repeat the insult to his face. The entire hall fell into a heavy silence. Tension crackled in the air as the two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Jin Shenghan's aura shifted, a faint purple glow rising around him, a clear sign he was more than ready for whatever came next. Before things could escalate further, Jin Zion, the overseer of the Tai Chi nation, stepped forward. Calm and authoritative, he positioned himself between the two, reminding Jin Shenghan that the trials hadn't even started yet. This wasn't the time or place for meaningless fights. At the same time, the bald man behind Andre spoke up again, his voice firm as he urged Andre to stand down. But the damage was done. Andre wasn't about to forget the insult. He pointed directly at Jin Shenghan, his voice cold as he warned him to watch his step. The message was clear. This wasn't over. They'd settle it in the trials. Jin Shenghan didn't flinch. He met Andre's fury with a cold, steady gaze and responded without hesitation, warning that if they crossed paths during the trials, he'd be more than ready. The tension lingered, thick and heavy, until Andre finally scoffed and turned away, his frustration boiling over. Fed up with both the meal and the brewing conflict, he announced loudly that he wouldn't be touching the food, and anyone was welcome to take a share or toss it out. Without another word, he stormed off. But just as he was making his exit, Andre slowed. His nose twitched. A mouth-watering aroma drifted through the hall, cutting straight through his frustration. Confused, he paused, scanning the room. The scent was rich and savory, impossible to ignore. Others noticed it too, the previous tension giving way to curious glances as the unexpected fragrance filled the air. Drawn in by the smell, Andre followed his nose straight to Lu Fan's table. He stopped, eyes narrowing as he pinpointed the source of the heavenly scent. At the table, Elder Han leaned back slightly, commenting with a rare note of approval about the incredible aroma, pointing out how it put the official banquet dishes to shame. Vice Principal Zhao, just as intrigued, turned to Lu Fan and asked with genuine surprise how he managed to get food that smelled this good. With an easy grin, Lu Fan explained that his aunt had prepared the meal for him before he left. Knowing the Tai Chi nation's food might not suit him, she made sure to send him off with something special to keep him going. By now, Andre had drifted right up to the table, breathing in the rich scent. Whatever anger he'd been carrying moments ago was already slipping away, replaced by curiosity and hunger. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but found himself momentarily speechless. Lu Fan laughed and gestured toward the food. Come on, give it a try. I promise it's miles better than whatever this so-called royal feast was supposed to be. Andre didn't need to be asked twice. Nodding eagerly, he accepted Lu Fan's offer. With a grateful grin, Lu Fan handed him a freshly steamed momo. Andre lifted it to his nose, inhaling deeply as the warm, savory aroma hit him full force. His eyes widened in surprise. This smells like happiness, he muttered half to himself. Lu Fan chuckled. No need to hold back. Eat as much as you want. Andre didn't hesitate. He took a seat beside Lu Fan and dug in, his mood improving with every bite. The flavors were everything the banquet had failed to deliver. Between mouthfuls, he couldn't stop praising the food, clearly savoring every taste. As they shared the meal, Lu Fan turned to Elder Han and Vice Principal Zhao, inviting them to try it too. Elder Han, amused by the growing excitement, decided to indulge his curiosity. He took a bite, and with the first taste, even he couldn't hide his satisfaction. From a spot nearby, Jin Shenghan watched the scene unfold, his irritation steadily growing. Seeing Andre, who had been ready to start a fight moments ago, now happily devouring Lu Fan's meal, while others whispered in approval, was enough to make his blood boil. The fact that Lu Fan's homemade food was stealing the spotlight from the Taichi nation's carefully prepared banquet only made it worse. His clenched fists rested tightly on the table, barely containing his frustration as he glared at the lively group. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhao, thoroughly enjoying each bite, couldn't help but sing Lu Fan's aunt's praises. He declared her a culinary genius, deserving of the highest recognition for her incredible cooking. The comment only deepened the scowl on Jin Shenghan's face, his mood darkening by the second. Jin Ziyan, noticing Cheng Han's rising temper, quickly intervened. He leaned over, placing a steady hand on his shoulder, quietly urging him to stay calm. The last thing they needed was another scene. With the tension threatening to bubble over, Jin Ziyan acted fast. He rose from his seat and cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the noise and drawing everyone's attention. But just as he was about to speak, a sharp beep from the sound system echoed through the hall. The sudden alert shifted the entire room's focus, signaling that something important was about to begin. Conversations died down, and anticipation filled the air. All eyes turned toward Jin Ziyan as he confidently stepped forward. With a quick press of a button on a remote, a large screen lit up, revealing the map and official rules for this year's national trials. The room quieted, every gaze locked on the detailed display as Jin Ziyan began his explanation. Lu Fan leaned in, studying the map closely. It was massive, far bigger than he'd expected. 9 unique regions, each crawling with dangerous beasts, sprawled across the display. His pulse quickened as he realized just how intense and long the competition would be. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to sharpen his skills and push himself to the next level. Jin Ziyan pointed out the details, explaining that this year's map was the largest in the event's history. The Taichi nation had handpicked 9 regions from around the world, each one filled with powerful beasts ranging from levels 50 to 80. Points would be awarded based on the strength and rarity of the creatures defeated. The more dangerous the beast, the greater the reward. But that wasn't all. Jin Ziyan then revealed a new twist: mission points. In addition to hunting beasts, each region would have its own unique missions. Completing these tasks would earn extra points, adding another layer of strategy to the trials. As the announcement sank in, murmurs of excitement spread through the hall. Lu Fan's expression hardened with focus. The random nature of the missions meant no one could predict what challenges lay ahead. And with only one mission allowed at a time, every choice would count. The tension in the room spiked when someone raised a pressing question. Had the demon in this trial been weakened, as was customary in past competitions? Jin Ziyan's response stunned the crowd. This time, the demon would appear at its full, original strength. Even the beast army guarding the Dark Tower remained untouched, making this year's trial the deadliest on record. A long-haired girl voiced the fear many were suddenly feeling. She nervously asked what might happen if the demon and its forces managed to escape the test zone, recalling the disaster decades ago when the same creature unleashed havoc on Taichi Nation, claiming millions of lives. Her words sent a ripple of unease through the hall. Andre, visibly shaken, tried to do the math in his head. As a level 60, even he figured they'd need at least 10 high-level fighters working together to stand a chance against something like that. But with all 23 participants focused on outmaneuvering one another, the idea of forming such a team felt like a fantasy. Just as the unease was about to swallow the room whole, Lu Fan calmly raised his hand. His question cut through the tension like a blade. With complete seriousness, he asked Jin Ziyan if defeating the Demon of the 9 Realms would come with a large point reward. For a moment, the hall fell into stunned silence. Eyes darted toward Lu Fan. Some thought he was joking. Others wondered if he really grasped just how impossible that task was. Jin Ziyan looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Whether he took Lu Fan's words as genuine curiosity or an attempt to lift the mood, he answered plainly. Yes, the demon was worth an extraordinary number of points, far more than anyone might expect. Every beast in the trial would award points, but the Demon of the 9 Realms? That was on an entirely different scale. With that, Jin Ziyan signaled the end of the session. If there were no more questions, the meeting was officially over. Slowly, the participants rose from their seats, many exchanging uneasy glances as they tried to process the overwhelming reality of what lay ahead. As the hall emptied, Elder Han turned to Vice Principal Zhao, suggesting it was best for Lu Fan to rest up. With a faint smile, he added that they'd reconvene tomorrow. Zhao agreed, and after a respectful bow, he and Lu Fan took their leave. Elder Han watched them go, his gaze lingering on Lu Fan. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he thought back to the bold question about the demon. It had been a long time since something or someone had caught his interest like this. This young man, he murmured to himself, might just make things interesting. Later that night, Lu Fan lay in his room, thoughts racing. The trial was shaping up to be far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Between the ancient beasts and the brutal reality that participants could eliminate each other for points, it was clear this wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about making it out alive. And while Jin Xinghan's next move remained uncertain, Lu Fan was almost sure of one thing. Kim Sung-han wouldn't hesitate to act first. Seeking answers, Lu Fan grabbed his phone and opened the trial rankings, hoping to size up the competition. As he scrolled through the predictions, his eyes widened in disbelief when he spotted his name. Right there under Dragon Nation, listed next to T1, was his own. For a moment, he just stared at the screen, stunned. He couldn't begin to understand how he'd ended up ranked that high. By the time morning sunlight slipped through the curtains, Lu Fan was still mulling it over. The faint glow of his phone lingered beside him, the rankings still pulled up from the night before. Stretching with a groggy sigh, he glanced at the list again. Seeing both his name and Jin Xinghan's sitting at the top felt ridiculous. He scoffed and shook his head, scrolling through the app with growing disbelief. For a list coming from a so-called reputable source, the rankings felt more like a bad joke than an actual prediction. But as he scanned through the names, one stood out. Musashi 10 from Sakura Nation. The moment Lu Fan saw it, a chill ran down his spine. That was a name he hadn't forgotten. Musashi wasn't just another contender. He was someone to keep an eye on. The thought stayed with him as he got ready, settling like a quiet warning in the back of his mind. Later that morning, the trials officially began. Energy buzzed through the air as participants gathered at their designated positions. A booming voice echoed across the arena, announcing the start of the national trials hosted by Taichi Nation. The crowd shifted, anticipation crackling as everyone waited for the competition to unfold. "Look to the sky," the voice commanded. Lu Fan and the others glanced upward, spotting a swirling blue vortex forming high above. It shimmered with streaks of light, spinning like a spiral of raw energy. The portal to the secret area was ready. Then, out of nowhere, the voice returned with an unexpected announcement. "The trials will not begin until everyone has liked this video." For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then, as if on cue, the entire group mimicked the action in unison, whether out of compliance or sheer amusement. The voice echoed again. "Perfect. Now that you've all liked it, the portal is open." With that, the participants moved forward as one. Lu Fan kept his focus, calm and steady. His mind was already turning, strategy after strategy, falling into place. The portal shimmered ahead, the true starting line to the trials. Without hesitation, he stepped into the vortex. Elsewhere, in a quiet villa, Lu Fan's teammates, Jianyang, Qinxiu, Xiaoman, and Hank, watched the broadcast closely. They tried to hide their nerves, but the tension was impossible to shake. They believed in Lu Fan's strength, but when the stakes were this high, even the most confident couldn't help but feel the weight of what was coming. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Fei, Lu Changkong, and Shun Kai watched the scene unfold, their eyes shining with anticipation. Their faith in Lu Fan is absolute, and they can't wait to see him take the lead. Off to the side, Duke Tujing lounges with a bottle of wine, completely at ease as he enjoys the unfolding chaos, the high-stakes atmosphere only adding to his amusement. Not far away, Vice Principal Zhao and Elder Han sit together in silence, their attention locked on the screens. Both are focused, quietly assessing every move. They know the real game begins the moment all participants step into the secret realm, and the rankings are about to shift at any second. As Lu Fan enters the secret area, a sharp, freezing wind greets him. The vast, icy landscape stretches endlessly in every direction. It's a place he knows all too well. The Far North National Testing Secret Area. He murmurs, recognizing the terrain immediately. The frozen wasteland may be brutal, but it's familiar ground. Glancing down at his watch, he checks the map and smirks. Right in the middle of the ice field. Not a bad starting point, he thinks. The cold is relentless, but at least he knows how to navigate this place. Still, a thicker jacket wouldn't have hurt. Looking around, Lu Fan notices something interesting. The rankings haven't moved yet. No one's earned any points. The field is wide open. It's like staring at a blank score sheet, and he's ready to fill it in on his own terms. With that thought, he takes his first step forward. The real challenge is just getting started, and he's more than ready to turn up the heat in this frozen land. His attention shifts back to the map on his watch. A task point lights up in the lower corner of the ice field. Target locked. He wastes no time, already piecing together his plan. A quick check of the live rankings and survivor count reminds him that the hunt is on. High scores make you a target, but Lu Fan isn't worried. If anyone comes looking for trouble, they'd better be ready for what he has in store. With a swift motion, Lu Fan launches into action. Power surges through him, his aura igniting as energy ripples around him. He calls out, and his two dragons, Xingqian and Xiaoya, respond immediately. Xingqian appears in a brilliant flash, while Xiaoya lets out a thunderous roar, shaking the ground as it makes its entrance. Lu Fan's eyes gleam with certainty. This is exactly the moment he's been waiting for. With his dragons by his side, everything is falling into place. Approaching them, he quickly runs through the plan in his mind. Turning to Xingqian, he asks if it's ready to sync up and evolve alongside Xiaoya. But before the words are even out, Xingqian leaps onto his shoulder without hesitation, its shimmering scales catching the light as it settles in. Lu Fan lets out a quiet laugh, shaking his head. "Do you ever listen?" he mutters, though there's no time to argue. In one smooth motion, he climbs onto Xiaoya's back. The massive dragon braces itself, its muscles tensing as it prepares for flight. Just as they're about to take off, a booming voice echoes from above. "Before you fly off, don't forget to subscribe. This journey's only getting started." Lu Fan smirks at the unexpected interruption, but doesn't let it break his focus. The rush of adrenaline is already pulsing through him. Xiaoya unleashes a thunderous roar, wings spreading wide before they cut through the air with a powerful gust. As they shoot into the sky, Lu Fan tightens his grip, the excitement of what's ahead sparking through his veins. The dark peak lies in wait, and he's ready for whatever it throws his way. Meanwhile, far across the secret realm, Jin Xinghan moves steadily through the blistering heat of a vast desert. The familiar landscape brings a grin to his face. "Back here again," he mutters, already adjusting to the scorching air and endless dunes stretching around him. With a simple gesture, Jin Xinghan summons his beasts. These aren't just ordinary creatures. They mirror pieces of him, eerie and fragmented, as if someone stitched together reflections of his own shadow. His skill, Fragmented Ambush, is as clever as it is unsettling. Bits of the abyss splinter off, scattering across the sand, each one settling into hidden spots to form a deadly web of traps and surprises. As the beasts skitter into place, their small legs kicking up sand, Jin Xinghan watches with satisfaction. In front of him, the system interface flashes to life, highlighting his ability stats. The Abyss Symbiosis effect stands out, his greatest weapon. As long as these creatures survive, they share their power with him. And if the worst happens, no problem. He can revive through any of them. 9 times, to be exact. Jin Xinghan chuckles to himself. "Practically immortal," he says, the thought lingering as his voice carries through the empty desert. Of course, no one answers. Not that he'd expect the desert to laugh back. Just as Jin Xinghan was savoring the thought of his unbeatable advantage, a sword sliced through the air with terrifying speed. In an instant, one of his summoned beasts was struck clean through the head, collapsing into the sand and vanishing without a trace. Jin Xinghan's gaze snapped toward the attacker, Musashi 10, the representative from Sakura Nation. With a smug grin, Musashi called out mockingly, "Looks like you're down to 8 lives." Jin Xinghan's expression darkened. His hands clenched at his sides as he stared at the scattered remains of his fallen summon. The audacity of the attack left him speechless for a moment. Weren't they supposed to be allies? What was Musashi thinking? Grinding his teeth, he demanded an explanation, accusing Musashi outright of breaking their agreement. A system notification popped up, flashing Musashi's details. Musashi 10, Sakura nationality, level 61, class, Demon Samurai. But Jin Xinghan barely glanced at it. His focus stayed locked on Musashi, who stood there as if nothing out of the ordinary had just happened. Completely unfazed, Musashi slid his sword back into its sheath and shrugged. He claimed he was just testing whether killing one of Jin Xinghan's summons would net him any points. Like it was nothing, like it was some casual experiment. Jin Xinghan let out a sharp scoff and pointed directly at him. "If you're so eager for points, why didn't you go after Lu Fan?" he snapped. His frustration boiled over as he reminded Musashi that taking out one of his summons wasn't just a cheap shot, it directly chipped away at his survival chances. He jabbed an accusing finger at him, demanding to know what kind of nonsense was running through his head. But Musashi stayed as calm as ever, barely blinking at the outburst. "You've still got 8 left," he replied with a shrug, like it wasn't even worth the argument. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he tossed out a half-hearted offer to make up for it. Something about a boss fight as compensation, as though that would somehow even the score. Jin Xinghan exhaled slowly, forcing himself to let it go. Arguing was pointless. With an irritated wave of his hand, he told Musashi to move aside. But Musashi wasn't going anywhere. He tagged along without a hint of shame, grinning as he reminded Jin Xinghan not to leave his teammate behind. As they pressed on, Musashi dropped an unexpected bit of info. Apparently, Jin Zion had secretly teleported him into this area, slipping past the Overseer's radar just to keep their alliance intact. With a mischievous grin, Musashi added, "So you better protect me." Jin Shinghan shot Musashi a sharp glare, warning him to keep his voice down before the Overseer caught wind of their conversation. Lowering his tone, he laid out the plan. Their alliance wasn't just for show, it had been arranged by the committee. As for Lu Fan, Jin Shinghan made it clear he'd take care of him personally. Musashi's job was to handle the Black Dragon, Xiaoya. Then, shifting to a more serious note, Jin Shinghan finally revealed something he'd been keeping to himself. "There's one detail Jin Zion didn't share about the Dark Spire," he said. He explained that the spire wasn't fixed in place. It moved randomly across the map. Worse still, if it detected a participant, it wouldn't hesitate to attack. Musashi's smugness vanished in an instant. "And you just now telling me this?" he snapped. Realization hit him fast. "So that's why you've got all those extra lives." Jin Shenghan just grinned, the kind of grin that didn't need an explanation. Musashi scowled, muttering under his breath. "So let me get this straight. If you die, you come back no problem. But if I'm the one who falls while fighting the demon of the Nine Realms, what happens to me?" Jin Shenghan turned toward him, raising his hand as a swirling purple aura formed around it. "Don't worry," he said with a cold smile. "We're allies. I'll keep you safe." Before Musashi could react, Jin Shenghan unleashed a surge of power straight at him. The sudden blast caught Musashi off guard, but he held his ground. Confused, he asked what Jin Shenghan was trying to pull. In his usual flat tone, Jin Shenghan explained, "It's an abyss contract." The dark energy wrapped around Musashi, sinking deep into him. In seconds, Musashi let out a scream of agony, the pain ripping through him. He barely managed to stay on his feet, forcing himself to endure until the power finally settled. Once it was over, Jin Shenghan laid out the terms. From now on, Musashi could also revive through his abyss beasts. But there was a catch. If Jin Shenghan died, Musashi would die right along with him. Still catching his breath, Musashi pushed himself up, wiping the sweat from his face as he glared at Jin Shenghan's back. Gritting his teeth, he called out after him, accusing him of holding back and acting like he couldn't be trusted. He swore there was no betrayal coming from his side. But Jin Shenghan didn't even glance back. "Working with Tai Chi Nation suits me just fine," he replied coolly. "Once this trial is over, the Abyss contract ends." Not wanting to lag behind, Musashi quickly caught up and suggested they hunt down Lu Fan together. But Jin Shenghan stayed locked on his plan, his voice cool and deliberate. There was no rush. They'd let the demon of the Nine Realms clear out the competition first, wiping out the other delegates. Only when the field was empty would they make their move. "The less effort we spend," Jin Shenghan said calmly, "the better." As they continued forward, Musashi spotted a mission point up ahead and pointed it out, suggesting they claim it. Jin Shenghan shot him a cold glance. "That's a trap mission," he said flatly. Jin Zion marked those on purpose. "Once you accept one, you're locked out of the rest." Musashi scowled. "And how exactly is a trap?" Jin Shenghan met his glare without flinching. "You'll see soon enough," he replied, his voice low and sharp. "No one can complete it." Time passed, and back at the monitoring station, the overseers kept a close watch on the feeds. Jin Zion leaned back in his chair, a smirk tugging at his lips as he glanced at the rankings. "Looks like the so-called Big Three, Dragon Nation, Star Nation, and Snow Nation, aren't making much noise this time," he said mockingly. One of the other overseers turned toward him, intrigued. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Jin Zion pointed toward the rankings on the screen. "Take a look at Dragon Nation." Lu Fan was hyped up as Tier 1 by the media, but he's sitting dead last with just 257 points. The overseer raised an eyebrow. "That's surprising. Dragon Nation usually puts up strong numbers. Guess it's all talk this year. Maybe people just bought into the dragon hype." Jin Zion laughed. "Overrated. Even clearing a few weaklings should have gotten him more than that." A few seats away, Elder Han quietly sipped his tea, the faintest chuckle escaping him. He didn't bother correcting them. Let them keep talking. Watching them eat their words later would be far more enjoyable. Meanwhile, in the secret area, Lu Fan wandered through the frozen terrain, frustration building with every step. He checked his watch again. 257 points. Still no change. The silence of the landscape only made the tension worse. He muttered under his breath, questioning where the peak of darkness was supposed to be. He'd been searching endlessly and hadn't found the slightest clue. As if on cue, the wind picked up, carrying a chilling sound through the air. Then, out of nowhere, a massive beast appeared before him. Its lion-like body radiated raw power, the system quickly flashing its details. Sky-hunting flying lion, level 60. Beating it would net a decent chunk of points. Before Lu Fan could react, the creature lunged, moving with deadly speed. But Xiaoya was faster, leaping back in a smooth motion, narrowly dodging the first strike. Lu Fan studied the creature in front of him. quickly assessing the situation. Compared to the fallen cloud zombies, this sky-hunting flying lion barely posed a threat, and the reward wasn't worth the effort. It was clear to him, if he wanted to climb the rankings, the real strategy was taking on missions and clearing bosses. Wasting time here wasn't an option. Tugging gently on Xiaoya's reins, he gave a signal to move out. Before long, a mission point appeared on his map, marked just ahead inside a nearby cave. Without hesitation, he directed Xiaoya toward the entrance. As they descended, Lu Fan spotted another participant locked in combat, just outside the cave. The man moved with sharp precision, finishing off a massive snow bear in a single, crushing blow. As the beast hit the ground, the man let out a breath, muttering to himself about the grind of life as a second-tier professional. Still, securing the mission point seemed to make it worthwhile. Just as the man turned to head into the cave, the sound of footsteps made him pause. He glanced over his shoulder and froze. His eyes widened as Xiaoya came into view, towering over him with an unmistakable, commanding presence. His body tensed immediately, readying for a fight. Lu Fan slid down from Xiaoya's back in one smooth motion, calm and unhurried. The man's gaze flickered between the dragon and Lu Fan, a mix of surprise and suspicion creeping into his expression. Recognition came fast. "You're Lu Fan from the Dragon Empire?" he asked, disbelief in his voice. Lu Fan didn't respond. Instead, he quietly pulled up his system screen, checking the details of the man standing before him. Yasen Lai, level 45 Water Wave Swordsman. South Nation, rank 19. Score, 5,153. A faint smirk tugged at Lu Fan's lips, but he kept his silence. Without offering so much as a glance back, he shut off the system and walked past Yasen Lai as if he wasn't even there. The dismissal hit hard. Yasen Lai's face darkened, his pride stung by the blatant disregard. He watched Lu Fan's figure move further away, his mind racing with resentment. Old tensions between the Southern Empire and the Dragon Empire came flooding back. He remembered the disgrace his nation had suffered when Tu Jing of the Dragon Empire humiliated their king, nearly toppling their rule. Now, standing here with Lu Fan ranked dead last at level 32, Yasen Lai saw his moment. Taking out the Dragon Empire's representative would earn him fame and bring honor to his country. In his eyes, this wasn't just a fight. It was the perfect chance for payback. And judging by the rankings, it looked like an easy one. Without a moment's pause, Yasen Lai unsheathed his sword, his determination razor-sharp. Water surged from the blade, swirling into a tight cage that locked around Lu Fan. Confident he'd already won, Yasen Lai smirked, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You're out of your depth if you think you can take me." But Lu Fan didn't so much as flinch. His calm, steady silence only fueled Yasen Lai's irritation. Muttering under his breath, Yasen Lai prepared to finish the job, raising his sword for a decisive strike. Before he could land it, Xiaoya moved. In a blur of motion, the black dragon's massive claws tore through the air, smashing into Yasen Lai with brutal force. He flew back like a ragdoll, crashing into the ground with bone-jarring impact. A sharp, searing pain shot through his arm, and when he looked down, the truth hit him hard. His arm was broken. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he tried to push himself up, but the pain was relentless. Humiliation settled over him like a weight. So this was the strength of the Dragon Empire. The difference between them wasn't just skill, it was world apart. Lu Fan stepped effortlessly out of the water cage, as if the technique had been nothing more than a breeze brushing past him. Approaching the fallen swordsman, Lu Fan finally spoke, his tone light but cutting. "If you thought you could swoop in for an easy gain, you've got it all wrong." He paused, then added with a shrug. "Honestly, sparing you saves me the trouble. You're not worth the points." Yasen Lai's mind spun. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Level 32, and Lu Fan was this strong? How was that possible? Rage and disbelief tangled in his chest. Even if he couldn't take the top spot in these trials, taking down Lu Fan, the pride of the Dragon Empire, would still earn him fame. Recognition, a chance to reclaim his name back home. But before he could make another move, Xiaoya let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. Yasen Lai stumbled back, heart pounding, as the black dragon advanced. Flames crackled at the edges of her maw, her eyes locked on him with terrifying focus. For one dreadful moment, he was sure this was it, that she would end him right there. But Lu Fan barely spared him another glance. With an easy, cool smile, he offered one final warning. "Don't push your luck. This mission belongs to me. Stay out of it." And just like that, Lu Fan turned his attention back to his system, leaving Yasen Lai standing there, shaking, with nothing but fear and failure to keep him company. A new notification flashed across Lu Fan's screen. Mission accepted. Current task, defeat the epic boss, Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. Lu Fan glanced at the message, his expression steady and focused. The challenge ahead was clear. Beside him, Xiaoya stood tall, embers glowing deep within her chest, flickering with a heat that seemed ready to ignite at any second. The black dragon towered over the battlefield, a force of pure destruction waiting to be unleashed. Nearby, Yasin Lai collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling. His sword slipped from his grasp as he struggled to breathe through the weight of the pressure crushing the air around him. He couldn't understand it. Why wasn't Lu Fan attacking? Was this some twisted setup? Before the thought could settle, a shadow fell over them. A monstrous figure plummeted from the sky, slamming into the earth with bone-rattling force. Ice cracked and exploded outward from the impact. Xiaoya reacted in a flash, charging forward and striking the beast with a powerful blow that sent it staggering back. But the shockwave shattered the ice beneath them, sending Yasin Lai sliding helplessly across the slick surface. Scrambling to stop himself, Yasin Lai managed to catch hold of a jagged rock. His eyes shot to the creature, now towering over the battlefield. His breath caught. "Wait, is it the Guardian Boss?" he whispered, the words barely leaving his lips. A system prompt answered for him. Ice Yeti King, level 75. Defeating it will earn 245 points. A spark of hope flared in his chest. Watching the Yeti King roar and stomp forward, he allowed himself a grin. There was no way Lu Fan could handle this. This beast would crush him, and Yasin Lai wouldn't have to lift another finger. With Lu Fan gone, the trial would be his for the taking. But that hope shattered as the Yeti King's blazing red eyes swung toward him. One step, then another. Each stomp split the frozen ground as the monster advanced. Not toward Lu Fan, but straight for Yasin Lai. The grin vanished. Panic seized him as the realization hit like ice water. No, this isn't right, he thought desperately, backing away as the beast closed the distance. The ice beneath him cracked. He slipped, hitting the ground hard as the Yeti King loomed overhead, its fury burning hot and focused solely on him. There was nowhere to run. Just as the creature raised its massive arms to strike, a burst of red light tore across the sky. The Yeti King's attention snapped toward the flare, its roar growing louder as it locked onto the new threat. Xiaoya didn't hesitate. In a blur of motion, her claws slashed through the air, cutting deep into the Yeti King's side. Green blood sprayed across the ice as the beast reeled from the blow, collapsing to one knee with a ground-shaking crash. But it wasn't finished yet. Before the Ice Yeti King could regain its footing, Xiaoya launched forward, claws aimed to end the fight. But the beast wasn't finished yet. With a wild swipe of its massive arm, it intercepted Xiaoya mid-air, slamming her back with raw force. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. In a single motion, he surged forward, unleashing Break Sky, one of his signature Dragon Key techniques. Twin strikes tore through the air, sharp and devastating. As if on cue, Xiaoya mirrored the attack, her own claws slicing through the Yeti's defenses with perfect synchronization. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, the Ice Yeti King couldn't hold on. Its grip on Xiaoya failed, and with one last shuddering groan, the beast toppled over, crashing into the ice with a deafening thud. Lu Fan landed softly beside the fallen monster, brushing the dust from his sleeve as if the whole fight had been nothing more than a warm-up. "Big, sure," he said casually, "but not much else." Behind him, Xiaoya stood victorious, letting out a roar that echoed across the frozen expanse, her dominance impossible to ignore. A system alert pinged in Lu Fan's watch, plus 245 points. Total score, 502. The ground still trembled from the impact, and nearby, a jagged crack split through the ice, creeping dangerously close to where Yasin Lai lay. Still reeling from everything he'd just witnessed, the swordsman could only stare, his thoughts spinning. Lu Fan had taken down the Guardian Boss with ease. Level 32? It felt like a joke compared to the power he'd just displayed. Yasin Lai's chest tightened as a terrifying realization hit him. If that kind of attack had been aimed at him instead of the Yeti, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Frozen in place, he watched as Lu Fan approached. Each step felt heavier than the last, the pressure suffocating. By the time Lu Fan stopped right in front of him, Yasin Lai couldn't even look up. He shut his eyes, bracing for the end. But nothing happened. No strike. No words. Just silence. And then, without warning, Lu Fan simply turned and walked away, leaving Yasin Lai untouched. It took a few seconds for Yasin Lai to realize he was still alive. Opening his eyes, he watched Lu Fan's figure growing smaller in the distance. Then, faintly, he heard Lu Fan mutter, "Not worth the effort. Can't waste time on someone who hasn't even subscribed." Stunned, Yasin Lai remained frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Lu Fan had let him go, not out of mercy, just complete indifference. As Yasin Lai struggled to make sense of it, a sudden flash of light appeared beside him. Squinting at the glow, He read the new system prompt and felt his heart skip a beat. Epic boss mission unlocked. Demon of the Nine Realms, level 85. The sheer ridiculousness of the mission left Yasin Lai speechless. How does something like this even exist? He muttered, still shaken. The image of Lu Fan's calm, almost bored expression replayed in his mind, and it finally clicked. Lu Fan hadn't bothered to finish him off because the points just weren't worth the effort. But now, the thought of Lu Fan actually facing the Demon of the Nine Realms sent a chill down Yasin Lai's spine. Was he seriously planning to take on something like that? How could anyone survive such a fight? Meanwhile, far away in the observer's room, the entire scene played out across the massive screen. Vice Principal Zhao watched with growing disbelief, his face paling as the details of the mission became clear. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, "How is this even possible? Why would a mission like that appear in the secret area?" The tension finally snapped. Zhao turned sharply toward Jean Zion, his frustration boiling over. "This mission is insane," he shouted. "The risks are outrageous. What if the mission card malfunctions? What points could he even hope to get from something like this? It's absurd." But Jean Zion barely reacted. A smug grin tugged at his lips as he leaned back, answering in the same relaxed, mocking tone. "Calm down," he said, clearly enjoying every second of Zhao's anger. That was it. Zhao lost what little patience he had left, grabbing Jean Zion by the collar. His face flushed red with fury as he snapped. "This whole mission setup is a disaster. I'm filing an appeal. I'll see it canceled myself." But Jean Zion didn't even flinch. His grin only widened. "Appeal all you want," he replied coolly, "but your title doesn't give you the power to stop this." And just like that, Jean Zion clamped his hand around Zhao's, shaking it with a firm grip that made his meaning crystal clear. "Push any harder, and you'll be shown the door." Off to the side, Elder Han watched the heated exchange unfold, his expression as calm as ever. He set down his cup of tea with a soft clink and turned toward Zhao, his voice quiet but steady. "Don't waste your energy getting upset," he said, breaking the silence. Zhao blinked, surprised by the lack of outrage. He'd expected Elder Han to back him up, but instead, the overseer poured himself another cup of coffee with the same easy calm. "The problem can't be solved through an appeal," Elder Han added, his tone measured. Zhao frowned, clearly not understanding. He leaned in, searching Elder Han's face for an answer, trying to make sense of why everyone else seemed so composed while he felt like the only one seeing how wrong this was. Leaning in, Elder Han lowered his voice, revealing something that instantly thickened the air in the room. Tai Chi Nation, he explained, had been quietly manipulating the trials all along, stacking the odds to give their own representatives every advantage while setting traps to hold the others back. And this wasn't some new scheme. It had been happening right under their noses for years. Zhao's fist clenched. "If you've known this, why not step up for Lu Fan?" he shot back, his frustration boiling over. But Elder Han only offered a knowing look, his voice calm and steady. "Even the cleverest people get blindsided when power runs this deep," he said. "An appeal won't fix this. We're playing against forces way bigger than us." Instead, Elder Han tilted his head toward the screen, a rare glint of confidence in his eye. "But maybe this is exactly the kind of challenge Lu Fan's been waiting for. You should trust him." Zhao stared, stunned into silence. Elder Han's unexpected support caught him off guard, leaving him wondering if the overseer knew something he didn't. But before he could press for answers, his attention was yanked back to the broadcast. There, clear as day, was Lu Fan, calm, steady, and already marching straight into the most dangerous part of the secret area, like it was just another stroll. "He's really going through with it," Zhao muttered, unable to believe what he was seeing. Back in the icy wasteland, Lu Fan pressed forward, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. The magnitude of the mission didn't weigh on him in the slightest. With Xiaoya at his side, her breath steaming in the cold air, they pushed ahead. The system pinged softly in his ear. Tower of Darkness detected ahead. Lu Fan's grip on Xiaoya's reins tightened, his eyes fixed on the path. Whatever came next, he wasn't slowing down. As they advanced, hordes of demonic beasts emerged from the shadows. But even as the danger grew, Lu Fan didn't so much as falter. Xiaoya roared beside him, shaking the frozen ground, her presence a thunderous reminder of their unstoppable force. Another system alert followed. The demon army is awakening. The air filled with the shrill, piercing cries of hundreds of killer bats, all of them level 60, surging toward Lu Fan like a black wave. The system flashed again. Defeating each bat rewards 84 points. Lu Fan smirked, completely unbothered by the swarm closing in. "The precious mountain of Ruan Changfeng," he mused with a grin. "Looks more like a mountain of free points to me." With a glance at Xingchen, whose small form pulsed with raw energy, Lu Fan gave the order. "Your time to shine." Xingchen growled low, ready for the chaos. Then, turning to Xiaoya, Lu Fan issued his next command without hesitation. Destroyer form. Now, in an instant, Xiaoya's massive body shifted, her muscles surging with power as her stats skyrocketed. Strength, 5,124 agility, 9,431 stamina, 10,474. The battlefield was set, and Lu Fan wasn't backing down. In her destroyer form, Xiaoya unleashed a thunderous roar, the force of her transformation crackling through the air. Without hesitation, she charged straight into the swarm of killer bats, ripping through them at lightning speed. One after another, the bats fell, their cries fading as Lu Fan's points steadily climbed. Though pleased with Xiaoya's dominance, Lu Fan's attention quickly shifted. His sharp gaze caught something new brewing below. "Watch the ground," he warned. Bursting from beneath, a fresh wave of burrow demons emerged. The system's prompt followed right on cue, 127 points per kill. Lu Fan was already on the move, scanning the battlefield with practiced precision. A confident grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Clearing the field? No problem. And Xiaoya, always in sync, didn't miss a beat. Shifting forms again, she activated dragon control. Power surged around her, merging brutal dragon strength with a relentless stream of attacks. In seconds, monsters were wiped out in waves, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. But there was no slowing down. Without pause, Xiaoya launched into her lava inferno. Rivers of molten fire exploded out, pouring across the battlefield and swallowing everything in sight. Flames tore through the enemy, burning with unstoppable force. The air shimmered with heat, destruction all around. Yet even with all that power, Xiaoya wasn't limitless. The strain began to show, her energy dipping as she worked to keep herself standing, healing through the chaos. Then, Lu Fan's focus snapped skyward. Above, a new threat loomed. A fresh horde of airborne monsters descended, each radiating a dangerous, unmistakable aura. Lu Fan's expression tightened, picking them off one by one. Way too slow. He needed a better plan. Without hesitation, he triggered Dragon's inspiration. A golden light burst around him and his dragons, flooding them with power and boosting their stats by 30%. Feeling the surge, Xiaoya roared again, her body now glowing with a molten aura. Her stats shot through the roof. Strength, 6,661. Agility, 12,260. Mental power, 26,728. Stamina, 13,614. She was an unstoppable force. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and raised his divine bow. "Let's turn this into a massacre," he said under his breath. With a signal to Xiaoya, he drew a snake arrow, its dark energy twisting and swirling with deadly intent. Nearby, Xingchen shifted restlessly, practically shaking with the urge to dive into the fight. Lu Fan's mind worked like clockwork. Without missing a beat, he ordered Xiaoya to get ready for her ultimate move, Cataclysm. At the same time, he took aim and released the snake arrow from his divine bow. The shot was flawless, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Powered by the underworld snake bow, the arrow charged for 3 seconds before unleashing total destruction. From it emerged a shadow serpent, its power amplified by 500%, tearing through everything in its path like a force of nature. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's molten form surged as her mental power shot past 26,000. She climbed higher, preparing to unleash Cataclysm. With a deafening roar, she ascended, leaving a fiery streak across the sky. The energy building inside her pressed down on the battlefield, heavy and unstoppable, as if even the heavens were bracing for impact. Then chaos erupted. In a single devastating blast, Xiaoya obliterated everything below her. The ground vanished under a wave of searing fire. Monsters wiped out in an instant. Before the next wave could even close in, she unleashed a surge of molten flames, turning the battlefield into a blazing sea that consumed anything still standing. As she climbed higher, more explosions rippled out around her, swallowing the battlefield in fire and smoke. Even the massive stone chain blocking her path crumbled under the final wave of Cataclysm, melting into rubble. Any monsters hoping to regroup were instantly swallowed by the relentless inferno. When the dust settled, the only sound left was the crackling of flames and the slow drip of molten rock. Lu Fan's snake arrow hit right on target, colliding perfectly with Xiaoya's destruction below. The moment of impact triggered a raging firestorm, swallowing the battlefield whole. With Xiaoya's mental power behind it, the damage multiplied, reaching a staggering 500%. Flames roared, and the air thickened with the stench of burning flesh. A final, earth-shaking explosion marked the end of it all. Then came the system's alert. Dragon Nation's Lu Fan has earned 22,758 points. Current rank, number 1. Lu Fan stood at the center of the scorched battlefield, his eyes scanning the remains of the fallen demon army. Not a single enemy left standing. A faint smile tugged at his lips as the system delivered the latest update. Xingqian had advanced to level 12, and Lu Fan himself had climbed to level 33. The momentum was his, and the progress spoke for itself. Meanwhile, at the monitoring station, the atmosphere shifted from disbelief to shock. Murmurs spread through the room as Lu Fan's name shot to the top of the rankings. The three great families had reclaimed their place at the front, with Lu Fan now holding the #1 spot. Amid the chatter, someone blurted out, "We never thought he'd actually pull it off." In the background, Charles and Andre's names remained frozen in place. Their scores hadn't moved. Vice Principal Zhao watched the scene unfold, part stunned, part impressed. Maybe Elder Han had been right all along. What once seemed like an impossible trap now looked like a warm-up round for Lu Fan. Elder Han observed the feed, the corner of his mouth lifting in quiet amusement. "Look at that worn-out black dragon of his," he said casually. "And to think, Lu Fan hasn't even brought out his full lineup." Zhao paused, unsure how to respond, then awkwardly offered to prepare tea. Elder Han waved him off. "Save it. The real show is just getting started. We can't afford to miss what happens when Lu Fan faces the demon of the Nine Realms." Jean Zion, watching from his seat, smirked to himself. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. The true threat hadn't even appeared yet, and once it did, Lu Fan would have his hands full recovering his dragons and surviving the next stage. Back on the field, Lu Fan's brief moment of satisfaction didn't last. The ground shuddered violently as the stone chains snapped apart, sending a shockwave ripping across the terrain. Above him, a massive pyramid-like structure began to collapse at alarming speed. Lu Fan's expression hardened. The fight was far from over. With a deep groan, the earth split open as a towering door swung wide, unleashing a new horde of savage beasts. These weren't like the others. They moved faster, hit harder, and radiated pure bloodlust. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as realization hit. He'd been too quick to clear the field. If he had waited, he could have taken them all down at once. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he adjusted his stance. No time to regret it now. It was time to adapt. Sword in hand, Lu Fan braced himself as the system rapidly updated with a new wave of threats. Wandering Pavilion Beasts, level 75, 135 points each. Two-Headed Ogres, level 80, 297 points each. Demon Scouts, level 60, 50 points each. Lu Fan's mind worked fast. Instead of trouble, all he saw was opportunity. A grin spread across his face. This isn't a problem. This is a goldmine. Sensing the shift in the battle, Xiaoya morphed back into her destructive form. Her molten body pulsed with fresh power, flames rippling across her scales as if feeding off the chaos ahead. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Perfect," he muttered. "Just what I needed. More monsters, more points." Without wasting a second, he rallied his team. With a sharp nod, he signaled Xingqian to enter the fight. To his surprise, she shot forward without hesitation, as if she'd been waiting for this exact moment to unleash her strength. Watching her charge ahead, Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk. "What, planning to handle them all yourself?" Xingqian answered with a piercing roar, the sound slicing through the battlefield like a blade. And just like that, the next stage of the battle erupted. The field transformed into pure chaos. Waves of monsters crashed forward, their roars merging into one deafening wall of sound. Right at the heart of it all, Lu Fan stood firm, unmoving. Xingqian unleashed a blast of icy breath, freezing enemies mid-charge, their bodies locking in place as her powerful wings sent shockwaves tearing through the horde, scattering them like leaves in a storm. Beside him, Xiaoya loomed like a shadow of fire. At Lu Fan's command, "Protect Xingqian," she answered with a roar that shook the ground, her flames surging outward in a fiery wall, burning down anything that dared come close. Above, a radiant light pierced through the chaos, pulling the attention of every creature on the field. But Xiaoya didn't slow. She charged headfirst into the blinding glow, her body a living blaze crashing against the light as the battle reached a new peak. A monstrous two-headed brute led a pack of goblins straight toward Lu Fan. Their screams echoed as they closed in, but he didn't flinch. Perched atop Xiaoya, his gaze burned bright, cold, and focused. Flames whipped around them, the dragon roaring loud enough to shake the skies, clearing a path of destruction ahead. Then Lu Fan's attention shifted. Xingqian had broken through the front lines, moving with sharp precision, her true power finally surfacing. Blue energy pulsed from deep within her, growing brighter, stronger, until it radiated out in waves. Now Lu Fan thought, his excitement building. Xingqian surged forward, her entire form glowing with a fierce blue aura. As the energy peaked, the temperature around her plummeted. The air froze, signaling the activation of her star armor. an ability that would absorb every hit for the next 60 seconds and hurl that damage right back at her enemies. The real fight had only just begun. The battlefield erupted as Xingqian unleashed a surge of pure energy, blasting through the waves of goblins and sending them flying like leaves in a storm. Their ranks crumbled instantly, shattered into frozen fragments scattered across the ground. But in the midst of the chaos, the towering two-headed brute let out a thunderous roar. Gripping its massive club, it charged straight through the icy tempest, its determination unshaken. With a single swing, the brute unleashed a crushing shockwave, ripping through the battlefield, scattering debris, and shaking the earth. Above the chaos, Lu Fan hovered on Xiaoya, the fiery glow of their flames lighting up the sky. The brute's glowing red eyes locked onto him, its fury radiating like a challenge issued in silence. Lu Fan met its gaze, cold and unfazed. His flames flared higher, ready to strike, but then he caught something in the corner of his eye. Signaling Xiaoya to hold back, he spoke calmly, "Looks like we don't have to worry about that one." The system confirmed it. Every bit of incoming damage had been absorbed and was waiting to be unleashed. Lu Fan's smirk returned as he watched Xingqian take full control of the battlefield. The brute roared again, raising its weapon to crush everything in its path. But Xingqian moved before it could act. Without hesitation, she unleashed a storm of icy blades, tearing through the air and freezing the ground beneath her. Her wings glowed like twin beacons, slicing through the chaos as her Xingqian armor reflected every attack back in a devastating shockwave. Enemies were sent flying in every direction, their formations destroyed, their numbers dwindling with every second. The battlefield began to glow under the chilling blue aura spreading from Xingqian. Her power climbed higher, and the two-headed brute roared once more, its rage boiling over. But before it could strike, Xingqian was already ahead. From deep within her core, a radiant crystal emerged, its light blinding as it hovered over the field. Then, without warning, it shattered, unleashing an enormous wave of destruction that swept across the battlefield. The energy tore through everything in its path, scaling with the strength of the enemies it consumed, leaving nothing behind but silence. Watching Xingqian unleash her full strength, Lu Fan felt a deep sense of pride. "She's not holding anything back," he said quietly. Deciding not to interfere, he ordered Xiaoya to ascend, pulling back to give Xingqian the room she needed to finish what she started. With a deafening roar, Xiaoya soared higher, her flames burning brighter, her crimson eyes locked on the chaos below. Far beneath her, Xingqian was still in motion. With precision and power, she activated Frost-laden Fury. Her icy aura expanded, forming a glowing sphere of frozen destruction. Enemies were locked in midair, frozen solid before exploding into shards of ice that rained down over the battlefield. Then came the final blow. A colossal wave of freezing energy surged out, sweeping across the field, erasing the last remnants of the horde. Every movement, every strike flawless and unstoppable. Xingqian had become a storm. The two-headed brute roared in defiance, but Xingqian's freezing surge left it no chance. Ice engulfed the massive beast, locking it in a prison of frost until it shattered under the crushing cold. Above the frozen wasteland, Lu Fan and Xiaoya sliced through the sky, her blazing flames carving a path of fire against the swirling blizzard below. On the ground, the battlefield shook as Xingqian's power surged. A vortex of frost spiraled around her, pulling enemies into its grip mid-flight. Winged creatures shrieked as the storm tore through them, scattering frozen fragments across the field. At the center of the chaos, Xingqian dropped like a falling star, her radiant wings cutting clean through the icy air. Every flap sent waves of energy pulsing outward, freezing everything they touched. The enemy had no way out. Her strength was absolute. From above, Lu Fan watched it all unfold, pride flickering behind his steady gaze. With the Serpent Shadow arrow multiplying the damage by 500%, this Shattered Star attack is nearly on par with Xiaoya's Great Disaster, he thought. Satisfied, he called out, "Well done, Xingqian." A system alert followed immediately, level 34 unlocked. The notification highlighted the staggering damage Xingqian had absorbed and unleashed, proving she was far more than just support. She was a force of destruction in her own right. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. Xingqian was strong now, but this was only the beginning. Once her level climbed higher, there'd be no stopping her. Down below, Xingqian glowed with blue flames, lifting her chin in mock arrogance, basking in the praise. Lu Fan chuckled to himself. Look at her, completely full of herself already. But Xiaoya wasn't about to let that slide. Sensing the attention shifting to Xingqian, she let out a fierce roar, flames flaring wildly in protest. Lu Fan glanced her way with an easy smile. "Don't worry, you're just getting started. The next boss is all yours." that seemed to satisfy her. Xiaoya's flames simmered down, her focus shifting forward, ready for what was next. Before anyone could say another word, the ground detonated in a flash of violet light. A violent explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, both dragons turned toward the source. Out from the smoke, a monstrous figure emerged. Towering over the ruins, the beast's scaled, frog-like body shimmered with a sickly green hue. Its massive horn pulsed with raw energy, and the air around it thickened with an oppressive force. The system chimed in, Black Mountain Horn Beast, level 80, worth 429 points. Its blood-red eyes swept across the battlefield, radiating dominance. Every step it took sent tremors through the ground. Lu Fan's grin widened, flames sparking around him. Finally, the real fight begins. Locking eyes on the colossal creature, his voice cut through the air with quiet authority. Xiaoya, Xingchen, get ready. He raised his sword, unwavering. We end this in one wave. The duo roared as one, their combined power igniting the battlefield in a storm of fire and ice. The Black Mountain Horn Beast locked its glowing red eyes on the incoming assault, its pulsing horn flashing with dangerous energy, ready to retaliate. But Lu Fan was already ahead, issuing his commands without hesitation. Xiaoya, get that lava explosion ready. Xingchen unleashed Star Surge. Flames and frost swirled together, building into a storm of raw power as both dragons charged their ultimate moves. Lu Fan joined the attack, summoning his dragon chi to fuel a relentless offensive. His fiery claws slashed out, striking in perfect rhythm with the dragons. Xiaoya and Xingchen each followed up with twin claw strikes, their attacks landing with brutal precision. Each hit tore across the beast's scales, leaving behind glowing streaks of green energy carved deep into its hide. The entire battlefield seemed to pause for a breath. Then, Xiaoya's molten blast collided with Xingchen's icy surge, merging into a catastrophic wave of elemental fury. Fire and frost spiraled into a vortex, swallowing the Black Mountain Horn Beast whole. The creature's roar echoed across the field as it thrashed against the unstoppable force crushing down on it. With its defenses faltering, Xingchen struck again. Darting through the chaos, she delivered a flawless shadow burst, her sharp movements slicing through the monster's massive form. The beast responded with a furious bellow as its horn glowed brighter, pulsing with swirling green energy that crackled and hissed like a serpent ready to strike. The ground trembled as the beast's energy built to its peak. In an instant, it fired, releasing a blinding blast of green light that tore across the battlefield, splitting the earth and sending shockwaves through the air. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. Launching into the sky, sword flashing, he called out, Xingchen, show this thing your real power. Answering with a thunderous roar, Xingchen surged forward. Her body radiated a brilliant blue aura as she unleashed her ultimate attack. A blazing torrent of energy exploded outward, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave, unstoppable and absolute. Xiaoya, finish it, Lu Fan shouted. Without hesitation, Xiaoya ignited, her body engulfed in a roaring inferno. Lifting high above the battlefield, she released Lava Burst, her most devastating attack. Flames cascaded from her, flooding the ground below in a sea of molten lava. The fiery surge consumed everything in its path, leaving the battlefield scorched and trapping whatever remained in a burning pool of destruction, the searing heat delivering constant, punishing damage. The combined assault left no room for escape. This battle was theirs to end. The colossal beast roared in agony as the combined assault crashed into its massive body. Unable to withstand the onslaught, it collapsed, writhing as the flames consumed it from all sides. Desperation flashed in its glowing red eyes as it fought to escape the molten chaos closing in. With one final, frantic effort, the beast coiled its hulking form and launched itself skyward, bursting through the inferno in a desperate bid for freedom. Trails of fire streaked behind it, painting the sky with burning embers as its escape tore a path of destruction across the battlefield below. But Lu Fan was already there. Cutting through the chaos with unwavering precision, he struck. The ground exploded beneath him as his attack landed true, sending shockwaves racing across the field. The beast howled, its roar splitting the sky as the blow tore through its defenses. Above it all, Xingchen hovered with wings spread wide, her energy pulsing brighter with every second. She summoned a radiant field of light that shimmered over the battlefield, casting a glow that signaled the final blow was near. Without hesitation, Lu Fan and Xingchen moved as one, their strikes synchronized perfectly, colliding with devastating force. The beast's body convulsed, a deafening cry echoing through the air as the last of its defenses shattered. The end came swiftly. As the dust settled, Lu Fan's grin widened. Victory was theirs, and the scoreboard confirmed it. His name shot straight to the top, the surge in points leaving no room for doubt. Beside him, Xiaoya and Xingchen landed, their forms glowing with the pride of hard-fought triumph. Not bad at all, Lu Fan mused, his gaze drifting to the scoreboard. The numbers were staggering, a clear message to anyone watching. This battle belonged to them. Inside the supervision room, disbelief rippled through the crowd. Vice Principal Zhao leaned forward, watching the screen with growing excitement. Lu Fan's growth since heading to the northern regions was undeniable, and the results spoke for themselves. Elder Han simply nodded, his usual calm tinged with quiet amusement, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he expected. But across the room, Jin Zion wasn't taking the news nearly as well. His expression darkened as he stared at the rankings, his mind reeling. Lu Fan had done the unthinkable, wiping out the Warcraft army and outscoring Jin Qinghan by a wide margin. This can't be happening, Jin Zion muttered, his voice tight with anger. His frustration boiled over as he barked orders to his subordinates. Get the data from the Black Tower now. I want everything checked, every detail, every reading. If there's any hint of manipulation, I want to know immediately. Jin Zion's frustration boiled over as he continued watching the screen, his once steady confidence now shaken by Lu Fan's unstoppable climb to the top. Yet, even amid his growing doubt, a twisted grin curled at the corner of his lips. In his mind, only Tai Chi Nation's supreme national hero had the strength to defeat the demon of the Nine Realms. Lu Fan's progress? Impossible. Sooner or later, Jin Zion was certain he'd catch Lu Fan breaking the rules and strip him of his qualifications. But half an hour later, his plans began to crack. At the entrance of the supervision room in Jin City Arena, a nervous guard stepped forward. The inspection is complete, he reported cautiously. Everything's running as it should. No weaknesses detected in the trial system, including the Dark Spire. Jin Zion's expression turned ice cold. In a flash, he grabbed the guard by the collar and hissed through gritted teeth. You're telling me you found nothing? The guard stammered, scrambling to apologize and promising to check again immediately. But Jin Zion wasn't interested in excuses. He unleashed his fury on the staff, calling them useless and incompetent before barking out fresh orders. Do it again. This time, don't come back unless you find something. The guards fled, desperate to avoid his wrath. Jin Zion clenched his fists, seething. What was meant to suppress the competition had become Lu Fan's playground. The mechanism he designed to intimidate challengers had backfired spectacularly. His mind raced. If the system couldn't stop Lu Fan, he'd make sure the demon of the Nine Realms did. Quietly, he made the call to manipulate the boss stats, cranking them up with the intent to force Lu Fan into submission. His last hope now rested on Jin Qinghan and Musashi Ten. Both had crossed level 30, armed with second-stage classes, and in his eyes, they were the only ones left capable of regaining control. Without another word, Jin Zion stormed back into the supervision room. Elder Han sat quietly in the corner, sipping tea, watching the chaos unfold with barely a glance. Jin Zion felt his anger spike, but his attention was yanked back to the screen, and what he saw stopped him cold. No, impossible, Jin Zion shouted, his voice cracking. On the display, Lu Fan had nearly wiped the entire field clean. The arena blazed with fire. Flames twisted through the battlefield, shadows dancing across the wreckage as soldiers struggled just to stand. In the middle of the chaos stood Lu Fan, his body wrapped in a radiant blue aura. His weapon pulsed with relentless energy, casting a blinding light that sliced through the smoke and ash. Behind him, Xiaoya hovered like a phantom in the flames, her dark figure blending into the inferno, her eyes locked on the horizon, fierce and unblinking. And then the next threat revealed itself. From the darkness emerged a wave of demonic creatures, their crimson eyes glowing with bloodlust. At the front of the legion stood a towering armored figure, radiating a dark, suffocating aura. Its massive blade crackled with black energy, humming with pure menace. The system announcement rang out clearly. Boss identified, level 86. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. This wasn't some random skirmish. Xiaoya alone wouldn't cut it this time. Without wasting a second, he made the call. There was no avoiding it. Splitting the experience was the only path to victory. Xiaofei, it's your turn. In an instant, the battlefield erupted. A brilliant surge of green light tore through the chaos as Xiaofei, the Emerald Dragon, descended in her Eternal One form. Towering above the fray, her arrival shifted the air itself, her blade humming with a force that felt almost untouchable. Lu Fan positioned himself, ready to take command, as Xiaofei tapped into her Emerald Dragon bloodline. The effect rippled across the field, supercharging every allied dragon skill. Then came Life Pulse. Emerald World Blessing spread like wildfire, coating the entire area in a radiant glow, boosting their powers by an overwhelming 400%. Momentum swung hard in Lu Fan's favor. Xiaofei let out a thunderous roar, unleashing Emerald Blessing. Instantly, Lu Fan, Xiaoye, and Xingqian were surrounded by 32 layers of dragon energy, pushing the damage of their next strikes to terrifying heights. But she wasn't finished. Emerald Light followed, wrapping the team in protective layers that stripped away all debuffs while boosting their stats by 60%. Each barrier stood ready to absorb crushing blows, giving the squad the defensive edge they needed. Xiaoye answered without hesitation. With a roar that shook the ground, flames exploded from her, setting the battlefield ablaze. On Lu Fan's signal, she launched her counterattack, leveling up to 30 and unleashing Lava Flame. Fire poured from her like a relentless storm, tearing through enemies while steadily healing her own wounds. The battlefield glowed with burning wreckage, filled with the cries of those who couldn't withstand the onslaught. Then came the next layer of defense. Staying close to Lu Fan, Xiaoye called forth Eternal Guardian. A radiant barrier formed, wrapping the entire team in a shield powered by her own health and recovery. Bathed in emerald light, they stood unshaken. Everything moved like clockwork. Lu Fan turned to Xingqian next. Now, Xingqian activated Starlight Scale Armor, and his body lit up with shimmering star energy. For the next 60 seconds, every hit he took was absorbed into the armor, storing the incoming damage for a devastating payback. Each strike only fueled the glow, the armor pulsing brighter with every blow, waiting for the perfect moment to release its fury. Finally, Lu Fan hit level 35, and with it, an ace up his sleeve. He summoned the Dragon Language Magic Book. Power surged as the artifact hovered, glowing with raw energy. The moment it disintegrated, its force transferred into Lu Fan, activating Dragon Resonance, a passive skill built to sync dragon riders and their dragons when casting the same magic. As the light faded, Lu Fan felt the shift. The real battle was only just beginning. Flames spiraled around Lu Fan as he locked in perfect sync with Xiaoye, their combined strength surging through the battlefield. With Dragon Resonance in full effect, their power soared, and in an instant, a blinding red beam tore across the sky. The impact ripped through everything in its path, sending shockwaves that left enemies reeling in fear, their formations shattered like glass. Xiaoye roared, her crimson eyes burning through the inferno. Flames coiled tightly around her as she readied her ultimate move, Lava Explosion. On Lu Fan's signal, the two moved as one, unleashing twin lava explosions that crashed over the enemy lines in a tidal wave of molten fire. The ground cracked, pools of lava spread like a deadly trap, and anything caught within was burned relentlessly, taking massive damage with no way out. Their teamwork pushed Dragon Resonance even further, stacking an extra 10% boost on top of their already devastating power. Together, their combined strike didn't just double in strength, it quadrupled, turning the battlefield into an unforgiving sea of fire. The ground shook under the weight of their assault. Lu Fan could feel every beat of their shared rhythm, power surging through him like never before. This is only the beginning, he thought, watching the enemy forces crumble as the molten fury swept over them. The colossal beast at the center of the chaos struggled to hold itself together, its body barely intact as it waded through the burning lava, desperate to escape. Lu Fan knew this was the moment to end it. Xiaoye now. Flames erupted around her as she ascended into her world destroyer form. Her strength, speed, and spirit shot to their peak, her body engulfed in fire. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, sinking her fangs into the beast's molten body, ripping through its defenses and leaving it bleeding out, unable to heal. The creature roared, fighting to stay standing despite the relentless onslaught. But Lu Fan was already moving in, his blade alive with crackling energy, ready to put an end to it. Before he could land the final blow, Xingqian flashed past, her attack striking like lightning. Swift and ruthless, she hit the beast with brutal precision, catching it completely off guard. The force of her strike sent a shockwave tearing through the field. Casting a glance at the crumbling monster, Xingqian smirked. Just dropped dead already. Without missing a beat, she unleashed the full force of her Starlight Scale Armor. Every ounce of stored damage detonated in a colossal explosion, ripping through the beast and obliterating anything still standing nearby. Silence fell over the battlefield. The army that once seemed unstoppable was gone, reduced to nothing but ash. With the battle finally over, the dust settled, and the spoils showed themselves. Xiaoye climbed to level 31, her power soaring, while Xiaofei hit level 23, her abilities sharper than ever. Xingqian stood tall, her aura pulsing with fresh energy as she reached level 15, unlocking her long-awaited form transformation. Lu Fan glanced her way with a playful grin. Since when did you start stealing kills? Xingqian didn't bother hiding her smug satisfaction, clearly savoring her moment of glory. She looked different now, gone with the traces of her baby dragon days. The change wasn't just in her appearance. Lu Fan knew the real upgrade was hidden in her stats and skills. Curious, he pulled up Xingqian's updated attribute panel. Level 15. Strength 4,656. Agility 1,031. Mind 5,418. Endurance 1,543. Forms. Baby form. Lowers energy use by shrinking the body. Battle form. The go-to mode for fighting. Starlight form. Cranks up physical strength by 5x for 60 seconds, turning Xingqian into a short-term powerhouse. Skills. Starlight Annihilation. LV1 fires off all stored starlight power in a single laser blast that ignores defenses and can't be blocked. Lu Fan's eyes lit up as he read through the list. Xingqian had officially hit her evolution stage, and her stats shot way past what he'd expected. At just level 15, her power already crushed Xiaoya's numbers at the same level. It was clear now, Xingqian was built to dominate the battlefield. What really grabbed Lu Fan's attention, though, were her new forms, especially Starlight form and the even more intriguing Galaxy Overlord form. Starlight form was risky but devastating. 5 times the strength for a full minute, perfect for crushing enemies in short bursts. And pairing it with Starlight Annihilation, that combo alone could wipe out nearly anything in her path without even giving defenses a chance to react. But Galaxy Overlord form? That opened up a whole new level of destruction. Starfall, passive automatically attacks any enemy nearby, non-stop. Nebula Star, locks down enemies, keeping them from moving. Neutron Nebula Annihilation, an all-out attack that might even top Shatterstar in raw power. Lu Fan couldn't help but grin. The potential here was unreal. He was already itching to find some high-level monsters just to see how far Xingqian could push these new abilities. Looking over at her, he noticed the change wasn't just physical. There was something in her gaze now, a sharp, knowing look that practically dared anyone to challenge her. Gone was the innocent baby dragon vibe. Now, she carried herself like someone who'd seen too much and wasn't about to take orders lightly. Lu Fan sighed to himself. At this rate, she might not even let me ride her anymore, he thought, half amused, half worried about what she'd be like at full maturity. Still, one idea lingered in his mind. If Starlight form could push Xingqian to such insane levels, maybe the dragon saddle could help him tap into that power too. He made a mental note to try it later. But for now, his focus shifted ahead. Hell Demon Peak was waiting, and something told him they were just getting started. The Dark Castle gate stood wide open, yet not a single demon had shown itself since the Demon General's fall. The eerie stillness wasn't lost on Lu Fan. Something wasn't right. The Hell Demon's still hiding inside, he thought. Refusing to face me directly? Fine. If you won't come out, I'll drag you out myself. Before advancing, Lu Fan gave the order. Xiaoya, activate Qi Perception. Light flared from Xiaoya's eyes, scanning the area in a radiant sweep. The skill exposed anything concealed, stripping away stealth, and leaving no place for enemies to hide. At the same time, Xiaofei activated her own detection ability, bathing the battlefield in divine light. Lu Fan stayed sharp. The Hell Demon was waiting, no doubt planning to strike when the moment was right. But Lu Fan wasn't about to give it the chance. He'd flush it out on his own terms. Without hesitation, he led the charge straight into the looming dark castle. The moment they crossed the gate, the air turned heavy, thick with the weight of something unseen. His dragons stayed close, their towering forms slicing through the oppressive darkness. Inside, Lu Fan dismounted and stepped forward. Shadows clung to every surface, smothering the space in near-total darkness. But thanks to his perception skill, no presence could escape his notice. They hadn't gone far when a faint flicker of fire caught Lu Fan's eye. He slowed, watching the flames dance unnaturally. Then the whole scene shifted around him. He crossed into a hidden area. The place was empty, vast and barren, just like the castle outside. Torches floated in the distance, casting light over the massive, hollow chamber. It was easily large enough to hold the army of 10,000 demons he had wiped out earlier. Lu Fan moved cautiously, every step echoing through the silence. At the far end of the chamber, an enormous throne loomed. Its size was overwhelming, radiating pure menace. Behind him, the dragons growled low, their senses on high alert. Something was here. Lu Fan focused on the throne just as a figure emerged from the shadows. The system's notification rang out. Earth's Shadow Demon, Level 85 Nightmare Boss. Stats. Strength, 37,551. Agility, 39,034. Spirit, 30,582. Endurance, 40,658. Abilities. 1. Shadow Layers. Attacks pierce through up to 5 layers of defense, with each layer adding 4% more damage. 2. Phantom Walk. Full stealth mode, undetectable until making a move or landing a hit. 3. Bloodblade Claw. A brutal strike that deals massive damage and temporarily boosts strength by 200% for 2 seconds. The demon's voice echoed through the chamber, cold and dripping with contempt. A human and a dragon, it sneered. I remember. Long ago, your kind ended me. I lost everything, my body, my power, and now I'm rotting in this place that isn't even mine, sealed away like some forgotten relic. The shadowy figure drifted closer, the clinking of chains echoing with every step. Thick shackles bound its hands, and from its chest, a single sinister eye glared with unsettling intensity. Pathetic, it sneered. Humans, you've gone so far as to guard my very soul. Its voice dripped with mockery. I am one of the demons of the 9 realms. Even in death, you couldn't destroy me. Instead, you locked me away, made me your plaything. How pitiful. Lu Fan stayed on guard, watching the demon's every move, its words laced with venom. And now what? The demon continued, raising a chained hand in mock applause. Have you and that little dragon come to lock me up again? Still dreaming of being some great hero? Without warning, its hand shot forward, shadow energy surging as it roared. Prepare to die. Insect, say your goodbyes. In an instant, the demon unleashed its shadow layers, a barrage of shadow-infused strikes tearing through the air. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Xiaofei's protective shield snapped into place, layer upon layer absorbing the full force of the attack. Each hit only strengthened the shield, stacking its power until the demon's assault faded into nothing. Inside the shimmering armor, Lu Fan smirked. Bug, was it? He shot back. Better save that line for yourself. Without hesitation, he gave the next command. Xiaoya, Emerald Light. A radiant glow burst forth, wrapping Lu Fan in a second shield. The aura absorbed incoming hits, wiped away all debuffs, and pushed his attributes up by 60%. The emerald light shimmered around him, turning the demon's aggression into wasted effort. Lu Fan gripped his sword, the blade humming with raw energy, the air around him heavy with power. Let's raise the stakes, he muttered. From his inventory, he pulled out the dragon bone flute. As the haunting melody echoed through the dark hall, the system confirmed activation. Twin fallen core dragons summoned. The ground trembled as 2 massive dragons appeared, their roars shaking the castle walls. System alert. Dragon's breath deals magic damage. Enemies killed are revived as undead under your control. Dragon charge cloaks the body in undead energy, negating 99% of incoming damage and reflecting enemy skills. Forbidden dragon magic unlocks powerful spells, including Dragon Curse and Enhanced Dragon Charge. Bloodline effect reduces all damage taken by 5%. For the first time, the Earth Shadow Demon faltered. Its voice dropped, laced with unease. What were those creatures? What power is this? Lu Fan's expression stayed cold and steady. You don't need to know. At his signal, Xiaoya moved. Her roar shook the chamber as waves of molten fire erupted from her mouth. Lava explosions struck hard, sending walls of flame crashing over the demon and blasting through the throne room. The force of the blast rattled the ground, the heat burning through the shadows. For a moment, Lu Fan thought it was over. But as the smoke cleared, the Earth Shadow Demon stood tall, untouched, its laughter echoing through the ruin. So this is all you've got? You weak and careless fool, the demon sneered. Did you really think you could kill me so easily? Lu Fan's expression hardened. The Earth Shadow Demon had slipped into phantom walk, vanishing into the swirling shadows. Even Xiaoya's detection skills couldn't break through its stealth. Frustration built as the demon darted through the darkness, unseen and untouchable. Then, without warning, the demon struck. Its claws tore into Xiaofei, landing 4 precise blows. Shadow layers stacked with each hit, pushing its damage output up by 40% per strike. The demon chuckled darkly. Let's see how long you can survive, human. Xiaofei held firm, but the strain was showing. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Activating Emerald Light, he restored the protective shield and cleared away the lingering shadow effects. Enough playing defense, Lu Fan muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. The Earth Shadow Demon lashed out again. Your turn now, human. Its claws swelled with Earth Shadow energy, slamming into Lu Fan's blade, blocking his counter. More shadow layers built with every swing, but with each stack, the demon's vulnerability increased. And that's when Lu Fan struck back. "Now you can't hide anymore," he said, a confident grin spreading across his face. Above them, radiant light cascaded down, slicing through the darkness. The demon recoiled as the blinding glow shattered its stealth, leaving it fully exposed. Lu Fan gave the signal. "Xing Chun, take over. Show me what you've got." With a fierce roar, Xing Chun emerged, shifting into Star Sky Dragon form, also known as the Milky Way form. The Earth Shadow Demon reeled in shock. "Who? Who is this? Was this creature with you all along?" Lu Fan didn't bother answering. "Stellar rain," he commanded. A downpour of celestial light blanketed the battlefield, shimmering waves of galactic energy pouring down relentlessly. The system confirmed the skill's indefinite duration, and paired with Xing Chun's form, the damage was constant and overwhelming. The demon shrieked as the radiant assault tore into its defenses, making stealth impossible. Its massive form trembled under the weight of the attack, desperation creeping into its movements. Lu Fan, fully synchronized with his dragons, raised his sword high. The blade pulsed with unstoppable power. "You don't need answers," he said calmly. "Just get ready to say your last words." Insect. The fight wasn't finished, but the momentum had shifted. As Lu Fan and his team closed in, the Hell Demon tried once more to slip back into the shadows using Shadow Walk. But Xing Chun wasn't about to let escape. Every time the demon tried to vanish, Xing Chun's relentless barrage forced it back into the open, slamming it with precision strikes and cutting off any attempt to flee. Stunned and helpless, the Earth Shadow Demon could do nothing but endure the onslaught. The tables had turned, and there was nowhere left to hide. The demon's gaze shifted sharply to Lu Fan, realizing that Xing Chun's barrage wasn't meant to deal real damage. It was all about locking down its movements. Fury twisted across the demon's face as it abandoned its defense and focused solely on Lu Fan. With a roar, it raised both claws, activating Shadow Strike. Dark energy surged as it lunged forward, unleashing a devastating double slash aimed straight at him. But Lu Fan was already moving. Dodging with precision, he barely missed a step before giving the next command. "Xiao Fei, Soul Light Form." In an instant, Xiao Fei's form shimmered, turning translucent as she shifted into her invulnerable state. The demon's claws tore right through her without leaving a scratch. Its killing blow had landed on nothing but air. Lu Fan didn't waste the opening. He vaulted onto Xiaoya's back, triggering his Dragon Rider ability. Their connection flared to life, merging their stats into one overwhelming force. Strength, agility, stamina, all of it surged as the bond deepened. The failed strike only sharpened Lu Fan's resolve. Anyone who laid a hand on his dragons wasn't just an enemy. They were already doomed. "Dragon Inspiration," Lu Fan called out, stacking even more power onto himself and Xiaoya with a 30% attribute boost. Xiao Fei responded in sync, activating her Emerald Dragon bloodline. A surge of power rippled through the battlefield, enhancing every dragon and anyone linked to dragon blood. The entire team felt a rush as their strength skyrocketed. But Xiao Fei wasn't done. She activated Soul Protection, linking her soul light to Xiaoya, layering her with even more defense and pushing her attributes to brutal new heights. Fueled by the overwhelming support, Xiaoya's eyes burned with unstoppable fury. She roared, sending waves of searing heat across the dark spire. In that moment, the battlefield belonged to her. Dragon Chi, intensified by the stack of abilities, rained down on the Hell Demon. Every hit pounded into its body, drawing deep, guttural cries from the creature as it struggled to withstand the relentless assault. "Disgusting human," the demon spat, its voice shaking with rage. "How can you wield the power of dragons? They were gods. Why would they lower themselves to follow an insect like you?" Panicked, the demon clawed desperately at the swirling dragon Chi, trying to push back the waves of power slamming into its body. But Lu Fan didn't even flinch at its words. "Xiaoya, increase the pressure," he commanded calmly. Xiaoya answered with another roar, pouring even more force into the storm of flames. The assault became merciless, forcing the demon back step by step under the weight of her strikes. The Hell Demon kept shouting, demanding answers, trying to understand how a human could command such power. Lu Fan didn't give it the satisfaction of a response. He simply drew the underworld serpent bow, its dark energy pulsing in sync with the chaos around him, ready to end this once and for all. At that exact moment, the twin fallen corpse dragons charged into the fight. Undead energy wrapped around their massive bodies as they activated Dragon Charge, creating a shimmering shield that absorbed nearly all incoming damage. With unstoppable force, they barreled straight into the demon, slamming it hard into the ground. The Hell Demon roared, its disbelief cutting through the chaos. "Why? Why would creatures with such ancient power submit to a mere human? Lu Fan, growing tired of the endless whining, glanced over at Xingqian with a smirk. Well, what do you make of that? Without needing another word, Xingqian leapt into action. A sharp twang rang out as a blazing star shot across the battlefield like a meteor, hurtling toward the Hell Demon with pinpoint accuracy. Sensing the danger, the demon let out a furious roar and charged, claws ready for a desperate final strike. But Xiaoya was already there. She intercepted perfectly, blocking the attack with her shadow claws and throwing the demon off balance, leaving it stunned just long enough. From his spot atop Xiaoya's head, Lu Fan gave a nod. Nice work, he said, his focus never leaving the target. With calm precision, he began charging the underworld serpent bow. Dark energy built with every passing second, layer upon layer, stacking as the air pulsed with power. Hold the line, Lu Fan commanded. Xiaoya and Xiaofei answered without hesitation, keeping the demon pinned while the bow gathered strength. As the fourth layer locked into place, Lu Fan activated Snake Shadow, pushing the bow's power even higher. Realizing the danger, the Hell Demon unleashed Bloodblade Claw, aiming directly for Lu Fan. But Xiaoya dodged effortlessly, then countered in a flash, wrapping her claws around the demon's arms and locking them in place. Release me, the demon screamed, panic overtaking its rage. Too late. Lu Fan let the arrow fly. A brilliant streak of energy tore through the air like a comet, burning with unstoppable force. At the same moment, Xiaoya unleashed lava flame, drowning the demon in molten fire. The flames roared across the battlefield, consuming everything in their path. But the assault didn't stop there. Still in galactic form, Xingqian activated Energy Shockwave. 10 layers of power spiraled around the nebula star, pulsing as they neared critical mass. Lu Fan's arrow struck the nebula star mid-flight, the timing flawless. The impact supercharged the energy, turning it into a force beyond control. The Hell Demon, already writhing in the middle of Xiaoya's inferno, looked up just in time to see the final blow coming. Frozen in shock, it couldn't move. The nebula star detonated, unleashing a massive explosion that shook the entire dark spire. The shockwaves ripped through the air, the force of the blast echoing out in every direction as the battlefield trembled beneath the weight of the destruction. Inside the observation room, the tension was suffocating. Deputy Chief Zhao and Elder Han stared at the screens, locked onto the unfolding battle. Even without being on the field, the sheer scale of the fight left them speechless. Zhao muttered under his breath. Did Lu Fan actually pull it off? Did he kill the Earth Shade demon? Jin Zion, usually calm and collected, looked rattled for the first time. The idea that some kid from Dragon Nation could push a 9 realms demon, something only national-level heroes should face, was impossible to swallow. His frustration simmered as a dark thought formed. If this keeps up, Jin Zion clenched his fists. I might have to reset the Earth Shade demon's stats myself. But before he could move, a voice cut through the room. The explosion's over. The Earth Shade demon, it's still alive. Jin Zion's lips curled into a cold smile. Still alive, he whispered, a low chuckle escaping as if the real fun had only just begun. Back in the secret realm, the smoke began to clear. From the heart of the blast, the demonic Hell demon emerged, body torn and scorched, but far from finished. A guttural snarl ripped through the silence. You filthy insect! It spat, rage pouring from every word. You actually dared to wound me. I'll make you regret it. Black energy exploded around its form, wrapping the demon in a violent aura as its strength shot up. Its power climbed fast, but Lu Fan didn't so much as blink. Spare me, Lu Fan replied, his voice dripping with amusement. Maybe worry about yourself first. With a casual flick of his hand, Lu Fan pointed to the sky. The demon froze, an uneasy chill crawling down its spine. Looking up, its eyes widened as the twin fallen corpse magic dragons descended from the heavens. Blue-black flames devoured their colossal bodies, and the ancient language of dragons rippled through the air like an omen. Their presence alone made the ground tremble, the weight of their power choking the battlefield. As they dove, the dragons activated Downfall, a forbidden ability reserved for their final stand. Willingly sacrificing themselves, they unleashed an attack that magnified their total power by a staggering 2,000%. Realizing the threat, the demon lashed out, fury masking its panic. Reckless beasts, it roared. Reduced to pets for a human. And this is how you choose to die? Claws glowing with blood energy, the demon struck out with everything it had, desperate to tear them down before they could collide. But the downfall had already been set in motion. A blinding flash consumed the cavern as the dragons detonated mid-dive, their combined force slamming into the Earth Shade demon with unstoppable intensity. The explosion tore through the dark spire, light swallowing everything, followed by a deafening blast that shook the entire realm to its core. And at the center of it all, The demon was lost in the storm of their final, devastating sacrifice. The dark castle burned on, flames raging in every direction. Amid the inferno stood the king of the 9 realms, the Hell Demon. His severed hands hung limp, the chains around him shattered. Coughing violently and racked with pain, he locked his gaze on Lu Fan. This can't be real, he choked out, his voice raw with disbelief. He let out a furious scream, then muttered under his breath. How could I lose? This useless body, it's dragging me down. Am I really doomed to fall to humans again? The thought weighed heavy on him. No, even if I'm reborn, I won't accept this fate. I must defeat him. It has to happen in this life. With that, he roared into the flames and activated shadow work, merging with the Earth's shadow energy, vanishing without a trace. With this technique, he moved freely, undetectable, unless struck. But Lu Fan was ready. Before the demon could escape, Lu Fan unleashed a relentless barrage from his divine bow. Arrows rained down in waves, breaking through the demon's stealth and cutting off his skill. The Hell Demon faltered, disoriented by the endless assault. What now? How is he supposed to fight back? Lu Fan and the dragons watched him closely. As the last arrow fell, Lu Fan lowered his bow and spoke coldly. Your Earth Shadow tricks end here. Without giving him a moment to recover, Lu Fan tapped into the power of the Blackhead Festival. Drawing his divine bow once more, he fired 100 magical arrows, each carrying devastating force, slamming into the Hell Demon and carving away his strength. The Hell Demon stood in disbelief. This can't be. A human defeating me? He stared at Lu Fan and the dragons, dread sinking in. Is this it? I can't even scratch his dragon. Maybe I can't hurt any of them. His skin turned a pale, sky blue. Lu Fan watched in shock. By now, the demon should have been finished, but something was stirring. Then, without warning, the Hell Demon erupted in a wild scream. A purple aura surged around him, thick and violent. Power flooded his body, his veins bulging with energy. His blood roared through him like fire. One eye lit up with an intense glow, and his claws gleamed as energy crackled along their edges. For the first time in a long while, strength returned to him. Lu Fan couldn't believe what he was seeing. His gaze locked on the demon, his own eyes growing pale with shock. Quickly, he opened his system, desperate for answers. But nothing made sense. By all logic, the battle should have been over. So why was this happening? What was this power? And where was it coming from? A strange wave of clarity washed over him as he studied the system. There, displayed clearly, was a massive eye icon. He tapped on it, thoughts racing. Is this the second form of the Earth Shadow Demon? Or maybe the 9-person demon still holds some hidden force? The heroes of the Tai Chi Empire must have sealed something even greater than anyone realized. Even with the system's info, Lu Fan was left in the dark. None of it added up. As the demon's second form took shape, his eyes lit up with a ghostly glow. His tongue slithered between jagged teeth. And for a moment, Lu Fan noticed the eerie connection between the grotesque eye and that writhing tongue. Then came the laughter. Cold, mocking, still growing in strength. The demon sneered at Lu Fan. What? You thought this was the end? You're nothing. A bug. You can't touch me. Lu Fan glanced back at his system. The Earth Shadow Demon's stats were spiraling out of control. Its level climbed past 85, still rising with no end in sight. Strength, agility, spirit, endurance. Every attribute was spiking. What is this? Lu Fan thought. How is this even possible? The level, it's unknown and still increasing. This shouldn't be real. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Vice Principal Zhao stared at the monitoring screen, stunned. What on earth? How is its power still climbing? The transition stage has already begun, but these numbers, it just won't stop. The readings continue to spike, higher and higher. Zhao frowned deeply. This is bad. If it keeps going like this, that demon really might become unstoppable. Turning quickly to the overseer, he called out, Old Han, look at these stats. If this doesn't stop, Lu Fan's life is seriously on the line. We need to step in. Should we send a priority recall and pull him out now? Old Han sat quietly for a moment before replying in a calm, low voice. Vice Principal, have you already forgotten the promise you made me? He leaned back slightly, his expression unreadable. Once Lu Fan finishes off the Earth Shadow Sorcerers, we'll sit down for some fresh tea together. Vice Principal Zhao was stunned by Old Han's words. He turned to him, his expression serious. Lu Fan's life is hanging by a thread. The Earth Shadow Demon's behavior is getting more and more unpredictable, and its stats are about to break past 100,000. Do you really think it's the right time to sit around talking about tea? How can you stay so calm? But Old Han didn't flinch. His face remained firm as he replied. From the very start, Lu Fan's performance has shown his sharp instincts and battle experience. You don't come across talent like as often. I won't let him die here. No matter how high these 9 region demons push their power, I have complete faith in Lu Fan. He won't fall to them. Then, turning his gaze directly at Zhao, Old Han asked, "Tell me, do you still believe in Lu Fan?" Zhao paused, then nodded. "Of course, I still believe in him. But Old Han, as long as you can guarantee Lu Fan's survival, I'll have nothing more to worry about. Dragon Capital Academy has given him everything we could in training. Forgive me for my earlier reaction." Old Han gave a faint smile. "No need to apologize. I get why you're worried about him." Meanwhile, sitting quietly nearby, President Jean overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. Amused, he thought to himself how neither of them had caught on. Perfect, he mused. They have no idea what's really coming. Secretly, Jean had already sent the order. Through a quick message on his phone, he'd commanded the officials to boost the power of the 9 world wizards and escalate the monster's strength. Listening to the others talk, he could barely hold back his grin. These two have no clue about the danger ahead. Even the heroes of the Tai Chi Empire couldn't handle the 9 world wizards. How could Lu Fan? They're just sitting here, waiting for his death. Smirking to himself, Jean kept laughing softly, satisfied with the chaos unfolding. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan stood face to face with a monstrous demon. Watching its growing power, he quickly pieced the situation together. "So that's how it is," Lu Fan muttered. "Still, I don't get why your transition stage has gone completely off the rails. Your power just keeps climbing." He smirked, tightening his grip on the divine bow. "But I wouldn't celebrate too soon if I were you." Without wasting another second, Lu Fan steadied his aim, thoughts sharp and focused. "I can't let these stats climb any higher. If I don't stop this now, it'll be over." Surveying the battlefield, he knew there was only one option left. "Looks like it's time for the ultimate weapon." Without wasting a moment, Lu Fan summoned the twin fallen dragons. Using the power of natural assimilation, he unleashed the dragon's Ming flute, calling them forth to match his level. The 2 dragons roared, circling high above him, their wings stirring the burning air. "Xiaofei with me," Lu Fan commanded. Xiaofei responded instantly, summoning another fallen dragon. A brilliant light burst from within him, and the grains of the 9 worlds activated at full force. His nails shimmered, and the glowing eyes on his tongue locked onto Lu Fan. "Ah, worm," the demon sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You won't last much longer." With that, he shot forward at terrifying speed. As the monster charged, a thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Lu Fan leaped onto his black dragon and gave a swift order. "Xiao Yi, world destructive roar." Xiao Yi responded, releasing the devastating roar. The ground trembled as the blast tore through the air, dealing massive damage and weakening everything caught in its range. But the demon barely flinched. With a cold glare, he growled, "You and that dragon of yours are worthless. Nothing you do can stop me." Unbothered by the taunt, Lu Fan unleashed Dragon Unleashed, activating the full power of dragon language magic. The demon dragon's breath shifted into pure dragon language spells, and the usual attacks transformed into forbidden dragon magic. Raising his sword, a golden circle flared around the blade, while a purple aura pulsed before the dragons. "The fallen dragon has unlocked dragon language magic," Lu Fan shouted. Without hesitation, he triggered the Forbidden Husband Dragon mantra. Dark energy erupted in a massive wave, thick with the stench of death and the screams of lost souls. The demonic force slammed into the 9 realms demon, dealing catastrophic damage and unleashing rare effects. The demon howled in agony, thrashing as the energy ripped through him. Rage filled his eyes. "That's enough," he roared. "You dare humiliate me like some ancient beast? Now you'll pay for it. For the pride of the 9 realms demons. You must die." But just as he prepared to retaliate, something strange happened. A mysterious force wrapped around him, locking him in place. Shock flashed across his face. What is this?" he stammered, struggling to break free, but the power was too strong. Lu Fan glanced at him with a calm smile. "Too bad," he said. "Looks like class is in session." The star dragon had fully shifted into his true form, soaring high into the sky as a fierce, radiant light exploded from within him. Lu Fan watched closely and smirked. "Now you'll understand what happens when you underestimate a dragon tamer," he called out. "Your end has come. No one can save you now." At that moment, the system alert appeared. Starlight form active. Time remaining, 59 seconds. The star dragon, now at level 15, surged with newfound power. His strength skyrocketed from 4,656 to 23,280. His agility shot up to 548. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of morning starlight. Meanwhile, the 9 realms demon trembled, writhing in pain. He looked up at the young dragon and muttered, What is this monster?" The star dragon let out a thunderous roar, and from his mouth erupted an unstoppable force, Starfall Buren. The light of countless stars focused into a devastating beam, cutting through everything in its path. Defense meant nothing. There was no way to block it. The damage fed directly off the dragon's strength and level. The beam struck the Nine Realms demon head-on. His body began to dissolve instantly, his limbs breaking apart and melting into the air. Realizing there was no escape, the demon could only accept it. So this is my fate. As the dragon's power climbed even higher, pushing past 349,200, the destruction became unstoppable. The demon's body melted away piece by piece until nothing remained. I can't believe it, the demon whispered in his final moments. I just got my power back, and I lost again. Moments later, the last traces of his body vanished. Only his eyes lingered for a brief moment. Then they, too, melted into nothingness. Silence fell over the dark castle. Lu Fan and the dragons stood frozen, staring at the empty space where the demon had been. For a brief moment, the battlefield felt completely still. But as Lu Fan glanced upward, something felt off. Wait, it's not over, he said. The Earth's shadow demon is trying to take us down with him. The entire peak is starting to collapse. Without wasting any time, he shouted, Xiao Yi, get everyone out of here. Xiao Yi responded immediately, taking a massive leap, carrying the group away from the crumbling peak as the ruins of the dark castle began to fall. Cracks spread across the rocks as the ground beneath the dark castle gave way. In an instant, everything collapsed and the debris exploded on impact. Sensing the danger, Lu Fan reacted immediately, soaring into the sky with all the dragons close behind. As they rose above the destruction, the system flashed new updates. The Emerald Dragon had reached level 24. The Star Dragon leveled up to 16. Lu Fan himself had climbed to level 36. Seeing the updates, Lu Fan couldn't hold back a grin. The Black Dragon, Zio, had also reached level 32. Not bad at all, Lu Fan thought. Even after such a massive explosion, there was more than enough space to escape. Flying up saved us from taking any damage. He glanced down at the ruins below. This battle dragged on for so long, but I finally took down the Earth Demon. With back-to-back level-ups and the system rewards coming through, it felt completely worth it. Last I checked, I had around 459,792 points. With everything that's happened, it's got to be way higher now. Sure enough, as he opened the system, the notification glowed on the screen, mission complete. 9 regions clans land demon eliminated. His total points had skyrocketed past 500,000. Now that's what I call peace of mind, Lu Fan thought with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, back at the office, the entire room was left speechless. Nobody could believe what they'd just witnessed. The Nine Worlds demon was dead, taken down despite his endlessly rising power. As the shock faded, the room filled with chatter. He's a genius. There's no other way to put it. He's outscored rank 2 by over 440,000 points. Did you see how perfectly he coordinated with his dragons? That final laser strike was flawless. Of course, his battle instincts are next level. Vice Principal Zhao pointed toward Old Han. You called it. Lu Fan won. And to show that kind of high-level combat skill at his age, that's something rare. Old Han nodded with a small smile. Dragon Capital Academy invested a lot into training him. There's no way we're letting that talent go to waste. You're absolutely right, Zhao agreed. That kid's been putting in the work. You could see it during the prep for the national exam. He hasn't stopped training since. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Both Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han turned, startled. Where did that noise come from? Zhao asked, looking around. Meanwhile, President Jean slammed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. His face twisted in fury. Every single plan he'd made to bring Lu Fan down had failed. All his carefully laid traps, useless. From behind him, an official cautiously asked, Mr. Jean, are you all right? Jean stormed out, his anger boiling over. It's nothing, he snapped. Just my own carelessness. But even if Dragon Nation is ahead by 400,000 points, Taichi Nation is still holding second place. He scowled, shaking his head. I still don't understand how this happened. Watching him leave in such a rage, Vice Principal Zhao frowned. What's wrong with him? The overseer smirked lightly. Don't mind him. Come on, let's get that fresh tea. Back in the hallway, President Jean punched the wall, his thoughts spiraling. Lu Fan actually killed the Earth Demon. This is impossible. Absolutely unforgivable. How could that brat from Dragon Nation pull off what even Taichi Nation's heroes couldn't? As frustration built, one of his officials rushed over. Mr. Jean, there you are. We've been looking for you. Jean grabbed him by the collar and shouted, Tell me right now, did you really max out the Earth Demon stats or not? The official stammered. Why, yes. Yes, I did. But that Dragon Nation representative, he's just too fast. His damage output is insanely high. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead, nervously continuing. The Earth Demon hit max stats, no question. But Lu Fan still wiped him out. Hearing that, Jin's mind raced. So the stats were maxed, but Lu Fan still won. He must have found some kind of weakness in the Earth Demon. That's the only way he could have taken it down. Back in the lounge, Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han quietly sipped their tea. Noticing President Jin's tense arrival, Zhao raised an eyebrow. What's going on over there? Jin didn't say a word, standing silently as if lost in thought. Old Han barely spared him a glance. Nothing to worry about. Everything's under control. Thanks to Lu Fan, things just got a lot easier. With that, Old Han stood up and walked off, leaving Jin behind in silence. The vice principal raised his hand with a smile. Forget how incredible his battle skills are. What really matters is how he handled the Earth Demon. No one can match him here in the nation's court. The overseer chuckled. Yeah, after staying on duty all night, these old bones could use a break. Come on, let's take a walk and clear our heads. As they left together, laughing and relaxed, President Jin and his officers watched in disbelief. Seeing them celebrating so openly only fueled Jin's suspicions. There has to be something going on here, Jin thought. Pointing at his officers, he gave a quiet but firm order. Find out if there's anything suspicious about the Dragon Nation representative. The deputy supervisor has to know something. Stick close and monitor them. If anyone starts poking around those two, report back to me immediately. Yes, sir, the officer replied before slipping away to follow them. Meanwhile, Jin stayed hidden behind a nearby wall, eavesdropping on every word. He was determined to uncover what trick the Dragon Nation had used. How did Lu Fan manage to defeat the Nine Realms demon when even the strongest from Taichi Nation had failed? Listening closely, Jin heard the overseer speaking. If everything keeps going smoothly, first place in the nation's trial is as good as ours, the overseer said confidently. I agree, the vice principal nodded. And I want to apologize for overreacting earlier. I was just worried about Lu Fan. The overseer smiled. I'm already used to your anxious face. The vice principal laughed. Come on, Old Han. Let's head back. But just as they turned, something unexpected happened. From behind, a glowing object shot through the air at incredible speed. President Jin didn't even realize it was coming. By the time he noticed, it was almost too late. A radiant sword came slicing toward him. Jin's eyes widened in shock as the blade closed in. He barely managed to dodge at the last second. If he hadn't moved, it would have ended him right there. President Jin barely managed to dodge the glowing sword, his heart pounding as he stumbled back. A wave of panic rushed over him. Someone's watching me, but who? Why can't I see anyone? Then his eyes locked onto the sword still lodged in the wall. He looked closer. A level 90 Dark Knight Ripper. Seriously? As he studied the blade, cold sweat ran down his face. Damn, I completely forgot about Old Han's special bodyguard. Those 4 floating swords, they attack automatically. Scanning the area and finding no one in sight, Jin realized exactly what this was. A warning, no doubt about it. Grimacing, he thought, if the 4 full swords are guarding Old Han, tailing them any further is suicide. I'm out of here. Without wasting a second, he slipped away from the scene to protect his own skin. About 10 minutes later, the overseer and vice principal Zhao strolled by the area. Spotting the gash in the wall, Zhao raised an eyebrow. Old Han, what do you think happened here? Old Han studied the damage carefully, then smirked. Exactly what I expected. That little Taichi Nation rat couldn't help himself. Tried to eavesdrop, and got a warning for his trouble. Zhao shook his head. Shameless. Anyway, let's head back to the commander's room. I want to see more of Lu Fan's performance. I can't wait to watch what he does next. Old Han nodded, and the two of them left, unfazed. Back in another room, President Jin finally returned, still rattled from the close call. His officers rushed over as soon as they saw him. Mr. Jin, you're back. We were looking everywhere for you, one said, handing him a new phone. Your backup device, sir. You've got nonstop calls coming in. Another added, Sir, are you all right? You look pretty upset. Jin snatched the phone out of their hands, his glare sharp enough to cut steel. What are you staring at? Get back to monitoring the situation. Now. Why, yes, sir. Right away. They stammered before hurrying off. Jin checked his phone. Dozens of messages had piled up. Updates flooded in about Lu Fan's battle, the Earth Demon's defeat, and reports from furious judges demanding answers. Messages flashed on the screen. Verify the data immediately. How did the Dragon Nation representative defeat the Earth Demon? Judges from Taichi Nation are furious. They're asking if Dragon Nation cheated. Why aren't you answering? Call back now. Jin clenched the phone tightly, his mind spinning. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. Just as President Jin read the next message, his expression turned grave. Public opinion is exploding online. People are demanding Dragon Nation's disqualification. What are you doing? Find proof of cheating by the Dragon Nation representative immediately. Jean clenched his jaw, muttering under his breath. You think I don't want Lu Fan out of here? I'm searching for evidence. If he cheated, I'll find it. No matter what. Meanwhile, crowds were still watching Lu Fan's performance, whispering amongst themselves. Is Lu Fan really playing fair? Could he be faking his way to those points? This Dragon Nation guy, he's something else. Hearing the chatter, Jin's curiosity spiked. He stepped closer to the leaderboard to check Lu Fan's score himself. The moment his eyes landed on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. What? His points went up again? Lu Fan's total had already soared to 529,035. How is this happening? How are his points still climbing? Then suddenly, a thought hit him like lightning. A wide grin spread across Jin's face. I've got him, he whispered. This has to be cheating. This is the proof I needed. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone. I finally caught Lu Fan exploiting the system. His run is finished. Dragon Nation is done. As excitement rushed through him, his phone rang. Hello? Hello? Finally, you picked up, the voice on the other end said. What's going on? Public pressure is growing. You need to provide proof of Dragon Nation's cheating now. But before Jean could answer, his eyes shifted back to the screen, and his smile instantly faded. He stared in shock, his eyelids twitching. What is this? The Earth Demon, who should have been completely defeated, was somehow back on the battlefield. But not just that. Now, the demon and its entire army were actively helping Lu Fan, wiping out enemy forces, racking up kill after kill, and feeding Lu Fan endless points. Jean felt the ground slip out from under him. What's going on? How is this possible? The Earth Demon is boosting Lu Fan's score? Meanwhile, Lu Fan sat calmly with his dragons, finally taking a breather. I can finally rest for a bit, he sighed. The leaderboard continued updating every minute, flashing higher and higher as Lu Fan's points kept rising, non-stop. About an hour earlier, Lu Fan's black dragon soared out from the peak of the towering structure where he had been resting. As they emerged, Lu Fan remarked on just how massive the interior of the tower was, and how it felt like forever just to find the exit. Reclining atop his dragon, his thoughts drifted back to the brutal fights he'd survived. Finally, that Earth Demon is finished, he thought. The victory brought him a wave of relief. Not only did the battle push his strength and level higher, but it also earned him a massive boost in experience. For now, his points were stacked high enough to afford a break. After a while of quiet rest, Lu Fan glanced at the spirit dragon beside him. That's when it struck him. This creature had never been just some pet. Through it all, this dragon had been a true partner. Reflecting on all their past battles, he realized just how far his dragon had come. Fight after fight, it had evolved into a force that could hold its own against even the deadliest monsters out there. As the black dragon hovered near the mysterious tower, Lu Fan, seated calmly on its back, caught sight of something strange. Without warning, the ground shuddered violently. A massive claw tore up from the base of the tower, and thick clouds of smoke flooded the air. Lu Fan stayed composed, already thinking through his next move. His mind drifted to the origins of his black dragon. He remembered the story well. Somewhere far to the north, two mighty dragon kings had fallen during a brutal battle, their bodies transforming into twisted, corrupted versions, fallen demon dragons. It was Xiao Fei who recovered the twin dragons from the clutches of an ancient god, preventing them from becoming mindless slaves to the fallen power. Instead, they absorbed the energy of the decayed corpses, but kept their will intact. Lu Fan also recalled a vital lesson from his master, a conversation about distinguishing fallen creatures from mere undead puppets. It was clear now, puppets were nothing more than empty shells, lifeless corpses, or savage beasts, all controlled by someone else. That knowledge had come in handy when he cut down several of them. Back in the present, Lu Fan assessed his two dragons. Both had grown as strong as fallen beings could get. But below, there was more brewing. He spotted signs of movement underground. Faint traces of demonic life stirred alongside the broken remains of celestial soldiers. More trouble was definitely on the way. But instead of worry, a grin crept across Lu Fan's face. Another chance to test himself. Another fight worth taking. His dragons glanced his way, curious about what he was planning next. Then, without warning, two towering fallen demon dragons emerged, flooding the battlefield with an unstoppable, suffocating aura. Staring at the two fallen demon dragons before him, Lu Fan thinks to himself, now I've got two of these monsters, overflowing with corpse-slaying energy. Their deafening roars shake the battlefield, echoing in every direction. But as Lu Fan observes closely, he quickly assesses the situation. While these dragons are undeniably powerful, there's something missing. They show no sign of having the ability to command undead creatures. Just as Lu Fan is plotting his next move, he suddenly feels a tug on his arm. Without warning, his emerald green dragon begins to change. In a flash, it shifts into its spiritual form, glowing with a brilliant green light as it takes on an ethereal, humanoid appearance. Startled, Lu Fan instinctively pulls back, confused by the dragon's sudden shift. But in the next moment, its true power bursts forth. Before his eyes, the dragon returns to an even more majestic form, radiating an overwhelming aura of strength and elegance. Lu Fan is stunned, unable to look away as he takes in the dragon's incredible evolution. The transformation is complete, and the emerald dragon now shines with unmatched power. As it hovers beside him, a notification appears in his system. The dragon has awakened its unique bloodline ability. With its new skill activated, the emerald dragon releases a protective aura that wraps around Lu Fan and his team. The shield not only boosts their overall stats, but also grants them powerful damage absorption and a counterattack mechanism, making them nearly unstoppable. Watching this unfold, Lu Fan is blown away. His dragon has ascended beyond anything he imagined, a true supreme existence, capable of amplifying its passive abilities to incredible levels. Glancing over the system display, Lu Fan checks the fallen demon dragon stats. After their recent upgrades, their strength, agility, spirit, and endurance have all skyrocketed. These beasts are absolute powerhouses. Still, now understanding the emerald dragon's new ability, Lu Fan realizes something important. The fallen demon dragons aren't limited by strength. They're held back by their very nature, unable to command higher-level creatures no matter how strong they become. A plan forms instantly in Lu Fan's mind. Wasting no time, he gives the order. The emerald dragon unleashes its emerald light, bursting across the field in a dazzling flash. The skill instantly boosts both Lu Fan's and the dragon's attributes by 30%, pushing their abilities even higher. As the battle intensifies, the fallen demon dragons continue their relentless growth. Their stats surge to terrifying new heights, strength, agility, spirit, and endurance all climbing higher and higher. But the emerald dragon holds its ground, its emerald light flooding the battlefield, blanketing everything in radiant energy. Its aura expands, forming a powerful 12-layer shield around Lu Fan and his allies. Every buff is enhanced, resistance to damage is doubled, and the system screen updates again, confirming the massive boost the emerald dragon skills are providing. Even as the fallen demon dragons become more fearsome by the second, the emerald dragon's radiant shield keeps their side standing strong. The balance of power is shifting, and Lu Fan knows it. The emerald dragon's strategic abilities keep Lu Fan's team nearly untouchable. Their defense is layered so heavily that even the fiercest attacks barely make a dent. As the battle rages on, Lu Fan shifts his focus to the stats of a massive demonic creature marked as the Earth Abyss Demon, sitting at level 85. While its level seems capped, its attributes have been pushed beyond imagination. Meanwhile, the fallen demon dragons, still holding at level 24, are displaying remarkable combat readiness, especially after soaking up the buff from the emerald dragon's emerald light. Seeing how the battle is escalating, Lu Fan wastes no time. With a sharp command, he orders the emerald dragon to ascend into its eternal form. Without hesitation, it releases its next ultimate move, Life Pulse Bond, setting the stage for a comeback that could flip the entire fight. The transformation is explosive. The emerald dragon's eternal form radiates unmatched power, amplifying all dragon-related skills to extraordinary levels. Then Life Pulse Bond activates, fortifying the team with even stronger defensive layers and boosting everyone's stats by up to 4 times. Empowered by this surge, the fallen demon dragons roar violently as the buffs flood through them. Their strength skyrockets, armor stacks thicker, and their damage output soars, turning them into an unstoppable force tearing through the battlefield. Now seeing the perfect moment, Lu Fan issues his next order. It's time for the fallen demon dragons to go all out. His plan is clear. Crush the Earth Abyss Demon and claim it as his puppet. Fueled by unwavering determination, Lu Fan drives his team into the final stage of his strategy, pushing them past every limit. The Earth Abyss Demon unleashes a ground-shaking roar, but it's already too late. Lu Fan's dragons are dismantling its defenses with devastating blows, shaking the entire battlefield with the force of their attacks. But just as victory seems close, movement stirs from the shadows. A swarm of dark knights emerges, bodies cloaked in purple flames. These corrupted warriors advance with wicked grins, their malice practically spilling into the air. Laughing darkly, the horde grows larger with every step. Reinforcements, called in by the Earth Abyss Demon, ready to slam into Lu Fan's team with relentless aggression. Lu Fan quickly checks the stats of the newly formed undead army. These transformed divine soldiers have climbed to level 75, each with special abilities that make them even harder to kill. Their defenses stack higher with every undead they control, and they've unlocked the power to convert deadly blows into shielded damage, massively increasing their endurance in the fight. Satisfied, Lu Fan can't help but smile. His gamble paid off. He successfully turned the divine army into loyal undead puppets. Now, with this force under his command, they can keep the battle going on their own, earning points for him without him lifting a finger. Relaxed and confident, Lu Fan knows the tides have fully turned in his favor. A system notification suddenly pops up, alerting Lu Fan of a newly unlocked skill, Undead Control. With this, he now holds full command over all his transformed undead puppets. Realization hits immediately. He can now summon and recall his entire army, even inside secret areas. This newfound power is nothing short of game-changing. Looking over his growing forces, Lu Fan can't help but comment on the sheer potential of his undead army. With complete confidence, he knows he can now carry this force into the secret zones. Wasting no time, he sets them in motion to reenact a legendary battle from 50 years ago, one that had once shifted the balance of the demon Eris. And now, with his ambitions rising, Lu Fan's sights are set on something far bigger. But before his plans can unfold, the ground splits open with a violent tremor. Out of nowhere, a colossal claw slams down from above, barely missing Lu Fan and his dragons. From the shadows, a monstrous demonic beast emerges, its terrifying figure radiating pure rage and malice. With a roar that shakes the skies, the beast steps forward, ready to face Lu Fan and the armies now standing behind him. Without hesitation, Lu Fan checks the latest stats on his newly transformed Earth Abyss Demon puppet. The numbers are staggering. This creature now wields a unique skill that marks enemies with shadow layers, causing them to take increased damage. Even more deadly, its power surges by 200% whenever it suffers a critical hit, turning it into a relentless offensive weapon. Grinning, Lu Fan admires his latest victory. To think such a powerful, ancient demon beast has been reduced to a loyal servant under his control. It's almost unbelievable. Meanwhile, an hour later, inside the control room, news of Lu Fan's achievements hits hard. Lin stares at the reports in disbelief. He can hardly process it. How could an Earth Abyss demon, famous for its refusal to obey anyone, now serve Lu Fan without question? Panic sets in. His phone slips from his hands, crashing to the floor as the weight of the situation sinks in. Their carefully laid plans are in ruins. Online, chaos erupts as the news spreads like wildfire. Discussions flood every platform, theories flying as everyone scrambles to understand how Lu Fan pulled this off. Old Han just chuckles, declaring Lu Fan the top contender without hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Luo calls for calm, reminding the group to stay focused on strategy. With a thoughtful smirk, he points out that balance is key. If the other nations can't keep up, the entire competition risks becoming dull. Leaning back, Han Luo finishes with a knowing grin, dropping a sly remark that leaves the room silent. Meanwhile, Lin feels the weight of the accusations, the online chaos, and the growing threat to the Jean family's reputation. Gritting his teeth, he clenches his fists in frustration, realizing there's no way around it. With a grim expression, he admits defeat. He has no choice but to hand the critical mission over to Lu Fan. The situation has spiraled beyond his control. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan finally allows himself a moment of ease. His strategy worked perfectly. With everything falling into place, he gives the order. The Emerald Dragon calls forth the fallen demon dragons, who in turn direct the Earth Abyss Demon to deploy another wave of celestial troops. As Lu Fan's companions unwind beside him, the system keeps ticking upward, their points climbing higher and higher, a clear sign of their complete dominance. Reflecting on the battle, Lu Fan can't help but admire the depth of the plan. The layers of strategy might be complex, but the payoff is undeniable, maximizing their rewards at every turn. Just as things begin to settle, a new notification flashes across his screen. Lu Fan quickly checks his communicator and pulls up the map. Sitting at the top, rank number 1, a new mission marker appears, this time signaling an even greater challenge ahead. Another test is waiting for him, and it promises to be bigger than anything he's faced so far. In a snow-covered region, the next country test quietly unfolds. A boy hides behind a tree, holding his breath as a beam of light shoots down from the sky, signaling the appearance of a new mission. Relieved, he whispers to himself that his task is complete. Smiling, he thinks, finally, some luck. I didn't run into Lu Fan at the checkpoint, and no one else has made it this far. This one's all mine. But his confidence doesn't last. The moment his grin starts to settle in, his eyes catch something terrifying, a massive dragon approaching through the sky. Something about its presence feels off. Moments later, Lu Fan arrives, soaring in with his black dragon, its menacing aura spreading across the mission zone like a storm. The boy's stomach drops. All hope drains from his face as he realizes Lu Fan has shown up again. Watching Lu Fan land with his usual calm stride, the boy mutters in frustration. Out of all places, why here? What felt like an easy mission is now spiraling out of control. Seeing Lu Fan only confirms the worst. If he's here, that must mean he already finished his last mission. Did he really take down the Earth monster? The thought makes the boy's frustration boil over. What was supposed to be a clean, quiet success has turned into another nightmare. As Lu Fan steps forward, scanning the misty landscape, he pauses. Sensing something unusual, he turns his gaze over his shoulder. The boy freezes. Caught. A cold sweat runs down his back as Lu Fan locks eyes with him. Scrambling to recover, he blurts out, sorry, I was just being a little loud. Total mistake. Nothing serious. Please pretend I'm not even here. But Lu Fan has already made his move. With a flick of his hand, his Dragon Kai surges forward, fiery energy swirling and intensifying the air around them. The force zeroes in on the boy, hitting him like a crashing wave. Panicking, the boy shouts in disbelief, Wait, hey Lu Fan, you said you'd let me go last time. What's with the sudden attack? But his words are drowned out. Lu Fan's power is relentless. His black dragon roars with fury, joining the assault, and the battlefield erupts under the sheer weight of their combined force. Cornered with nowhere left to run, the man is completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. Meanwhile, a notification pops up on the system screen. 245 points added. Hiding behind a tree, the boy peeks out, his heart still pounding. That's when it hits him. Lu Fan's attacks weren't aimed at him after all. Realizing he's not the target, relief washes over him. So he wasn't here for me. I'm not even on his radar, he thinks, quietly celebrating his good fortune. For now, it seems luck is on his side. Lu Fan shifts his attention to the status window, checking the details of the mission. As things calm down, the boy cautiously approaches, scratching his head. Hesitantly, he thanks Lu Fan for saving his life. He knows full well that if Lu Fan had decided to finish him off, all his points would have been transferred without a second thought. Sincerely, he adds his gratitude. But Lu Fan barely reacts. It was just teamwork, he replies flatly. Don't overthink it. Temporary help, that's all. With that, he brushes off the conversation, his focus already back on the next task. The boy stands there awkwardly, feeling both grateful and a little unsettled. Curious, Lu Fan glances at the boy's status window. His name pops up, Nagunji Song. Hearing this, the boy laughs nervously. Honestly, just a minute ago, I thought I was done for. Lu Fan checks his ranking, 17th place, and raises an eyebrow. Without holding back, he throws in a sharp comment. Your points are pathetic for an entire day of work. Caught off guard, the boy quickly defends himself. I haven't even slept. I've been fighting deadly beasts nonstop. I worked hard for those 20,000 points. Lu Fan glances at him and sighs. I could just take his points now, he thinks, but it's not even worth it. Better to wait until he racks up more. After last time, he won't dare make a move against me anyway. With a casual pat on the boy's shoulder, Lu Fan smirks. Seriously though, being ranked 17th? That's embarrassing for Southland. The boy's smile fades, his mood sinking at the jab. Without another word, Lu Fan turns and walks off, waving a hand as he leaves. Work harder. Next time I see you, I expect better rankings and more points. Stunned, the boy watches him go. Lu Fan's actually pretty nice, he thinks. He even encouraged me. As the boy glances one last time at Lu Fan, disbelief fills his mind. Everything he'd heard back in the Southern Nation painted the Dragon Nation as arrogant and overbearing. But now, standing here, none of that matched the man before him. Lu Fan wasn't anything like the rumors. He was straightforward, calm, even encouraging. This is the same Lu Fan who defeated the Demon of Nine Realms, the boy thinks. Not only did he spare me, but he cheered me on. And yet, I actually want to take him down? What a joke. I'm the foolish one here. Regret creeps in. I've been so narrow-minded. Watching Lu Fan prepare for his next mission, something shifts inside him. For the pride of the South, and to prove I'm not just some bystander in a shadow, I need to step up. I'll earn more points, and maybe one day, stand on equal ground with Lord Lu Fan. As these thoughts settle in, Lu Fan climbs onto his dragon and takes off, soaring into the sky without looking back. Meanwhile, Lu Fan checks the details of his next task. It's a PvP mission targeting a rank 6 opponent deep inside a swamp zone. Reading over the objective, he can already sense the danger ahead. Even though it's only the second day of the test, things are escalating fast. Lives are already on the line. Lu Fan briefly considers who the opponent might be. Could it be Kim Sung-han? Or maybe Charles? But then he smirks. Doesn't matter who it is. The outcome will be the same. With a confident grin, Lu Fan signals his dragon. Xiaoyi to the swamp. The black dragon lets out a fierce roar and slices through the clouds. carrying him straight toward the next battlefield. The scene shifts. Deep within the swamp, the air is thick with fog and shadows. Hidden in the muck, a massive boar with glowing red eyes trudges through the murky waters. From the underbrush, a snake silently coils, watching. Then, without warning, it strikes, driving its fangs deep into the boar's flesh. The beast thrashes wildly, but resistance is pointless. The snake's power is overwhelming. At the heart of the serpent's coils, a figure leans back, watching it all unfold with a smirk. Wei Ji, the rank 10 opponent, notices a system notification pop up. Someone has just accepted a mission to hunt him. Amused, he chuckles quietly. So, I've become the target now. Without a hint of fear, he smiles to himself. Interesting. Wei Ji's stats flash across the screen. 52,642 points, a clear display of his overwhelming strength. Just as the numbers fade, the wounded boar lets out a furious roar and charges forward. But with barely a glance, Wei Ji sidesteps, dodging the attack effortlessly, his expression steady and unshaken. From nearby, heavy footsteps press into the damp earth. A voice cuts through the thick air, calm and cold. If you're standing in my way, you'd better be prepared. Wei Ji glances over, his tone sharp. What a miserable place for us to cross paths. This swamp reeks of death. Rotten, toxic, and unforgiving, he agrees. Not exactly the battlefield I imagined. Then Ji Lan said that we've got bigger things to worry about. Don't forget the agreement we made with the Four Nations Alliance. We're supposed to pool our resources, stack points, and crush the competition. Remember? Leaning back against a twisted tree, Wei Ji lets out a low breath. Then where are the others? Why are we the only ones here? Ji Lan, watching the scene unfold while his snake companion coils at his side, speaks up. Baden should be showing up any minute now. As for Yisanglai, haven't seen her since the trial started. She might still be somewhere out there in this swamp, but who knows? Wei Ji shakes his head. Honestly, waiting around isn't an option. Time's ticking. Glancing at his own status window, Wei Ji smirks. I've been moving fast, clearing out whatever beasts cross my path. But if I'd run into someone like you earlier, I wouldn't be stuck at 10th. I'd be way higher by now. Confidence builds as the tension thickens. So, the hunter has finally arrived, Wei Ji says with a grin, fully prepared for what's coming. Ji Lan sits quietly, watching the fog shift around them. With a casual glance at the map, he speaks to the group. Once Baden gets here, we move. Whoever's coming for us won't know what hit them. A sly grin crosses his face as he adds, let's remind them exactly who the hunters are and who the prey will be. After about 4 hours of traveling, Lu Fan finally arrived at the swamp, the nation's secret testing ground. As he descended, he surveyed the area, thinking to himself, so this is the swamp, rugged terrain, poisonous insects, and toxic fumes everywhere. Navigating this place without flying won't be easy. Landing near a tree, Lu Fan paused. A large snake slithered past, catching his attention. These creatures are vicious, he thought. Taking them down could earn me extra points, but from the looks of it, they might be setting up an ambush. I need to stay sharp. Without wasting time, Lu Fan gave Gog the signal. Activate perception. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up as she triggered the skill. The black dragon's perception swept across the area, exposing hidden threats. With perception active, nearby enemies instantly lost sight of Lu Fan's location. A faint glow illuminated the surroundings, revealing concealed monsters lurking nearby. Lu Fan glanced around, a smirk forming. So there really was an ambush waiting for me. But something felt off. Moments earlier, he'd sensed the presence of 3 people. Puzzled, he drew his sword, its aura flickering to life. Speaking clearly into the open, Lu Fan called out, "You've heard me, haven't you? Yet you refuse to show yourselves? Fine then, I'll come to you." The black dragon hovered beside him as Lu Fan took aim at the massive snake lying in wait. With a swift move of his sword, he provoked the creature. The snake reacted instantly, lunging forward with a sharp hiss. It shot into the air, hissing furiously, as a system notification popped up. Mission target found. The enormous beast reared back, mouth wide open, venom dripping. Just then, a figure seated atop the snake looked down at Lu Fan and chuckled. Well, Lu Fan, didn't expect you to track me down through my snake bubble concealment. Seems you're more capable than I thought. Lu Fan scanned the opponent. Name, Ji Lan. Nationality, Hanggu. Level, 60. Class, Poison 5. Score, 67,375. Rank, 6. Lu Fan let out a sigh. Not much of a place to hide in here. Figured as much. But honestly, I'm a bit let down. You're not Kim Sung-han, and you're not Charles either. Ji Lan glanced at the status window, checking Lu Fan's details. His initial assumption shattered the moment he read the information. I thought he was some master, so I came prepared, but turns out he's just a representative from Dragon Country, lagging far behind in rank. Even as the system warned him about facing a skilled hunter, Ji Lan ignored it. His focus still locked onto the status window. But the instant he properly examined Lu Fan's stats, his expression shifted dramatically. Name, Lu Fan. Nationality, Dragon Country. Level, 36. Occupation, Dragon Tamer. Points, 5,550,000. Rank 1. Ji Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. 5.5 million points? The last time he checked, this so-called Dragon Country representative didn't have anywhere near that many. Now, he finally understood why the system had warned him. He had encountered an elite hunter, a force far beyond what he had anticipated. But instead of fear, excitement surged through Ji Lan. The rules were clear. Defeating Lu Fan meant claiming every single one of his points. The opportunity was too good to ignore. A grin stretched across his face. I never expected to meet such a prize. The meal has practically walked straight to my mouth. Determination flared in his eyes as he made a vow. No matter how powerful you are, I will kill you and take every last point. There's no way I'll let this chance slip by. He turned to Lu Fan with a dark smirk. Still think you're the hunter here? With so many points at stake, do you really believe I'll let you walk away? Lu Fan met his gaze, unfazed. Brother, that might work on others, but not on me. Ji Lan's expression hardened. In the blink of an eye, a staff appeared in his grip, crackling with deadly venom. With a swift motion, he lashed out, releasing a powerful toxic attack. You're nothing but prey, walking willingly into a hunter's den. Those points, they belong to me now. The venom shot toward Lu Fan like a deadly wave, but just before impact, Lu Fan leaped onto Xiao Ye's back, narrowly avoiding the strike. Landing gracefully, he flashed a confident smile. If you want my points, come and take them. Let's see who the real hunter is. Without hesitation, Lu Fan gave the command. Xiao Yi, prepare the lava flame. The black dragon let out a deafening roar, flames surging in its throat. In an instant, it unleashed a torrent of molten fire straight at Ji Lan. Ji Lan, still full of confidence, stood tall atop his massive snake. Don't be afraid, he commanded the beast. That dragon's nothing. You can handle it. Without wasting a moment, Ji Lan unleashed a thick poisonous mist, sending it rolling toward Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. The toxic fog steadily spreading and inflicting continuous damage. At the same time, Xiao Ye's lava flame ignited, forming a blazing fireball. Within seconds, the poison mist and a lava flame clashed in midair, triggering a massive explosion that rocked the entire swamp. The blast sent shockwaves in all directions, and as the smoke cleared, the fire from the lava flame kept surging forward, burning everything in its path while healing Lu Fan's side with its energy. Still mounted on his snake, Ji Lan prepared for his next move, but Lu Fan's attention drifted elsewhere. Strange, why did the others back off? 2 enemies are still missing, Lu Fan thought, scanning the area. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a shadow crept up behind him. A woman, swinging heavy chains like spinning boulders, launched a sudden attack. Lu Fan reacted instantly, leaping aside to dodge the strike. But Xiao Yi wasn't having it. With a swift, brutal swipe of her claws, she struck the woman down, slamming her into the ground. The force of the blow left the woman coughing and bleeding from her mouth. Staring at the dragon in disbelief, she thought, how is he this strong? He's only level 30. This can't be real. Wounded and shaken by Xiao Ye's assault, the woman finally understood the true power of Lu Fan's beast. This dragon, its strength is insane, she muttered as her expression darkened. Her gaze shifted to Lu Fan, filled with murderous intent. Lu Fan noticed and tilted his head. What's her deal? Is she angry or laughing? Before he could figure it out, the giant snake lunged at him with a hiss. Xiao Yi was ready. She shot forward, reaching out to grab the serpent. The snake struck first, sinking its fangs into Xiao Ye's hand. Unfazed, Xiao Yi clenched the snake's neck with her free hand, squeezed hard, and with a powerful lift, slammed the massive creature into the ground before unleashing a thunderous roar. Ji Lan's eyes widened in shock. Hey, get up. Are you okay? He yelled, panicking at the sight of his snake getting tossed like nothing. And just then, the third enemy stepped into view. Ah, missed my mark again, the man said casually. This newcomer, from Jingu Country, was a level 57 Dark Hunter with a total score of 34,831. The woman quickly gathered herself and muttered, honestly, this isn't looking good. We might actually fail, or worse, get killed. Baden scoffed. Yeah, this guy's no joke. He doesn't feel like some level 36 rookie at all. Ji Lan chimed in. Tough or not, we're not backing down. If we take him out, his points alone could push us straight into the top 3. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood watching them, still wearing that same calm smile. Really? This is your big ambush? Looks more like a bad joke, he said. Honestly, if you keep sneaking around like that, you'll end up hurting yourselves. And if you're after my points, what chance do you really think you have? The woman glared back. Don't get ahead of yourself. You might be stronger than we expected, but this fight's far from over. We'll see who's still standing at the end. Lu Fan lifted his sword, ready for battle. Perfect. Let's settle it with a melee and find out whose body ends up buried in this swamp. Ji-Lon wastes no time. With a sharp command, he orders his massive serpent to unleash a poisonous mist at Lu Fan. The giant snake instantly obeys, filling the air with a toxic fog aimed straight at its target. This venomous cloud isn't just for show. It inflicts serious damage while poisoning anyone caught in it. But Lu Fan senses the threat and quickly shields himself. Without hesitation, he turns to Xiao Yi. Take down that snake. Now, he commands. With the poison's effects fading, the black dragon taps into its bloodline power. This ability is no joke. It cuts incoming damage in half, blocks all negative effects, and boosts its healing rate by a staggering 500%. Xiao Yi lunges, her claws sinking into the enormous serpent. With a single, brutal move, she slams it to the ground and tears it apart. Green blood splashes everywhere as the snake's body is shredded. Watching his prized beast fall, Ji-Lon erupts in rage. You kill my snake. You're finished, he roars. Off to the side, another figure takes note of the shift. Seeing Lu Fan gaining the upper hand, he decides it's time to strike. Drawing his bow, he lines up a shot and calls out, I'll cover you. Move forward. The sudden declaration catches Lu Fan off guard. What is this guy up to? Why is there white light surrounding him? Before Lu Fan can fully process it, he reacts on instinct. He raises his wand, activating its power. Lu Fan, my magic circle's ready. Just hold on a second, someone warns. Within moments, Ji-Lon summons his next move, a terrifying formation known as the 10,000 Snakes. Hissing fills the air as the deadly swarm appears. This is no ordinary spell. It's one of the most powerful techniques among the 5 world magicians. After a full minute of preparation, it unleashes billions of venomous serpents, dealing devastating damage equal to 750% of the caster's spiritual strength and poisoning anything they touch. The horde of snakes surge forward, closing in on Lu Fan from every direction. For a split second, he's thrown off, but with a steady breath, he tightens his grip on his sword and starts cutting down the endless waves of snakes. Lu Fan keeps tearing through the endless wave of snakes, their hissing echoing all around him. As he fights, he realizes just how many there are. This is going to take forever, he thinks. There's no end to them, but he doesn't slow down, biting and slashing his way through the swarm. Meanwhile, Ji-Lon raises his hand and smirks. Lu Fan's finished. My 10,000 snakes will make sure of that. Now, you too, get in there and take down that black dragon. Baden, standing behind, hesitates. Wait, seriously? How are we supposed to hurt that massive black dragon? And if we go in there, won't we get caught up in the poison too? He looks over. You're not about to let these snakes attack us, right? The woman cuts him off. There's no time to overthink it. What's in this now? By now, the swarm has completely buried Lu Fan. Not even a glimpse of him is visible under the sea of writhing snakes. Then, out of nowhere, Xiao Yi releases a blazing fire that scorches a huge chunk of the snakes into ashes. Ji-Lan's face twists in shock. What is this? But even with the flames clearing a path, Ji-Lan sneers. You still can't run. Don't think you're safe. Just then, Xiao Yi lets out a mighty roar. The sound shakes the entire battlefield, and the special power of the roar sends devastating damage through everything in range. Flames erupt everywhere, burning through the snakes as Xiao Yi roars on. And as the fire clears, Lu Fan steps out of the chaos, his body glowing with a fierce red aura. His hand has shifted into a dragon claw, and in one swift motion, he shreds through several snakes like they're nothing. This formation? Please, it's just an eyesore. Lu Fan says, his voice steady and cold. He activates his dragon claw ability, chaining together rapid strikes from a distance, while working in perfect sync with Xiao Yi. Ji-Lan glares at Lu Fan. Fine, then suffer the full punishment. You won't escape me. Without wasting a second, Ji-Lan lifts his staff high. Energy crackles above him as a massive circle appears, drawing the sliced remains of the snakes upward. Hurry up, now, Ji-Lan shouts. Wei Ji responds, launching a chain circle straight at Lu Fan with full force. The attack hurtles toward him, but Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He raises his dragon claw and effortlessly stops the attack midair. Wei Ji's eyes widen. How did he block that so easily? And Lu Fan is still standing there, holding the chain like it's nothing. Xiao Yi moves closer to Lu Fan, watching him closely. But before Lu Fan can say anything, he feels a strange tremor beneath his feet. Is that an earthquake? No, the sound is different. That's when Ji-Lan, smirking from a distance, reveals his next move. Come back to life, he shouts. In an instant, the bodies of the 10,000 dead snakes begin to twitch. One by one, they rise, merging together into a single monstrous serpent. Poison seeps from every part of its massive body, filling the air with a deadly fog. A quick glance at the status window confirms Lu Fan's worst fear. The so-called crazy dragon has been resurrected, formed from the spiritual power of the 5-wish magicians. This creature can't truly die as long as its master lives. If it's ever destroyed, it can be revived again with spiritual energy. Even worse, if its body shatters, it splits into multiple giant pythons. Lu Fan stares in disbelief. But that's not all. Another terrifying detail flashes on the status screen. The millions of snakes summoned by the 10,000 snake spell can still attack after death. Their bodies blend into the world itself, launching area-wide assaults. And the worst part? These attacks drain a target's mental energy by 900% per second. Realizing what he's dealing with, Lu Fan quickly pieces it together. This giant python is basically a living weapon built from GI Land's abilities. But if he can slice it just right, he might be able to force it to split and weaken it. Wasting no time, Lu Fan calls out, "Xiao Yi, get over here." By now, the poison is spreading fast. Even Wei Ji, caught up in the fog, starts to choke. "What? Are you attacking your own ally now? What's wrong with you?" she shouts, struggling for air. The status window blares again. The snake's poison is intensifying. Wei Ji's condition takes a sharp turn for the worse. Ji Lan leaps onto the back of the massive snake, laughing. "Your dragon might be immune, but you? Once that poison hits you, Lu Fan, you're done." Wei Ji clutches her throat, gasping. Her body trembles, pain shooting through her limbs. "Hurry, please, finish this. Help me," she cries out desperately. But Ji Lan doesn't even glance her way. He just sneers and keeps his eyes locked on Lu Fan. "Forget her. You're the one who's going to die in this poisonous fog." Ji Lan glances over at Wei Ji, thinking to himself, even if they both drop dead from the poison, who cares? More points for me. Meanwhile, Wei Ji collapses, still pleading for help as her body trembles violently. Ji Lan stands tall atop his massive serpent, watching from above. Baden rushes to her side. "Hey, are you okay?" "Ji Lan, help her," he calls out. Wei Ji's face starts to rot, the poison eating away at her skin. But just as things look critical, a white aura suddenly appears above her. Within moments, her face begins to heal, and the decay fades. She sits up, slowly recovering as the status window flashes an update. She's been saved by hemolytic protection, which completely neutralizes the poison. It turns out Ji Lan stepped in, canceling the poison effect himself. "My bad," Ji Lan admits. "That was a mistake. Next time, I'll make sure my allies have full poison immunity before we start. As an apology, I'll send you an extra 10,000 points from Lu Fan's account." The status window confirms it. Hemolytic protection grants total immunity to poison for 6 minutes, and if the target is already poisoned, it clears the effect completely. Ji Lan quietly thinks to himself, "Andre, Charles, it's not time to pull out of the 4-nation alliance just yet." Waving his hand, Ji Lan says, "All right, you're safe now. Go check if Lu Fan's finally finished." Wei Ji stands up, brushing herself off. "We'll deal with you later. First, let's see if Lu Fan's actually dead." Baden nods. "Yeah, I'm coming too." But before they can move, Lu Fan appears, sitting comfortably on Xiao Yi, watching the whole scene unfold with a calm smile. Everyone freezes, staring in disbelief. "You don't need to check. Obviously, I'm still here," Lu Fan says, smirking. They all stare at him, barely able to process what they're seeing. The status window updates. Lu Fan's level has shot up to 36 plus 32. Making a relaxed gesture with his hand, Lu Fan grins. "Honestly, this whole thing has been pretty entertaining." "Your alliance?" "Weak." Xiao Yi roars fiercely as the Black Dragon bloodline activates, instantly reducing all incoming damage by 50%, blocking every negative effect, and cranking up recovery by 500%. Baden is stunned. He's still alive? He's riding the dragon and immune to everything? How is that even possible? Ji Lan can't believe it either. Watching Lu Fan, he realizes the bitter truth. Both of them are completely immune to all my abilities. Nothing works on them. What is this? Then Ji Lan's expression darkens. "Andre, Charles, forget them. Lu Fan is the real problem here." Boiling with frustration, Ji Lan points furiously at Lu Fan. "Kill him. Kill him now. Whoever finishes him gets 20,000 points. Take him down and earn more than me." Watching the mess unfold, Wei Ji finally accepts the truth. Her team is completely useless. All they do is yell and get themselves hurt. Frustrated, she makes up her mind. If anyone's going to turn this around, it's me. Turning to Baden, she says, "Get ready to back me up. We're going in." But just as she moves to attack, something catches her eye. a blazing fireball flying straight toward her. Her eyes widen in shock, and she freezes on the spot. Lu Fan notices the incoming fireball, thinking, could it be one of my allies? Wei Ji, now hesitant, wonders to herself, wait, is that Yasenlai? Coming in that fast. Before she can react, the fiery figure collides with her. The impact knocks her off her feet, leaving her slightly injured as she hits the ground hard. The source of the fireball stands calmly amidst the scorched earth, wearing a confident smile. Hey, brother, relax. I'm here to back you up, he calls out to Lu Fan. Looking at the battered state of Wei Ji, Baden, and Ji Lan, he shakes his head. Seriously? 3 of you, fighting just one guy, and this is the best you've got? Pathetic. If you call yourselves warriors, why don't you try fighting me instead? A status window pops up, revealing his details. Andre, a level 60 flame warrior from Snow Nation, ranked 4th with 80,617 points. Lu Fan recognizes him immediately. Ah, it's Andre. Andre greets him with a smile and a casual wave. Man, that dragon of yours looks insane. Love it. Xiao Yi, not taking any chances, turns toward Andre, locking eyes on him, ready to attack. Lu Fan quickly rests a hand on her head. Easy, Xiao Yi. He's not an enemy. It's Andre. At Lu Fan's words, Xiao Yi settles down, no longer seeing Andre as a threat. Lu Fan had crossed paths with Andre before, back when they were both hanging out with the Overseer, enjoying a meal cooked by his aunt. Looking Andre over, Lu Fan comments, seriously though, your firepower's impressive. But man, you hit her pretty hard. Andre casually raises his hand and grins. What can I say? I'm running 3rd level magic over here, and I've unlocked the true body of a god. These small fries? Please, barely worth my time. Wei Ji, now back on her feet, brushes the dirt off herself, clearly furious. Then Andre suddenly freezes. Wait, hold on a second. Did you just say she's a woman? SHE is a woman. Lu Fan laughs, shaking his head. Yep, you heard me right. She's no joke. We haven't even seen her real abilities yet, so we can't afford to take her lightly. Hearing them talk like that, the woman clenches her fists, her anger boiling over. Andre smirks and steps forward. Oh, so she's strong, huh? Fine, I'll handle her first. He glances at Lu Fan. Hey, Lu Fan, why don't you take care of the snake rider and the archer while I deal with her? Lu Fan leans back, resting his hands on his head with a grin. Sure. But honestly, there's really no need. I can take care of all 3 of them myself. That's all it takes to push the woman over the edge. Grinding her teeth, her eyes glow bright yellow, and a golden aura flares around her. You think you can underestimate me like that? She roars. In the blink of an eye, her body shifts and expands as she transforms into a massive bear, bellowing furiously. You're all going to regret this, she shouts. She's activated the power of the god Bear Doto, a spiritual giant bear form that boosts her strength and stamina by 20%, though it comes with a cooldown of 16 hours. Without wasting a second, the bear charges straight at Andre, the ground shaking with every step. Andre, unfazed, readies his weapon, which ignites with blazing flames. As the bear slams into him, the impact explodes in a burst of fiery energy. Flames swirl around them as Andre shouts back. Lu Fan, don't worry about me. She's mine now. I'm not letting her get away. Andre unleashes the Flame Lord True Body, calling on the power of the Supreme Fire God. His attributes climb by 1%. His body becomes permanently airborne, and explosive flames surround him. The duration of the True Body depends entirely on his mental strength. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stays perched on Xiao Yi, watching the chaos below. Andre's heart is in the right place, Lu Fan thinks. But man, he's just as much of a hassle as the rest. These guys aren't even worth summoning earth demons for. I can handle this myself. With that, Lu Fan leans forward and launches into the air, soaring on Xiao Yi as the next phase of the battle begins. From high above, Lu Fan spots Ji Lan riding atop his massive snake. Below, Baden fumbles another shot with his bow. Ugh, missed again. Shame on you, Ji Lan. Baden mutters, frustrated. By now, Ji Lan is starting to realize just how impossible defeating Lu Fan is, especially now that Andre has joined the fight. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ji Lan sighs. This is getting bad. Time to follow the plan, he mutters. Turning to his giant snake, he commands, release the poison mist. Now, without delay, the serpent's jaws stretch open, unleashing a swirling cloud of toxic mist, filled with colors swirling like smoke, all aimed directly at Lu Fan. But from atop Xiao Yi, Lu Fan just scoffs. Seriously? You know full well this won't work. I'm immune, and so is Xiao Yi. Why bother? But as Lu Fan keeps an eye on the attack, something doesn't sit right. He quickly realizes, wait, where's the other snake? It's gone. Just as he suspects, Two giant snakes rush at him from both directions, one attacking from the front, the other sneaking in from behind. Lu Fan smirks. So that's your plan? Trying to trap me? Without wasting a second, Lu Fan unleashes Void Slash, a skill linked directly to the dragon's aura, delivering a deadly triple strike. Xiao Yi moves like lightning, slashing through both snakes in 3 clean, devastating cuts. In the blink of an eye, the snakes are torn in half, their bodies crashing to the ground. Lu Fan, still calmly seated on Xiao Yi, shakes his head. They thought they could take me out, but you finished them off before they even got close. Too slow. Let's keep moving. Just as they prepare to advance, G.I. Lon glares at the fallen bodies of his snakes. TCH disgusting. You really slice them up. But then a sly grin creeps across his face. Too bad for you. My snake can't die. G.I. Lon watches proudly as the severed snakes begin to twitch. In seconds, the two halves rejoin, reforming into massive, fully restored beasts. Lu Fan's eyes widen. What, they're alive again? For a moment, he's stunned. I cut them down, but they're back? The more I destroy them, the faster they regenerate. It's like fighting an endless nightmare. Lu Fan wasn't sure how to deal with the endless regeneration of the snakes, but he quickly came up with a plan. Drawing his sword, he turned to Xiao Yi. Transform into the destructive dragon. Burn them all to ashes. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi shifted into her destructive form. The status window popped up, showing her updated stats. Level 32, Strength 33,828 to 8,457, Agility 15,697, Spirit 8,453 to 33,812, and Stamina 17,382. Immediately, she unleashed Lava Flame, sending waves of fire rolling across the battlefield. The searing flames engulfed the giant snake, burning it severely as its painful screams echoed through the air. Following the plan, Baden readied his bow. Ji-Lon glanced over and called out, "Baden, you ready for this?" A dark, ominous aura pulsed from Baden's weapon. Drawing the bow tight, Baden locked his eyes on Lu Fan. "Recharge complete," he said coldly. "Ji-Lon, cover me. I'm launching the attack." When Ji-Lon didn't respond, Baden snarled, "Fine. Go to hell, both of you." He released Evil Thunder Power, summoning the Evil Eye, which formed a mass of lightning swirling around his shadow arrow. It pulsed with dark energy, dealing 4 times the usual damage based on 29% darkness and 9% thunder attributes. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye's flames were still pouring across the battlefield, relentless and wild. Watching Baden's attack charge up, Lu Fan smirked. "Lightning skills? Please. I know those tricks inside and out. That won't touch me." Then he raised his hand and said calmly, "Time to show you real power, the magic of the dragon language." With that, he unleashed the roar of the Azure Dragon King, releasing a devastating shockwave of power. The force crashed forward, dealing massive damage and causing paralysis. From that moment on, Lu Fan's attacks carried a 20% boost to the thunder attribute, with every strike having a chance to paralyze the target. Up until now, Lu Fan hadn't realized that attacking the snake wasn't the real solution. The creature's life was tied directly to its master. But none of that mattered anymore. The sheer force of the dragon language magic left Ji-Lon rattled. "Wait, he has thunder attribute magic too?" Ji-Lon muttered, panic creeping into his voice. That's dragon language magic, the rarest kind." As the magic surged, Lu Fan stepped forward, and the roar of the Azure Dragon King echoed over the battlefield. Purple energy whipped through the air, wrapping around everything in sight. The overwhelming power left Baden and Ji-Lon frozen in fear. Even the giant snake began to thrash wildly, losing control as Ji-Lon shouted in desperation. Lu Fan's light energy spell surged forward, crashing into both Ji-Lon and Baden. The pressure was too much for Baden to handle. He faltered immediately, yelling for Ji-Lon to cover him. But Ji-Lon, seeing the writing on the wall, made his move. Without a word, he activated Shao Qi's Serpent's Breath Sleep and vanished beneath the earth. "Wait, don't leave me," Baden shouted in panic. But Ji-Lon was gone. The serpent's ability, Ash Giant Serpent, dragged him underground, entering stealth mode for 22 minutes while passively regenerating 2% of his max HP every minute. It was a clean escape, but one that left Baden exposed. Left behind and defenseless, Baden became Lu Fan's next target. Without giving him a chance to recover, Lu Fan launched a barrage of attacks, engulfing him in flames. It didn't take long before the system message popped up. "Ju Baden has finally died." Lu Fan let out a cold laugh. "Betray your teammate and run? That's your alliance? You're not getting away either, Ji-Lon." He turned to his dragon, signaling it to prepare dragon language eco. The sky blazed as the dragon's firestorm swept down, incinerating the swamp below. Nothing was spared. Lava bursts took full effect, Fire erupted in all directions, turning the terrain into a molten pit that dragged anything nearby into its fiery pull and dealt continuous, searing damage. Wind Dragon Whisper is used in sync by both knight and dragon. The spell's power is amplified. The battlefield turned into a furnace. Lu Fan watched the scorched ground. This is your grave, Ji Lan. The relentless inferno didn't just burn the land. It annihilated anything hiding beneath it. Even the stealth ability of Zaoki, the serpent, couldn't save him. Another notification appeared. Ji Lan has been eliminated. Only 21 of 23 eliminations remained. His Dragon Nation points soared. Total mission score, 700,000. A jump of nearly 160,000 from the last encounter. It was brutal, but the PvP rewards spoke for themselves. Lu Fan had taken the top spot in the Dragon Nation rankings. Just as he was savoring the win, a thunderous roar came from behind. Through the flames emerged the trial of the World Nation Swamp, a towering beast with glowing yellow eyes. Standing in front of it was Giant Andre, now fully berserk, ready to end it. With one massive swing of his axe, Andre brought it down on the beast, killing it instantly. As the body reverted to its original form, Andre sneered, "Those who hide in the shadows and scheme, they don't deserve forgiveness." Lu Fan didn't waste time. With his dragon at his side, he stepped forward and asked calmly, "Are you handing over your points? Trial of Nations rules are clear. Take out a representative, and their points are yours." While Andre dealt with the aftermath, Lu Fan stood off to the side, calmly readying his underworld serpent separation. The magic arrows hovered around him. No need for a bow, and each one landed with a guaranteed 20% damage output. Eyeing the situation, he muttered to himself, "Hard to turn down an offer this good." With every move, Lu Fan's Dragon Nation points continued to climb. The momentum pushed him forward, but Andre took a moment to pause. He seemed hesitant, then gave in with a short nod. He clarified his intentions. He hadn't come to start a fight. In fact, he admitted he originally thought he'd be triple-teaming Lu Fan, only to realize it was a necessary alliance. Lu Fan just smirked, unbothered. "Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing this kind of thing a few more times, even for free." Andre chuckled. "No big deal, especially after tasting what you fed the Dragon Nation." The battlefield had quieted, the dust slowly settling. Standing side by side, the two looked out over the scorched terrain. Andre turned toward Lu Fan, still chewing thoughtfully. "You got any more of those tasty meals?" He sat down, relaxed, devouring another Dragon Nation dish like it was a delicacy. Completely satisfied, he tossed out an offer. "Tell you what, I'll give you 5,000 points for a piece of that chicken." Lu Fan shook his head with a grin. "Keep your points. If you're hungry, eat." Not far off, Lu Fan's dragon, now in a female humanoid form, was enjoying the same feast, stretched out in total comfort. The mood was calm, almost too casual for a battlefield. But Henry stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. "There's no way. Each piece is worth at least 2,000 points." His disbelief only deepened as Lu Fan casually pulled up his professional stats. Over 700,000 points. Henry stared, speechless, struggling to process how anyone could rack up that much. Lu Fan, meanwhile, glanced at Andre's status screen and caught something that caught his attention. Andre had also been given the task to defeat the demon of the 9 realms. Andre let out a low sigh. "If you've got this many points already, then taking down the Dark Tower might trigger something big." Lu Fan cut in immediately. "That's the plan. I've been after the Dark Tower from the start. Stronger beasts mean more points. It's the perfect grind zone." Henry shook his head in disbelief. What even is Lu Fan? Without his pro features, not even Andre could have made it past the 3rd monster wave at the Dark Tower. And this guy's been using it to farm like it's nothing. Andre stood quietly, a wave of relief washing over him. Deep down, he was just glad he hadn't ended up on Lu Fan's bad side. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. Charles and the others still stuck in this mission didn't stand a chance if they crossed paths with Lu. He shook his head and let out a dry laugh. "I was going to ask you how to boost my points, but yeah, that's clearly not happening." Lu Fan grinned. The Dark Tower's no joke. Clearing out the demons of the 9 realms took serious effort. Andre let out a sigh. "Makes sense. Having a dragon pet changes everything." No wonder dragon riders ranked among the top 3 hidden classes. His eyes drifted toward Lu Fan's dragon, who was now glaring at him with an intense stare. A shiver crept up his spine. "That thing's terrifying." Lu Fan let out a short laugh. "Tried your hand at the Dark Tower yet? Or did it kick you out?" Andre gave a resigned nod. "I barely made it out alive. Worst part is, I'm stuck. Can't pick up any new quests while that one's still active." Lu Fan paused, then smirked. "Then let's clear it together." Andre was just about to answer when he caught another glimpse of the dragon. Its teeth were showing now, sharp and bared, and still staring right at him. "Why does it look like it wants to eat me?" he asked nervously. Lu Fan waved him off. "Don't worry. Dragon bats don't trust strangers." but as long as I'm around, it won't bite. Of course, that wasn't the real reason. Lu Fan knew exactly what was going on. Andre had unknowingly eaten Xiao Ye's rations, and the dragon remembered. Putting that aside, the two headed out, moving toward the looming presence of the Dark Tower. Before they could get close, a system warning flashed across their view. Up ahead, a pack of carrion eagles, all level 60, let out deafening screeches. Mixed among them, hulking horned beetles at the same level waited, their armored shells glinting in the dark, ready for the next wave of battle to begin. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Andre glanced at the swarm ahead. So, how exactly are we doing this? Lu Fan summoned mana into his palm. Simple, he replied. You fight your way, I'll fight mine. With a flash, a glowing sword formed in his hand. Let's rely on our own strength. The air trembled as the monsters hovered above, screeching and circling. Lu looked up, a smirk tugging at his lips. For us, dealing with carrion eagles and dead men shouldn't be a big deal. Andre shook his head. Maybe, but even if their stats are low, the sheer number makes the first two waves overwhelming. Lu gave a brief nod. Then I'll leave those two waves to you. As he spoke, blue mana erupted from his body like a storm, and in its wake, his dragon burst forth. Lu turned toward the tower. I'll head inside and clean out whatever's waiting. Andre blinked. Wait, was Lu seriously saying he'd solo everything inside the Dark Tower? Before he could say anything, Lu raised his voice. Xing Chun, Starlight mode now. The dragon transformed instantly, its body surging with radiant power. It expanded, glowing brighter, and with another pulse of blue energy, launched forward using sky, crossing to tear through the air, shooting straight into the tower. In Starlight mode, the dragon's strength was multiplied fivefold, entering a form known as Star Shatter. Unstoppable for the next 60 seconds. Lu grinned. No point waiting for the monsters to come out. I'll save time and go wipe them all out at once. He activated the Starlight Struggler, an ability that ripped space apart to create a rift gate. This portal led straight to his target zone and couldn't be affected by magic seals or blocking spells. It would remain open for 1 minute. As he prepared to enter, Lu glanced back. Watch your back out here. I'll take care of the monsters inside and wrap up the Dark Tower as fast as I can. Andre could only watch as more dragons began to swirl around Lu Fan. He muttered under his breath. How does one person have this many dragons? The moment Lu stepped through, the rift shattered behind him. Inside the tower, darkness reigned, until the flickering light of mana revealed the ambush waiting ahead. Deep dagger moths flitted through the shadows. Cryptic devourer centipedes slithered along the walls. Dark thorn knights stood ready. Carrion-devouring insects clicked and crawled, filling the air with an eerie hum. A cold voice echoed from the gloom. A foolish human dares enter this domain. A massive, centipede-like creature slithered into view, its tone laced with malice. You've stepped into your grave. But since you're here, I'll let you choose how you die. This was no ordinary monster. It was an earth demon, classified as a nightmare tier boss. Its skill, Deathbind. A horrific blend of paralyze, poison, and stun, wrapped in a storm of slicing limbs that tore everything apart on contact. Lu Fan's lips curled into a smirk as a green aura surged around him. What a shame. You don't seem to value gifts. Let me offer one you'll wish you never received. A massive emerald dragon spiraled around him. It wasn't strong by stats or level, but its ability was unmatched. It doubled the effectiveness of all dragons and bloodline-linked allies. Xiao Fai, Serpent Shelter. In an instant, his power spiked. The skill boosted his attributes by 100 to 200%, and each hit he took was absorbed and stored as air control layers. Once 10 layers stacked up, they would unleash a counterattack equal to the total damage absorbed. With just 30 seconds left on Starlight mode, Lu charged forward. Sheer numbers won't stop me. The Black Dragon too roared and unleashed its power. Enemies surged in from all sides, but Lu stayed focused. 5 seconds left before Starlight mode ended. Final clear now. He activated Sky-Cutting Dragon Strike. In sync with his dragon, he launched a flurry of dragon-infused attacks. A massive shockwave exploded outward, shaking the tower walls. The Destruction Dragon stormed through the enemy horde, annihilating anything in its path. Then came the finisher, Star Crush, a high-damage ability that scaled directly with the Dark Tower's level. Xing Chun, Starlight Crush. With a 2-second charge time, Lu switched techniques. Snake Shadow technique activated, and the Dark Snake Bow was drawn. 3 seconds later, he fired the Shadow Snake Arrow, boosting damage by 500%. The assault of Dragon Force, Blade Strikes, and Shadow Energy combined into a devastating storm. The enemy couldn't keep up. 5 seconds left in Starlight mode. The final stage, Starlight Destruction, kicked off. His dragon opened its mouth wide, blue mana fire swirling around as it absorbed starlight into a single point. The resulting blast ignored all defenses, impossible to block or predict. It surged with a raw 300,000 power output, wiping out the last of the monsters just as Starlight Mode came to an end. Standing amid the wreckage, Lu Fan glanced around. Almost done with the upgrade. Time to speed this up. Just then, a new presence descended, the Holy Corpse Demon Dragon. It radiated thick purple mana, heavy enough to distort the air around it. Lu didn't flinch. Xiaofai, call in the fallen demon dragon. With natural assimilation activated, he raised the dragon bone flute, summoning not one, but two fallen demon dragons. Their levels matched his own perfectly. At the same time, his star dragon shifted again, evolving into galaxy form. Lasers burst from its body, raining across the battlefield. Above, the starfall effect ignited, unleashing a never-ending cascade of starlight energy across the area, persisting until dismissed. With the dust finally settling, Lu Fan glanced at his updated stats. His double dragon had hit level 25, his star dragon soared to level 80, and he himself reached level 36. He gave a nod, pleased. Now this is how you rack up points. But the moment of calm didn't last. A new threat stepped into view. Abyss Moss, level 75. It loomed ahead, but Lu's dragons didn't hesitate. The Abyss Moss let out a wave of corrosive breath, releasing swirling green poison bubbles through the air. Lu didn't flinch. He countered with a precise strike, cutting straight through. The monster died instantly. Its death triggered a chain reaction, black hole effect. The skill pulled in every nearby creature like a vortex, storing their HP before detonating it all in one massive explosion. Lu summoned 3 black holes at once, maximizing the impact. One after another, they erupted, sending waves of destruction across the battlefield. He chuckled. Charging in like that? You may as well be asking to die. But then, something was wrong. Lu paused. His eyes scanned the field. One of the enemy dragons was gone. Spatial Break Shadow. The name left his lips as a whisper. It was a rare ability, one that let its user merge with space itself, moving unseen through shadows. While active, no attacks could touch it. Physical, magical, nothing landed. But the stealth only lasted 9 seconds. Then came the chill, the kind that froze instinct. Behind him, a presence emerged. A massive earth demon materialized. No warning, no aura, no sign. Not even his dragons had sensed it. It had slipped past everything. The earth dragon twisted its massive form, limbs coiling tightly as it tried to trap Lu Fan in a brutal binding lock. Layer after layer of negative effects began to build, aiming to wear him down through stacked damage over time. But before the hold could lock in, a thunderous blow landed out of nowhere. Another stealth ability, Spatial Break Shadow, had just been used. In a flash, a hulking figure struck the earth demon clean across the face, snapping its head to the side. Staggered, the earth demon stared in disbelief. It recognized the attacker. Why are you here? Why would you aid a human? The answer? Phantom Walk, a rare stealth technique that let Lu Fan infuse himself with natural energy, allowing him to pass undetected even among earth demons. The effect would vanish the moment he attacked, but all he needed was that one instant. The beast that struck had twisted fangs and a face laced with tentacles. Before the earth demon could recover, it landed another blow, faster than lightning. With its claws soaked in blood, it delivered a vicious strike. The hit cost it, temporarily reducing its own strength by 200% for the next 10 seconds. But it didn't flinch. Lu Fan raised his hand, calling forth Great Calamity, a colossal destructive dragon. It soared overhead, detonating the battlefield with violent blasts that shattered the tower's stone and wiped out waves of monsters. Smirking, Lu looked up. A reunion with an old friend. What do you think of my welcome gift? Before the earth demon stood what was once an ancient demon god, feared and revered, but now brought to its knees, forced to serve the very humans it once towered over. Twice defeated, now disgraced. Fury surged in the earth demon's voice. How dare you? You think you belong on my level? You and your pathetic beasts. None of you deserve to exist. With rage boiling over, it activated Shadow Split. In a flash, 3 clones materialized. Each one could last 5 seconds, boasting 60% of the original's health and power. They spread out, absorbing attacks and dividing enemy focus. The earth demon's eyes narrowed. That aura, something about Lu Fan's presence was wrong, dangerous. He couldn't be allowed to live. It unleashed Deathbind, aiming to paralyze and cripple its target. But just as the effect started taking hold, the attack was cut short, broken before it could fully lock in. At the same time, the clones began to multiply, but then, unexpectedly, the demon god followed suit. It too split, mirroring the earth demon. Each demon god clone rushed to engage an earth demon clone in brutal one-on-one combat. Lu Fan laughed, his voice sharp through the chaos. Looks like you're enjoying my gift. Let me sweeten the deal. He raised his hand, summoning his demon forces. His dragons roared, their cries shaking the tower. Using corpse manipulation, he took control of the corpse demon dragons, transformed puppets. With a simple command, he could summon or withdraw them at will. And just like that, half the earth demon army inside the tower turned. Now under his control, they turned on their former allies without hesitation. Swords raised, they launched a merciless assault, tearing through the earth demon ranks from within. Just as the earth demon began to realize the tide had turned, the demon god struck again. Another crushing blow that left it pinned between two unstoppable forces. Surrounded, outmatched, and overwhelmed, it had no room to breathe. From a distance, Lu Fan watched the chaos unfold, a small grin tugging at his lips. Two ancient monstrosities, once feared, now locked in savage combat, while his dragons roared above, ready to strike at a moment's notice. With every second, more enemies fell under Lu's command. His army grew. The battlefield spiraled further into madness. The earth demon looked around, stunned. A human, a mere human, had turned everything upside down. Lu Fan took a step forward, his gaze locked on the towering beast. Your turn, ugly, he said coldly. The earth demon snarled, defiant. You think you can defeat me? What nonsense! Suddenly, it released a thick green aura that spread like poison across the battlefield. The pressure from the wave of energy cracked the ground and shook the air. Even the tamed monsters struggled to stay upright. Thinking it had found an opening, the earth demon tried to slip away in the chaos. But Lu Fan was already ahead of it. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Dragon's encouragement, cloaking himself in a golden aura that surged through his body like lightning. His power surged, stats amplified, attack increased by 30%. His dragons felt it too, unleashing furious cries as they shook off the earth demon's suffocating presence. There's nowhere left to run, Lu declared. In perfect sync, Xiao Fai and Xing Chen attacked. Xing Chen activated Starlight Destruction, transforming once more into Starlight mode. The timer began ticking, 60, 59, 58. At the same time, Xiao Fai launched Lava Burst, sending molten flames cascading across the battlefield. Then something shifted. A surge of ancient energy rippled through the air as dragon language magic awakened. Dragon Breath evolved. No longer a standard attack, but a forbidden spell accessible only to dragon demon dragons. Sensing the moment, the other two dragons activated Fall Drum, a brutal technique that burned their own life force to soar skyward before slamming down with devastating force. As Starlight Destruction charged into a blinding beam of concentrated energy, the other dragons followed up with twin lava bursts, the flames rising higher, hotter, unstoppable. Then came the resonance. When Dragon Knight and Dragon Pet cast the same dragon language spell, their power surged. Dragon language resonance pushed their combined attack beyond anything seen before. The Earth Demon didn't stand a chance. The fire, light, and raw force of impact tore through its body, splitting its massive form down the middle, the blast echoing through the tower like thunder. And yet, even shattered, it roared in defiance. I'm not done yet. It screamed, its voice ragged but filled with rage. It refused to fall quietly. Even in ruin, it fought. Outside the dark spire, the skies roared as a monstrous bird dove down, flames pouring from its beak. Andre didn't flinch. He raised his hammer and swung with force, smashing the creature midair and sending it spiraling into a heap of lifeless monsters below. He hovered above the battlefield, scanning the area. Why hasn't the third wave shown up yet? He muttered. The answer came moments later. A massive explosion erupted from inside the spire. A blinding surge of power burst forth, tearing across the sky like a blazing comet. Andre's eyes widened. What the hell is happening in there? 5 minutes later, at the National Trial Secret Realm, Lu Fan descended, victorious, holding the severed head of the Earth Demon in one hand. His dragon landed beside him with a heavy thud. Andre turned, stunned to see him alive, let alone holding the head of the nightmare they'd all feared. Around them, the battlefield lay in ruin, monster corpses scattered in every direction. With a single toss, Lu's dragon dropped the Earth Demon's head at Andre's feet. A system message flashed. Upon death, the Earth Demon can recover 10% HP from its corpse after 10 minutes. After revival, attack plus 100%, defense minus 200%, and constant HP drain. Resurrection in for minutes. Andre frowned as he stared at the severed head. A green mist drifted from its mouth, slow, creeping, toxic. Before he could react, Lu dismounted and waved a hand in front of his face. Stop gawking. This thing's called the deviant head. We've only got a few minutes before it revives. Andre blinked. Wait, you're giving me the kill. Lou smirked. Yep, all yours. If I finish it off again, the system won't recognize it, and you'll be stuck with an incomplete mission forever. Realizing the opportunity in front of him, Andre's weapon flared to life. He gave Lou a nod. You're a true friend. Without another word, he slammed his hammer down, fire erupting on impact. The Earth Demon's head disintegrated into ash, its resurrection cut off. A notification appeared, mission cleared, and a powerful buff activated instantly. The next morning, they had set up camp, and for the first time in a while, things were quiet. Andre leaned back, still in disbelief. 200,000 points. Rank number 2. He never thought he'd see the day. Sitting nearby, Lou Fan cracked a faint smirk. Looks like that's the end of our little team-up. Andre was silent for a beat, then let out a soft sigh. Shame, this is a national trial. We're still rivals, after all. He looked over at Lou Fan, half smiling. If we'd met before all this, I'd have bought you a drink. Lou gave Andre a solid clap on the shoulder, his tone light. Don't worry, we'll get another chance. Andre grinned and raised a finger. Deal. When this trial's over, no dying allowed. We're having that drink. My treat. They shook on it, sealing the promise. Just as their hands parted, a system message appeared. Point operation. Current points transfer in progress. Andre paused mid-step. Wait, does Lou need to accept those points first? He turned to him, eyes on the shifting numbers. He hesitated, then said, I've eaten all your food, barged into your PvP fights, and now you help me finish off a nightmare boss. I know these points don't really matter to you, but at least take them. Otherwise, I'd feel like a freeloader. Lou Fan chuckled, seeing Andre all bashful over points. That was new. Still smiling, he accepted the transfer without a word. Before leaving, Andre turned back with one final question. Hey, something's been bugging me. Why even waste time with those weaker players? With your power, you could have wiped them out instantly. Lou shook his head. Those so-called weaker players are the new elites from other nations. A lot of them have rare or hidden classes I've never seen before. It's not about the kill. It's about seeing how they move, how they fight. Every battle teaches me something. Andre blinked, then broke into a laugh. That's actually pretty cool. With a short wave, he said, I'm off. Gonna clean up a few side quests, cash in some more points. He took off into the sky, leaving Lou standing alone. Lou watched him go. Andre's all right. Let's just hope I don't pull a PvP task that puts me on his trail. He exhaled, then turned his gaze forward. Time to get back to work. The newest member of his fallen puppet army had just joined the ranks, the Earth Demon. The scene shifts to the nation's trial arena command room, where the atmosphere is electric. All eyes are locked on the updated rankings flashing across the central screen. Andre has officially climbed to second place, overtaking both Star Nation and Taki Nation. Excited voices ripple through the room. Some cheer, convinced that Andre must have achieved the impossible, defeating the Nine Realms demon. Whispers turn into loud speculation, but not everyone's buying it. Others argue that such a feat couldn't have been done alone. No way he got out of there without help. One strategist mutters. Only explanation is Dragon Nation's Lou Fan had something to do with it. A bald man near the center cuts through the chatter. Show some respect for Snow Nation's rep, he says firmly, turning to Mr. Han. Andre's always been the kind to help others. He deserves this. Meanwhile, off to the side, another observer quietly takes note. Taki Nation's slipping fast, he murmurs, eyeing the rankings. At this rate, they'll fall to third. Across the room, Mr. Jean stands silently, lips tight, eyes narrowed. He hasn't said a word since the update, but the tension around him is obvious. His target? Andre, a man he's repeatedly dismissed as lacking both tactical sense and intelligence. Now that same man had just outpaced Jean Changhan. Most around the room suspect Dragon Nation's involvement. Lou Fan's influence can't be denied, and if the trend continues, Star Nation may be next to fall in the rankings. Mr. Jean suddenly snaps into motion, fingers flying over a keyboard. His message is sharp. Task manipulation hasn't worked. Adjusting the Nine Realms dragon count? Useless. Only one option left. Right then, a door bursts open. An assistant rushes in, slightly out of breath. Sir, this is urgent. I'm busy. Mr. Jean cuts him off, irritated. The assistant doesn't back down. It's about the final protocol. It's ready. That stops everything. Mr. Jin's expression hardens. The air in the room shifts. He turns slowly, eyes cold. Prepare the team. Take me there now. Without another word, he leaves, his footsteps echoing behind him, headed toward the last option. Mr. Jean moved quickly toward the concealed back door he had personally built into the design of the secret realm. Right behind him, his assistant caught up and handed over a critical one-time use item. They hadn't had the luxury of fully vetting it. There could be risks, but a top-tier enhancement specialist had signed off on its usability. It was a scroll, one of the Trial of Nation consumables. Once activated, it would open a gateway to a set location inside the secret realm, but it would only remain active for 90 seconds. Jean examined it closely. The energy around it was clearly unstable. That's when his assistant gave a report. Back-end monitoring had picked up odd activity from Lu Fan. Jean wasn't surprised. He had been anticipating this. At this point, the only way to catch Lu Fan in the act was to step in himself. There was no time to hesitate. The final contingency plan had to be carried out. He turned to his team and ordered them to hold the hallway. No one gets through until he returns. His secretary looked uneasy and asked if he really intended to go through with it. Jean nodded. He would deliver the message himself. With that, he activated the scroll, setting the destination to a remote desert zone inside the trial. A system warning immediately popped up, alerting him that the portal's stability was dangerously low. His secretary stepped in again, cautioning him about the risks. This was untested tech, and if international rivals caught him on a live feed, the fallout could be serious. Jean remained calm. He'd already notified the main controller and the director. No footage from the desert would be broadcast until he came back. As the portal began its 90-second countdown, Jean gave one final reminder. This mission was classified. If word got out, the Taichi Nation's image could take a massive hit. Just before stepping into the portal, he issued his last command, activate the ultimate mission. Lu Fan was already tracking new 9 Realms damage missions, and they were running out of time. Back in the desert, Lu Fan scanned his surroundings in silence. His current objective, take down the Earth Demon, a top-tier boss. But unlike before, there was no need to locate the Dark Spire first. Missions with this level of reward weren't supposed to appear so frequently. Yet he'd been offered 3 so far, all linked to the 9 Realms demons. That couldn't be a coincidence. Something didn't sit right. The setup felt too convenient, almost staged. To test his theory, he contacted Xiao Yi and told him to head for the Dark Spire. Soaring through the air, Lu Fan began connecting the dots. The Taichi Nation, hosts of this entire event, clearly had some schemes in play. Monsters had been positioned across multiple zones, as if waiting for him. No time to waste. He summoned Xiao Yi and Xingchen, telling them their break was over. It was time to activate the Star Shuttle. In an instant, the Star Dragon morphed into its starlight form and unleashed a fierce roar. The timer started, 90 seconds left. The Star Shuttle ripped through space, opening a portal straight to their destination. It would stay open for 60 seconds and couldn't be blocked by any formation or curse. Without delay, they jumped in, arriving directly at the Dark Spire. Inside the cavern, a towering level 9 Earth Demon sat unmoving, until Lu Fan stepped in. Instantly, the demon roared, shaking the chamber, demanding to know who dared intrude upon its domain. All around, the lesser monsters stirred, hissing and snarling, ready to strike. Lu Fan didn't flinch. He offered a calm apology, but made one thing clear. He wasn't the one who'd be dying today. He glanced at his dragons. One command was all it took. It was time to end this. No delays. With a wave, he activated his puppet control. The undead forces, all once turned by the fallen corpse's Imperial Dragon, moved on his command. Even if they were destroyed, their essence returned to the fallen dragon, fueling its core. That meant Lu Fan could endlessly summon fallen dragons into the fight, keeping the pressure on without pause. Far across the desert, a hulking tribal warrior was on his knees, begging for mercy. Before him stood a swordsman, blade in hand, eyes filled with amusement. Musashi grinned, clearly entertained by the pitiful sight. He traced the edge of his sword just beside the warrior's face, voice dripping with mockery. So, tell me, how exactly do you plan on begging? The warrior, Upson, cracked under the pressure. He offered everything, his points, his rank, even the match itself, as long as he lived. But that wasn't enough for Musashi. Killing him would give him the points anyway. He wanted more. With a wicked smirk, he lowered the sword closer and gave a humiliating order. Lick his boots and scream that everyone from the Micronation were pigs and dogs. Upson froze. His pride clashed hard with his fear. Musashi caught it right away. His smile faded, voice cold. What's this? You're not actually willing. Left with no way out, Upson gave in. Swallowing his pride, he bent down, licked the boot, and started to mutter the words. Not good enough. Musashi demanded he shout. Trembling, Upson obeyed, raising his voice and repeating the insult while still licking the dust off Musashi's boots. Musashi burst into laughter. Wow, you really would do anything to survive. But before he could take it any further, everything changed. A sudden strike landed squarely on Upson. A system alert flashed. Upson had been killed. Blood poured from his body as he slumped over, dead on the spot. Musashi's smile dropped. He turned sharply, eyes burning. Jin Shenghan, what the hell are you doing? I wasn't done. Jin Shenghan, ranked 3rd and representing the Taichi Nation, didn't even blink. He was going to die anyway. Don't tell me you actually planned to let him walk. Musashi scowled. You're missing the point. I was supposed to finish him off. Those points were mine. Jin Shenghan didn't bother entertaining the complaint. You were too slow. I didn't take him out for the points. I did it to push the mission forward. Musashi let out a sharp breath, then finally slid his sword back into its sheath. Before either of them could say more, a faint blue light flickered behind them. Both turned immediately. Jin Shenghan's face tightened. He recognized the signal. It was a priority transmission from the Overseas Command. And just as the glow began to fade, Mr. Jin stepped out of thin air, appearing right in front of them. Musashi's eyes narrowed. What had just happened? Was that teleportation? He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Bolts of lightning tore through the battlefield as the Earth Blood Demon activated Phantom Tiger Step. In a flash, it split into countless semi-transparent tiger forms that darted unpredictably, each illusion bursting apart upon impact. With Thunderclaw Strike and Soul Hunting Tiger unleashed, the demon lunged at Lu Fan. Its claw, charged with thunder, slammed into the ground, winding up for a devastating blow, only to be caught mid-attack. Lu Fan's death coil struck just in time, binding the demon tight and locking in place. The Earth Demon let out a stunned cry, demanding to know why the Earth Blood Demon had turned against it. But there was no time for answers. Another of Lu Fan's summoned demons stormed in, landing a brutal hit with Blood Claw. The Earth Demon wailed again, this time accusing the Earth Fiend Demon of betrayal too. Lu Fan stood unfazed, watching the chaos unfold. With just 2 9-realm demons on his side, the tide had shifted dramatically. He wondered what would it look like if all 9 joined the fight. The answer echoed behind him as more demonic roars shook the battlefield. The schemes of the Tai Chi Kingdom had clearly backfired, and Lu Fan had reaped all the rewards. As the Earth Demon fell, Lu Fan stood tall, his strength greater than ever. The thought of unleashing his full demon army stirred something in him. And now, another powerful demon was his to command. Soaring high in the sky atop a strange magical sphere, Musashi shouted over the wind, urging Jin Chenghan to slow down. He was frustrated. If the Overseer had already revealed the ultimate mission's location, why weren't they heading there now? Jin Chenghan shrugged it off. I don't need it yet, he said coolly. He then reminded the Overseer that the teleportation ray was unstable. He had to pass along the information quickly before he vanished again. Musashi growled under his breath, cursing the Tai Chi Kingdom's shamelessness. Sending an Overseer into the trial? With the way points were being handed out, why not just eliminate their rep outright? He turned to Mr. Jin for an answer. Mr. Jin explained that the secret realm was functioning normally. There were no technical issues, no loopholes being exploited. That meant there was no valid reason to kick anyone out. Grinding monsters and clearing standard quests wouldn't be enough to break through the ranks. If they wanted real points, they had to understand how the Dragon Nation's rep was farming the Darkspire. If Lu Fan could do it, so could they. As the teleportation ray grew increasingly unstable, the Overseer made his exit, leaving behind a final reminder. The ultimate mission had been triggered, and Jin Shenghan needed to use it wisely. For a moment, silence hung in the air between him and Musashi. Then Jin Chung spoke. The mission wasn't meant for Lu Fan. No, its true purpose was to eliminate Charles Xian. Using it now would be a waste. First, they needed to find Darkspire and uncover Lu Fan's method for taking down the 9-realm demons. He understood one key detail. The ultimate mission automatically locked onto the top-ranked player. To use it against anyone but the strongest would be a tactical blunder. Musashi, still bitter about the Tai Chi Kingdom's shady moves, kept his grumbling to himself and followed. But mid-thought, the magic sphere jolted to a stop, throwing him down hard. Furious, he accused Jin Chung of sabotaging the ride over a harmless comment. Jin Chung ignored the complaint and pointed forward. Musashi looked up and froze. Lying before them were the fallen corpse's elite demon soldiers. The air was thick with Darkspire's oppressive energy. But Jin Chung stayed calm. We can handle this, he said. A dark purple aura spiraled around his hands as he narrowed his eyes. Something didn't add up. Why was the 9th realm demon army so small? Before he could investigate further, Musashi stepped in, unsheathing his blade with a twisted grin. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're afraid of a few remnants from that so-called legendary demon army that tore through Tai Chi. He swung his sword wide, unleashing a brutal ghost side slash. The spinning wind blade shredded through the front line of demon soldiers like a buzzsaw. Not to be outdone, Jin Chung cast a spell, scoffing at Lu Fan's overdependence on dragons. Without those system bugs, would he have even stood a chance? He grabbed a cluster of demon soldiers with his magic, tearing them limb from limb and hurling the remains aside. If Lu Fan can do it, so can I. When the dust cleared and the demon soldiers were gone, Musashi frowned. No point in crease. What's going on? Jin Chung didn't like it either. Something was off. They moved into Darkspire cautiously and were met with eerie silence. The place had already been cleared. Tension gripped them. Their instincts screamed at them to turn back. But it was too late. In the next instant, a towering earth demon emerged, flanked by two monstrous elites. The air turned cold. Musashi and Jin Chung stood frozen, a chill running down their spines. They'd walked right into a trap. The crushing presence of the 3 Nine Realms demons left Musashi speechless. His voice trembled as he muttered, almost to himself, "This pressure, I can feel in my bones." Jin Chung Han's expression darkened. Something was definitely off. Then, a voice broke the tension from behind. They both spun around. Lu Fan stood there, calm as ever, wearing a faint smirk. "Didn't think I'd run into you two here." Jin called out his name, tense. Musashi, still stunned, demanded to know why he'd shown up. Lu Fan shrugged off their reactions. "Oh, don't look so surprised. I came all this way to set the stage, especially after you tore down my base." It was true. Lu Fan was a master of the undead arts. Using corpse puppets, he commanded his army with precision. And now, the 9 Realms demons moved at his will. Their roars thundered across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath them. Each demon commanded its own legion, funneling points and experience straight to Lu Fan. Overhead, a massive purple dragon circled, drawing attention from miles away. The smaller ones had stayed behind to defend Darkspire. This battlefield belonged to him now. Musashi sneered, refusing to be intimidated. "You've walked into your own grave, not ours." Just then, a system alert popped up, revealing Lu Fan's ability stats to Musashi. His eyes widened. Turning to Jin, he hissed, "Kill him. We'll split the points." But Jin didn't move. He wasn't about to let Lu Fan off with a quick death. "I've waited too long for this," he muttered. "If I'm going to destroy you, it won't be fast." Still, something didn't sit right. 3 Nine Realms demons stood with Lu Fan. These monsters weren't meant to be controlled. Yet here they were, taking orders. Jin's mind raced. If Lu Fan had come alone, there was no way he fought them head-on. He had to have done something else. Lu Fan chuckled, clearly enjoying the hesitation. "Still doubting me? Even with all this right in front of you?" Jin narrowed his eyes. "Tell me the truth. How are you controlling the 9 Realms demons? You tell me now, and maybe, just maybe, I'll let you walk." Musashi rolled his eyes, summoning his mana. "Enough talk. Let's beat it out of him if we have to." Lu Fan let out a mocking laugh, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, curious, are we?" he said, pretending to be surprised. "Fine, I'll tell you. I found a bug, used it to farm Darkspire." Jin's eyes locked onto his. "Impossible. We've cleared 2 full waves of gatekeepers and haven't found anything. How are you racking up points like this?" Musashi joined in. "There's no way. You've only done, 30-something job changes? And you cleared Darkspire alone? Not buying it." Lu Fan shut his eyes and let their doubts roll off him. But Musashi wasn't done. "Then explain why the 9 Realms demons are just standing there. Why aren't they attacking?" Jin's eyes narrowed. He'd been thinking the same thing. The demons were too still, too quiet. That wasn't right. Could Lu Fan really be commanding them? No, it should have been impossible. Lu Fan let out a laugh. "If a system like that existed, don't you think your precious Tai Chi kingdom would have abused it already? You think I can just rewrite quests whenever I want?" Jin's face darkened. There was only one explanation. Lu Fan had discovered their interference in the trial. Worse, he might have actually figured out how to command the 9 Realms demons. Musashi had had enough. "I'm done listening. We're ending this now," he shouted, his aura flaring. Lu Fan's smirk deepened. "TCH, you're both disappointments." Still not convinced, he raised his hand, fingers twisting once. That was all it took. The 9 Realms demons roared and surged forward. The battlefield exploded into chaos. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Run," he screamed. "It's a trick, it has to be." But even as he shouted, fear crept in. These demons were supposed to be untouchable assets of the Tai Chi kingdom. Yet now, they fought under Lu Fan's command. It couldn't be real, could it? The roar of incoming mana shattered his thoughts. Red energy locked onto his position. System notification, death coil activated. A dark blast struck Jin like a hammer, hurling him into the dirt. He cried out, body twisting from the hit. His vision blurred. Another shadow loomed above him. He couldn't move. His legs refused to respond. System notification, abyssal entangler summoned. Bloodblade claw activated. Terror surged through him. This power, it was enough to shake a nation to its core. Still, he clenched his jaw. He couldn't die here. He was Tai Chi's pride. Damn it, I won't lose like this. He forced himself up, heart pounding, only to be smashed back into the earth by a crushing blow. From above, Lu Fan watched it all unfold. He leaned back, sitting comfortably. "I told you," he said, smirking. "I didn't cheat. I just worked hard enough to make them mine." Off to the side, Musashi's rage boiled over. Purple mana exploded from him like a wildfire. I can't die here, he roared. I'm the pride of the Sakura Nation. A powerhouse. He charged, swinging wildly. System notification. Ghost Scythe activated. A violent blast shook the ground. Musashi staggered, blood on his blade, but the monsters didn't slow. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lu Fan tilted his head slightly. You all dream of greatness, but with moves like that, you're nothing but easy points. He pulled up his status window, waiting for the flood of rewards. Nothing. His expression shifted. No point increase, he muttered. Then the realization hit. Of course, Jin Chunghan can revive through his summoned beasts, and Musashi 10 has the same ability. The scene cuts to the National Trial Secret Realm, where a blazing sun scorches the endless desert. Musashi and Jin stumble through the heat, frustration written all over their faces. System notification. Split hibernation skill activated. Musashi suddenly drops to his knees, coughing violently. The revival was real. Another alert flashes. Abyssal symbiosis cool down in effect. He forces a shaky grin. Well, at least we're still breathing. Jin remains guarded. Don't get cocky. Lu Fan still has 3 Nine Realms demons and a full army. If we don't stop him, we'll just keep reviving until our lives run out. Just then, a cold alert hits them both. Musashi freezes. Remaining split hibernation points. 5. He spins toward Jin wide-eyed. 5? Are you kidding me? That was half our revives gone. Jin doesn't respond. He's deep in thought. We need to find another Darkspire. Figure out how Lu Fan took control of the 9 Realms demons. If he can do it, so can I. His eyes narrow. He's a dragon tamer, not a beast controller. There's something else going on. A method, and I'll find it. Musashi smirks, pushing himself up. Then let's kill him within these 5 lives. But as soon as he takes a step, his legs give out. He crashes into the sand again. System notification. Weakness debuff active. Jin glances down at him, frowning. You burn too much energy. Minimum recovery time, 9 minutes. Musashi goes pale. 9 minutes? You're saying we're vulnerable now? Jin lets out a slow breath. Exactly. We need to stay low and find a nearby Darkspire, preferably near the ultimate mission, before it's too late. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion of fire erupts behind them, sending waves of sand into the air. Jin spins around, heart racing. Who the hell? A voice cuts through the heat. Smooth. Taunting. Imagine my luck, running into weaklings in this godforsaken place. Jin turns, eyes widening. Musashi's body lies still in the sand. Above him stands a young man, smirking like he owns the world. The prince of the Jin family, wandering the desert like prey, he mocks. I warned you before. I don't show mercy in the secret realm. Jin doesn't move. He can't. The system had already warned him. His current state made him unfit for battle. And now, he was completely exposed. System notification. Opponent identified, Andre of Snow Country. Andre cocked his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. You just gonna sit there forever? He taunted. Feels like I'm playing whack-a-mole. System notification. Andre has activated Flame Avatar. Temporary flight and blazing wings enabled. With a smirk, fire burst around him as flaming wings erupted from his back. He shot into the sky like a blazing comet. Whack-a-mole's fun, don't you think? He called down, voice full of mockery. Jin's mind spiraled. He had nothing left. No strength, no skills, no time. Still seated in the sand, he tried to push himself away. Too late. Andre hurled a fire-infused strike straight at him. Boom! The explosion shook the entire battlefield, flame and smoke surging in every direction. Andre touched down lightly, checking his status window, only to frown. No point gain. His smile faded. That's not right. 2 downed enemies, yet nothing to show for it. 10 days later, day 14 of the national trial. Inside Jade City's National Trial Arena, analysts covered the unfolding chaos. Taichi Kingdom's live broadcast fed constant updates to viewers across the world. At Dragon Capital Academy's Villa No. 2, a group of girls huddled around the screen, murmuring about the high mortality rate. The trial wasn't just competitive, it was brutal. Elsewhere, in the Academy's combat class, a blue-haired girl leaned in as the commentator's voice echoed through the room. The numbers were stark. Out of 23 participants, 11 were confirmed dead, 10 remained in the field, and 2 had chosen surrender. The top 5 reps had secured their ranks, for now. But the trial had already gone far beyond expectations. She leaned forward, eyes fixed on the rankings. This wasn't just a challenge, it was survival. At the northern border, inside Tu Jing's office, a man reviewed system logs. Demon hunting might not be directly linked to level rankings, but it clearly played a major role in point accumulation. Back inside the searing heat of the lava volcano in the secret realm, Musashi clashed with another monster. Not far off, his fellow Sakura country representative, Makashi, had climbed to 5th place with 460,000 points. Just ahead of him, Prince Jean held onto the 4th spot, 510,000 points. Out across the lush grasslands, Andre from Snow Country rested on the cool ground, savoring a rare break. His 3rd-place position held firm, but he knew it wouldn't last. For days, maybe less, before someone overtook him. Meanwhile, within the depths of the volcano, Charles of Star-Stripped Country stood in silence. He'd secured 2nd place by eliminating 5 players. Bowing respectfully to his master, he voiced his confidence. His goal was within reach. But standing at the top, undisputed and unmatched, was Lu Fan. Over 7 million points. The volcano itself had become the dark spire of the Earth Demon, and the system lit up. System notification. Final targets eliminated. All 9 realms monsters defeated. The last of the demons fell. Surrounded by towering creatures, Lu Fan stood quietly as they knelt before him. His voice was low, almost a whisper. The army's nearly ready. The system chimed again, updating his rank. Then came a final alert. New skill unlocked. Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with quiet satisfaction. Everything was falling into place. Lu Fan raised his hand, checking his watch just as a system interface blinked into view. It detailed the Dragon Realm, where dragons and their kin gained over 50 exclusive traits, while everyone else was stripped of their powers. No summoning, no skills. Just silence. As he read through it, Lu Fan quietly acknowledged the overwhelming influence of the Dragon Clan's territory. He felt reassured, knowing Little Phi would thrive here with every advantage at her disposal. Still, a thought lingered. Non-dragons couldn't survive in this place. If someone like Kim Han got dragged in, he'd be cut off from his abyss entangler. Stuck and powerless, he'd be easy to eliminate. Lu Fan glanced at Phi and commented on how they could now easily deal with that annoying pest. But before the moment could settle, a system alert popped up. Someone had just flagged him as a target. He chuckled. More points for the taking. Meanwhile, deep inside a volcanic cave within the National Trial Secret Realm, a man gripped a glowing blue orb. Everyone around him stared in disbelief. None of them had seen anything like it. A mission confirmation flashed, locking in a new task. Charles eyed the orb intently. This was the very tactic that had secured him the #1 rank before. The others looked to him, questioning if he really intended to move forward with the plan. Charles reminded them of his power. His presence alone was enough to sway them. Off to the side, Jean observed silently, memories stirring. He and Musashi had struggled against the lava giant, needing 3 strikes just to bring it down. Yet Charles had destroyed it in 1 hit. Targeting Charles under the current mission? Borderline suicidal. Jean admitted he trusted Charles, but doubted they could do anything if Lu Fan got involved. Musashi nodded, remembering how hopeless things felt when they'd faced Lu Fan's army and the 9 realms demons. They never stood a chance. Charles, unfazed by their hesitation, smiled and waved off their worries. He revealed something surprising. Lu Fan didn't actually control the 9 realms demons. He was simply borrowing someone else's power. Jean froze, caught off guard. He immediately pressed Charles for more information. Charles, anticipating his curiosity, reminded Jean how obsessed he'd been with exposing Lu Fan's loophole. Then, with a grin, he promised to lay it all out. Just give him 3 minutes. Inside the arena's control center, 2 staff members sat glued to their screens, keeping tabs on the live feed. One leaned over, uneasy. Mr. Kim hadn't shown up since the teleport sequence. If something went wrong, they'd be the ones blamed. The other brushed it off, suggesting maybe Kim had things under control from behind the scenes. After all, their only directive was to monitor Lu Fan and steer clear of anything messy. Their routine was shattered when a woman burst into the room, her presence sharp and hostile. She insisted she wasn't mistaken, her words clipped and forceful. One of the men called out in alarm, urging his colleague to pay attention. Too late. She lunged, sinking her teeth into his neck from behind. He let out a muffled scream, covering his mouth in pain. The man beside him turned, shocked, but he didn't get the chance to act. She was on him in an instant, one arm around his throat, a blade pressed tight to his skin. Her voice was steady, cold. Any noise, and he dies. Terrified, he begged her to stop. After a tense pause, she let them go and headed straight for the system interface. Clutching his phone, one of the men scrambled to make contact. Sizzle, how much time do you need? The deadline's almost up. Her voice came through cool and composed. The Morgan family never fails. Outside, the public started to buzz. A system-wide announcement blamed technical difficulties, but people weren't buying it. Questions flew. Why did the stream cut off? What was the star-striped country hiding? Amid the chaos, a secretary leaned toward Old Han. Could this be Tai Chi Country's doing? Old Han replied calmly. We're not as simple as others think. Nearby, an official turned to Mr. Kim for answers. He was supposed to be handling this. But Kim was gone. Someone mentioned he had just stepped out, called away by someone. At the end of a dim corridor, Kim finally came face to face with Morgan. What do you want to talk about? Kim asked flatly. Morgan checked his device and gave a casual shrug. 3 minutes. That's all I needed. Now I'm done here. Kim's eyes narrowed. I don't have time for your games. Morgan smirked as he turned his back. Then don't waste any more. Time's up. This is goodbye. Back inside the volcano arena, Musashi broke the silence with a question. Could Lu Fan's control over the Nine Realms demons actually come from an ancient god's power? Jean scoffed at the idea, brushing it off as a fantasy. Stories like that were just myths to him. Charles didn't blame them for doubting. He admitted it sounded far-fetched, but insisted the power of the gods was no legend. Even the slightest trace of it could unlock overwhelming strength. To prove it, he summoned his mana, and a golden glow radiated from his body. This was holy mountain power, he explained, passed down to him by his master. Musashi immediately felt its immense pressure, while Jean, intrigued by the display, asked if the power came from some kind of special essence. He even noted it felt more potent than the Nine Realms demons themselves. Charles confirmed it and told them they could gain it too. Jean asked whether this force could change them fundamentally. Musashi chimed in, skeptical that something so powerful would come without a price. Charles clarified, it wasn't a gift, but a pact. Accept the power, and in return, the Morgan family would continue their pursuit of the ancient gods across Taichi and Sakura. Jean took a moment to consider. As royalty, he knew they wouldn't dare deceive him. And the thought of combining divine power with the essence? It could catapult their strength to a whole new level. Musashi, clearly tempted, asked if they could make the arrangement official. Jean nodded firmly, but he added one condition. Once Lu Fan is gone, the Morgan family must come to terms with the Kim family. No exceptions. Musashi was surprised by how serious Jean had become, but Jean didn't waver. He wouldn't let Lu Fan rise any higher. This was his shot to seize the ancient god's strength for himself. Charles handed Musashi a portion of the essence and asked if he was ready to move forward, to witness what lay beyond. Musashi accepted without hesitation. Charles warned him, don't fight the change. The more his mind shifted, the stronger he'd become. Then Charles turned to the final piece of essence, a sly grin forming. This one's for Lu Fan, he said, to make him the next holy mountain puppet. Inside the control center of the National Trial Arena, 2 bodies lay lifeless on the floor, blood pooling beneath them. A staff member reported grimly that all security footage had been wiped. Nothing from the live feed, nothing from the war room. The killer had left no trace. The secretary turned to Mr. Kim, asking if they should file a formal report. He shook his head firmly. No, we handle this ourselves. Off to the side, a cameraman silently captured the scene. Kim glanced at the bodies once more, his thoughts racing. This had Morgan's fingerprints all over it. Meanwhile, high above the smoldering volcano in the trial realm, Lu Fan flew across the blazing sky on Shao Dragon's back. As the competition entered its final phase, he knew it was only a matter of time before participants started hunting each other. And now, it was his turn to be the hunted. He opened his status window and blinked in surprise. The avatar displayed was Nango. A few quick commands later, he locked onto his location. He turned to Shao. Stay close. I've got someone to meet. With a thunderous roar, Shao glided across the volcanic sky as Lu Fan descended onto the rocky terrain below. Scanning the area, Lu Fan muttered, no sign of him. From behind a nearby boulder, Nango finally revealed himself. It's really you. I was scared, but now, I'm glad it's you. He stepped forward, voice shaking but sincere. You spared me back then. Gave me the strength to keep going. Lu Fan smirked. Guess you've been lucky to hang on this long. Pulling up the status window again, he noticed something odd. Nango still had only 150,000 points. Nango didn't offer much of an explanation. I've just been trying to stay alive. That's all. But seeing you again, I'm grateful. Lu Fan studied him carefully. You seem way too calm for someone this deep into the game. He paused, then added quietly, don't trust anyone. Not now. As he spoke, he summoned his weapon. Shao suddenly growled, alert and tense. Her instincts had picked something up, something hidden. Lu Fan immediately scanned the area. That's when he felt it, a massive wave of mana surging all around Nango. From behind, a towering beast emerged, a massive paw raised high in the air. Nango's face drained of color. It was a summon. The creature let out a roar and lunged straight at him. Nango screamed for help, panicking as the monster closed in. Lu Fan recognized it instantly, Kim Song's work. And not just any creature. This was a holy mountain golem. Acting fast, Lu Fan threw up a barrier and launched his serpent arrow, a guaranteed lethal hit against beasts like this. But he was too late. The golem swallowed Nango whole, silencing his cries in an instant. A system alert rang out through the molten air of the lava volcano. Nango has died. Just then, Jean emerged, a smug grin plastered across his face. "We meet again, Lu Fan," he said mockingly. "Sorry about stealing your points, but don't be mad. Yours are next." Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, scanning them both. There was no mistaking it. Their power had changed. He scoffed. "So, this is what you become. Holy Mountain slaves." A new window opened before him, displaying the stats of Kim Song and Musashi. Everything clicked. The unusual mana, the summons, the essence. It was all connected. Charles had pulled the strings, and now he was the one leading the hunt. Sure enough, Charles stepped into view, wearing his usual smirk. "You already know, don't you? This power, it's far beyond what you've faced before." A system alert chimed again, hunter encounter approaching. A second followed, showing Charles's status, Holy Mountain Slave. Charles tilted his head. "You don't have to die here, Lu Fan. Pledge yourself to the Holy Master. Serve him, and you'll be granted holy power in return." Lu Fan's eyes flicked to the glowing Holy Mountain essence, and then to his own fallen corpse essence. It dawned on him. Charles had used this same essence to transform Jean and Musashi. Jean and Musashi stepped forward, trying one last time. "You could still join us. There's no need for a battle." Lu Fan burst into laughter. "Join you? Please. You gave up your will for borrowed strength." Charles's face darkened. "You dare mock us?" Lu Fan's smirk deepened. "Even with your holy power, you're no stronger than my dragon summons." Charles clenched his fist. "Then the deal is off." He turned to the others. "He killed you once. Now return the favor." Kim cracked his knuckles, his grin growing wider. "I've been waiting for this moment. I'll make you pay for everything." With a furious roar, he lunged forward, clawed hand ripping through the air toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan moved like lightning, easily sidestepping the attack. He called forth his serpent arrow, eyes locked on the enemy. "You chose slavery, gave up your pride, just for a taste of power." Above, Musashi launched himself off a high ledge, landing with a crash. He adjusted his mask, his tone cold. "I gave you a way out. Now your end begins." A system notification blinked onto the battlefield. Oni mask detected, displaying abilities. At the same moment, Charles raised his hand, golden light spiraling upward as holy essence swirled around his arm. "Don't worry," he said with a twisted smile. "You won't die yet. First, I'll turn you into my holy mountain golem." Lu Fan's aura erupted, his mana crackling through the air. "You think slaves like you can control me?" he scoffed. "I faced an ancient god during the Northern War. Compared to that, you're nothing." Musashi studied him closely. Something had changed. His posture, his focus, it wasn't fear but something sharper. "So, you finally learned obedience," Musashi said coldly. "Fear must have gotten to you." Lu Fan ignored the jab. He raised his serpent arrow and gave Xiao a single command. "Transform." A system notification appeared, black dragon form, switching to destruction dragon form. Zhao's body erupted into molten flame, its black scales glowing like lava. Heat radiated off the beast as its wounds healed instantly, the destruction dragon's aura boiling the very air. Musashi let out a low chuckle. "So, that's your answer? Do you really think this form can stop me?" Lu Fan didn't respond. Instead, he slashed forward, his blade slicing the air, a shockwave flying straight for Musashi. The masked warrior raised his guard, feeling the weight of the incoming strike. Kim barked from behind, his tone filled with scorn. "Struggle all you want. It changes nothing." With a command, he sent his beast charging in. Lu Fan soared upward, avoiding the assault with ease. "You're lost in your rage," he shouted back, landing smoothly on Zhao's back. A wave of green mana surged from his body, pulsing with deadly intent. He looked down at Charles, his eyes gleaming. "If I let the fallen corpse dragon devour your holy essence," he muttered, "then all three of you will become mine." In the heart of the lava volcano, a system alert rang out. Lava eruption skill activated. The message detailed the dragon's ability to drag enemies into molten depths while dealing continuous burn damage. Lu Fan gave the command without hesitation. "Lava eruption now." Xiao responded with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tidal wave of fire that poured across the battlefield. The system followed with another update. Dragon language resonance activated, doubling the power of both dragon and rider. Kim Suk's face twisted in panic as the flames closed in. Instinct took over. He turned to flee. Musashi, caught in the firestorm, crossed his blades and tried to hold on, screaming as the heat seared through him. Lu Fan watched their frantic struggle, unfazed. "If you wanted a real fight," he said flatly, "you should have brought beasts worth summoning. This is pathetic." Kim Suk faltered, confused. "That was my strongest, the Holy Abyss Excavator." Lu Fan laughed coldly. "And look at you, gasping for breath from one attack." Musashi clenched his teeth, staring at the dragon in disbelief. How can a dragon that young have this much power?" Lu Fan's smirk widened. Credit where it's due. Thank Charles for handing me free points. Charles's grin disappeared. He drew his holy sword, the blade crackling with divine light. You'll regret mocking me, he hissed. He raised his weapon and began chanting, Flame of Divine Punishment. From the sky, blazing fire rained down. The system broadcasted the stats, 500% base damage, 20% holy burn damage over 10 seconds. Lu Fan remained still, unimpressed. If this is all your master taught you, then he's not worth fearing. In a flash, Lu Fan triggered Dragon Annihilation, his blade dancing through a 6-strike combo while casting spell damage to weave through the falling flames. Charles, growing more agitated, cursed and smashed his holy essence. The fragment shattered, releasing a burst of yellow mana that lit up the volcano like a second sun. I'll show you the true strength of the ancient gods, he roared, summoning his beast with a surge of power. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes. So that's what you've been saving it for. Without waiting for another move, he let his serpent arrow fly, aiming straight at Charles. The arrow struck, clean hits. But Charles didn't flinch. Lu Fan immediately understood. The ancient god's protection, he muttered, even stronger than the 9 realms demons. He didn't pause. Dragon encouragement, he shouted, activating the skill. Attack power plus 30%. Time to end this. Xiao Yi let out a roar that echoed across the volcano, and the system lit up, dragon strength boost confirmed. At the same moment, Lu Fan triggered Shadow Serpent Arrow, the system reporting a devastating 500% damage output. Another notification flashed, detailing Xiao Ye's form and charge progression. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan gave the signal, lava eruption. Now, the dragon responded instantly, fire surging forward. The system confirmed a charge level 3 as the simultaneous attacks locked on target. Charles dug in, bracing for the impact. Lu Fan followed up with a barrage of serpent arrows while Xiao Yi unleashed its full power. The system confirmed skill synchronization just before a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Through the smoke, Charles stood his ground. This is nothing, he declared. My master's power is beyond any of this. He summoned his beast, ordering it to face off against the dragon. In response, Xiao Yi roared again, World Ender form activated, and the system acknowledged the deadly transformation. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He combined his serpent arrow with Ghost Scythe Demon, and the system read their fusion, combined skill power enhanced. Just as the tide seemed to turn, Musashi countered with surprising force, matching the dragon's attacks blow for blow. Lu Fan quickly dodged, crossing his blades to block each strike, surprised by Musashi's sheer resilience. Then, from behind, Flame of Divine Punishment. Charles had launched it while Lu Fan was focused on Musashi. A massive blast erupted. Lu Fan spun to respond, crossing his sword in a last-second defense, but the explosion overwhelmed him. Kim Suk sneered. Without your dragon, you're nothing. Musashi nodded. It worked. We've separated them. Charles stepped forward smug. He's weakened. This ends now. But then whoosh. Wings cut through the air. Lu Fan soared above them. Wings spread wide, landing with calm defiance. You really thought this was over? The 3 of them froze. Charles stepped back. What are you talking about? Kim Suk and Musashi shouted. Your arrogance will be your downfall. Lu Fan stepped forward, unfazed. A shift in the air. Then, the 9 realms demons appeared, surrounding him. All 3 stared, stunned. Musashi shouted. When did you summon them? Lu Fan chuckled. I've known your plan from the start. I just needed you distracted long enough. He glanced around at the shocked faces. While you were so busy cornering me, I was setting the real stage. Charles raised his holy sword, its tip aimed directly at Lu Fan. These fallen corpse puppets of yours won't be enough, he said coldly. Lu Fan smirked, casually twisting his fingers. You're right, he replied with a shrug. Looks like I'm outnumbered. But in the next instant, he raised his hand, and the ground trembled. With a wicked grin, he summoned every one of his monsters in a single sweeping motion. Still, he said, eyes gleaming, maybe now the numbers are just right? Or maybe there's still not enough to make this interesting. The 9 realms demons burst forth, lunging at their enemies with violent force. Gasps rang out across the battlefield. Everyone froze, their voices shaky as they called out the demons by name. Charles's eyes narrowed. How did you bind them so quickly? Lu Fan stood calm amid the chaos, his smirk widening. It's over, he said coolly. The result of this fight is already decided. Charles's jaw clenched as yellow mana erupted around him, surging into his holy sword. The blade expanded, radiating divine energy. I don't care how many corpses you throw at me, he snapped. You're nothing before the chosen of the holy mountain god. With a roar, he activated Divine Sanctuary, a radiant mark glowing above his head. The system confirmed the boost, all attributes plus 100% for 60 seconds. Musashi and Kim shouted in unison as divine energy surged through their bodies. The system followed up, divine sanctuary active, and divine flame of retribution triggered. 500% base damage plus divine burn for 10 seconds. From above, a new alert rang out. Phantom Reaper / activated, a deadly skill that ripped through defenses and inflicted devastating physical damage. Charles laughed, confidence building. You don't understand, Lu Fan. Your demons? They're nothing. We're beyond them now. Kim crossed his arms smug. This isn't the same battle as before. We've been reborn through holy fire. Lu Fan clicked his tongue. Temporary buffs don't change reality. You're still no match for my Dragon Legion. He raised his hand. Emerald Dragon, eternal form. The system blazed. Emerald Dragon Ascension complete. With a roar that shook the volcano to its core, the dragon revealed its full power. All dragon abilities effectiveness x2. Lu Fan gave the next command. Shao, pulse power. The system responded. Pulse of life activated. Doubles ability effect range. Simultaneously, Emerald Blessing triggered. 6 stacks applied to next 6 attacks. A radiant green light washed over the field, and a burst of text blessings flashed across the system window. 36 buffs granted, all attributes plus 30% to plus 60%. The battlefield trembled. Lu Fan's army roared in unison, a deafening call to war echoing in every direction. The monsters surged forward, their power fully unleashed, ready to crush the so-called divine warriors. Kim's eyes widened, his breath catching. What? What is this pressure? Musashi clenched his sword, barely keeping his stance. T-Sate, this isn't just a buff. This is something else entirely. Fueled by the overwhelming blessings, the Emerald Dragon lunged into battle, crashing into the beast Charles had summoned. Another system message flashed. Attack power boost plus 50% from applied blessings. The dragon roared, a ground-shaking cry that sent tremors through the scorched battlefield. With fury ignited, it released a searing torrent of flame, bathing the entire area in blistering heat. Charles stumbled back, shielding his face. His sword trembled in his grip. No, this is impossible. How can you hold power like this? Lu Fan grinned, his tone dripping with mockery. You holy mountain dogs sure love to talk. Didn't you say you wanted to fight? He raised his hand. Then let's see how long you can survive. The system rang out, to strike activated. The dragon lunged again, delivering a brutal bite, burning its target with massive damage over time effects. Charles's beast staggered, roaring in agony as flames devoured its battered form. Charles's eyes went wide. This shouldn't be happening. Have we lost the power of the holy mountain? His voice broke into a panicked shout as an enormous wave of mana radiated from Lu Fan. Lu Fan's smirk deepened. Open your eyes, Charlie. The real show's just getting started. He raised his hand, revealing a radiant orb of mana. Dragon Domain activate. The system blared. Dragon Domain activated. Range, 10 meters. All attributes plus 50%. A golden aura exploded around Lu Fan and Shao, warping the air with raw energy. The pressure alone sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Everyone froze. Musashi's voice cracked in disbelief. A player under level 30, using a demon skill? Charles growled, forcing a grin. You think a domain skill can save you? I'll crush it. Divine Flame of Retribution. The system responded. Divine Flame of Retribution activated. Plus 500% damage output. Charles roared. Feel the gap in power, Lu Fan. Face your punishment. Yellow mana surged violently around him, until something streaked through the sky. From behind Lu Fan, a majestic eagle soared into view, its wings spread wide. Charles turned, his confidence shattered. What? That counter, how? My 50% boost, it's gone. Neutralized. Musashi stepped back, alarmed. Charlie, something's wrong. Your power's fading. Kim's panic erupted. I can't summon my beast. I've lost the link. Charles's expression darkened. This isn't just suppressing us, it's enhancing them. Kim and Musashi yelled in desperation, shouting commands to their monsters, trying to retreat. But it was too late. The battlefield now belonged to Lu Fan. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan stood firm, his expression calm, completely at ease. You're not going to die here, he said softly, with unwavering confidence. Overhead, the eagle soared while his army of monsters launched wave after wave of brutal attacks, tightening the noose. Charles's face darkened. He etched a glowing symbol into his palm and muttered, I wanted to free you, offer you the chance to serve the ancient god of the holy mountain, just like I did. His eyes sharpened. But you're too wild, too dangerous. His mana surged violently, spiraling around him. Then you'll die for my master. You'll be his puppet instead. A brilliant yellow shield formed around Charles as his beast moved into position beside him. Suddenly, Holy energy erupted from the ground like a geyser, pulling all attention toward him. Endless holy light, activate, he roared. The system chimed. Endless holy light activated. Holy damage plus 200%. Minor holy spell unleashed. Blinding radiance exploded from Charles's body, casting golden light across the battlefield. It was a declaration. This would be the ultimate clash. Off to the side, a man in glasses stared in disbelief. Can Lu Fan even dodge that? He whispered to the old man beside him. But before the question could be answered, boom. Charles hit the ground, knees crashing into the scorched earth. Mustache and Kim froze in place, stunned into silence. Charles gasped for breath, wide-eyed. No, impossible. My spell. It did nothing to him. He stared blankly ahead. How? How did he survive an attack laced with the ancient god's essence? The system responded with a chilling notification. Eternal Guard activated. Lu Fan is now immune to all attacks. And then came another. Murderous dragon bloodline detected. All attributes X2. Self-regeneration plus 5,000%. Lu Fan stepped forward, a smirk tugging at his lips. You look disappointed, Charlie. Was that supposed to be your big finish? He raised his hand. Shao unleashed a deafening roar. System notification. Intimidation skill activated. All enemies within range suffer from depressive aura and dizziness. Mustache dropped to his knees, clutching his ears. Charles collapsed again under the crushing pressure. Panicked, Mustache scrambled to escape the aura's reach. Kim reached for him, shouting, but Mustache shoved him aside and ran, vanishing without a trace. Lu Fan calmly drew his sword. Looks like luck isn't on your side today. His voice dropped, and this time, I doubt you're coming back. Kim's hand extended, but Mustache was already gone. He turned to Lu Fan, trembling. No, this can't be happening. Kim can't figure out why he's unable to connect with his beast. Confusion turns to panic as Charlie suddenly grabs his hand, desperation in his eyes. He pleads with Kim to make a contract with him. He refuses to die alone. But Kim, shocked and overwhelmed, quickly pulls away, shaking his head in refusal. Before he can even gather his thoughts, Lu Fan steps in from behind. His sword, sheathed in a yellow scabbard, glows with intense golden mana. Speaking calmly, he brushes off Charlie's request, telling him it's already too late. Revival is no longer an option. Lu Fan flashes a smug grin and reminds them both. Under the power of the dragon domain, he's the only one who can summon beasts or monsters. With his beast out of reach, Kim can't form any sort of contract. Just then, a system notification pops up. Lu Fan has earned 1,000 points for flawlessly executing his plan. Charlie turns to Lu Fan, voice shaking with frustration. The difference in their strength is staggering, and he can't make sense of it. Weren't they both servants of the gods? Why was Lu Fan so far ahead? With a determined glare, Charlie reveals his trump card, a sphere of golden mana, the holy essence. He had prepared it for this very moment, scoffing as he accuses Lu Fan of being blind to true divine power. Roaring, Charlie chants the sacred words of his master, trying to summon the divine force within. But before he can finish, Lu Fan strikes. His sword cuts through the moment, and he taunts Charlie. Did he really think Lu Fan would just stand there and let him power up? Charlie yells, pushing out the last of his spell, but it's no use. He collapses. The holy essence drifts above him, glowing with golden light. Lu Fan eyes the essence, curiosity flickering in his gaze. He wonders aloud if Charlie's master has already turned his back on him, left him stranded in a fight he can't win. He mentions that Jing Chong has no escape now, then disappears and reappears behind the holy essence, mocking Charlie. Trying to run? With no power of his own? Just a leech, relying on strength that was never his to begin with. His focus stays locked on the holy essence. He's waited a long time for this, a complete piece of the holy mountain essence, finally within reach. Elsewhere, a man watches the unfolding scene on a screen. Turning to the others, he announces that the players from Star Country, Taichi Kingdom, and Sakura Country have all vanished from the rankings. A wave of disbelief ripples through the crowd. Could one player for Dragon Nation really have wiped them all out? A man in glasses turns to Old Han, who stares at the screen, silent and tense. Taking a long breath, Old Han says nothing. The bespectacled man suddenly rushes out of the room, panic written all over his face. How is he supposed to explain this to the Jin family? Their top warrior, gone. The harsh truth hits like a hammer. Jin Xinghan was their final hope. Everything Taichi Kingdom had invested in the trial had centered on him, and now he's gone. Just then, a swirling void begins to form, dark tendrils slithering outward like monstrous limbs reaching through space itself. The man freezes, breath hitching as he stares into the abyss. He whispers a single question. Master, is that you? A deep voice answers, slow and rumbling. Is my son truly dead? The man instantly drops to his knees, head bowed low. His voice quivers as he accepts the blame, swearing to take whatever punishment awaits him. Still kneeling, he stammers, "Master, the Dragon Nation warrior was too strong. I tried to stop him. I failed. Charlie of Star Country, Musashi from Sakura Country, just like we did before." Meanwhile, back in the volcano arena, Lu Fan stands with the holy essence pulsing in his hand. A sly smirk curves his lips. 3 lives for this stone. Let's see if it was worth the cost. A system notification flickers into view, listing the essence's properties. Lu Fan's eyes flick to his dragon. One thought rises. What would happen if the corpse demon's dragon consumed this? He moves closer, holding the stone aloft. Time to find out. With a swift toss, he hurls the essence into the air. The black dragon's gaze sharpens, locking onto the glowing sphere. It senses the energy. Lu Fan chuckles. Go on, show me what holy mountain power looks like. The dragon snaps the stone from the air. Instantly, golden mana erupts from its body in all directions. A thunderous roar tears through the arena. The system echoes. Evolution initiated. Lu Fan stares, awestruck, as the dragon rises. Its form begins to shift, growing larger, brighter. The radiant glow flares before finally dimming, revealing something new. The once dark dragon now glistens with flawless white scales. Its aura, unmatched. Its presence, overwhelming. Within the Tribe of Nations' secret realm, now under Dragon Nation's control, 2 majestic dragons streak across the sky, wrapped in golden mana. Loop and Lil Fee gaze upward, stunned. The corpse demon's dragons have awakened new powers. A system alert flashes before them, listing the latest abilities, Holy Light Gate and Holy Light Blessing. More information follows. Now at level 35, the corpse Holy Dragon can inflict up to 99% base damage. But with Holy Light Blessing, that damage spikes to 230%. As for Holy Light Gate, it allows the release of Holy Mountain Essence, slashing incoming damage by 75% while cleansing all debuffs. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, taking it all in. The corpse demon's gift, combined with the healing influence of the continent, is stronger than he expected. It's not overpowering, but a 30% regeneration boost is more than enough to cripple the corpse prophet's forces. He runs a hand along his chin, eyes locked on the shimmering gate above. Holy Light Gate changes everything. Where once he needed both himself and Shia to summon the corpse demon or 9-headed demon, now he can do it alone. His gaze drifts to the corpse holy dragon, a thought forming. With more ancient god essences, this beast could evolve even further. Looking toward the twin demons, his voice drops to a murmur. I can't wait to see what you truly become. Then, a new notification appears in his status panel. Lu Fan's expression sharpens. He speaks quietly. It's done. Little Fee glances over, confused. What does it say? Before Lu Fan can answer, Fi asks Xiao. Xiao gives a small smile. It means we can finally go home. But Lu Fan knows the real message. Only 6 players are left. Andre has voted to end the trial. No one wants to keep fighting. Lu Fan doesn't hesitate. He taps agree. A wave of blue mana sweeps across the realm. Another system message appears. The trial has officially concluded by majority vote. Rewards have been distributed based on individual scores. Please collect your prizes before exiting the realm. Cheers erupt across the room. The tension breaks. Little Fee stares in disbelief. We're really going home? Lu Fan smiles, the weight finally lifting from his shoulders. I've been waiting a long time for this. As the top-ranked player, Lu Fan has captured the attention of 23 nations. Now, all eyes are on him and his rewards. He wastes no time, eagerly opening his first prize box. His breath catches as he pulls out not 1, but 5 legendary quality belts, each glowing faintly with power. They all require level 90 to equip, but what grabs his attention is the skill embedded in each one, Golden Dragon King transformation. A wide grin spreads across his face. If I wear all 5, can I really fight like a true dragon warrior? Next, he opens the second reward, a level 30 skill book. His eyes brighten immediately. The book grants him the ability to copy dragon language magic. No need to study countless spell dialects. With this, he can mimic dragon abilities directly and unleash powerful spells without delay. Then comes the final prize, a scroll expansion pack, marked as legendary quality. The system explains that it contains 3 scrolls, each guaranteed to be rare or higher. Lu Fan opens the pack slowly, hoping for something big. Come on, let's make this count. 3 scrolls float up from the box, each bathed in a warm yellow glow. One is a skill scroll. The second, an enchantment that upgrades any item's quality by 1 tier. The third scroll allows him to remove level restrictions from equipment. Staring at the glowing scrolls, Lu Fan can hardly believe it. These kinds of items are practically impossible to find. even at elite auction houses. Just then, the small slot expansion scroll appears in his inventory, arriving at the perfect time. With it, he can hatch the blue dragon egg before its third growth stage, an opportunity that might change everything. But it's the level removal scroll that catches his eye most. Using it, he can equip the legendary belts immediately, bypassing the level 90 requirement. He glances at the belts again, wondering how they stack up against typical legendary gear. Curious, he throws his weapon forward and uses the quality upgrade scroll. The system chimes. Meteor Fire Sword upgraded from legendary to ultra-legendary. Its power surges, unlocking 2 new skills, Blazing Star and Blazing Dragon Warrior. Lu Fan exhales in disbelief. With these upgrades, his strength has leapt forward. He tightens his grip on his equipment, his mind racing with possibilities. With language replication and language resonance, casting dragon spells now feels as effortless as breathing. His eyes shift toward the blue dragon egg. It pulses with growing energy inside the remote hatching slot, its potential now even more immense. Suddenly, the belts begin to hum with energy. The supreme belt pulses, and the Golden Dragon King's power stirs within him. A system notification flashes, Belt King effect activated. Lu Fan takes a step forward into the arena. The crowd erupts. Cameras zoom in on his face. The roar of the stadium shakes the ground as the announcer declares, returning to the stage, ranked number 1. Representing Dragon Nation, Lu Fan. The crowd's reaction is mixed. Some erupt in cheers, shouting about his solo victory over 3 powerful opponents. Others aren't so quick to celebrate, demanding answers about the Jean family. Meanwhile, excited fans lean over the barricades, calling out, eager for autographs. The noise swells until a manager steps forward, urging everyone to clear a path for the media and for Mr. Han to get through. Han pushes ahead, voice booming with pride as he praises his star player, calling him a national hero. Lu Fan steps forward to greet Vice Principal Zhao and Old Han. I'm back, he says with a calm smile. Old Han clasps his hand tightly, eyes gleaming with pride. You didn't just reach the top 3 like before. You took first place. Outstanding. Then the Vice Chancellor steps up to the stage. He commends Lu Fan's tireless performance over the past 15 days, holding on to the top rank with a lead that no one could touch. As a reward, he presents Lu Fan with the Griffin Corps' gold military medal and announces his promotion to the silver batch. But then he adds, frankly, I believe you belong in the gold batch already. Lu Fan eyes the golden badge with quiet awe, then asks, didn't Griffin once say there were only 8 holders of this medal? Old Han nods. And now you're the 9th. This is a huge moment for the Dragon Kingdom. He goes on to explain that only 3 adults currently hold the gold badge, making Lu Fan one of the youngest recipients ever. Holding the medal in his hands, Lu Fan feels its weight, both literal and symbolic. It represents more than status. It's the mark of a guardian hero. He turns to Old Han and thanks him sincerely for the honor. A loud announcement echoes across the arena. The speaker officially declares the trial concluded. He congratulates all surviving participants and prepares to unveil the final rankings, with Lu Fan standing firmly at number 1. Old Han glances at him, still in awe. Not only did you win, your score topped 90%. That's unheard of. Lu Fan nods, calm as ever. I expected as much. Old Han lets out a deep sigh. I'm exhausted. Time for me to get some rest. The Vice Chancellor chuckles beside him. You've earned it, old friend. As they prepare to leave, Old Han shares one last bit of news. We're heading back to Dragon Nation tomorrow. The elders have something prepared for you, a national reward. Lu Fan raises a brow, intrigued. What kind of reward? The Vice Chancellor just laughs, clapping him on the back. Lu Fan, you've hit the big time. Inside the VIP suite of Genuine City, Lu Fan sits with the 9th gold badge in Syria resting in his palm. He quietly reflects, noting that only Senior 2 ranks above him now. Sprawled across the bed, he lets out a slow breath. Finally, he can start making things right with the people he's let down. Rising to his feet, he carefully stores the gold badge away. But that's just the warm-up. What comes next catches even the dragons off guard. Lu Fan opens a scroll box filled with yellow mana-infused items. His voice is steady, full of anticipation. I've been waiting for this. It's time to unlock the slot and hatch the blue dragon. He turns to the glowing egg, eyes locked on it. The system instantly pulls up its level, flashing across the status window. Around him, everyone leans in, curiosity piqued, ready to welcome a new member into the team. With yellow mana flowing and the dragon teaming technique active, Lu Fan begins the hatching ritual. The egg trembles, cracks forming along its surface before a burst of radiant blue light shoots out. Slowly, the shell breaks apart, and a small dragon with piercing blue eyes emerges. The system kicks in, providing its initial stats and skill set at level 1. Lu Fan stares in wonder before grinning wide. It's a boy. We got a handsome little guy joining the family. The other dragons gather around, looking at the newcomer with warm eyes and quiet approval. Lu Fan extends a hand, gently brushing against the dragon's scales. Its sleek form and sharp features make one thing clear. This creature is going to be terrifyingly strong one day. He can already imagine it, teaming up with the blue dragon and the king's door to deliver crushing attacks. Just thinking about it fuels his excitement. Suddenly, the blue dragon nuzzles up to his hand. Lu Fan smiles, until sharp pain jolts through his fingers. He yelps, startled. Little one watches nervously, while Star lets out a playful laugh. Lu Fan tries to pull away, but the dragon clamps down even tighter. Glancing at the system window, he mutters, this little guy's going to be trouble. He just hopes the blue dragon's not as wild as it's acting right now. And the system outlines its abilities. 2 magic skills are unlocked, Tightening and Roaring Thunder. The latter is especially impressive. Though it deals standard damage, it comes with an AoE tag and control function, a signature of the Blue Dragon King's bloodline. There's also Punishment, a simple lightning attack. But the real game changer is Thunder, a skill that allows the Blue Dragon to cast spells instantly, with no cooldown and 0 mana cost. Lu Fan stares at the newborn in disbelief. No cooldowns, no mana cost? He laughs, both thrilled and slightly concerned. Yeah, this one's going to shake things up. Excited by the Blue Dragon's potential, Lu Fan decides it's time to give him a name. But before he can speak, the dragon suddenly locks eyes with the Starry Sky Dragon and charges straight at it. Startled, Lu Fan shouts, "Hey!" as the 2 dragons clash. The Starry Sky Dragon doesn't hesitate, swatting the smaller one right on the back. Sparks fly as they growl and bark at each other in a flurry of blue and stardust. Lu Fan sighs and shakes his head. Are you 2 really fighting over food again? He steps between them, trying to calm things down. Shin Chang, behave. I'm in the middle of something important here. After finally feeding the blue dragon, Lu Fan turns back to the real challenge, picking a name. He thinks it over, glancing at the dragon's shimmering scales. Little Blue, he offers. The dragon doesn't even blink. Lu Fan raises a brow. Not fierce enough, huh? He tries again. Angry Blue. This time, the dragon reacts immediately, jerking its head and letting out a low rumble. Lu Fan breaks into a grin. There it is. You do like that one. But just as he celebrates, Angry Blue chomps down on his hand again. Ow, seriously? Lu Fan groans. Another bitey one. Great. First Albeo, now this guy. The other dragons exchange looks, clearly unimpressed. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up. A trailer map has been delivered. Lu Fan pulls up the file and studies it closely. He's been waiting for this. Whatever's on that map, it's the next big move. Far away, on the western border of Dragon Nation, inside the Yun family manor, a girl sits alone, eyes fixed on a screen. It flashes the winner of the national trailer competition, Lu Fan. She smirks. Of course it's him. After all, the weapon she crafted for him wasn't just powerful. It was made to give him the edge against anyone who dared challenge him. But then, a sharp cough cuts through the air. She lowers her hand and freezes. Blood. Her eyes widen in shock. The family method rarely manifests with physical signs. But now, she stares at the blood in her palm, realizing something's gone very wrong. A maid steps quietly into the room, bowing low before speaking. Miss Yi, the Huang family has returned. Miss Yi's expression shifts, eyes narrowing, jaw clenched. Again, she mutters, gripping the armrest. They just won't back down. Yunshui Mountain had been under the Yi family's care for nearly 100 years. Yet the Huang family continue to circle like vultures, using old grudges as fuel. The maid chooses her words carefully. Our resources are stretched thin. The Huang family is exploiting past conflicts to pressure us, and the imbalance grows by the day. Miss Yi's hand curls into a tight fist. Ungrateful wolves, she spits. Even the so-called noble families of the Western Territory have no shame when it comes to power. She pauses, eyes distant. Any word from the dragon family? The maid hesitates, then shakes her head. No, my lady. A loud slam rings through the room as Miss Yi strikes the table in frustration. But her anger is cut short by a sudden cough, violent and deep. She turns away quickly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. The maid rushes forward. Miss Yi, please, your condition. Miss Yi lowers the cloth, catching a glimpse of the red stain, but hides it without flinching. It's nothing, she says firmly, slipping it into her sleeve. Pushing herself upright, she steadies her voice. I'll face the Huang family myself. Let's see if they dare speak so boldly when I stand in front of them. High above the clouds, Lu Fan sits by the airplane window, eyes following the golden sunset bleeding into the horizon. The soft hum of the engines fades beneath his thoughts. Old Han, the rewards, the future ahead. He flips open a digital tablet, pulling up a report on a newly discovered secret realm, a desert zone straddling the Taiji Dragon Nation border. The difficulty rating is high. That alone is enough to grab his attention. Maybe there's something hidden in the sand, something worth finding. The plane touches down at Jinyu City International Airport. Lu Fan steps out with Old Han and a small escort team. The air hums with anticipation. This isn't just any reward. It's a national-level recognition, granting him a rare chance. The right to select hidden challenges. Standing beside Old Han, Lu Fan scrolls through a massive list. 460 secret realms, each with its own mystery, its own danger. But the catch? He can only choose 10. Old Han gestures toward the screen filled with realm listings. These 46 secret realms were collected by Dragon Nation's high authorities from across the globe. Even the richest elites couldn't buy their way into these. Lu Fan scrolls through the names, scanning quickly. His excitement fades slightly. Most of these start at level 60, he mutters. They're not much use to me right now. But then, something catches his eye. The Sea of Death. Its classification, Nightmare Difficulty. The name alone would make most players turn back. But for Lu Fan, it's more than a challenge. It's familiar. Just last night, the Divine Treasure map he discovered pointed to this very location. Old Han sees the shift in Lu Fan's expression. Found something? Lu Fan nods slowly. Yeah, I'll take the Sea of Death. Old Han raises an eyebrow. Just one? You still have 9 picks left. Lu Fan smirks. The rest don't matter. Chuckling, Old Han rubs his chin. Well, it's right on the border. I'll have Vice Principal Zhao assemble a scouting team and set up a teleportation point to get you in safely. One of the men near them steps forward. Old Han, I appreciate everything. I'll be staying back a bit. Andre invited me, and it wouldn't be polite to decline. Old Han nods. Got it. I'll return first and have Zhao fill out the other 9 slots with high experience realms. Lu Fan stays quiet for a moment. Principal Zhao gives his shoulder a light pat. You look deep in thought, he says, smiling. Anyway, we've landed. Time to get off. Lu Fan snaps back to reality, blinking. Already? That was fast. As the aircraft doors open, Lu Fan steps out to the sight of fans cheering from the barricades. Banners wave, and voices call out his name. It's Lu Fan, Dragon Nation's #1. He looks even cooler in person. A reporter rushes forward, mic in hand. Mr. Lu Fan, would you accept a quick interview? Principal Zhao leans over with a grin. You never liked being the center of attention, did you? Lu Fan sighs. Vice Principal, please don't tease me. Just help me get out of here. Half an hour later, Lu Fan and Principal Zhao arrive at Dragon Capital Academy. The gates open, and a familiar sense of purpose settles in. Principal Zhao places a hand on Lu Fan's back. You've done enough for one day. Go rest. Once the teleportation gate to the Sea of Death is ready, I'll come get you myself. As Lu Fan hears someone call his name, he turns to see his auntie near the house, waving with tear-filled eyes. Beside her, a few girls hold up a colorful pamphlet, proudly welcoming him home as Dragon Nation's top-ranked warrior. Before he can respond, his auntie and the girls rush over, grabbing his arms and pushing him toward the house. Hey, easy, Lu Fan protests, stumbling a bit. But his auntie holds him tightly, her voice trembling. I watch the broadcast every day, she says, wiping her eyes. I was so scared so many people wanted to hurt you. Lu Fan gently pats her shoulder. I'm back in one piece, he says with a soft smile. Knowing you were watching over me, it really does feel like I'm home again. As they lead him inside, he turns to wave at Principal Zhao. In the back of his mind, he remembers the list of tasks the vice principal had jokingly given him. Eat well, sleep deeply, take care of your dragon, and spend time with your people. Now seated at the dining table, surrounded by familiar faces, Jianing leans in and asks, Why'd you show up late? We were expecting you hours ago. Lu Fan lifts his bowl. A Snow Nation representative invited me to a banquet. Couldn't exactly say no. Someone smirks. So you turned bad, huh? Started drinking now? Taozi rolls her eyes. Don't lump us all together. I'm not from Snow Nation. Those people drink like there's no tomorrow. Qin Xiu laughs. Relax, Sister Han. You're such a drama queen. That last comment draws a gasp from Lu Fan's Annie, her eyes wide. Surrounded by chatter, good food, and warmth, Lu Fan feels the tension in his chest melt away. After everything he's been through, this simple moment, his Annie's cooking, the laughter, the teasing, it's enough to make the hardship feel like a distant dream. His mind wanders briefly. I wonder if my sister knows I made it to #1. Meanwhile, inside the Jean residence reception hall in Jinyu City, a man bursts through the doors, panting. Sir, Jinyu Airport just confirmed it. Lu Fan is heading to the Sea of Death secret realm. The room falls silent. A man slowly rises from his seat. His voice is calm, but cold. The Sea of Death, that's within the forest of the divine bonds. Between Taiji and Dragon Nation. He turns to the side. Mobilize the God's Legion and War God Legion. I want them there immediately. Sir, Mr. Jean stammers, but he's suddenly shoved down, his back slamming against the ground. The man towers over him. For my son's revenge, I'll unleash everything. If it takes the full force of this nation, so be it. His voice drops lower. I'll personally lead the 4 guardian heroes. We and Lu Fan in that secret realm. The scene shifts sharply to the forest of the divine bones, perched right on the edge of Dragon Nation and Taiji Nation. As Lu Fan and the girls emerge from the portal, the atmosphere crackles with anticipation. One of the girls bursts out, barely containing herself. This is unreal. We're actually entering a national-level dungeon. Another grins, nodding. All credit goes to Lu Fan. Without him, none of this would be possible. While excitement buzzes through the group, Lu Fan stays quiet, his eyes fixed on the distant sea of death. That's where his next trial awaits, his 5th dragon. He glances toward the Taiji Nation's camp, puzzled. Why are there soldiers stationed here? Before he can say anything, a calm voice answers behind him. Troops have been here since they started building the teleportation array, a woman says. Their presence is limited. Nothing to worry about. They turn to see Teacher Gu standing there. Teacher Gu, what brings you here? One of the girls asks, surprised. She gives a light smile and gently pats Lu on the shoulder. Relax. The academy wanted to make sure everything went smoothly, so they sent me to support you. She adds, if you run into any trouble, just come find me. Lu Fan silently nods, impressed by how far the academy was willing to go to back them up. The girls start playfully teasing again. This is so unfair. Having a teacher like that really changes things, one mumbles, while another quietly thanks him for watching over Zhao Fan. Teacher Gu gestures for them to follow. Come on, I'll guide you to the dungeon entrance. As they reach it, she leaves them with one last note. Enjoy every reward you earn to the fullest. At sunrise, Lu Fan steps into the sea of death and immediately spots a skeletal figure clutching a rusted sword. He hadn't expected a gatekeeper, but Tao Zi steps forward, calm and confident. We got this. Don't worry. Lu Fan eases up a bit. This elite minion, once under a tyrant, had some real power. But the girls had grown, too. Everyone was leveling up. Tao Zi summoned water split, her blade slicing through the air as 4 chains of water coiled around the skeleton, freezing it solid. Gue Gue followed with starry inhalation, setting the frozen corpse ablaze. Lu Fan couldn't help but admire how perfectly in sync they were. Over the last 2 months, the girls had pushed themselves nonstop to close the gap between them and Lu. Now their teamwork flowed effortlessly. They weren't here to be protected. They were here to fight beside him, as equals. He watched impressed. They had just brought down a level 65 elite, and they were barely in the 30s themselves. Even the top students at Dragon Capital Academy would struggle with that. Then, in a flash, Lu's instincts kicked in. His expression sharpened as he drew his bow and released Serpent's Arrow, a dark serpent technique that launched 12 enchanted shots. The arrows zipped past Tao Zi, who flinched and shouted, Lu Fan, what the hell? But before she could finish, the arrows struck home. 8 skeletons, lurking in the shadows behind them, dropped instantly. The girls froze. They hadn't seen a thing. The shock was written all over their faces. They felt ridiculous for missing such an obvious threat. One of them spoke up, frustrated. If we're your dragons, then bring us into the fight. We need to level up too. Lu hesitated, then admitted, I did bond with a new dragon recently, but his attitude's a problem. Their jaws dropped. A 6th dragon, but instead of backing down, they lit up. Summon him. We want to see his element. Lu sighed, giving in. All right, but if he gets out of hand, I'm sending him back immediately. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cracked through the sky, making them all jump. Is that normal for him? One of the girls asked, eyes wide. A small blue dragon appeared, its body radiating terrifying magical pressure. They all fell silent. Lu raised an eyebrow, smirking. Could he not show off for once? The dragon roared, summoning a barrage of lightning strikes that created a storm zone, paralyzing enemies and frying anything nearby. It might have been small, but its power said otherwise. This wasn't just any dragon. It was a blue dragon king. Electric currents pulsed off its scales, unleashing shock-infused strikes with every movement. Then came the surge, dragon resonance. With it, both dragon and rider could channel the same ancient spell, amplifying its force. Lu recognized it instantly. Abeo had just used Blue Dragon King's roar. When combined through resonance, the magic surged to a new level. The blue dragon evolved to level 2, turning the battlefield into a lightning storm. A system alert popped up. Dungeon quest triggered. Collect map fragments to trace the tyrant's escape route and uncover his hidden treasure. As Lu pulled out a fragment of the tavern's retreat route map, the others gathered around, curious. So, we're supposed to find the tavern's treasure? One of them asked. Jin Yang nodded. Yeah, if we collect 500 of these fragments, we can piece together the full map and uncover the treasure's location. 500? That number hit hard. They all knew. They didn't have time to waste. Then what are we waiting for? Let's level this desert and start digging, someone shouted, ready to charge ahead. But Lu raised a hand, stopping them. Hold up. This whole place is one giant sand trap. Move the wrong way, and we could set off something we can't undo. Everyone turned to him. So, you got a better idea? Lu grinned. Yeah, and I've got just the scout for it. In a flash, he summoned one of his dragons, and with it, 2 twin fallen corpse holy dragons emerged. The pressure from their arrival was overwhelming. These weren't just heavy hitters. They came with abilities tailor-made for this job. Lu then summoned a wave of fallen, deadly demon soldiers, each one radiating death energy. The group froze. Wait, did you just summon dungeon puppets? Someone gasped. Lu nodded calmly. The fallen corpse holy dragon can open the holy light gate. It lets them teleport themselves and all corpse puppets anywhere. Distance, barriers, formations, even dimensions, none of that matters. Jin Yang looked like he'd seen a ghost. This blows hidden glass, necromancy, out of the water. Tao stared at the summoned forces. You seriously brought out all of 9 round Demon City? Lu laughed. You think I'd let miners this good go unused? Right then, the ground quaked. A massive monster burst out, unleashing a bone-shaking roar. The girls instinctively took a step back, startled. Lu didn't flinch. They'll clear the way. At his command, the fallen demon soldiers stormed the battlefield, colliding with waves of tyrants, servant skeletons, and desert spiders. In seconds, chaos exploded across the sand. More monsters began erupting from the ground, swarming the battlefield as the sky cracked with thunder. Lightning poured down, engulfing the field in a storm zone that fried everything in its path. The girls could only stare in disbelief, watching the desert transform into an all-out war zone. Tao muttered, I trained like crazy for 2 months and felt proud of myself. Then this guy shows up and wipes out an entire dungeon like it's nothing. How are the rest of us even supposed to compete? No one had an answer. Suddenly, a system prompt appears. Congratulations. The host coordinates match the dividing treasures map. Treasure map activated successfully. Lu immediately opens the reward, expecting a dragon egg. But what he sees stuns him. The will of the blazing dragon warrior, a legendary tier item. He didn't need another power-up, but this wasn't just a boost. It was a game changer. And then he spots it. The Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint. This is a divine artifact, he mutters. Without a second thought, he activates natural assimilation. The contract dissolves, fusing into his body. From now on, the Shadow Dragon King is a permanent summon, just like the fallen corpse holy dragon. Not long after, another alert appears. Fragment collection complete. Do you wish to assimilate the tavern's retreat route map? Without hesitation, Lu selects yes. Before he can even process the success, the view shifts entirely. The camera pans to a battalion of soldiers on the move. At the front, a captain raises his hand sharply. Halt! The secret realm is currently in use. But before he can say more, a soldier steps forward, draped in black armor, wielding a colossal sword, and slices the captain clean in half. Gasps erupt. One of the troops scrambles, raising a flare gun and firing a blinding shot into the sky, a distress signal. The call for backup has been sent. Elsewhere, Teacher Gu spots the commotion and narrows his eyes. Something's wrong. Chaos is spreading fast. Blood spills across the field as soldiers are mercilessly cut down. He shouts over the noise. What the hell is going on? Just then a soldier slams into him, pushing him out of the way. A blade misses him by inches. They're from Taiji Nation, the soldier yells. We have to fall back. Warn Dragon Nation. Realizing the scale of the attack, Gu bolts toward the teleport gate, only to find it blocked by enemy guards. He digs into his storage pouch and pulls out his last resort, a one-time use random teleport scroll. His only shot at escape. But as he starts the incantation, a shadow looms behind him. A mountain of a man with a giant axe raises his weapon to strike. Gu spins around, swings his own weapon, and slams it straight into the attacker's skull, buying a moment. In that split second, he activates the scroll and lunges forward, driving his weapon into the enemy commander's chest before vanishing. The massive warrior stumbles back slightly, watching the light trail left behind. He doesn't chase. Instead, he simply mutters under his breath. It's him, Li Tai, the dreaded butcher god of the Taiji Nation. As Lu unlocks the Emerald Mirror skill, he starts wondering, did Xiao Fai gain a new ability too? The skill lets him pick an ally and generate 2 mirror copies of it. These duplicates have all the original skills, but only 30% of the stats. Realizing this, Lu is floored. He can create clones now? The possibilities race through his head. If 15 dragons attack someone all at once, even a god would fall. Now that he's hit level 30+, mastered the dragon domain, and unlocked this game-breaking skill, Lu gently pats Xiao Fai with pride. With this power, their battle capabilities skyrocket. Xiao Fai might just be one of the strongest dragon pets out there now. Suddenly, a swarm of level 70 tyrant servants appears out of nowhere. Jean eyes the incoming threat. I bet this was triggered by merging the route map. Lu isn't phased. At least we don't have to go boss hunting anymore. But then, towering behind the army, the real threat shows up. Cursed Tyrant. Jean glances at Lu. What's the plan? Tao offers a strategy. Let the demon troops charge in first. Then Lin's dragon can sweep the rest. But Lin brushes it off with a smirk. Forget that. Earth Berserk's got this. Tao gives him a doubtful look. Sure, Earth Berserk is strong, but this is a level 80 nightmare boss, backed by a whole crew of level 70 elite commanders. You really think one beast can take them all? Lu grins. Why not? Xiao Fai. Time to show them what Emerald Mirror can do. The moment the skill is activated, everyone watches in disbelief. It works. Perfectly. 2 exact clones appear. And if they bring out all 9 dragons, that's 27 dragons on the field. In an instant, the tide shifts. 1 demon becomes 3. The girls are left speechless. This skill is broken. The cursed tyrant roars and triggers Desert Howl, summoning a violent sandstorm vortex that engulfs everything in its path. The ground begins to crumble underfoot, the whirlwind making movement nearly impossible. With the terrain falling apart, panic spreads. No one can keep their footing. Tao hits the ground hard, unable to stand. What now? Someone cries out in desperation. Lu stays calm. Don't lose your heads. Just breathe, he says coolly. Before anyone can react, something crashes straight into the cursed tyrant's face. In the blink of an eye, the tyrant's servants start dropping, one after another. Lu watches with a smug grin. Just sit back and enjoy Earth Berserk's grand entrance. The Earth Berserkers charge in, massive steel weapons in hand, tearing through the battlefield with unstoppable force. The cursed tyrant roars in rage, but it's no use, completely overwhelmed. Then, without warning, metallic cubes begin raining from above. The cube storm hits hard, each cube delivering full power damage. The tyrant and its minions are smashed directly on the head, driven into the ground like nails under a hammer. To Lu, the whole fight looked almost too simple. The girls exchange stunned glances. Every time we think he's maxed out, Lu hits us with something crazier. Tao mutters, still dazed. Wait, it's already over? I didn't even see how it ended. And with that, the dungeon's cleared. A glowing yellow chest appears in front of them. Lu's level jumps to 42. A message pops up. He's received an enchantment level removal scroll. Lu grins wide. Perfect. This saves me a fortune on upgrade costs. More loot follows. A seeker paper, an ultra-rare item for Xiao Fai, which lets him bypass usage restrictions and devour limits for cracking and looting. A cooking blueprint, Dawnstep Platinum boots, and a tidal blade, which summons a temporary water shield to block attacks. Yuan steps forward. I'll take the scroll and seeker paper. The rest, whoever needs it. He adds, we can grind this dungeon as many times as we need. Everyone will get their share eventually. The girls nod in agreement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run it again. Back on the battlefield, a soldier rushes toward a figure standing at the teleportation gate. We've already sent units to track down the woman who escaped, he reports. The man nods, satisfied. Good. Tell Lord Jean that Goodborn Forest is completely cleansed. The second Lu fan shows his face. We wipe him and his team out in one clean sweep. But before he can finish, a cold voice echoes from the shadows. No need. I'm already here. A wave of sinister energy erupts. In an instant, black tendrils, twisting like octopus limbs, lash out and consume the soldier. His body rots away instantly, falling to the ground in a pile of decay. The figure steps forward, eyes glowing with fury. Lu fan, I'll kill you myself. The commander immediately bows. Welcome, my lord. The Dark Lord gives a quiet, chilling command. Make it look like the work of those ancient god worshippers. The Dinjin nation must never learn it was us. The scene cuts to Zhao Zheng, frowning as he murmurs how odd it is that he can't get through to the guild. He quickly dials the Dragon Nation Border Defense Department, introducing himself as Zhao Zheng from Dragon Capital Academy. Without wasting time, he asks if Teacher Gu is still stationed at the Death Sand Sea camp. A sharp voice answers abruptly. Vice Principal Zhao, their camp's already been attacked. Zhao's eyes shoot open. What happened? The voice explains that the Taiji Nation issued a formal statement. Over the past 6 months, multiple heretic groups from different countries have launched assaults on Dragon Nation's camps. Zhao tightens his grip. How could that happen? The voice urges him to stay calm and keep the academy stable, assuring him that the department is still verifying the report. Meanwhile, in the Jean mansion within Taiji Nation, General Jean reclines with his foot casually propped on the table. He scoffs, questioning what exactly needs verifying and why the Dragon Nation doubts their word. He waves a hand dismissively. Just tell them the Death Sand Sea is in the middle of nowhere. Even with immortals, it'll take 10 days, maybe half a month, to reach it if they don't get delayed. Just then, a girl steps forward and announces that Dragon Nation has sent 2 letters. Jean raises a brow. Why the panic? What's in them? She bows quickly and apologizes, explaining the letters are from Hanfei and to Jean. Jin's expression hardens as he snatches the letters and begins reading. She continues. Hanfei is accusing them of failing to investigate the heretic attacks properly. To uncover the truth, he sent Tu Jin to take over the matter. Tu Jin has already deployed the Griffin Squad, now mobilizing at the border. Hanfei ends the letter by saying that if things escalate, he hopes Taiji Nation understands the consequences. Jin remains quiet, eyes scanning the letter. Then his glare sharpens. They're getting arrogant. This isn't a warning. It's a threat. They're saying if we try to stop them, it's war. A soldier hesitantly speaks up. Sir, the Griffin Squad, we're no match for them. Jin slams the letter down. We can't let anyone disrupt Lord Jin's plan. He immediately issues commands. Inform the Godslayer Legion. Send Li Tai to deliver a message to the National Guard hero. And deploy the Good Killer Legion to the border. By time, install the Griffin Squad. Jin is convinced that if they eliminate Lu Fan, all trails will vanish, leaving Dragon Nation no choice but to chase shadows among the heretics. He stresses that there's no room for mistakes. Lu Fan must die. Elsewhere, Lu Fan and his group are making their way through rough terrain when Tao suddenly groans, clearly exhausted. She complains about being both starving and drained after their time in the secret realm, suggesting they take a break to enjoy a proper meal. Lu Fan chuckles, teasing, if you keep dragging your feet, someone might just tie you up. Tao shoots him a glare. You mean tired, not tied up, genius. Their banter comes to a halt as they reach a desolate field, littered with corpses. Silence falls. The sight says it all. Jean steps forward to inspect the bodies, noting how their state is eerily similar to Charles, the man Lu had previously defeated. Their life energy sucked dry. Tao shivers. Could it be the heretics that worship the ancient gods? Lu shakes his head. There's no trace of divine energy here, but the aura feels just like Jin Chenghan's. Jin Yang's brows knit. That can't be. Jin Chenghan is already. A voice cuts him off, echoing through the battlefield, laced with mockery. Sharp as ever. Everyone instantly turns toward the voice. Jin Yang instinctively draws his blade, sensing danger. A man emerges, smirking coldly. But all that won't save you now. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Jin Zaishi. He steps in front of Jin Yang. Don't act rashly. This guy's level 97, same as Jin Chenghan. He carries abyss energy. Jin jumps in, urgency in her voice. My father once knew him. He's the national guardian hero of Taiji Nation, Jin Zaishi. Lu's breath hitches. That would mean Jin Chenghan is his son. Just then, another voice scoffs from above. Park Jae lounges lazily on a tree branch, unimpressed. All this firepower for one kid, he sneers. He hasn't even hit his 3rd transformation. Don't tell me we're letting Li Tai handle him solo. Li Tai, the youngest among them and a Widowwalker fighter, stays focused. Don't take him lightly. This is the guy who took down the 9 Realms demon. Suddenly, the earth quakes beneath them. The girls instinctively step back, weapons raised. A hulking figure emerges from the cloud of dust. It's the beast, Choi Hun. He scoffs at the mention of the 9 Realms demon. So what if he beat him once? We'll crush him again. His eyes lock onto Lu Fan, licking his lips with a twisted grin. I hear this brat's got a real dragon. Let's see how its blood looks on my axe. The girls instinctively glance skyward as massive beams of light pierce through the clouds, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. Descending through the light was a black-robed figure, silent, imposing, and crackling with thunder magic. His presence sent a jolt through the air, his aura heavy and grim. One of the men scoffed. Still the same, huh? The old black mage, mute, dull, and full of doom. Jin Yang leaned toward Lu Fan. These 4, they're on par with Jin Zaishi. Qin nodded grimly. No doubt about it. These are the 5 national guardian heroes of Taiji Nation. The air grew heavy with tension. All eyes turned to Lu Fan. Without flinching, Lu Fan stepped forward, voice cutting through the silence. So these are the heroes who massacred the camp, he said coldly. Good. Not a single one of you will walk away from this. A fierce green energy erupted around him as he prepared to summon his dragon. His voice rang out with a challenge. Come, national guardian heroes. Kill me if you dare, because if you don't, you'll join the souls you butchered. His aunt called out in alarm, pleading with him to remember they were all above level 90. Lu turned to his companions. Guard my aunt, he ordered. Whatever happens, I won't be holding back. Jin Zaishi let out a mocking laugh. Ignorant little brat. With a snap, his monstrous tentacles exploded outward, joining a barrage of weapons from the other heroes, all surging toward Lu Fan. Attack! Jin Zaishi roared. For my son, crush him. Choi Hoon charged in and slammed his massive weapon into the ground, sending tremors through the earth and shattering the surface. Lu launched himself into the air with ease, dodging the impact without breaking a sweat. At the same time, Li took aim with his bow, but Lu quickly ordered Xiao Fai to activate the Emerald Dragon's power. A thick emerald barrier surged to life, forged from the dragon's bloodline. It was immune to all debuffs and boosted its regeneration rate by 5%, protecting everyone inside it. Li's arrow struck the shield and bounced off harmlessly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lu's voice rang out, sharp and furious. If you want to kill someone, then aim at me. You dared to slaughter innocent citizens of Dragon Nation? I'll make sure you watch every last Taiji soldier under your command fall. Park Ji, furious, rushed in with a vicious sword strike. But the moment his blade touched the barrier, it fizzled out, completely useless. Choi Hoon stepped forward, brushing Park Ji aside. Move. I'll handle this. He sneered at Lu. What's the matter? Hiding inside your little shield? Then he hurled his axe, the Hell Blood Axe Totem. It crashed against the barrier, dealing 300 physical damage, but not even a scratch appeared. Someone else stepped up, pulling out the natural remediation Dragonbone Flute, trying to summon the twin fallen corpse holy dragons. But even that failed to break the emerald defense. Lu dropped back to the ground, unfazed. Coward, he scoffed. You really think I'm the one hiding? Jin Yang called out, worried. Your only job is to protect your aunt. But Lu was already wrapped in a dense yellow aura. The Holy Light Gate skill had activated, blanketing him in holy protection. The energy extended across the battlefield, ensuring the fallen corpse holy dragons could attack through any dimension. As the dragons roared to life, the essence of fallen warriors surged toward them, strengthening them even more. Suddenly, enormous demonic figures appeared in front of the Taiji forces. Lu had summoned the 9 Realms demons straight out of the secret realm. Shock spread through the enemy ranks, but Jin remained calm. So what? They're just hollow husks now. Even the silent black mage finally spoke, his voice steady. We've killed them once. We'll do it again. But Lu stood tall between his dragons, a smirk on his face. Then go ahead, he challenged. Show me how you plan to kill the 9 Realms demons this time. Park suddenly tensed. Something wasn't right. His eyes darted toward the 9 Realms demons. Their roars grew louder, shaking the air as their numbers suddenly swelled. He quickly pulled out the emerald mirror and gasped. There's 18 of them now. Panic set in as he shouted. Everyone, stay together. But Jin remained unfazed. Relax. Even if they're clones, their stats are bound to be lower. We can wipe them out easily. To prove his point, he swiftly took out one Earth demon and followed up by slaying a Realm demon. The count dropped to 16. See, he barked. Just an intimidation trick. These copies are weak. Morale lifted instantly. With new confidence, the group turned their attention to taking out the clones. But the black-robed mage wasn't so sure. His eyes narrowed on Lu Fan, who was now pulsing with an ominous glow. What is he doing? Jin caught it too. A wave of unease rippled through him. What trick is this now? Lu's smirk deepened. Took you long enough to notice? I've been charging this skill the whole time. Now, face the will of the fierce dragon warrior. In a blinding flash, his body shifted and surged upward. He transformed into a colossal golden dragon. His voice shook the battlefield. Your death countdown starts now. The entire field froze. The girls stared in disbelief. He can turn into a dragon. The mage's face turned pale. He's not just transforming, he's mastering the dragon's power. Panic rising, he shouted for backup. But it was already too late. The summoned demons began closing in fast. Li found herself surrounded, unable to escape. One by one, the others were cornered, their cries echoing across the field. The pleas for help reached Lord Jin, but he stood paralyzed, unable to move, unable to comprehend. The dragon domain exploded in size, stretching out to a full 100-meter radius. Every dragon, every beast sharing Lu's bloodline, was supercharged. Buffs stacked endlessly. The demons, now unstoppable, thundered forward, crushing everything in their path. The feared 9 Realms demons weren't just back, they were dominating. Roaring with pride, they trampled over the battlefield. And at the center, the golden dragon radiated an aura of absolute power. Its strength now doubled. Jin stood frozen, sweat dripping down his face. This battle was no longer his to win. He barely had time to react as the golden dragon lunged forward, claws slicing through his tentacles like they were paper. The blow sent him soaring through the air like a discarded doll. Spinning midair, His mind raced. Was this defeat? How did Lu Fan get this powerful? The pain was unbearable. As he slammed into the ground, dazed and broken, he heard Li's voice screaming for help. But he couldn't move. He couldn't save anyone. Jin's fading eyes drifted toward the mage, bloodied, trembling, and begging for someone to save him. That's when the realization finally sank in. They never should have gone after Lu Fan. It was already over. His allies were either broken or bound. And now, drowning in regret, Jin could only watch it all fall apart. Blood spilled from his lips as his body gave out, crashing to the ground in defeat. Lu stepped forward, his foot crushing the slick black blood beneath him. With the dragon domain still in effect, he said coldly, "You'll die here like the rest." Jin coughed, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Then just do it already. End it." Lu slowly drew a red blade, its edge gleaming ominously. "Killing a national guardian hero won't stop Taiji Nation from hunting me down," he said under his breath. Then his gaze sharpened as it locked onto Jin. "But do you remember what I told you?" Jin, broken but still breathing, forced himself upright, legs trembling, voice cracked with fear. What are you doing?" Lu raised the blade without hesitation. "I told you. I make you watch as I erase every last Taiji soldier you command." With Lu's crimson blade still dripping from the final blow that felled the 5 heroes, Jin Yang glanced at the aftermath, his thoughts already racing. How are we going to explain this to Taiji Nation? But Lu's aunt wasn't focused on politics. She stepped forward with concern. "Lu, are you all right? Do you feel anything off?" Nearby, Qin eyed the wreckage and bodies. "Should we clean this up?" Tai, however, stared at the fallen figures, stunned. Who would have thought Jin Zaishi, leader of Taiji's 5 national heroes, would fall like this? Lu glanced at them and let out a small grin. "Who said they're dead?" The girls turned to him, confused, until, to their shock, the 5 dead heroes began to rise. Lu's smirk deepened. "After what they did to my people, did you think I'd let them off that easy?" One by one, the heroes stood again, no longer defenders of Taiji, but something else entirely. Back on another part of the battlefield, a commander and his troops sprinted toward the portal. His mind raced. How many lords are waiting for us on the other side? As soon as he arrived, he dropped to one knee. "My lord, Jin Zion reports that the Dragon Nation has discovered the destruction of the teleportation array. Jinbei has already sent envoys to the border." But the lord didn't respond. The silence made the commander uneasy. "Am I too late? Lord Jin should have finished Lu Fan by now." Then footsteps echoed across the battlefield. Someone was approaching. The commander's hand flew to his sword, only to freeze. It was Lu Fan. His voice was cold and sharp. "Who gave you the courage to attack the Dragon Nation?" The commander's eyes widened. "He's alive." He barked a panicked order, "Attack." But before his soldiers could react, an arrow whistled through the air and slammed into his hand, knocking his sword away. The commander tumbled back. Lu had fired it. Before the others could move, jagged tentacles tore through the soldiers, piercing their hearts before coiling around the commander himself. His face went pale. Why, Lord Jin? Why are you doing this?" Lu stepped in, grabbed the lord's cloak, and pulled it aside. "Because," he said with a smirk, "they belong to me now." The tentacles tightened. Desperate, the commander broke free and let out a furious roar. "You killed Lord Jin. You'll pay for that." He lunged at Lu, blade raised high. But before he got close, a shadow dropped from above. A massive axe crashed down, slamming the commander into the dirt. Lu didn't even blink. "If Lord Jin couldn't last 2 rounds against me," he said flatly, "what made you think you had a chance?" Pinned beneath the crushing weight of the axe, the commander clenched his jaw, growling, "I swear I'll kill you. I'll cut you to pieces." Lu smirked without flinching. "Save your breath." Tentacles slithered back around the commander, lifting him high into the air. He thrashed in panic. "What do you want from me?" Lu's tone dropped. "One last chance." "Ta." Still resisting, the commander stayed silent, until the tentacles tightened and a savage beating left him swollen and barely conscious. Finally, broken and breathless, he gave in. The truth spilled out of him. Tao's brow furrowed. 2 elite armies and a hero. Just to take down one man? Didn't expect that from Taiji Nation. Someone else chimed in, and there's no sign of Teacher Gu's body. Looks like he escaped, just like the commander said. Lu's aunt looked to him. "So what now?" "The teleportation array's gone, and we're thousands of miles from home." Jin Yang jumped in. "The God-slaying army isn't far. Maybe we regroup with Jinbei Marquis forces at the border." Kim nodded. If the scroll used was random, the distance couldn't be beyond the current map's limits. "We gotta find Teacher Gu before the God-slaying army does." Meanwhile, the commander, barely clinging to life, begged for mercy. "Please, I told you everything. Let me go." But without hesitation, a tentacle tore straight through his chest. As he collapsed, eyes wide, he gasped, "You said you'd let me live, Lu stepped forward cold and unflinching. I said I'd let you go alive, but how could I honor Dragon Nation's fallen if I let you live? The scene cut to the God-slaying army's barracks. Inside the command tent, a high-ranking officer leaned back and sneered. By the time Dragon Nation's forces show up, Lord Jean will have already dealt with that brat. A soldier next to him frowned. Seriously? All 5 heroes fought together, and they still couldn't beat a second-level job changer. Neither noticed the figure looming behind them. Jin's lifeless body had already entered the room. One of the guards at the command center turned to face the enormous tentacles snaking through the air. For a moment, he hesitated, sensing an energy eerily similar to Lord Jin's. He tried to report it, speaking into his comms, only to be cut off when a tentacle suddenly speared through his chest. The room fell dead silent. Nobody moved. Then, the tentacles swelled, and in the blink of an eye, the guard's body burst apart into pieces. The others could only stare in stunned disbelief. Lord Jean, he just killed the commander, someone finally blurted out. He's lost it, another guard shouted. Run, get out of here. As panic set in and they made a dash for the exit, Lord Jean came crashing down. With a violent motion, he flung out the octopus-like limbs, impaling the fleeing guards one by one. A guard near the door turned back, spotting several others frozen in place. What are you doing? Move. Get out now, he yelled. But before he could take another step, his arm was sliced clean off. Blood splashed across his face as he staggered forward in a daze. He finally reached the exit, but what he saw made his blood run cold. The world outside the command center had already been overrun. Demons from the demon realm swarmed every inch of the area. The slaughter had begun. Turning around in horror, he saw Lord Jean tearing through his own men, ripping them apart without mercy. No one escaped. Every last one was cut down. And when Lord Jean finally stepped outside, the waiting demons greeted him like a comrade returning home. The scene cuts to the Taiji Nation, to Lord Jean Zion's estate, an enormous structure rising high above the city. Inside, Jean Zion paced furiously, trying to reach someone. When the call finally connected, he snapped, "Why haven't you answered?" A calm voice responded, "This is the Slaughter God Legion Command Center. This is Lord Jean Zion," he barked. "Get your men to the Death Seas instance immediately. Meet up with Lee. Tell him to contact me at once." Before the conversation could continue, a distressed voice cut in. Outside the base, there are 9. Then came a loud explosion. Silence. "Hey, what's going on? Answer me," Jean Zion shouted. But the line had already gone dead. His face darkened. Something had gone terribly wrong. Just then, a woman burst into the room. "General, urgent news," she said quickly. "The Examination God Legion couldn't stop the Dragon Nation. One of their elites is about to break through. They're heading straight for the Divine Bone Forest." Jean Zion went still, then his gaze sharpened. "Repeat that." Meanwhile, deep in the night along the Dragon Nation's border, a fleet of unmarked military vessels hovered silently in front of a massive mountain range. Not a sound, just quiet vigilance. Out of nowhere, the Dragon Nation's elite Griffin squad emerged. Their archers had already taken aim at the ships. Stepping forward, a seasoned warrior spoke loud and clear. "We're under orders to investigate the recent cult attack on our base. Stand aside." From one of the ships, a captain responded coldly. "You're trespassing on Taiji Nation land. Move an inch without clearance, and it's war." An officer nearby leaned in cautiously. "That's the Griffin squad. If we push them, we might not walk away." But the commander just smirked. "They're strong, no doubt. But if we take them down, our Extermination Guard Legion will outrank the other Trump Guards." He turned and gave the order. "Alert all units. If they make a move, we fire immediately." But the old warrior didn't back down. "The 3 elders and Marcus Jinbei have already sent formal notice to the Jean residents. If you stop us now, you'll be the one dealing with the fallout." Then a thought struck him, a weapon that once shook the battlefield, the Burning Desolation staff. He hadn't expected to see it again, or for him to appear here. The man behind that staff was said to rival even the 5 national heroes. Not even the Examination God Legion could take him down. Still, the captain ignored the warning and barked, "Open fire." Mana cannons flared to life, releasing a storm of energy blasts toward the Griffin squad. 3 warships fired at once, filling the sky with searing beams. The Griffins scattered. "They fired first," the squad member shouted. "I'll cover you," the elder roared. "Push through to the strike zone. Don't hold back." With one mighty swing, he slammed the staff down. The shock wave tore the air apart. In an instant, the ship's advanced cannons exploded and fire consumed their decks. Metal twisted, hulls ruptured, and flames engulfed the fleet. The commander could only stare. One blow and all three ships are gone. His voice cracked as panic spread like wildfire. The staff spun back toward the Griffin squad, and a cloaked figure stepped forward, catching it midair. He raised it with ease, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "If you still think you can stop us," he said calmly, "then get ready for a bloodbath. Make your decision." By the next morning, news of the chaos had erupted across Jinyu City. Word spread fast. Something was attacking the Divine Bone Forest and the towns nearby. The culprits? Unknown creatures that looked more beast than human. Crowds gathered around public screens, stunned by what they saw. Massive creatures rampaging through cities, tearing buildings apart. Panic rippled through the crowd. "Wait, those look just like the Nine Realms demons from the National Trial," someone cried out. But that made no sense. The Nine Realms demons were locked away in a hidden realm, sealed off, never meant to be seen again. Only the 5 national heroes had ever encountered them, and they were supposed to be keeping them contained. Then the report dropped another bombshell. Some of the attackers resembled the national heroes themselves. That was all it took. The Gene residents declared a citywide lockdown within hours. The people were shocked. Fear turned to confusion, and confusion turned to speculation. "Are the heroes actually attacking us?" a voice shouted. "No way. Something's wrong. They're being controlled." Names began to echo across the city by you. Li Renying, once seen as legends, now possibly enemies. The panic wasn't just confined to Jinyu. In Tianshou City, the reaction hit like a tidal wave. The same warnings, the same footage. But the public didn't panic. They revolted. Masses spilled into the streets with signs raised high. Their chants thundered through the city. "The 5 national heroes are traitors. Lockdowns won't protect us." Some even claimed the ceiling had been fake all along, a government cover-up. Tensions boiled over, and before long, a furious crowd had reached the gates of the Gene residence, demanding answers. We saw it, footage of Lee attacking the town. And those demons, there's no denying it. The guards struggled to contain the wave of protesters. Shouts came from all directions, demanding to know how the demons had escaped and why the Gene family was staying silent. One guard stepped forward, trying to speak over the chaos. He asked the crowd to stay calm and insisted that no official confirmation had been made about the hero's betrayal. He warned against spreading rumors. But it was too late. The crowd wasn't listening. Back in the devastated remains of the southwestern town, a lone figure walked through the shattered streets, silent among the rubble. From a flickering screen nearby, the chant of the angry crowd echoed through the static, blaming the Gene family for unleashing the Nine Realms demons. The anchor's voice rang out from a nearby screen, grim and steady. "Current reports confirm over 10,000 casualties. Contact with the border garrisons has been completely lost. The 3 great legions are mobilizing to push back the incoming beast tide." The footage rolled on as the anchor urged the public to stay calm. "We ask all citizens to remain indoors and comply with the lockdown issued by the Gene residents. Evacuations around the Divine Bone Forest are proceeding in an orderly fashion. Please stay safe." The cloaked figure stood motionless, absorbing every word. Then he suddenly turned. He felt something approaching. Emerging from the shadows were massive earth demon beasts. At their head was Li himself. One of the beasts let out a low growl, its voice thick with threat. "By my master's command, all of you must die." The figure's eyes narrowed. "Still taking orders from Lu Fan? Huh? So he's fine after all. I was worried for nothing." He raised his staff and slammed it into the ground. Cracks splintered out beneath him. "It's not Lu Fan who's in danger. It's the entire Taiji nation." He launched into the air, hovering above the battlefield. If Lu Fan draws the wrong kind of attention, it's over. Even with dragons at his side, he's not ready. And I still can't take him down myself. Back at the Gene residence, Lord Gene stood at the window, watching the furious crowd below scream for answers. His secretary approached, voice tight. "The unrest is spreading. Even with both the Slaughter God and Extermination God legions deployed, people aren't backing down." Lord Gene didn't answer right away. His thoughts were elsewhere. He hadn't imagined Lu Fan would go this far, unleashing the Nine Realms demons just to get revenge. The heroes had once defeated those monsters. But now, with Baiyu and Lu Fan in command, what if they hadn't actually won back then? His fists clenched. If that was the truth, Then even the ruler of the Taiji nation wasn't untouchable. He turned sharply to his secretary. Alert the guards. Enforce the lockdown. Shut every protest down now. She blinked, startled. Wouldn't that be an abuse of power? He grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his cold gaze. The ruler's gone. That means I'm in charge. Understand? She gave a shaky nod and hurried off. Left alone, Lord Jean adjusted his coat and let out a quiet, dark laugh. This lockdown, it's the perfect setup. I just need a new set of 5 heroes to kill Lu Fan. Then I'll wipe out the demons and erase the old heroes along with them. A grin crept across his face. I'll pin it all on Jean Zaishi and take everything for myself. At the edge of the Divine Bone Forest, a brilliant surge of blue mana shot into the sky, lighting up the horizon. Lu Fan stood with his dragons and companions, shouting at the top of his lungs. Abeo, stop messing around. But the little blue dragon wasn't listening. It roared wildly and slammed into the ground, letting off shockwaves of reckless energy. Even Lu had trouble keeping it under control. Out of nowhere, Abeo's level spiked, hitting 10 in an instant. Mana surged around it, crackling violently as it zapped the other dragons nearby. Kim growled in frustration. Abeo, get back here before I make you. But Abeo just kept roaring, blasting more energy into the air like it was playing a game. Kim shouted again, louder this time, but the dragon ignored him completely. Then, in a streak of lightning, Abeo launched a bolt straight at Taozi. She barely managed to dodge, narrowly avoiding what could have been a devastating hit. Kim stared, stunned, as Abeo's form began to change. Its body expanded, growing larger, its shape twisting into something new. A fully formed dragon. Kim's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene. Don't tell me. Did it awaken its true dragon form at just level 10? His thoughts drifted back. This was just like what happened with Xiaoi. A massive blue dragon now filled the system screen. Abeo, fully transformed. Its stats were nothing short of outrageous. Abilities like Thunder Roar, Form Transformation, Jumping Thunder, Thunder Favor, and more were listed, each far surpassing the skill set of any other known dragon. Sheen took a step back, voice tense. I've seen dragons transform before, but this pressure? Still not used to it. Tao nodded in agreement. It's insane. Lu Fan glanced at Abeo, a curious thought running through his mind. If both Abeo and Xiaoya gained form transformation at level 10, why did Abeo only have one dragon form? But then again, this single form alone was absurd. It gave him a 5-fold speed boost, unlocked the Dragon Language Forbidden spell, the Thunder Apocalypse skill with a 3.3 million power rating, and new area of effect chain move, Jumping Thunder. Lu chuckled. Just from a name alone, it might go toe-to-toe with Xingqian's Star Annihilation Light. And honestly, Abeo is the perfect name for a blue dragon like this. The system flashed again, revealing a skill labeled Thunder Fever, categorized as world-destroying. Under this effect, the Thunder Orb's power changed dramatically. Right now, Abeo wielded the Crimson Orb, a masterclass Thunder Orb. Lu Fan's brow lifted. Maybe boss-level orbs evolve with time? The Crimson Orb alone was terrifying. It boosted Abeo's Thunder skills by 50%, and every lightning strike generated a thunder barrier that electrified any enemy passing through. Suddenly, Xiao Fai twitched. Lu Fan turned. What is it? Before she could answer, a flash of deep purple struck the earth, and from it rose a divine bone revenant, pulsing with intense purple mana. Jian's voice rang out. That's an elite monster. Lu Fan just smirked. Xiao Fai and Abeo can take care of it. Without hesitation, Xiao Fai charged forward, and Abeo followed with a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest. Lightning surged, blasting into the revenant and unintentionally stunning Xiao Fai with multiple strikes. The girls screamed for everyone to keep their distance. The lightning was wild, unrelenting, like divine punishment from the heavens. Is that red lightning? Someone shouted. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. It is. All eyes turned back to Abeo, who was already deep in the fight. The crimson orb pulsed, and with every burst of magic, it fried skeletal giants rising from the ground. Lu Fan called out, Abeo, fall back. But Abeo ignored him completely. Instead, he activated Heaven Punishment Calamity, an advanced targeting skill, and began unleashing concentrated lightning strikes on every nearby enemy. His wings slammed down like hammers, shattering bones and skulls with overwhelming force. Ta could only stare, stunned. This isn't even a fight anymore. Then it happened. A rogue lightning bolt darted toward Qin, and she didn't see it coming. Just in time, Lu Fan lunged and yanked her out of the way, narrowly avoiding disaster. When the smoke cleared, the team looked at Abeo again. There was awe, but also worry. He's starting to lose control, someone muttered. Bao gave a dry laugh. Nah, he's just showing off now. Jim let out a sigh and nodded. He's out of control. If he keeps this up, we'll never find Teacher Gu. Just then, a sudden gust swept through the forest, swirling leaves and dirt into the air. Xiao Fai froze, sensing something unusual. Lu Fan tensed. He could feel it too. The dragons overhead started fleeing, screeching as they took off in every direction. Something was coming, and it wasn't small. The girls started panicking, eyes darting toward the sky. Abeo crouched low, mana pulsing as he prepared another surge. Then it started. Right before their eyes, fragments of bone scattered across the forest floor began to move. The shattered remains of something ancient and powerful were pulling themselves together. Piece by piece, the creature reconstructed itself until it became unmistakable. A massive skeletal dragon, reformed from divine bone. The divine bone death whisper. Lu Fan stared in disbelief. Those fragments, they're combining. All of them. He looked up as the colossal undead beast took shape, a thick wave of mana pouring from its body. Abeo roared at it instinctively, but Lu Fan held up a hand. Don't get cocky. That thing's different. The skeletal giant rose into the air and unleashed a blast of purple flame straight at Abeo. The blue dragon dodged, but barely. The hit shook him. This wasn't like before. The girls fell into defensive positions, bracing themselves. The monster may have been bones, but it moved with deadly precision. Without warning, the undead dragon shot off, flying deeper into the forest. Its destination unknown. Jin, still holding Qin's hand, suddenly realized she was pulling away. Sorry, he muttered, realizing too late he'd held on too long. Abeo shrunk back down, clearly winded. Before he could recover, Xiao Fai grabbed him by the ears. Reckless, she scolded. You could have gotten us all killed. Jin glanced at Lu Fan. What was that thing? That bony dragon. It was scarier than the berserk one we saw in the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Lu Fan's eyes stayed on the horizon. That's probably the real boss of this whole place, the undead ruler. If I'd figured out earlier, but I couldn't risk everyone to chase a hunch. He clenched his fists. No more detours. We have to find Teacher Gu. Now. Just then, Abeo's body pulsed with a faint glow. The dragon activated natural assimilation, and a paper charm appeared, floating on the breeze. Lu Fan's eyes followed its path. It drifted gently through the air, pointing in the exact direction the skeletal dragon had flown. As they quietly approach a swarm of dragons heading toward a towering skeletal dragon, the group watches in awe as it lets out a deafening roar, effortlessly ripping through the smaller dragons in its path. Lu Fan can't help but wonder, what are these dragons flying toward? Qin is mesmerized by the sheer spectacle. Even Tao admits she never thought she'd witness something as rare as a dragon migration. Despite the carnage, the dragons keep pushing forward, their remains torn apart midair. Lu Fan starts a question. What force could possibly be driving them to keep going? Eventually, the surviving dragons descend onto a slick, black mountain littered with avian skeletons. The moment they land, they collapse, too exhausted to move. Their magical compass begins pointing deeper into the heart of the mountains, raising suspicions about what might be hidden in the darkness. Blackhead notes that the paper dolls stop just outside the mountain. Could that mean Teacher Gu is in there? Tao chimes in, pointing out that the revenant dragons, those born of divine power, have merged into the mountain itself. Lu steps forward, telling everyone to stand back. He's going to carve a path through. Tao warns him to be cautious with no instructors around to help, but quickly reassures the group. She's got this. She activates the dragon claw, transforming her arm before slicing through the terrain, sending a paralyzing shockwave rippling outward. That energy surge instantly triggers a reaction. The skeletal dragons begin to rouse and lift into the air. Panic sets in as the dragons start circling them, but Lu remains calm and tells the group to hold their ground. This is all going according to plan. He leaves the aerial chaos to his blue and black dragons. The blue dragon morphs and shoots upward into the sky. Meanwhile, the black dragon launches fire from the crimson orb in its mouth. The blue one unleashes a powerful roar that ignites a massive storm. ravaging the entire area. Then, without warning, a deep, ancient voice echoes, demanding the human to stop. Strangely, only Lu seems to hear it. The voice speaks again, this time directly to him. Are you an agent of the divine-born revenant or the sacred mountain? Lu hesitates, uncertain if he should respond. The voice speaks once more. I am the ancient god of the divine-born. If you serve the revenant or the sacred mountain, turn back now. I'll spare you this once. But if you disturb this place again, there will be no mercy. Only Lu is granted the privilege of hearing these words. Hearing the name through the system, Lu is struck by a strange sense of recognition. It stirs something deep inside him, like a memory tied to an ancient power, maybe a titan from the frozen northern realms. Could this really be the voice of the ancient god? The voice echoes again, sharper this time. Are you a servant of the divine bone? Then comes the warning. The ancient gods are losing patience. Zulu must decide quickly. But as Lu glances at the paper dolls, a realization hits him. That's why teacher Zulu hasn't left. If he turns back now, she won't survive. If I truly am Zawi, he thinks, then I need to activate the external guardian to protect them all. But is it resonant? Lu hesitates. Should he introduce himself first? Or answer straight away? The voice repeats, firmer this time. I am the ancient god of divine bone. If you're tied to the resonant or the sacred mountain, leave now. I'll grant you mercy this once. But disturb my stillness again, and I will not forgive you. Lu remembers the battle against Charles. Back then, the ancient god's image appeared on the sacred map and tried to destroy him, even though he carried revenant energy. That made one thing painfully clear: ancient gods aren't allies. It's bluffing now, most likely because it's not at full strength. Still, even weakened, an ancient god is nothing to take lightly. The voice growls once more, its warning final. Lu knows the time to choose is now. Looking at the paper dolls again, he's certain Teacher Gu is alive. There's no way she falls like this. He turns to Xiaoye and says he'll wait for them in the garden. He's made up his mind. It's time to fight. Xiaoye transforms, her body shifting into the form of an eternal dragon. A glowing shield forms around them, locking in a layer of protection. She unleashes the power of the Jade Dragon bloodline, boosting all skill effects and recovery by an astonishing 5,000%. At the same time, the blue-robe members of the protective sect instruct everyone to stay within the barrier no matter what. They turn to Xiaoye, asking what her next move is. She answers casually, about 2 weeks ago, time dropped by a decade, and just as the portal opened, a star diver emerged, someone from a far-off galaxy, already beginning their transformation. The ancient god speaks once more, declaring that Lu Fan has made his choice. Instantly, the skeletal remains, the star progressor, and an enormous dragon of bones begin piecing themselves back together. The earth quakes beneath them, and fear grips the girls as the air turns heavy. You've chosen death, the ancient god booms. Now you'll all serve as puppets of the divine bone. In that moment, the divine bone flow erupts, wrapping around them like a spiraling chain. A whisper cuts through the noise. Look carefully. The divine bone flow comes from a being capable of rebuilding itself entirely from nearby broken bones, an overwhelming edge in any fight. The seasoned cultivators observe the battlefield, noting the divine-born creature towers over Xiaoye. But Lu doesn't see it that way. To him, it's nothing more than a replica of the ancient god. Then the god's voice rings out again, dark and final. Within this eternal corridor, everything fades into dusk. A colossal thunderstorm erupts overhead, churning wildly through the corridor. From the divine bone throne, a vortex forms, 30 meters wide, sucking up every trace of mana in the area. The storm barrels toward the twin dragons, slamming them into the protective barrier. Trapped, they struggle to move under the crushing pressure. A sudden strike from the storm slices into Lu's hand. Blood sprays through the air, his and the star dragon's. As the dragon crashes to the ground, it bursts with scattered mana, sending waves of energy rippling across the field. Unaware of what's unfolding, Lu glances toward Xingchen, only to see his hardware transforming before his eyes. It takes on a radiant humanoid shape, something completely unfamiliar and unlike anything he's ever seen. Lu hadn't seen Xingchen like this in ages, her humanoid school form glowing with quiet strength. The moment was fleeting, though. The ancient god's voice shattered it. He scoffed at the scene, mocking the humans as nothing but ants waiting to be crushed. Meanwhile, the remnant dragon lunged at Lu's dragon, fangs bared for the kill. Sensing the looming threat, impending danger, Abeo, Xingqian, and Lu's black dragon didn't hesitate. In an instant, they all launched into action, roaring as one, the sky trembling with their fury. Lava blaze and thunderstorm blast collided with the skeletal beast in a brilliant explosion of elemental fury. Xingqian unleashed something even more chaotic, an unpredictable combo fueled by thunder, fire, and pure blue soul mana. Thunder Favor, Crimson Jewel, and Star Crush merged into one devastating assault. Everyone had switched into full attack mode. The scattered dragons joined in, pummeling the ancient skeleton with their own strikes. Roaring thunder and lava blaze crashed into the bone frame, sending a massive mana shockwave through the air. But the ancient god just laughed. "This is your strength? Pathetic. All of it. Pointless," he growled as mana exploded from his elite skeletal form like a raging storm. Lu shouted to Xiaoya, "Activate the Emerald Mirror." But the skill didn't trigger. Something was wrong. Why won't it work? Lu asked, stunned. The ancient god answered coldly, "Fool. Before the gaze of the old gods, all illusions are meaningless." Yellow mana surged around Lu. He lifted his gaze, voice steady now, colder, sharper. "You really think you're untouchable?" he said. "You used bone reconstruction to fake divinity? Is that what you call godhood?" That's when he activated something hidden, an effect that suppressed the will of the fiery dragon warrior. A countdown began. "You don't even have a body left, just a soul clinging to ash," Lu added. Then his form shifted. A golden aura burst around him as he fully transformed into the Golden Dragon King. All his stats surged by 200. His black dragon roared, evolving into the blazing destruction dragon. Xiaoya wasn't far behind, entering berserk mode and merging with the black dragon to become a fearsome star dragon. Lu stepped forward, calm and resolute. "You want to see a true dragon?" he said. "Then here, I'll show you." But the ancient god just sneered. "Your pride will be your downfall," he declared. "Let the gods feast on your ignorance." He raised his arms wide, summoning colossal eternal tornadoes that consumed the battlefield. The storm slammed into Lu's dragons with terrifying force, draining their health in an instant as the wind howled like the wrath of heaven itself. Abeo, furious beyond words, erupts with a blast of mana and hurls himself into the fray. The star dragon soars upward, unleashing a crushing blow with Star Crush. Meanwhile, the destruction dragon spreads its wings wide, summoning 4 flaming tornadoes that spiral into the battlefield, setting the skies ablaze. Divine punishment rains down. Lightning lashes out in rapid succession, tearing through the dragons like they were nothing. But then the tide turns. Lu's voice cuts through the chaos. "You might have a dragon's body," he says, "but you'll never have a dragon's power." Without hesitation, he lunges forward and sinks his teeth into the elite skeletal dragon's neck. The beast roars in agony. The engine guard flares with rage. "You dare harm the supreme god?" he howls. Instantly, sharp fangs sprout from the dragon's bones, piercing outward in a violent retaliation. "You're a fool," the ancient god sneers. "Your fate is to fall into the endless abyss." The skeletal form pulses, enhanced by the bone reconstruction skill. Its jagged body forces the golden dragon to retreat momentarily. But Lu quickly analyzes the situation. The creature's strength lies in its ability to absorb nearby bones and heal. If that's the case, then the answer is clear. "Xiaoya, activate the dragon domain," he commands. A colossal eye materializes in the sky. Within its gaze, all dragon attributes get a 50% boost, while opposing dragon entities are weakened. Even more, the domain seals the battlefield. No one enters, no one escapes. For the first time, the ancient god falters. The realization sets in. Being cut off from outside bone sources is a real threat. At that moment, Jean steps forward beside his black dragon. Together, they form a massive, triple-layered fireball that pulses with heat. Jin's voice rings out, firm and cold. "Inside my domain, your tricks mean nothing." Speaking in the ancient dragon tongue, he triggers a lava surge that barrels straight into the ancient demon skeleton. The blast melts away parts of its frame, but the ancient god just laughs. "You think burning me changes anything? As long as bones remain in this world, I can always return." Even as his body liquefies, he grins. "But can you say the same? Let's die together." He lets out a blast of purple energy, a soul-ripping technique that devours life force. Every rune carved into the bones lights up at once, triggering a soul erosion wave that cuts down half of one's vitality in seconds. Purple souls rise from the ground, swarming toward Lu. Reacting fast, Lu summons the Eternal Guardian, an enormous shield that blocks the flood of corrupted souls. But the ancient god misses something critical. Behind him, unnoticed, the black dragon reappears, silent and poised to strike. With a surge of crackling mana, the blue dragon and black dragon roar in unison, releasing the devastating 330 million volt heavenly thunder world destruction technique. Thunderstorms explode through the sky, targeting the skeletal dragon with pinpoint precision. The power is overwhelming. Each strike slams down like judgment, nearly obliterating the ancient dragon's entire frame. What's left of its body crumbles, save for its glowing eyes. In its final moment, it lets out one last echoing cry. I will remember you and your dragons. One day, I will return and destroy you. Then silence. The colossal, god-tier skeletal dragon disintegrates, the battlefield still trembling from its fall. The sheer scale of the attack leave a lasting mark on Lu's entire dragon lineage. Lu takes a breath, eyes on Abeo. That skill is insane, he mutters, still processing the destruction. At the same time, a system message flashes. He's now level 44. Later, the group follows the paper doll deeper into a field scattered with bones. As they search, Tao suddenly calls out, urgency in her voice. Over here. They rush over, and there, half buried among the skeletal remains, lies Teacher Gu, exhausted, barely conscious, but alive. They hurry to Teacher Gu's side, all of them visibly worried. Lu kneels down, checks her condition, and after a moment, turns to the group. She's not in any life-threatening danger, he says, but she's fallen into a coma. The girls exchange anxious looks. Lu adds, since Xiaya can't wake her up, we'll have to look after her ourselves until she recovers. Xiaoqiu lowers her gaze, guilt washing over her. I changed my class to Holy Light Judge, she says quietly. I can't heal anyone anymore. Lu's aunt gives her a soft look. Then don't dwell on it. Just help her drink some water, she says gently. As the others tend to Teacher Gu, Lu's attention shifts. He notices Abeo rummaging through the pile of bones, clearly looking for something. Moments later, Abeo holds something up. It's a glowing crystal, radiating with deep, pulsing energy. A divine stone crystal. Lu's eyes widen. That's probably the essence of an ancient god. He quickly snatches it, studying the legendary grade crystal in his hand. If it truly were a pure essence, it might have had the power to resurrect the fallen holy dragon. But judging by its form, the ancient god of divine bone must have failed to fully reconstruct itself. No complete essence was formed. Still, this crystal is no less valuable. It's one of the rare components needed to contract the Shadow Dragon King. As the realization hits, Lu freezes. Tao, use any cleansing skill you've got. Purify this crystal now. Meanwhile, Abeo keeps following Lu, trying to reclaim the crystal with her arms stretched out like a begging merchant. Thao raises an eyebrow. What? Am I just your personal water tap now? She teases, crossing her arms. I'm a hidden class swordswoman, not a well. Lu chuckles, holding up the crystal. Hey, there's no other water around. You're all I've got. Then something shifts. The divine bone crystal in Lu's palm starts to crack. A moment later, a glowing fragment drops out, an actual divine bone essence. Lu exhales. All right, that's enough. It's draining too much mana. Relieved, he smiles. Good. The crystal still works. That was close. Now, with the essence in hand and the material intact, he knows it's still fit for crafting. Holding the uncharged essence in his hand, Lu can't help but wonder, could this incomplete item still trigger the evolution of the fallen holy dragon? Without wasting a moment, he calls out to Xiaoye, summon the holy dragon's corpse. Let's try it. Xiaoye responds, channeling natural assimilation to bring forth a new form. What emerges is the twin golden dragon horse, a golden dragon infused with swirling green mana. Lu steps forward, steady and focused. Come forth, third, ancient god essence. The dragon lets out a thunderous roar, launching a golden beam into the sky. For a moment, energy surges with promise. Lu watches with anticipation as the evolution begins. But then the beam fizzles out. Lu blinks. That's it. He checks the system panel, confusion written all over his face. Turns out, the essence didn't have enough charge to complete the full transformation. Still, the creature gained a new skill from the attempt, a small win. Off to the side, Abayo crosses her arms with a little pout. Show off. Lu pulls up the stats of the fallen corpse holy dragon. Even in this state, it's gained a unique edge. Divine Bone Fusion allows it to absorb 1% of another being's attributes. And with fallen corpse control, it can endlessly convert puppets, creating the potential for infinite growth. He thinks it over, then nods. The best targets for this would be the demonic soldiers. Time to bring them back, he says. Leave the 9 realms demons and the 5 national defense heroes behind. They'll keep pressure on Taichi Nation. Just then, Lu's aunt calls out an urgency. Everyone hurry. Teacher Gu is awake. They rush over as Gu begins to stir. Her voice is weak, but her words are sharp. It was an ambush. Her eyes snap open, and she gasps. Return to the Dragon Nation immediately. Our camp's been attacked by the Taichi Nation. Lu gently takes her hand. It's all right. You're safe now. The girls nod quickly, trying to comfort her. Lu dealt with those monsters. He fought so hard just to get to you. Thank goodness you're alive. One of them whispers, close to tears. Quinn turns to Lu, hesitant. If we head for the border, can we make it back to Dragon Nation? Jian bites her lip, looking unsure. It won't be easy. Taichi's armies are still lurking out there. Lu doesn't flinch. We'll be fine. Just stick with me. We leave for Taichi Nation tomorrow. 8 hours later, the group arrives at a tightly patrolled city crawling with police. Lu, now masked and low-key, leads the group through back alleys until he stops in front of a discreet love hotel. Sheen squints. Seriously? A couple's hotel? Lu responded coolly. The whole city's locked down. This was the only place that would take us. Tao, oddly upbeat, chuckled from the corner. That bone dragon ride felt like flying first class. We should have just flown straight to Dragon Nation. Sheen wasn't convinced. We had to walk for hours to stay off the radar. Even now, this doesn't feel safe. But Lu wasn't really listening. His thoughts were elsewhere. That bone clone, it's a game changer, he mused. The fallen corpse, holy dragon, fully puppet, with divine bone fusion. It just needs to absorb the demonic soldiers. That entire ancient god body is mine now. All its skills stay intact, and it's massive. Big enough to carry a full 20-person squad. His thoughts were interrupted by Tao's voice calling from across the lobby. She was standing at the front desk, smiling sweetly next to the tense-looking hotel manager. Hey, Lu, how do you want to split the rooms? The manager's eyes narrowed, clearly uncomfortable. You really shouldn't bring this many girls in without proper ID or clearance, he muttered, giving Lu a suspicious look. Lu stepped up quickly and sorted the room arrangements. We'll be gone before tomorrow night, he assured him. Just as they were about to head up, a news broadcast flashed on the screen behind the counter. Everyone turned to look. The Jin government had just released an official wanted bulletin. Lu Fan, named as a Dragon Nation envoy involved in the national trial, was now accused of orchestrating a terrorist attack. His face appeared front and center. The hotel manager glanced from the screen back to Lu and froze, his expression shifting as recognition set in. The manager glanced from the screen back to Lu, squinting slightly. He hesitated for a moment, suspicion brewing, but ultimately shook his head, convincing himself it was just a coincidence. He handed over the keys. Lu took them without missing a beat and passed them to Jian. Get everyone settled, he said. When she asked where he was going, he replied without hesitation. I'm heading out to scout the Jin family's movements. I won't be long. Teacher Gu, resting nearby, had recovered enough to sit up and talk. Meanwhile, Tao and Sheen tried their best to act normal, though their red faces gave them away. The Love Hotel's overly suggestive posters weren't helping. Lu turned back to Jian. You're in charge while I'm out. It'll all be over by tonight, he said calmly. As the girls headed into their rooms, the manager watched them disappear down the hallway, his face twitching with envy. Lucky guy. Definitely a player, he muttered under his breath. That same night, far across the city, near the Jin mansion in Taichi Nation, 2 guards stood on watch. I still can't believe it, one of them muttered. The 5 national defense heroes betraying us? His partner shrugged. Doesn't matter. Better to guard this place than be thrown onto the front lines. Just then, an explosion. The ground shook as the building behind them erupted in flames. Debris rained down. Alert, one of them shouted. The 9 realm demons have hit Tenshu City. Chaos followed. Emergency calls for reinforcements went unanswered. The Earth Demon charged through the streets, reducing everything in its path to rubble. The guards realized in horror. They were defenseless. Only 4 troops left in the entire city. In the heart of the mayhem, a single woman remained calm. Jin Xiuyan, once a top-tier imperial guard of the Jin family, now stood alone in front of the burning mansion. Her voice steady, she ordered an evacuation. The lords are still inside, in council. Their safety is my duty. Before her, 2 enormous monsters began their assault. She didn't flinch. And then, Lu appeared. He landed inside the mansion like a shadow, dropped from the sky. Xiuyan raised her sword, her tone ice cold. So it's just you and me now? You really are a sneaky rat. Lu's grin was relaxed. Took you long enough to find me. She didn't blink. You think you can get past me alone? That's madness. Flames erupted as Lu drew his sword, his gaze locked on hers. Then let's go crazy. Far across the city, inside the Jin family's heavily guarded office, tension filled the air. A man turned to Zayn, eyes narrowing. What's wrong? You don't think you can handle this? Zayn's expression was tight. Qinsheng might share the same bloodline, but giving up the Jin mansion and asking me to kill Lu Fan, that's not a plan. That's a death wish. You don't understand him. Not even Lord Jin ever could. Across the room, Qinsheng, once a loyal guard of the Jin family, snapped. Is this because I never became an abyssal glass? You and Lord Jin always looked down on me. Zayn's jaw clenched. He remembered the moment Lord Jin had stripped Qinsheng of his rank. How pitiful he'd looked, walking out in shame. I didn't care back then, Zayn muttered. I thought you came back to be a hero. But if you ruin everything now, or tip Lu Fan off, I won't let that slide. Qinsheng held firm. I'll face Lu myself. And I didn't come alone. I brought someone who can match him. Before either could say more, the building trembled violently. A massive demon from the 9 realms tore through the structure. Walls buckled, the ceiling cracked, and chaos erupted. Zayn's face went pale. It's too late, he muttered. Fine, I accept the plan. Send in the expert. But Qinsheng hesitated. I didn't plan for that monster. I came to fight Lu, not this. A crash shattered the windows. Something flew in. Qinsheng's so-called expert, now unconscious and tossed aside like a rag doll. Outside, above the blazing city, Lu hovered calmly in the air. If it's a fight you want, he said, voice echoing through the flames, then I'll make it quick. 1 move, 1 sword. How about that? Zayn stared up in disbelief. How'd he get here? He turned to Qinsheng, furious. Where's that confidence from earlier? Qinsheng didn't answer. His eyes were wide with dread. Even Xiuyan, she fell. Lu extended his hand. Red mana spiraled around him, swirling with power. Another piece of the Jin family in front of me, he said coldly. Let me show you what the ancient god's body can do. From the sky, the ancient god's massive form let out a roar and dove downward. In one crushing blow, it smashed through the Jin family office. Stone, steel, and glass shattered. The entire structure was reduced to ruin in seconds. Buried under the wreckage, Zayn coughed, struggling for breath. Next to him, Qinsheng lay motionless, a scroll still clutched in his lifeless hands. I can't die here, Zayn whispered. The Jin family still belongs to me. He forced his fingers around the scroll, beginning to open it, only for a sword to slash through it and drive deep into his chest. Standing above him, calm and composed, was Kim. This sword, she said, was always meant for you. As Lu Fan steps over Zion's lifeless body, he speaks without a trace of emotion. Turning to the spirit of Lord Jin he summoned, he declares that the Jin mansion has been reduced to ashes. You saw it yourself, didn't you? The once proud Lord Jin replies quietly. I saw everything. Lu Fan's tone sharpens. Only one left, Jin Zhu. Once I track her down, her fate will be the same. Then, without hesitation, he blasts into the sky like a missile. Mid-flight, he instructs Lord Jin to remain where he is so the townspeople can see the hero they once admired. He gives Bone Clone a final order. Raise what's left of the city. Out of nowhere, a flash of scarlet light splits the air, and a voice booms. Lu Fan. That's enough. The voice is unmistakable. It's his principal, just in time. He descends, his gaze fixed on Lu Fan. You've crossed the line. 1 moment later, and Tenshu City would have been wiped out. I'm starting to think you're a bigger threat than the Tai Chi nation itself. But Lu Fan doesn't flinch. Jin Mansion got what was coming. I meant to destroy every last brick. The principal is at a loss for words. Just then, someone else speaks up. thanking the principal for showing up when he did. He assures him that Teacher Gu and the others are safe, explaining that Xiaoqiu's search paper doll was the reason he found them. The relief doesn't last. The principal cuts him off, accusing him of using Xiaoqiu to lure him away while planning to carry on the destruction behind his back. He then demands that Lu Fan dismiss his summons and come home. He sees the weight behind Lu Fan's silence. He continues, I know what you're thinking, but chasing those people is not your fight. These kinds of powerhouses don't serve any nation. They work from the shadows, manipulating entire governments to move according to their will. He explains that the Tai Chi nation is simply the easiest to control, which is why those true power holders stay hidden there, pulling strings behind the scenes. Lu Fan lowers his head slightly, realization hitting. The G Mansion wasn't the enemy. It was just a front for those death transformation monsters. If he keeps going, he's just inviting something worse. The principal nods. Exactly. Your mission was to end what the Gene Mansion started. You've done that. If you keep pushing, you won't be dealing with local politics anymore. You'll be triggering a crisis only the Dragon Nation might be strong enough to contain. And you're not the kind of person who destroys just to destroy. Lu Fan lets out a long breath. A flicker of purple forms in his hand as his power surges. With a calm word, he activates his skill. A wave of energy ripples outward. Fallen corpse manipulation triggers. One by one, his summoned creatures vanish in bursts of light. Even the Earth Demon, mid-swing, disappears just before it could crush the last piece of the city. Turning to face the principal, Lu Fan speaks. Gene Mansion's finished. You've said your piece. I'll leave the Tai Chi nation alone. In a flash, every summon dissolves into golden light, spiraling back into his palm. The principal gives a nod, casually mentioning that when it's time to face their next opponents, he'll unleash the Griffin Corpse. But Lu Fan stops him. Not just yet, he says. I owe you a gift first. He pulls out a necklace, glimmering with the cold brilliance of unmelting ice, an epic-grade accessory, and holds it up with a grin. The principal arches a brow, clearly intrigued. Lu Fan laughs. Drop the act already. Bring out your little sister. She almost had me fooled, almost. If she doesn't want it, I'll just hand it to Anne instead. Before he can finish, a cloaked figure darts forward and snatches the necklace. You've got some nerve thinking you can give my gift to someone else. She throws her hood back, and there she is. The ultimate surprise waifu reveal. Fooled him. Fooled us. Fooled everyone. If I didn't have to deal with certain family matters, I'd have gotten this from you a long time ago, she says, eyeing the necklace with a mix of pride and satisfaction. How'd you know it was me? She asks. Lu Fan's grin widens. Your scent gave it away. She squints at him. Don't be ridiculous. That's not a real thing. Quit spouting nonsense. He leans in slightly, still poking fun. It was just a hint, barely noticeable. Her face flushes as she swings at him playfully. You little punk, acting like some rogue. Just wait till we're back home. You're in for it. He chuckles. Might want to take the long way around. There's a couple's inn up ahead. She stiffens instantly, cheeks turning even redder. It's not like that. Everyone's just resting there, that's all. Trying to save face, she straightens up. Anyway, priority is getting everyone home. The principal's better at dealing with brats like you. The scene cuts to the western edge of Dragon Nation, inside the Long family estate. A scout from a Griffin Corps delivers a report. The border issue has been resolved. And even more surprising, the principal of Dragon City Academy personally ventured into the Divine Valley Forest to rescue trapped teachers and students. An unfamiliar man, seated calmly, chuckles as he sips his tea. I thought Gu Xian was too busy gathering forces, yet he still managed to play guardian. Beside him, a woman gently sets her cup down. The Huang family is so obsessed with protocol. If they keep dragging their feet, the Long family is going to lose a golden opportunity. Someone steps forward and lays down a teleportation scroll. I'll head to Dragon City myself. From across the room, another voice answers simply, understood. Back at Dragon City, Qin spots Tao, Z slacking and smirks. Teaming up with Lu Fan turned you into a total slacker. Huh? Tao shoots back instantly. Excuse me? I helped with the Griffin Corpse when we fixed the teleport gate. Jianing jumps in with a playful grin. Nah, you just couldn't wait to come back here. Qin laughs. Finally, someone who gets her sarcasm. But Tao just gives Jian a sidelong glance. Wow, corrupted already. You used to defend me. Later, the crew gathers around the principal for a chat. Tao remarks how everyone seems to have moved on, except Sister Xiaoxue. Still kind of shocked, honestly. The principal smiles gently. Please, Let's keep everything you've heard a secret. Even Teacher Gu only found out recently. Sheen gives a thumbs up. Don't worry. You're young, smart, and stunning. Not surprised Lu's been thinking about you all this time. Tao gives a confident nod. Our lips are sealed. The principal waves a hand casually. Call me Wuxian if you like. Or senior sister. But when we're working, principal only. As everyone exchanges awkward looks, she changes the topic. Anyway, where's Lu? Jian answers, upstairs. He's on a serious call. Right on cue, Lu descends the stairs, phone still in hand. Thanks for taking care of the tombstone arrangements, he says. Send my respects to the victims. They were family, they were friends. If they make it through the portal, we'll see each other again. He puts the call on speaker. Girls, this is Captain Lu Fei from the 78th Curriculum Corps. Lu Fei's voice comes through clearly. Just letting you know, Lu Fan personally arranged a tombstone for everyone who died in Divine Valley Forest Camp. He's also helping investigate the border attack. A squad mate chimes in. Not that we had to do much. By the time we crossed into the area, Lu had already resolved everything. Major props to Dragon City Academy's principal for clearing the way. The girls exchange confused glances, but Wuxian cuts them off before anyone can speak. No dumb questions. One of the officers asks how Lu has been holding up. Lu gives a small nod. It's been almost 6 months since we last saw each other. The scene cuts to a quiet graveyard, where a massive, unmarked tombstone stands in solemn silence. Lu's voice echoes in his thoughts, how those who died stayed behind to buy him time to escape, to teleport out. He hopes that with the fall of G Mansion, they've finally found peace. The voice on the phone breaks the silence. Come visit once everything with Taichi Nation is over. Suddenly, a new face appears on the screen. Someone even Lu Fei stands up to salute. Lu, caught off guard, asks, "Who's that?" The man responds calmly, "I'm here on behalf of our team leader to deliver the official investigation results. The report will state, the heretics launched an attack on the Dragon Nation camp, then targeted the Taichi Nation, which led to Gene Mansion's collapse. Meanwhile, the Griffin Corps and Dragon City Academy successfully rescued the survivors." One of the heroes in the room objects. "That's not right. You're shifting the blame for Gene Mansion's failure onto the heretics." Before Lu can respond, the principal steps in smoothly. This outcome works for everyone. It's the smartest play. Everyone goes silent, confused. The mysterious officer nods in approval. Exactly. This way, Lu avoids political backlash in Taichi Nation, and it lures the real heretics out into the open. Lu finally gets it. Appreciate the clarity. The officer returns the salute, then logs off. Elsewhere, the principal lounges in a warm bath, letting the steam rise as she quietly ponders. A gold badge officer saluted Lu, meaning he must hold the same rank now. So he has a gold badge, too. Back in the kitchen, the ants had enough of the serious talk. Let's shift gears. I'm starving. Time to cook. The girls cheer and rush to help. Lu walks over to the principal. What's on your mind? She responds casually, just thinking how everything changed so fast. Jean glances at Jian and says she'll help with the cooking too. Being ordered around by senior sister just feels strange. The principal smiles to herself. Maybe this whole decision wasn't so bad after all. Then, a knock at the door. Lu opens it, and there stands Andre, grinning ear to ear. "You think I wouldn't show up for you?" Lu bursts into laughter and throws his arms open. "You actually came all the way to Dragon Nation? Get in here." As soon as Andre steps inside, the scent of food hits him, and he lights up. The ant immediately recognizes him from Lu's stories. "Come eat with us," she says warmly. Now seated around the table, Andre launches into story after story about Lu, much to the girls' annoyance. One of them groans, "Just admit you want seconds already." The principal laughs. Sister Han's cooking must really be something. She's winning over foreign students now. But Andre grins and shakes his head. "Not a student. I'm here to invite Lu Fan to Snow Country." Lu raises an eyebrow. "Seriously?" Andre nods. "Here, let me show you." He pulls out an item wrapped in layered seals. An epic tier material corrupted with shadow, ice energy. Shadow, island breed. Lu's eyes widen the second he sees the item. Shadow, island breed. It's one of the 3 remaining materials he needs to complete the Shadow Dragon King contract. Right alongside the ancient god crystal he already secured. Andre begins explaining. His family had taken on a commission to destroy the Shadow Spring, deep in the heart of Shadow Island. But the place is wrapped in dense black fog and crawling with vicious creatures. Only Andre made it out alive, carrying this one piece. The mission's still incomplete, which is why he thought of Lu. Mid-sentence, Andre reaches for the last chicken ball, but Lu grabs it without hesitation. "I'm in," he says, already fired up. Andre stares at him. "You're agreeing that fast?" Outside, a man in elegant robes walks calmly past the house. His appearance turns heads. Local girls whisper about his fancy look. Clearly, someone important. Back inside, Lu turns to the principal, practically bouncing. "I want to go to Shadow Island. I need to check out the Shadow Spring." She tries to answer with her mouth still full, ends up coughing, then clears her throat and nods. "If it helps you, of course it's worth it." Then another knock. The aunt sighs. The wind's probably gotten a Wuxian. "Lu, get the door." Lu opens it to find a stranger asking for Wuxian by name. As soon as she hears his voice, the principal freezes in place. The man introduces himself as Long, saying he's here on a private visit. He wants to discuss urgent matters at the western border. Wuxian bolts from her seat and storms outside. "What are you doing here?" "We agreed on next month." Lu follows quickly, trying to support her. "You're sick, don't push it." But Long brushes off the tension. "This is better. Let's get to the point. If you bring the Yi family under the Long family banner, I'll help you take down Yuan. I'll even throw in Yin Mountain. After all, the Yi family still owes us." Wuxian glares at him, voice like ice. "You bastard." More blood trickles from the principal's lips, and Lu's concern spikes instantly. She waves it off, claiming it's just an old wound flaring up again. Lu narrows his eyes, troubled. How had he not noticed sooner? Then it clicks. That's right. Huang Strike left you with internal injuries. Something like that doesn't just heal in a month. His tone sharpens. In your condition, there's no way you can take on both the Long and Huang clans. You need to rethink this. Before she can respond, Lu cuts in with unwavering conviction. "No need. She won't back down." That's when Long loses his temper. What a joke. Has the mighty He family really fallen so far that they're depending on some rookie to guard the seal? Oh, my bad. Should we be calling you the Dragon Nation's great hero now? The principal tries to keep Lu calm. "Lufin, don't stress yourself. Conflicts between the Western families operate on a different level. Regular folks can't even comprehend it." But Lu doesn't budge. "You've always had my back. Now that you need help, there's no way I'm just watching from the sidelines." Long sneers. "A couple of wins, and now you think you're invincible? That hero title doesn't come free. It's paid for with your life." Tension crackles in the air as both begin channeling mana, pressure thickening. Lu simply smirks. "If it's just you, I've got more than enough to deal with it." Right then, Andre's voice rings out. Lu turns to see him and the girl's already armed and ready. Andre steps forward. "You shouldn't overexert yourself right now. Leave this one to me." But Lu shakes his head. "No need. I've got something special planned. A little surprise for every Western clan." Out of nowhere, Xiao Yi bursts in, launching a sudden attack. Long reacts on instinct, summoning a ring of swords to shield himself. "You dare mouth off to me, you worthless clown," he snarls. The principal quickly intervenes, reminding him of their pact. But Long brushes her aside. "Relax. In just one MO, he doesn't finish." Xiao Yi lands a brutal blow to his chest, blasting him straight through the window of a nearby villa. Lu watches calmly. "I told you to take it outside. Number 1 villa's still under repairs. Don't go trashing villa number 2 too." Long rises slowly, brushing off the dust as blue energy coils around his hand. His eyes gleam with rage. "I was only going to scare you a little. But now, you've just made it personal." He shifts into an aggressive stance, sword radiating berserker fury. Above him, Lu hovers, red dragon blades circling in the air, ready to strike. "What a coincidence," Lu says coolly. "I've had a change of heart too." With a sharp command, Xiao transforms into her full black dragon form, unleashing her complete power and spirit. The ground trembles under her might. Long's expression shifts instantly, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is the strongest being alive," he mutters, stunned. Then he forces a twisted grin. "No matter. Today, I'll slay a dragon and bring honor to the Long name." Lu casts Dragon Inspiration, sending a powerful surge through Xiao, her strength and attacks soaring by 30%. The oppressive force she exudes is enough to paralyze Long on the spot. He tries to move, but his body won't listen. His limbs shake violently, consumed by fear. This is real dragon power," he whispers, shaken to his core. Still, he grits his teeth. Anyone else would be begging right now. But I'm along. With a roar, he unleashes his blades. Dragon breaks the sky. But Xiao swats the attack aside effortlessly, shielding Lu without the slightest scratch. Long stares in disbelief. No way, not even a dent. Lu steps forward, his voice calm, cutting. Burn this into your memory. This is absolute power. Xiao rears back and unleashes a deafening roar. Long clutches his head in agony as the sound pierces through him. In a blink, her claws slam down, ripping through his defenses and drawing blood with terrifying ease. Lu stops right before him. Best keep your voice down. Her temper's worse than mine. Long lies pinned beneath Xiao's claw, helpless. Lu glares down. Didn't I tell you? Dealing with you wouldn't take an hour. He draws his sword, placing it at Long's throat. I'm letting you live, but not because I fear your clan. He steps back, his voice steady. Go tell the Long and Huang families. 1 month from now, we're coming to the west. Senior sister and I will finish this. That's final. Xiao Yi, show him the door. She's been waiting. With a single swipe, she sends Long hurtling into the sky like a rag doll, disappearing into the clouds. She snorts proudly, clearly pleased with herself. Lu turns back to the principal. Looks like we're tied together in this now. Before he can say anything else, she's already in front of him, gently grabbing his shirt, a soft smile blooming on her face. Acting on instinct, Lu gently told her, no need for all this formality between us. The principal, still caught in her emotions, suddenly felt a wave of guilt. Her mind drifted back, 6 months ago, during the He family's push into the unexplored western lands. The price had been devastating. 4 foreign elites, including her grandfather, were killed. The battlefield had been a wasteland, scattered weapons, blood-soaked soil, and fallen comrades everywhere. Amid the wreckage, a handful still stood tall, holding their banners high. She couldn't forget how the Long and Huang families, locals to the western region, pounced on the chaos like vultures. Their aim was obvious, to snatch the Yi family's remaining assets. She'd reached out to every ally she could find, but no one dared challenge the might of those 2 clans. At that point, she was ready for the worst, the complete collapse of the Yi family. Her only hope was to save as many lives as possible. As she shared the memory, Lu listened quietly, stunned. Your actions today might have seemed rash, she said softly, but thank you. I finally understand. I'm not alone anymore. Lu shook his head. No need to thank me. You were the one who trained me in strategy, found ancient scrolls for me, and crossed half the continent to save me in the Tai Chi kingdom. And all that while hiding your injuries and dealing with the Yi family's disaster. Then his voice firmed. Now that the Long and Huang families are coming after you, there's no way I'd sit back and do nothing. Her heart warmed. She never imagined Lu, the student she once guided, would one day become her strongest support. Behind them, their friends exchanged glances, grinning at the sight, like a pair of birds chirping sweetly in sync. 1 month later, Primordial Forest. The heavens roared with thunder, lightning ripping through the stormy sky. This was their battleground, an ancient training ground granted by Old Han, hidden deep within the forest. A place built for one purpose, to prepare for war against the Western clans. Leading his crew inside, Lu and his companions plunged into nonstop battles, pushing their limits with every clash. Tao, now level 34, took on Nightmare Beast head-on. Han, Qin, Jian, and even the Blue Dragon fought like a tempest. The dragon, unleashing its crimson jade thunder, obliterated enemies with cataclysmic power. As the dragon reached level 25, its power exploded. The crimson jade evolved into yellow jade, doubling its might and unlocking terrifying new abilities. Amid the relentless storm of combat, 2 devastating skills emerged: Thunder Vortex and Thundercloud Expansion. A week later, Andre returned with news that lit a spark in the group. The teleportation array linking Longdu Academy to Breakwave Harbor was finally complete. Lu had originally planned to tackle Shadow Island with just Andre, given how dangerous the place was. But before he could set things in motion, Senior Sister stepped up and insisted on coming along. Her eyes were unwavering. Even though Lu was still worried about her injury, there was no changing her mind, and he didn't have the heart to stop her. They soon arrived at Breakwave Harbor, nestled deep within the frigid lands of the north. The air was biting cold. From a distance, Andre spotted Lu and lit up with a grin, waving like a brother who'd been waiting a lifetime. Without wasting time, he introduced 3 of their strongest allies, each one a 4th turn cultivator. Victor, level 91, stood firm like an immovable mountain. They called him the Destroyer. Next was Ivan, quiet and composed, the Frost Messenger, also level 91. And then came Kyle. His presence was hard to read, veiled and strange. At level 92, he held a rare and powerful title, Magic Feather. The ship they boarded was brimming with strength. 23 seasoned third-turn experts, each one battle-tested and ready for war. But Andre hadn't even gotten to the best part yet. With a proud grin, he unveiled their ultimate weapon, a colossal Sea Emperor-class magic warship. The sight left Lou stunned. Built from pure mithril and reinforced with ironwood aged over 1,000 years. This ship wasn't just a vessel, it was a fortress. 36 high-grade magic cannons lined its decks, each capable of leveling a small island. Designed by master engineers and backed by immense funding, this ship represented their determination. They weren't just heading to Shadow Island. They were going to conquer it. Lou was impressed. It felt like overkill, but there was no denying it. This mission meant everything. Andre's confidence was unmistakable. With Lou on board, he truly believed they could pull it off. As the ship departed, its magical systems roared to life. Above them, the sky shimmered as the Starfall formation was activated. Starlight cascaded down like a celestial waterfall, blanketing everything in a divine glow. Within its radius, all combat techniques could be used at full power until the spell ended. The light storm would continue until someone turned it off. Then came a second wave, Heavenly Punishment Calamity. It locked onto a target and unleashed a relentless barrage of thunderstrikes, each one cracking the sky with brutal lightning. The force was monstrous, like the wrath of the heavens themselves. Andre watched the storm of magic unfold with quiet satisfaction. The last time he'd been to this realm, everything had felt unstable, chaotic. But now, everything was smoother, more precise. The difference was clear. Not far off, Star Dragon 2 floated with calm dominance, steady at level 34. Its presence was so commanding that even the wind seemed to follow its lead. Beside it, Blue Dragon now stood at level 26. All the battle training, the sleepless nights, and grueling fights, they were finally paying off. Xing Chun and Abeo had both leveled up as well. Lou felt a flicker of hope. If they could just secure the right synthesis materials on the island, they'd be ready, completely ready. Suddenly, a crew member rushed up with urgent news. They had arrived. Ahead of them, Shadow Island rose into view. Wrapped in a veil of mist, its jagged cliffs and eerie silence gave nothing away. It was ominous, uncharted. Andre glanced at Lou, a confident smile on his face. "This is just the outer edge," he said. "The real challenge lies further in." But he wasn't nervous. With the mission guide in hand, he could navigate straight to the island's core without stumbling into death traps. The warship would land smoothly, just as planned. This was it. Shadow Island stood before them. Everything from this moment on depended on Lou, and somewhere in the heart of the landing zone, another figure touched down. His arrival didn't go unnoticed. Hang had arrived. Level 98. Title, Peerless Sword Cultivator. The name alone echoed with weight, and he was already waiting. The ancestor stood quietly, eyes fixed on a shrine before him. The Yi clan's flying immortal ancient shrine truly lived up to its fame. In just a few short days within its walls, he shattered the barrier at level 97 and pushed through to level 98. The progress was staggering, proof of the shrine's legendary power. His thoughts drifted to the time he and the uncles had secluded themselves together for 3 days. Despite all their effort, their combined gains couldn't even compare. It wasn't just about individual aptitude. Class roles played a critical role. They were all Sky Curse Masters, but the shrine housed the spirit of a sword immortal. Their cultivation paths simply didn't align. No surprise they couldn't sync with the shrine's energy. A shame, really. The shrine allowed only one visit per person, and only for 3 days. He couldn't help but wonder, if he'd had 6 months, or even a full year inside, could he have reached level 100? Turning to Yukin, he shared a vital truth. After the 4th revolution, grinding for experience became nearly pointless. Advancement no longer relied on sheer effort, but on understanding. Once someone mastered their class's true essence, strength would flow naturally, and leveling up would follow with ease. Yukin's eyes lit up as the realization hit. That surge of growth he'd felt in the shrine wasn't just about numbers, it was insight. A deeper understanding of his own path had allowed him to rise without force. Yin chimed in then, recalling something he'd heard while making his way up the mountain. Tensions had flared between the Yi and Long families. Someone from the Longs had violated the rules, trying to pressure the Yi girl ahead of the agreed time. But, unexpectedly, one of her students had stepped in and publicly humiliated him. The ancestor arched a brow. A student? That was unexpected. Even if the boy had reached the fourth revolution like Ling, he'd be hard-pressed to last more than a few moves against someone at that level. Yin clarified with a hint of awe. The student was only level 45. But he wasn't just anyone. He was the sole dragon tamer in recorded history. The same figure being hailed as the hero of Dragon Country. He'd conquered the national trial at level 45 and had even brought down Long Xing. The ancestor acknowledged the boy's impressive strength, but didn't shy away from pointing out the obvious. Without the dragons, the kid wouldn't have stood a chance. His confidence reeked of arrogance, sending a message to declare he'd return in a month to settle scores with the Huang and Long families. Bold. He even claimed he'd bring the Yi girl back with him. Clearly, the boy didn't understand the weight noble families carried. He was reckless, too ambitious for his own good. A meteoric rise like his often ended in disaster. Still, the fact remained, he had dragons. Multiple at that. If he actually stepped into the western borderlands a month from now, he might prove useful. If he chose to submit to the Huang family, there was a chance to mold him into something greater, maybe even a powerful commander. The ancestor figured that if the boy had any foresight, he'd come to appreciate the opportunity. But there was another concern. The Long family likely had similar plans. If the Yi clan was absorbed, conflict between the two great houses would be inevitable. Yin stepped forward and gave his word. If the Longs didn't cooperate, he'd remind them exactly what it meant to come from noble blood. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, doubts began to surface. Someone voiced concern about the plan. Taking too many people deep into Shadow Island would be dangerous. The outer mist was tolerable, but the deeper they went, the more it sapped stamina and drained life force. A larger party would only slow them down. Lu's choice to lead the charge was questioned. A few scoffed at the idea that a third revolution cultivator could call fourth revolution elites a liability. They argued that without a priest backing him, he wouldn't make it far. Lu responded coolly. His dragon could fill the priest role. That drew some chuckles. Dragons, they said, were meant for destruction, not support. Healing wasn't part of their design, but mockery faded into silence. Despite the skepticism, Lu's command was respected. The crew stayed behind on the warship, watching and waiting for his return. As Lu stepped into the mist, the toll was immediate. His limbs felt heavier, and the oppressive aura gnawed at their vitality. Then Xiao Fei acted. She released a vibrant emerald glow that spread across the group, coating them in light. 3 stacks of emerald blessing took hold. Debuffs vanished. Their strength surged. Each stack could absorb 1 direct hit. Fatigue dissolved. Power returned. Even seasoned warriors who had fought alongside top-tier priests were floored. None had ever seen support like this from a dragon. Everyone stood ready, powered up, and at their best. The team pressed forward, eyes locked on their goal, the heart of the island, where the shadow spring awaited. But just as they began to advance, Lu abruptly lifted a hand. He felt it. Something ahead was off. Something was waiting. Lu Fan spun around just as a shadow slashed through the air. A dagger, swift and silent, slicing from the darkness like a phantom's fawn. His body reacted before thought could catch up. A roll. The blade missed by a breath. He landed, steady and composed, drawing the dark bow in one fluid motion. This wasn't just a weapon. It didn't need arrows. It unleashed 12 enchanted shots on command, each one slicing away a fifth of the enemy's vitality. The bow wasn't just meant to kill, it was meant to warn. The land itself pulsed with ancient, forgotten magic. Even the air whispered of unseen danger. Lu Fan fired. The arrow screamed through the sky like a falling star. It hit. The earth shook. Flames burst through the grass. Smoke swallowed the clearing. And through the fire and haze, something emerged. A silhouette. Not quite man, not quite beast. It moved like death given form. Level 80. The Shadow Swordsman. Cloaked in black mist, every step echoed dread. Lu Fan could feel it. Raw, overwhelming power. Its first move was a shadow strike that always came from behind. Silent. Deadly. The second, a dark shield. 5 seconds of near-total invulnerability. The third, resonance. A 10-meter blast of shadow energy that devoured all in its path. Lu Fan tensed, ready to act, but voice cut through the rising tension. Andre. He rushed to Lu's side, chest heaving. He didn't sugarcoat it. The last time they crossed paths with this thing, the toll was high. Too many didn't make it back. His voice trembled as he explained. It shrugged off 70% of all attacks. Sword, magic bow, it didn't matter. And then, when you least expected, it would dissolve into black mist, silent, unseen, and lethal. The air went still, until she stepped forward. Senior sister. Her gaze calm, her dark red robes flaring with heat. Her smile wasn't kind, it burned. So this was the threat? A fire spear crackled in her grip. The ground blackened beneath her feet. Then, with a single leap, she soared upward. Her weapon ignited, then descended like a comet. The demon split in half, flames devouring its form. She hovered in the smoke, her spear shifting, blade, staff, flame. Each change fluid, each one an extension of her will. Then she froze. Something moved behind her. Dozens of glowing eyes blinked in the fog. Unblinking, piercing, alive. Andre's warning came fast. They never come alone. One appears, then the pack follows. The shadows surged forward, familiar and terrifying. His voice cracked with memory. He remembered that fight. They weren't outmatched. They were exposed. Read like a book. Weaknesses laid bare. They didn't win that day. They simply lived. Lu Fan finally spoke, his voice laced with shock. Not even a rank 4 could stop them. Andre met his gaze, calm and certain. Strength means nothing here. His voice dropped lower. That thing feeds on fear and rips apart the soul. Lu Fan listened, unmoved. A faint smile crossed his lips. Where is it? He asked, then added. This time, it ends differently. He glanced at Xiao Fei and gave a slight nod. Call the Holy Dragon, he said. Xiao Chui rose into the air, dragon bone flute in hand. The atmosphere turned heavy. Light erupted from fallen corpses. The Holy Dragon awakened, eyes glowing with ancient fire, divine energy radiating from its form. This was the same corpse dragon, one whose strength always mirrored its summoner. Andre stood frozen, barely breathing. One dragon, summoning another? His mind couldn't keep up. Lu Fan unsheathed his blade. It shimmered with sacred light. Using the dragon's wings, he soared upward like a figure descending from the heavens. From above, he called out to Xiao Fei. Release the emerald light, and the blessing. A surge of green light poured out like waves. Runes lit up the sky. The emerald blessing cloaked its target in dragon essence, amplifying power, shielding from harm. It peeled away curses, boosted strength, and guarded like an invisible wall. Lu Fan's eyes lit up. Dragon, more power, he shouted. The sacred dragon roared. Golden light burst outward. Lu Fan and his dragons radiated raw might. Their stats surged. Their strikes sharpened. 2 more dragons rose from Xiao Fei's flute. One flamed with fire, the other echoed with thunder. Ancient rage swirled around them. No commands were needed. They dove straight into the fray. In the chaos, Lu Fan's eyes stayed locked. He turned to Andre. The man was bleeding, worn down. Pain etched across his face. I'll heal you, Lu Fan said, and I'll make them pay. He didn't need to say more. His eyes said it all. Andre's brow furrowed. 2 dragons. Will that be enough? Lu Fan just smiled. He stepped forward and sliced the air with his sword. 2 is all we need. Then the monsters came. The clash erupted. The sacred dragon breathed fire. Xie's dragons scorched enemies into dust. The earth cracked. The sky turned crimson. Screams ripped through the battlefield like thunder. Amid the chaos, one figure didn't move. Purple mist wrapped around it like smoke. Its eyes were darker than the void. Lu Fan's gaze locked on it. He lowered his sword and stepped back. The real threat is here, he warned. This wasn't just a battle. It was a war waged in the shadows. He turned to Xiao Fei and Andre. Stay sharp, he said. This thing didn't strike like the others. It crept in silence, draining life with a whisper. One hit could ruin everything. Suddenly, a crimson chain lashed out toward Lu Fan. It wasn't meant to wound. It aimed deeper, reaching into the soul. Another shot towards senior sister. Lu Fan's expression changed. Not for himself, but for her. Watch out, he yelled. She heard him, but her eyes stayed focused. Calm. She drew her bow with steady hands. Giving up? Not my style, she said. Her arrow met the chain midair. It yanked. She yanked harder. Now she was the one hunting. The demon hidden in the mist was forced into view. Its face contorted. The fog around it shattered. Without hesitation, she fired again and again. Every shot struck its mark. She never looked Lu Fan's way. They picked the wrong target, she said coldly. The demon lashed out, chains flying wildly. It tried to kill her. It missed. She moved like flame, fast, precise. Her arrow spun a circle in the air. Fire erupted. The demon was caged. The burning chains broke apart. The demon let out a final scream. Then, silence. Senior's sister stood alone, bow still ready. Her breath slowed. That was too easy, she murmured. Her brow furrowed. Was it me, she whispered, or the dragon's blessing? She scanned the darkness. The demon was gone, or maybe just hiding. A thought she didn't want to finish. Level 85 elite monsters used to be a real challenge. At least 2 heavy-hitting skills were needed to take one down. But now, they were getting wiped out with a single hit. Watching it from afar was one thing, but being in the middle of the action made the impact of the dragon buffs undeniable. Lu Fan had been advised to steer clear of the chaos at the western border. Someone had even floated the idea of sending Xiao Fei instead. They were convinced she alone could crush both the Huang and Long families. But things were getting out of hand. Senior's sister was too fired up, and even Xiao Fei looked uneasy. Lu Fan stepped in, calming her down and making it clear Xiao Fei wasn't going anywhere. It was never easy to keep a clear head with Xiao Fei around. But with the drop rate for Shadow Allura being so miserably low, they needed to farm way more monsters. The grind was getting on their nerves, but their resolve was only growing. The Shadow Dragon King contract blueprint turned out to be a legendary item, single use only. Crafting it required 3 rare materials: the Shadow Gleam Stone, the Ancient God Crystal, and large amounts of both Shadow Allura and Shadow Spring Water. As of now, they only had 17 of the 300 Shadow Allura needed, and not a single drop of Shadow Spring Water. Still, no one was panicking. The path ahead was crawling with monsters. They moved forward, following the trail that wound toward the Shadow Spring. A beastly roar rang out through the valley as they activated Divine Valley Fusion, an ability that let them absorb Shadow Swordsmen and convert them straight into attribute points. Nothing was wasted. Suddenly, the air shifted. Strange noises, wet, gurgling, hissing sounds, echoed from the darkness. It was like the shadows themselves had summoned backup. Lu Fan told Senior's sister to hang back and let him and Andre deal with it, especially with her still recovering. But she wasn't having it. With Xiao Fei at her side, there was no way she'd let anyone else take the lead. After 4 hours of relentless fighting, they finally scored another Shadow Allura. That brought their total to 72 out of 300. Eventually, they arrived at the island's core. Before them stood a colossal ruined city, almost the size of Shanghai. Giant gates loomed ahead, surrounded by rows of graves. But there wasn't a single monster in sight. No movement, just silence. They believed the Shadow Spring was hidden somewhere deep within the ruined city. But the moment they stepped in, something felt off. The air was heavy, almost hostile. Without warning, an invisible enemy launched a sudden strike. Senior's sister barely evaded it, and quickly thanked Lu Fan for stepping in to save her. But the attacker remained unseen, its presence lingering like a shadow. Lu Fan activated a protective barrier, stabilizing their health and buying the group a moment to regroup. Whatever it was still out there, watching. Lu Fan told Xiao Fei to activate her perception skill. The black dragon's energy surged, ripping through the veil of illusion and exposing every hidden threat in the vicinity. In an instant, the sky swarmed with enemies. More than 1,000 level 95 Shadow Death Singers emerged, all cloaked in stealth just moments ago. They came equipped with deadly skills like Shadow Stealth and Death Song, illusions that warp perception, and they hurled dark energy orbs that slowed everything they touched. Despite the numbers, the team didn't falter. With Lu Fan and the dragons backing them, they had no reason to fear. But something shifted beneath the ground. A different kind of monster was lurking below. It was lower level, yet unreadable by scan, an unknown element that couldn't be underestimated. Andre and Senior's sister volunteered to keep watch over the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Fan soared into the sky, aiming to clear out the Death Singers from above before pressing deeper into the ruins. The battle reignited. Lu Fan called upon the true body of the Flame God, unleashing waves of explosive force that scorched the air. As the fight raged, Xiao Fei stumbled across something wedged inside a deep crevice, a black wax-sealed letter. It turned out to be part of a hidden quest, directly linked to the underground creature they couldn't scan. Once again, Xiao Fei proved her value. uncovering a key piece of the mystery right when they needed it most. Lu Fan knew they'd have to deal with the Shadow Dredger eventually, so why not turn it into an opportunity for extra loot? He activated Volunteer *1 and triggered the Emerald Dragon bloodline. Immediately, all dragon-related skills were amplified. Every effect now doubled. 2 dragon auras were active, Black Dragon and Emerald Light. Together, they stacked 3 to 6 protective layers on allies, each one stripping negative effects and boosting all stats by 30% to 60%. They could even block entire attacks outright. Not even Void Break, a level 95 ability, could touch him now. Yet somehow, people were still underestimating just how far Lu Fan had come. The Dredger was still a distance away. Perfect. Lu Fan gave a signal to Xiao Fei Yi. It was time to prepare World Ender Roar. The Emerald Dragon bloodline surged again, doubling the effects for every dragonkin on the field. At that moment, Xiao Fei cast Emerald Mirror on the fallen Holy Dragon. Normally, it would summon 2 to 4 copies, each with a fraction of the original's power. This time, 8 mirrors materialized, all locked and loaded. With everyone in sync, the team launched a devastating combo. World Ender Roar blasted through the area, softening up enemies and making them more vulnerable. Demon Dragon Assault then consumed corpse energy to form a thick armor shield, while surging forward, dealing brutal damage, cutting incoming harm to nearly 0 and bouncing debuffs right back. Lu Fan's speed was unreal. He was landing 10 hits per second. As the warning came that the Dredger was closing in, he didn't even flinch. He unleashed Break 2, layering his weapon with Dragon Aura. 2 swift slashes followed, both crackling with dragon energy. His dragon partner moved as if they shared a single mind. Void Break and Snow Country Curse swept the field clean. Andre was still catching up by the time it was over. Then, the Shadow Dredger arrived. Level 90 and absolutely lethal. It activated Miasma Chrysalis, sucking in shadow energy to shield itself inside a cocoon. Before the group could react, it began raising the dead from nearby graves. The evolution process had begun. The ground glowed ominously. The first to rise was a level 85 Tide Walker Zombie. Then came a level 90 Blaze Walker Slash. And then the wave started. More undead climbed out of the earth, one after another. Lu Fan held his ground, shifting first into his black dragon form, then taking it a step further and unleashing the full might of the Doomsday Dragon. Beside him, Xiao Feiyoi began channeling a massive fire spell, while Xiao Fei transformed and activated Soul Sanctuary. The Emerald Dragon's second form came to life, releasing waves of radiant soul light. Once again, all dragonkin saw their skills doubled. As Lu Fan soared through the air, Cataclysm ignited the path behind him, incinerating everything in its wake. The sky trembled from the force. She couldn't help but cheer. Massive explosions were always his thing. Back on the ground, the cocoon stirred again. Soul Sanctuary fully activated, and everyone bathed in soul light saw their attributes shoot up. Some even doubled or tripled. Every time they took a hit, they gained Aegis stacks. With 10 stacks, an explosion erupted, returning all absorbed damage in a single devastating blast. The added healing and shielding effects kept them going, but the dead kept rising. The Miasma Chrysalis moved into its second phase. Inside the shell, the Shadow Dredger was nearly invincible. Every time its health dropped below half, it sucked in nearby undead to restore itself. 9 seconds left. Then 2. The cocoon began to convulse. In one explosive burst, it shattered. What emerged was no longer the Dredger. The Shadow Dragon General had arrived, level 95, and far more dangerous than anything they'd faced so far. In night form, the General looked human, but its attacks were laced with both physical and shadow damage. Its spirit stats surged by 25%. In dragonoid form, it transformed into a full dragon, striking with a deadly mix of physical and magical force. Strength rose by 25%. At low HP, it summoned Shadow Miasma, draining life from everyone around it. This wasn't a boss phase. It had been a trick all along. The real enemy had been hiding inside from the start. Lu Fan caught on immediately. No more deception, just destruction. He activated Thunder's favor, and he shifted into World Ender form. The Thunder Jade morphed into Amber Jade. All blue dragon skills were now twice as powerful. When Amber Jade unleashed its final spell, it created a Thunder Zone. Anyone who moved inside would suffer increased damage. Lu Fan began issuing orders. Xiao Fei was to protect senior sister and Andre. She followed up with Emerald Mirror, casting it on a bow and Xiao Fei. Then Roar Eternal One began its transformation, becoming Emerald Dragon Lu. At the same time, Eternal Guardian activated, casting a massive shield beneath the entire party. Its strength scaled directly with the caster's health and recovery. Emerald Mirror activated once more, casting another wave of illusions. 2 to 4 duplicates were expected, but 8 mirrored figures emerged again, each carrying the same skill set, though at reduced strength. The blue dragon surged forward, charging its dragon energy. Before the enemy could even react, it was gone, obliterated in a single decisive blow. Lava burst followed, unleashing a fiery tide. A molten pool spread across the ground, trapping any remaining enemies. They sank slowly, burning with each passing second. Then came thunderous clouds. Storm energy swirled above as 3 bolts of lightning rained down in quick succession. Their force was tied directly to spirit stats, and anything hit was reduced to ash. What once seemed like an unstoppable foe was now nothing but smoke and silence. The ruined city's path finally opened. Lu Fan leveled up to 46. Black Dragon advanced to level 45. Emerald Dragon reached level 40. Blue Dragon climbed to level 27. And Guardian Flow awakened a brand new skill. Xiao Fei just unlocked a game-changing ability, an energy shield that lasts a solid 5 minutes. It cuts incoming damage by 30% and completely blocks all debuffs and harmful effects. At level 40, thanks to the Emerald Dragon contract, Xiao Fei can now use Guardian Flow, casting the shield on either himself or any ally. After reviewing the trait mechanics, Xiao Fei realized this skill works even better when used by Dragonkin. With its boosted effectiveness, the group no longer had to constantly restore Emerald Light to fend off the creeping miasma. Wasting no time, Xiao Fei activated Guardian Flow on the entire squad, surrounding them in a stable protective field. Then Lu Fan showcased his own newly awakened ability, and the impact was immediate. Everyone felt lighter, more agile, and fully shielded from status effects. The team moved effortlessly through the dense miasma, surprised by how completely it had lost its grip. Motivated by the success, they rallied around Lu Fan to help gather the needed materials. Meanwhile, the fallen Holy Dragon used Divine Bone Fusion to unleash a brutal new tactic. It could now consume its own summons and pets, reducing them to bone and absorbing 1% of their total stats permanently. With both dragons hunting down corpses, resources became easier to find. A teammate branched off to cover more ground and accelerate the collection process. Working as one, they quickly secured everything needed. But just as the fallen Holy Dragon prepared to absorb the powerful Shadow Dragon General, someone stopped it. They argued it was a waste to use up such a high-tier creature for minimal gains. The team agreed and instead chose to turn the Shadow Dragon General into a controllable puppet. Now resurrected as a level 95 fallen corpse, the Shadow Dragon General joined the fight with 2 powerful forms. In human form, it dished out physical and shadow damage, with a 25% boost to its spirit stat. In dragon form, it combined brute force with magic, gaining 25% more strength. When its HP dropped below 25%, it drained life from nearby enemies through its shadow miasma. With this addition, the roster now included the 9 Realms Demon, the 5 Guardian Heroes, the Divine Bone Avatars, and the Shadow Dragon General, all capable of challenging even 4th Revolution Masters. The next step? Feed the 5 Guardian Heroes to the fallen Holy Dragon and push its power even further. The team checked the rewards from completing the Shadow Dredger bounty and found a huge bonus, an epic grade enhancement scroll. This rare item could raise any piece of gear by 1 tier, up to legendary quality. Their last scroll had already been used on a weapon, so finding another one was a huge win. Alongside the scroll, they also returned with a massive haul of Shadow Allura. They had gathered 397 units, nearly double the required 200. With a total count now reaching 569, they were more than stocked for any crafting tasks ahead. One teammate couldn't help but comment on their streak of good fortune and suggested using the scroll on the Soul Wings, which were already legendary. Another member backed the plan, pointing out that upgrading mobility was a smart tactical move. After using the scroll, the wings gained not only a sleeker appearance, but also enhanced performance in flight. The moment they were equipped, the difference was clear. Movement felt sharper and far more precise. Now upgraded to Wyvern Soul Wings, the item had no level restriction and its enchantment cap was gone. Stat boosts were impressive. Agility jumped by 356, Strength by 291, Spirit by 246, and Stamina by 234. The wings granted the soar ability, boosting flight speed and giving a 20% boost to all attributes while airborne. With upgrades finalized, the team took off toward the Central Palace ruins where the elusive Shadow Spring was rumored to be hidden. Their high-speed flight turned the journey into a thrilling race. One member eventually called out for the leader to ease up a bit. As they neared the target zone, everyone stayed sharp and watchful. To scout discreetly, one of them activated magic mimicry, a disguise skill previously used by Senior Sister to impersonate the school principal. A strange sound suddenly echoed from beneath the ruined palace, sharp and unfamiliar. The team exchanged glances, but no one claimed responsibility. It was clear they'd have to head inside to uncover the truth. Deep within the ruins at the core of Shadow Isle, a mysterious voice began to speak. It grew clearer with every step, and the group realized the source was nearby. The voice confirmed what they had hoped. The Shadow Spring was indeed here, untouched for the past 3 centuries. Without warning, a ghostly dragon emerged and launched a sudden attack, throwing the group into a brief moment of chaos. A voice from the past echoed through the air. Some of them recognized it. The spectral presence didn't appear hostile, but they stayed alert. The figure introduced himself as the court grand mage of the former Tenfu Kingdom. He had perished while defending the sacred fortune light spring 300 years ago. He explained that a black dragon's invasion had unleashed the miasma, corrupting the entire island. The king fell into darkness, and the people were turned into undead. The mage begged them to free the king and end the suffering that had plagued the island for generations. He revealed that no other adventurers had made it this far since the fall. The Shadow Spring was still protected, but by the corrupted king himself. A new quest appeared, the Court Grand Mage's request. It told the tragic story of how Tenfu Isle had fallen into ruin and become Shadow Isle. The once noble king had been transformed into a monstrous half-dragon abomination, while the citizens were cursed into the undead. The Court Grand Mage's last wish was for the group to defeat the Shadow Dragon King and bring peace to the land. The promised reward: full ownership of the Tenfu territory. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the palace. The team tightened their formation. They knew this would be their toughest fight yet. Then the Shadow Dragon King emerged, a level 95 boss made from pure miasma. Its form twisted and massive, its every move spreading corrosive shadow energy. It didn't follow any predictable patterns. There'd be no easy win here. The final battle had begun. In this heightened state, death sentence becomes a devastating force. With a colossal greatsword, it strikes the target with pinpoint precision, delivering an unavoidable hit that deals 490% shadow damage. The only catch: it can be used once every 90 seconds. Dragon Roar follows next, echoing with the voice of a dragon and weakening all enemy stats across the board. When the user speaks in a human voice instead, it triggers a mind control effect, turning the tide in an entirely different way. The Ghost King has fully transformed, a monstrous blend of man and dragon. Its presence casts a suffocating pressure over the battlefield, making every moment feel heavier. Lu Fan holds position. Andre is ordered to stay put and not make any reckless moves. Senior Sister quickly shifts back into her mage role, stepping up to confront the creature directly, while Andre hangs back to search for the Shadow Spring. The Flame God's true body is summoned, calling on Spheric, the High Flame God. With this, all of the caster's attributes are doubled. Flame Burst wings materialize, granting temporary flight. The higher the spirit's stat, the longer the wings last. Though she wasn't on rear guard before, the mage feels sure of herself now. The whole team is prepared. They advance. Xiao Fei, now ready, begins his transformation into his ultimate state, the Doomsday Dragon. Once again, death sentence is unleashed. The brutal slash lands clean, delivering overwhelming shadow damage that bypasses all defenses. The squad activates the Gather skill. Eternal Guardian summons a massive shield that surrounds and protects every ally within its radius. The barrier's durability is tied to the Eternal One's current health and regeneration power. With the shield holding, Xiao Fei launches his retaliation. Lava Burst begins charging, then detonates, covering the battlefield in searing fire. A molten pool forms beneath enemy feet, slowly dragging them under and burning them over time. This boss isn't like anything they've faced before. Even Xiaoya's strike gets effortlessly swatted aside. Valio steps in, ready to unleash Grip in prison. He activates Thunder's favor and shifts into World Ender Thunder form. The Thunder Jade is swapped out for Amber Jade, amplifying all Blue Dragon skills twofold. Every Thunder spell now creates a high-damage zone at its target. Any enemies that move within the zone, they get hit even harder. The next move unleashes one of the most powerful spells in their arsenal. 3.3 million world-ending thunders. Bolts of lightning rain down in a furious storm, striking the entire area. With Thunder's favor active, the spell breaks free from the usual source limitations, making it even more devastating. But the battle's just heating up. The Black Dragon activates Void Break, slashing twice with Charged Dragon Aura. This attack can sync with dragon pets for an amplified strike, adding more pressure to the already chaotic fight. Then the Shadow King vanishes. Using Shadow Corrosion, it dissolves into a cloud of black miasma, becoming invisible while continuing its assault from within the mist. Lisha and Lu Fan try to track it, but the skill hides it flawlessly. Andre quickly senses something is wrong and warns the others, don't rush in. A sudden roar erupts behind them. An attack is already underway. The group's defensive skills trigger just in time, shielding them from the sudden blow. Lu Fan seizes the moment. He senses the Shadow Spring is close. As tension builds, Hug roars, shaking the field. Lu Fan doesn't flinch. He charges forward without hesitation. Miss E voices concern, but her worries are calmed. She casts Emerald Mirror, creating 2 mirror images of a chosen ally. Each copy can use the original skills at 30% strength. One image springs into action. The ambush lands on the decoy. Lu Fan emerges untouched. Even the team is caught off guard by how perfectly the illusion worked. Their coordination pays off in full. With a brief laugh and a breath of relief, they regroup and ready their next wave of attacks. Lu Fan begins charging Lava Burst and Judgment's Calamity. At the same time, Xiao Fei Fury casts Guardian Domain, locking the enemy in place and preventing it from escaping into the miasma. Xiao Fio steps up to deliver the final blow. Dragon Domain expands across a massive 100-meter radius. Within this zone, all Dragonkin and Blood-bonded allies gain a 50% boost to every stat. Enemies suffer the opposite, 50% reductions across the board. Movement, teleportation, and summoning are sealed off completely. Lava Burst erupts again. A scorched pit opens beneath the Shadow King, pulling it in while flames deal continuous, punishing damage. Judgment's Calamity locks on, striking again and again with divine bolts of Heaven's Wrath. Each hit lands hard, pushing the boss toward defeat. The fight intensifies. Blue Dragon I reaches level 28. Blue Dragon 1 and Emerald Dragon 2 hit levels 28 and 41. Black Dragon 2 climbs to level 46. Lu Fan himself ascends to level 47. At last, resting atop the fallen boss's crown is the Shadow Gleam Stone. The contract with the Shadow Dragon King nears completion. The quest log updates. The Court Arch Request. The current objective: defeat the Shadow Dragonoid King and release the trapped souls. The mission isn't over yet. As the last traces of darkness faded from the dragon's remains, Lu Fan spotted something gleaming beneath its rotting scales, a crown. He picked it up, inspecting it carefully, just as he thought it could be broken down. But this wasn't some ordinary relic. It was the Shadow Glare Stone embedded within the legendary Shadow Crown. Right then, Vento materialized at his side. He explained that the crown once belonged to the king of the Tianfu Islands, a revered ruler from a time long past. Holding the crown in his hands, Lu Fan thought to himself, everything was finally coming together. Aside from Shadow Spring, every vital piece was now secured. And even better, there were leftover resources they could sell off for a hefty sum in dragon coins. The inventory listed it all: Shadow Stones, a God Crystal, Island Breach, and an impressive stock of high-grade gear. But before they could celebrate, Missy burst onto the scene, visibly upset. She demanded to know why no one had told her about the operation. Said it had terrified her. Andre stepped in quickly, trying to calm her. Lu Fan remained outwardly calm, but inside, his patience wore thin. He replied coolly that this had been their first time using mirror imaging on people. Things had moved fast, and they'd relied on visual cues to coordinate. He added that there would be a next time. Missy didn't look convinced. She stood still, visibly annoyed, but eventually gave a reluctant response. Just then, an elderly man stepped forward from the shadows, his expression filled with reverence. He bowed deeply, saying their actions had freed his king. Addressing Lu Fan as a hero, he confessed he'd waited years for this very moment. With great care, he extended a red sword toward Lu Fan. The system screen flashed. Shadow Greatsword, quest item, a relic symbolizing the rule of the king of Tianfu Island. The old man asked Lu Fan to take the sword and lead them out of the looming crisis. As Lu Fan took it, the man's voice turned soft, almost pleading. Hands clasped together, he said the sword was now in Lu Fan's hands so the spirits of the island could finally rest. He thanked him sincerely for returning Tianfu Island to what it once was. Moments later, the system updated again. New lore unlocked. The tale of the Dragon King and the kings laid to rest. Aldwin's voice echoed in the air, completing the ritual. He pledged his loyalty, vowing that the future of Tianfu Island now belonged to Lu Fan. A new system prompt materialized, revealing the link between Shadow Island and the freshly cleansed Tianfu Island. Down by the beach, two island boys stared at the clear skies in awe. The thunderstorm's gone. I can't believe it, one murmured. Must have been Andre and that dragon Tamer, the other replied, nodding slowly. The old man faced Lu Fan, his gaze respectful. This land is yours now. Lu Fan stood steady, hand tightening around the red sword. The interface blinked. Court Archmage request accepted, followed by territory system unlocked. He gave a faint, satisfied nod. I now own a territory. Missy smiled as she watched the interface update. Congratulations. Unlike me inheriting a family plot, you earned this from scratch. Lu Fan examined the newly accessible territory system. It offered steady daily resources, consistent income, monster regeneration, and a passive stream of experience. Tianfu Island was listed as a level 2 territory under region, Black Sand Sea. Now that the island was purified, Lu Fan started planning. Water, stone, and shadow stones were top priorities. Defensive traits like fog and thunderclouds had deactivated automatically. He could now open ports for trade, take on monster clearing jobs, or even develop Tianfu into a private sanctuary. But if needed, he could revert the island back to its shadow form, reactivating the storm systems and deadly fog to ward off intruders. Resources and monster behavior would adjust accordingly. He could also assign dragons and puppets to stay behind and grind experience on their own. With the island claimed, Lu Fan gained the territory teleport skill. The system pulled up a full rundown, the ability to open or close a portal to his territory anytime. Missy clapped her hands. That's amazing. It's safe and stunning here. You could bring the whole crew. But Andre didn't share her excitement. He looked uneasy. What about me? What should I do? Lu Fan turned toward him. Something wrong. Andre hesitated, then admitted. My mission was to destroy the Shadow Spring. But I only found one spring here, and it wasn't the Shadow Spring. Before he could say more, Missy chimed in, thoughtful. Maybe there's a hidden chamber somewhere. I'll help search. Lu Fan raised a hand to stop her. Hold on. Take me to the spring you found first. He reopened the system screen. If I'm right, I might be able to convert it into the Shadow Spring. Andre blinked. Convert it? What do you mean? Missy chuckled, tossing a glance at Lu Fan. Well, you're the owner now. Bet you've got a solution up your sleeve. As they made their way through the dense jungle, Andre spoke up, his tone a bit sheepish. My family controls a lot of land, but I've never had a territory of my own. They arrived at the spring. Lu Fan looked it over, surprised. I thought it'd be a minor spring, didn't expect something this big. Missy's eyes lit up. It's beautiful. Andre leaned in, curious. So, you're thinking of turning it back into Shadow Island? Lu Fan nodded. Exactly. If this is the right spring, flipping the island state will transform it into the Shadow Spring. Missy crouched beside the water, peering into the clear depths. Water this pure makes me want to jump in for a bath. Flustered, Lu Fan quickly waved her off. Please don't. She dipped her hand in anyway, then froze. Lu Fan noticed the change in her face. What is it? The water's incredible, she said, eyes wide. Just touching it boosted my attributes. Andre immediately reached in too, reacting with amazement. She's right. I feel it working. Lu Fan followed suit, placing his hand into the spring. Instantly, he could feel it too. The spring water granted a noticeable boost. A system message appeared in his mind, breaking down the effect. Each level allowed 10 seconds of contact, and during that time, all attributes increased by 3 to 30%, scaling with level. Missy's face lit up even more. This is insane. It means you can get stronger just by training near it. Before the excitement could settle, another prompt opened. Detailed specs on the Blessing Spring Water. Missy's entrepreneurial instinct kicked in. We need to tell Boss Tianhua. If we bottle this for trials, We could sell it for a fortune. Don't worry, I'll only take a small cut. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not selling it. We need to help Andre finish his quest first. He tapped the screen again, and the Shadow Island interface surfaced. The dual nature of Tianfu Island and its shadow counterpart became crystal clear. Back on the beach, the two boys looked out at the shifting waters with concern. Why does the water keep changing colors? One asked, uneasy. The other's brows furrowed. Did something go wrong? Maybe Andre and the dragon tamer didn't succeed after all. The screen flickered, then updated, storm mode. On. Thundercloud on. Miasma fog on. All island defenses were back online. Just as Andre lifted his blade, preparing to strike the corrupted spring, Lu Fan stepped in. Raising his hand, he called out, Xiao Fei, activate Guardian Flow. A new system panel appeared, displaying the spring's true nature. Once a sacred source of blessing, now corrupted by thick shadow energy. Instead of spreading light, it had started generating miasma. Andre froze. Wait, Lu Fan, I get it now. Destroying the shadow spring means destroying one of your key resources. Lu Fan remained calm. Don't worry. Once your quest is done, I'll have someone fix it. Missy chimed in with a grin. If we're fixing things, why not just rebuild the whole ruined city while we're at it? Andre looked at them both, clearly moved. You're too kind. I'll take responsibility for the repairs. Without another word, he raised his sword and brought it down. The corrupted spring cracked under the blow. Quest complete. As they stepped back, he gave Lu Fan a teasing grin. I'll turn this place into a resort for you. Just wait. Right on cue, lightning ripped through the sky, flashing like a curtain dropping on the chapter's end. Lu Fan stood still, lost in thought. The expedition to Shadow Island was complete, and what a journey it had been. He looked over his shoulder, casting one last glance at the land behind him. This trip was worth it. I gained a stockpile of synthesis materials, unlocked a territory, and became a lord. Andre's mission didn't just end with a sword swing. It brought big returns. Still feeling guilty about damaging Lu Fan's territory, he stepped forward and handed over a glowing item. A system window lit up in front of them. Skill book, Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. Requires level 45. The three of them stood there in silence, soaking in the calm after the storm. Lu Fan's mind drifted ahead. Only one step remained now, the repair of the Shadow Spirit Eye. And once that was done, the final key to forging a contract with the Shadow Dragon King would fall into place. As the scene shifted, Lu Fan remained silent, lost in thought. A full week had passed since he had claimed Shadow Island and transformed it into the serene, flourishing Tianfu Island. In that time, he had deactivated the island's defenses, allowing the puppet army to summon monsters nonstop, perfect for grinding levels. To make access easier, he'd also relocated the teleportation gate directly into Villa Number 2. Word spread fast. Friends and allies started visiting, drawn in by the island's beauty and peaceful atmosphere. It wasn't just a training ground anymore. It had become a destination. Lush, calm, and far removed from the chaos of battlefields, Tianfu Island was now the place everyone wanted to be. For Lu Fan, it was no longer just a territory. It was a haven for future allies to grow and relax together. But paradise still had its flaws. The Shadow Spring, damaged during Andre's quest, remained unstable. Until it was fully repaired, they couldn't harvest its precious waters. That thought brought Lu Fan back to its edge, where he now stood, staring down into the clear depths, lost in reflection. Suddenly, the water rippled, and from its depths, a massive golden dragon emerged. Its body glided through the spring with majestic ease. As it stepped forward, the ground trembled softly beneath its paw. Lu Fan, who had been swimming nearby, instantly froze. His head snapped toward the massive creature. The dragon's voice echoed with weight. So, this is where you've been hiding. Lu Fan's eyes went wide. Hey, hold up, don't come any closer. Before anything could escalate, Missia's voice rang out. A hot spring? And no one told us? You scoundrel. She stepped forward too quickly and slipped. With a loud splash, she landed right on top of Lu Fan. He instinctively caught her. Careful, he said, trying to keep them both upright. Blinking in surprise, she stayed there a moment before muttering, It's really slippery. Still flustered, Lu Fan demanded, Why are you even here? With a mischievous smile, she leaned in. Your face is all red. Are you getting shy? Why no. It's just the hot water, he snapped back. Laughing, Missy pushed herself up and tapped her in her face. All right, I'll stop teasing. Good news. The Shadow Spring's fully repaired. Lu Fan's expression shifted instantly. Finally, he stepped out of the water, grabbed a container, and knelt by the edge of the spring. Carefully, he began collecting the newly restored spring water. It's done, he said softly. Everything's finally in place. Missy leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. So, what exactly have you been working on this whole time? Lu Fan didn't look up. You'll find out soon enough. He confirmed the final step in the crafting interface. Instantly, a system prompt appeared. Shadow Dragon King's contract. Confirm crafting? Yes or no? Without a pause, Lu Fan tapped yes. The spring water surged, spinning rapidly around the hovering item. Lu Fan's gaze locked onto it, excitement building. It's done. Missie's breath caught. Wait, is that a summoning scroll? Just then, Xiao Fei arrived by their side. Lu Fan wasted no time. He caught the scroll midair and held it out. Xiao Fei, eat it. Without hesitation, she gulped it down. Missy stared, stunned. Are you insane? Lu Fan chuckled. It's not just a one-time scroll. Once Xiao Fei absorbs it, it becomes her skill. She'll be able to use it forever. The system confirmed. Natural assimilation. Shadow Dragon King contractor skill acquired. Effect. Summons the Shadow Dragon King's blade. Level scales with user. Xiao Fei lifted off, power rippling through the air. Lu Fan pointed toward her. Now, show me your real form. Minutes passed. Missy stood beside him, scanning the sky. Lu Fan's brows furrowed. The summoning had clearly succeeded. So where was the dragon? He narrowed his eyes at the subtle lines on the system screen. Status. Contract complete. Power level. High agility. Extreme stealth skills detected. Hold on, he muttered. This isn't a glitch, it's hiding. Missy nudged him. Are you zoning out again? Did it work or not? Snapping to attention, Lu Fan gave the command. Release stealth. The air shimmered. A ripple of white and blue energy twisted together, warping the space above the spring. Then, with a sudden burst, a colossal dragon materialized. Its frame elegant yet intimidating, scales glowing with light, and blood-red eyes locked forward. With a thunderous roar, it shook the ground. Trees trembled. Pebbles rattled into the spring. Missy stood frozen, mouth half open. You're kidding. You summoned another dragon? And this one turns invisible? Lu Fan turned to her, a restrained smile tugging at his lips. Not just any dragon. He tilted his head slightly, eyes gleaming. Want to see what it can do? As the scene shifted, a thunderous cry shattered the skies. The dragon burred above, letting out a roar that rattled the blood-red heavens. In that moment, a system window blinked to life, introducing the Shadow Dragon General, a fearsome entity labeled at level 95. Its combat capabilities flashed on screen. Night form, dragon form, and the ominous shadow miasma. Another dragon pierced through the crimson clouds, declaring grimly, "This one's the boss of Shadow Island, second only to the Shadow Dragon King." Eyes blazing red like twin infernos, the enormous beast fixed its deadly gaze on Lu Fan. Most would crumble under the pressure, but not him. He let out a slight chuckle. Good, just what I needed to warm up. Then, under his breath, he muttered, "Shadow concealment." He vanished in an instant. A deep, guttural roar echoed as a burst of red mana erupted behind him. From within that chaos, a monstrous black dragon emerged, its crimson eyes burning with rage, its chest glowing faintly with a pulse of blue energy. The beast roared, "Intruders!" before slamming its colossal claw into the ground. The shockwave launched debris skyward, twisting gravity for a split second as the battlefield quaked. The dragon snarled and lunged forward, the glow in its chest intensifying. The roar that followed seemed to bend the very air. But Lu Fan stood unfazed, his gaze locked onto the creature, that same faint smile lingering. The dragon halted in front of him, fangs bared, clearly provoked but unable to shake him. Then, without warning, the red sky split apart, sliced by a flash of blinding white and blue energy. The beam came crashing down, slamming into the dragon's side. It howled in rage as green mana ignited across its body, scales shimmering violently. It countered instantly, unleashing a triple beam, red fire bursting from its eyes and mouth, flooding the area with devastating force. From a distance, Lu Fan and Miss Yu watched the chaos erupt. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "We can't even pinpoint the enemy. We're just sitting ducks here." Her voice wavered. "This is madness." Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Then let's tip the balance," he said calmly, casting soul perfection. Target, the Shadow Dragon King. The spell took hold. Xiao Fei staggered as a surge of energy crackled in the air. A new screen lit up. Jade Dragon 2's form switch. Light of soul. Immediately after, another notification appeared. The Jade Dragon Bloodline. A rare trait that instantly doubled the effects of every skill used by dragons, and those bound by their blood. The battlefield surged with magic as Jade Dragon 2 descended in its full, radiant form. A third system alert flickered into view, unveiling a support skill, Soul Protection. The description was clear: boost ally stats by 100% to 200%, depending on unique conditions and fouls triggered during combat. Without warning, the Shadow Dragon King roared again, its voice booming across the skies as it hurled raw shadow energy straight at Jade Dragon 2. The force warped the space it traveled through, distorting reality itself. Jade Dragon 2 twisted midair, wings slashing through the currents in a sharp attempt to dodge, but the energy chased it like a curse, relentless and precise. Lu Fan watched closely, piecing things together. So that's how it works? Even with Xiao Fei in full sync, the Shadow Dragon King's concealment is powerful enough to keep her hidden from detection. Just then, the dragon crashed back on the ground with a quake that shook the entire field. Its body flared with a strange glow, pulsing streaks of blue mixed with flashes of pink. Another beam erupted from its burning red eyes, unleashing a wave of force that sent Lu Fan and Miss Yi flying through the air. Despite the distance they were thrown, they felt no pain. The strike hadn't been meant to damage them. Instead, the torrent of energy tore through the field and struck a lone ancient relic, a towering, rune-marked clock lodged deep in the earth. As the blast connected, a final system notification appeared. Shadow Cloak activated. Its effect? Immunity to all magical, physical, and formation-type attacks. Lu Fan stood, brushing off dust as he spoke calmly, turning all damage into nothing. That's what you call absolute defense. Now then, Shadow Dragon King, let's see your ultimate move. The beast responded with a low, guttural growl. Its massive body coiled, muscles tense, and a violent pulse of blue energy exploded from its core. The ground fractured under the pressure as waves of power radiated outward, shaking trees, stones, and anything not rooted deep enough to resist the force. Jade Dragon 2 stepped forward without hesitation. Lightly, it darted across the Shadow Dragon King's tail, each step precise. Right then, another system window opened. Shadow Assassination, a lethal technique that targeted enemy weak points, enhanced with a staggering plus 1,600% bonus damage. Missia's breath hitched as she took it all in. It's unreal. That's a level 95 boss, she whispered. Lu Fan glanced back, his tone casual. The Shadow Dragon King is built for assassination, optimized for single, fatal strikes. With Xiao Fei backing it, one-shotting a boss is nothing unusual. Missy blinked. One shot? From level 45 to 95? I'm level 96 with just over 8,000 base stats. That kind of power's just broken, she muttered, tightening her fists. Then her voice softened. Still, in 2 more days, I'll finally be strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the 2 great factions. And with you by my side, that's all the confidence I need. Lu Fan met her gaze, his voice steady. As long as I'm around, no one will lay a hand on you. She gave a soft nod, a faint smile tugging at her lips. All right, but deep down, her mind was already racing. If you really pull this off, the Yi family will owe you more than just a favor. I'll make sure you receive something worthy. Our most sincere gift of gratitude. Time flew. In just 2 days, the scene shifted dramatically. They now stood on harsh, cracked terrain, a barren stretch of rocky ground with jagged hills scattered across the horizon. The western frontier. Lu Fan surveyed the rugged expanse, thoughts stirring quietly. 2 days later, just as we agreed, my senior sister and I arrived at the edge of the western frontier. Beside him, Missy remained silent, her gaze fixed on the distant lands ahead. After a moment, she murmured under her breath, barely audible, "Western frontier. I've returned." The skeletal dragon drifted soundlessly through the clouds as Lu Fan looked down at the vast landscape below. He glanced over at Missy and remarked how rich and breathtaking the land was. Now he understood why so many noble clans had made this place their home. Missy, steady as ever, replied that since the early days of the Dragon Kingdom, these noble families had been its backbone. In gratitude, the kingdom had handed over the resource-filled western frontier to them. She added that, to preserve their autonomy, the kingdom even avoided building cities in the region. Lu Fan raised a brow, unsure if that was the whole truth. He asked her directly. She met his gaze and nodded without pause. Then she elaborated. The Long family might look impressive to outsiders, but out here, they were at the bottom of the noble hierarchy. Deeper in the frontier, far more powerful families resided. Siba rank, a rank, some guarded by 4th-tier cultivators. And in those circles, even a 4th-tier expert barely registered. The dragon glided over endless mountains, its wings cutting through the clouds. Lu Fan stared into the distance, his thoughts heavy. He was beginning to understand just how little he truly knew. The power hidden in this land ran far deeper than he'd ever imagined. Compared to those elite clans, he was barely a speck. As they passed over the dragon's massive skull, Lu Fan spotted a faint gleam in its hollow sockets. Was it awareness? Malice? Whatever dark force had reanimated this beast, it had clearly noticed them. His mind sharpened. He reminded himself, this was exactly why he had to endure. When the wheel turned, he would be ready. Missia's voice pulled him back. They had arrived. Below them stretched a sprawling city, and she guided the dragon down toward the Yi estate. The landing was smooth, and soon they stood before a grand villa. She turned to him, serious. Are you truly ready for what lies ahead? If you have doubts, now is the time to leave. But Lu Fan didn't flinch. His voice was firm. With everyone already waiting, there was no turning back. If anyone should be regretting their choices, he said, it was the Hong and Long families. Missy gave a soft smile and reached out her hand. Let me show you where I grew up, she said. Lu Fan took her hand without hesitation and followed her lead. The scene shifted to the Hong family estate, where a massive martial arena pulsed with blue energy. At its center, a crimson stone structure phased in from a teleportation gate, then broke apart into glimmering fragments. Inside the ring, two men stood facing one another. One young, in black robes, dark hair flowing, and the other older, dressed in pristine white with hair to match. The younger man, Yu Tian, conjured red mana from a rose in his palm, his voice firm and self-assured. He spoke of his bloodline's superior techniques, though admitted that even after a month of stabilization, he still trailed slightly behind. The older man responded by summoning blue mana, calmly noting that despite being just level 98, Yu Tian had already shown the strength of an A-rank noble at level 99. A rare feat, he added that in another 6 months, Yu Tian would likely surpass him entirely. For someone from minor noble lineage, he said, Yu Tian was nothing short of extraordinary. If Yu Tian could reach level 99, their family might even break into the C-rank clans, a shift powerful enough to challenge the 9th family itself. Yu Tian's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of their ambitions, but he stayed silent. As if reading the change in mood, the elder spoke again, this time about a message from Miss Yi. Both turned as word came of her approach, and surprisingly, she wasn't alone. She was arriving alongside a young man, riding a skeletal dragon. Yu Tian raised a brow. A bone dragon? Not a black-scaled one. The elder confirmed it. That creature, he said, had tamed other dragons before. It wasn't just unusual, it was dangerous. Left unchecked, it would be a problem. Yu Tian's gaze sharpened. If that guy can survive out here in the frontier, where strength is the only currency, I'll bring him under the Hong banner. Out here, no one reports life or death to the dragon capital. The elder closed his eyes for a moment before continuing. The Long family, he said, would be arriving at the Yi estate soon. They were coming not only to demand resources and justice, but to propose a marriage to Miss Yi. These negotiations, he warned, could shift power balances. Yu Tian scoffed. The Longs haven't changed one bit. With that, he made up his mind. In 3 days, when the Long family reached the Yi estate, he would be there too. He'd take that chance to crush them both. The elder nodded, calling Yu Tian by name. With unwavering certainty, he declared that the western frontier would one day belong to their family. With that, both men stepped down from the arena, their decision made. 3 days slipped by. At the Yi residence, a maid knocked gently outside a guest room. She announced that Mr. Liu was waiting for breakfast. After another knock, she asked if Mr. Liu was inside. But the room was silent. The only signs of life were a neatly hung jacket and a softly glowing teleportation device humming in the corner. Far from the estate, on the sunlit shores of Tianfu Island, Lu Fan stood with Xiao Yi and Xiao Fai. A system notification blinked into view. His level had increased, and so had the levels of the Black Dragon, the Jade Dragon, the Star Dragon, and the Blue Dragon. He couldn't help but be amazed at how much they'd all advanced in just a few days. He started to wonder, was his strength now enough to shake the noble families with a decisive strike? His thoughts drifted toward Miss Yi. How were her preparations coming along? As sunlight danced across the waves, everything shifted. In an instant, Lu Fan found himself back in his room. Voices filtered in from outside. A man was reporting to a woman. Bad news. The Long family had arrived at their gates. Lu Fan realized he'd returned at exactly the right moment. He opened the door and saw a young man briefing Miss Yi. The Long family was already in the main hall, demanding an audience, and the Hong family's convoy was rapidly closing in on the western second slope. Missy gave a sharp nod and told the guards to escort the guests to the holding area and not to let anyone else through. She turned to Lu Fan. They're here, she said. All of them. Lu Fan smiled. Then there's nothing to worry about. As long as we stand together, no one can lay a hand on you. Inside the Yi family's main hall, they approached a long table where several men sat waiting. Lu Fan's tone was biting. Still remember how to get here, do you? One of the men, his hair gray and slicked back, smirked. Is this the famed Yi family hospitality? We've been sitting here, and not even a cup of tea. Miss Yi met his sarcasm with steel. After the way you behaved, it's a wonder you're even allowed past the gates. The man let out a cruel laugh. Please, even if we pissed on your doorstep, who'd have the guts to say a word? Another man stepped forward. I'm Long Eru, he said smugly. Second brother to Long Xing, 32 years old. Level 98. Diamond class, hidden profession. His voice was soaked in arrogance, every word meant to provoke. Long Eru stood tall, his voice loud and smug. The 2 months are up, he announced. We're here to collect what your family owes. But more than that, your betrayal won't be ignored. Long Xing gave everything to open doors for you. And this is how you repay him? Our patriarch is furious. Someone has to answer for this. Missia's eyes burned. Long Xing broke the rules and disgraced himself. We owe you nothing, and we're not giving anything back. Long Eru's grin widened. No need to get so worked up. There's a peaceful solution. Marry me. He spread his arms as if making a generous offer. You become Long Xing's sister-in-law. With our name behind you, even the Hong family wouldn't dare interfere. And if you feel like slapping me around first, well, I won't stop you. Missy raised her hand and pointed straight at him, her fury uncontained. From the back of the room, Long Xing let out a cold laugh. If you keep my brother satisfied, he sneered, maybe I'll even consider letting you off easy. Before Missy could say a word, Lu Fan stepped forward. His fists were clenched, his voice sharp. Shameless toads, he snapped. Do you really think you're worthy? Go look in the mirror before parading your arrogance in someone else's home. Long Eru stays quiet for a beat, but Long Xing suddenly explodes, yelling at Lu Fan for daring to talk to his elder brother so rudely. Unfazed, Lu Fan calmly places his hand over Missie's and looks straight at the two brothers. He tells her there's no need to worry. He won't let them bully her again. Missy turns to Lu Fan, gently saying his name. A light flush creeps across her face. Then, with a wry smile, she comments on how grand the Long family's entrance is, almost like they've come to take over. She wonders aloud what someone as fragile as her could possibly do in a situation like this. Lu Fan lets out a small chuckle, his lips curling into a quiet grin. He says, half in jest, but with a bite, that everyone just heard the Long brothers loud and clear. Not only are they after the Yi family's assets, but now they're aiming for him too. Then his voice steadies. He promises that he'll protect the Yi family and Miss Yi herself. The weight of his words lands heavily, drawing cold stares from the Long brothers, their fury barely restrained. Long Eru sneers, mocking Lu Fan's bold claim. To him, it's absurd. Just because Lu Fan's standing next to Missy now doesn't mean he gets to meddle in noble family affairs. But Missy steps forward, her voice sharp. She reminds them that noble families follow rules and rank. And as the current head of the Yi family, she declares that Lu Fan will be their representative in this matter. Her tone leaves no room for challenge. Long Eru's eyes narrow in disbelief. He demands to know what she means. Without flinching, Lu Fan takes the main seat at the front of the hall. Missy stands beside him, her hand still resting on his. She states it plainly. He is now the acting head of the Yi family, and she asks if that's clear enough for the Long family. The brothers immediately erupt in protest, outraged that she would hand the family over to an outsider. But Long Eru quickly cuts off his brother, ordering him to stay quiet. Just then, a system alert echoes through the hall, officially confirming Lu Fan as the new master of the Yi residence. Long Eru lets out a cold laugh, accusing Lu Fan of only daring to sit in that seat because Missy told him to. He scoffs that she's clearly blinded by her feelings for him. Lu Fan brushes the comment aside, his voice flat. Her feelings aren't the issue. What matters now is figuring out who in the Long family actually holds power, so he knows who he's really dealing with. Long Xing glances over at his brother, hinting whether it's time to call on their ancestors. But Long Eru, fed up, drops all pretense. He barks for everyone to clear the area. Even Long Xing steps back, caught off guard. Seething, Long Eru growls that whatever miss he feels for Lu Fan is no excuse for this public insult. He warns that he's done holding back, and if she dares to get involved again, he threatens she may not like what happens to that lovely face of hers. Missy moves to respond, outrage in her eyes, but Lu Fan gently stops her. Calm and steady, he tells her to let him handle it. Golden energy begins to gather around Long Eru as he readies himself. With a sneer, he offers Lu Fan a courtesy befitting noble blood. He'll give him a 3-count head start. But Lu Fan doesn't move. Still lounging in the main seat, he rests his head in one hand and says coolly, if he's still breathing after the count of 3, he'll step down from his role and leave the western frontier without a fuss. Long Xing, visibly tense, warns his brother to be careful. He points out that Lu Fan's black dragon has been silently tracking all their moves. Long Arrow laughs it off, scoffing at the idea. He doesn't believe that someone like Lu Fan, a 4th-tier diamond monk with just 20,000 defense, could survive a few real hits from him. Raising his voice, Long Eru surges his energy higher and throws down his own wager. If Lu Fan is still alive after the count, the Long family will give back everything they took, including Cloud Edge Mountain. And now that Lu Fan's accepted the challenge, he says there's no need to hold anything back. Lu Fan simply lifts his hand, holding up 3 fingers. 3, he says, the countdown beginning. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Fan doesn't budge. He simply lifts 2 fingers, 2, still sitting in complete stillness. Long Eru's confident smirk begins to fade. Beads of sweat slide down his brow. In that tense silence, a memory hits him. Lu Fan once took 10 full-force blows from a Hong family elder without so much as a bruise. If he survives even one of his dragon strikes now, it could mean disaster. Lu Fan raises a final finger. 1. In that instant, the air around them twists. A chilling blue light flashes through his eyes, altering the entire energy in the room. Then it happens. A ripple surges invisibly through the space. The very air vibrates with force. Yet Lu Fan and Missy remain completely still, untouched by the unseen blow. To the watching crowd, it looks like nothing occurred at all. Long Eru tries to brush it off with laughter, calling it an empty trick. He mocks their stillness, sneering that Lu Fan froze from fear, and taunts Missy for placing her hopes on someone so useless. Missy opens her mouth, anger flaring, but Lu Fan gently cuts her off. He tells her not to waste her breath on people like this. His voice is calm, unaffected. That's when Long Xing places a hand on his brother's shoulder. Do you still think it was all for show? Long Eru turns to him in confusion, then winces. A slow, dark stain begins to spread across his robes from his midsection. His body starts to tremble. Lu Fan speaks softly. It's already over. Long Eru collapses. Blood pools around him. The entire hall goes dead quiet. The silence shatters as panic breaks out. Long family members begin to shout and scramble. Long Xing's eyes widen in horror. He yells for someone to help his brother. But no one moves. They all see the truth. Second Master Long is gone. Dead in an instant, never even able to strike back. Long Xing stands frozen, his body shaking. He can't comprehend what just happened. Lu Fan never even stood up. How? Lu Fan remains seated, hands calmly clasped, completely unfazed. Cries of rage rise from the Long clan. They accuse Lu Fan of murdering their second master and demand justice. One voice booms above the rest, calling for Lu Fan's execution. But Long Xing steps forward, his voice sharp with warning. He tells them to back off, unless they're truly ready to die. Still, the uproar grows louder. More voices join in, shouting for Lu Fan's capture, insisting he must answer to the Long family. Missy turns to Lu Fan and says they should leave someone alive to spread the word. Lu Fan nods, telling her to go ahead. He'll handle the rest. As she moves to the side, Lu Fan lifts his hand and lets out a low whistle. What follows is swift and merciless. In the blink of an eye, Long family members begin to drop, one after another. No warning, no escape. Long Xing stands frozen, watching in horror. He stares at the trail of fallen bodies and mutters, almost in disbelief. Is it over? Are they all gone? Lu Fan stands from his chair and steps forward. His voice cuts through the silence. He reminds Long Xing that, by the Long family's own rules, their servants failed to follow orders. So, tell him, does he really still hold any power over them? Sliding one hand casually into his pocket, Lu Fan stops just a few feet away. His gaze sharpens. So tell me, he says coldly, who's the young master of the Long family now? And whose legs can't even hold him upright? Long Xing drops to his knees, pleading with Lu Fan to spare his life. He insists he was only following orders from his second brother. But Lu Fan coldly brushes him off, warning him not to touch him with those filthy hands. Missy stands by, watching in silence. Lu Fan then reveals he never intended to kill Long Xing. Instead, he has a task for him, just like before. He wants Long Xing to go back to the Long family and deliver a message. Relieved, Long Xing quickly agrees, thanking Lu Fan profusely for his mercy. As Lu Fan turns to leave with Missy, he lays out his demand. Within 3 days, the Long family must return all of the Yi family's resources and transfer every bit of territory to them. That's not all. Lu Fan also declares the Longs must offer yearly tributes and support the Yi family in every vote. The gods will follow the Yi family's lead from now on. Long Xing nods, agreeing to pass on the message. But Lu Fan isn't done. He warns that if the Long family refuses, he'll destroy them completely. I understand. Long Xing stammers, promising to repeat every word exactly. At that, Miss Yi gives a sharp command to throw him out. The gods move without hesitation, tossing Long Xing to the ground. One mocks him, calling him a dog, and saying this is exactly what the Long family deserves. Lying on the ground, Long Xing clutches himself, mind racing. He wonders how anyone will believe the message he's been told to deliver. After all, Lu Fan killed his second brother and countless others without lifting a finger. People will want to know what kind of power Lu Fan used, but Long Xing has no answers. Lu Fan never even got up from his seat. One of the gods suddenly shouts at him to leave unless he's looking to die. The voice grows louder, snapping at Long Xing for ignoring them. Panicked, Long Xing bolts, yelling over his shoulder that there's no need to kill him and begging for mercy. The guards laugh behind him, saying it's good he knows to run. Another chuckles, noting that their reputation still packs a punch. Long Xing races through the area, his mind spinning. He suddenly recalls something and yells that his hunch was right. Just then, the system flashes a warning. Someone nearby has shadow concealment skills. He freezes for a moment, sensing a dragon-like presence trailing him. Eyes wide, he shouts that it's been following him this whole time. Without wasting another second, he dashes away at full speed. Half an hour passes. Out west, under clear skies and chirping birds, the focus shifts to the Hong family. Yu Tian leads his group toward the Yi family grounds. As they travel, one member brings up a report. The Long family had sent out dozens of third-tier servants earlier that day. He questions whether that's enough to stand against the Long family. Yu Tian dismisses the concern. To him, they're just low-level players, somewhere around level 60 to 70. Not worth worrying about. After all, Yu Tian himself is level 98. Suddenly, someone spots Long Xing in the distance and alerts Yu Tian. Long Xing, clearly shaken, catches sight of them and shouts that they should pick up the pace. The Hong family members snicker at his disheveled appearance, mocking the panic on his face. They joke that the noble family infighting must have rattled him hard. One scoffs at the Yuchan swordmaster's reputation, saying his level was always inflated and his stats never lived up to it. Another remarks that Long Xing doesn't even come close to matching their young master's level. But through it all, young Master Hong stays silent, studying Long Xing carefully. Then, without warning, he gives the order. Everyone is to head straight to the Yi family at full speed. His group is caught off guard by the sudden urgency, asking if it's really that serious. Yu Qian doesn't look back. Watching Long Xing, trembling in fear, told him enough. Something's off today. Floating ahead, he mutters that this visit may be far more challenging than he expected. Half an hour later, back at the Yi family's western frontier courtyard, two guards stand by the entrance. As Yu Qian and his team approach, one of the guards recognizes the group and murmurs that the Hong family's here to stir up trouble. The other guard turns around immediately, saying it's not their place to interfere. They need to report this to Miss Yi right away. Yu Qian steps forward calmly and halts the guards, telling them there's no need to bother anyone else. With a swift motion of his fingers, he kills one on the spot. Blood sprays as the guard crashes to the ground. The second guard panics, eyes wide with fear. He screams for Miss Yi, warning that the Hong family is attacking and trying to flee. Yu Qian raises his hand again, annoyed by the noise. Just as he prepares to strike, a wave of fire cuts through the air. He quickly blocks it, turning his eyes upward. Miss Yi descends from the sky, weapon in hand. She glares at Yu Qian, accusing him of openly killing people in broad daylight and calling him reckless beyond reason. Yu Qian lands calmly amidst the chaos. He shrugs off her words and declares that since the first blow's already been dealt, there's no room for negotiation. Without delay, he launches an attack at Miss Yi, warning the Yi family that anyone who dares defend her will be shown no mercy. The system flashes a notification, layered 7 kills detected. Miss Yi's weapon, infused with blue mana, is identified as an imbued melee weapon. Yu Qian lets out a mocking laugh at her choice of words. He draws his sword and rushes in, saying that no mercy is exactly what she shouldn't have said. Even as she defends herself, Yu Qian comments on her bravery, calling it impressive that she still stands after the wounds he once gave her. The system now identifies Yu Tian's blade, the White Jade Sword, a level 90 S-class weapon with piercing, illusion, and world-light properties. The clash intensifies. Missy pushes herself to her limits. Yu Tian grins, saying she must have forgotten the pain after healing. And this time, he plans to remind her properly. A powerful strike launches Miss Yi into the sky. She recovers midair and leaps to a safer position, but the Hong family members close in fast, surrounding her. Yu Qian gives the order, attack. He wants her to remember what happens to those who oppose him. A few Hong members rise into the air, preparing to strike from above. Their goal is clear, wipe out the Yi family entirely. But before they can act, a new force crashes into the scene. Long Eru, the Long family's second brother, suddenly appears overhead, unleashing a massive blow that devastates the Hong members below. Everyone reels in shock, shouting and scrambling to understand what's happening. Yu Qian's expression shifts. One of his subordinates calls out, asking if that's really Long Eru. From above, Lu Fan watches the entire scene unfold. With his system tracking everything from the rooftop, he sees Long Eru's attack and smiles. Long Eru, gripping the heads of 2 Hong members, responds without hesitation. He declares that he's acting on Lu Fan's command. The system then reveals the level of the fallen Long Eru, level 98. The Hong family warriors aim their weapons at Long Eru, turning to Yu Qian with confusion. What's going on? One of them demands. Did the Long family turn against us? Yu Tian stares at Long Eru, stunned. Why are you siding with the Yi family? He asks, unable to hide his disbelief. Suddenly, Lu Fan's voice cuts through the tension. Standing off to the side, he lifts his head and mutters with a grin, another win for me. He gestures toward his system, which is feeding him real-time updates on the battlefield. The Hong family notices him. One of them points and asks, "Who is that guy?" Before anyone can respond, Missy calls out, "Lu Fan, Yu Tian sent me here to deal with you." Lu Fan waves her off casually. "There's no need," he says calmly. "You don't have to fight, and you definitely don't need to protect me." Yu Tian, clearly irritated, swings his sword. Blue mana bursts forth and surrounds Lu Fan in an instant. Dozens of blades hover around him. Yu Tian has unleashed the Fearless Nine swords technique. No matter who stands with you, the Yi family is finished. Yu Tian snarls. With a sharp command, the swords shoot toward Lu Fan. "You want death? I'll give it to you." Lu Fan doesn't flinch. With a smirk, he orders, "Shadow Dragon King, take care of it." The air tears open, and the Shadow Dragon King emerges. With the Shadow Blade technique, the dragon counters the attack, shielding Lu Fan completely. The system chimes in. The Shadow Dragon King now actively protects Lu Fan from all harm. Yu Tian's eyes widen. "A dragon? Where did it come from?" he mutters. "Was it here the entire time?" His confusion grows as the system updates again. 3 of the 9 fearless swords have been formed. Lu Fan's expression hardens. "You injure my senior sister," he says coldly. "Today, you'll pay for every wound you gave her." Perched atop the roof, Lu Fan remains still as the Shadow Dragon hovers behind him like a dark phantom. He watches everything below, chaos, battle, and bloodshed, his gaze calm and calculating. A quiet system alert appears, shadow concealment active. This powerful ability lets the dragon vanish or emerge at will, making it a ghost in combat, nearly impossible to trace. On the ground, Yu Tian is drenched in sweat, mind reeling with fear. He's never seen a beast like this. No records, no warnings. His thoughts spiral, struggling to grasp the scale of the danger. Then come the screams. Yu Tian spins around to find Long Eru launching through the air, mercilessly cutting down their own men. There's no hesitation, no mercy, just ruthless intent. Long Eru looks driven by something primal, relentless as he cleaves through the Hong family soldiers. Their shouts to stop go unanswered, drowned by screams and the spray of blood as he continues striking their chests with brutal precision. Meanwhile, Lu Fan gives a subtle nod. "Miss Yi will handle this one." Together, they advance toward Yu Tian. Miss Yi grips her staff, and the air around her heats up fast, radiating intense fire energy. She steps forward, voice steady, declaring that today, Yu Tian will finally atone to the Yi family. The system chimes in, fire marks engaged. 7 layers stacked, damage amplified by 7%. Unshaken, Yu Tian summons his squad. A shimmering blue aura wraps around them like armor, binding their formation. With a smirk, he mocks the idea that a single hidden dragon could threaten him. The fight ignites instantly. Miss Yi and Yu Tian clash as their squads erupt into battle. Miss Yi unleashes her Ice Squad diffusion technique, a rare blend of defense and attack, and it immediately counters Yu Tian's opening strike. The system flags it as a tactical success. Yu Tian snarls, determined to prove the dragon's so-called steel power means nothing. The system flashes. Sword light pierces illusion activated. He's wielding the legendary white jade sword. Level 90, one of the rarest. Dozens of jade swords manifest, orbiting Yu Tian in a deadly dance. With a precise motion, he aims his strike at Miss Yi and launches skyward. She holds her ground, gathering power to meet his descent. Lu Fan says nothing. He just watches, tracking every shift in aura, every twitch of movement as the battle unfolds. Power surges through the air as Yu Tian unleashes sword light pierces illusion. But even at full strength, his strike can't penetrate Miss Yi's defenses. He falters, confused. Why isn't it working? His eyes dart from Miss Yi to Lu Fan, searching for an explanation. Then, without a word, Lu Fan lifts his hand. The Shadow Dragon materializes behind him, its massive form emerging from the void. Calmly, Lu Fan addresses Yu Tian, calling his strategy clever, but ultimately useless. No matter what skill Yu Tian throws at it, the dragon won't be touched. At that moment, Missy channels double her usual power and launches a brutal strike. Her voice cuts through the chaos. This is payback for everything he's done. The blow lands clean. Yu Tian stumbles, clutching his side, crying out in disbelief. He never imagined she'd defeat him. Eyes blazing red. Missy tells him it's not over. She wants him dead. This is justice. Yu Tian glares at Lu Fan, seething, blaming the Shadow Dragon for turning the tide. If not for Lu Fan, he wouldn't be on the ground broken. Suddenly, he grips his sword tighter. Blue mana flares up around him, swirling like a storm. He growls a vow. If he's going down, he'll take them with him. Missy senses it immediately. The air shifts, the pressure thickens. That chilling blue aura, it's all too familiar. The system flashes an alert. Triple weapon fusion initiated. Above, blue mana surges into the sky, gathering at Yu Tian's sword, dark and ominous. Lu Fan narrows his eyes. Something's off. He suspects Yu Tian might not be aiming at Missy at all. This could be bait, a trap to force Lu Fan's hand. Then Yu Tian strikes, roaring for Missy to fall where she stands. Missy holds her ground. She's not backing down. This battle is hers to finish. As Yu Tian's power barrels toward her, the system records, Frost Sword Arise, slash. An elegant yet ruthless technique, built for precision and destruction. Lu Fan, silently impressed by the display so far, decides it's time to step in. He issues a command, and a Shadow Dragon King responds, launching itself straight at Yu Tian. But Yu Tian is ready. Blood trickles from his mouth as he glares at the beast, eyes burning crimson. With a wild swing of his blade, he activates Blood Sword Shackles. The system immediately registers the move. Its impact is brutal. The dragon's charge is halted mid-air, writhing in agony as glowing chains wrap around its form. Missy is visibly caught off guard. The system confirms. The dragon is bound. 29 seconds of immobilization remain. Yu Tian lets out a manic laugh. He admits he expected the dragon to get involved the moment he threatened Missy. The trap was set, and it worked flawlessly. The system flags Blood Sword Shackles as a high-level, tactical skill, perfectly executed. Missy shouts, calling Yu Tian a liar and a schemer. Behind her, Lu Fan remains still, analyzing every detail, planning his next move. Suddenly, Yu Tian leaps onto a massive mechanical bird, a rare tier mount as the system highlights, and tries to flee. Time to disappear, he shouts. But Lu Fan's squad is already on the move. A precision strike takes out the bird mid-flight, sending it crashing to the ground with Yu Tian aboard. His scream echoes as he slams into the earth, writhing in pain, barely able to stand. Lu Fan steps forward, mocking him. Did you really think I'd let you leave so easily? Before Yu Tian can answer, Lu Fan grabs him and presses the full force of his squad's energy to Yu Tian's neck. The power is suffocating. You thought the dragon was your only problem? Lu Fan asks coldly. You've forgotten who you're really up against. Panicking, Yu Tian pleads for mercy. He tries to invoke the rules. Noble family conflicts forbid killing. Outsiders aren't allowed to intervene. Missy cuts him off. Lu Fan's word is law in the Yi family. Yu Tian freezes. That revelation hits harder than any attack. Everything he assumed wrong. Scrambling to survive, he turns to Missy, begging for ceasefire. He insists his earlier threats were just heat-of-the-moment anger, not true malice. He swears he never intended to kill her and offers to publicly concede. Lu Fan glances at Missy. This is your call. She steps forward, energy building rapidly around her. The Hong family holds you in high regard, she says, her tone sharp. She soars into the air, mana swirling as her aura intensifies. And I fell for the same trick twice. The system confirms. Fight mark active. 7 stacks. Damage boosted by 7%. Yu Tian begins to shake, paralyzed by fear. His voice cracks as he yells that the Hong family ancestor only wanted to welcome Missy as a guest. A last-ditch effort to save himself. But Missy doesn't flinch. Without hesitation, she hurls her weapon straight into his chest. The impact is final. Yu Tian drops lifelessly to the ground. She roars, declaring that the fallen members of the Yi family, those Yu Tian murdered, are crying out for justice. Now, he can join them in death. The system quietly tracks the fading fight marks, ticking down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, until the energy dissipates completely. Yu Tian's body burns under the weight of her final blow, scorched and broken among the trees. The battle is over. Missy calls out to Lu Fan. I'm right here, he responds, stepping up behind her. He wraps her in his arms and softly tells her the danger is gone. The Hong family has been dealt with. Beside them, smoke rises from Yu Tian's corpse, now crumpled in the underbrush. Lu Fan reassures her. There's nothing left to fear. Then, turning to Long Eru, he gives an order. Leave one survivor. Someone must carry the tale back. Long Eru nods and steps aside, letting one terrified follower crawl away, wide-eyed and shaken by the sight of their young master's charred remains. Lu Fan looks back at Missy. Feel better now? She pulls him close in a firm embrace. Yet feels amazing. Twin dragons wheel through the air above Lu Fan, their wings churning the sky as they circle their master. Below, the battlefield shifts. Fine ash hovers unnaturally in the air before gathering into motion, pulled by some hidden current. An unseen energy pulses in the air, dense, resonant, unmistakably spiritual. Bit by bit, the ash pulls itself together, molding into a figure. A moment later, the form is complete. Yu Qian, standing tall and whole once again. His voice is steady, resolute, as he declares his allegiance to Lu Fan. He reveals that the oath was sealed by a powerful purple decree, binding his loyalty beyond question. Suddenly, the system panel appears before Lu Fan, listing Yu Qian's attributes in detail: his strength, combat style, elemental affinity, and current level. Every stat confirms that Lu Fan has just gained a significant asset. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected someone completely reduced to ash to return, fully restored, as if nothing had happened. He quietly categorizes the resurrection ability as dangerously rare, possibly outlawed. It's the kind of power that changes the rules entirely. His mind shifts to his current force. Among his top-tier, 4th-stage elite squad, Long dominates the field with impenetrable defense, crafting shields few can break. Yu Qian, freshly added, brings raw offensive power and superb control. With both on his side, Lu Fan senses his team solidifying, dangerous, disciplined, and growing stronger. Overhead, his dragons continue their aerial patrol, sharp-eyed and alert. Lu Fan lifts his gaze for a moment, then shifts his thoughts back to recent losses, Long Eru and Hong Yutian. He wonders if word has reached their clans yet. If it has, he doubts they'll stay quiet. Families of that caliber never let something like this slide. Far away, inside the Long clan's main estate, the mood is grim. The grand hall feels heavy as Long Xing steps forward, eyes fixed on the throne. There sits the clan's king, an ancestral powerhouse at level 98, known as the blood-free Heavenly Rider. The king demands answers. Without hesitation, Long Xing speaks. His voice doesn't waver. He confirms the worst. The reports are true. He explains how the dragon tremor technique struck with overwhelming force. So fast, so violent, that Long Eru never even had the chance to defend himself. He paints the scene with brutal clarity. Each strike from the dragon results in instant death. No time to react. Even third-stage cultivators collapse within seconds, unable to last a heartbeat against the storm. The room falls into stunned silence. Not a single elder speaks. The weight of Long Xing's revelation has shaken them all. The king, composed despite the tension, finally breaks the quiet, his voice low but steady, as he questions how someone from the Yi family could have even reached Long Eru, let alone killed him. Before anyone can answer, another elder cuts in, steering the conversation. He says the real threat isn't just the death of Long Eru. It's the message that came with Dragon Tremor. A brutal demand. The Long family must surrender their territories and all major resources within 3 days, or be wiped out. The king says nothing, lost in heavy thought. The tension in the hall builds. One voice finally dares to ask what's on everyone's mind. What are they going to do? There's no time to respond. A thunderous boom rocks the rooftop. Dust rains down from the rafters as the room trembles. Heads snap upward. Seconds later, the doors slam open. A figure storms in, his voice thunderous, filled with rage. Long Chongkong. It's an elder from the Hong family. Eyes burning with fury, grief carved deep into his features. He doesn't wait for permission to speak. He demands answers. He's here for justice. His grandson, Hong Yutian, is dead. Long Chongkong's gaze sharpens. His response is laced with scorn. He calls the accusations foolish, mocks the idea that the Long family would ever side with the Yi clan. He scoffs at the Hong family's weakness, blaming them for their own failure to defeat Yi forces and now looking for scapegoats. But the Hong elder refuses to let it slide. His voice sharpens, accusing Long Eru of being behind his grandson's death, acting under the Ye's influence or even in partnership with them. The words strike deep, fueled by sorrow and fury. Long Xing is stunned. He can't believe what he's hearing. He speaks up, confused and defensive, reminding everyone that his brother, Long Eru, was killed by Lu Fan's dragon. He sought himself. Turning toward the elder, Long Xing protests, insisting that Long Eru had no ties to Lu Fan and certainly no part in Hong Yuqian's death. The Hong elder locks eyes with him, demanding again, was he absolutely sure? The fury in his voice fades into something colder. His next words are a threat. If Long Xing is lying, the punishment will be worse than death. Long Xing flinches, his confidence crumbling. Instinctively, he moves behind Long Chongkong, seeking protection. Chongkong steps forward. His voice rings out, calm but commanding. He reminds the grieving elder that whatever pain they carry, this is still the Long family's domain. That fact alone should not be forgotten. The Hong elder says nothing more, but his clenched fists and storm-filled gaze speak volumes. Long Chongkong finally confirms it. Long Eru is dead. Long Xing gives a silent nod, his expression grim. The family leader takes a breath and offers a new angle. What if someone had used necromancy to manipulate Long Eru's corpse, creating the illusion that he was aiding the Yi clan? The suggestion ignites fury. Both elders bristle, their auras surging, dark, oppressive, and dangerous. But Chung Kong doesn't flinch. He presses on, explaining that Lu Fan, the dragon tamer, had deliberately allowed Long Xing to survive and return at the surrender notice. It wasn't cruelty. It was calculated, a message meant to shake them. The Hong elder growls, revealing he too received the same threat. In a fit of rage, he slams his fist into the floor. Stones scatter across the room. His voice roars above the debris. How could the Yi family have become so bold in just 2 short months? Chung Kong's voice sharpens. He calls it hubris and declares that pride like that will be their undoing. Vengeance is coming. As he speaks, the image of the dragon flashes through his thoughts. He raises a hand, and flames ignite. He turns to the others, voice steady, and warns them. It's not a spell or weapon that makes the Yi family dangerous. It's the dragon tamer and his beasts. Longxing steps in, laying out what he's observed. One dragon strikes with silent precision, like an assassin. The other crashes through enemies with overwhelming force. Together, they make an unstoppable pair. The Hong elder strokes his beard, his tone shifting to cold calculation. Dragon tamers, he says, aren't untouchable. If the beast can be restrained, the tamer falls. And when the tamer dies, the dragons are banished to their pet space. Still, he admits, the Long dragon is not easy prey. Chung Kong offers a sliver of reassurance. The Long clan has a secret weapon, a son blessed with the bloodline of an AO god. With that power, he explains, they can lock onto the dragon's energy and trace them instantly once a mark is made. Silence falls again. The elders sit with the weight of that revelation. But it's the Hong elder who finally breaks it. If the Yi family dares to threaten 2 ancestral clans, they must have more cards to play. Chung Kong waves off the thought. Enough speculation. The Yi family must be crushed. Their arrogance must be answered with force. The power of Long and Hong will not be shaken by a single beastmaster. Then his voice softens just briefly. He confesses he once considered bringing Lu Fan into the Hong family. But when his eyes open again, all warmth is gone. Only cold resolve remains. Far from the tensions of the Long estate, dusk settles over the Yi mansion, the sky a deepening indigo. 2 guards stand casually at the gate, their stance relaxed, until the ground begins to rumble beneath their feet. One glances at the other. Did you feel that? Probably an earthquake, the second replies, uncertain. That hope fades quickly. A crow cuts through the sky, its caw sharp as the rising dust. From within the swirling haze, shadows emerge, blood-eyed wolves, dozens of them, snarling in unison as their claws tear into the earth. The guards snap upright. These aren't wild animals. It's the beginning of a beast tide. The pack moves like a single organism, driven by something far more primal than rage. Their howls echo like drums of war. The guards exchange a single look. No more waiting. They turn and run. The Yi family must be warned. War is at their doorstep. The aroma of freshly cooked rice and spicy dishes fills the air as Lu Fan and the young lady settle down for their meal. Just as they begin, a faint tremor ripples beneath them. Lu Fan's eyes sharpen. He leans in, voice low. Was that an earthquake? The young lady turns quickly, head tilted, trying to listen. But before she can speak, the room is interrupted by an anxious staff member who hurries in and whispers something urgent. There's trouble. The beast tide has started. She stiffens and repeats the phrase under her breath. Beast tide. Lu Fan's gaze meets hers. He nods. We need to check outside. Cut to the outside of the Yi clan's estate. Soldiers are already mobilizing. Weapons drawn, they stand ready at the gates. Darkness thickens, and from it, a pack of wolves emerges, their glowing red eyes cutting through the dusk. Above them, an old man floats in the sky beside a sky dragon. His voice roars across the battlefield, dripping with fury. He demands to know how the Yi clan dared to kill Xing, yet expects the Hong clan to surrender in just 3 days. His words are seething. He accuses them of breaking old bonds, of spilling the blood of the Long family without remorse. He declares that this attack is their doing. Clad in iron, riding his dragon, the old man raises his hand toward the Yi clan and gives the order. Destroy the manor. Leave no survivors. The wolves charge. Yi clan guards shout in defiance, rallying to protect their home. The wolves hit from the front, and then from above, red mana pours down like a storm. The air grows tense as guards realize they're being trapped. We're surrounded, one guard yells. Another calls out, panicked, we can't hold them off. The lead defender clenches his jaw, readying himself as the red mana slams into a glowing blue barrier. The magical shield holds firm, absorbing the impact of both the wolves and a downpour of crimson energy. The battle has truly begun. The glowing shield holding back the assault only fuels the fury of the Long and Hong clan leaders. The old man lets out a furious cry, demanding how such a barrier could still be standing. He scoffs at the idea that even a legendary defense scroll could withstand that kind of force. Confused and angry, he questions what hidden strength the Yi clan is relying on. From the enemy ranks, another voice mutters in disbelief. They never imagined the Yi family still had cards this strong left to play. Then, Lufan steps onto the battlefield, flanked by Xiaofai and Missy. A system notification flashes. The Eternal War Barrier is now active, surrounding them in a protective field. Lufan surveys the scene. Even now, their enemies don't seem to grasp reality. He notes that despite 4 evolution states, today's musketeers are still trapped in their own arrogance. His words go unnoticed by the opposing clans. Missy shouts out, frustrated. Both clans are clearly working together to crush the Yi Manor. Long Chong Kong fixes his gaze on them and declares confidently, if there's a dragon present, it's him. Lufan doesn't miss a beat. He nods, calm and collected, replying that yes, Long Chong Kong might be the only dragon he sees, but his tone is drenched in irony. Missy steps in, sharp and direct. She tells Long Chong Kong to watch his mouth. Lufan now leads the Yi clan, and his authority isn't up for debate. That it's a nerve. Long Chong Kong laughs bitterly, calling them arrogant fools. He sneers. How can they still act so superior with just a few dragons? He vows that the combined might of the Long and Hong clans will show them what a true, noble alliance can do. But Lufan remains unfazed, even amused. He dismisses their reliance on brute numbers and mocks their belief that a beast wave and some artificial breakthroughs could ever topple the Yi clan. To him, it's a joke. Missy glares at the Long clan elders, her fury barely contained. With a quiet command from Lufan, his dragons begin to move. One by one, they reveal themselves, dozens, maybe more, gathering at his back. The Long clan stares in stunned silence. Long Chong Kong's voice quivers as he asks how Lufan could possibly command so many dragons. The old man tries to laugh it off, but unease creeps into his voice. He insists that real dragons are almost mythical. Finding one should be harder than reaching the heavens. And yet, Lufan stands there, surrounded by dragons like they're nothing more than loyal beasts at his side. A sudden system notification lights up. Natural assimilation has begun. The mana released by the smaller dragons, born from Lufan's companions, now flows back to enhance their power even further. Long Chong Kong stares, stunned. A part of him wonders, could he one day summon dragons too? Meanwhile, the old man grows increasingly uneasy, the question gnawing at him. Just how deep do Lufan's powers go? Lufan, still composed, gives a short whistle. He speaks lightly. There's no need to panic. What comes next will be even more unbelievable. Missy stands proudly at his side, glowing with admiration. Then, Lufan calls out, and 2 figures step forward through the haze. Long Eru and Yuqin appear. Shock ripples through the crowd. The ancestors of the Long and Hong clans freeze. Speechless. Their own sons now serve Lufan. Another alert sounds. Corpse Dragon Control is now active, granting Lufan command over puppets created from the bodies of fallen sacred dragons. The old man watches in grim silence. He knows what this means. Even a single one of these puppets could tear apart an entire noble clan. He recalls how the mighty Taisher kingdom fell, all because of Lufan. Long Chong Kong's confidence starts to fracture. The wolves under his command begin to tremble. Is this battle already lost? A golden light flares around Lufan. He raises his voice. He wants to see how long their so-called noble elite can last before being crushed. His eyes glow with a yellow blaze. Flames twist around his body, and in the blink of an eye, he transforms into a towering yellow dragon. Gasps erupt from the Long clan. It's one thing to command dragons, but to become one? His power, now, feels almost limitless. Without pause, Lufan gives another order. Xiaofi is to initiate Jade Mirror Clone. Xiaofi complies, and a dark, chilling aura washes over the battlefield. A system message confirms the skill's activation. The yellow dragon splits, again and again, until the sky is filled with identical clones. Lufan declares boldly, he's never feared being outnumbered. The old man falters. Doubt eats away at his resolve. Was attacking the Yi clan their fatal mistake? Lufan's voice thunders. None of them will leave here alive. Another system update appears. Dragon language replication is now in effect. His dragons are multiplying once more. Then, one of the yellow dragons lets out a mighty roar, unleashing a torrent of white-hot flames. The system tags the move, Lava Burst. The flames erupt across the battlefield, spreading like a wildfire, devouring everything in their path. Reacting fast, the old man raises an energy shield, strands of light twisting through the sky as they form a protective barrier. Long Chong Kong tries to shelter himself beneath his wings, but the searing flames draw closer with every second. Then, the system announces a new attack, roaring thunder. Bolts of lightning tear down from above, hammering the battlefield in rapid succession. Before the ground can settle, another assault follows, falling stars. The sky above turns into a glowing constellation, and beams of starlight begin to rain down in waves. The old man's breath catches. Panic claws at him. He looks around, dazed, the chaos swallowing everything. A cold realization dawns. This is no ordinary battle. This is a massacre. Faced with Lu Fan's unrelenting power, the thought hits him like a blow. There may be no way out. A sudden system alert shakes the battlefield. The dragons have unleashed a terrifying new ability, Starfall, a forbidden technique that channels ancient dragon language magic. As the skies ignite with their power, dragons sweep overhead while utter chaos consumes the ground below. Clan members scream, fleeing in all directions, powerless against the catastrophe descending from above. The assault doesn't stop there. The dragons continue bombarding the land with lava burst, turning everything in their path to fire and ruin. One dragon beats its massive wings, triggering a thunderous explosion that sends flames tearing across the land. In the midst of the devastation, the Hong and Long family elders yell over the mayhem, their voices barely audible as they try to shield themselves with enchanted talismans. The elder steadies himself, gritting out that he's been holding back barely. But now he warns, if they don't eliminate Lu Fan immediately, both clans will be wiped out. He glares at Long Chong Kong, questioning why they're still holding on to grudges when total destruction looms. Long Chong Kong hesitates, then concedes. He admits that the old man's mastery of curses surpasses anything Lu Fan can throw at them. They have no choice. They must fight together. Their pact is forged on urgency. Once the Yi clan falls, the Long clan will deploy its armies for 3 months. When the dust settles, they'll divide the spoils. No backing out. With hands clasped, both figuratively and literally, their alliance is sealed. The elder lifts 2 fingers skyward. His cards spiral around him like orbiting stars, glowing with immense energy. Wind whips around him as he announces this is his strongest binding skill, powerful enough to freeze any enemy of equal rank for 10 full seconds. A protective bubble forms around him as Lu Fan, still in his dragon form, surges toward them. Meanwhile, Long Chong Kong grips the signed agreement tightly. The elder declares the end of the dragon menace is near. But before he can finish, Long Chong Kong snaps, his pride flaring. He absorbs red mana, raises the paper dramatically, and scoffs at the idea of needing guidance. In that instant, red mana bursts from 2 ruptures in the ground, glowing with a fierce crimson hue. Nearby wild wolves suddenly convulse, their eyes lighting up with savage energy. Empowered by the mana, they grow even more violent, unpredictable, deadly, and utterly unhinged. Lu Fan watches silently as a towering yellow explosion, rimmed in red light, spirals outward like a vortex, threatening to swallow the entire battlefield. The blast's center expands relentlessly, a growing void of destruction. Nearby, Miss Ye's anxiety intensifies. She cries out to Lu Fan, her voice trembling, begging for his help. From a distance, Long Chong Kong sneers, full of smug satisfaction. He declares that a fake, shape-shifted dragon like Lu Fan couldn't possibly survive a direct hit from both him and the Hong clan's second elder. He scoffs, calling Lu Fan a dead rat, sure that the battle is over. But as all eyes remain locked on the glowing inferno, Lu Fan suddenly reappears, still in his dragon form. He steps from the haze completely untouched, calm, unbothered. Then comes the voice, deeper, colder, Lu Fan himself, taunting them. Did they really think they'd finished him off? Long Chong Kong stiffens, slowly turning. Lu Fan stands right behind him. The one they struck was nothing but a jade mirror clone. Shocked and speechless, Long Chong Kong can barely process it before Lu Fan's tail coils around him like a vice. Enraged, he bellows that now that Lu Fan's true body has shown itself, he'll kill him without hesitation. Fueled by fury, he unleashes a full-force attack. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Missy fights through the chaos, fending off the wild, enchanted wolves with a staff shaped like an arrow. Even while striking down her enemies, her thoughts stay locked on Lu Fan. She calls his name again, worry plain in her voice. Back at the clash, Lu Fan catches Long Chong Kong's assault with a single hand. Effortlessly, he responds with a crushing counterstrike that sends the man flying from his dragon mouth. Long Chong Kong steadies himself in the air, golden mana flaring from his eyes. Shaken, he mutters that he once believed his strength was unmatched. Yet just one of Lu Fan's clones drained him to the edge. Now he can barely stand. His energy is gone. Weapon trembling, he questions how someone at only mid-level second transition class could shrug off such an elite barrage. But before he can piece it together, Lufan appears in front of him once more, calm, collected, and unimpressed. Lufan asks plainly, what's left for him to fight with? He lays it out without emotion. His dragons are using high-level techniques, Jade Dragon Skill, Star Dragon Skill, and Steeler Radiance form. They're advancing to Blue Dragon level, and even his beasts have grown stronger. With icy mockery, Lufan looks him in the eye and asks, do you and your so-called allies have anything left besides broken bodies and fading courage? The flames rage on, devouring the battlefield without mercy. Long Chong Kong watches in grim silence as his clanmates fall one after another. A quiet question escapes his lips. Has he led his people to their deaths? Beside him, the old man mutters that the Hong clan hasn't fared any better. Their forces, too, are nearly gone. Without warning, Lufan appears behind them, his voice cutting through the burning air. He declares that from this day forward, the Western region will know the Long and Hong clans no more. The two elders freeze. Long Chong Kong's eyes suddenly blaze red with fury. He shouts that the Long clan will never fall without a fight. At that moment, the system flashes a warning. Life Flame Soul Burn activated. A forbidden skill. 50% chance of instant death. The old man follows suit, retrieving a strange relic from his robes and whispering a spell in an unfamiliar language. A green burst erupts from the item. The system confirms Vital Devour Elixir has begun. With their survival hanging by a thread, both elders throw everything they have into one final assault. Long Chong Kong roars that even if it means burning away his soul and lifespan, he will see Lufan destroyed. The old man aligns his magical cards into the air, presses a finger to his lips, and chants. The system responds. Heaven Comedy of 10,000 Talismans activated. The two launch a synchronized barrage, lighting up the battlefield in a storm of crimson magic and blood-drenched debris. Long Chong Kong charges again, and the old man shouts for him to sync their attacks. The cards orbit Lufan, snapping into intricate patterns, forming chains that twist and bind like a living trap. For a moment, it looks like it's over. The old man breathes heavily, eyes locked on the restraint spell. He believes they've done it, finally locked Lufan down. Victory feels within reach. But then Lufan speaks. Cold, detached. He says he came here to measure the strength of the Hong clan's elders, and that the result is deeply disappointing. With a single motion, Lufan shatters every seal, every chain, every magical construct around him. The barriers explode into nothing. The old man's expression crumbles. His eyes go wide. Horror creeps across his face. They hadn't restrained him, not even for a second. And now, the truth hits with terrifying clarity. Before this power, they are completely and hopelessly outmatched. Lufan completely lets go, his body igniting with untamed yellow flames. With a sharp voice, he announces it's his turn to move. Just then, the system sends out an alert. Lufan has activated the dragon language replication technique. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the old man doesn't hesitate. He throws up a wall of enchanted cards, sensing the threat in Lufan's sudden surge of power. He knows this next move might decide everything. Another system alert flashes, this time declaring that the old man has used the Mystic Talisman Spirit Shield, one of the 12 legendary elemental talismans. But it's not enough. The yellow dragon's eyes go pale, turning a ghostly white. In a low voice, it states that no matter what happens, they'll have to survive this next blow. And then, fire erupts. A roaring blaze pours from the dragon's mouth, a tidal surge of flames flying straight toward the old man. His scream echoes through the battlefield. The system confirms it. Lufan's dragon has launched the lava burst technique. The flames consume everything in their path. The protective cards can't withstand the heat. They ignite, crackle, and disintegrate midair like burnt leaves. A moment later, the old man crashes to the ground, his charred cards scattering around him. Lufan shifts back into his human form, calm and collected, and walks forward. He nears the wounded Long clan elders. One of them groans out a warning, saying that even their divine archer could pierce through god-level stealth, yet somehow Lufan and his dragons remain unseen. They can't figure out how. Lufan glances at the bloodied corpse of a Long soldier and gives a cold smile. If they mean the little bug lurking in the shadows, he says they're too late. His dragons have already located him. He's seen everything. He mocks them without restraint, and it hits hard. Long coughs up blood, shaken by how fast control is slipping through their fingers. The elder beside him barely manages to stay upright, his body shaking from the damage. Lufan's expression turns grim. He tells them the final message has already been sent. Hand over the resource transfer agreement, or face complete destruction. Judging by their silence, they've made their choice. He He takes a final look at them and says their downfall is their own doing. If they still have anything left to say, they can speak it in the afterlife. Long Chong Kong, battered and drained, spits out a last warning. Lufan may not fear the Long clan, but he has no idea what kind of powers are backing them. The old man lifts a shaking finger and declares that both their clans are under the protection of the Ark clan, a powerful Class A faction with level 100 elites who could wipe Lufan out without breaking a sweat. Lufan doesn't even flinch. He casually sticks a pinky in his ear and asks, half laughing, if they're done with the scare tactics. Long Chong Kong stares, clearly shaken by Lufan's complete disregard. The old man shouts again, pleading with Lufan to reconsider, warning him of the storm he's about to unleash. But Lufan just shrugs. If they're that proud of their so-called backers, he tells them they're welcome to go meet them in the afterlife. Yellow energy begins to surge at Lufan's feet. One by one, his dragons reappear, each surrounded by a glowing aura of distinct energy. Thunder cracks above as dark clouds roll in. The sky turns ominous. The old man stares in disbelief. Lufan is actually serious about going all the way. A battle of no return. Lufan calmly replies that maybe someone from their precious Ark clan will show up, but only to witness their final moments. Now all of his dragons float behind him in a perfect arc, wings wide, eyes fierce. Long Chong Kong roars in desperation. If Lufan kills them now, he'll have the entire noble realm coming after him. Lufan's gaze sharpens. His eyes glow gold as mana gathers at his fingertips. He raises one hand, and with a steady voice, says this is exactly what he's hoping for. High above, mana of all elements begins to swirl and converge, lighting up the sky like a constellation. Lufan announces that he's been saving this technique, and today he'll finally use it. The old man watches anxiously, eyes narrowing, trying to understand what's unfolding before him. Is Lufan really about to merge all 5 of his dragons into himself? Before he can make sense of it, a massive white dragon appears behind Lufan, radiating pure energy. Lufan steps forward, expression unwavering. He declares that this is the perfect moment to test his new power on them. The system confirms. Wealth of 10,000 dragons technique activated. Lufan is now fused with all of his dragons at once. The white dragon releases a shining orb, which splits into countless smaller ones. These glowing spheres hover in the air, surrounding the Long and Hong clan ancestors. Their terrified screams fill the battlefield. They're completely trapped. Lufan lifts his hand and gives the order. A blazing blue beam erupts from the white dragon, launching the orbs forward. The ancestral leaders shout out in panic, swearing that the Ning clan will avenge them, but it's too late. The orbs slam into them, exploding on impact, carving deep fractures into the earth beneath their feet. Missy arrives at the battlefield, rushing straight toward Lufan. She calls out his name, clearly worried. Still cloaked in his dragonic aura, Lufan glances her way and asks if she's scared. She shakes her head. She's not afraid, just stunned. She admits she saw him fall earlier, and for a brief moment, thought he was gone for good. Her voice trembles as she continues. Before she could even catch her breath, Lufan was back on his feet, wiping out both the Long and Hong clans in one devastating sweep. Lufan turns to her and quietly says that protecting her was never just for appearances. Miss Ye's face flushes, and she quickly looks away, words caught in her throat. After a pause, she composes herself and states that with the enemy leaders and their elite forces taken out, the remnants won't last long. This, she says, is the perfect time to seize total control. Lufan nods in agreement and sets his sights on the Long clan's domain. Missy offers to finish off what's left of them. She rises into the air, her staff glowing brightly at her side, a fairy trailing just behind her. Lufan turns his focus to the maps, considering the Long clan stronghold. Could it be one of the sites marked on the 2 god-tier trigger maps? He spreads his wings and lifts into the sky. Mid-flight, the system chimes, 17 million chi enthalpy technique activated. This unlocks the stellar code, a rare, celestial summoning path. His dragon companion's Star Dragon skill jumps to level 40, soaring close behind. Lufan scans through the system updates, taking in a flood of enhancements. As he expected, the stellar radiance form's earlier limitations were just a phase. Now, that barrier has shattered, unleashing a transformation capable of shaking worlds. Ahead of him, the white dragon forms an orb pulsing with electric power. Threads of mana light ripple outward, painting the sky in radiant patterns. The system confirms again, 17 million chi enthalpy, now in full effect. A torrent of elemental mana storms across the heavens. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Long Xing stands alone on a desolate road. He whispers that there's still no sign of his patriarch. An unshakable dread clings to him, cold and sharp. Suddenly, a blinding beam slams into the earth nearby. He stumbles back, eyes wide, scanning the sky above. What he sees freezes him in place. Lightning arcs across the clouds, mana of every color swirling together in a chaotic dance. The very sky seems to blaze. Longxing stands rooted, unable to make sense of the storm breaking loose overhead. His voice cracks as he mutters, utterly lost in the face of a power far beyond his understanding. Lufan stood tall in the center of Long Street, his black dragon looming silently at his side. He pondered the sheer force of his ultimate move, Dragon, let me presume. If fully unleashed, it could wipe a city clean off the map. After weighing the risk, he took a step forward and placed a hand on a golden box at his feet. The moment he opened it, a brilliant yellow light burst out, flooding the area. Just then, a system alert chimed in. He had reached a hidden trigger zone and obtained a Flame Dragon Warrior's legacy, a relic once held by the Golden Dragon Kings. Another message followed. This was his third piece of the Golden Dragon Kings set. Just 2 more to complete it. Details of the set popped up immediately. It listed powerful enhancements. A skill book titled Scorching Dragon's Wrath, a scroll to erase enchantment levels, one to improve enchant quality, another for pet enchantment, and one more to unlock an additional summon slot. Holding the treasure, Lufan couldn't help but smile. He had been worried. His pet slots were already maxed out. But now, with this scroll, he could hatch another dragon. Better yet, the pet enchant scroll meant his Shadow Dragon King could gain a new ability. He also noted that his Snake Dragon charm could now ascend to the Legends tier. The golden chest had been more than worth the effort. With his new loot secured, Lufan climbed onto his dragon's back. They soared into the sky as he murmured to himself. It was time to return to his senior. The scene shifts. Back at the Hong clan estate, clan members gathered, each holding sealed boxes. The mood was tense. Out of nowhere, a loud voice echoed through the courtyard, making Missy flinch. A man sprinted toward her, dropped to his knees, and clutched her legs. His voice cracked as he introduced himself. Hong Xinghang, once the manager of the outer hall. Though the Hong clan's name had fallen far, he said, they still had 500 to 600 loyal men and several resource points left. Bowing low, he offered to reorganize and contribute all remaining assets to her. With exaggerated humility, he pledged himself fully to the Yi clan, claiming he wanted no part in the Hong clan's downfall. He vowed loyalty, swearing never to betray them, acting as though this surrender had been his plan all along. A calm but firm voice cut through the tense moment. You better mean what you just said. Hong Xinghang froze. Slowly, he turned around to see Lufan standing there, wings outstretched, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. With a steady gaze, Lufan warned, if you ever turn on the Yi clan, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Missia's eyes lit up the moment she saw him. You've been watching over me all along, haven't you? She asked, her voice filled with relief. Nearby, Hong Yangchun stiffened and whispered under his breath, stunned. Lufan, he never lets up. He's terrifying when it comes to loyalty. Lufan raised his hand, summoning a blue monolith that hovered in the air. Turning toward Missy, he spoke plainly. There aren't many Yi clan members left. Handling all of this isn't easy. Maybe it's best if I take over for now. This isn't just about fighting anymore, and the Hong clan won't be a problem. Missy looked at him, eyes soft, clearly agreeing without a word. Hong Yangchun stepped forward, lifting his arm in a solemn pledge. From now on, your words are law. I'll follow every order without question. Lufan folded his wings away and gave his first command. You've got 3 days. Merge every bit of the Hong clan's resources and show me something real. Understood. Hong Yangchun bowed quickly and dashed off to start his task. Missy watched him leave, then turned back to Lufan with a quiet smile. What about the Long clan? Is it settled? Lufan rubbed his hand thoughtfully. Most likely, judging by the destruction left behind, it's already over. Missy turned and beckoned him. Come with me. There's something I want to show you. Lufan followed, intrigued. She pulled out a bundle of documents. As she explained, his eyes widened. She had already prepared everything. He now had the authority to take control of all 3 clans. I planned for this, she said calmly. If we won, the clans would merge, and you take the lead. Lufan looked at her, genuinely moved. I appreciate it, but that was never my intention. I'm not here to take power. I just wanted to help you. Missy smiled, her voice warm. I can manage for now, but if you ever change your mind, the position will always be yours. Lufan looked off to the side, scratching the back of his head. So this is your way of giving me a gift? Huh, he said with a crooked smile. Missy stepped a little closer, her tone softer now. Have you ever thought, maybe I want to give myself to you too? Lufan's face flushed instantly. He stumbled over his words, looking away. I've never really thought about it like that. With a playful chuckle, She pressed the stack of documents gently against his chest. Relax, I'm just teasing. These are full of resource maps, secrets, and hidden leads. Take your pick, whatever catches your eye. Lufan started flipping through the documents, his interest growing. One particular sheet caught his attention. He pulled it out and turned to her. What about this one? Want to check it out? Miss Ye's eyes widened when she saw the image. That's the flying immortal ancient shrine. The next day, the skies were calm as Lufan and Miss Yi soared together through the clouds. She looked over at him. Are you sure this is where you want to go? You only get one shot at it. No matter your level, you'll only gain a single level from it. Lufan kept his gaze ahead, but gave her a sideways glance. I know, and I also know the shrine will come back around again eventually. But if I don't go now, it'll keep me up at night. Soon, they descended at the entrance to the shrine. A crowd was already waiting and rushed forward, welcoming them with enthusiasm. Some began praising the Yi clan and pledging loyalty, eager to impress. Miss Yi raised a hand. There's no need for showy words. If you're loyal to the Yi clan, you'll be rewarded. But betray us, and you'll face the consequences. To her surprise, every head nodded in agreement. No one dared push back. Lufan stepped forward and began climbing the shrine's stone stairs. Missy stopped just short of the gate. I've already used my entry once, she said softly, so I can't go in again. But don't worry, I'll be right here when you come out. Lufan turned and met her gaze. He gave a simple nod, then crossed the threshold. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Application zone. Entered. Inside, the space was silent, lit by a soft glow. A massive training dummy stood ahead, unmoving. Lufan scanned the area, muttering to himself. So this is it? His thoughts drifted toward the dragon egg he had yet to hatch. There was no telling what lay ahead, but something in this place was calling to him. Seated before the poison dragon egg, a familiar spark ignited in Lufan's chest. It had been ages since he'd last seen a dragon egg, not since that fateful time with Bao. As he cradled the egg carefully, he bowed his head with gratitude. Thanks to the senior's blessing, he murmured. I'll have the Huang family send people to restore this old shrine once I get back. Then, catching sight of the book in his hand, he laughed quietly. I got so caught up with the egg, I completely forgot about this. Turning his attention to the worn pages, he recognized the item as an explorer's notebook, once belonging to a seasoned wilderness adventurer. The cover was frayed, the pages yellowed and brittle, yet the tiny, handwritten entries inside were still readable. As he flipped through, one account caught his eye, an entry dated January 30th, year 589 of the Dragon Kingdom calendar. It told the story of 3 adventurers who had stumbled upon a wounded giant dragon deep inside Fallen Dragon Valley. One of them had perished in the encounter, but the remaining 2 believe his death had paved the way for something greater. They hoped to tame the beast and salvage the corpse of another dragon nearby for rare crafting materials. Confident in their strength as 4th-tier warriors, they prepared a taming scroll, only for everything to go horribly wrong. The dragon let out a thunderous roar that shattered their illusions in an instant. As poison gas flooded the area, they clung to vines, trying to escape the suffocating cloud. The narrator fled in terror, his skin burning and lungs choking from the toxins, while his teammates' screams echoed behind him. He admitted to leaving them behind, surviving only long enough to scrawl this final warning. Never enter Fallen Dragon Valley again. Never disturb the dragon that slumbers beneath it, a monster so powerful it rivaled a deity. The last words named the beast, devoured demon dragon abyssal. Lufan closed the notebook slowly, the weight of the story settling in. Then, his eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered something critical. The seed of the flying dragon divine wood. He'd obtained it long ago, during a hidden quest in the flying dragon mausoleum. Back then, the divine wood had already been overtaken by the devoured demon dragon's minions. At the time, he'd lacked the strength and the clues to move forward. But now, the path forward finally seemed clear. As he rolled out a fiery device, Lufan remembered something important. The summon slot expansion scroll he'd acquired earlier. That meant only one thing. He could finally tame a dragon. Behind him, four glowing summoning circles rotated, their light pulsing softly. From each one, dragons began to emerge. Facing a poison dragon egg, Lufan announced with pride, "Looks like we got ourselves a new member." Activating the scroll, a screen materialized, listing out the names and levels of the dragons. The sky dragon took the lead, calling the rest over to the egg. Lufan watched them gather, remarking that the baby poison dragon would soon be joining their little family. He looked at Xiaoye and Bao, giving them a heads up. You too, don't pick on your new sibling later. Just then, the egg gave off an eerie glow. A strange, riding energy swirled around it, and green liquid oozed from the cracks. Lufan's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. No baby dragon appeared, just thick poison gas seeping out. Xiaoye, nearby started gasping for air. Finally, the egg cracked open. Lu Fan immediately noticed the taming had worked. The contact slot updated with the dragon's info. Stats lit up on the screen: level, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. He frowned a bit. Nothing impressive, except for the spirit stat, which stood out, though it was still short by about 1,394 points for what he expected. He kept scrolling and muttered, half to himself, "Wait, its passives are insane." One note caught his attention. If it takes lethal damage, its body dissolves and it revives automatically. Another said, anyone who touches it gets infected with poison. Lu Fan was stunned. So if it doesn't even need healing, it just comes back to life. That's different. At that exact moment, Bao smashed the last bit of eggshell and a green-scaled dragon sprang out. Lu Fan quickly warned Bao, "It's not food." The little dragon flinched and bolted. The rest of the group, including Lu Fan, stared after it. It squeaked like a frightened mouse, clearly scared of everything. To everyone's surprise, Bao gently chased after it, caught up, and softly said, "Got you." The tiny poison dragon let out a shy little chirp, unexpectedly cute. Lu Fan stepped in and gently lifted the newborn into his arms. Lu Fan noticed something odd about the newborn. Its body felt more like slime than scales, and his hand was now coated in green liquid. Still, he stayed calm. Thanks to his bloodline affinity, poison didn't affect him. The other dragons glanced at each other, clearly confused by what they were seeing. Lu Fan, however, remained composed. Looking at the little creature in his hand, he commented on its strange, squeaky cry and said, "I'll call you Xiaoji." He gently encouraged the hatchling. "Go ahead and eat your eggshell. It'll help you grow strong." The dragon's timid nature surprised him. He quietly figured it might have some sort of social anxiety. Handing Xiaoji over, he turned to one of the other dragons and said, "Xiao Fei, watch over her. Make sure she eats enough." As the two dragons stood side by side, Lu Fan noticed something. They looked surprisingly alike despite being different types. He figured they'd get along just fine. Xiaoji's abilities were rare. She could absorb all kinds of poisons, stack toxins, and showed no limit to how much she could store. Her potential was massive. Lu Fan's grin widened. Perfect, he thought. Fallen Dragon Valley was teeming with poisonous creatures. In 3 days, when they set off, it'd be Xiaoji's moment to shine. Seated among his dragons, Lu Fan quietly reflected on the last 3 days inside the flying immortal ancient shrine. Breaking the silence, he told them, "In this short time, I've hit level 49 and unlocked Weapon Master." The new passive skill specialized in forward-style weapons, enhancing aim and lowering enemy evasion. He glanced over at Xiaoji. Thanks to her low starting level, she'd gained experience rapidly and had already reached level 13. She'd even picked up a new ability, Netherworld Guardian. Thinking back, Lu Fan realized he'd come to understand her well. She's not like the others, he mused. She's shy, nervous, avoids confrontation, and doesn't have an aggressive bone in her body. But when it comes to slipping away unnoticed, she's got real talent. With Bao's help and constant encouragement, Xiaoji had slowly started to open up. Eventually, she let her guard down completely and grew especially close to Xiao Fei. Now that the 3-day mark had passed and Xiaoji had gained a new skill, it was time to move on. Just as Lu Fan was getting ready to leave the shrine, Miss Yi appeared. Her eyes immediately landed on Xiaoji. "What's this adorable thing?" she asked with a bright smile. Lu Fan chuckled. "Her name's Xiaoji. She's my newest companion." Miss Yi leaned forward, intrigued. "Can I touch her? She looks like jelly." She reached out playfully. Lu Fan raised a hand. "Careful, she's not like the others. She's extremely anxious around people." Seeing Xiaoji start to fidget, he quickly stored her away before things got overwhelming. Then, turning to Missy, he asked, "Have you been waiting long?" She laughed. "Almost forgot. I came with news." Then she cleared her throat, suddenly switching to a formal tone. "This is the principal speaking now." Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. She continued, "Zhao Xingming reached out yesterday. The final assessment at Dragon City Academy is being arranged. He said your participation isn't necessary given your strength, but I disagree. As a student of our school, you should be there." Lu Fan held up a hand. "Drop the principal voice. Just talk to me normally." As they strolled side by side, Miss Ye's demeanor shifted. "All right then, senior sister Moses." With a warm smile, she added, "Feels like just yesterday that teacher Guru brought me in. You've always been running around, bouncing between the extreme North and Taichi Nation. No wonder time flies." Lu Fan turned to Miss Yi and said there was somewhere he wanted to visit before the final exam. "Do you know where Fallen Dragon Valley is?" he asked. Her eyes widened. "Why do you want to go there?" Lu Fan blinked. "Wait, you actually know where it is?" She nodded slowly, then said, "My grandfather's death is tied to that place." She went on to explain what had happened 6 months earlier in the bottom ravine of Fallen Dragon Valley. Her grandfather, the former head of the Yi family, had led an expedition deep into the western frontier with 3 fourth-tier masters. Confident in both power and experience, they ventured all the way to the valley floor, hoping to claim it as part of their territory. But they didn't realize they'd wandered into a restricted zone. They reached a wide-open area, but what awaited them there was far beyond their ability to handle. One of the elders warned her grandfather to be careful, sensing danger. He ordered a full retreat, intending to regroup and return with stronger forces. But during the escape, he was exposed to a poison that not even the priests of Dragon City could cure. He collapsed, surrounded by grief-stricken followers. That tragedy opened the door for the Huang and Long families to stir up conflict. As he lay dying, her grandfather had held Miss Ye's hand and told her that he heard a single dragon's roar echo from the valley's depths during their retreat. With his last breath, he said he still believed the valley should one day belong to the Yi family. Finishing her story, she looked directly at Lu Fan. That's why Fallen Dragon Valley is a hidden asset of our clan. So why are you heading there? Lu Fan answered without hesitation. I triggered a hidden quest to slay a dragon king-level creature. Miss Yi was visibly shocked, but not entirely surprised. Of course someone like you would get something like that. I know the risk, he said, but I got the tools now to survive. What I need is your support. She didn't even hesitate. You have it. I'm one of the decision-makers in the Yi family, so I can give you the valley's exact location. Lu Fan nodded. Thank you. Head back to Yi Manor and get ready. We move out tomorrow. That afternoon, the scene cut to Old Huang Manor, where a powerful fist slammed into the ground, cracking it apart. Nearby, a terrified boy burst into tears. Standing in the courtyard, Ning Tu stared coldly ahead and announced, the tribute's 3 days late. Looks like the Huang family's in trouble again. One man stepped forward, pleading, please stop. This isn't even the Huang family anymore. Ning ignored him completely. Where's the core of the earth? My sister's still waiting for it. Panic swept the crowd as someone screamed. It's over. Run. Another voice shouted. Young Master Ning is here. We're finished. A confused bystander asked. Who's Ning? What's happening? Ning didn't bother to explain. I don't care who owns this place now. Huang Yi doesn't matter. Every tribute must be delivered. Nothing missing. With that, he raised his hand and gave a command. Ghost generals go. One of the ghost generals immediately activated its left eye, glowing red. The ground exploded as rubble flew in all directions, launching people into the air. As panic erupted, the ghost's second eye lit up, doubling its destructive power. Screams echoed across the manor. What's going on? Someone shouted. Run. Then came a third light, purple, shining from the ghost's eyes as the devastation reached a terrifying level. Ning chuckled from a distance. They're getting flattened like bugs. Just then, a man near the mansion staggered out, alarmed by the crashing sounds. What's all this noise? What's happening out here? The ghost pressed forward, tearing through everything in sight. But Ning's smirk began to fade. Something felt off. A chill ran down his spine. This is bad, he thought. It might be me who ends up in trouble. Elsewhere, a man stood frozen, eyes wide with fear. He hadn't even had time to warn the others. It was already too late. In the wild expanse of Fallen Dragon Valley, birds cut across the misty sky as Lu Fan made his way forward, step by steady step. Eyes fixed on a translucent screen in front of him, he thought, finally, these are the exact coordinates Senior Sister gave me. He had arrived in the western frontier's most dangerous and uncharted territory, Fallen Dragon Valley. This was a level 90 area, infamous for defeating even the powerful Yi family in their attempt to claim it. Setting his pack down gently, Lu Fan recalled the moment Miss Yi handed it to him the day before. The bag was filled with rare items her grandfather had gathered, scrolls, consumables, buff food, tools meant for surviving the unpredictable horrors of the valley. Though he had insisted she didn't need to go that far, she had been firm. Too many accidents have happened here, she'd said. You need to be prepared for anything. Lu Fan had looked at her seriously and apologized for not taking her with him. She had simply replied, when it comes to dragons, I'm not much use. My focus needs to stay on managing the growing tension with the Huang family. Before he left, she had given him one final warning. Be especially careful around the Dragon King. Not long after, another girl approached Miss Yi with an urgent update. The Huang family has officially transferred the Molten Core cavern to us. Huang Yingheng is already organizing resource collection. Miss Yi nodded. I'll visit the cavern myself. You help Huang Yingheng manage the operation and keep a close eye on him. The girl gave a sharp nod and turned to carry out her task. Meanwhile, back at the former Huang family estate, Ning sat casually in the guest hall. A man bowed low before him, delivering news that made Ning raise his eyebrows in disbelief. So, she's personally gone into the mine to gather or? Ning repeated, amused. A low chuckle escaped him. A clan master who mines her own resources and lets her former enemies manage the house? Now that's something. A maid walked in and offered him tea. He accepted with a smirk. Even third-rate clans still know how to be polite. He took a sip and leaned back. Fine, I'll give them a few more days. That'll give me a chance to meet this intriguing new clan leader myself. The man bowed again, clearly relieved. Back at the edge of Fallen Dragon Valley, Lu Fan activated a small, circular gadget in his palm. The device lit up, an all-purpose magnetic light, perfect for illuminating the darker depths of the valley. Just as he was getting ready to press on, Xiaoji suddenly popped out of the bag. He shot her a quick glance. Stay inside, he said, repacking everything neatly. Moving forward, Lu Fan thought to himself, with Xiaoji by my side, this valley's poison can't touch me. A small grin formed. Time to show what real dragon combat looks like. At his command, Xiaoye and Bao surged ahead, clearing the way with ease. Lu Fan kept his pace steady, standing at the center of the formation while his dragons tore through the terrain. Watching them, he thought, if Xiaoji had been my first dragon, I might have questioned whether dragons were really the apex creatures everyone believes them to be. Suddenly, Bao halted. The path had been confirmed. But right then, a venom slime emerged, level 85. The using creature launched an acidic mucus attack that rapidly weakened defenses. Lu Fan watched with disdain. Mindless creature. Let's give Xiaoji her moment. One of his dragons roared, unleashing a wave of fire at the slime. Lu Fan immediately ordered, Xiaoye, Bao, leave one alive. Flames raged, lighting up the field. Xiaoye pulled back, but Bao shoved another slime with his legs, visibly annoyed. Lu Fan stood firm and repeated, I need one alive. There are stronger foes ahead. Turning to Xiaoji, he gave a nod. Your turn. Absorb it. As Xiaoji stepped forward to face the venom slime, a dark shadow took form nearby. Glowing red eyes lit up as it hissed something twisted and vile. The venom slime pulsed violently, reacting to the presence and growing stronger. Lu Fan didn't flinch. Xiaoji, this is how you grow. Taking his toxin, you were born for this. You'll be the strongest dragonkin one day. He mounted another dragon and sent her forward. Without hesitation, Xiaoji soared ahead. As she neared the slime, she began to absorb the poison directly, swallowing the toxins into her body. Lu Fan watched with pride as her form shimmered, letting out a quiet cry. Her level ticked up, now 14. The venom slime's attack had spiked the air's toxicity, boosting Xiaoji's resistance tier and allowing her to unlock new stacking capabilities. The moment the tanks began to absorb the benefits of the enhanced toxin, Lu Fan raised his voice with genuine excitement. That was incredible. He stepped forward, lifted Xiaoji up with both hands, and smiled. You're strong and full of promise. Someday, you'll stand right beside your big brother and sister as one of the most powerful dragons the world has ever seen. Xiaoji shifted slightly in his grasp, letting out a soft, quiet sound as a faint haze of poison swirled gently around her. The scene shifted again, revealing a translucent screen flashing the next enemy. Phosphor Fire Moth, level 86. It thrashed its wings, sending waves of glowing powder into the air. The moment the powder caught the wind, it ignited, blanketing the battlefield in a fiery mist. Anyone caught in it was blinded for 6 seconds and became 45% more vulnerable to incoming attacks. Lu Fan stood with the others, eyes locked on the display. After 2 solid hours of combat drills, Xiaoji's clearly more in tune with the rhythm of battle, he noted. With that boost in confidence, the squad moved deeper into the valley. Xiaoye and Bao led the charge, clearing the path, while Xiaoji quietly harvested remains of fallen creatures, soaking up every bit of venom she could. Among the new dangers waiting ahead was the green-arm poison scorpion, level 87. Its armored shell absorbed 70% of both physical and magical hits for a full minute, and had a rare chance to retaliate when struck. When Xiaoji absorbed its venom, her body took on its effects, inflicting a 12-second paralysis followed by 20-second speed drop of 30% on her targets. Lu Fan rested a hand gently on her. You've mastered 3 deadly toxins now. Mustard corrosion, burning, and paralysis, he said proudly. Her level had climbed to 15, and with it came a new skill, form shift. When Lu Fan checked the system screen, he blinked in disbelief. Xiaoji's new form was listed as the legendary source of all venoms, a name that appeared only in obscure records. This wasn't just evolution, it was transformation. Her body was becoming a poison swamp, turning her into a living battlefield. He stared in silence as her surroundings began to morph into a toxic marsh. Just then, he noticed a Bao off to the side, still jabbing at a bunch of mushrooms. Why are you still messing with those glow caps? Lu Fan called out. A Bao kept poking at them, watching as they lit up one by one. Shaking his head, Lu Fan made a note to pick up some toys for him once they left the valley. When he turned his attention back to Xiaoji, a new surprise was waiting. She had started to glow. A soft light radiated from her. The toxins she'd absorbed from the glow caps hadn't just been poisonous. They also gave her a faint bioluminescence. Now, Xiaoji could light the path forward. Just as the group marveled at Xiaoji's glowing transformation, the calm shattered. A writhing mass of black, revolting worms slithered out from the shadows. Level 88. Lu Fan's face twisted in disgust. Gross. Burn them all, he barked. Xiaoya and the others reacted instantly. Xiaoji rose into the air. Gone was the hesitation she once had. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed, watching her closely. Something was different. And then it happened. Her body shifted once again, unlocking two new abilities. Toxic Sea Surge and Nether Spirit Counter. Without warning, she liquefied, spreading across the ground in a venomous tide that rolled straight into the swarm. She didn't hesitate. She struck first. Lu Fan's voice rang out, excited. Take them down, Xiaoji. Show them what you've become. As her toxic form engulfed the battlefield, smaller versions of herself began rising out of the poisonous pool. These miniature poison dragons launched coordinated strikes, each one moving in sync as they tore through the worm swarm. Lu Fan watched with a grin. This was a completely different Xiaoji. She didn't need support anymore. No more hiding behind a bow or Xiaoya. She was leading the charge. Without hesitation, Lu Fan raised his bow. We're with you, he shouted. He drew a dark serpent arrow and started charging the serpent shadow arrow. With 3 full seconds of charge time, the shot's damage could skyrocket by 500%. As enemies kept coming, Lu Fan began a countdown. 1 second, he called, spotting Xiaoya fending off fire nearby. 2 seconds, he warned, glancing about. 3rd second, he shouted, leave 1 worm. Xiaoji needs it. He released the arrow. A surge of red, yellow, and blue energy exploded from the bow. The impact lit up the battlefield and vaporized the swarm in a fiery blaze. As the smoke cleared, Lu Fan ordered, Xiaoji, go soak up the rest. She glided forward without a word, absorbing every last drop of lingering poison. Lu Fan stood still, watching her in awe. He never imagined the once nervous Xiaoji would evolve this far. She wasn't just adapting, she was dominating. Lowering his bow, he motioned for everyone to gather. There's a deeper cave ahead, he said, activating a light from a small round of ice. Stay sharp, he told Xiaoya. She gave a nod. Ready when you are. As they moved deeper into the cave, Lu Fan scanned the surroundings and spoke under his breath. We're almost there, the deepest part of Fallen Dragon Valley. This was the place Grandfather Yi Wuxian had once described with such serious warning. Their path led into a vast, hollow chamber, and at its center stood a towering tree, gnarled and weathered with age. Every inch of its bark, every root and branch, was crawling with countless red eyes that blinked in eerie unison. There was no mistaking it. This was the Venom Devil Vine, a nightmare of nature, recorded at level 100. Lu Fan stepped into the VIP arena alongside his dragon companions. Each of them moved with calculated precision. All around them, a thick mist hung in the air, carrying a strange, toxic presence. Something wasn't right. Lu Fan could feel it in his bones. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse, hinting at a lurking presence buried below. Without warning, the earth cracked open and a massive vine shot into the sky, catching everyone off guard. Reacting quickly, Lu Fan turned to Xiao Yi, a black dragon with sharp perception skills, and gave the signal. Her power allowed her to detect anything cloaked or concealed, and she instantly activated her ability, scanning the surroundings. But things only escalated. More roots burst from the ground, twisting and writhing. It didn't take long for them to realize these weren't just roots. They were tentacles, alive and hostile. Wasting no time, Lu Fan issued a command. Ignite them, he ordered. The only way to find the source and shut it down was to burn through the tendrils. The dragons unleashed their lava flame, scorching the roots with blazing fire. But even as they burned, the roots began to regenerate. A relentless back and forth began, flame against self-healing vines. Seeing the tentacles retreating into the ground, Lu Fan didn't hesitate. He shouted for everyone to pursue. Don't let them escape. If we stop now, they'll recover and strike again. They charged forward, racing to keep up with the retreating roots. While sprinting, something clicked in Lu Fan's mind. The same venom used here was what had poisoned Elder Yi Wuxian. There was no mistaking it. The chase led them deep into the base of the Fallen Valley. And there it was. Towering in front of them stood a monstrous 10,000 venom devil vine, level 100. It was terrifying. One strike from its tendrils could trigger uncontrollable bleeding, and death would be almost instant. But it didn't stop there. This creature could implant its seeds inside victims, turning them into vine-covered corpses from the inside out. And to top it all off, it could regenerate effortlessly. For Lu Fan, This was the first time he had ever faced off against a level 100 boss. The moment was brutal. Vines came crashing down with lethal force, aiming to end the fight instantly, but they managed to dodge just in time. Without hesitation, the Black Dragon lunged forward and launched a counterattack. Lu Fan didn't waste a second. "Everyone strike together. Tear out from the roots," he commanded. The group activated Guardian Flow, shielding themselves or their allies. For the next 5 minutes, it reduced all incoming damage by 60%, just enough to hold the front line. Then came the power of the Emerald Dragon bloodline, doubling everyone's skills and stats across the board. More abilities followed. The dragons used fallen corpses as weapons, launching them at the tree demon. Then came nature assimilation, summoning a shadow dragon equal in strength to the user, sending it to fight on their behalf. The Black Dragon, too, transformed into a monstrous great dragon, unleashing pure destruction. The Blue Dragon, too, ascended into her world-ending thunder form, a storm incarnate. With her full power unleashed, the group pressed in hard. But the tree demon wasn't finished. It activated 10,000 venom breeding, coating its tentacles in poison. Anyone struck would have a seed implanted in their body, which would drain their health until nothing remained. Lu Fan spotted the seeds flying at them and called out a warning. "Xiao Yi, now burn them." Xiao Yi answered with lava burst, summoning a blazing pool of fire that melted anything in its range, delivering constant, heavy damage. Lu Fan raised his voice once more. "All dragons, go full force. Xiao Fei, it's your turn." With everything focused on one devastating strike, Lu Fan called on a Shadow Dragon's ultimate move, Doomsday Fall. The dragon sacrificed itself, unleashing an attack that dealt 2,000 times the normal damage. Combined with Lu Fan's final slash, the tree demon collapsed, completely destroyed. But the moment of victory was short-lived. Lu Fan told Xiao Ji to absorb the toxins from the remains, but Xiao Ji pointed to the tree's body, and Lu Fan watched in disbelief as the demon began to reform, its twisted vines pulling themselves back together. He turned to the others, grim and focused. "Get ready. This isn't over." As the tree began to rise again, Lu Fan had a chilling thought. If monsters could regenerate like this, what if humans gained that kind of power too? The consequences could be devastating. Xiao Ji spotted the tree demon beginning to regenerate, and instead of stepping back, he moved straight toward it, eyes locked like a predator closing in on prey. Lu Fan instinctively raised a hand to stop him. "Xiao Ji, wait, it's too dangerous." But what he didn't realize was that the Dragon Domain ability had already been activated, significantly lowering the tree's stats. Then Xiao Ji used Corruption, a skill that turned even the deadliest toxins into fuel. The venom, once lethal, was now manageable. The monster's power had dropped so low that Xiao Ji could handle it with ease. With the tree's resistance now weakened and its toxins within Xiao Ji's absorption range, he began draining it. Lu Fan quickly ordered the rest of the dragons to apply debuffs to the remains, making it easier for Xiao Ji to complete the process. Watching this unfold, Lu Fan was amazed. A level 15 dragon was dismantling a level 100 boss. "Don't rush it," he said. "Take your time. Absorb everything." Since Xiao Ji's method wasn't fast, Lu Fan and the others decided to take a break. They sat down nearby and pulled out the food they had packed. There wasn't much else to do. Only Xiao Ji could wear down a monster that could come back endlessly. Finally, once Xiao Ji finished absorbing the last of the tree demon, Lu Fan stood up, eyes set ahead. A thought crossed his mind. If Xiao Ji could handle that, then perhaps even the Dragon King wasn't out of reach. And with that, they continued deeper into the valley. Lu Fan crushed a level 100 boss deep in the fallen Dragon Valley. But the real surprise? It wasn't him who landed the final blow. Xiao Ji was the one who brought the beast down. What stunned everyone even more was that he inherited the boss's signature skill, 10,000 Venom Devil Vine. A fearsome ability, and now it belonged to Xiao Ji, who was only level 15 at the time. Lu Fan was impressed. The potential was massive, but Lu Fan's mind was already racing. He wasn't just admiring Xiao Ji, he was plotting. That Venom Vine ability wasn't just powerful. In the right hands, it could become a nightmare for enemies. Perfect for torture when needed. As that thought crossed his mind, a wicked grin crept across Lu Fan's face. He couldn't help but imagine, if only he had that power, he might have been able to resurrect himself, or evolve into an even stronger puppet form. But that ability could only be absorbed by Xiao Ji. So instead, he praised him. Lu Fan looked at Xiao Ji and said, "You're not a rookie anymore. You're strong enough to stand on your own." Then with a smirk, he added, "Go on and shock your big brothers and sisters. Show them what you're made of." Fired up by the encouragement, Xiao Ji was ready to dive into his next battle. Lu Fan turned to the rest of the team. "We've wasted enough time here. Let's keep moving." With that, they pushed forward through the rest of Fallen Dragon Valley. Every thread in their path, gone in moments. Between flame burst and roaring thunder, their enemies didn't stand a chance. Even their dragon pets were unstoppable, tearing through anyone foolish enough to get in the way. But the real standout was Xiao Ji. He wasn't hiding at the back anymore. No more playing support. He was charging ahead, meeting danger face to face. And in just 2 days, he skyrocketed from level 15 to level 30. The team was floored. Not only had Xiao Ji leveled up fast, he'd unlocked 2 devastating new abilities: Poison Cloud Rain Summon and Poison Pool Trap. Eventually, they reached a high cliff, gazing down into the abyss. The final stretch of Fallen Dragon Valley lay just beneath them. Lu Fan didn't hesitate. With everyone fully prepared, he gave the order to descend. Before diving into the abyss, the team activated Shadow Mantle, cloaking themselves in darkness for 6 minutes. Next came the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, a power boost that doubled their abilities, made the dragons completely immune to damage, and significantly increased everyone's healing rate. To top it off, they cast Emerald Light, forming a protective barrier capable of blocking any incoming threat. With their defenses locked in, they descended. Lu Fan gave the word, "Stay sharp. We don't know what's waiting for us down there." As they reached the bottom, the scene took Lu Fan by surprise. It looked exactly like the one he'd seen in Xiao Ji's Netherrealm swamp. Below them, thick green liquid bubbled menacingly. The group hovered cautiously above the poisonous pool, ready for a fight at any moment. But strangely, there was nothing. No guardian beast. No ambush. Just silence. Then, out of nowhere, a splash of poison struck Lu Fan. He winced. This wasn't ordinary poison. It pierced right through Xiao Fei's shield and seared his arm. That shook everyone. Xiao Ji froze in fear, gripping Lu Fan's head, trying to steady himself as panic crept in. Lu Fan kept his cool and called out to Xiao Yi. Use full perception scan. Now, she nodded and unleashed her detection ability, designed to reveal anything hidden or cloaked. Just then, something deep beneath the surface began to stir. Bubbles rose violently from the pool. Lu Fan shouted, "Something's moving! Be ready!" Before they could react, a giant wave of poisonous sludge erupted from below. "Spread out," Lu Fan commanded. "Don't let it touch you." They all darted in different directions, narrowly dodging the corrosive mess. One wrong move, and it would have been over for anyone caught in it. But they weren't in the clear yet. As they flew higher, another massive splash came hurling toward them. Everyone scattered even further, keeping their distance. Lu Fan stayed at the rear, and the team called out to check on him, and on Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, still clutching Lu Fan's head as they floated farther from the toxic pool, gave a shaky nod. "We're okay," he called back. But then, 2 glowing eyes surfaced beneath the poison, staring straight up at them. Lu Fan instantly understood whatever was hiding down there could see them. Even cloaked by Dark Blade's shadow concealment, they weren't safe. This creature could pierce through the darkness itself. He didn't have confirmation, but deep down, Lu Fan suspected the truth. It had to be the Dragon King. Then the pain hit. The poison that splashed onto him had begun to corrode his body, and even with Xiao Ji's shared resistance, it wasn't enough. The toxin was far stronger. This wasn't ordinary venom. This was the Dragon King's, something way beyond Xiao Ji's abilities. Acting fast, one of his companion dragons unleashed Life Spring, a healing field that wrapped around the team, gradually restoring their strength and abilities. Lu Fan clenched his fist. They couldn't waste time. The longer they hovered here, the worse it would get. They had to strike. Without hesitation, he activated Serpent Shadow Arrow, a high-powered skill that charges for 3 seconds, then hits with a massive 500% damage burst. But even that wasn't enough. From within the poison pool, the Dragon King looked up with blood-red eyes, locked onto Lu Fan. The moment he sensed Lu Fan's aura, he realized, a Dragon Tamer. This wasn't going to be an ordinary battle. The king was ready and intrigued. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Something fell off. The air itself seemed to stir, and before he could grasp it, a thought pierced through his mind. Who's there? At that moment, the screen flickered for 2 seconds, showing the current charge, and from the darkness, a dragon emerged. Its presence carried the weight of ages. The creature scoffed in thought, calling Lu Fan nothing more than a pitiful being, yet capable of reaching its mind. Startled, Lu Fan struggled to respond. "You're speaking?" The dragon's voice rumbled, edged with both suspicion and intrigue. It spoke of ancient tales, humans born with the fate of enslaving dragons. Legends it had dismissed as fables, now standing before it as truth. Its tone hardened, demanding to know where Lu Fan had stolen the young dragons. The screen flickered again, showing the charge rising to 3 seconds. Lu Fan took a step forward, his voice sharp with anger. That's none of your concern. Suddenly, flames roared to life. A crimson blaze surged from behind as another dragon struck forward. Fire spread violently through the air while Lu Fan's mind raced. The realization struck him. It had to be the demon-devouring Dragon King. Hidden in the shadows, the beast was untouchable. To survive, they had to force it into the open. From the green dragon's eye, a surge of blue light burst forth, splitting across the sky. A colossal sphere of blue energy descended, colliding with the earth below. Its surface rippled with golden and red arcs of power. As the aura swelled, Lu Fan stepped into the glow. The force wrapped around him, golden and blue currents crackling wildly. He let out a cry from the overwhelming surge, then froze as a sudden clarity struck him, starfall of the stars. The scene shifted, revealing fragments of the monstrous dragon. Horns that pierced the sky, scales gleaming like steel, and a single crimson eye blazing with rage. Its voice thundered with contempt, ridiculing Lu Fan's defiance. A title burned briefly across the screen, Demon-Devouring Dragon King. The beast declared that no human dared measure against the might of a dragon. Lu Fan did not waver. One of the small dragons at his side whispered that, just as the old records warned, this was the dragon meant to slaughter its own kind. A new status screen flickered into view. Emberland Blessing. 3 stacks of dragon energy to empower the next 3 attacks. Another line followed, describing the Emberland dragon bloodline, granting doubled effects against dragons and all who shared their lineage. Without a second thought, Lu Fan barked out the command for everyone to strike together. The screen shifted once more. Emberland Blessing now stacking up to 6 layers, each amplifying their damage further. Another prompt followed, highlighting Starfall, a devastating skill that summoned a falling star, its destructive force scaling directly with the user's strength. His companions moved in unison. One raised her hand and unleashed lava flame, a continuous torrent of fire that scorched enemies while restoring her own vitality. Another cast Roaring Thunder, summoning a storm of lightning that crackled through the battlefield, paralyzing everything caught in its radius. A third invoked Shadow Mental, releasing a sweeping burst of blade energy that slashed through all nearby foes, stripping away their protective buffs. The last drew her bow, firing serpent shadow arrows, 12 bolts released in rapid succession, each strike sharp and merciless. All 4 attacks converged at once. A colossal blast of fire and energy erupted, shaking the ground. Yet, as the dust cleared, Lu Fan's expression darkened. From within the smoke, the dragon's mocking laughter rolled out. A tickle. It rose unharmed, towering above them, as if the combined onslaught had meant nothing. Xiaofei shouted toward Ying, while Lu Fan's mind raced. The pattern was clear now. 4 elemental forces combined into one devastating strike. But instead of a weakness, it revealed something far more dangerous. The dragon's voice boomed again, condemning Lu Fan as a sinner, a slaver of dragons. Then, with a roar, it unleashed destruction, an inferno of flames sweeping across the battlefield. Lu Fan shouted back, ordering Xiaofei to activate Eternal Guard, and together they charged into the fire. The blaze turned, reversing with explosive force, and slammed directly into the dragon's own head. For an instant, the beast faltered, but the reprieve was short-lived. The dragon's voice thundered with unshaken pride, declaring that no matter how many young dragons Lu Fan commanded, the strength of a Dragon King was untouchable. A new prompt flashed across the screen, Golden Dragon Shield, activating the Golden Dragon King's barrier. Its effects were overwhelming. Damage reduced, strength, agility, and spirit increased by 40%, endurance doubled, lasting for 20 full seconds. Its class read, Dragon Rider 2, level 50. Behind the Golden Dragon's glow, Lu Fan and his team readied their last push. Across from them, the Dragon King snarled, his body twisting as the transformation completed. The human guise shattered, leaving a monstrous dragon standing in full form. Though his power had fallen below 10%, his presence was still terrifying. The Golden Dragon's thoughts whispered one chilling truth. Had that transformation been delayed by even a heartbeat, he would have been reduced to nothing but bones. Lu Fan turned sharply toward Xing Cheng, his voice cutting through the chaos. Prepare it. 17 million celestial stars of annihilation. The screen shifted instantly, confirming the next phase, Star Dragon's second form, Star Shines. The charge for the cataclysmic skill had begun. The Golden Dragon steeled himself, fully aware this opponent was unlike any he had ever faced. Yet he believed that if he and Xing Cheng combined their might, victory was still within reach. A new screen detailed the sheer horror of the 17 million celestial stars of annihilation, a divine core born from the Steeler Dragon, unleashing energy so apocalyptic it could reduce entire cities to dust. The Golden Dragon roared, voice carrying to the heavens. With the power of 10,000 stars, I'll cast you into the void. Energy surged wildly, a storm of colors erupting from the battlefield, violent and uncontrollable. The Dragon King opened his mouth to respond, but the onslaught left no room. He was forced into defense, straining under the oncoming destruction, clinging to survival behind a shield barely strong enough to endure. The Golden Dragon's gaze tightened, realization creeping in. What stood before him wasn't just the Dragon King's strength alone. This monster was drawing on the powers of the Golden Dragon King as well. The massive dragon fixed its gaze on Lu Fan, its expression unreadable. Then it spoke, calm, yet carrying a chilling weight. It admitted Lu Fan's strength was remarkable, but insisted their efforts were futile. With unsettling composure, it revealed it had consumed 13 dragons over its lifetime, including Dragon Kings, and now thanked them for presenting such pure-blooded hatchlings. The Golden Dragon stiffened, his voice sharp as he demanded what the creature meant. The giant dragon's reply was unwavering. After countless years, he said, he had finally accepted such a rare and priceless offering. Rage tightened the Golden Dragon's jaw. He could feel it, the enemy's bottomless reservoir of power. He warned his allies that the monster's magic showed no signs of draining. Worse, their one safeguard, Eternal Guard, had already been used. Now, they had no choice but to take the attacks head-on. A new prompt flickered across the screen. Fountain of Fire, a healing aura continuously restoring all allies. Together, they charged, shattering through the ice barrier. The giant dragon didn't flinch. His icy blue eyes followed their advance, calm and unshaken. "Do you truly believe you can endure what awaits?" he asked, voice echoing through the battlefield. Beneath them, the ice cracked and began to melt. The Golden Dragon pressed forward, his voice steady despite the weight of battle. Thanks to devouring resistance, the freezing effects had been halved. Without it, they would have already fallen. Yet he knew the truth. Their enemy's strength eclipsed theirs completely. If things continued, defeat was inevitable. Desperation crept into his tone as he cried out, "Xiaoji!" At his command, Xiaoji activated Grunt Poison, summoning the 10,000 Venom Devil Vine. The vine seed burrowed into the target, meant to drain health until it either exploded from within or rooted into the ground, binding the foe in place. For the first time, the giant dragon's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He stared at the vine with measured curiosity. What is this power? But before the thought could fully form, his roar split the air, thunderous and furious. The Golden Dragon quickly scanned the battlefield and realized the truth. The seed had failed to germinate. Just then, Xiaoji cried out. A sudden purple wave erupted, cutting through space itself. The giant dragon ascended into the air, unleashing a surge of violet energy at the Golden Dragon. His voice muttered darkly, "So, you've picked up the tricks of the vine as well?" Another screen appeared, displaying Devouring Source, a dark purple magic circle expanding outward, its purpose clear, to crush all surrounding matter and convert it into annihilation source power. Sensing the peril, the Golden Dragon roared out a warning. "It's absorbing energy. We must stop it now." At once, the screen lit up, displaying Dragon Domain. The battlefield itself shifted, expanding into a 100-meter zone infused with draconic power. Within its range, allied dragons and all beings of dragon blood surged with amplified strength, while enemies lacking dragon lineage grew weak, cut off from teleportation and reinforcements. The Golden Dragon wasted no time. "Xiaofei, activate Dragon Domain." Even under the crushing pressure of the enemy's energy, Xiaofei answered, releasing Eternal Guard. A new prompt followed, Emerald Dragon Bloodline. Its effects multiplied. All skills doubled for dragons and their kin, complete immunity to debuffs, and a staggering 5,000% increase in self-healing. As the violet wave closed in, Emerald summoned a massive shield, its absorption tied to the Guardian's health and recovery. The golden dragon pressed against the barrier, voice heavy with strain. This force, it's too strong. The shield won't hold. Just then, the screen blazed again. The black dragon transformed into its second form, Word Ender, while the blue dragon shifted in a thunder of destruction. At the same time, the charge sequence for 17 million celestial stars of annihilation initiated, pulsing with apocalyptic potential. Amid the storm of gathering powers, the golden dragon's roar shook the air. Everyone, unleash everything you have. The giant dragon tried to speak, but the barrage drowned out his voice. The screen revealed another skill, Supreme Shield, the divine barrier of the Golden Dragon King. For 5 seconds, it granted absolute immunity to all damage. Lava flame surged forward, burning enemies while restoring its wielder's vitality. Attacks poured in from every side of the battlefield, relentless and unending. A sequence of skills followed in rapid flashes. Poisonous dragon spikes, stacking 10 layers of venom onto the enemy. Jade of Radiance, empowering the blue dragon's spells and conjuring a thunder barrier to strike any foe that dared move within its reach. Shadow Breast, exploding outward in a storm of vine blades, slashing nearby enemies and stripping away every buff. Then it came, the final screen, 17 million celestial stars of annihilation. The Steeler core ignited, splitting within itself again and again until it triggered the ultimate release. The battlefield trembled as the apocalyptic destruction star, born from 17 million celestial forces, descended to obliterate everything in its path. The giant dragon's body shook violently, his eyes wide as if unable to process the sheer force of the attack. The golden dragon roared, declaring that the enemy was gravely wounded and couldn't hold out much longer. A torrent of fire erupted across the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. Flames crawled over the shattered earth, and the enemy dragon's wings caught ablaze as it writhed in agony. For a moment, the golden dragon stared, uncertain, before muttering that it seemed the beast had finally vanished. But the silence didn't last. The ground split as green lava oozed upward, bubbling furiously until a piercing white light detonated from within. The golden dragon narrowed his gaze. Still not dead. The roar returned, louder than before, as the dragon rose again. The screen flared. Fountain of Life had activated, channeling a healing aura that restored the health of every allied target. Fury echoed in the golden dragon's voice. How long will you keep hiding? Another prompt followed. The charge for 17 million celestial stars of annihilation was still underway. Alongside it, dragon language resonance triggered, copying spells from nearby dragon companions, their strength scaling to their stats. From the glowing green fluid, a silhouette emerged. A girl stepped forward, her voice calm, but carrying a chilling weight. She admitted she had underestimated Lu Fan and his dragons, but pointed out the obvious. Their strength was nearly spent. If the fight dragged on, it would end in mutual destruction. Straightening, she turned as if to leave. Perhaps we make a deal. The golden dragon's eyes narrowed. What deal? Behind him, the other dragons surged forward, ready to strike again. His voice dropped into a growl. Sounds more like you're stalling. The girl glanced back, uncertain, her gaze flickering as she sensed an unfamiliar, ancient force. And then Lu Fan stepped forward in his true form. His voice was steady, cutting through the tension. He accused her of dragging out the battle, buying time to recover. Then he commanded firmly, "Return to your true form. End this fight." She faltered, her eyes fixed on the ancient aura that wrapped around him. As she gathered herself, Lu Fan raised his hand, his words carrying unshakable finality. "Your time is over. Die, demon-devouring Dragon King." Her face froze, panic overtaking her composure. In desperation, she cried out her last bargaining chip. "Wait, I'll tell you the location of the myriad armored dragon egg. Let's call it even." The scene opened with Lu Fan standing still beneath the faint glow of swirling energy. His voice carried suspicion as he asked if she truly possessed the myriad dragon egg. She answered immediately, dismissing the egg as secondary. What mattered, she explained, was that unlike his dragon pets, she could form a direct contract with him, and she wouldn't even occupy a summon slot. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed further. His tone sharpened as he asked if she could be trusted at all, or she would strike him down the moment he let his guard down. She held his gaze, unshaken, and replied that once the contract was bound, their lives would be linked. If he died, she would perish with him. The air thickened, currents of power swirling around them as Lu Fan hovered above, voice issuing one final warning. Don't try any tricks. Then, without warning, she lunged. Her hand gripped his collar, pulling him close, startling him. What are you doing? He shouted, confusion breaking his composure. But before he could pull away, her face closed the distance until their lips met. A surge of green light exploded outward, consuming them in brilliance. The screen flickered into existence, confirming it beyond doubt. Dragon King contract completed. She released him gently. His body wavered, eyes heavy, his mind clouded. Falling back, he muttered weakly, "W, what did you just do?" From a short distance away, she smiled faintly. "The ritual. I told you, I never lied." His dazed gaze lingered on her. His voice was faint, weary. This time it should finally be over. The glow drained from his eyes. Exhaustion overtook him. So tired, his body collapsed, falling through the air. Time passed. How long? He could not tell. With a sudden shout, Lu Fan awoke at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, buried deep in its abyss. Gasping, he clutched his head and groaned aloud. How long have I been out? Slowly sitting upright, fragments of memory returned. The brutal clash with the demon-devouring Dragon King. He thought to himself how utterly it had drained him. The truth now undeniable. The power of a Dragon King was far beyond what any human could comprehend. Lu Fan placed his hand gently on the small dragon at his side, murmuring softly that it still brimmed with energy. With a steadier breath, he reminded himself that sealing the contract with the demon-devouring Dragon King before collapsing had been the only reason he was still alive. A voice broke the silence. From within the green fluid, the woman emerged once more, her tone calm as she noted he had already awakened. Lu Fan's eyes lingered on her without a word, his thoughts clouded. She lifted a portion of the swirling green liquid in her hand and, with quiet confidence, asked if he would consider teaming up with her, addressing him as Little Dragon Tremor. Turning away, Lu Fan refused and demanded to know why she had stayed concealed all this time. She rose slowly, unhurried, and questioned his mistrust. We've already signed the pact. Our lives are bound. If you die, I die as well. With that contract intact, I am no danger to you. Lu Fan's reply came sharp and unwavering. He still suspected a hidden flaw within the contract, something yet to reveal itself. Feigning hurt, she claimed his suspicion pained her, though she wouldn't deny the possibility. Then she admitted the truth. She had only lost earlier because she had been severely weakened. By forging a contract, she could now draw strength from his pet space to restore herself faster. Shifting into her human form, she changed her outfit before continuing. As thanks for helping me recover, the pact allows you to summon me 3 times. When enemies appear beyond your strength, I'll fight in your stead. A fair exchange, wouldn't you say? A win-win. Lu Fan nodded slowly, acknowledging the benefits, but his voice hardened as he declared she would first need to meet 3 conditions. Her brow arched. Aren't you pushing your luck? His gaze sharpened. You only proposed this contract to save your own life. I won. The spoils belong to me. She fell silent, no rebuttal rising to her lips. Lu Fan pressed on. Refuse, and I'll never summon you. Worse, I'll sever the contract entirely. And when I die, you vanish with me, never free again. The woman stayed quiet for a moment. Then her lips curved into a faint smile as her gaze sharpened. What are your 3 conditions? She asked. Lu Fan lifted a finger. First, I want the pool of poison you've soaked in for years. She agreed almost instantly, remarking that the pool no longer held much use for her. Over time, she had relied on it for recovery, though it worked far more slowly than the healing she now gained from his pet space. Her eyes flicked toward him. Do you want it for that little dragon of yours? Lu Fan gave no reply. Instead, he gestured toward a nearby skeleton. That, he said firmly, was once my partner, the underworld Poison Dragon King. That pool was forged from his flesh and blood, infused with his Dragon King power. His voice grew heavier as he recalled the past. Years ago, a battle had erupted in this very valley. Himself, the underworld Poison Dragon King, and the myriad Armor Dragon King. That legendary clash became known as the 3-Dragon War, a fight so fierce it reshaped the land into what humans now call the Forbidden Zone, the Fallen Dragon Valley. Even now, he wondered what connection tied the Poison Dragon King to the baby dragon at his side. Her voice cut through his reflection, cold and unrepentant. I was the one who killed the underworld poison dragon king. Lu Fan's expression hardened instantly. The truth struck deep. Not only had she stolen the dragon egg, she had murdered her own partner. Betrayal layered atop betrayal. His suspicions were no longer doubts, but certainties. She looked at him evenly. What are your other conditions? Lu Fan extended his hand, a seed glowing faintly within his palm. Second, your blood. 1 drop, to awaken the seed of the divine dragon tree. She kept speaking, her tone even, though a heavier note slipped between her words. After a pause, she admitted she had never once imagined it, that those so-called inferior subdragons would one day possess the seed of the divine dragon tree. Her voice darkened into scorn as she added that for a dragon king, to depend on a human for revenge was nothing short of disgraceful. Suspicion flickered in her eyes as she raised a hand to her mouth, but at last she gave her answer. She accepted his terms. She allowed him to take the seed and fulfill the poison dragon king's wish, but with one request of her own, that when the time came, she be allowed to rend her target's flesh and devour that power for herself. Lu Fan's rejection was immediate. He told her flatly he would not let her interfere. She only laughed, dismissive, telling him he would come to understand in time. Then, with casual indifference, she addressed him again as Little Dragon Tamer, remarking that after playing by herself for so long, she too was weary. Alarm flashed across Lu Fan's face. What are you planning now? He demanded. Her tongue traced along her fingertip as she gave her answer. I'm going to your pet space to rest. A swirl of violet energy began to rise around her. Lu Fan's eyes widened. Wait, you still haven't fulfilled the third condition. Where did you take the myriad armored dragon egg? Her laughter echoed, light and cutting. She told him not to rush. In his current state, even with her strength behind him, he wouldn't last long enough to retrieve it anyway. Though he had no reply, she reassured him with quiet confidence. Once her strength was restored, she would return. I do not break my promises, she said simply. Holding the seed, Lu Fan watched her presence fade. His thoughts turned grim. She could come and go as she pleased, ignoring his words as though his threats meant nothing. But at the very least, the hidden quest was complete. The screen suddenly glowed with updates. Acquired Blight sustained Divine Dragon Pre-Seed X1. Divine Dragon Pre-Seed, Hidden Quest updated, current progress. 1 by 1 blood, 1 by 1 Divine Dragon Pre-Seed X2. Turning to Xiao Ji, he softened his tone, encouraging her to absorb the Poison Dragon King's toxin without fear. After all, their uninvited guest was gone. Lu Fan lifted his hand and urged Xiao Ji to finish her absorption quickly so they could prepare to leave. His eyes swept over his companions. Most were collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Only Xiao Ji and Xing Chun still had the strength to fight. Quietly, he reviewed their recovery times. Xiao Ji had managed to conserve stamina throughout the battle thanks to Xing Chen's Star Surge, which kept her from tiring. He also noted Xiao Fei's Emerald Dragon bloodline. Its recovery speed 50 times faster than normal, which explained why her rest time was the shortest. Turning back, he asked Xiao Ji if she was done yet, only to freeze. She hadn't just absorbed some of it. She had consumed the entire poison pool. A wave of dizziness struck him, and he rubbed at his temples, acknowledging just how drained he was himself. Flying back on his soul wings was no longer an option. It would sap what little energy he had left. Instead, he gave the order for Xing Chun to prepare Star Passage. But before they could act, a dragon's roar split the air. Lu Fan immediately called for Xiao Ji to follow, telling her she could resume absorbing later. To his shock, she was already finished. The Netherworld Poison Dragon King's toxin had pushed her forward by 17 levels in a single leap. Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened her contract, his eyes widening as he studied the surge. Her strength, agility, and spirit had all skyrocketed. Morning came. The scene shifted to Old Huang's reception hall, bustling with workers. Ning Tu lounged lazily on a couch, irritation clear in his voice as he complained about the noise. Quiet down already. You're disturbing me. One worker stammered an apology, then confessed his worry that Ms. Yi might have already returned to the Yi mansion. Ning Tu waved the concern away with casual disdain. He claimed he could sense whether or not she had emerged from the secret realm. Just then, the head of the Zhuang family arrived. Ning Tu took a bite of his apple and announced offhandedly, "No need to wait. The young lady has already returned." The scene shifted again, this time to the core mine zone, where workers dug diligently. Missy appeared among them, and several rushed forward to assist. One reached out, offering support, while another asked anxiously if she was all right. She shook her head calmly, refusing help, insisting she could handle herself. But inside, her thoughts turned elsewhere. She reflected on Lu Fan's incredible progress. Just half a year earlier, she had been the one teaching him the basics of melee combat. Now, she admitted to herself, if she didn't continue to grow stronger, she might no longer even be qualified to call herself a senior. Miss Yi lifted her gaze toward the heavens, a strange sensation pulling at her chest, as though someone far above was calling her. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, trying to shake the feeling. It was then that Ning too appeared, arriving alongside the family head. Without warning, Ning drove his fist into the ground. The impact detonated in a thunderous shockwave, hurling every soldier in the area back as if they were nothing. Gasps echoed. One soldier, trembling, stammered out the truth. This man was a level 96, 4th-tier expert. The leader of the 3 clans stepped forward, lowering his head with respect as he greeted Miss Yi. Ning too closed the distance between them, his voice almost casual as he remarked, "It looks like you suffered quite a bit in the mine cave." Before she could answer, rough hands seized her. Zhuang Meng had taken hold of her, restraining her tightly. Miss Yi's voice rose with fury. "Who are you?" Ning too gave a slow, mocking introduction. He gestured toward her captor. "That's Zhuang Meng, head of the Zhuang family, and now my puppet." Then he pointed to himself. "As for me, I am Ning Tu, second master of the Ning family. I've waited many days to finally meet you." Miss Yi lay helpless on the ground, her thoughts racing. The 3rd-tier clans, had they come to avenge the Huang family? And who exactly was the puppet Ning had spoken of? Her questions were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. A desperate man stumbled into view, dropping to his knees as he begged. "Master Ning, please. Let Miss Yi go. She must have already gathered enough earth cores. I'll hand them over. Just spare her." But Zhuang's grip only tightened around her neck. Miss Yi gasped, her voice breaking. "Is that it? All you want are the earth cores?" Ning 2 stepped forward, his words sharp and cold. "The Huang family merged into Yi, so now their tribute falls on your shoulders. But don't mistake this as punishment. Working under the Ning family gives you a chance to climb into the 3rd-tier clans. You should be celebrating." His voice dripped with mockery. The man beside her pleaded again, urging her to accept. Tears welled in Miss Yi's eyes, rage mixing with exhaustion. Days in the Earth Core cave had drained her completely. She couldn't even muster her full strength. Ning's aura pressed down like a storm. "Hand over the Earth Cores. Now, crawl like a loyal dog if you want the Yi family to survive." With just one finger, the Ning family could erase your bloodline from the Western Territory. The pleas continued around her, but Miss Yi was bound too tightly to resist. Her voice finally broke free, fierce with defiance. "The Yi family's possessions will never be yours." Zhuang, enraged, shoved her with brutal force. Cries for mercy rose again, but Ning only sneered. "Enough. I've no patience for this." He lifted his hand, and Zhuang answered by conjuring a torrent of fire. Flames erupted violently, the blast tearing through the area, scattering debris and sending the crowd into chaos. In the chaos, a final desperate shout cut through the air. "Miss Yi." But Ning's command was colder than the fire. "Ghost General, crush her." The puppet charged. An explosion detonated, and from within the blaze, Miss Yi emerged. Her grip was firm around the 7-layered flame math impulse, her body trembling yet unyielding. Her eyes hardened as recognition struck. She activated the 1st layer, then the 2nd. Each burned away, one after another. Through clenched teeth, she roared, "You're no different from the Huang family, only knowing how to crush others with force." With only one layer of the flame math impulse left, Ning Tu's laughter cut through the air. He ridiculed Miss Yi's righteousness, mocking her as laughable. "I've given you far too much mercy," he sneered. "Amusing, really." His gaze shifted to the Ghost General, a twisted smile curling his lips. "Continue playing with her." The last flicker of flame trembled. Miss Yi's eyes widened, her voice caught in her throat. Ning's cruel tone grew sharper. "Start by breaking her legs." Tears welled in her eyes, but she fought to keep them from falling. And then, just as the moment threatened to end her, the air shifted. A figure appeared out of nowhere. Miss Yi's gaze shot upward, stunned. Who are you?" The boy stepped forward, his voice calm and steady. "Don't worry. I'm here now." Recognition flashed across her face. Relief swept through her chest, though shame tugged at her. In such a miserable state, being seen like this stung. Still, she whispered her thanks, her words trembling. "You came just in time. I was truly in danger." The boy gave a simple reply, his tone carrying quiet resolve. "I don't know the full story, but I've seen enough. It's time someone taught Ning a lesson." The story cut away, flashing back to an earlier moment within the Yi family garden. A young girl raced through the corridors, her panicked shouts filling the halls. "Something terrible has happened," she cried. She explained to the crowd that Missy had left her in charge of guarding Huang Ingsheng, but members of the Ning family had arrived, demanding tribute. They had taken Huang and were now heading straight for the mines where Missy had gone. A young man named Lu clenched his fists. Without hesitation, he swore to help and dashed off toward the mines. Back in the mine zone, Missy coughed weakly, her body trembling. Looking up at Lu, she whispered hoarsely, "So that's why you appeared at the perfect moment. I nearly died, ambushed after draining all my strength." Lu didn't hesitate. Xiao Fei. In an instant, Xiao Fei appeared at his side. Lu instructed her to heal Miss Yi while he handled their enemies. Xiao Fei activated Fountain of Life, waves of rejuvenating energy washing over Miss Yi, restoring her fading strength. As she recovered, Miss Yi forced out a warning. "Be careful. That giant, he's a puppet, just like your fallen corpse puppet." Ning two-stepped forward then, his twisted grin cutting through the air. "So, you're the one. The dragon tamer who ambushed me and wounded my puppet." His voice dripped with mockery as his eyes narrowed on Lu. "Do you even understand the consequences of provoking someone like me?" At once, the air trembled. A fierce aura erupted from Lu, rolling outward like a tidal wave. The screen lit up, dragon aura, black dragon, its shadowy presence coiling and surging around him. He didn't move. He didn't waver. His eyes locked onto Ning, unblinking, cold as steel. And then, with the weight of his aura pressing down on everyone present, he spoke a single line, sharp, chilling, and absolute. "I know exactly what happens when someone dares to hurt her." The battle shifted to the heart of the core mine zone, where Ning sat high upon the shoulder of his towering puppet, Zhuang, as they soared through the air. His voice dripped with arrogance as he scoffed. "A mere grade D noble family dares to stand against me?" On the ground below, Lu stood firm, his eyes locked upward, anger burning within them. Ning's sneer widened. "You're only fit to be one of my puppets." His laughter echoed cruelly before he barked the order, "Ghost General, crush him." The massive puppet obeyed instantly, swinging a colossal fist down at Lu with a mocking laugh. But just before the strike could connect, a brilliant white light exploded outward. The air shook as Lu's body shifted, transforming in an instant into a golden dragon. With one clawed hand, he seized the puppet's punch and stopped it cold. Ning froze, speechless, his smirk vanishing as he stared at the impossible sight. The golden dragon gazed down at the puppet, his voice steady and calm. "This thing is no longer a threat." The system screen flashed, bonus stat activation, 3x5. When pressed, the dragon only mocked. "Is that all you've got?" His eyes glowed as understanding flooded him. He triggered bonus activity, 1x5, awakening the latent power of his bloodline. His form shifted further, rising into the majestic figure of the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, spirit, all surged to terrifying new heights. On Zhuang's shoulder, Ning's confidence shattered. His face twisted in disbelief as he muttered, "Impossible. He's truly a giant dragon? A dragon tamer isn't supposed to fight like this." The golden dragon roared, summoning his ally. "Zaofi, possess me." A storm of emerald light erupted. Zaofi appeared, fusing into him through the emerald dragon form, activating soul light. His wings unfurled, casting a vast glow. A screen appeared. All emerald dragon bloodline skills doubled when used on dragons or those sharing dragon bloodlines. Even as the golden dragon wrestled against the puppet's massive force, another power awakened, Soul Sanctuary. The blessing spread to every ally touched by soul light, amplifying all their attributes completely. With each blow absorbed, they gained stacks of energy guard, strengthening them further. The scene cut back to Ning, coughing harshly, his voice hoarse with fury. Get up already." His eyes locked on the dragon before him, disbelief twisting into dread. To see Zhuang, brought low in one strike by a mere boy, Now fully transformed, it was outrageous. Through clenched teeth, Ning whispered, "So this is how a dragon tremor truly fights." The golden dragon's roar shook the battlefield. "What was it you were shouting earlier?" His fury pressed down like a storm. In disbelief, Ning watched as the dragon summoned a massive lava burst, chanting in dragon tongue that his foes would be crushed and turned into puppets. With dragon language replication, the golden dragon stole the essence of his pet's magic, amplifying it far beyond its original strength. Then his maw opened wide, releasing a torrent of molten fire. A blazing magma pool erupted in the target zone, dragging all enemies within, searing them continuously with devastating damage. But Ning only broke into laughter. He lifted a bell and rang it, the sound echoing with eerie power. "How fun, how interesting." The ghost general stirred, its eyes flashing crimson as fire ripped through its body. The golden dragon's voice dropped to a stunned whisper. "That's impossible." Ning's mocking laughter cut through the chaos. "Surprised? Even a dragon can't touch me. My puppet will never allow it." He spread his arms in triumph. "Zhuang has entered Phase 2. Level 100. The golden dragon's growl rumbled deep. With rage boiling over, he lunged, claws extended. "I've heard enough noise." He slammed forward, clashing against the ghost general, who immediately countered. Without hesitation, the golden dragon and Zhaofi combined their strike, delivering a crushing blow with a massive paw. But Ning only laughed louder, shouting, "You still can't hurt me." The golden dragon rose again, his voice calm, yet cutting. "Oh, is that so?" His claws ignited, twin flames blazing. He had activated Judgment Claw, sacrificing stamina to pour raw strength into his next blows. The battlefield raged. The ghost general pressed its assault, relentless, each strike heavier than the last. The golden dragon strained to block, his body burning with effort. The ghost screamed with fury while Ning barked commands, sweat beading his brow. Then the dragon's expression shifted. His face darkened, eyes turning crimson, and his voice thundered. "Now, it's your turn." He charged, lethal intent in every step. Panic flashed across Ning's face as he rang the bell frantically. The ghost general lurched forward again to shield its master. But one use of Judgment Claw still remained. The golden dragon struck clean, catching the ghost just as it turned. The blow tore through, shaking the battlefield and forcing the puppet back. For a moment, silence followed. Then Ning's laughter rose once more, mocking and cruel. "Hilarious. All of this is hilarious. You struggle so hard and still fail." The golden dragon said nothing. He stood motionless, silent, as though stunned. Ning's grin widened. "Yes, keep trying. I'll enjoy watching you break." The ghost general staggered, then slowly sank to one knee. Ning placed his hand firmly against its chest. A low murmur slipped from the puppet, eerie and hollow. The spirit within still lingers. Ning's grin spread wide as he pulled out a glowing golden object, its light reflecting in his eyes. "This," he declared, "is a level 100 puppet." But then his own body began to change. His face twisted unnaturally as two sharp horns tore their way out from his skull. Power radiated in waves from him, thick and suffocating. His voice trembled with glee. "The ultimate skill of my puppet is ready." The focus turned back to the ghost general. Its gaze shifted, no longer vacant, but sharp and terrifying. Crimson pupils gleamed, surrounded by corneas that had turned a sinister violet. The transformation was complete. Phase 3. A new revelation burst across the screen. Possession. Mountain God. The puppet had become the mountain breaker, infused with divine might itself. Godly power coursed through its frame, surging violently as both its strength and stamina skyrocketed by 300%. 47. The battle shifts to the core of the mind, where Ning bursts into laughter as his strength surges. With triple stats and the blessing of the mountain god, his power rises to a level that could shake even seasoned elites at level 100. He declares that the fight is far from over and, determined to make his enemy die without regrets, unveils another ultimate technique. The screen flashes, 3 nails to the soul. With every wooden nail driven in, the puppets under the puppet master's command double in strength, becoming deadlier by the second. Zhuang's aura grows even more menacing, while Ning orders the ghost general to unleash everything. Stepping forward, Ning mocks his rival. boasting that his own power has now multiplied tenfold, calling it an honor to face him. The golden dragon fixes a fiery glare on him, and Zhuang counters proudly that he can stand against 3 level 100 elites at once. Ning sneers back, saying not even a dragon could hope to win against him. In that moment, the boy shifts back to his original form. Zhong breaks into laughter, asking if he's ready to surrender. The boy simply shakes his head, remarking that even with ultimate skills and tenfold strength, it's still pitiful. Ning bristles with rage, demanding an explanation. Calmly, the boy replies, whether 10 times stronger or 100, trash is still trash. Inwardly, the boy notes how Zhuang depends on sheer force, while Ning leans on control, making both of them ideal candidates for his puppet army. Ning, however, sees only arrogance in front of him, waiting to discover what kind of dragon his opponent dares to summon. Suddenly, a poison dragon swoops down in front of the boy and charges at Zhuang. The boy doesn't flinch. Ning erupts in a mocking laughter, dismissing it as nothing more than a slimy worm unworthy of being called mighty. The boy gently pats the dragon, calling it Xiaoji, reminding it of its past victories against the 10,000 venom devil vine and the demon-devouring dragon king. He urges it not to fear this brute. The poison dragon lets out a hearty laugh, declaring it has no fear and is ready to fight. The boy nods and commands it to unleash its strength. Ning roars with contempt, scoffing that the beast is nothing compared to his level 100 puppet. But the boy narrows his eyes and reveals the truth. He never said he had only one dragon. At his call, Xiaofei emerges, summoning the Shadow Dragon King. The screen flashes with the natural assimilation, Shadow Dragon contract. Black blades swirl around the Shadow Dragon King, its strength perfectly equal to its summoner's level. Both Zhuang and Ning freeze in disbelief. Ning locks eyes with his opponent and instantly senses the murderous intent within, wondering just how terrifying this dragon's powers might be. Raising his hand, Ning calls forth golden light from his bell. The display reveals the unbreakable protection bell, a guardian shield hovering above him. He orders Zhuang to move at once and tear their enemy apart. But the moment Zhuang charges, his strike slams into a glowing barrier, halting him in place. The veil shimmers, revealed to be curtain poison, a spell cast by the Poison Dragon King. It drains the enemy's life force and funnels it into its master. Ning's expression falters as Zhuang begins to falter within the poison swamp. In a panic, Ning hurls out counter skills, clarity and calm to cleanse, purifying rain to restore, reversal of corruption to suppress. Yet every attempt fails. None can erase the venom. The Poison Dragon King declares that this poison cannot be undone. Rage grips Ning. Clutching the bell tightly, he roars for retreat. But the Ghost General cries out, lightning exploding across his form. The screen blazes with Shadow Strike, a skill that teleports behind the target to deal 16-fold damage, followed by Shadow Invasion, chaining yet another blow. Zhuang is caught in full, and his limbs are shattered instantly. From a surge of power, a red-haired boy emerges, unleashing Dragon Annihilation. His arms morph into dragon claws as he unleashes 6 rapid strikes, perfectly aligned with his dragon companions. Ning stares in disbelief, muttering that his opponent is a monster, his strongest puppet, the Ghost General, crushed like nothing. With dread in his voice, he commands Ghost Shadow retreat. As he flees, he vows to return, planning to bring Freak Dragon Tremor to end this fight for good. The boy lands lightly upon the ground, scoffing at Ning's retreat. To him, Ning is nothing but prime puppet material. Without hesitation, he takes to the skies with his dragons at his side, declaring that Ning will never escape so easily. The clash begins once more in the core mine zone, where Ning too scrambles to escape. Cursing under his breath, he laments how this relentless pursuit refuses to end, and without hesitation, he orders the Ghost Guard to block the way. The Ghost Guard responds instantly, unleashing a wave of crimson energy from his blade. But the boy answers with unwavering confidence. He scoffs that if this is their full power, then they truly have nothing. His aura erupts as he soars upward, pressing the chase. A system display lights up before him, cut the sky. Attach Dragon Aura. Twin strikes in sequence. Coordinate with enemy. Refusing to let Ning 2 slip away, he charges forward. Another prompt appears, Soul Shock. While in Soul Light mode, he continuously gathers Dragon Aura, 1 to 2 layers each second, then releases all at once, up to 60 layers. Charging sequence begins. His voice steady. The boy commands Xiaofei to finish the enemy. At once, Xiaofei surrounds him in a surge of green light. The system registers the buildup. Soul shock. 8 layers accumulated. Ning Tu sneers, dismissing it as worthless. But his mockery vanishes the next instant. The black dragon descends, striking with overwhelming force, a torrent of crimson power exploding outward. Ning Tu reels in disbelief. The display flashes Shadow Strike, instantly teleporting behind the target. It tears into the weak point with 16 times the usual force. Before he can react, another effect triggers Shadow Invasion. After landing damage, an additional strike crashes down for 20% more. Ning Tu screams as he is hurled to the ground, battered and broken at the boy's feet. Bloodied, he pleads desperately, crying that he does not want to die. The boy stands above him, cold and unmoved. He remarks on how pathetic Ning Tu looks, reduced to begging like a stray dog, when moments ago he strutted with such arrogance. Almost, he says, he misses that pride. Panicked, Ning Tu blurts out his identity as the second young master of the Ning family, promising riches and favors if only his life is spared. The boy pays no heed. Instead, he gives Xiaofei a single command, to call forth the fallen corpse holy dragon. The system confirms natural assimilation. Dragon summon. By flute, twin fallen corpse holy dragon. Level equal to summoner. Xiaofei lets out a thunderous howl. Ning Tu's face drains of color as he realizes too late what is coming, demanding to know what the boy has done. The boy's eyes narrow as he gives his order. Ning Tu is to be made into a new puppet. Ning Tu recoils in horror, screaming that the boy has lost his mind. He roars that the Ning family will never forgive this, and warns that his sister will make him pay. But the system answers with cold finality. Corpse manipulation. Control and transform fallen corpse puppet. Summon or dismiss at will. Upon death, energy returns to the fallen corpse holy dragon. The process begins. Ning Tu thrashes violently, his screams echoing as his body contorts. Tears stream down his face until his eyes shift into a haunting dark pink. The system announces the result. Ning Tu, fallen corpse puppet. Master level 103. The boy studies the transformation with keen interest, murmuring that every mechanic functions perfectly on puppets. With the ability to enhance and recycle them, entire armies could be raised from corpses alone. A voice suddenly calls his name. He turns to find his senior sister standing nearby, watching with a mix of surprise and approval. She remarks that the young master of the Ning family was slain so easily, calling him ruthless and decisive. The boy replies evenly, explaining that Ning Tu isn't gone, merely repurposed. It would be foolish to discard a fighter of such caliber, especially one capable of boosting other puppets. He even wonders aloud if fallen corpses might be reshaped into forms closer to the living, creating what he calls puppets too. A dark smile crosses his senior sister's face. She admits she's long been waiting for a chance to grind a C-tier, noble house beneath her heel. The boy asks about her condition. She answers that though her injuries had once been grave, Xiaofei's healing restored her nearly to full strength, leaving behind only minor fatigue. He nods, assuring her he'll keep advancing his work and hopes she won't be disappointed in the results. Raising his hand, he summons the golden dragon and orders more puppets. A thunderous roar shakes the air as the system appears once again. Corpse manipulation. Control and transform fallen corpse puppet. Summon or dismiss at will. Turning to the newly created Ning Tu, the boy commands him to take control. Obediently, Ning Tu extends his hand, sending black energy spiraling outward. Corpses begin to stir, rising one after another to stand at his command. The screen flashes, create puppets. Transform fallen professionals into controllable puppets. Summon or dismiss at will. Ning Tu raises a ring and strikes a small bell. A wave of blue energy bursts outward, chaining every puppet to his command. The senior sister can only stare, stunned that Ning Tu himself has become the core of the entire puppet legion. The boy smirks, hinting that this is only the beginning. With a single word, he orders Ning Tu to ring the bell again. The second strike resonates. Blue light deepens, surging through every puppet at once. Their eyes ignite, bodies locking into perfect rhythm as they march into formation, shoulder to shoulder, ready to strike as one. A system display unfurls, 3 nails to the soul. Each wooden nail embedded into a puppet doubles its attack power, stacking without limit. These nails cannot be erased nor broken. Only the puppet master himself can remove them. Confidently, the boy notes that as long as their forms aren't obliterated outright, the black lines weaving through their bodies will let them reconstruct. His senior sister takes in the sight, her voice steady yet tinged with awe. In his left hand, he now wields an army sculpted from 9 realm demons. In his right, a squad built from 4th-tier experts. Together, she observes, such power leaves no challenger with hope. Anyone standing against him will be crushed. The boy answers with calm resolve. With this force, neither the Ning clan nor any other C-tier family can hope to resist. A smile spreads across his face as he declares his ambition. Since he now carries the voice of the Yi family, he will raise them to stand as the foremost clan in the western region. His senior sister answers his vow with a bright, playful smile of her own, affirming her trust and belief in him. As Lu and Miss Yi turn toward the voice, an older man rushes forward, clinging tightly to Lu Fan's leg. Trembling, he cries out that young Master Lu has finally come back. He explains how the demon Ning, too, stormed their estate, cutting down everything in his path like the king of hell himself. Ning, too, had forced him to guide the way to the young lady. He says he wanted to sacrifice his life for loyalty, but when he thought of the Huang estate and the Yi family that Miss Yi had worked so hard to build, he couldn't let it all collapse just because Lu Fan wasn't there to lead. So instead, he resorted to bluffing and flattery, stalling for time, while secretly praying the heavenly guards would arrive and rescue them. Lu Fan, taken aback, admits he believed the steward had been scheming all along, ready to abandon the Yi family and cling to the Ning family's power. The man bursts into tears, swearing by heaven, the sun, and the moon that his loyalty to young Master Lu and the Yi family shines brighter than the stars and is more unshakable than gold. He declares that even if he had 100 lives, he would never betray them. He wanted to fight back, but he explains that if he had resisted before help came, not even a single roof tile of the Huang estate would remain standing. Miss Yi steps in, telling Lu that standing against the Ning family without combat ability was impossible, and even a 4th-stage master would have struggled. She admits the steward had done everything he could. Lu Fan lets out a sigh, freeing his leg, but warns that if the Huang estate is still in ruins after 1 month, the man will lose his position as house steward. Dripping with sweat, the steward vows the estate will be restored tenfold within the month, promising that if he fails, he will resign without needing to be told. Suddenly, Miss E clutches her head as pain overwhelms her. Just as she starts to collapse, Lu Fan catches her, lifting her into his arms. He says she's still exhausted and that'll take her home to rest. She smiles faintly, mumbling softly, while nearby, the white-haired man smirks as Lu Fan carries her away. That very night, at the western borderlands, a massive volcano erupts. From its smoke and fire emerges a girl, screaming in fury, demanding to know who killed her little brother. Her wails echo across the land as tears stream down her face. The flames above the molten mountain twist into fiery beasts, and the lava surges higher with her rage. Leaping from the blazing slope, she swears vengeance for her brother, Ning too. The girl is revealed to be Ning Shuang, a level 109 Phoenix warrior. Just as her fury shakes the volcano, a voice orders her to calm down. She turns to see her father descending on a massive tamed eagle. He tells her that she is on the verge of breaking through level 110, and instead of raging here, she should be cultivating. But Shuang presses him, demanding to know her brother's whereabouts. She fears the worst. Had he really died? Her father snaps at her, calling it nonsense. Shuang then reveals a jade pendant given to her by Ning Tu, bound with puppet master thread that always pointed to his location. Now, the thread has snapped and is fading away. For her, it is undeniable proof Ning Tu is gone. Her father refuses to believe it. He insists that not long ago, Ning Tu had only gone to collect earth core crystals to support his sister's advancement. Shuang questions him about the crystals, then wonders aloud if her brother might have crossed paths with the Huang family. But before she can continue, her father cuts her short, saying the Huang family could never be capable of harming Ning Tuesday. Shuang pushes back, saying that whether possible or not, it's the only lead they have. She declares she will turn the Huang family upside down if that's what it takes to uncover the truth. Her father shakes his head. He tells her that her only priority should be breaking through to level 110 and awakening her second god tier. Ning, too, he coldly adds, is not even a fraction as important as her. Shuang's voice trembles with rage as she fires back that her brother matters to her, accusing her father of always belittling him. Her fury bursts out, shaking the ground and splitting the rocks beneath her feet. Her father dismisses her outburst as childish. Then, with a sigh, he softens, admitting he understands her pain. He promises to send someone to the Huang estate to investigate, but insists she must remain and focus on leveling up. Shuang refuses, saying she will go herself. At that, her father draws his sword, its tip stopping right at her face. Shock spreads across her eyes as she demands to know what he means by this. His reply is ruthless. Whether Ning Tu is alive or dead matters far less than her advancement. He commands her to enter the Divine Ruin's secret realm and focus on what truly matters, the clan. He even goes so far as to say that perhaps it would be better if Ning Tu was dead, so she would stop clinging to him and finally stop failing the clan's expectations. Shuang's fist trembles as she clenches it tight. Her voice cracks with fury as she shouts back, asking if the clan is really more important than his own children's lives. She leaps forward, driving a punch at him, pleading for his forgiveness even as she strikes. Her father simply slashes his sword in a swift arc, evading effortlessly. The blade grazes her, and blood bursts from her hand. She freezes in disbelief, stunned by both the wound and her father's unshakable resolve. Her father's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on the sword. He sneered that her wings had hardened if she dared to strike at him, and with a flick of his wrist, another blade appeared in his hand. He declared that perhaps it was time to remind her of obedience with a proper lesson. Blood already trickled from her hand, but Shuang clenched her teeth, readying herself to stand against her own father. Before the clash could explode, a sharp voice cut through the air. A man wearing glasses called out, urging Uncle Ning to calm his fury. He swooped on a hawk, landing nearby. Ning Shuang's father studied him for a moment before asking if he was Luo Lixio. Descending from his mount, Luo confirmed his identity. He announced that he had come to escort Shuang to the divine growing secret realm, but added that it was clear father and daughter shared a powerful bond. Shuang remained silent. The hawk he rode was revealed to be a mechanical rear-grade bird mount, and he asked lightly why such a sudden conflict had broken out. Ning Shuang's father lowered his sword, saying that since Luo was already betrothed to Shuang, he was no outsider. There was no need to conceal anything. He explained bluntly that Shuang had lost sight of her priorities, defying the family's orders because she refused to let go of her conviction that Ning Tu was dead. Holding her wounded arm, Shuang pressed forward, insisting that she was not mistaken. Luo stepped closer, soothing her, urging her to be cautious. But she shook him off and shouted that no one could stop her. She would go to the Shuang estate herself to find her brother. With a heavy sigh, Luo removed his glasses, saying that this was exactly the problem. He confessed that he already knew Ning Tu's fate, but had planned to tell her only after she advanced beyond her current level. Shuang spun toward him, tears falling, begging for the truth. Was her brother truly gone? Was the Huang family responsible? Luo raised his hand, calming her, and reminded her that the Luo family had risen as a C-tier noble clan in the western borderlands not through strength, but through the power of their intelligence network. With certainty, he confirmed that Ning Tu had indeed been killed. But as for the Huang family, he assured her they had nothing to do with it. Shuang demanded to know who was responsible for killing her brother. Luo didn't hesitate. He said it was none other than the Yi family's leader, the so-called dragon tamer, Lu Fan. Shuang froze in disbelief, muttering to herself, trying to figure out who this Lu Fan even was. Her father's face darkened. He said he had heard of the dragon tamer before, but dismissed the claim. Lu Fan might own dragons, yet he was under level 50. How could someone like that possibly kill Ning Tu? He warned Luo not to spout nonsense. But Luo stood firm, urging them to trust in the Luo family's intelligence network. He explained that Lu Fan had already helped the Yi family subdue both the Huang and Long clans. Their investigation suggested he possessed as many as 8 dragon pets, and worse, he had needed only 3 of them to cut down Ning Tu. Her father's eyes widened. He demanded to know how such a low-level man could possibly obtain 8 dragons. Luo replied that they had dug into every piece of information about Lu Fan. His record was filled with victories and impossible feats, yet the method by which he acquired the dragon eggs remained a complete mystery. Hearing this, her father admitted that if even the Luo family couldn't uncover the truth, then Lu Fan was indeed extraordinary. Shuang, however, was trembling with rage. Flames crackled across her head as she roared that it didn't matter how special he was. Lu Fan had killed her brother, and she would have his life. She pressed Luo for his location, demanding he tell her immediately. But her father barked at her to be silent. He forbade her from going anywhere except the divine ruins, saying that he himself would take care of the matter of his son. Shuang glared back, accusing him once again of not caring about Ning Tu at all. At that moment, Luo stepped forward, urging both sides to calm down. Standing before the blazing hill of lava, he said he had a plan and asked them to hear him out. After a pause, her father admitted that Luo's proposal made sense. It would not delay Ning Shuang or Ning Chuang from entering the Divine Ruin's secret realm, and at the same time, Ning Tu's death could be avenged. Luo then turned to Ning Chuang, asking his thoughts, though Chuang remained silent. Chuang, however, cut in, agreeing that they should follow Luo's plan. She even offered to provide the secret realm teleportation stone. But before anything else, she vowed she would meet this dragon tamer face to face. 2 days later, at the Yi family garden in the western borderlands, Lu Fan asked Miss Yi if she was truly certain about not returning to Dragon Capital with him. She shook her head and said no. She was on the verge of reaching level 97 after coming out of the Earth Core lava, so her priority was to advance further. On top of that, she had the Ning family's diary to study, which meant she couldn't leave for at least another month. She handed him a small item, telling him to take it and seek out the Quan family. She had already arranged everything. What she gave him was a teleportation scroll, an epic-grade consumable capable of instantly transporting the user to a chosen location. Lu Fan asked why it had to be the Quan family. She explained that traveling one way from the western borderlands to Dragon Capital would normally take 2 days, and a single scroll couldn't cover that distance. But the Quan family had an enhancement master who could enchant the scroll, turning it into a 2-way portal locked to a fixed location. With a playful tap on his nose, she teased that if only the Starlight portal ignored distance, she could have saved herself the expense. As he accepted the scroll, Lu Fan commented that even if she set up a portal between Dragon Capital Academy and here, she would still need to wait a full month before she could go. She stared at him silently for a moment, then suddenly placed her hands on his face, catching him off guard. She told him that the weight of the family rested on her shoulders, and she couldn't allow herself to slack off. A month, she promised, would pass quickly. Lu Fan noted that by then, Dragon Capital Academy's exams would be over and he might be heading back to Jiang City with his aunt. She poked his nose again and said that was fine. Even if he wasn't in Dragon Capital, she was already planning to visit his hometown. Lu Fan smiled and agreed. She added that he should take some equipment with him to give to everyone, since it could help during their finals. He sighed, saying it was far too much. The scene then shifted. Far away, Ning Shuang sat cross-legged, performing a strange ritual with a leaf. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, and with a voice sharp as fire, she declared she had found him. Her words unmistakably aimed at Lu Fan. Above the western borderlands, the sky suddenly split apart as strange energy rippled through the air. A crimson aura seeped out, spreading like a storm cloud. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, watching closely as the energy condensed into the form of a colossal hawk that screeched sharply, its cries shaking the land below. Both he and Miss Yi lifted their heads, staring at the massive figure. Yi frowned, wondering aloud if a powerful beast had somehow broken into their territory. Lu Fan shook his head. He explained that it wasn't a beast at all, but the manifestation of a class changer, a summoned avatar. Almost immediately, the hawk went silent, lowering its head to stare directly at them. Yi muttered that even as an avatar, its aura was terrifying. The hawk then spoke, its voice echoing across the skies. It demanded that Lu, the dragon tamer of the Yi family, step forward. Lu Fan realized instantly that he was the target. He quickly grabbed his arm, warning him to wait. She was certain this was the Ning family's doing, sent to take revenge, and rushing headfirst into it could make things worse. Lu Fan brushed her off calmly. Since they had come knocking, he said he would meet them. He unfurled his dragon wings and rose into the air, telling Yi to stay behind, protect the Yi estate, and make sure none of the servants came out. As he ascended, she called out for him to be careful. He reassured her with a steady voice. There was no need to worry. The avatar's fiery gaze locked onto him. "So you're Lu Fan?" it said, before introducing itself as Ning Shuang, eldest daughter of the Ning family. Without hesitation, She demanded to know whether her brother Ning too had been slain by him. Face to face with the blazing hawk, Lu Fan answered plainly. Yes, he had killed Ning Tuesday. Then he added coolly, and what of it? Do you have a problem with that? The hawk's form shuddered violently as her fury ignited. With a roar, Ning Shuang accused him of courting death, and fire surged from her avatar in a sweeping blast. Lu Fan darted aside, flames bursting past him, and shot back that it was the Ning family who had first acted tyrannically. And now, after their arrogance, they dared to come seeking revenge? He scoffed that she hadn't even come in her true body. She was the one courting death. Ning Shuang sneered that her avatar alone was enough to burn him and the entire estate to ash. With that, she slammed her fiery power down toward the ground below. Miss Ye's expression tightened. She realized the danger instantly. Shuang's level was too high. Even her avatar could incinerate everything here, and if her true body descended, the devastation would be unimaginable. Facing her directly was reckless. She knew she had to get Lu Fan out of here before it was too late. Lu Fan didn't flinch under the blazing sky. Instead, he said calmly, "Senior, did you hear that? That arrogant avatar actually thinks it can wipe us out." Miss Ye's eyes darted to him. "What are you planning?" she asked quickly. Lu Fan smirked. "She's been charging one skill all this time. In my view, one strike is all it'll take to erase this avatar." As he spoke, a portal opened beside him, and Xiao Fei, his emerald dragon, stepped out. From the other side, Shuang narrowed her eyes. "So this is one of your 8 dragons?" Lu said this one was only support type. She let out a laugh, sharp and mocking. "What a joke. You'll pay for my brother's life." She raised her hands, flames swirling around her. In an instant, the avatar summoned a blazing skill, world-burning flame. It gathered Phoenix fire into a searing sphere, glowing like a miniature sun, preparing to crash down and obliterate everything within range. The sheer energy promised devastation, but it required 10 full seconds to complete its charge. Before it could land, Lu Fan gave his command. "Xiao Fei, block it." The emerald dragon lunged forward, unleashing Eternal Guard. A shimmering shield of pure vitality spread wide, wrapping around every ally in range. Its regenerative force surged, creating an impregnable barrier. The system interface flickered before Lu Fan. Emerald Dragon Bloodline. All skills doubled. Immune to all debuffs. The blazing world-scorching attack slammed into the barrier. But when the smoke cleared, Xiao Fei stood tall, unshaken. Not a single flame had pierced through. Shuang froze, stunned. "Impossible," she blocked it. Lu Fan snapped his fingers. In the same heartbeat, his black dragon materialized in a blur of shadow. With perfect teleportation, it reappeared directly behind the hawk-shaped avatar, fists already driving forward. Shadow Strike activated, piercing straight through the weak point of the avatar's body. The system prompt appeared. Shadow Strike triggered. Bonus attack activated, plus 20% damage. The avatar's form shuddered violently, fragments breaking apart. Shuang's eyes widened. Too fast. His dragons are too fast. Her gaze locked on the black dragon. That one. This must be the one Lu said killed my brother. Another system message glowed. Shadow Concealment. Dragon may enter or exit concealment at will. Concealed state unaffected by damage or detection. The hawk's body twisted as the avatar began to dissipate. With her form fading, Shuang's voice echoed in the air. "You truly are a legendary dragon tamer. Worthy of your name." Lu Fan's reply was cold. "And you thought an avatar alone was enough to avenge your brother? You underestimated me." Shuang's voice sharpened in return. "Don't be too proud. My revenge has only just begun. I will kill you, but not today." Lu Fan hovered in the air, eyes narrowed, saying nothing as the last of the crimson energy dispersed. Shuang's fading voice lingered, vowing that next time she would come herself to settle things. When the avatar finally dissolved, something remained behind. A divine ruined secret realm teleportation stone. Lu Fan caught in his hand and studied it closely. The item shimmered with a faint glow, its properties legendary grade, made specifically for entering the divine ruined secret realm. A system notification appeared before him. Time until the divine ruined secret realm opens. 68 days. Far away, a flame leaf drifted down into a pond. Shuang's eyes followed it, her thoughts heavy. Though anger still burned in her, she couldn't deny being impressed by Lu Fan. Deep within her volcanic domain, She reached into the molten flows and drew out a blazing hot crystal, so bright it seemed to pulse with fire. She muttered to herself, wondering aloud if someone of his caliber truly relied on dragons alone. Was that the source of his strength? The system immediately identified the item in her hand. Earth core, legendary trait material, condensed through countless years of magma beneath the western borderlands. As fiery energy swirled violently around the core, Shuang's grip tightened. With grim resolve, she pressed it against her chest, the power searing close to her heart, until finally the earth core shattered into fragments. Her voice cut through the lava's roar, sharp and unwavering. "Dragon Tamer, you had better be inside the Divine Ruin's secret realm when it opens." Clutching the Divine Ruin's secret realm teleportation stone, Lu Fan scanned the glowing system text carefully, his brow furrowed. Was this stone meant to be his ticket into the realm when it opened next? Just then, Miss G descended beside him, wings beating lightly in the air. "What's wrong?" she asked quickly. "Did Ning Shuang say she'd be coming here?" But before he could answer, she shook her head, reassuring him. "No, she won't. Not yet." Lu Fan tilted his head. "Then do you know what kind of place this Divine Ruin secret realm really is?" Miss G's response came without hesitation. "It's one of the western borderlands' most mysterious realms of fortune. It only appears once every 50 years. I don't know all the details, but I do know one thing. Its teleportation stone is ridiculously rare, only dropping by chance from monsters in these lands." Lu Fan turned the ore-like stone over in his hand, the faint light reflecting in his eyes. "So this could sell for a sky-high price, and yet Ning Shuang wants to use it to pull me into a duel?" Miss G's tone turned sharp. "Then don't accept it. Once the realm opens, it won't just be her. Many nobles will gather there, most of them on the verge of their 5th advancement. The danger will be 10 times greater." As they descended to the ground, a low voice brushed against Lu Fan's ear. "Don't listen to her. You must go." Startled, he turned, but no one was there. Then realization struck. The voice came from within. It was his dragon. "You must go into the Divine Ruin's secret realm," the dragon urged. "Find the spirit-quenching liquid for me. Once you reach your 3rd advancement, I will tell you where the myriad armor dragon egg is hidden." Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. "So, you've awakened? You saw everything that just happened out here?" "Yes," the dragon replied smoothly. "Your pet space is very comfortable. Another month or 2, and I'll be fully recovered." Lu Fan pressed further. "Then tell me, why do you want me to enter the Divine Ruin's secret realm? What's so important about this spirit-quenching liquid?" The dragon's voice softened, almost innocent. "That realm is said to be where a god once fell. Treasures beyond imagination are buried inside. But among them, the spirit-quenching liquid is the rarest and most precious. The stronger one's attributes, the greater its effect. It can even double them." Lu Fan frowned, his thoughts running fast. It sounds like an advanced version of the Fountain of Blessed Light. If what she says is true, then combining that with the spirit-quenching liquid would push my attributes through the sky. His dragon caught the look on his face and tilted her head. "Tempted, aren't you?" she teased. He exhaled slowly. "If she's willing to trade the location of a myriad armor dragon egg for it, then this spirit-quenching liquid must be ridiculously hard to obtain." The dragon shifted, her form striking graceful, almost playful poses. "That woman didn't send her true body. She used an avatar because she plans to lure you into the Divine Ruin secret realm. There, she can use the realm's restrictions to kill you." Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. "What restrictions?" She leaned in. "Once inside, you can't summon your beasts or use weapons. You'll have to rely solely on yourself." His heart sank. "So the puppet army I prepared is useless? Entering the secret realm would be walking straight into Shuang's trap." The dragon stepped closer, her tone turning soft. "Don't be afraid. You still have the Golden Dragon King set. Its transformation skill is enough. And even if I'm not in your contact slot, you wouldn't be able to summon me there anyway." She reached out, brushing her hand across his cheek. "And I don't want you to die." Lu Fan's voice hardened. "That insane woman is out for my life, and you're pushing me straight into her hands. Don't forget, if I die, you die with me." She widened her eyes innocently. "Why are you still suspicious of me? I could never harm you." The air shifted suddenly. A green glow filled the space, wrapping around them like another dimension. Her voice echoed in his mind. "Remember, the spirit-quenching liquid. After your 3rd advancement, I'll guide you to the myriad armor dragon egg. The offering of the myriad armor dragon king will raise you higher than any other dragon could." Lu Fan stood silent, weighing her words. She added one last whisper. "When that time comes, even that woman may no longer be your match." He clenched his fists. Is the myriad armor dragon truly as powerful as she claims? But then another thought struck him. Summons can't be used in the divine ruined secret realm. Even if I tame it, what good would it do me inside that place? A voice called out to Lu Fan, but he didn't respond, lost in thought about what the demon-devouring Dragon King might truly be planning. The voice came again, sharper this time, and finally Miss E pressed closer, snapping him out his daze. "What are you spacing out for?" she asked. He blinked, returning to reality, and heard her say that since Ning Shuang wasn't coming, they should hurry and set off. If they delayed any longer, they would miss the final exam. Lu Fan replied that he was coming, though inside his mind ran a different current. No point in drowning myself in questions now. What matters is leveling up, reaching my third advancement before the divine ruined secret realm opens. Only then will I have the strength to tame the myriad armor dragon, obtain the spirit-quenching liquid, and maybe, just maybe, defeat Ning Shuang. The next day at noon, the scene shifted to Dragon Zia Capital Academy. Students filled the grounds, moving about casually. Lu Fan, flying fast toward the school, arrived late, delayed by his clash with Shuang. By the time he landed, the final exam assembly had already finished. Looking around, he sighed at the familiar sight. It was the same setup as before, the new student assessment arena. And this time, it was the format he disliked most, 5 versus 5 battles. That meant he had to find teammates. Still, with his arena ranking, he knew he could form a team without much trouble. As he mulled it over, someone bumped into him, muttering for him to be careful. Raising his head, Lu Fan froze. It was Teacher Gu. He quickly apologized, bowing slightly, shocked to see him healthy again. A male teacher at Gu's side remarked that he had thought Lu Fan wouldn't return for the exam at all. Lu Fan greeted them politely, asking after Teacher Gu's health. Gu smiled, assuring him he had fully recovered. He added that he owed it to Lu Fan and the others. If not for them during the vaccination incident, he might have lost his life in the line of duty. The male teacher immediately scolded him, telling him not to speak such ominous words, then turned to Lu Fan. "Since you're back, you'll need to form a 5-person team for the assessment," he reminded him. At that moment, a young man in the distance raised his hand, calling out to the students. He introduced himself as a level 31 dual swordsman from Class 9 and asked to join up for the final assessment. But before he could finish, a girl behind him snapped that he wasn't welcome. He had harassed Jianing at the start of the semester. Others quickly joined in, telling him to leave. They then spotted Lu Fan and hurried toward him, smiling warmly. "Everyone's back," they said with excitement. Lu Fan looked at the familiar faces and couldn't help but feel a rush of energy. In the group, a staff-wielding girl named Quinn stepped forward with a smile. "It's been a long time since we last saw you. We thought you weren't even going to show up for the final exam." Beside her, a pink-haired girl named Taozi pouted playfully. "Yeah, and you didn't even bother to say hello when you got back." Lu Fan chuckled, apologizing. He explained that time was short and he wanted to surprise them. Then Jianing, the black-haired girl, spoke up. "With you back, plus elder sister Han, we now have exactly 5 people for a team." Taozi's eyes lit up. "Perfect. With Lu Fan on our side, we could just relax and still get good grades." Lu Fan shook his head and teased. "Sounds like I came back just to be your laborer." Before the laughter could continue, the glasses-wearing teacher coughed. "I haven't even finished explaining the assessment rules." Teacher Gu waved him off with a smirk. "Let the young ones enjoy their reunion first." Taozi grinned. "Don't worry, Lu Fan. We won't dump all the work on you this time. While you were away, Jianing made us grind dungeons and train hard. Now we're not scared of facing challenges on our own." Jianing nodded. "It's true. Xiao and Taozi's strength is now close to Qingyun class level." Hearing that, Taozi sighed in relief. Quinn turned to Lu Fan. "By the way, are you looking for Jean and Chun?" His face darkened as he glanced behind him in silence. Taozi explained, "They've been missing since returning from the Paki Kingdom. No one knows where they went." Lu Fan muttered under his breath, disappointment clear. "They can run, but one day, I'll kill her." Breaking the tension, Taozi clapped her hands. "Enough of that. The assessment starts in 3 days. Everyone should pack and rest up." Quinn added softly, "Don't overthink things. You must be exhausted after rushing back." Still, Lu Fan couldn't help comparing. Most of his classmates were only in their 20s, with a few in their 30s. Even without Jean and Shun, Their group could score well in the assessment without leaning too heavily on him. Just then, a voice rang out across the grounds. Anyone else want to join? A young man in martial arts attire stepped up. Only those ranked in the top 10 qualify. We're still short one member. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened. Two figures stood with him, looking oddly familiar. Taozi scoffed. That's Fang Yun from the Pavilion Group, always showing off. The system displayed their names, Jiang and Jing. Quinn frowned. I thought they'd gone quiet after being humiliated for spreading rumors. Didn't expect them to be bold again. Lu Fan dismissed them coldly. Not worth worrying about. Just then, another figure's voice rang out. I'll join. The armored giant, carrying a sword the size of a wall, moved forward, asking if they truly had the strength to claim first place. He made it clear, if they could, he'd join them. But if not, he had no interest. He wasn't looking for teammates. He was after victory. Jiang froze when he saw the man. With narrowed eyes, he reminded him that he had once extended an invitation to join Fengjun Pavilion, only to be turned down. The man responded bluntly. If not for the Academy's restrictive rules, he would have accepted. For now, though, he'd consider a temporary alliance, just for the sake of the assessment. From the crowd, someone muttered in confusion, wondering who this guy was since he hadn't shown up during the freshman assessment. Quinn explained, it was Meng, a transfer who arrived during the national trials. He was from a military family, raised under strict discipline, and had enlisted from a young age. Because Lu wasn't around at the time, he had never seen him before. But for the rest, Meng's strength was already unquestioned. Taozi added that Meng had been storming through the arena rankings, sitting on an unbeaten streak of 132 matches. He had even defeated Jiang himself, along with Jiang Feng, who held third place. His next fight was supposed to be against Jianying. Jianying, however, simply said she had never participated in the rankings. Still, she guessed Meng wanted to use the final assessment as his chance to challenge her. Our hero thought quietly. If Meng had really toppled Jiang Feng, then his strength was undeniable. Quinn then urged them to follow her, certain Jiang would side with her. But our boy answered that they'd see for themselves soon enough. If their strength was proven, Meng's involvement wouldn't even be necessary. Taozi smirked, promising that she had a big surprise waiting for him when the time came. Suddenly, Jing burst forward in a panic, telling Jiang he had spotted Lu Fan in the crowd. Jiang was floored, staring in disbelief as he realized it was true. He blurted out in shock, wondering when Lu Fan had returned. Meng frowned, puzzled at why everyone was so shaken. Whispers spread instantly, players muttering in disbelief that Lu Fan was really back, even though none of them had noticed his arrival until now. Jiang let out a long sigh and told Meng the truth. Lu Fan was a dragon tamer, the top of the Qingyan class. If he had really returned, then their shot at first place was already gone. Meng's eyes darkened at the words. In the next instant, he exploded in fury, his roar shaking the air as he demanded how they could surrender without even putting up a fight. The sheer force of his voice made many around them flinch, their bodies trembling under the crushing weight of his presence. He shouted again, reminding them that he had chosen to stand with them only because he respected their strength. He was here for one purpose, first place. So where was the boldness they had shown just moments ago? Then someone noticed the insignia on his chest. Gasps followed as the crowd realized what it meant. The crest of the blood-clad army. Whispers spread like wildfire. The blood-clad army stood as the most formidable force in the nation's dragon military, ranked just below the 4-grade army ministry itself. And Meng, who was only a couple of years older than them, bore the mark of 3 blood blossoms, proof that he commanded 100 soldiers. Meng's voice carried with pride as he spoke of his past. Since childhood, he had been stationed at the borders, clashing against the relentless peace tides. He had enlisted early, earning his combat profession in blood and fire, rising through corpses on the battlefield. His ambition was clear. He would become the youngest creative general, a shield for the nation. The system's prompt then rang out, confirming his identity, Berserk Blood Wolf Swordsman. The title alone drew sharp breath from the crowd, the reality sinking in. Meng wasn't just a student. While they had trained in classrooms, he had grown stronger on real battlefields, fighting tooth and nail to survive. Meng declared firmly that he had no choice but to claim first place in every assessment and graduate early. His duty was to return to the blood-clad army. Stretching out his hand, he demanded an answer. Did they have the confidence to defeat Lu Fan? For a moment, Jiang froze, caught between doubt and hesitation. But then a thought struck him. If a man like Meng, who had walked through countless battles and lived through death itself, were willing to stand with them, then perhaps Fengjun Pavilion truly did have a chance to rise again. With resolve settling in his chest, Jiang finally clasped Meng's hand, welcoming him into the team. A wave of cheers erupted around them, voices shouting with excitement. They hailed Brother Meng's unmatched strength, declaring that the rise of a new number one was about to begin. Even with the team's cheers still echoing, Jiang couldn't shake the unease in his chest. He warned them not to get carried away. After all, Lu Fan wasn't just anyone. He was a hero of Dragon Country, someone who had stood out during the national trials. Meng only let out a short laugh, his lips curling into a smirk. He thought to himself that his own path was enough to put Lu Fan to shame. Yes, he had heard of him back during the trials. Lu Fan had plenty of dragon pets, sure, but in Meng's eyes, that was nothing more than flashy decoration. Lu Fan had never set foot on a true battlefield, never charged against an enemy line. What Meng wanted now was simple. He wanted to measure for himself just how strong Lu Fan really was. The scene then shifted to Dragon Capital Academy, inside Villa Number 2. Taozi's eyes sparkled as she stared at the brilliant armor laid across the table. She exclaimed that it was far too powerful. Quinn agreed, noting that its attributes were so impressive it could carry someone well into level 50 or 60. Taozi then asked in wonder if all this had really been given to them by their senior. But their boy cut in firmly, reminding her that the equipment was for the whole group, not for anyone to claim alone. Turning to his aunt, he explained that Miss E had also prepared many skill books for her, including enchanting techniques and protective spells. His aunt's eyes softened, clearly moved. She remarked that Miss E had even considered her and urged little Fan to make sure to thank her properly. As they sorted through the treasures, the system unveiled one of the items, a legendary piece called Jin Stream. Its stats were extraordinary, boosting agility, hit rate, strength, and endurance. Doll tried on her prize, excitement spilling out as she called it her very first legendary weapon. It was the Hydra set, which turned her into a water lotus swordswoman. Its special effect was overwhelming, raising all Hydra-related damage by 40%. Next came Quinn's share, a gleaming set of armor named Regil. Its attributes were just as astonishing, raising both spirit and agility. What truly stunned her, though, was its passive effect. It could automatically trigger a Holy Light Starfall without costing a single point of energy, striking within the target range. Quinn was dumbfounded. She admitted it was beyond anything her father could ever buy. Alongside it, she also received the Judgment set, which carried the terrifying Starlight Annihilation, a continuous damage skill that couldn't be dispelled. Even Jinying, usually calm, was left speechless by her own reward. She admitted the enchantment effect alone was priceless, something she could never have afforded. What she held now was the Blade set, a legendary class-specific gear that magnified weapon damage, boosting certain effects by as much as 120%. As each of them slipped into their new gear, the room filled with energy. Taozi couldn't contain herself, laughing as she boasted that her stats had nearly doubled in an instant. Quinn clenched her fists, declaring that with their senior support, they had no excuses left. They had to give everything in the upcoming exam. Jinying added firmly that they must invite Senior E over as a guest to properly thank her face-to-face, and everyone agreed without hesitation. Even their aunt spoke up, gently reminding little Fan that gratitude was something they could never neglect. Our boy nodded, explaining that such a visit might only be possible in about a month since Miss E was tied up with family matters. Just then, he caught the faint presence of someone drawing near. His aunt let out a small sigh, noting that by then the exam would already be finished and they would likely be on break. A knock echoed at the door. When he opened it, a broad figure filled the doorway. The man introduced himself as Marizov from the Snow Country, sent by young Master Andre to take charge of the renovation project for Lu Fan's territory. Our hero couldn't help but admit that Andre had moved far quicker than he imagined. In such a short span, he had already sent the famous Snow Country architect, Marizov, straight to him, blueprints for Shadow Iceland in hand. But what truly shocked him were the designs themselves. The plans included epic-grade Shadow Diamond crystal cannons, placed all around the island. Their range blanketed not only the Iceland, but the nearby seas as well, powerful enough to wipe out even a Force Advancement Master in an instant. Their resort had essentially been transformed into a fortress of war. Still, he thought with a faint smile, that wasn't such a bad surprise. As he relaxed, the girls continued to tease one another in good spirits. Before leaving, Morozov added one last detail. The teleportation array linking Dragon Capital Academy's dungeon hall directly to Shadow Iceland would be completed in just 3 days, exactly when the final exam was set to begin. Hearing this, Tauzi immediately volunteered for the task. She declared it settled, promising that unless they stumbled into an overwhelmingly strong opponent, Lu wouldn't need to step in at all. She vowed that this time they would prove the results of their hard training. Our hero agreed. He told them that unless a truly formidable enemy appeared, there would be no need for him to interfere. He was more than content to sit back and let them take the spotlight. But before the big day, he wanted to give them one last push. He personally honed each of their skills. Tauzi was trained in Dazzling Holy Light, a wide-area attack that not only dealt massive damage, but also applied a burning effect, lowering enemy resistances by 20%. Jining learned the earth-splitting skill, its mountain-shaking effect unleashing a devastating 320% physical damage strike. Quinn was drilled in Water Prism, a technique where she slashed to summon 4 streams of water that locked onto a target, trapping it while cutting movement and attack speed for 8 seconds. With their new skills sharpened, he then led them out for real combat training. The results spoke for themselves. Tauzi advanced to level 38, Quinn reached 39, Aunt Han climbed to 30, and Jining gained the most, breaking through to level 40. As for him, even with just a little effort, his progress had surged to 50%. 3 days passed in a blink, and the Dragon Capital Academy arena was packed as the final exam officially began. The announcer called for number 8, and our hero found himself wondering who their first opponent would be. Tauzi tightened her gloves, grinning as she said it didn't matter. Whoever showed up, they'd crush them all the same. The team stood side by side, ready for battle. Just then, a small voice called out. Someone timidly addressed him as Great Lu Fan, asking if he could take a photo together. Startled, our hero turned to see a nervous student fumbling with his phone. The boy explained that he had watched the Trial of the Nation livestream, found it incredible, and had since become a fan. Lu smiled, agreed, and let the kid snap a selfie. Afterward, he asked if there was anything else. That's when the boy revealed he was contestant number 8, their opponent. With that, he hurried off, assuring Lu that he knew his limits and would forfeit. Tauzi quickly objected, calling after him. She reminded him that the exam wasn't only about rankings, but also combat performance. If he forfeited without fighting, he might be forced into a makeup exam. The boy turned back, shaking his head. He admitted he understood, but insisted it was pointless. No matter if 50 or even 100 joined his side, none of them could touch Lu Fan. For him, stepping into the arena meant instant defeat. Tauzi patted his shoulder with a smile, telling him not to panic. She promised she wouldn't let him be eliminated instantly. He would still have a chance to fight. The boy blinked in surprise, but after a moment, nodded and returned to his team, nervously asking his 2 senior sisters whether they really had to go through with this. Soon, Tauzi and Qin entered the arena, facing the 5-man team across from them. Tauzi raised her voice, telling them to stop stalling. The match was on. At the signal, the opposing team charged forward. The mage began chanting a spell, while a bespectacled fighter lunged ahead. Tauzi shouted to Qin to get ready. Qin responded instantly, channeling energy that shimmered in gold as she buffed Tauzi's strength. She declared she would hold their enemies in place. With a sweep of her hands, Qin cast light, domain imprisonment. Walls of radiant energy surged up, enclosing the enemy team in a 6 to 7 meter radius. In an instant, all 5 opponents were completely trapped inside the glowing prison. Tauzi wasted no time. She rushed in, sword raised high, remarking coldly that her opponents had already missed their only real chance. She unleashed abyssal coagulation, driving her blade down as countless condensed water needles burst out in every direction. The 5 trapped players were instantly riddled with piercing water damage, unable to break free. Qin glanced toward the chubby boy among them and offered a soft apology, saying the fight was about to end. With that, she soared into the air, her staff blazing with radiant yellow energy that spilled across the battlefield. It was none other than Starlight Annihilation, a devastating spell that summoned holy light to rain down, blasting every enemy in range while branding them with a holy burn effect. The arena erupted into chaos. Smoke billowed, armor shattered, and when the haze cleared, Team 8 lay completely defeated on the ground. The audience was stunned. Many blinked in disbelief, muttering that they had only glanced at their phones for a second. And in that moment, the two girls had already crushed all 5 players. Gasps filled the stands as they asked aloud, were Lu Fan's teammates always this terrifying? His lineup wasn't just filled with beauties, but every one of them fought with overwhelming power. Even Lu himself admitted he hadn't expected them to perform so fiercely. His aunt quickly gave credit to Jianying, saying it was thanks to her guidance. But Jianying shook her head, saying the results belonged to everyone. This was the fruit of their endless hard training together. Meanwhile, at Sangui Jin Pavilion, Jiang turned to Brother Meng with an idea. Why not make their team permanent? He confessed they had always admired the blood-clad army, and after graduation, they hoped to follow Meng's path. Jing eagerly agreed, saying Brother Meng was his role model, to achieve greatness by following him. That was what it meant to be a man. Meng smiled with confidence. He agreed they could team up, but set one condition, only if they defeated Lu Fan in the finals. If they managed that, he promised he would personally recommend them to the blood-clad army. As they made their way to the arena, the stands buzzed louder than ever. Spectators were still raving about what they'd witnessed. 2 girls had just obliterated 5 opponents in seconds. It was unheard of. Bets started flying that Lu Fan could claim this year's championship without even stepping onto the stage himself. At that moment, the system highlighted the details of light domain imprisonment. 6 radiant walls rising in a target area to form a holy barrier with a radius of 7 meters, locking enemies within. The crowd was in awe, praising the spectacle. Cheers rose for Tao as well, marveling at her sword strikes that burst into deadly streams of water, cutting down everything in their path. From the stands, Meng's gaze sharpened as he watched the battle come to an end. His thoughts drifted straight to Lu Fan, the one everyone whispered about, the one who had given his teammates such strength. A cold scoff escaped him. To the crowd, Lu Fan was some untouchable figure, worshipped like a god simply because he had achieved a second advancement profession. But to Meng, it was nothing more than blind luck, luck from choosing a dragon. His fist tightened, knuckles cracking as a dangerous aura began to pulse from his body. His voice dropped to a growl, each word laced with contempt. A real warrior wasn't made through gifts or chance. It was carved from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Energy rippled violently around him as he muttered his vow. He would be the one to shatter that so-called divine light. He would rip away the halo that surrounded Lu Fan with his own hands. 6 days later, the arena battlegrounds roared with noise as wagers flew across the stands. Many backed Lu Fan without hesitation, calling him the god who had dominated the secret realm of the nation. How could someone like that possibly stumble in a school exam? Others, however, threw their silver on Meng's team. Just yesterday, a leaked video had gone viral. Meng had dismantled a 3rd advancement master in under 5 minutes, leaving broken bones scattered on the ground. His power was real, and no one could deny it. When the two teams finally faced each other, murmurs spread like wildfire. To everyone's surprise, neither Lu nor Meng stepped in for the opening round. That left 3 girls against 4 men. The crowd scoffed, whispering doubts. Could 3 girls really hold out against 4? Some sneered outright, saying fielding a lifetime profession was the same as dragging a weak link into battle. Lu stood quietly off to the side with his aunt, watching. On the opposite side, Meng never once looked away from him. Jiang sneered, mocking that if Lu refused to fight, he wouldn't be able to hold onto his #1 title. Lu answered calmly, telling him to prove himself instead. The reply struck like a slap. Jiang's face darkened with fury. He barked at his men not to end the match too quickly. He wanted everyone watching to see Fengjun Pavilion's return to glory. His teammates nodded in unison, ready to carry out his command. Taozi burst out laughing when she heard his boasts, asking her friends if they caught that nonsense too. Qin's voice turned serious, reminding them not to let themselves be looked down on. At Teacher Gu's signal, the match began. Taozi instantly cast abyssal coagulation, filling the air with a storm of razor-sharp water needles. Qin followed up with starlight annihilation, her holy light tearing down like a meteor shower. At the same time, Jiang Xin unleashed mountain shaking, a brutal strike that blasted 210% physical damage across a wide radius. The enemy team reacted fast. Jiang shouted for them to scatter, and they darted apart just as the arena erupted in explosions, smoke engulfing the battlefield. Tauzi frowned, thinking they had slipped away. But Qin's voice cut in sharply. She warned Tauzi to be careful. An ambush was coming. In the very next heartbeat, pink cords whipped through the smoke, binding tightly around Jiang Xian. A sorcery imprisonment, holding her locked in place for 5 whole seconds. The girls exchanged glances and understood immediately. Jianying was their target. An archer drew on Tauzi from the flank, while Qin faced down a charging swordsman. Jiang pounced on the opportunity. Smirking, he taunted Jianying, pointing out that with the imprisonment shackling her, she couldn't move an inch. Once she fell, he declared the outcome was already sealed. He unleashed Shadow Strike, 1,000 Phantom soul-rendering kill. Shadow energy surged as 16 Phantom clones burst forth in just 1.5 seconds, forming a deadly cross-slash that howled toward Jianying. She still had 4 long seconds left in the binding. Jianying showed no trace of panic. Instead, she asked calmly, "Is that so?" The simple words stopped Jiang cold, his confidence wavering. Meanwhile, Qin's starlight annihilation bathed the swordsman in searing radiance, burning away his strength with continuous holy damage. Tauzi moved swiftly, casting Water Prison to lock the archer in place. With 2 enemies neutralized, the field narrowed until only Jiang remained standing. Sweat pricked at Jiang's brow as his team crumbled around him. Jianying's imprisonment still had 3 seconds left, but time was running out fast. Snarling, he yanked out his dagger and decided to strike down Qinjing first. Then, without warning, a storm of blades rained from above like falling flowers. Jiang froze, eyes widening in disbelief as countless phantom swords pierced into the ground around him. It was the 1,000 Swords special effect, something he hadn't even seen coming. He twisted and rolled aside, just in time to avoid a killing blow, but the shock left him reeling. Ow! She's still bound, he thought frantically. How can she release skills? But Jianying hadn't cast a thing. She didn't need to. The final seconds bled away. Jiang lunged, desperate to land a finishing strike. Just as he closed in, one of the spectral blades slashed across his leg, leaving a deep gash. Pain shot through him, twisting his face in rage. He cursed furiously, yelling that Jianying's so-called foolproof plan was nothing but empty talk. And then, the timer hit 0. Far away, Lu Fan lounged comfortably with his aunt, completely unconcerned. He observed aloud that Jiang had made a fatal mistake. Those weren't Jianying's skills at all, but the special effects of her weapon. His aunt smiled softly, telling him not to worry about Jianying. She passed him a glass of fresh juice, made with his favorite fruits, as if they were merely watching a casual show. On the opposite side, Meng's scowl deepened. He watched the fight with clear disdain, muttering that this so-called match was nothing but trash, a pathetic dogfight unworthy of his time. Back on the battlefield, the pink chains shattered into fragments, and Jianying finally stood free. Power surged around her as she lifted her twin blades onto her shoulders, her aura pressing down like a storm. Jiang felt a chill crawl up his spine, fear sinking deep into his chest. In a final gamble, he cloaked himself with mana and launched Shadow Strike, replicating his body into 16 phantoms. They rushed in from every angle, blades crossing at blinding speed to overwhelm her. But Jianying didn't flinch. She raised her swords and declared with certainty his efforts were useless. In the arena battleground, the fight was being carried on between the protagonist, Lu Fan's team, and the Meng Jia team. As the Meng Jia team was attacking, and in them was Jin Fengyun, who was furious, but Jianying from the Lu Fan team attacked them with Frigio Water Sword. It was an excellent quality weapon of level 29, and the special attack it held was Frost, which deals with ice elemental damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. With that move, now Jin Fengyun was on the ground, wrapped in ice. Still, the attack was not stopped. Lu Fan, another team member, came to attack her. She used abyssal coagulation, a condensed, countless water needles to bombard the target from all the directions, dealing massive water elemental piercing damage to all targets in the range, significantly reducing their attack speed and defense. There was a splash of water all around the arena with that move while the audience sitting on the seats were pumped up. They had never seen such thing. Few of them were even calling Jianying and other very strong. And also they were all curious to look Lu Fan into the fight, because he was just sitting behind and watching his team members fighting. They were all curious that when were they going to move and make a move. While Meng Jia's team member wanted Meng Jia to show his true power and get into the fight, Lu Fan was now pumped but was too arrogant. He was sitting and smiling at everyone, but when he saw Meng Jia making a move, he finally decided to join them. Meng Jia pulled out his sword and went in charging into the enemy. He even pushed back his team members so they wouldn't get hurt in the way. He was number 3 and was a level 40 Berserk Blood Wolf swordsman for the Blood-clad Army Third Order. While the main character was getting ready to fight, his Annie was there too, and she was offering him food to eat, but he told her that she didn't need to do that for him. They would go and do groceries after the assessment was over, and they would have a good meal tonight. Her aunt was looking at him and asked him if she was not feeding him with good food until now, but he told her that he meant that tonight they will have a victory feast. While the judges were looking at him, getting ready, Guhan and Zhao Xingming were talking about him, that Lu Fan was finally going to enter the fight and make his move, and it was quite a wait to see him to fight. As they discussed also about his previous fight, that when Lu Fan fought Fengyan Pavilion, he absolutely terrified the entire crowd. Meng Jia was not going to stop. He called Lu Fan an arrogant person and shouted at him, saying him a dragon tamer, and wanted him to get out into the fight. Without wasting a second, Jianing came in flying and called Meng Jia that he had to face her before going towards Lu Fan. She used her same attack from before from the Frigio sword. She tried to slow down Meng Jia. She even used another attack on him and made her more strengthened just to stop him. But Meng Jia used his army berserker great sword on her. It was an epic quality weapon of level 34. It dealt with 340% physical damage, and 34% of that damage was sent to the enemy in the surrounding area. Meng Jia told her that he wasn't interested in her and wanted to fight Lu Fan, but she was not going to stop there. She used another attack, Harma Flame Scythe, which was a burst-type attack attribute that could be switched between fire and dark elements. And each life reaped permanently increases the Harma Flame Scythe attack power by 0.1%. But that was not where she stopped. She even used Myriad Flowers. It was an attack with level 20 quality in which 1,000 Swords Featherfall splits into 1,000 Myriad Flowers, each with 10% of the original attack power, dealing area of effect damage before reverting to its original form. But as she was attacking, another enemy came into her way to stop her. It was Jian Fengyun. She said that she was her opponent and Jianing attacked her wasted. But then Taozi went into the fight with Meng Jia. She stopped him head-to-head with her sword, but Meng Jia said to her that she thought that she was worthy to fight with him. Qin Ke and Jianing also tried to help her to stop Meng Jia. They were all arrogant and wanted to have the opponent for themselves. It was just a selfish fight for them. But then Lu Fan came in between and stopped them. He appreciated everyone for performing well in the fight. He told them if the fight was a real life or death battle, the pavilion would have wiped out long ago. Taozi was still holding back Meng Jia, but he was quite heavy and stronger than her. She was getting pushed back, but arrows came toward them and stopped them from colliding with each other. They were arrows of the serpent, and they were 12 arrows of the serpent. Lu Fan had fired at Meng Jia. Lu Fan ordered Jian Ying and Taozi to fall back and protect Annie with Qin Xiao, while Meng Jia told Jian Fengyun to get back, as the fight would get intense, and she could get hurt in friendly fire. Meng Jia was waiting and thinking that now Lu Fan would summon a dragon. He thought that if Lu Fan won by summoning a dragon, it wouldn't be an honorable victory, and what if he won against the dragon and Lu Fan? While Taozi was being called back, and not to get in the way of Lu Fan, Meng Jia then attacked Lu Fan at once. He slashed at him with his sword, telling him that he was someone who walked out of the war against the beast tides, and he was a true warrior. But Lu Fan dodged him easily. Lu Fan used his dragon aura and imbues with the dragon aura. He performed 2 consecutive slashes at Meng Jia. Meng Jia stopped his attack with his sword, but was pushed back. It was a blow at him. He shouted at him that he wasn't a dragon tamer, and why was he not summoning a dragon already? But Lu Fan said that if he wanted to see a dragon, he had to actually hurt him first, and with an ego, Lu Fan called him to come and fight. Meng Jia was all in anger, and then he changed his form, and red lightning, he turned himself into a werewolf. All his team members were watching him. They were scared of him. They didn't think that he would do that so quickly, but now Meng Jia had unleashed his werewolf form. Werewolf transformation happens when a Berserk Blood Wolf swordsman activates their werewolf bloodline, allowing them to enter or exit werewolf form at will. The physical attack power and defense power increased by 750%, and for every second after the transformation. The final damage dealt increases by 1%, but as the fight carries on, their sanity and will automatically exit the transformation when the stamina is depleted. Meng Jia charged at Lu Fan and told him that now he would tear him apart. Lu Fan was quite surprised. He had never thought that Meng Jia would be hiding his true strength. He thought that it would be his class's unique traits. Lu Fan again used his arrow serpent attack on him, but this time they were useless, and Meng Jia looked at him. Now the real fight was going to get started, and things had already heated up a lot. In the Dragon Capital Academy arena, the fight between our main character and Meng Jia was turned into a big deal. After getting pushed back by the protagonist, Meng Jia was enraged, which caused him to change his form and turn himself into a werewolf. Now, Meng Jia was way stronger than before. While he tried to tear Lu Fan into pieces, our main character casually dodged him and flew into the air with his wings on his back. Lu Fan was getting curious as he knew Meng Jia would not be able to control his form and said to him that he needed to turn back to normal. And if not, Meng Jia could lose his sanity and turn into a mindless beast that kills anyone on sight. Lu Fan charged his skills and tried to push him back, but it was not enough. Meng Jia was already getting out of control. The only thing he was focusing on was to tear him to shreds at any cost. But as his mind got lost, he attacked his own team member. Meng Jia slashed into Jiang Fengyun and cut open his body and threw him to the ground, while he came running towards others. One of them made a force field, also a sorcery protective wall, that creates a protective wall in front of the user that cannot be passed through by any physical entity, which lasts for 15 seconds around himself and others, leaving Jiang outside to get attacked again by Meng Jia. Everyone in the audience was watching the scene, and now they were shouting that Meng Jia had gone mad and was attacking his own people. There was a wave of terror in their eyes. Many of them decided to get out of the arena to save their lives. Many in the audience were blaming the teachers for not stopping the fight, because if they do not react fast, Jiang Fengyun is going to be mauled to death. Gu Han, one of the judges, told Vice Principal Zhao to stop the assessment as Meng Jia had lost control. But Vice Principal Zhao told her that Lu Fan was still making a move, so they should wait. Lu Fan was charging up his arrows again. He decided to stop Meng Jia before he got out of control. He shouted at him saying that he will be the one to defeat him. He then attacked him with his Leaping Thunder skill. It was Dragon Language Replication skill, which could replicate and cast a dragon pet's Dragon Language magic skill, and its power was determined by the user's own stats. Now, there was only one bolt of lightning that continuously jumped between 10 enemy targets, and with each jump, the damage increased, and with that single move, Meng Jia was hit with the most powerful attack and was roaring in pain. Not only him, all the team members of his were also getting attacked with the same move continuously. First, the attack damage was only 30%. In the second jump, it was doubled. In the third, it was tripled. In the fourth, it was 4 times as powerful. As it was jumping in the whole arena and harming the enemy, the audience started to run outside the arena, as they thought that if such attack hit them, they would die. But not only that, the Vice Principal Zhao was also terrified. He said that Lu Fan and Meng Jia both were crazy. He even yelled at Lu Fan to stop it at once. But Lu Fan replied that Vice Principal should not be too nervous, as his attacks were not after their lives, but still the enemy will spend few days in the hospital. After getting hit by such bolts, Meng Jia finally turned back to normal as his transformation was depleted, and he was lying on the ground, all beaten up. After watching the whole scene, few of the audience which stayed and looked at the whole scene started to cheer for Lu Fan, and they didn't regret staying in the arena for a longer time, as it was all worth it for them. While the judges announced that the assessment was over and the winner was Lu Fan, Jiang Ying, Qin Xiu, Taozi, and external support, Han Ku, everyone was smiling, looking at Lu Fan. They appreciated him for being the number one in the fight. Han Ku, Lu Fan's aunt, also told him to let's go and prepare for the victory feast for everyone. But Lu Fan was focused on the enemies. He called out his dragon for some work. It was a female dragon. Many in the audience were shocked, but were falling for it. They were amazed by looking at another form of dragon. They had seen an original form that was a huge black dragon, but now it was a dragon in girl form, and many of them wanted to hug her, as she was looking cute to them. They recalled the fight of Lu Fan and Chun Tianji, which was between 2 dragons, and they thought that he had summoned a dragon to settle his private grudge with the enemy. They were all thinking that now Lu Fan would kill his opponents. Meng Ji was sitting on the ground, looking towards the dragon. He asked Lu Fan what he was planning to do to him after summoning a dragon, after he had just won the battle. Meng Jia also asked him if he was going to kill them all in the arena, as it was just an assessment. But what happened next was totally the opposite. Our main character's dragon used her skill of Fountain of Life, which applies Fountain of Life to all friendly targets, continuously restoring their health. Meng Jia was shocked. He was getting all healed up, and his wounds were getting clear in seconds. Our main character turned around and started to walk away, but he suggested that Meng Jia not play chess with a terrible player, and hanging around the Fengyan Pavilion will only drag him down. Meng Jia was all in anger. He made a fist. He was unable to process his defeat and refused to accept it. He said that it was possible that he lost after he was a fierce beast that trained every day, and he was the fastest person in the blood-clad army to ever be promoted to the Third Order. The other team members were also curious about how they were all defeated by a student. Meng Jia started to hit on the ground. He said that it wasn't fair. Lu Fan stopped and said that he knew this would come as everyone thought of him as a dragon tamer that summoned a dragon and won the fights easily. But he cleared Meng Jia doubts. He said that he had been training every single time as well, and he had seized every opportunity to devote himself raising the dragons as well, and as he did that he faced strong enemies every time. His efforts were also not less than Meng Jia. The other team members of our main character also told Meng Jia that Lu Fan had also received recognition from the military. He had also been honored by the Northern Borderlands and even had a golden emblem from the Griffin Legion. They even added that our main character has the recognition of one of the 3 dragon countries, and if he wanted to, he could even mobilize the entire blood-clad army. Meng Jia was shocked by hearing it all. His team members were also surprised that it could be possible, as he had only been enrolled for a year. Guhan, the judge, was very much amazed. The crowd was now talking about the match. They were saying that one of the 3 elders was there to make a judgment of the battle. So the battle this time was different from before, and it had already caused a sit-in in the Taichi Nation. They also said that now it could be possible that a golden emblem of the Griffin Legion could outrank a commander of the blood-clad army alone. Listening to everyone, the vice principal asked Guhan to leave the arena, as now there was no need for them here, as no one would be injured anymore. While our main character told everyone that he won't misuse his powers at all, and suggested that Meng Jia keep working hard, and at least make his strength match the position he wanted to seek. Everyone in the Lu Fan team decided to go and have a great victory feast together. While Meng Jia's team members asked him to help him get up, Jiang Fengyan stopped them as he saw them leaving them behind, while Meng Jia looked at his badge and thought that he was not the one whose strength matched Lu Fan's strength at all, and so he left the arena. In the night after the victory feast, our main character walked back to his room while he was full and was appreciating his aunt cooking. And as he entered his room, he saw Jianing on his bed lying down, dressed awkwardly, and he stepped outside to understand the situation he was in now. He thought that he was seeing things as he ate the mushroom for dinner that his aunt had made, and he started to feel shy. After the victory feast, our main character went straight back to his house to sleep, but what he saw inside was unimaginable. As Lu Fan opened the door of his room, he saw Jianing sleeping inside, and as he entered, she woke up and asked him what he was doing inside the room. Our main character was confused, as it was his room, and asked her to look carefully as she was sleeping in his bed. He was curious to know the reason she had. She quickly apologized to him and said that she had entered his room without permission, and the truth was that she was waiting for him to get back to his room after finishing eating, so she could talk with him. The words were quite jumbled up, so Lu Fan asked her to repeat herself. She told him that she wanted to talk to him about the holiday break, as he heard from his elder sister Han that he would be leaving the dragon capital after the break started. Our main character asked her that he was going to leave for the holiday break. As the break was 4 months long, he decided to go back to Jianghai City. Jianing asked him that was it possible for her to join him for the break. Lu Fan smiled at her and said that he was confused that what did she wanted to ask her, but this request he didn't have thought, and he said to her that of course she could go along with him on the holiday break, but he asked her that why did she wanted to go with him. She told him that she had no place anywhere to go back to. She told him about his family, that it was once amongst the most prominent in a border city in the Yunnan province. But when the beast tide came, the entire city was turned to nothing but rubble. While she told the story, she was thinking about her huge beast she saw in her city turning into nothing. She continued with her past. Her family sent her to Dragon Capital, and then she returned to the border city in Yunbei province to fight the beast tide. They all fought until that last moment, but none of them survived. She said that this only happened 2 months before she enrolled, and as she was the top scorer of Yunbei province, there is no home left for her now. After finishing her story, she thought that she would be a burden on him and said that she knew the request she was asking was a lot, and she turned the request down as she said that it would be fine for her to stay here during the break, as she would do some level grinding or something else to spend her time. Jianing was quite pulled towards her. He grabbed her shoulder and called her name, and said to her that no one was meant to be alone, and together they would go to Shanghai City together, and it would be their new home. Listening to our main character, Jianing, face was visibly emotional. She thanked him for being with her. On the other side, deep within the Xingu forest on the border of the Taichi Nation, the ground was torn apart, and skeleton dragons came outside of it. They were saying that divine bones should reshape and destroy the dragon Tamer. Now on the screen, there was a notification about the travel schedule. It said that the news was urgent as Taichi Nation was struck by a large-scale snow tide attack. It said that all flights to Taichi Nation were suspended until the problem was solved and advised the passenger to get to the ticket counter for further processing. While there was chaos, our main character, Hanku, and Jianing were sitting and watching the announcement. Hanku thought that there would be wrath from both man and heaven. Also, there was only text. The news from the Taichi Nation was getting blocked, which made Lu Fan think about the nation. He was also thinking that the Lu family took over after the Jin family fell, and thankfully his wanted status had been nullified. He was curious that the people's senior sister mentioned, who were backing the Taichi Nation, would make a move. While our main character had thoughts and doubts, Hanku calmed the air by telling them that it was none of their business, as it had been a while since they were getting back to Shanghai City. So, they should be ready. And also she told Jianing that she would show the city once they had reached the place. But still our main character couldn't be calmed. He was worrying about the situation, but he was making himself calm by telling himself that he needed to enjoy the holidays. While they were getting ready to travel, Tianshou City was on fire. Everywhere in the sky, haunted skeletal dragons were attacking the city and killing everyone. The only way to stop them was to do what they asked. So the leader there came with his guards and told them that he had brought the 2 people they had asked them to bring and begged the dragon to be merciful towards them. While he was fulfilling the demand of the dragons, he was thinking that the person sent from above had abandoned them and left them to die, and if they didn't do as the beast told them to do, the Lui family would be finished. The guards quickly went and brought the 2 people asked, as the guards came back holding 2 people, one male and the other female, with their hands chained so that they could not run. The girl saw the huge skeleton dragon and got scared. She asked what the situation was and even said that the Jin family was imprisoned by the Lui family. So what more did they want from them now to do? The leader of the Lui family quickly said to the dragon that he had brought the person he was looking for and told him that these were the only dragon tamers in the entire Taichi Nation. The boy was confused as he heard a dragon tamer. He was chained and was not able to move a bit, and even could not even resist the situation he was in. All he was thinking of was a chance to run from the place. Suddenly, a dragon came in front of them, and he shouted to the girl, calling her the princess, and wanted her to run with him, but the skeleton dragon killed that other dragon easily, calling him a lowly subspecies of dragons. There were waves everywhere the guard were trying to protect the leader as he was old. The skeleton dragon told them that it's not worthy of being called a dragon at all, and this was not the one he was looking for. He told them that if they were not able to find the person he was looking, then they were not of any use for him, and the other lowly dragon corpse was lying on the ground with blood all around. The guards quickly picked Lord Louis and started to run away to retreat as the skeleton dragon started to destroy the place. The girl saw the skeleton dragon coming towards her, and she shouted Chun Tianji and requested him to get her out of there. While the boy Chun was confused about how he was a dragon tamer, a useless thing for the skeleton dragon, and yet he was the only one to end up in this state. He was fully angry, but suddenly he remembered that he could be in this state because of the protagonist. The scene bursts open with the bone god's furious roar, his voice shaking the air as he yells at the princess. She meets his rage with a cold, defiant glare that could cut through steel. At the same moment, Chun screams with every ounce of strength, fighting against the violent energy swirling madly around him. The bone god turns his burning gaze toward him and growls. "Do you even know who you're looking for?" Chun, trembling but holding his ground, forces out his reply. "It's Lu Fan, a student from Dragon City Academy. He's probably at school or home by now." The bone god's grin spreads slowly as he nods in approval. "Good. Then take me to him." His deep, eerie laughter echoes through the space, sending a chill crawling down Chen's spine. The sound makes him collapse, pleading desperately, though he knows there's no escape. Eyes blazing like crimson lightning, the bone god raises a hand and speaks in a tone that brooks no argument. "Swear loyalty to me, and I'll grant you the power of the ancient gods. Refuse, and you'll end up like that lizard I just crushed." Chen's fear shifts into burning anger. He shouts back, "Fine. I'll take it. I'll take whatever power it takes to destroy my enemies." The bone god's laugh rumbles like thunder, clearly pleased by the hatred within Chen's heart. "Excellent. That's the spirit I like to see." With a wave of his hand, the air shudders violently, and a crystal orb materializes in front of Chun. His eyes widen in shock as a bone sphere spirals around him, radiating waves of power that shake the ground and make the air hum. The bone god stands firm, exuding authority as a glowing screen appears, displaying Chen's level shooting up to 110. "This is the power of the ancient gods," he declares proudly. "From this moment on, you are God Bone, slave level 110, Dragon Tamer stage 4. His voice turns cold and sharp. "You belong to me now. I'll rest within your pet space until Lu Fan is found. Fail me, and I'll erase you in an instant." Transformed, Chun kneels, his face filled with fierce determination. "Thank you, Lord Bone God. I'll find Lu Fan for you. I swear it." Not far away, the prince watches in disbelief, fear gripping him as he realizes the man he once commanded now serves an ancient god. The bone god's laughter fades as he vanishes into the air, leaving Chun standing tall, fists clenched, power surging around him. "From now on," Chun mutters with a dark smile, "no one will ever look down on me again." The tension spikes as the Lord steps forward, demanding answers. His voice booms through the hall as he glares at Chun. "What deal did you make with the ancient god? And why did the beast tide suddenly stop?" But Chun stays completely calm, his tone icy. "I promised to help him accomplish his goals. We've formed a binding contract." The Lord's eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes that, yes, the Tai Chi state is saved, but in the same breath, he understands just how dangerous Chun has become. His expression hardens. "The ancient god once nearly wiped out this kingdom. Now that it lives within you, I can't allow you to walk free." Chun slowly turns, his gaze sharp and mocking. "You think someone like you can stop me?" Blue energy crackles around him, swirling like living lightning. He steps forward, voice rising. "Then come on, let's settle what's been left unfinished." The Lord braces himself, but before he can react, a burst of red energy cuts through the air. A sinister laugh echoes from the shadows. Still acting high and mighty, "Huh?" A voice sneers. A masked man steps out, his presence chilling the room. "I'm from the Tan family, serving under Lord Lu," he announces coldly. The hall falls silent. A glowing screen flickers, revealing his identity. Dan, a level 105 shadow hunter from the long-lost Tan family. The Lord trembles, his face pale as he finally understands the truth. He's been nothing more than a pawn, and the Tan family, thought extinct for 100 years, has been lurking in the dark all along. Dan smirks. "Chin, why fight me? Join us instead. The Tan family wants to study the power inside you. Help us, and the throne of Tai Chi Kingdom could be yours." But Chin doesn't even hesitate. "Not interested." Dan's tone turns venomous. "You'll regret that." He lashes out, sending chains of red energy whipping through the air. "This power belongs to the Tan family," he roars. Chun dodges in an instant and counters, his movements a blur. With a sudden flash, Dan's body jerks, struck clean from behind by the Godbone Dragon Spear. Blood splashes across the floor. Dan's eyes widen in shock, his voice shaking as he stumbles. This can't be." The Lord shouts in disbelief. A kid just defeated a level 100 warrior in one blow. Hidden nearby, the princess gasps, unable to believe what she's witnessing. Chun lowers his spear, smirking. "So this is the mighty Tan family? Pathetic." For the first time, he feels it, the pure, intoxicating thrill of true power. The Lord sinks to his knees, despair written all over his face. His voice trembles as he mutters, "It's over. The Tan family's champion is dead. Everything's finished." Chin's eyes narrow, his expression turning cold and merciless. He fixes his glare on Lord Lu, his voice low and cutting. "Do you remember what you did to me? The torture, the humiliation? I haven't forgotten a second of it." He takes a step forward, his tone dripping with vengeance. "Now, I'll return the favor and offer you as a sacrifice to the ancient gods." Lord Lu's body shakes uncontrollably. He drops to the floor, his voice cracking as he pleads, "Wait, it wasn't me. I had no choice. It was the Tan family's orders. I was just their messenger, nothing more." But Chin doesn't even flinch. His expression stays cold as he raises his hand, divine energy swirling around it like a living storm. You can beg all you want. It won't save you. The air hums with power as Chin's hand begins to glow, bones shifting and reshaping under his skin. The light intensifies, flooding the room with a pale radiance. Then, the screen flashes, God Bone Dragon Claw activated. His arms morph into deadly weapons, a fusion of bone and dragon, glowing with divine might. Each claw pulses with energy so intense it distorts the air around them. The display announces their terrifying potential, power limited only by the user's own strength. Chin stares at his transformed hands, a dark smirk forming as the ground trembles beneath him. In the heart of the castle city, the desperate lord finally breaks down. His voice trembles as he drops to his knees, begging for his life. Please, Chun, if you hadn't come, we'd never have gained this kind of power. I swear, I'll behave, I'll do whatever it takes, just let me live. But Chin's expression stays cold, unmoved by the pleading words. His claws glow faintly as divine energy ripples around him. Begging won't change anything, he mutters. With a swift flick of his claw, he darts forward. The strike is clean, fast, and final. The Lord collapses instantly. Life ended in a single motion. The hall erupts into chaos. The Lord's followers cry out in grief, shouting their master's name, their voices echoing through the ruins of what was once their pride. Chun watches in silence, his eyes sharp yet unreadable. Then he suddenly halts, standing behind a young girl, trembling in fear. Her legs give out, and she falls to the floor, tears streaking her face. Chun, please, she cries, her voice cracking. I was wrong. I swear I was wrong. Don't kill me. Her arms rise in surrender, shaking uncontrollably. But Chun says nothing. His wings unfurl with a low, resonant hum, light rippling across their surface. Without a single word, he launches into the sky, leaving her kneeling below, staring up in silence as he disappears into the clouds. The scene shifts to Zhanghai City, bathed in warm afternoon light. Uncle Ge greets Lu Fan with open arms and a wide smile. Well, look who it is. It's been ages. You've come a long way, kid, he says with genuine pride. He chuckles heartily, boasting, back in my day, I crushed opponents left and right. Some even lost their nerve before the fight started. But those dragons you've got, now, that's something else. Lu Fan gives a modest smile. Thanks, Uncle Ge. You're still as lively as ever. A glowing screen flickers beside them, showing Uncle Ge, level 29 warrior, chief steward of the Queen family. Lu Fan's eyes soften as he recalls how Uncle Ge once led his first Secret Realm expedition. It feels good to see an old ally again. Nearby, Miss Han glances toward Jianying, suggesting with a smile, don't worry so much. Let's move into Jianshan Garden. It used to be Xiao Fan's place, even if we never lived there. Xiao Tao sighs softly, her thoughts drifting to her parents. I wonder if they still miss their little cotton-padded jacket. Trying to lift the mood, Xiao Qiu grins. Come on, let's throw a Manhan banquet to celebrate. We all need something fun. Their laughter fades as breaking news flashes across the screen. The beast tide in Taichi country has officially ended. Reports claim that Lord Lu fell heroically in battle, sacrificing himself to protect his people. Xiao Tao blinks in surprise. Wait, that's it? No destruction? What a disappointment. Miss Han shakes her head. The Taichi rulers keep changing. Maybe that kingdom really is cursed. Lu Fan pauses, half smiling. Maybe I'm the one bringing the curse. He falls silent, remembering his senior's warning that somewhere in Taichi, a hidden 5th-level expert still waits in the shadows. The scene transitions smoothly to the Qin family villa, where a sleek car rolls to a stop in front of the gates. Uncle G steps out, his tone respectful as he announces, We've arrived, young Mississippi. Xiao Qiu blinks in surprise before spotting her father and Uncle Tao waiting outside. Her face lights up instantly. She dashes forward, calling out joyfully, Dad. Xiao Tao isn't far behind, running straight into her father's arms. Dad, I miss you so much, she says, her voice trembling with emotion. Her father, Qin Shanhe, chuckles warmly as he embraces her. 6 months apart, and you've grown so much. I barely recognize you. She flushes and pouts playfully. Don't tease me, Dad. A glowing screen suddenly flickers into view, revealing Qin Shanhe, level 57 combat class knight. Qin turns to Lu Fan and Miss Han, greeting them with a friendly smile. Welcome back, both of you. Sorry for the extra trouble arranging that special ride. Lu Fan bows slightly. Not all, Sir Qin. I appreciate it. Qin waves a hand dismissively. Nonsense. It's just a bit of courtesy. He gestures toward another man standing nearby. This is Uncle Tao Shan, Taozi's father, the wealthiest man in Jianghai City. He practically owns half the properties and resources here. Tao Shan laughs modestly, his tone easygoing. Don't listen to him. It's just a small business. But I've heard a lot about you, Lu Fan. He extends his hand with a smile. Your talent's impressive. Taozi jumps in quickly, grinning. Dad's just saying that because he knows how much you've helped me grow stronger. Qin laughs. And I heard you even guided Xiao all the way to level 40. Quite the achievement. Tao Shan nods in agreement. You also helped Taozi unlock her hidden class. That's no small feat. We're truly grateful, Lu Fan. Lu Fan scratches his neck, looking a bit embarrassed. You're giving me too much credit. We all help each other when we can. Taozi rolls her eyes and smirks. Don't get the wrong idea. My hidden class came from my own effort. And about me praising you to my dad. Those were just casual comments, okay? Her teasing earns a laugh from everyone, easing the atmosphere. That's when Taozi's brother pipes up with a grin. Wow, sis, you sound way too protective of Lu Fan's reputation. Maybe you should be careful around you. Taozi's face turns red as she shushes him. Enough, all of you. Qin Shanha clears his throat gently, smiling. It's getting late. Everyone's tired from the journey. Let's rest for tonight. Before parting, he adds with a thoughtful nod. Tomorrow, we'll host a proper welcome dinner. Tao Shan insists Lu Fan must join us. We all owe him that much. Lu Fan smiles and nods. Of course, I'll be there. Wouldn't miss it for the world. As the night winds down, Qin Shanha turns to Uncle Gu, saying with a relaxed tone, Please take them back to Jiangshan Garden for the evening. Uncle Gu grins, giving a respectful nod. No problem at all. Master Qin. Taozi waves brightly from the doorway. Good night, everyone. Xiao turns back, smiling sweetly. Thanks, Dad. You're always so thoughtful toward my friends. In the car, Lu Fan glances over at Jianying, a hint of guilt in his voice. Sorry for dragging you into this so late. She shakes her head with a gentle smile. Don't worry about it. I'm still settling in anyway. Miss Han chimes in cheerfully. Once you're unpacked, I'll give you a full tour of the city in a few days. Uncle Gu laughs, his tone light. No need to rush. The Qin family's men have been maintaining Jiangshan Garden every week. The place is spotless, ready for you anytime. Lu Fan looks pleasantly surprised. That's incredible. I'll have to thank Master Qin properly at dinner. The night fades into quiet peace. The next morning, sunlight pours through the windows of the New City Star Hotel. Lu Fan sits at the table, lost in thought. Why did I agree to all that so easily? He mutters, sighing at himself. Nearby, Uncle Tao and Uncle Qin are already in a full-blown argument, their voices rising in playful competition. I'm telling you, Lu Fan is perfect for Taozi. Uncle Tao declares proudly. Her cheerful energy balances his calm nature. They make a great pair. Uncle Qin shakes his head firmly. Nonsense. Xiao is far more suitable. She's smart, kind, and beautiful, and she's known Lu Fan since they were kids. That bond can't be beaten. Lu Fan's eyes widen, clearly panicking as he looked between them. Wait, what? How did this turn into a marriage discussion? Uncle Tao just laughs and keeps pushing. Come on, look at Taozi. She's open, lively, full of heart. Exactly the kind of girl who'd keep him grounded. Uncle Qin crosses his arms. And Xiao's feelings have been clear for years. Childhood sweethearts. That's practically destiny. At that, Xiao's face turns crimson. She covers her cheeks with both hands, groaning. Dad, please stop talking. Both fathers continue to bicker good-naturedly, while Lu Fan slumps deeper into his chair, utterly lost. Then, with a cheerful chime, a holographic screen flashes in front of everyone. Marriage matchup event. Taozi, bright and charming daughter of Jianghai's wealthiest tycoon. Xiao, sweet and gentle childhood friend of Jianghai's rising prodigy. The announcement hangs in the air, leaving everyone stunned, especially Lu Fan, who can only stare at it in disbelief. Uncle Tao leans back in his chair with a grin. Well, it's still anyone's guess which of us gets Lu Fan as a son-in-law, he jokes. Don't get your hopes up too high, Old Qin. Old Qin slams the table, his face turning red. Oh, I'll remember that, Tao. When the wedding happens, you'd better come. Don't you dare back out just because you're bitter about it. Before things can spiral further, Lu Fan quickly steps in, hands raised in panic. Uncles, please, let's calm down before this turns into an actual fight, okay? Sitting nearby, Miss Han lets out a small laugh. Looks like Lu Fan's enjoying all this attention, she teases lightly. At the same table, Jinnying sighs, setting down her drink and wiping her face with a napkin, completely aware of the sharp, disapproving glares coming from both uncles. Suddenly, a glowing screen appears above the table, flashing a new update. Contestant number 3 revealed. Everyone looks up as text appears. A mysterious and elegant beauty living with Jiang and Lu Fan has entered the matchup. The entire table goes silent for a moment. Uncle Tao's eyes widen. So, there's a third competitor now, he mutters under his breath. After a moment, he exhales and says, fine, let's call a truce for now. Looks like things are getting more complicated than we thought. Old Qin nods reluctantly, still frowning but accepting the temporary peace. The scene shifts to Jianshan Garden, the air calm and quiet after the lively banquet. Lu Fan slows down. Miss Han calls out, slightly out of breath as she follows him. Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Fan stops and glances back, his brow furrowed. I just can't shake off what those two were saying earlier. It's been bugging me. Jinnying smirks teasingly. Oh, you sure you're not secretly happy about being fought over like that? Lu Fan shoots her an unamused look. Can we not start that again? Let's change the topic. Before anyone can respond, a familiar voice echoes behind him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Lu Fan turns, startled, and his eyes widen. Standing there, Dean Bai and Teacher Li, both smiling warmly. Teacher Li chuckles. Huh, we thought you'd forgotten all about us by now. Dean Bai gives Lu Fan a nod of approval. How could I forget my top student from number 3 middle school? You've made us proud, Lu Fan. Lu Fan's eyes widen further. Dean? Teacher Li? What brings you here? His aunt quickly steps in, smiling as she welcomes them into the living room. The group settles in, sharing light conversation before the dean gets to the point. We've come to ask if you'd return to your old school, Dean Bai explains. We're holding a transfer ceremony, and we'd love for you to give a short speech. The younger students will be inspired by a hero from the Dragon Country like you. Teacher Li nods. You'd be a great example for them. Lu Fan sighs softly. So basically, you just want to show me off. But he smiles anyway, remembering their kindness over the years. All right, I'll do it, but only if it's short. I got training to focus on. Dean Bai raises an eyebrow. Training? Lu Fan nods confidently. Yeah, my goal is to hit level 60 and unlock my third job within the next 2 months. The two teachers exchange impressed looks, clearly proud, and just a little stunned by how far he's come. Teacher Li couldn't hide his admiration, saying most graduates barely reached level 30, and he never expected Lu Fan to aim so high so soon. Lu Fan thanked him, but quickly asked everyone to keep things quiet. It was a personal arrangement. The dean chuckled and assured him their lips were sealed. Before Lu Fan could add anything more, Teacher Li wrapped it up, reminding him to report to school in 3 days. The following morning, Lu Fan's phone buzzed. It was Uncle Tao. Still groggy, he answered, only to hear Uncle Tao teasing him about keeping secrets and acting all formal. Before Lu Fan could respond, Uncle Tao mentioned something was already on its way to him, then hung up without another word. Puzzled, Lu Fan stared at his phone, wondering what was going on. Moments later, another call came in, this time from Uncle Qin. He calmly explained that a shipment of experience crystals was being delivered and told Lu Fan not to worry. The Qin family was fully supporting his leveling efforts. Lu Fan was stunned. Experience crystals weren't cheap, and honestly, they didn't compare to grinding in secret realms. But when his screen displayed the stats, each high-quality crystal granting 150 experience points, he realized both uncles must have found out about his plans and gone all out, sweeping up every crystal they could find just to help him. When the delivery finally arrived, 2 enormous crates stood before him. He was speechless. Clearly, his old school still had some deep connections. As grateful as he was, Lu Fan couldn't bring himself to accept something that valuable, especially knowing both families were already trying to tie him closer through their daughters. So he secretly returned their Bauhinia cards, pretending he'd purchased the crystals himself. Over the next few days, Lu Fan devoted himself to consuming the crystals while leading others to Shadow Island to clear out the respawn monsters. Bit by bit, his level climbed to 53. After finishing the last crystal, he finally hit 54. Though pleased with his progress, he couldn't help but wish those massive crystals had been enough to reach his real target. The day of the big event finally arrives, and number 3 middle school is alive with energy. Students fill the halls, whispering and laughing, saying the whole school's gathered for a special guest. Rumors swirl that it's none other than their legendary senior, Lu Fan, the dragon tremor himself. The excitement peaks when the dean steps up to the podium, calling for silence. The moment he announces Lu Fan's name, the auditorium erupts in cheers. Applause echoes through the room as students stare in awe at the man who once studied in the very same classrooms. Now a hero they can barely believe stands before them. Meanwhile, miles away in Jianghai City, Chen strolls through the streets, glancing around. He admits it's got a bit of the same vibe as Gingja City, but compared to Dragon City, it's dull and lifeless. Beside him, the Godbone's voice cuts through the air, asking if he's sure Lu Fan will show up. Chun smirks and replies that tearing the city apart is the fastest way to make that happen. The Godbone's tone turns cold. It warns Chun that one wrong move could end badly, but also promises immense power if he succeeds. When asked how he feels about turning a small city into chaos, Chun doesn't hesitate. He says it doesn't matter. More destruction just means Lu Fan will come faster. The Godbone lets out a sinister laugh, clearly satisfied with Chen's ruthless answer, and sets their plan in motion. Within moments, the sky darkens. Flames rise, and a wave of scorching heat sweeps through Jianghai. Panic spreads as people run in every direction, the air thick with smoke and fear. Chun stands still amid the chaos, watching without emotion. To him, they're nothing but insects. All that matters is power, power granted by the Godbone. He doesn't care about Tai Chi, the Dragon Country, the dragons, or even Lu Fan. As far as he's concerned, everything else can burn. Jianghai City descends into chaos. People run in every direction, their terrified voices echoing through the streets. Someone shouts, asking if it's an earthquake, but another points upward, yelling for everyone to look at the sky. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, scanning the horizon. He mutters to himself that while there's one enemy on the ground, there are thousands more above, and this battle will prove it. His gaze sharpens as he wonders if the figure before him truly hails from the Tai Chi Kingdom. Not far away, Chun Ren stands tall, his expression filled with fierce determination. He believes this is his moment, the chance to rise above everyone. With a burst of arrogance, he roars at Lu Fan, daring him to face the might of an ancient god. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Someone cries out that the altar of prevention and control has activated, and another voice follows, trembling with realization. The beast tide is coming. Fear spreads like wildfire as screams fill the air. The dean wastes no time, shouting for the students to head underground, ordering them to move fast. High above, Lu Fan shoots into the sky, cutting through the clouds as he speeds toward the god's bond. His pulse quickens. He hadn't expected this confrontation to come so soon. The thought crosses his mind. Could the defenders of Jianghai truly be facing the rebirth of the ancient bone god? On the ground, the city defense units spring into action. One commander yells to stop the threat before it reaches the residential zones. When Lu Fan appears, they try to push him back, telling him to find safety. But he stays calm, pulling out the golden griffin emblem. The commander freezes, quickly bowing and apologizing for his mistake. Lu Fan tells them firmly to prioritize evacuations and to make sure the squads stay spread out. Grouping together will only make them easier targets. The soldiers nod and rush off to carry out his orders. Watching them go, Lu Fan's thoughts darken. Summoning the demon from the 9 realms could wipe out the threat, but it's far too destructive. Too many innocent lives would be caught in the crossfire. Instead, he decides his puppet teams will split up and attack from different angles. A communication alert flashes. Lu Fan answers immediately, telling the dean to stay inside until the beast tide passes. The dean acknowledges, reminding him to keep himself safe. Lu Fan exhales sharply. The realization hits him. The Godbone clone has managed to forge a new body and has already reached Jianghai. His expression hardens as he recalls the forbidden mana, the unforgivable force. He orders Xiaofei to summon the corrupted holy dragon. Moments later, a glowing screen materializes in the air, revealing the skill, natural assimilation. A deafening roar shakes the battlefield as a radiant golden dragon bursts forth, its once lifeless body surging with divine energy. Xiaofei releases a surge of mana, spreading it across the land, and before their eyes, the fallen corpse dragon rises, its power now equal to Lu Fan's own. Lu Fan's puppets surge to life at his command, their movements sharp and precise. He orders them to engage the Godbone dragon, but to hold back enough to avoid bringing more destruction to the city. The system echoes his orders, explaining that his corpse control skill allows him to summon, recall, and reshape them at will. Without hesitation, Lu Fan sends them out across Jianghai. They scatter in formation, their presence stretching from the streets to the rooftops. Watching them go, Lu Fan feels the pressure mount. This wasn't another clone. They were facing the true ancient bone god this time. A deep roar shakes the heavens as the black dragon rises, its power rippling through the air. Despite the chaos, Lu Fan stands his ground, his voice steady. Jianghai City would not fall. Not today. He rallies the dragons and charges forward, his path cutting straight toward Chun. The moment their eyes meet, Chun smirks, his tone dripping with mockery. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" he says, like they were old friends meeting by chance. Behind him, the bone god watches closely. In that instant, realization dawns. It's found the one it's been hunting for, the dragon Tamer, the chosen threat. Chun spreads his arms wide, his voice filled with pride. He boasts that he's already destroyed 4 cities just to find Lu Fan, and now, at last, they stand face to face. Lu Fan's grip tightens around his sword, fury flashing in his eyes. He accuses Chun of bringing the beast tied down on Taichi and leading it here, slaughtering innocents for power. His sword strikes fast, but Chun blocks with ease, laughing as their weapons clash. "You won't lose control until you're gone," Chun sneers. Their clash tears through the air, shockwaves rippling through the city. Lu Fan drives a powerful punch straight into Chun's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. But Chun rises again, eyes burning with rage. "The ancient bone god has descended," he shouts, "and you, along with this city, will be buried together." The bone god's roar splits the sky, vowing vengeance, 100-fold retribution for every slight against it. Through the chaos, Lu Fan's voice rings clear. He tells Chun that he's still one of them, born of the dragon country, and no matter what's happened, that bloodline should mean something. Killing innocent people wasn't the way. Chun's expression twists, his words sharp as blades. "Did anyone ever treat me like one of them?" he spits. He remembers the laughter, the scorn, the way they called him weak. The day the bone god's power found him was the first time he'd ever felt strong. He hasn't forgotten the humiliation, or the day Lu Fan wiped out the Jean family, the only people who'd ever helped him. His voice shakes with fury as he yells, "Every single day, I've dreamed of this moment, of taking you down with my own hands." Lu Fan's expression hardens, his voice low but steady as he tells Chun he's walking down the wrong path. He'd always believed there was still a chance to bring Chun back, to make him see the truth, but now, staring into his old friend's furious eyes, he fears the ancient god's influence has already taken hold. Chun's face twists with rage. "Don't act like you're some kind of savior," he snaps. "You think you're the only one worthy of a dragon's power? You're nothing but a fraud." With a furious roar, he charges forward, his weapon flashing with deadly light. In an instant, Lu Fan shouts for Xiaofei to activate the Dragon Domain Emerald Mirror. The air trembles, and a surge of energy explodes upward. The sky ignites in shades of gold and green as Xiaofei releases a massive wave of mana, expanding the Dragon Domain to 100 meters wide. Within that glowing field, every dragon linked by blood feels their strength surge, abilities amplified by nearly half. Then the mirror effect activates. Dozens of shimmering reflections appear midair, each one a perfect copy of the original dragons and warriors, moving in unison and feeding power back into their counterparts. The battlefield blazes with raw energy. Xiaofei's power ripples outward, fusing with the mirror's radiance as the dragons roar in synchronized defiance. Yet beneath the light and thunder, Lu Fan's heart pounds. He knows the risk. He can't maintain both the Dragon Domain and the mirror for long. One wrong move, and the balance will break. As Chen's strike closes in, divine and corrupted forces collide. The ground shatters, air currents twist, and the sky itself trembles. Between them stands not just a battle of strength, but of fate. 2 old friends, now enemies, locked in a war that could decide the future of gods and men alike. The god Bone lets out a low, mocking laugh, making it clear he won't be fooled twice. Out of nowhere, a massive screen flickers to life, revealing the eerie expanse of the God Bone domain. This realm, drenched in ancient energy, glows with a power so pure that no trick, illusion, or formation can take effect within it. With a tone dripping in twisted amusement, the Godbone declares that this time, he'll savor every moment of his opponent's downfall. The boy tightens his grip on his sword and slashes through the air with fierce resolve, shouting that this battle will decide who truly breaks first. His strike tears toward Chun, but Chun only laughs, unfazed. With arrogant confidence, Chun claims he'll personally deal with this intruder for the glory of the Bone God, proudly showing his devotion. The boy's eyes widen as Chun's body starts to distort, transforming into a monstrous form of the Bone God itself. Another screen flashes up. Chun is revealed to be a level 110 Godbone slave, a dragon tamer sworn to the ancient gods. One by one, new screens materialize around them, each more terrifying than the last. The boy watches warily as the first displays Roar of Doom, an attack so fierce it crushes defenses and weakens anything it touches. The next shows a forbidden dragon spell, summoning 300,000 lightning bolts that crash like wild thunderbirds. Then comes Star-Destroying Light, a beam of unstable energy that ravages everything in its path, leaving destruction in its wake. The Godbone sneers, scoffing at the thought of a mere human daring to defy a god. Another display appears, the Godbone Barrier, a fortress of bone fragments capable of absorbing even dragon-level assaults. A cold dread runs down the boy's spine. How is he supposed to fight through that? The Godbone's laughter echoes through the domain, reminding him that his dragons are already drained, and the true danger stands right before him. The boy's thoughts darken as he senses the overwhelming force radiating from both Chun and the ancient god. Their combined power is suffocating, far beyond anything he's ever faced. The Godbone continues to taunt him, calling him a worthless speck before divine might. It boasts about unlocking level 100 god skills, abilities no mortal could withstand. The screen then bursts into light, revealing the Godbone's silver glow, a power that turns bone shards into gleaming armor, boosting strength to terrifying levels. The boy feels the weight of despair closing in, but he refuses to yield. He calls out to Zo-E, demanding a way to fight back. Responding instantly, Zo-E summons the Emerald Dragon's soul light, merging their energies into one. The screen shifts again, their power fuses, their classes unite, and together they ascend into the Dragon Rider class, their combined strength blazing like a new dawn in the bone-lit realm. The Godbone's voice drops low, rumbling with menace as he unleashes the Emerald Dragon bloodline, flooding the field with ancient energy. Dragon skills double in power, each strike carrying twice the force, each blow shaking the air. A new screen bursts open, Solo Shelter, a massive buff that boosts allies' stats and turns every hit they take into layers of protective chi, ready to explode in a counterattack. But the boy doesn't flinch. He pushes forward, urging everyone to keep striking at the divine enemy. The screens flash faster and faster. Source of Heaven, Shadow Flash Territory, Shadow Cry. Each new ability more explosive than the last, flooding the battlefield with pure chaos. The ground quakes as the Godbone steps forward, his voice booming that their struggle is meaningless. He seizes the dragon mid-flight and slams it into the ground. The boy shouts for everyone to brace themselves, then leaps in, sword cutting through the air with a sky slash that tears open the space around him. Beside him, Xiaoji unleashes Poisonous Fury, Underworld Poison Fog, Thousand Poisons Wind, corrosive clouds that sap health and strength with every breath. Seeing their resolve only hardens the Godbone's expression. With a surge of divine energy, he calls forth Dragon Gun, a technique so strong it draws the sky's power into one colossal strike. The black dragon bellows, the sound splitting the heavens as it dives toward them. The boy grits his teeth and roars that this is it. Now's the moment. Xiaoji transforms into a poison dragon, summoning an underworld swamp that bubbles and spreads across the field. He follows with Shadow Strike, hitting fast and hard while toxic mist spread everywhere. Another flash, a new screen ignites with Star Crush, a cataclysmic blast that shatters the earth beneath their feet. The black dragon crashes down towards Zo-E, but the poison sea surge erupts, flooding the swamp in a wave of venomous energy. The battlefield is drowned in green light as power clashes against power. Then, out of the storm, the Bone Clan arrives, laughter echoing through the chaos as they salute their god. The sky splits open, glowing with eerie green light, and the black dragon morphs into something even more monstrous, a divine beast wrapped in toxin and rage. The screen flashes again, showing a storm of poison mines and swirling toxins gathering into a vortex, while heaven's punishment rains down like divine wrath. The boy grips his sword tight as Thunder's favor ignites in his hands, crackling with furious energy. Across from him, the Godbone snarls, his voice shaking the heavens as he vows to obliterate them all. Every last defiant insect who dares to challenge his divine power. The battle erupts as the god Bone releases a surge of purple energy, its shockwaves spreading across the entire field. His voice thunders with confidence. He's going to annihilate them all. A glowing screen appears in the air, displaying the words Blazing Godbone. It reveals that this ancient god has ignited his divine bone form for 6 seconds, during which anyone who dares touch him will take devastating damage. The system calculates that damage based on a number of surrounding Godbone fragments, each one multiplied by 1,200%. Another screen follows immediately, 86,437 fragments detected. Xiaoji struggles to hold his ground, the poisonous mist swirling around him as he absorbs the onslaught. The blazing Godbone effect triggers. The damage counter flashes across the screen, 207,488 points. The number hits like thunder. Lu Fan freezes for a moment, then shouts Xiaoji's name, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Godbone laughs, that cruel, bone-deep chuckle echoing through the sky. He mocks Lu Fan's expression, amused by his shock. Impressive strength, he says, but that look on your face, priceless. Don't worry, this is only the beginning. Lu Fan clenches his fists, refusing to let despair sink in. He shouts encouragement at Xiaoji, telling him he's done enough and needs to retreat, to regroup with the puppet army waiting below. The poison dragon snarls in defiance, and another glowing display lights up, showing his bloodline ability. When the poison dragon takes fatal damage, his body shatters and reforms, revived, immune to all debuffs. And anyone who gets close, instantly poisoned. Lu Fan's eyes narrow. The ancient god's power is terrifying, capable of crushing dragons themselves. But he refuses to back down, not while innocent people are still in danger. A new screen shows the black dragon's energy rapidly surging. Lu Fan takes a deep breath, determination burning in his eyes. Even if he has to fight alone, he'll keep standing until the end. The black dragon roars, spewing flames that consume the sky and scorch the battlefield. The Godbone's eyes blaze red, fury pouring off him as he raises his massive claws toward the dragons. You'll all die here, he snarls, and your remains will be nothing but trash beneath my feet. The next display flares up, God-born Dragon Claw. The description reads, his arms have transformed into bone dragon claws, their strength scaling directly with his divine power. The golden dragon retaliates, blasting radiant energy that splits the clouds apart, but the shockwaves tear through the city below. Buildings crumble, fires spread, and the once glorious capital is left in ruins. In the chaos, Xiaoqiu grabs his father's arm, shouting for him to get to safety. But the man shakes his head, voice steady even amid the destruction. Stay back, kid. This isn't something children can fix. Around them, panic takes over. People scream, fleeing through the burning streets. Some cry out for help. Others beg their friends not to leave them behind. The world is falling apart. And above it all, the Godbone's laughter echoes like the sound of judgment itself. Tauzi shouts for her dad and Uncle Chin, pointing at the chaos unfolding around them. Every creature tearing through the streets is one of Lu Fan's summons. Miss Han, her face tight with worry, turns to Jianying, asking if she's certain about what she saw. Jianying nods without hesitation, saying the Godbone from Taichi country is here, inside the city itself. That can only mean one thing. Lu Fan is fighting it. Miss Han's voice trembles as she asks what will happen if Lu Fan's in danger. Jianying tries to calm her, telling her to stay inside, that going out now is too risky. But Miss Han can't sit still. She demands to know if they're really just going to watch and do nothing. Uncle Chin steps forward, his tone steady but firm. Rushing in without a plan will only make things worse, he says. You'll just get yourselves killed. Tauzi glares at him, refusing to back down. The monster's destroying the city. We can't just hide while people get hurt. There's a moment of silence before Chin finally sighs and nods. Fine. Even if we can't change much, we'll go. At least we'll stand with him. Tauzi clenches her fists and declares, we're a team. Lu Fan's not fighting alone. The older men exchange glances, torn between pride and fear. Miss Han paces anxiously, her mind fixed on Lu Fan's safety. As everyone starts gearing up, Chiu calls out to Tauzi, telling her to stay close. Their uncle looks at them, deep in thought, realizing how much the younger ones have grown. He warns them not to push too far. If things turn ugly, they need to retreat. You've already proven yourselves, he says quietly. You're not ordinary kids anymore. Outside, the city is chaos. People scream as buildings crumble, dragons streak across the sky, and debris rains down from above. Uncle Chin looks up grimly, his expression darkening. He can tell, Lu Fan's facing something no one can handle alone. Without hesitation, he pulls out his communicator and sends a desperate message to a teacher. We need backup. Now. Meanwhile, the bone god unleashes a deafening roar, the ground splitting beneath her as she brings down a colossal claw. Lu Fan braces himself, his sword flashing upward to meet the strike. The clash sends shockwaves through the battlefield, the pressure threatening to crush him. He staggers for a second, but then two voices cut through the roar of destruction. Tauzi and Chiu burst onto the scene, shouting, We're here, Lu Fan. Just tell us what to do. Jining appears moments later, joining the fray without hesitation. The bone god lets out a chilling laugh, amused by their defiance. Such bravery, she sneers, but it won't save you. You'll all be buried together. Her words echo through the burning city as Lu Fan and his allies stand shoulder to shoulder, ready to fight, no matter the cost. Lu Fan grits his teeth, eyes locked on the monstrous figure ahead as a new screen flickers into view. God Bone Dragon Claw. Transformation active. The towering deity raises its massive claws, the air trembling under the sheer force of the motion. Before the strike lands, the Black Dragon and Xiaofei let out twin roars that shake the skies, releasing a surge of combined dragon energy that collides head-on with the incoming blow. Another glowing display appears. Emberland Dragon, second switch, eternal. The battlefield hums with fiery power as the transformation spreads through the air like a storm. Stay back. Lu Fan shouts over the chaos. You'll be crushed if you get too close. The ancient Godbone smirks, his voice rumbling like thunder. I remember those faces, familiar slaves from before. His tone drips with disdain as he raises his arm, commanding his minions with a chilling sneer. Go. Tear them apart. Tauzi scans the field and yells. There are too many. Xiaoqiu, get ready. Jining stands firm, calm even in the madness. I'll handle my side, she says, summoning her weapon as the ground quakes beneath her. The bone god bellows, end them all, and the horde surges forward. At the same time, another screen lights up. Will of the Fierce Dragon, Warrior, current sect, 3/5 active. Just as the ancient god lunges forward, a deafening roar cuts through the din. The golden dragon swoops down, intercepting the colossal strike with a blinding flash of light. The collision sends shockwaves rolling through the city. A new notification appears across the sky. Set effect triggered. Full bloodline activation detected transformation. Golden Dragon King Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Endurance plus 200 Riding State disabled. New abilities unlocked. Judgment Claw, Boiling Blood. Golden light engulfs the battlefield as the dragon's form expands. Divine energy radiating from every scale. The Golden Dragon King roars with authority, his voice echoing across heaven and earth. The fight's turning critical. You three, fall back and help Xiaoji with the flying one. Tauzi grabs Chiu's arm. Come on, we gotta move. Chiu nods sharply. Got it. He spreads his wings and dives downward, following Tauzi into the blazing storm below, ready to back up Xiaoji. The god Bone's eyes flare blood red. No one leaves this battlefield alive, he roars. In an instant, his legions of bone minions swarm the air like a living storm, rushing in from every direction, their claws and fangs glinting in the crimson light. The city shakes under their charge as Lu Fan raises his sword once more, ready to stand his ground against the god's wrath. The ancient god bursts into laughter, his voice rumbling like thunder across the battlefield. You think you can save anyone? He sneers, lunging at Lu Fan with claws sharp enough to tear through the sky itself. But before the blow lands, The light around Lu Fan intensifies, his entire form wrapped in blazing gold. The golden dragon emerges, vast and radiant, scales glimmering like molten sunlight. A new screen flashes to life. Godborn incarnation, power surge detected. The ancient god's crimson eyes ignite, and his grin widens. Let's see how your dragon stands against the golden dragon glare. As he begins his next transformation, another display lights up. 59,724 Godborn fragments detected. The fragments spiral around him like a storm of bone and energy, merging into a colossal form with the ancient god at its center. Each shard fuels his might, increasing the destructive force behind his attacks. He raises his head, confidence dripping from every word. Run all you want, it won't matter. No one escapes me. Then he strikes, his claw streaking straight toward Tauzi. Don't look back. Jinnying yells. Go full speed, but neither she nor Tauzi moves. Both freeze as the ancient god's attack collides, not with Tauzi, but with the golden dragon. The ground shakes as Lu Fan, in dragon form, takes the hit head-on. The dragon's deep voice bellows through the chaos. This ends here. I'll stop him. Meet up with Xiaoji now. Even as they're told to retreat, no one can look away. The sight of Lu Fan standing against the god's overwhelming power keeps them rooted in place. The ancient god raises his claw again, his tone mocking. Come on then, dragon. Show me your strength. Let's see if that form means anything at all. He slams down another strike, so fierce that the earth splits and shock waves ripple through the city. The crowd's cries echo as Lu Fan falters under the pressure. Lu Fan, they shout, panic breaking through the noise. Just before he falls, Lu Fan roars a single name, Xinshin, and from the distance, Xiaoya and Abeo cry out in unison, their voices merging with the sound of the storm. Then the air shifts, static crackling, light bending. A notification flashes before everyone's eyes. Lava burst, fully charged. 3,300,000 thunders primed. 17 million stars of destruction ready. The sky trembles as countless dragons answer his call, their roars fusing into a symphony of power. Streams of energy surge toward Lu Fan, feeding the magic pulsing around him. The next screen ignites with blinding light. Lava burst activated. A sea of molten fire erupts, dragging all enemies into its blazing depths, burning everything in its grasp with relentless fury. At the same time, another notification appears. Thunder Favor activated. Item, Bright Yellow Jade. Effect, increases all blue dragon skills by 100%. Additional, each thunder spell creates a protective lightning barrier that shocks invading enemies. The storm intensifies as a forbidden incantation scrolls across the screen. Forbidden Dragon Spell. Wrath of 3,300,000 bolts. Description, summons divine lightning to obliterate all life in range. Buff, immune to thunder damage. Linked skill, Shadow March. Unleashes cutting wind blades that strip enemies of their shields and buffs. The final flash reveals the coup de grace. Shadow Strike, enhancement triggered, deals additional damage equal to 20% of the initial hit. Lightning devours the sky. Flames burst from the ground. The dragon's roars merge with the crackling of thunder and the hiss of magma. In the center of it all, Lu Fan, blazing like a god reborn, raises his sword high, his voice echoing above the storm as he charges, one last time, straight into the heart of the ancient god's power. A blinding blue surge shoots into the sky, splitting the clouds as if the heavens themselves are tearing apart. The screen flashes. Energy detected. 17 million star units. Those countless sparks swirl together, forming a massive star core, pulsing with unimaginable force. The system explains that once triggered, either by impact or a star dragon, it detonates in catastrophic fashion. The sky shudders. Lightning, flame, and wind spiral together in a storm of destruction. Watching from afar, Jinnying stares at the sky, voice trembling. Did we actually pull it off? Uncle Chin doesn't answer. He just whispers Lu Fan's name under his breath, the weight of it heavy. Uncle Tao snaps out of it, yelling, "Everyone hold on tight," as the world seems ready to collapse under the energy's pressure. Back on the battlefield, Lu Fan and Xiaofei are still locked in combat with the ancient god, trading blows that shake the earth itself. Good work, Xiaofei, Lu Fan shouts between strikes. That last hit, he felt that one for sure. But the ancient god just chuckles, his laughter cold and echoing. Enough of this nonsense. He raises one glowing claw, and, with a mere flick of his wrist, binding chains of light burst outward in every direction. A new screen appears. Godborn chains activated divine control spell. Restrain selected targets for 60 seconds. Movement, combat, skills, and passive effects all disabled. The battlefield goes still as the glowing chains slam into place. The dragons crash to the ground, the shadow seal ripped clean off. Even Lu Fan and Xiao Fei are bound, their power instantly snuffed out. For a heartbeat, there's silence, then disbelief. Is he really invincible? Lu Fan whispers, staring up at the ancient god. The god smirks. You still don't understand, do you? This is the difference between gods and mortals. He gestures to one of his servants. Finish him. The response is immediate. Yes, Lord Godborn. Lu Fan struggles, realizing his stealth abilities and even his dragon's immunity have been erased. A wave of panic hits him. If even Xiaoji can't withstand this power, if Qin, Qiu, and Jiang get caught in it, they'll all be destroyed. The chains hum louder, feeding off divine energy as the ancient god strides forward. This is it, he declares, voice booming across the shattered land. The moment you've all been waiting for. Watch as your so-called hero falls. His massive claw rises, glowing with the light of a dying sun. Now, let me show you true despair. I'll crush you and feast on your dragons one by one. Lu Fan trembles, not from fear, but from the effort of forcing his body to move. He can't dodge, can't strike, but he refuses to die without fighting back. The god's claw comes down, tearing through the air. Accept your end, the ancient god roars. Face it with what little pride you have left. And then, demon-devouring Dragon King. Lu Fan's shout splits the chaos. Power explodes outward, shattering the air like glass. Blue flames erupt from his body, burning through the chains as the ground beneath him cracks open. Energy spirals up from the depths of the battlefield, a colossal surge pulsing with dark fire. The ancient god freezes for the first time, his eyes narrowing as he senses it. Lu Fan, his voice burning with defiance, yells once more into the storm. Answer my call, demon-devouring Dragon King. The battlefield quakes. The sky darkens. Something ancient stirs beneath the surface, something powerful enough to shake even a god. From the blinding blast of energy, a silhouette steps through the storm. A girl cloaked in violent purple light, her presence alone bending the air around her. Each step leaves ripples of power across the shattered ground. Without a word, she lifts her hand. A single slash of energy cuts through the sky, slicing straight through the ancient god's claw. The impact shakes the heavens, forcing the deity back. The ancient god stares in disbelief, his crimson eyes widening. What is this? Where does that power come from? The girl's voice is calm, almost cold. You never trusted me, she says. You only call my name when you're standing at death's door. A glowing screen appears beside Lu Fan. Dragon King contract active. Remaining summons, 3. She glances at the display, a faint smirk curving her lips. 3 times left, she murmurs. And your first summon already pits me against an ancient god. Her tone turns teasing, yet beneath it lies something dangerous. How typical of you, Lu Fan. She exhales softly, the purple aura flaring brighter around her. After this battle, she adds, you'll only have 2 calls remaining. Lu Fan steadies his breath. Can you face him? The girl meets his gaze, eyes burning with violet fire. It will take time, she admits, but don't forget who I am. Her body begins to shift, the light swallowing her as her form expands, wings unfurling wide enough to block out the sun. The air vibrates with an ancient hum as her transformation completes, the demon-devouring Dragon King in all her might. Her roar thunders through the battlefield, sending shockwaves that ripple for miles. All around, stunned faces turn upward. Xiaoqiu stares in awe. What kind of dragon carries that kind of power? Jinying can barely find her voice. Is this something beyond even the divine dragons? The ancient god staggers backward, fury twisting his expression. That power! Filthy, corrupted, he snarls, his voice shaking. For the first time, his arrogance falters. He recoils, retreating through the collapsing air as the purple storm grows stronger. The entire battlefield goes silent. Dragons, soldiers, even the wind holding still, as two divine forces stand opposed. One, an ancient god, born of creation. The other, the demon-devouring dragon king, breaker of gods. And between them, the world itself trembles, caught in the space where legends collide. Back in Shanghai City, Tao Shan stood beside Qin Shanhai as the dust finally settled. Qin muttered softly, noting that the once darkened sky had cleared, revealing its calm blue hue once more. The suffocating heat that had gripped the air gradually faded, replaced by a gentle, refreshing breeze that swept through the streets. Qin looked up with relief, murmuring that the temperature had finally returned to normal. Tao smiled faintly, with renewed hope, convinced that this sudden change was a sign that Lu Fan was going to win the battle. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Lu Fan, alongside his dragon, was locked in a fierce combat. The godly bone chains that once bound divine energy shattered and vanished in a thin air. Realization struck him as he understood that the demon-devouring Dragon King had effortlessly dispelled the power of the ancient god, a feat no ordinary being could ever accomplish. Despite the overwhelming force surrounding him, Lu Fan's expression remained calm, radiating unshaken control. Yet, before the silence could settle, an enormous fiery skeleton emerged from the inferno. Flames twisted across its form like molten armor as its booming voice demanded a challenger. The being resembled a dragon, but was hollow within, a soulless shell blazing with destructive might. The ground trembled as it began to gather energy, the sky igniting once again with searing brilliance as the burning heaven and destroy hell blasts began to charge. From afar, another figure watched in awe, realizing the terrifying truth. Lu Fan's dragon had ascended to the Dragon King level, the pinnacle of dragon evolution. Even more astonishing, the creature was now fighting for its master, commanding 4 elemental powers at once, an ability thought impossible for any mortal tamer. The fiery skeleton roared in fury, flames erupting violently as it declared the mockery over. The air crackled with tension as it unleashed a surge of fire and lightning, creating an explosion that shook the heavens. The shockwave engulfed the battlefield, forcing Lu Fan to brace himself as the pressure grew unbearable. His dragon roared, standing its ground despite the pain, refusing to retreat. Their bond, unbroken by chaos, glowed with defiant strength as they fought side by side. Elemental forces collided violently. Fire, lightning, wind, and ice intertwined in midair as Lu Fan directed his dragons with unerring precision. The clash blazed brighter than ever, a storm of willpower and destruction. The fiery skeleton released one final roar, but before it could strike again, frost began to creep up its burning body, freezing the once raging flames. Panic flickered in its hollow eyes as it struggled to move, disbelieving the sudden paralysis. Within moments, the monster was encased in crystal ice. But the victory was short-lived. Cracks split through the frozen shell as the skeletal dragon broke free, its voice echoing across the battlefield. Dark energy surged around it once again as the Godbone barrier reignited. Across the field, Lu Fan's dragon answered the challenge, its aura synchronizing with its master. Their shared power pulsed brighter, the bond between them resonating with pure determination. With renewed strength, the dragon charged forward, its claws slicing through ice and shattering the enemy's defenses. The collision reached its peak. The Dragon King's might tore through the fiery skeleton's barrier, scattering shards of flame and ice in all directions. The battlefield fell into eerie silence as the once mighty creature's defense collapsed. The remaining enemies watched in disbelief, realizing that Lord Godbone, the being they had deemed invincible, had fallen. Whispers rippled through their ranks that Lu Fan's dragon was even mightier than the ancient god itself. The skeletal warrior turned its flickering red eyes toward Lu Fan, its composure faltering. It tried to provoke him, speaking of his master's safety, but Lu Fan remained unmoved, his gaze steady. With a furious snarl, the skeleton launched itself into the air, conjuring burning arrows behind it, the arrows of the dark serpent, each charged with immense destructive energy. Lu Fan and his dragons countered with a synchronized strike. Beams of radiant energy tore through the sky, shattering the rain of flaming projectiles. The skeletal warrior roared in rage, cursing Lu Fan's confidence, but his defiance only fueled the Dragon King's retaliation. As the two forces clashed, light and shadow exploded across the battlefield in a cataclysmic storm. Lu Fan stepped forward, his aura blazing as he declared that the enemy would never turn the tables again. His charged strike pierced through the storm, forcing the skeletal warrior backward. Blood spilled from the creature's mouth as it shouted in fury, bitterly admitting its resentment that Lu Fan had risen so easily while it remained bound by the Jin family's control. Lu Fan's eyes hardened with resolve as his blade glowed brighter, channeling immense energy. A monstrous roar tore through the air as flames engulfed the arena. The destructive dragon spread its wings, releasing waves of molten fire that consumed everything in sight. Chun knelt under the blazing heat, trembling as he muttered that no one could ever understand his despair, that the golden bead had been his only light in a life of darkness. His voice cracked as he confessed that survival had been his only goal, no matter how others judged him. His power spiraled out of control, lightning and fire merging into a chaotic mess. Lu Fan's dragons shielded themselves as the battlefield erupted in a massive surge of energy. Screaming in hatred, Chen's form began to disintegrate, his strength collapsing in on itself until the flames consumed him entirely, leaving nothing but silence. As the smoke thinned, Chen's trembling voice echoed faintly, a desperate plea reaching for Lu Fan's name. Lu Fan's expression turned steely as crimson light coiled around his blade. The system indicated the final charge, 3 seconds left. He leapt into the air, unleashing Snake's shadow spear, a crimson comet piercing through the storm. The explosion illuminated the sky, and Chen's body convulsed as blood poured from his lips. His final breath left him in disbelief, his rage dissolving into nothingness. When the light faded, Lu Fan stood quietly amid the ruins, lowering his weapon. The flames dimmed, and the battlefield fell silent. His dragons descended, their wings folding as one teased him for taking his time, while another jested about cleaning up the aftermath. A faint smirk crossed Lu Fan's lips as the storm behind him settled. As the sky cleared, he stood over the fallen ancient god, remarking calmly that it seemed to be clinging to its last breath. His dragon growled softly, suggesting that using its energy on such a feeble opponent would be wasteful, teasing its master that there would be greater battles ahead. From the rubble, the ancient god's voice rose once more, hoarse yet arrogant. It called the dragon fascinating and offered it the power of an ancient god. The air grew heavy as its crimson eyes flickered weakly, promising unimaginable strength. The Dragon King remained silent, its expression unreadable as it weighed the offer. Meanwhile, Xiaoji appeared and began to glow with a brilliant green light, startling Qin, who watched in confusion. At the center of the battlefield, Lu Fan advanced, energy blazing around him. Calling out to the demon-devouring Dragon King, he invoked their contract and gave the order to strike. The Dragon King laughed lowly, lightning crackling across its scales, mocking Lu Fan for fearing betrayal. Lu Fan stood unwavering beside his companion, his determination unshaken. Together, they unleashed their power, light, and flame, surging into a blinding explosion. From within the crumbling ruins, the ancient god whispered in disbelief that the Dragon King had chosen humanity. Realizing the end had come, its voice faded into the wind as the Dragon King's final strike consumed its form. But before silence fully returned, the god's voice echoed through the air. His final words carried a warning that 35 other ancient gods still slumbered, waiting to awaken. His body began to disintegrate into fragments of fire and lightning, and with his dying breath, he promised that when they rose, all would perish. His voice lingered as the flames burned out, marking the end of the ancient god's reign. Dark energy beasts filled the sky, but within moments, they began to disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness. Jianing, standing amidst the battlefield, watched in shock, realizing that the monstrous creatures had completely vanished. Nearby, Xiao Taozi turned toward the scene, urging everyone to look. Slowly, the chaos subsided, and the entire battlefield began to calm. A bright figure surrounded by divine light stood tall in the clearing. Cries of relief echoed from Lu Fan's team as they celebrated their safety and his victory. As the dust settled, Lu Fan's burning footsteps left marks upon the ground. Though the battle had ended, his overwhelming power still lingered in the air. Finally, as the light dimmed, Lu Fan relaxed, acknowledging within himself that the fight was truly over. Standing beside him, the red-haired woman stretches and silently observes the aftermath while he reflects on the immense power of the ancient gods. Lu Fan's stats show his level rose once more, signaling another step in his journey. Lu Fan turned toward the red-haired woman and thought that, despite having relied on her strength, an act that had drained nearly all of his energy, his resolve remained steady. Checking his system screen, Lu Fan saw that he was now only one step away from completing his third transformation. The data confirmed his progress and the many enemies he had conquered. The woman turned toward him with a teasing smile, hinting at how he might repay her. Lu Fan's expression grew slightly irritated, but he remained silent, aware that she enjoyed provoking him. She continued to tease him, implying he might be breaking their agreement, to which he responded calmly that she had been the one to insist on answering his call. Her laughter echoed softly as she mocked his lack of understanding about matters of affection. She then mentioned that, according to the ancient god of the god bone, 35 more gods were soon to awaken. She reminded him that he still had 2 chances left to summon her again. With playful curiosity, she asked what his next move would be and offered to help if he ever lowered his guard. Lu Fan simply told her that the battle was over and advised her to return before someone mistook her for a monster. Amused by his serious tone, she smirked, pretending to be touched by his concern. Instead of leaving, she mused that it was entertaining to appear in human cities and joked that she would claim it to be a mere cosplay. Lu Fan gazed upward at the glowing cube in curiosity, wondering what it was. Reaching into the rubble, he picked it up, and the system instantly identified it as the ancient god's origin. The artifact emitted a powerful aura that filled the air with tension. Examining it closely, Lu Fan turned toward the red-haired woman, seeking an explanation. She revealed that the cube was the core of resurrection, a fragment capable of regenerating into god bones after thousands of years. Realization struck Lu Fan as he understood the danger. The ancient god was not entirely destroyed. Her silence confirmed his suspicion, leaving him uneasy. Staring at the cube, he recognized it as more than a remnant. It was the seed of revival. The red-haired woman explained that ancient gods could never be truly killed. Even after death, they left behind their origins, destined to regenerate on their own. No seal or destruction could erase them completely. Lu Fan realized the cube was a ticking time bomb that, if left unchecked, could bring disaster once again after 10,000 years. She warned that while the artifact was dangerous in the wrong hands, it could be a priceless treasure in his possession. Confused, Lu Fan pondered her words, but before she could elaborate further, a massive spirit emerged from the heavens. The ethereal figure recognized Lu Fan's 2 dragons, revealing that they had once served as guardians of the sacred tree of the living Dragon King before being slain by subdragons. The ancient entity observed the dragons closely and declared that they were now tainted by the aura of the ancient gods, an energy he found repulsive. He deduced that Lu Fan had infused their bloodline with the essence of an ancient god, a process that had transformed them into fallen holy dragons, beings that embodied both divinity and decay. Lu Fan reflected upon the spirit's words, realizing that the dragon's evolution stemmed from crystallization, the fusion of divine energy with living matter. The woman smiled knowingly, revealing that crystallization itself originated from the ancient god's origin, the very object now in his possession. She suggested that Lu Fan could once again use this method, feeding his dragons the god's essence to push them toward their ultimate form, the Dragon Kings. Understanding her point, Lu Fan realized that with the right essence, his dragons could evolve beyond their limits. The fallen essence had once transformed a flying dragon into a demon dragon and another into a holy dragon. Yet, one god bone had failed due to its lack of power. If the ancient god's origin were used instead, success might finally be possible. The thought astonished him, a chance to create dragons of true divine rank. Still, hesitation filled his heart. He wondered how the ancient god could remain immortal if its origin was used in this way. The woman laughed softly at his concern, calling him too cautious and assuring him that there was no need to worry. She explained that if the ancient god's origin was absorbed by another dragon, it would eventually take over that creature's body after thousands of years, being reborn as a new ancient god. However, she pointed out that Lu Fan's dragons were different. They were already dead, existing only through summoning skills, and thus could not be possessed like living beings. Even far into the future, when Lu Fan himself would turn to dust, the origin would remain. Her words carried a knowing tone, as though she understood his unspoken fear of losing control someday. With a faint smile, she remarked that she had taught him enough for now and was prepared to leave. Before fading away, she added that whatever he decided to do with the origin was no longer her concern. As the battle's residual energy dispersed, Lu Fan heard his name being called from afar. Turning toward the voice, he was surprised to see a group approaching, one riding a massive griffin, others rushing close behind. Relief washed over them as they saw him alive and unharmed. Qin Shanhai greeted him warmly, saying they had finally found him and hinting that someone special had also arrived. Lu Fan looked up and froze when he recognized the familiar figure, a powerful man seated atop the griffin, smiling down at him. The man greeted him cheerfully, saying it had been a long time. Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized him as Senior Tuesday. The two exchanged greetings, and Senior Two laughed heartily, mentioning that he had heard about a griffin gold badge stopping the beast tide and had guessed it was Lu Fan's doing. Lu Fan confirmed the incident, explaining that it had occurred in his hometown and that he had taken responsibility to stop it. Senior Two then brought up the recent ancient god incident in the Tai Chi Kingdom. Lu Fan nodded, explaining that the god's revenge had destroyed 4 cities and that 35 more ancient gods were expected to awaken soon. The news left everyone stunned, especially Senior Two, who could hardly comprehend the scale of destruction. Before they could continue, Qin stepped forward, requesting Senior Two to report to the city defense army. Just then, Qin stepped forward and noticed the injury on Lu Fan's arm, but Lu Fan reassured him that Xiao Fei had already healed it and asked him not to mention it to his aunt. Before leaving, Senior Two told Qin that he had something to take care of, then cheerfully hugged Qin, Lu Fan, and Xiao Qiu. Laughing heartily, Senior Two promised to report Lu Fan's heroic deeds to the 3 elders of the Dragon Country and recommend a worthy reward for his bravery. Lu Fan thanked him warmly for his support. A few minutes later, Senior Two and his team mounted their griffins and departed, while Lu Fan waved as they soared into the distant horizon. Jianing watched them fade into the distance before turning to Lu Fan, saying it was time for them to return as well. As the situation finally settled, Lu Fan turned to her and apologized for making her wait. Jianing smiled softly, expressing her admiration for how strong he had become and wishing she could one day possess the same strength. The battlefield fell silent, signaling the end of another long and grueling day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jianing gazed into the distance, silently wondering if she would have the power to stop the next beast tide in Yunbei province and protect her family from the looming threat ahead. Standing beside her, Lu Fan silently believed that fate was still on his side. With the super treasure map system, even the weakest could ascend to greatness in a single step. Yet, a shadow of doubt passed through his thoughts. Was he truly qualified to change another person's fate? Memories flashed before his eyes. Chun Tianji, Jianying, and the countless lives touched by his choices. He wondered if meeting them sooner could have changed their destinies. His thoughts were interrupted when Jianing turned toward him and admitted that she had once feared his growing strength might change him. But now she knew he would never lose himself, no matter how powerful he became. She said he always stood at the front, protecting others even at the cost of his own life. Her words carried warmth and sincerity as she thanked him for changing her life, expressing gratitude for having met him. Lu Fan nodded quietly, replying with a simple thank you. As the sun set behind them, Jin took a deep breath and said it was time to go home. Lu Fan watched her walk ahead, a faint smile on his face as peace finally settled after the long battle. But just as calm returned, he sensed something and stopped. His gaze fell upon the remains of the fallen enemy lying in the rubble. Approaching quietly, he stared at the shattered core of what was once a powerful foe. A solemn silence filled the air. With a faint, reflective smile, Lu Fan murmured inwardly that if they had met before Jinju, perhaps they could have been friends instead of enemies. Turning away, he whispered a final farewell in his heart as the last fragments of the fallen being crumbled into dust beneath the fading light. 3 days later, at Jianshan Garden, the morning sun illuminated the peaceful neighborhood. From downstairs, Xiao Fan's family called for him to come down quickly for breakfast. The atmosphere felt light and relaxed after everything that had occurred. Inside the house, his mother gently knocked on Xiao Fan's door, mentioning that Mr. Qin and Mr. Tao were still occupied with the ongoing reconstruction efforts, but had thoughtfully sent over some snacks. She suggested that Xiao Fan join Jianing to try them together. Hearing no response from within, she decided to open the door, softly announcing her entry. As her hand turned the knob, a faint humming sound filled the air. The moment the door opened, a blinding blue light burst forth, swirling like a vortex from within the room. Shocked, she froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. Confusion and astonishment gripped her as the glowing energy engulfed the doorway. At the ruined palace courtyard on Tianfu Island, a mysterious glow emanated from the lake. He wondered about its source, far more powerful than any crystal, said to contain the essence of an immortal god. He remembered that even the demon-devouring dragon kings had never dared to approach such overwhelming power. Realizing that her fear of being possessed by the ancient god had been genuine, he studied the glowing cube pulsing with divine energy in his hand. Turning toward the fallen corpse holy dragon, he noted that only they could withstand such an experiment. The dragon roared in acknowledgement as the power around them intensified. Clutching the cube tightly, he turned to Xiao Fei and warned her to remain vigilant. If anything went wrong, especially if the divine bones ancient god were to awaken, the situation could spiral beyond control. The energy surrounding them began to pulse violently, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Without wasting time, he commanded her to summon the fallen corpse holy dragons immediately. Xiao Fei nodded and began the summoning ritual as radiant sigils illuminated the area around her. The golden dragons responded to her call, roaring mightily as divine energy surged through their colossal forms. Their scales shimmered beneath the blinding light as they prepared for the danger that loomed ahead. Before they could stabilize the power, however, a dark presence began to emerge. In the distance, ominous blue figures materialized, twisted, powerful beings reacting to the disturbance caused by the awakening of the ancient god. The atmosphere turned chaotic as the fallen corpse of holy dragons roared in agony. Their bodies convulsed violently, surrounded by a surge of purple divine energy. The power of the ancient god began to manifest fully, shaking the ground with unrelenting force. He watched carefully, realizing that each roar carried both agony and transformation. The dragons endured immense suffering as their forms twisted and strained under divine pressure. Yet within that torment was a strange beauty, a glimpse of evolution unfolding before his eyes. He recalled his own encounters with godly power, remembering how it once consumed him, tearing his body apart with unbearable pain. But from that torment had come rebirth, strength, and evolution beyond mortal limits. Then, to his astonishment, the dragons began merging together, their luminous forms fusing into one massive radiant being. The sky vibrated as a colossal creature born of divine wrath and rebirth emerged, its roar shaking the heavens. The energy surged uncontrollably, threatening to consume everything in its path. Realizing the danger, he urgently commanded Xiao Fei to cast the light of jade. Without hesitation, she spread her wings and summoned a brilliant green light that enveloped the battlefield. The spell radiated waves of stabilizing energy, forming protective barriers that shielded them from the overwhelming divine force. The light of jade enhanced their strength, dispelled all negative effects, and amplified their healing capabilities, gradually stabilizing the chaotic power raging within the fusion. When the light faded, smoke filled the air. Coughing softly, he called out to the fallen corpse, holy dragons, checking their condition. As the haze cleared, he was revealed sitting amidst the debris, weary but alert. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a strange pulse surged through his bond with the dragons. The system reactivated, displaying a message before him. Examining the system interface, he noticed that the fallen corpse of holy dragons remained dormant, still enveloped in divine energy. The dragon bone flute had become unusable, and the system displayed details of the Jade Dragon's contract, outlining its evolved abilities and nature assimilation skills. Realizing that they could not awaken the dragons yet, he instructed Xiao Fei to return home and allow the process to stabilize. Deep within, he prepared for the worst, ready to deploy the demon crystal cannons to destroy the newborn divine bones should the evolution fail. Xiao Fan noted that the fallen corpse of holy dragons could be resummoned once the evolution was complete and hoped to recover the source of the ancient god. Knowing the process would require time, he decided to wait 24 hours for the results. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his mother, who informed him that a member of the city garrison had come seeking him. Commander 2 had requested his presence. She reminded him to eat the snacks sent by Mr. Qin, but Xiao Fan hurried off, promising to eat after meeting the commander for an important matter. At home, Jianing relaxed while watching the news, which reported the ongoing election for the new ruler. Public support for the Liu family continued to decline as new revelations exposed the devastation caused by the divine beast tide across the Taichi nation. Her friend remarked that the T nation had narrowly survived, spared only because the ancient god's power had been focused on Liu Fan instead. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai City Garrison headquarters, Commander 2 sat inside the conference room awaiting Liu Fan's arrival. When Liu Fan entered, he assumed the meeting concerned matters related to the ancient gods. Commander 2 confirmed his assumption, stating that new intelligence had been received from the northern borderlands. Reports suggested that the divine bones ancient god had perished, but 35 others were expected to awaken soon. He further explained that the fallen corpse ancient god had already shown signs of revival after a massive earthquake triggered an avalanche in the northern region. On the opposite side of the mountain range, an astonishing sight had appeared. A second blood moon now hung in the sky, signifying that something even greater was about to unfold. Xiao Fan was taken aback by the revelation that the colossal beast buried beneath the snowy mountains had opened its second eye. Commander 2 added that the soldiers stationed at the barracks could hear the mountain range itself vibrating, resonating like the heartbeat of a living creature. The rhythmic pulses of energy flowing through the frozen peaks echoed like the beat of the blood moon beast's heart. Due to the escalating danger, all exploration missions were suspended, and the troops were ordered to retreat 50 kilometers from the mountain range. Liu Fan recalled his time with the 78th Squad, where he had discovered that the Blood Moon Beast was not the fallen corpse ancient god itself, but rather its servant. The true ancient god remained sealed within a black coffin deep beneath the mountain. Commander 2 agreed, explaining that the divine bones ancient god had awakened earlier than expected and already possessed immense power, equivalent to levels ranging between 110 and 120. He noted that even the Blood Moon Beast alone was enough to unsettle the entire nation due to its catastrophic, destructive potential. If the true fallen corpse ancient god sealed within that black coffin were ever to awaken, it would unleash an unimaginable disaster upon Dragon Country. Commander 2 assured Liu Fan that even if the fallen corpse ancient god were to awaken, Dragon Country still had him, the dragon tamer who had once defeated the divine bones ancient god. He reassured him that with his strength, there remained hope to protect the nation. Liu Fan regarded his words with humility, believing the praise to be exaggerated. Commander 2 clarified that the words were not his but those of Elder Han, one of the 3 elders of Dragon Country, who held Liu Fan in the highest regard. At Elder Han's proposal, the 3 elders representing the combat, Enhancer, and Life classes had united under a single plan to completely annihilate the fallen corpse ancient god. Commander 2 informed Liu Fan that, as the only individual who had ever slain an ancient god, he had been chosen to become the guardian of Dragon Country. The High Command of Dragon Capital pledged full support, promising to provide every available resource to further his growth. Commander 2 explained that Liu Fan would serve as the kindling of their hope, the ultimate weapon against the ancient gods. Presenting a legendary grade medal, he extended the offer for Liu Fan to accept his new role as the chosen guardian and protector of their world. Inside the Shanghai City Garrison headquarters, tension filled the air in the conference room. The mission under discussion was no ordinary operation. It was known as the Kindling Plan, a strategy designed to ensure the survival of Dragon Country. The commander's gaze remained fixed on Liu Fan, fully aware that only he possessed the potential to make the mission succeed. With a grave tone, the commander emphasized that Liu Fan was the key to their victory, but the mission carried immense responsibility. Every decision he made would bear great weight, and failure was not an option. He urged Liu Fan to consider his choice carefully before committing. Liu Fan stood in silence for a moment, his expression calm but unreadable. He understood the gravity of the situation and the risks that came with it. The mission could change the fate of the entire nation. With steady resolve, he accepted the task, regarding the protection of Dragon Country not as a choice, but as a duty he could never abandon. Hearing Lu Fan's decision, the commander's expression softened into a proud smile. He patted Lu Fan's shoulder with hearty laughter, admiring his bravery in accepting such a perilous task without hesitation. Though he admitted that few could carry such a burden alone, relief and respect filled his gaze. Lu Fan smiled faintly, explaining that if the three elders had chosen another candidate, he would have simply protected those closest to him. Holding a glowing pendant that symbolized his new role as guardian, he acknowledged that with countless lives depending on him and the elders' faith in his strength to stop the ancient gods, there was no reason to retreat. Gripping the pendant tightly, he vowed inwardly to fight for everyone and safeguard the nation's survival. The commander's laughter echoed warmly, filled with pride. He regarded Lu Fan as someone truly deserving of the nation's full support, a rare individual who carried both courage and purpose. To honor this commitment, he opened a sealed case, revealing a brilliant artifact reserved solely for guardians. Golden light spilled out, illuminating the room with an aura of divine power. He explained that it was Lu Fan's official reward for becoming a guardian. The Sky Dome Thunderfall, a legendary territorial artifact capable of detecting hidden enemies and striking them down with lightning. Lu Fan accepted the artifact with deep gratitude, sharing a brief moment of respect and camaraderie with the commander. Together, they sealed their bond with laughter and a drink. As Lu Fan's path as a guardian officially began, the commander explained that the artifact had been crafted by Elder Lu, one of the three elders and master of enhancement, specifically for the kindling plan. It was a symbol of trust, bestowed only upon those chosen to defend the nation. Studying the glowing relic, Lu Fan quickly recognized its immense potential. With the installation of demon crystal cannons and fortified walls, Tianfu Island would be capable of resisting even 4th advancement level enemies. And with this artifact, even a 5th level threat might not survive. The commander proudly noted that the success rate of crafting such an item was barely 0.1%, with materials so rare that Elder Lu had only ever produced 3, one for himself and the other 2 elders. Lu Fan realized that he had now become the 4th individual to wield such power. Understanding its significance, he concluded that his territory's defenses were now comparable to those of Dragon Country's 3 elders, a monumental step toward protecting his homeland. The commander reminded him that the Sky Dome Thunderfall was a top-secret weapon created solely for him, with only Elder Lu possessing its blueprint. Lu Fan nodded solemnly, vowing to keep it confidential. Before dismissing him, the commander's tone grew serious once more. He reminded Lu Fan of his new privileges and responsibilities as a guardian authority that came with immense trust. Lu Fan was now permitted unrestricted access to national resources to strengthen himself, his rank position directly below the 3 elders. He had become one of Dragon Country's most influential protectors. The commander concluded by revealing that once the war against the ancient gods began, every military legion, including his own Griffin Legion, would operate under Lu Fan's command. The nation's fate now rested in his hands. The commander's words marked the true beginning of the kindling plan. Lu Fan's resolve hardened as they shook hands, the air around them filled with purpose and determination. The operation that would decide Dragon Country's destiny had officially commenced. The next morning, Lu Fan arrived at Tianfu Island, overlooking the construction of the ruined city palace. Workers moved tirelessly as preparations for the kindling plan progressed under his command. Golden lightning sparked from his clenched fist, symbolizing his newfound power as a guardian. With fierce determination, he silently vowed to protect his people and lead the charge against the ancient gods. A surge of blinding energy erupted across Tianfu Island as Lu Fan activated the Sky Dome Thunderfall. Golden lightning spiraled upward, merging with the skies to form a massive protective barrier over the island. The energy vortex expanded rapidly, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings while establishing a high-tier defense network capable of detecting and annihilating any intruder. Nearby officers and workers panicked as thunder rolled across the heavens. One commander, alarmed, mistook the phenomenon for an enemy attack, unaware that it was Lu Fan's new defense mechanism. Standing amid the storm, Lu Fan watched as the formation completed. The commander's voice echoed in awe, declaring that the island's defenses now rivaled those of the 3 elders. Tianfu Island's name and power were forever etched into Dragon Country's legend. As the lightning barrier stabilized, an officer named Morozov approached, astonished by the system's magnitude. When he inquired about the mechanism behind such immense power, Lu Fan simply replied that it was confidential and a national secret. Morozov studied the barrier, sensing its overwhelming energy, and realized it was a legendary-grade system far superior to demon crystal cannons, likely the work of a master craftsman. Suddenly, the defense system reacted, emitting a burst of light toward an inactive zone. Morozov, startled, assumed it was a malfunction since no construction existed there. But Lu Fan's expression hardened as he focused on the disturbance. His eyes widened when he recognized the energy signature. It was the cocoon of the fallen corpse, Holy Dragon, something that should not have been there. A violent gust of wind surged through the site, catching everyone off guard. Realizing the danger, Lu Fan ordered everyone to stay back as the airflow intensified around the palace courtyard. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the disturbance, ignoring Morozov's protests. When Morozov requested to analyze the strange energy, Lu Fan refused sharply, warning him not to approach. As Lu Fan disappeared into the storm, Morozov sighed, realizing that only a national-level master could have created such a weapon. His curiosity deepened, suspecting the handiwork of the legendary Enhancer-class figure himself. Meanwhile, deep within the courtyard, dark energy pulsed violently from the massive cocoon. Its surface cracked slowly as an ancient force stirred within the fallen corpse. Holy Dragon was awakening. Waves of blue energy rippled outward, shaking the ground as its presence grew stronger. Lu Fan arrived just in time, shielding his eyes from the blinding glow. Alarm filled him as he realized the dragon had reached its final stage of evolution, moments away from breaking free. As the energy reading spiked, the countdown to its emergence began. He braced himself, knowing that once it evolved, its power could surpass anything he had ever faced. In a flash of green light, Xiao Fei appeared beside him, her wings radiating divine energy. Lu Fan instructed her to prepare for containment if the dragon became possessed again. The cocoon's light intensified as the final seconds of evolution approached. The ground trembled as bursts of blue energy tore through the air, signaling the creature's transformation. With determination in her gaze, Xiao Fei channeled her energy, activating her light of jade. A powerful green aura enveloped them, cleansing negative effects, boosting Lu Fan's stats, and fortifying his defenses through her jade dragon bloodline. Moments later, the cocoon exploded with a brilliant flash. The fallen corpse, Holy Dragon, emerged, its roar shaking the courtyard as its rebirth was complete. As the dust settled, Lu Fan coughed from the residual energy, glancing toward Xiao Fei, whose wings glimmered faintly. Before them stood the towering, skeletal form of the dragon, its body gleaming with divine energy. The transformation was complete. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon had evolved into the Divine Bones Dragon King, armor of the fallen mountain. Its power radiated overwhelming strength, its stats and abilities reaching unimaginable heights. Standing beside Xiao Fei, Lu Fan observed the majestic creature with awe and resolve. The evolution had succeeded. Dragon Country had gained another legendary guardian, and the war against the ancient gods had entered a new phase. As he studied the creature further, Lu Fan realized the transformation was far greater than simple evolution. The dragon had absorbed every fallen corpse and puppet from the battlefield, converting their combined strength directly into its own. This unprecedented fusion allowed it to surpass its previous limits entirely. Its base stats now reached the hundreds of thousands, and with Xiao Fei's enhancement, its strength exceeded 1,000,000, a power level so great that even ancient beasts would tremble before it. Lu Fan stood before the glowing blue screen as he watched his attribute values surge beyond all expectations. A faint smile curved on his lips as realization struck him. He had finally ascended to the legendary Dragon King level. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the sky as the massive skeletal dragon behind him stirred to life, its blue aura spiraling upward like a tempest. The ground quaked beneath its immense presence. Calmly observing the transformation, Lu Fan noticed that the dragon's level and rank had been completely altered. Each additional star multiplied its attributes exponentially, forming a power so vast that no ordinary being could ever hope to control it. The intense light radiating from the dragon's aura engulfed the area as Lu Fan stood unmoving. The dragon's breath had now evolved into the Godbone form, a version so advanced that even ancient dragon language magic no longer required chanting. Lu Fan understood that the destructive force behind this ability could obliterate anything in its path, a strength capable of reshaping the balance of the world itself. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei rested her hand gently against the creature's massive bone structure. Her expression remained calm and composed, a soft hum escaping her lips, filled with quiet pride and satisfaction. The dragon's radiant aura reflected in her emerald eyes as she silently acknowledged the transformation before her, a power that now stood at the very peak of divinity. Xiao Fei reached out once more, her hand pressing against the dragon's snout. The creature responded with a low, rumbling growl as faint energy ripples shimmered through its scales. Lu Fan observed the transformation with quiet satisfaction. Though the fallen corpse puppets had been absorbed and could no longer be summoned, their essence had merged into new attributes, granting the dragon formidable new abilities. A confident smile appeared on his face as he gestured toward the creature, signaling it to display its upgraded skills. The Dragon King released a thunderous roar that shook the ground, blue flames swirling through the air as waves of energy burst outward, forcing the surroundings to tremble under its divine might. The true power of the Godbone Dragon King had finally awakened. A brilliant light flashed as Lu Fan raised his hand, causing the dragon's divine bones to disassemble into countless glowing fragments that swirled around him. Within moments, the fragments solidified into a pair of shining arm guards. The system announced the creation of the Godbone armor, a set that grants the wearer the Dragon King's attributes and its powerful descent skills. Lu Fan flexed his newly armored hands, feeling an immense surge of energy coursing through his veins. A faint grin touched his lips as realization struck that the Godbone Dragon King had now become part of his own equipment. Xiao Fei watched in awe, her eyes shimmering as she admired his transformation. Lu Fan glanced at his stats panel, astonished by the overwhelming numbers, hundreds of thousands in every attribute, with endurance surpassing 1,000,000. He was unable to contain his excitement at the thought of testing this newfound power against a worthy foe. With quiet confidence, Lu Fan opened his skill interface and activated a new ability, Accelerated Godbone Resonance. A soft blue glow enveloped his hand as ancient runes illuminated the panel. He smirked slightly, reflecting on how far he had come from summoning dragons to now embodying their power. The true fusion between man and dragon had finally been achieved. Under the night sky, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Winds howled as dark clouds swirled violently overhead, lightning crackling across the heavens. Onlookers stared in confusion, unable to comprehend how the weather had changed so suddenly. A system alert flashed, announcing a domain change. Shadow, our realm activated. Lu Fan stood calmly amidst the chaos, a faint smirk playing on his face. His companions watched with mixed expressions, some intrigued, while others remained skeptical. When questioned about his control over the weather, he merely explained that this was his first time forming the Shadow Isle's domain, something far beyond ordinary weather manipulation. Without warning, a monstrous roar echoed through the domain as a colossal creature emerged, its body wrapped in blazing energy of both fire and lightning. The system revealed its identity as Shadow Dragon, Abyssal Variant, an evolved being forged from the fusion of demonic essence and celestial energy. Its arrival sent shockwaves across the realm, shaking even the skies themselves. Lu Fan turned toward the beast, his expression calm yet resolute. Behind him, the shadow of another armored figure appeared, dark and menacing, awaiting his command. He instructed his companions to stay back and not interfere, assuring them that everything would return to normal soon. As he stepped forward, the world itself seemed to bend under the pressure of his power. The sky rumbled as dark energy gathered around him, his companions growing restless as they demanded to know what he intended to do. The red-winged shadows behind him stirred restlessly, a prelude to the extraordinary event about to unfold. As he rose into the air, crimson light flared around him. He admitted inwardly that ever since taming the twin Dragon Kings, he had never given them proper names, something he had long overlooked. Now, with determination gleaming in his eyes, he resolved to change that. The power within him surged as the twin dragons roared in acknowledgement, their might resonating with his own. Hovering midair, the wind spiraled around him as his gaze sharpened with focus. A system notification appeared, announcing a new skill, Godbone Descends. His lips curved into a confident grin as he synchronized his power with the dragon's might. A burst of divine energy erupted as the armor materialized once more, displaying his updated class Dragon Rider, Rank 2, empowered far beyond its previous state. Surrounded by the twin dragons cloaked in violet flames, Lu Fan radiated the dominance of a true Dragon King. Charging forward with both dragons roaring behind him, divine light exploded from his armor as the battlefield quaked beneath his power. His companions watched in awe, noticing the divine radiance of his new gear. Taozi observed that it resembled the style of ancient gods, emanating a sacred aura, while Jianing realized that Lu Fan's battle style involved giving direct commands, proof of a unique bond linked to his dragon companions. They wondered how his dragons could merge with him so completely, recognizing that this fusion defied the very laws of dragon possession. As Lu Fan merged with the twin dragons, ripples of energy burst outward, forming the outline of a humanoid dragon. The fusion left everyone speechless. The girls observing realized that this transformation allowed him to wield equipment without occupying any gear slots, an extremely rare ability exclusive to dragons. This fusion perfectly unleashed a dragon's full strength through a human vessel, turning Lu Fan into a true humanoid dragon. Clenching his glowing fists, Lu Fan prepared to test his newfound might. The ground trembled as divine and demonic energy ignited around him, followed by a blinding surge of light. Activating his ultimate move, Godbone Descends, his power shook the earth as a colossal dragon aura formed behind him. Shockwaves rippled across the field, forcing everyone to shield themselves. Taozi gasped in disbelief, stunned by the overwhelming force spreading outward. Jianing narrowed her eyes, realizing that this power could destroy both heaven and earth, its intensity exceeding hundreds of thousands in attributes. When asked whether his armor contained all his dragon pets, Lu Fan calmly explained that it was the Godbone Dragon King, an entity infused with the might of the ancient gods, while the rest of his dragons remained summonable. A confident smile played on his lips as he revealed that, thanks to the Godbone Dragon King's skills, all his attributes had now surpassed 1 million. His companions stared in shock, realizing he was now hundreds of times stronger than the top-ranked masters. They half-joked, questioning whether he was even human anymore. Lu Fan, however, responded with quiet pride that he had already reached level 60 and was ready to advance to his third class. Before leaving, he instructed Morozov to keep everyone within the palace for safety. Morozov responded, warning that the outside remained unstable after the recent explosion. Later, at Dragon City Academy's class transfer hall, Lu Fan reviewed the differences between the second and third class evolutions. The third contained no branches, only an enhanced evolution of the current path. Approaching the glowing terminal, he prepared to initiate his advancement, fully confident that his next step would define his new strength. While examining the system, he realized there was no record of a dragon tamer profession in the Academy's history. It was a unique class belonging to him alone. A small smile crossed his face as he placed his hand on the device and confirmed his transfer. The chamber filled with light as the class transfer ceremony began, surrounding him in a surge of radiant energy. Closing his eyes, he felt the powerful current flow through his body, confirming that the evolution process had begun. His consciousness drifted into a glowing void where the transfer continued until an unexpected interruption occurred. A seductive demon girl appeared before him, her smirk playful as she teased him. Startled, Lu Fan demanded she stop, realizing she was interfering with his transfer once again. The demon girl chuckled but quickly shifted her tone, explaining that since he had begun his third transformation, she wished to discuss something serious. She revealed vital information about the location of the Blade Armor Dragon Egg, a rare and immensely powerful creature hidden from the world. Leaning closer, she whispered that it lay beyond Sakura Country, deep within the mysterious Godfall wilderness. As the vision faded, the Academy's system announced his successful class advancement. Lu Fan opened his eyes inside the glowing chamber, the ceremony concluding as the system displayed his updated status. His class had officially advanced to Stage 3. The numbers flashing before him in his stat reflected the next evolution of his extraordinary power. The protagonist studied a holographic map, his gaze fixed on a marked location deep within the mountains. His phone rang, and it was He Shu on the other end, informing him that all the documents and his visa were ready. He mentioned his connections abroad and told Lu Fan that if he ever needed any help, he could contact him anytime. The protagonist then thanked him sincerely and confirmed that the money transfer had been completed. Smiling confidently, he looked at the glowing map and quietly noted that everything was set. Determined, he resolved to obtain the blade armor dragon egg. 3 days later, Lu Fan arrived at the airport just as the flight to Sakura Country's Oya City was preparing to depart. During check-in, he organized his documents and tickets, ready to begin his journey. While seated on the plane, his mind drifted to the map details provided by He Shu. As he gazed out the window, he analyzed the data once again, realizing that the Godfall Wilderness was home to elite and leader-class monsters, making his mission far more dangerous than expected. Upon arriving in Sakura's Oya City, he set out toward his next destination. The streets around him bustled with adventurers gathering near resource points, collecting materials, and training to level up. Yet, he knew the true danger did not linger on the surface. It awaited deeper within. According to He Shu's intel, the only route leading to the Godfall Wilderness lay ahead, hidden beyond the city's outskirts. He boarded a special bus bound for the wilderness. Inside, every seat was filled with adventurers, each driven by different ambitions. Some discussed fallen comrades and rare treasures, while others dreamed of earning recognition through perilous quests. Ignoring their chatter, he leaned back and closed his eyes, quietly conserving his energy for what awaited. The scenery outside rushed by as hours passed, the bus journey stretching from noon until dusk without pause. As evening descended, the vehicle continued along quiet countryside roads beneath dim streetlights. Eventually, the driver broke the silence, announcing their arrival at outpost number 137. The bus halted at a deserted stop, where cold wind swept across the empty road. The driver warned that the next stop would be the final destination, offering anyone a chance to disembark. A few passengers confidently declared that they were high-level adventurers headed for Outpost 138, boasting about their strength. The driver smirked, muttering to himself before restarting the engine with a chilling tone. The bus sped along a rugged, winding path as the terrain began to shift dramatically. Clear roads gave way to desolate, snow-covered mountain trails. The vehicle pressed deeper into the wilderness as howling winds and thick mist surrounded them. Tension filled the cabin. Passengers peered anxiously through fogged windows, realizing the scenery no longer matched their planned route. Unease rippled through the group. The young man frowned as the sense of wrongness grew. The direction, the atmosphere, everything felt off. Lu Fan thought something was wrong. Comparing the view outside with He Shu's map, he realized the route didn't align. They should have been traveling directly toward the Godfall Wilderness. Suspicion deepened as he studied the driver's unervingly calm demeanor. One passenger, overcome with alarm, rushed forward and demanded the driver stop immediately, insisting they had taken the wrong path. But instead of slowing, the driver's expression twisted dark, and he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Chaos erupted inside the bus as panic took hold. A woman screamed, clutching the blue-haired man's arm, while others shouted in fear. The man ordered the driver to stop, warning that he wouldn't hesitate to act if the madness continued. His voice rang through the cabin, filled with urgency, yet the driver remained silent. The man then brought the knife closer to the driver's neck. Realizing the danger, passengers braced themselves as the bus swerved violently, tires screeching across gravel, racing toward an uncertain fate in the dark mountains. The blue-haired man lunged forward, grabbing the driver by the shoulder and demanding he turn back before disaster struck. Unmoved, the driver lifted the knife, a sinister grin spreading across his face as faint glowing runes formed around his arm. A surge of strange energy filled the air, bright symbols spinning rapidly in midair, the formation of a teleportation spell. The passengers gasped in horror as blinding light swallowed the bus. In a flash of violet energy, the young man's vision blurred, and his body twisted as they were all pulled into a swirling void. Moments later, the group found themselves standing in a dark, unfamiliar forest veiled in glowing mist. Panic spread as one adventurer shouted that his strength was draining away. Lu Fan scanned the area, and the other adventurer, tense and alert, tried to discern where they had been sent. A deep, chilling voice echoed through the haze, warning that their vigilance was far too low. The ground trembled as a dark silhouette emerged, holding a staff that pulsed with violet energy. The adventurers instinctively stepped back, dread filling their eyes. Lu Fan's expression hardened as he analyzed the aura emanating from the figure. This was no ordinary opponent. In that instant, he realized the driver's true purpose. Their transport had been nothing more than bait for this trap. The mysterious figure stepped forward, his tone laced with malice as he revealed his identity. The group now stood before Hirata, a secret space mage of level 71, who claimed this place as his hunting ground. Among the passengers aboard that special bus, several academy students shared the same fate as Lu Fan. Naive and unsuspecting, they remained oblivious to the danger that loomed ahead. Standing before them was a cloaked mage enveloped in swirling purple energy, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. He mocked the newcomers, sneering that they were nothing more than rookies at level 60 who had yet to understand the true cruelty of the world. To him, hunting others was the quickest and most effortless way to earn rewards, an efficient method that required little more than robbing the inexperienced. Lu Fan stood silently at the back, listening to the mage's arrogant rambling. As understanding dawned, he realized that these were material hunters, bandits who preyed upon new adventurers and lone class changers. Disgust filled him as he cursed them inwardly, seeing them as animals who thrived on exploiting the weak. He silently admitted that he had almost fallen into their trap, realizing that everything he possessed might have been lost had he not been cautious. At the front, the academy students were overwhelmed by disbelief. They had not anticipated encountering something so sinister on their first field journey. One of them bravely stepped forward, drawing his sword against the material hunter. He urged his companions not to be afraid, boasting of his courage and declaring that the mage, despite his disguise, was nothing more than a fool in costume. The hunter only sneered at their defiance. He taunted them, calling them gullible and naive for having walked straight into his snare. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a powerful spell. The air rippled as an annihilation aura materialized, forming a swirling black sphere of unstable energy. The orb drifted through the air, spreading an ominous field that drained vitality and spiritual energy from anyone caught within its reach, feeding the black sphere with their strength. Terror gripped the group as they began to feel their bodies weaken. Their limbs trembled, and their spiritual energy rapidly depleted, leaving them in unbearable agony unlike anything they had ever endured. Yet, while the others struggled in pain, Lu Fan remained still, calm and observant. He stood at the rear, watching the chaos unfold before deciding to intervene. A desperate student stepped forward, pleading with the hunter. He explained that they were students from Kyoto Academy conducting research and had no intention of provoking a fight. He begged the hunter to release them, offering valuables in exchange for their safety, even promising that they would never reveal what had happened if spared. The hunter chuckled darkly, questioning what assurance he had that they would keep their word. He spoke of the great effort it had taken to orchestrate this trap and assumed the driver's identity. As he spoke, the black energy orb continued to absorb the students' strength, intensifying their suffering. Seeing no escape, the students urged each other to unite and fight, knowing they stood no chance alone. One of them called out for Lu Fan's help, but he merely watched them in silence. Before anyone could act further, a gleaming axe suddenly flew through the air, piercing the skull of the student who had tried to rally the others. The body fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving the rest frozen in shock. A second hunter appeared from above, descending with a chilling presence. The first hunter, now revealed as Hirata, smirked and warned them that he was not alone. His plan had been carefully laid out from the beginning. The newcomer, cloaked and armed with twin axes, asked Hirata why such weak rookies still occupied his time. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon toward the terrified students, vowing that none of them would leave alive. The hunter's axe hurtled directly toward Lu Fan as the others screamed for him to dodge. Yet, Lu Fan did not move, his expression remaining calm and cold, untouched by the chaos unfolding around him. The hunters grinned confidently, certain of their victory, unaware of the calamity that awaited them. In an instant, Lu Fan activated his godbone armor, transforming his body as white skeletal plates formed along his arms and torso. The divine armor of the Dragon King fused with his wrists, granting him immense power and resilience. Gasps of disbelief spread among the students as Lu Fan caught the axe with his bare hands. Even hunters froze in astonishment. One of them murmured that the axe was forged from titanium, a weapon so strong that even a rank 4 expert could not have stopped it so effortlessly. Fear and awe filled the air. The students stared at Lu Fan in silence, struggling to comprehend his strength. With cold determination, he declared that the hunters had sealed their fate by striking first. He unleashed his skill, weak retreat, channeling the dragon's killing intent into a devastating shockwave. The skill released true damage that ignored all defenses, sending the enemies hurtling through the air and crashing violently into rocks and trees. The entire forest trembled from the force of the attack. When the dust settled, the hunters lay motionless, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. The remaining students stood frozen, horrified and amazed by what they had witnessed. Without lingering, Lu Fan summoned his dragon wings, spreading them wide before ascending swiftly into the sky. The survivors, only 3 out of 4, watched him vanish into the distance. They could not believe that he had annihilated 2 level 70 warriors in a single instant without taking a step. His power was terrifying, leaving them questioning his true identity. Shaken yet grateful, the 3 survivors decided to flee the cursed forest. Fear consumed them, and all they wished for was to return home safely. As they ran deeper into the darkness, they realized the light behind them had vanished completely. Confusion grew as one suggested using searchlights to find their way. When they switched on the beams, they began moving cautiously through the mist, unaware that enormous serpents were silently slithering behind them. Strange sounds echoed through the trees, sending chills down their spines. One of them whispered a plan to count to 3 and then scatter in different directions without hesitation. The moment the countdown ended, they sprinted apart. Panic filled the air as the ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Before the students could even think of escaping, enormous serpents slithered out from the shadows, their massive jaws glowing with fiery energy. In the next instant, each serpent unleashed a blazing orb toward the terrified students, trapping them in a deadly crossfire. Explosions erupted across the forest, tearing through trees and setting the night ablaze with fire and debris. The sky glowed red, and the serpents' deafening roars echoed endlessly through the burning wilderness. While in the shadows, another serpent loomed, one with a mysterious hooded rider watching the chaos unfold from above. Only one of his eyes glowed faintly through the darkness, casting an eerie light that pierced the smoky air. Beside him, a colossal serpent coiled patiently, awaiting his command. The next morning, Lu Fan shot through the air toward Sky God Peak like a streak of light. But before he could reach it, his body slammed against an invisible barrier. The force sent him flying backward, but he twisted midair and landed neatly on his feet. Looking up, he stared at the barrier in confusion. Then, without warning, a demon girl appeared behind him. She casually explained that flying straight through was impossible. The realm beyond was a world left behind by a god. Startled, Lu Fan leapt back and demanded to know why she had appeared so suddenly. The curvy dragon woman smirked, saying she came and went as she pleased. No contract could bind her. Lu Fan frowned. If a god's world really lies beyond this, then what exactly is a god? Are they like the ancient ones? She answered coolly. Those so-called gods are just powerful thieves who stole fragments of the world's natural laws. As for where the ancient gods came from, even I can't say for sure. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. Then how strong are you compared to them? In my prime? She said with a hint of pride. Beyond the 6th advancement, I could crush a god with a snap of my fingers. If not for my old wounds, you wouldn't even qualify to host my true form for another century. Lu Fan exhaled slowly, realizing just how lucky he'd been back when he fought her. She hadn't even used a fraction of her real power. His thoughts drifted to his dragons. Could they one day reach her level? If so, no one could ever stand in his way. But she flicked his forehead lightly. Stop dreaming. Dragons take ages to grow. For yours to reach Dragon King level, they need to reach the equivalent of a human's 6th advancement. Only then could they earn the title of God Slayer. Lu Fan sighed. Looks like I've still got a long road ahead. Turning away, she said, then stop wasting it on fantasies. Keep moving. and watch your step. This mountain devours anyone careless enough to wander. As they trekked deeper into the forest, she glanced back. Honestly, I don't get you. I told you the Divine Bones armorization gear works inside the Divine Ruins secret realm. So why didn't you level up there before chasing after the bladed armor dragon king egg? Lu Fan smirked and replied, Isn't it obvious? The bladed armor dragon, hatchling, can absorb the spiritual energy from the secret realm. If I get it early, it'll grow much faster. The demon girl gave him a knowing look. So that's your plan. You really are a calculating little man, she said, half mocking, half impressed. As they continued along the narrow path, a sharp whistling suddenly cut through the air. 3 glowing mana spears came hurtling straight toward them. The demon girl jumped in alarm, and both twisted away just in time. The spears struck the ground behind them, blasting up chunks of dirt and rock. From the settling dust, a towering crystal rock golem emerged, its body gleaming like diamond. Its voice rumbled like thunder. Trespassers of the Forbidden Land, perish. 2 more massive golems rose beside it, their stone skin pulsing with energy. No one defile this sacred ground. They boomed in unison. A notification flickered before Lu Fan's eyes. Crystal Rock Golem. Level 95. Creatures capable of channeling mana into stone spears for devastating thrusts. Physical damage. Extreme. Skill. Earth-shattering quake. Unleashes violent tremors in a forward cone. The demon girl crossed her arms. Want to deal with them? We'll call it our second trade. Lu Fan chuckled. No need to use a sledgehammer to crush a pebble. Save your power for the bladed armor dragon king. She smirked, stepping back. Very well. Then let's see the mighty dragon slayer in action. Dragon scales shimmered across Lu Fan's arms as he flexed his claws. Perfect. I needed a test run anyway. He unleashed his shadow dragon king aura, the air around him twisting into a dark vortex. A glowing message appeared. Dragon Tamer aura activated. Channeling Shadow Dragon King bloodline. Speed plus 30%. Concealment effect applied. In an instant, his body blurred into motion. With explosive speed, he charged forward, roaring as he prepared to unleash his third advancement skill. The crystal golems reacted instantly, forming new spears and hurling them in a deadly barrage. But Lu Fan weaved through the storm of stone and energy with effortless precision, each strike missing him by inches. His speed was overwhelming. The golems froze, stunned by the sheer ferocity of his movement. Then Lu Fan raised his arm. Let's see how the sky-breaking strike feels. He swung downward, merging his power with the spirit of a dragon. The attack hit like a roaring tide. One golem's crystal armor shattered instantly, and before the others could react, Lu Fan tore through the first with a streak of dragon-forged light, his dragon tamer aura surging like a storm, splitting the monster clean in 2. In an instant, golems close in from every direction, preparing to strike. Without hesitation, our hero multiplies himself, each replica ready for battle. The clash erupts, and his copies dismantle the monsters one after another with effortless precision. When the dust settles, he recalls every replica back into himself and calmly retreats, leaving behind nothing but piles of shattered crystal remains. The predator he once looked up to, the mighty shadow dragon, now echoes through his movements and skill. The sight leaves even him impressed by his own technique. He reflects that with every use, he grasps a little more of the overwhelming strength belonging to the dragon race. Power far beyond what any human could wield. Being able to freely tap into the might of the Dragon King makes these 3 turns of his journey feel truly worthwhile. As they continue on, the demon girl remarks that clearing out the believers they encounter along the way clearly falls on him, the so-called Dragon Kid. He retorts that she never planned on lifting a finger in the first place. After pushing through the dungeon's depths, they step out into a world blanketed in snow. Our hero frowns in disbelief, pointing out that they were just walking through a forest moments ago. Yet now they stand amid an icy wasteland. The demon girl seems just as puzzled, and he mutters that perhaps this is yet another effect of the ban at work. A smirk spreads across her face as she warns that things are about to get interesting. Without warning, the wind howls violently, slamming into them with full force. Struggling to hold his ground, our hero shouts in confusion, demanding to know what's going on. Then his eyes widen. Charging toward him is a massive snow ape. Instantly, he calls forth his weapon and meets the beast's strike head-on. Their clash sends out a thunderous blast. Yet when the smoke clears, he stands unharmed, feet planted firmly on the frozen ground. He exhales sharply, realizing that this isn't just a shift in the landscape, it's an ambush. The enemies surrounding them are frostborn ice sculptors. A system notification chimes in, revealing that these creatures can summon colossal glaciers to crash down on a target area, triggering devastating ice explosions that deal widespread damage. The aftermath leaves behind a frost mark, chilling the entire battlefield with its icy aura. The demon girl studies their surroundings, noting that the freezing domain has granted every monster a layer of impenetrable ice armor. She can sense the hesitation in his blade. It cannot pierce through. Drawing in mana, she states that normal steel is useless here, but if it were enveloped in lava flames, the outcome might change. At her words, our hero summons his dragon-taming aura, channeling the immense power of the Black Dragon. The system confirms that the ability draws directly from the Black Dragon bloodline, activating the Black Dragon aura. With that power coursing through him, he charges ahead, declaring that his skill has evolved. Darkness coils around his body, and in a blink, he's already upon the snow apes. Another system alert flashes. He's triggered the break skill. Dragon energy surges through his strikes, chaining into a flurry of attacks perfectly synchronized with his dragon pets. The flames from each hit roar with such heat that the ape's icy shell nearly liquefies as it howls in pain. A grin crosses his face. Using the aura of one dragon against creatures of an opposing element yields far better results than he expected. Watching from a distance, the demon girl can't help but acknowledge his grasp of dragon magic runs far deeper than she imagined. Glancing ahead, he notes that the storm has calmed and the terrain has returned to normal. With a nod, he says it's time to keep moving. Their path takes them through the domain of strange followers of Mount Kailash. When a swarm of bees descends on them, the system identifies them as Crimson Bees, level 95 followers born from molten hives. These creatures can summon massive lava hives that crash to the ground, spreading molten pools that inflict continuous damage and drastically slow anything trapped within. Sizing them up, he decides there's no need to call upon a dragon companion. With their elemental nature exposed, his dragon-taming aura alone will suffice. One after another, the beasts fall, and none prove worthy of being called a true boss. He channels the Blue Dragon's power next, awakening the Blue Dragon bloodline to manifest the Blue Dragon aura. In moments, the Crimson Bees are wiped out completely. Soon after, another group appears, fish-like beings that swim through the air, also followers of level 95. They boast total magic immunity and the ability to create an elemental vortex, a swirling current of pure energy that drags enemies in and deals constant radiant damage while distorting their senses. During the clash, Arquieto explains that the demon-devouring Dragon King once told him the gods ruling this land fear their own followers. They've imposed divine seals to suppress the growth of all life, preventing any rebellion. The realization strikes. These so-called gods are no different from mortals, arrogant, selfish, and blind to their own weakness. With that thought lingering, Arquieto unleashes the same Blue Dragon aura and scaled energy he used before, eradicating the swimming beasts with ease. 3 days later, they finally stand atop Heavenly God Peak. The demon girl exhales, relieved. They've reached their destination at last. Before them looms a colossal ancient structure, its vast form wrapped in mist, with massive chains descending into the abyss below. Our hero studies the site, realizing the summit is nothing like he imagined. He mutters that this place must be a relic left behind by the gods themselves. But the demon girl shakes her head, correcting him. It isn't the work of gods at all. This, she says, is the very being he's been searching for, the Blade Armor Dragon King. As she speaks, 3 shining blades extend from her arm. Startled, he asks if she's serious, half suspecting she's joking. She sighs, reminding him that there are more than 30 dragon species in existence, and not all of them rely solely on brute force. Don't act like you've never seen the world, she says flatly. Her words strike a chord. He recalls that even one of his own dragons possesses a liquid-like form. Looking at the towering mountain of swords, he admits that if she claims this structure is the Dragon King, then perhaps it truly is. Drawing his weapon, he asks whether the Dragon King is awake or still slumbering. The demon girl replies that it's currently in a defensive state. Even someone at a far higher level, she explains, wouldn't be able to sense its true condition. That revelation catches him off guard. She continues, stating that while in this form, the Blade Armor Dragon King heals at an accelerated rate and becomes completely sealed off from any outside attack. He frowns, asking if that means they're powerless to act. But she quickly dismisses the idea. It's not impossible. That's precisely why she once sought to form an alliance with the Poison Dragon King of the underworld. Its natural ability to corrode and restrain iron-like defenses could counter this form completely. Realization dawns on him, and he immediately asks if she's implying that Xiao Ji might not be able to take on this fight. The demon girl explains that while the creature is still young and far from its full power, he shouldn't overlook the fact that the being sealed within is gravely injured. Stepping closer, her tone turns sharper. If they combine her recovery ability with the strength of the beast resting in his pet space, not only could he claim the dragon egg today, but she might even have the chance to devour the entire creature herself. Our hero turns toward her, about to speak, but before a word leaves his mouth, the ground trembles. A massive magic circle flares to life behind them, its symbols burning with blinding light. Alarmed, he demands to know if the Blade Armor Dragon King has awakened. She quickly shakes her head, replying that this magic doesn't belong to the Dragon King. Then, from deep within the snowfields, the earth splits apart. Rising from the blizzard's heart, a monstrous figure, towering as high as a mountain, emerges. From its colossal frame slither countless serpent heads, their fanged maws dripping with venom. The air grows heavy, thick with the stench of poison and frost. Amid the swirling storm, a cloaked figure materializes, voice low and commanding. With chilling authority, he orders, Yamada no Orochi, identify the intruders. It turns out that Yamada no Orochi is no ordinary beast. It's a colossal, towering serpent with eyes that glow like molten gold. The creature slithers across the mountain, sniffing for any trace of Shikigami or summoned spirits. Yet, after scanning the entire peak, it detects nothing. The man standing on the serpent's head narrows his eyes, puzzled. For Yamada no Orochi to fail in sensing a spirit meant only one thing. The origin of the being before him was far from ordinary. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he lowers his hood, revealing his face. Lu Fan, he says, his tone calm, yet edged with amusement. Thank you for leading me to such a rare Shikigami. At that, the demon girl's eyes light up with curiosity. Shikigami, she repeats, leaning forward. And what exactly does that mean? Our hero steps beside her, voice firm. Who are you? The man gives a polite nod. Ah, forgive my manners, he says smoothly. Even among the Sakura people, only those of true influence would know me. He gestures toward the enormous serpent beneath him. This is my Shikigami, Yamada no Orochi, quite similar to your dragon pet, though of a different lineage. A system window appears, confirming his words. Pet name, Yamada no Orochi level, 119 stage, 4, Shikigami form. Raising his chin with pride, the man continues, I am Mosey, its master. A new alert flashes, Mosey, level 119. In the next instant, blue mana swirls around him, forming a shimmering barrier that traps both our hero and the demon girl within. His voice deepens, laced with arrogance. I saw your performance during the national drive, he admits. You're far superior to Musashi, clearly ranked first. But tell me, Lu Fan, did you really climb all the way up here just to steal the Blade Armor Dragon King? A smirk tugs at his lips. A man of your power should know better. Aren't you afraid of what will happen when your little eccentricities are exposed? The mana barrier tightens. This mountain is filled with peril. Even level 100 masters can fall here. I don't tolerate hidden threats. As he strides toward the enormous structure ahead, Mosey glances up at it. So this is the Blade Armor Dragon King, he muses. Tell me, is following it truly worth it? Asking her to awaken easily, he adds with a mocking grin, would be the same as seeking death. When our hero confirms his suspicions, Mosey laughs. I see. You fought your way up here with skill, and a dragon companion who's as beautiful as she is dangerous. I should have been more careful. My arrival was rather reckless. The demon girl chuckles, crossing her arms. Reckless and flattering, she teases. Since you've noticed my beauty, why not describe it in detail? Ian lets out a short laugh, shaking his head. Unfortunately, he says coolly, this isn't the right moment for compliments. His tone shifts as he turns to Lu Fan. Let's speak plainly. I've seen your strength during that climb up the mountain. I know I can't defeat you. Not yet. But if you choose to stand with me, I'll make sure you're treated as a guest of honor in Sakura country. You'll have everything. Resources, status, wealth, and power. All I ask, he continues with a sly smile, is that you hand over the blade Armor Dragon King. Together, we could be allies. For a moment, silence hangs heavy between them. Lu Fan and the demon girl exchange glances, but say nothing. Then Lu finally breaks the quiet with a faint smirk. Disappointing, he says. You call it friendship, but what you're really after is obedience. You don't want allies, you want followers. The words wipe the smile from Yin's face. His brows knit, and his voice grows sharp. What did you just say? Lu repeats himself calmly, his tone steady. I asked who you think you are, and whether you really expect me to hand over the Dragon King. Yin's composure cracks. His aura flares, and his eyes narrow. You arrogant fool, he hisses. Don't forget, you're still trapped inside my magic. But Lu only raises his dragon-scaled arm. The glowing mana prison surrounding them begins to fracture, spiderweb cracks racing across its surface. Then, with a single flex, he shatters it completely. The shards of light fade into the air. He grins. If you mean this little formation, he says mockingly, you must have forgotten. You plan to use it to trap me. The demon girl chuckles, stepping beside him. What a shame, she says, her voice light with amusement. If you'd at least tried flattering us a bit more, I might have played along with your little prison. Yin's expression hardens. Gathering energy in his hands, he curses under his breath. Don't get cocky, boy, he snaps. If you think I can't fight back, you're mistaken. I can still walk away from this, with the Blade Armor Dragon King in tow. Lu narrows his eyes, his tone cold. Then come and try. With a burst of speed, he leaps forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Stay out of this, he tells the demon girl without looking back. I'm not wasting a contract on someone like him. The demon girl stretches lazily, clearly unbothered. Fine, she says with a yawn. There's nothing exciting about this anyway. I'll go take a little rest. That's the moment Ian has been waiting for. Seeing her withdraw, he believes Lu's dragon pet is gone. His chance has come. I didn't want this, he says with mock regret. But you forced my hand. He thrusts his arm forward, commanding his serpent. Yamada no Orochi attack. The massive creature rears back, and its 8 heads release a swirling cloud of venom. The poison spreads through the air in thick, pink waves, rushing straight toward Lu Fan like a deadly storm. Unfazed by the surge of poison, our hero draws a shimmering card and flicks it forward. Come forth, Xiaofei. In an instant, his companion materializes, wings spreading wide as a protective barrier forms around him. The deadly mist crashes against it and disperses harmlessly. Lu glances up at Ian and smirks. You look half dead already, and yet you still have the nerve to try and rob others with cheap tricks. Yin's expression twists. Beads of sweat roll down his face as realization hits. Lu is completely unaffected. Snake fever, the venom's core affliction, has no effect on him. But that was only the start. Lu raises his hand, his aura flaring. Merge, he commands, and his pet fuses into him, power rippling through the air. In the same breath, he summons Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Switch the star aura, he orders. 3 lights ignite around him as he triggers his next sequence of skills. Emerald light. Layers of radiant energy envelop him. 3, then 6. Negative effects vanish instantly. His attributes surge by up to 60%, and incoming damage dissolves on contact. Soul Shatterer. A stream of soul light links him and his allies. Power surges 200% higher, and every strike now gathers damage as chi. When 10 layers reach their limit, the stored energy detonates with 10-fold force. Dragon Aura. Star Dragon power floods his veins, his strength rising 100% every 10 seconds. The cycle resets, but the rhythm only grows faster. A fierce gleam burns in his eyes. Let's see how you manage to escape this unscathed. The system chimes. Ian Mosey's stats have fallen sharply. Strength, agility, spirit, and stamina reduced. Ian stumbles backward, panic breaking through his composure. Yamada no Orochi. Move. Do something. Before the serpent can respond, another notification flashes. Godborn advanced skill activated. Golden light engulfs Lu, forming divine armor across his body. All attributes increased by 300%. He moves again, dragon riding aura. A streak of red arcs through the storm, followed by a flash of white lightning. The strike cleaves through every serpent head at once, shattering them to dust. The system records another surge. Ian Mosey's stats tripled again. Ian crashes to the ground, gasping. No, I can't take this dragon. Not like this. His face drains of color as the battlefield tilts against him. We have to retreat now, but from the wreckage of his fallen serpent, Lu bursts forward, flames and lightning swirling around him. You're not taking the dragon anywhere, he roars. Cornered, Ian slams his hands together, chanting rapidly. His eyes blaze yellow. This is Sakura's land, he shouts. The dragon belongs to Sakura. You dare steal from us? Then be judged. With his final breath of defiance, he calls to his shattered companion. Yamada no Orochi, aid your master once more. He thrusts his arm toward the heavens, screaming the spell's name, Poseidon cleansing. Within moments, the shredded remains of Yamada no Orochi begin to tremble. Blue mana, cold and violent, erupts from the scattered flesh, twisting the air itself. Our hero steadies his gaze as the fragments rise and swirl together, forming a massive demonic figure cloaked in oceanic light. A system notification blazes into view. Poseidon cleansing activated. It declares that by sacrificing the current Shikigami, a phantom of Susanoo has been summoned, wielding the Tenka sword. The entity manifests with 350% of the Shikigami's original power, lasting for 30 seconds. The area becomes a sea god cleansing zone, using Yamada no Orochi as its offering. The Tenka sword morphs into the Kusanagi sword, and the phantom's attributes double again. Lu Fan watches the colossal being take shape, towering, divine, yet unstable. His expression doesn't change. So that's it, he says evenly. Seems like Yamada no Orochi was your only Shikigami after all. Yin's face contorts with fury. Don't you dare mock me, he roars. You'll regret this, I swear it. His voice cracks with rage as the serpent's remnants twist further, driven by the hatred of their fallen master. The summoned god's form wavers, consumed by resentment. Lu clenches his fist, energy building until the air hums. Just as he's about to strike, something hurtles toward him, a glowing lump of flesh, pulsating with mana. It slams against him with a burst of light. A system warning flares, Poseidon cleansing summoning. 1 second remaining. Ian exhales in relief, thinking his plan has succeeded. It's over, he mutters, backing away, confident in his escape. But Lu's voice cuts through the chaos, calm and cold. It didn't work, he says. Everything you did was for nothing. He draws his arm back, dragon scales glinting, and unleashes a single, earth-shattering punch. Blue energy surges outward in a violent wave, tearing through the phantom's body. The demonic Susanoo screams as cracks of light rip across its form. In seconds, it dissolves into mist, leaving behind only a drifting haze of fading blue energy. The mountain falls silent again, save for the hiss of melting frost. Through the smoke, Lu exhales softly, lowering his hand. He ran, he murmurs, sensing Yin's presence vanish beyond the horizon. Far away, beneath the crimson glow of sunset, Ian sits alone amid broken stones. Blood drips from his mouth, staining his robes. He coughs violently, clutching his chest. With a bitter smile, he whispers, I'm sorry, teacher. Out of the thick mist, a brown shadow takes form, its glowing eyes flaring with fury. It scoffs at the absurd claim, saying there's no way a level 61 outsider could have slain Yamada no Orochi. The figure ridicules the thought, calling Susanoo weaker than paper and declaring that there's no time to waste on such nonsense. Before it, he kneels so low his forehead nearly touches the ground. His voice trembles with urgency as he insists that every word he speaks is the truth. Lifting his head slightly, he begs his master to avenge both him and Yamada no Orochi. His tone tightens as he adds that the culprit is none other than Lu Fan, the top ranker of the national trial. The teacher stiffens in disbelief. His eyes blaze brighter as he demands to know how Lu Fan could have possibly killed Musashi Ten. His voice turns sharp, pressing Ian to explain everything in detail. Ian bows again, pleading that since his teacher is a 5th-rank master, he could easily crush Lu Fan. Finally, the figure reveals his name, Ian Tianzi. He says that if Yin's words hold true, then Lu Fan's strength may rival his own, making Yin's loss inevitable. He goes on to describe Lu Fan as a level 61 dragon tamer and paladin who commands multiple dragons in a national trial. Capturing him, Yin Tianzi says, will uncover how he came to possess such beasts. Eager to please, Yin quickly agrees, flattering his master by saying that once Lu Fan is defeated, Yin Tianzi will stand unmatched among all 5th-rank masters. Yin Tianzi narrows his eyes and asks whether Yin left a mark on the target. Yin nods, explaining that after Yamada no Orochi's death, its lingering resentment attached itself to Lu Fan. Whenever Lu tries to summon the serpent again, they'll be able to track him down. The teacher commends his foresight, but warns that Lu Fan must not be underestimated. This matter demands caution. Yin bows deeply, thanking his master for the guidance. But then, hesitating, he admits that without Yamada no Orochi, he's now without a powerful Shikigami. He timidly starts to ask for another, only to be cut off by Yin Tianzi's cold rebuke. Yin freezes as the air turns heavy. Yin Tianzi's anger crackles in the mist as he declares that granting him Yamada no Orochi was already a mistake, and he has no intention of giving him another. Trembling, Yin quickly apologizes, swearing never to make such a request again. As the mist begins to swallow him, Yin Tianzi delivers his final command. Stop roaming the outside world and stop dragging his name through the mud. He orders Yin to return to Tianyin Place immediately. Still kneeling, Yin lowers his head and answers softly that he understands. As Yin Tianzi's presence fades into the mist, a black stone drops to the ground, pulsing faintly with energy. Yin picks it up carefully, his lips curling into a dark smile. He mutters that Lu Fan should enjoy his peace while it lasts, because a true gentleman's revenge is never too late. The scene shifts back to the shimmering sands of Golden Sand Peak at Tianshan Peak. Our hero turns to the demon-devouring Dragon King, the demon girl, and asks if they can begin. She studies his anxious expression, noting how even Xiao Bai, beside him, looks uneasy. With a teasing edge, she reminds him that if she hadn't gone easy on him earlier, he wouldn't have even gotten close to the dragon egg. A system prompt flashes before him. System notification. Godborn Dragon King Armor of Gason. Rank 1. He blinks in disbelief. Even with the divine armor equipped and his stats breaking past 1,000,000, it still wouldn't be enough to defeat the Blade Armor Dragon King. The demon girl chuckles softly, calling Timber, the little dragon, adorable. She tells him this is only the beginning. Confused, he stares at her until she pokes his nose and explains the Godblade Dragon King rank he holds is only 1 star. When she fought the Blade Armor Dragon King, it was nearly 4 stars. She warns him flatly, if he values his life, he should stay out of the main fight. Turning away, she explains that once the dragon awakens, it will immediately enter a defensive state. She'll try to pin it down while he summons every dragon under his command to shield himself and retrieve the eggs. Once that's done, they'll withdraw together before the dragon fully regains its strength. He nods, though a hint of doubt flickers in his tone. So, even you're not sure you can win this? She admits it without hesitation. Back at Falling Dragon Valley, both she and the Blade Armor Dragon King unleashed their full power, and neither came out unscathed. If the dragon recovers before she does, neither of them will stand a chance. With a resigned breath, he nods again. Understood. He raises his hand, summoning his dragons one by one through shimmering portals. The air vibrates with power as they gather around him. We strike fast, he says. Once I secure the egg, I'll open the portal and we pull out. No hesitation. Everything falls into place. He steps forward toward the colossal beast, its body encased in metallic scales that gleam like forged iron. Time to wake up, he murmurs. Mana flares in his palm as he presses it to the dragon's armor-like hide. For a brief moment, everything is silent. Then a surge of raw energy explodes outward. The ground quakes violently. The steel-scaled dragon stirs, then roars to life, tearing the earth apart as it rises. Our hero stands frozen in shock, staring up at the towering creature, unable to move as the ground crumbles beneath his feet. The ground quakes violently, rocks tumbling down the mountainside as the air itself trembles. Our hero stumbles backward, shouting over the chaos. What the hell just happened? Isn't this completely out of control? Even the demon girl looks shaken. Her usual confidence wavers as she stares at the monstrous form before them, unable to comprehend the sheer force radiating from it. The blade armor dragon king slowly opens its blazing blue eyes, cold, fierce, and alive once more. With a deafening roar, the dragon thrashes its body, snapping the massive iron chains like twigs. Sparks and dust fill the air as its power surges through the ground. In an instant, the triple-star dragon has reclaimed its full strength. Sweat runs down our hero's face. His heart pounds as he realizes just how dire things have become. Damn it, he mutters, gritting his teeth. The plan's useless now. We have to change course. He raises his hand, calling out sharply, Xingqian, Star Shuttle, fall back now. But before the order can take full effect, the demon girl bursts upward into the air, laughter echoing across the trembling peak. Our hero freezes mid-command, staring up in disbelief as she hovers high above, her hair whipping in the wind. She spreads her arms wide, eyes gleaming with excitement. This power, unbelievable, she shouts over the storm of mana. It's just like the Great War back then. Then, with a fierce grin, she looks down at him and calls out, Come on, boy. Let's see what you're made of. Give it a try. In that moment, a single thought flashes through our hero's mind. If he turns back now, the Blade Armor Dragon King will end up in Yin's hands. That alone is enough to make his decision. He tightens his grip on his blade, straightens his stance, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, thrusts his fist forward to set his path. Fine, he says firmly. When it comes to the Dragon King, I'll give a shot. His dragons roar in response, wings unfurling as they take to the skies. Mana floods through him as he unleashes his strongest techniques in one breath. Star Shatter Charge, Sword of Heaven, and Lava Blaze Charge, each one blazing with destructive force. All dragon girls, prepare to engage, he commands. The demon girl raises her arm, her aura flaring violently. Now, attack while it's open, she shouts. Instantly, waves of darkness, fire, and lightning crash forward, tearing through the air in a devastating storm. Our hero's heart pounds. Everything rides on this single strike. Victory or failure will be decided here. The combined attacks strike like a torrent, and in the chaos, the demon girl darts in from above, slipping through a narrow gap in the explosion to launch a sneak attack. But before she can land a clean hit, the dragon's head shifts, its glowing blue eyes locked directly onto her. That gaze alone radiates pure, killing intent. To her shock, the dragon doesn't even attempt to defend against the attacks raining down upon it. As her blade connects, the dragon's massive body flickers, and then vanishes completely. What? She gasps, whipping around in disbelief. Our hero halts mid-air, eyes wide. Where did it go? He shouts. He scans the area, but the enormous creature is simply gone, leaving behind only drifting fragments of steel scales glinting in the dim light. The demon girl hesitates, narrowing her eyes. No, this doesn't make sense. Then a dark realization begins to form in her mind. Wait, could it be? Her voice trails off. She looks around at the floating remains, her expression hardening. It's already dead. Our hero stares at her, speechless. Dead? What are you talking about? How? She exhales slowly, gazing at the fragments. This isn't its real body, it's a shell. The true form must have already burned itself out. It probably used its life force to maintain a recovery infusion. The thing we fought was nothing but a remnant illusion. He looks around in disbelief at the scattered metallic remains. So, you're saying it's been dead all along? She nods. For quite some time, it seems. What's left here are just pieces of what it once was. Realization dawns on him, his voice quiet. Then, after the war, the Blade Armor Dragon King must have left Falling Dragon Valley and sacrificed itself here to guard the dragon eggs. The demon girl folds her arms, her tone uncertain. It looks that way, but it doesn't add up. With power like that, it could have fully recovered on its own. There's no reason it should have had to sacrifice itself. Her gaze lingers on the drifting fragments, troubled. Something doesn't feel right about this. Our hero steps cautiously into the shadowed cavern ahead, the air thick with the lingering scent of mana and steel. The dragon egg should be inside, he says quietly. I'll check it out. The demon girl doesn't respond, only watching as he moves deeper into the darkness. Before long, a faint glow catches his eye. He blinks in surprise. It's right there. Already, he murmurs. It's far too easy, almost unnervingly so. Even the demon girl seems caught off guard. remaining silent as he kneels before the discovery. He unfurls a black, celestial dragon projection, and a ghostly image of a dragon flickers above it. Is this really the blade armor dragon egg? He asks aloud. A chime echoes in his mind. System notification. Blade armor dragon egg. Level unknown. Contents. Dryda God crystal core. Legendary quality. 1 God level crystal core. Residual divine essence detected. Energy fully absorbed. His eyes widen. A God level crystal core. The notification continues, listing 2 more items. Mamatama. Small glowing orbs he's never seen before. The system explains that they can absorb toxins and emit light, acting like living luminescent filters. He examines them closely, realizing they're just as precious as the God crystal cores themselves. At last, the demon girl breaks her silence. Now I understand, she says softly. That's a God crystal core, something that can only form at the core level. Humans can't reach that until level 180, after completing the 7th transformation. She steps closer, her tone calm but reverent. Only those who've sensed divine essence can refine a crystal like this. Even if just a trace of that power remains, it still holds strength beyond the 6th rank. To wield it is to touch something close to godhood. Our hero stares at her, overwhelmed by the flood of knowledge. Before he can speak, she continues, voice low and steady. When the Blade Armor Dragon King came here, she says, it faced 2 gods, 1 good, 1 evil. It was already dying, yet fought them both. And somehow it won. She pauses. It claimed their crystal cores, but instead of using them to heal, it used the last of its power to create this illusion, to hide and protect its eggs. Her gaze drifts toward the glowing fragments around them. It could have lived. It could have risen again. But it chose instead to leave everything, its strength, its essence for its offspring. The realization hits him hard. He lowers his head, looking at the 2 crystal cores resting in his hands. The pieces begin to fit together. The dragon hadn't fallen in battle. It had chosen to die here, to guard its children's future. For a long while, he says nothing. The cavern hums with quiet light. Finally, the demon girl speaks again, her tone gentler. What's the little dragon tamer thinking about now? He exhales slowly, shaking his head. Nothing, he replies at first. Then, after a pause, he adds quietly, I just can't help but admire it. To face gods and still choose sacrifice. The Blade Armor Dragon King was truly magnificent. He stands there, silently paying his respects to the fallen king, its legacy resting in his hands. The demon girl steps closer, her boots echoing softly against the stone floor as she stops beside the egg. Don't let human sentiment cloud your judgment, she says calmly, eyes fixed on the glowing shell. You came here for the egg. Remember that. Don't mistake me for a villain. Her voice hardens. Life and death aren't choices we get to make. To live, we fight. To grow stronger, we devour. That's the law that rules this world, and it never changes. Our hero glances at her, his expression unreadable. Are you saying, he asks slowly, that you might actually devour the egg yourself? The demon girl smiles faintly, amusement flickering in her gaze. Oh, so you're afraid I'll break our contract and swallow it whole? She laughs softly, shaking her head. Good. Stay cautious. But since we already share a bond, I'll be honest. She raises her hand, her dark ring expanding in a swirl of deep violet mana. Shadows twist through the air before dissolving into mist. I never planned to devour it, she continues. The Blade Armor Dragon King wasn't foolish, it foresaw this. It let the egg absorb the divine crystal core, contaminating it with a power that no longer belongs to dragons. Her gaze lingers on the egg. I only desire pure dragon blood. This one's tainted. Take it, it's yours. Our hero narrows his eyes, studying her closely. This woman's completely insane, he thinks. Deep down, he suspects she had planned to use him to claim the egg, then seize it for herself once it was safe. Yet instead of arguing, he simply smiles, a hint of respect in his expression. The blade-armored dragon King must have known, he thinks quietly. It understood that the devouring Dragon King would never stop chasing power. That's why it let the egg absorb the god crystal, to make it untouchable. He steps forward, gripping the egg with both hands. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. No point waiting any longer, he says. Xiao Fei, call everyone. Let's welcome our new family member. Xiao Fei's eyes light up, and she rushes off enthusiastically. Moments later, the group gathers around in a circle. Even the air hums with anticipation. Only Xingqian remains at a distance, arms crossed, muttering that she has no interest in ridiculous celebrations. No one pays her much mind. The atmosphere feels electric. Our hero kneels, placing the egg gently on the ground. He spreads his palms over it and activates the dragon taming technique. A clear chime rings in his mind. System notification, dragon taming technique, active. This technique enables bonding with any dragon species. A faint light seeps from within the egg, glowing softly and illuminating everyone's faces. But then, without warning, the gentle radiance deepens, shifting into an intense, deep blue. Gasps ripple through the crowd. "What's happening?" someone whispers. Cracks begin to spread across the shell, thin lines of light cutting through the darkness. The glow swells rapidly until it's almost blinding, flooding the entire chamber in blue brilliance. Then, crack! The shell bursts open in a flash of light so fierce that everyone shields their eyes. The air trembles with power. The birth of something beyond imagination has begun. As the glow fades, the creature's grin widens. His technique worked flawlessly. With pride, he declares that everyone is now witnessing the offspring of the blade-armored Dragon King. The small cub blinks, puzzled by all the eyes fixed on it. One by one, the dragons edge closer, drawn by curiosity. But the cub steps back warily, its cautious movements catching our hero's attention. He observes that while the little one isn't exactly friendly, it carries a strangely calm air. The young dragons exchange glances, half intrigued, half irritated, as the cub continues to ignore them, hopping around playfully. At one point, it bounds near Xingqian, who barely reacts, though a flicker of jealousy crosses his gaze. When the group finally leaves the cave, something catches our hero's eye. The cub has settled quietly in the same spot where its mother once lay. It sits there still, as if sensing her warmth lingering in the air. Watching this, our hero's expression softens. In that quiet moment, he realizes the little one simply misses its mother. In that instant, it dawns on him. Every dragon he's ever owned came from the system. None of them had families. None had ever known the warmth of a parent. But this cub was different. Its mother had given her life to protect it. Even before hatching, it must have felt that pain, that final act of love through the shell. So he decides not to disturb it. Let grieve. There's no need to rush. Opening the system window, he remembers. He hasn't checked its stats yet. One glance, and his eyes widen in pure shock. For a moment, his heart nearly stops. This couldn't be real. The hatchling, barely level 1, already boasts over 3,000 points in every single attribute. Strength, agility, endurance, all above 3,000. And its abilities, Blade Armor Sickle, Blade Armor Bond, God Aura, and Blade Dragon Bloodline. Each one infused with divine aura. He quickly pieces it together. The crystal cores left behind by the Blade Armor Dragon King didn't just shield the cub from the devouring dragon's power. They infused it with divine energy, blessing it with godlike stats and the rare god aura skill from birth. Then comes another system notification. The third god core, classified as legendary quality. It once belonged to a god-tier being, though most of its divine essence had already been absorbed. His eyes drift back to the cub, and his thoughts sharpen. Its signature ability, Armor Bond, mirrors that of the divine Bond Dragon King. It can transform into armor, transferring all its stats and abilities directly to him. A smirk forms on his face. With the divine Bond Gauntlet and this new blade armor chest piece, he'll be unstoppable, powerful enough to crush Ning Shuang in the divine Wind Secret Realm. He closes the system screen, turning toward his dragons as they growl and rumble softly, restless with energy. "Quiet down," he tells them, stepping forward. "We'll wait. Let the blade armor dragon rest for now." But just as he looks back at the cub, his words catch in his throat. Something's off. His expression hardens in disbelief. The blade armor dragon cub has no gender. The next morning, as he steps out of his camp, our hero stretches lazily, letting out a yawn. That's when he spots the little cub, waiting patiently all night, now padding after him. The dragon had let him sleep undisturbed the entire day, and even his other dragons still seem worn out from the long rest. He knows this hatchling was born with ridiculous strength, yet its movements are so quick it's hard to track. Every dragon nearby watches the cub warily, as if studying a wild force in disguise. "All right," he says, glancing at the little one. Try switching to blade armor bond. Let's see how it works. The cub answers with a low rumble, and suddenly, the blade armor bond activates. Wisps of dark smoke rise from its body, curling through the air before enveloping him completely. A system prompt flashes before his eyes. Transformation, Blade Armor Dragon, Bond Mode, Chest Slot, Effect. Grants all attributes and scales of the Blade Armor Dragon. In an instant, a glowing, majestic chest piece forms over him, shimmering with divine radiance. A rush of overwhelming power floods through his body. His stats spike by 3,000 across the board. He can feel it pulsing through every vein, every muscle. A grin spreads across his face. He's now equipped with the Blade Armor chest piece, complete with its full attributes, divine scales, and 2 powerful skills. Blade Within Blade and Blade Armor Sickle, both marked by the god Aura. With a flap of his wings, he launches into the sky, shouting that since the Blade Armor Dragon has acknowledged him, it's time to test their strength together. He shoots upward like a comet. Then, without warning, his wings flare and the Blade Armor Sickle tears through the air. The attack releases a blinding streak of energy, and the system explains. Blade Armor Sickle fires a high-speed hook that inflicts massive damage and pulls the target toward the user. But his aim slips. The sickle crashes near Xiao Bai, detonating with explosive force. The ground shatters, cliffs crumble, and Xiao Bai yelps in alarm as the explosion rocks the area. Before the dust settles, he triggers the next skill, Blade Within Blade. Blades burst outward from his armor, slashing through the falling stone in rapid succession. The debris splits apart cleanly, cut into perfect fragments. The system quickly updates. Blade Within Blade unleashes rapid strikes that ignore 45% of the target's defense. Damage received in this form reflects 99% back to the attacker. Finally, he activates God Aura. A brilliant light engulfs him, spreading in radiant waves until everything around him is swallowed by its glow. Power surges through his body, and even his basic attacks now carry holy energy. The system details appear one after another. God Aura Effect restores HP every second. Blade Armor Light adds holy damage to basic attacks, scaling with spirit. He clenches his fist, watching the faint glow pulse from within his armor. His wounds close almost instantly. Continuous healing, even in combat. A slow, satisfied smile forms on his face. This regeneration completely overcomes the Blade Armor Dragon's greatest flaw. No longer does it need to recover outside a battle. Now their power is perfect, but the scene is far from over. With a calm breath, he switches forms, activating Dark Blade Armor. Instantly, waves of deep violet energy ripple across his body, and the system's voice echoes in his mind. Transformation complete. God Aura has evolved into Dark Blade Armor. A faint smile crosses his face as he feels the shift. This form constantly draws in shadow energy, feeding off darkness itself. Combined with the Divine Bond Dragon King's tremendous stats, every ordinary strike now carries the weight of destruction. The system elaborates further. Dark Blade Armor Effect continuously absorbs shadow energy, accumulates shadow damage each second, and releases it all with the next attack, then restarts accumulation. Damage scales with spirit. He looks at the swirling aura around him and exhales slowly. Whatever he's preparing for, it's going to be devastating. Landing lightly on the ground, he dismisses the armor. The glow fades, and the dark energy disperses into the air. He nods to himself, satisfied with the results. Once he levels up the Blade Dragon, he'll be ready, truly ready, to step into the Divine Ruin's secret realm without worry. Turning to his dragons, he calls out, "All right, everyone, it's time to head home." The dragons blink in surprise before roaring in delight, their joy echoing through the valley. The system chimes in. Portal activation. Marazov's Gate, Tianfu Territory, Zone 10. A swirl of light opens before him, and within seconds, he's back in Jianghai City. As he steps through, his aunt greets him with a warm hug. She's calmer now, no longer fretting over his constant adventures. Smiling, she says she's just come back from shopping and suggests inviting Xiao Qiu over for dinner. From the side, Jiang Ting pipes up with a grin, reminding them that it's Taozi's free meal day, so she'll definitely appear uninvited anyway. "Just call Xiao Qiu, Sister Han," she laughs. Our hero chuckles, agreeing easily. "Perfect timing," he says. I've got something important to tell everyone. That afternoon, in Jianshan Garden, the group gathers. Kun listens wide-eyed as Lu recounts every detail of his recent journey. The battle at the western frontier, the dragons, the newborn cub, and the rise of the blade armor's divine power. That evening, as everyone gathered around the dinner table, Qin broke the silence. He said there was no need to push himself so hard. If he couldn't handle it, there was no reason to suffer through it. His aunt nodded in agreement, warning that such recklessness could easily lead to accidents. She then turned to ask if she could still use the teleportation scroll that Miss E had given her. They all shared the same thought. Traveling by plane or any other vehicle would be much safer and faster. Hiking might sound exciting, but reaching the western border on foot would take 1 or 2 months at least. He then explained calmly that he could no longer summon the fallen corpse golem, but there was no need for concern. The fallen corpse holy dragon had absorbed all the puppets and evolved into a god-born dragon king with overwhelming stats. On top of that, he had obtained new blade ninjas during his recent battles, pushing his total attributes past 1 million. He assured them there was absolutely no danger waiting for him on the road. His words left everyone speechless. Qin asked if he really meant hundreds of millions in attributes. He nodded, confirming it. He went on to say that his original plan had been to grind dungeons to strengthen his blade armor dragon. But since there was still more than a month left before the Shun Su's secret realm opened, he decided to head west instead. The journey would not only bring him valuable experience, but also help his blade armor dragon grow stronger before the secret realm appeared. The room fell quiet again. The girls didn't know how to respond. Finally, his aunt sighed and asked if that meant he would be leaving so soon. He gave a small nod and smiled, saying he planned to leave the next morning. After all, he wasn't truly alone. His dragons were with him. At dawn, he said his goodbyes to his aunt and the others before setting out toward the west. The road ahead was long and perilous, but he moved forward without hesitation. Across 14 vast regions, he encountered packs of ferocious lion-like beasts. The system notifications popped up one after another. A lion roar beast appeared first, its deafening roar sending out shockwaves that could stun its prey. Another charged with a ground claw strike, tearing into the earth and hurling a wave of destruction forward. Yet, none of them stood a chance. All were crushed effortlessly under his power. He continued his journey, cutting down boss after boss, rare elite after rare elite. These weren't ordinary monsters. They were towering, level 98 beasts capable of summoning divine lightning, conjuring hurricanes, and unleashing devastating energy bursts that wiped out everything around them. Yet against him they felt like nothing. He even cleared a nightmare-level dungeon alone, facing a level 92 demon-eating mushroom that released toxic spores capable of paralyzing its victims. When cornered, it could even detonate itself in a massive fungal explosion. But even that creature crumbled before his power. It didn't stand chance. Later, human foes crossed his path, hunters seeking rare monster materials. He didn't waste time. One burst of mana, and the battlefield fell silent. None survived. After the bloodshed, his team's progress skyrocketed. The little blade armor dragon reached level 57, while the others climbed into the mid-60s. They were thrilled, knowing that their master had carried them effortlessly through every trial. A month passed like that. Endless battles, countless dangers, and at last, he reached the western border. Standing before the endless wilderness, he took in the vast land and the massive beast that guarded it. The system flashed a reminder. Only a short time remained before the Shun Su's secret realm opened. Spreading his wings, he declared it was time to head back. The wind surged beneath him as he soared into the sky. But then, he stopped mid-flight, eyes fixed on something ahead. From afar, a golden figure sliced through the clouds. A majestic eagle with radiant feathers and eyes like burning fire. A golden feathered rock. The system identified it instantly. Level 94 abilities, dive, and intimidation. Its dive could shatter mountains, slamming down from the heavens to create a shockwave that annihilated anything near the impact. It also possessed Hurricane Shadow, an advanced ability that allowed it to strike with the speed of a storm. Instead of fear, a spark of excitement lit his eyes. The rock's materials were priceless. Without hesitation, he summoned his blade armor and transformed, fully merging with its attributes and skills. The system chimed again, revealing a new function. His armor could now unleash hooked sides that shot out with terrifying speed, slicing through targets and yanking them closer in a single motion. With a confident grin, he set his sights on the golden beast. This time, he wouldn't just defeat it, he would capture it. A perfect gift for his senior. The hooked blades shot through the air, striking the rock's claw and throwing the massive bird off balance. It hadn't expected the sudden assault. Wasting no time, our hero propelled himself forward, riding the momentum. But the rock refused to submit. It neither shrieked nor slowed, its wings slicing through the clouds as it carried him higher. Realizing brute force wouldn't work, he retracted the blades and adjusted his stance, searching for another opening. Then, with precise timing, he struck beneath its neck. The attack hit home, and the rock finally let out a thunderous roar of pain. Seizing the moment, he leapt onto its back, locking his footing against its feathers. In one swift motion, he whipped out his chains, looping them around its neck and tightening them firmly. His command was clear and cold: obey or die. The beast trembled, its defiance fading as it steadied itself midair. Bit by bit, he bent it to his will until it flew obediently beneath him. The rock glided silently through the open sky, granting him a sweeping view of the mountains stretched out before him. At that pace, he knew he'd reach his destination in perfect time. But then, a flash of light below. Mana-charged arrows shot upward, striking the rock's flank and sending it into a sharp spiral. He steadied himself instantly, eyes scanning the ground. There, an ambush. Shouts erupted below. Cast the net. Don't let it escape. A thick mesh of enchanted rope launched skyward, spears following in quick succession, stabbing into the rock's body. The net spread wide, wrapping tightly around the great bird. It thrashed violently, but the restraints glowed with runic power, forcing it down. The hunters cheered, urging each other to hold fast and freeze the creature before it could recover. They didn't notice the figure plummeting toward them. He hit the ground like a meteor, the impact tearing through the net in one sweeping strike. The rock, still bound, fell hard, wings folded beneath its weight. The hunters surged forward, thinking victory was theirs, until a blast of sheer force ripped through their ranks, knocking them back in terror. One of them staggered to his feet, weapon trembling in his grasp. Through the haze of dust, he saw the figure standing before the fallen rock, an armored warrior, the ground beneath him scorched and cracked. A hunter named Jabiel narrowed his eyes. He came down with the eagle. Must be a lone material hunter, he muttered. Their leader scoffed and raised his weapon. Doesn't matter who he is. Kill him. No one will care if a stray dies out here. The command barely left his lips before our hero moved. His eyes turned sharp and cold as he stepped forward, unimpressed by their arrogance. So news doesn't travel this far west, he thought. They really don't know who they're dealing with. The next instant, his fist connected. The ground cracked beneath the impact. The leader's body flew back, and silence fell over the clearing. The others froze, horror creeping into their faces as the realization hit. They had just challenged the head of the Yi family. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.